The son of the primordial celestial master has descended, compelling Megatron to ally with his archenemy. As Dawn is reborn under the name Dawn, tasked with the mission of seeking the Creator, the Supreme Lord, the entire fabric of the Transformers universe is about to undergo a profound transformation. Father, I shall find our Creator, Dawn pledges, yet becomes lost in a tumult of confused memories. While Megatron remains steadfast in his ambition to dominate the universe, Optimus Prime is forced to make a harrowing decision. Dawn, let us eliminate him together. For the sake of the universe, it must be done. Witness how the son of the primordial celestial master navigates between the Autobots and Decepticons, unveiling astonishing secrets that transcend the multiverse in his quest for the Supreme Lord. As confusion reigns and allies turn into foes, can Dawn preserve his true essence amidst the chaos? This is an interstellar adventure about origins and destinies, a battle of faith that spans over 1,000,000 years. Chapter 1, Prelude. In the realm of the real universe, both the primordial celestial master and the cosmic emperor yearn for news of their creator, the Supreme Lord, yet remain bereft of any information regarding him. Thus, the primordial celestial master reaches out to counterparts in other universes, while the cosmic emperor, aware of the primordial celestial master's actions, discreetly contacts other cosmic emperors to devise their own strategies. Chapter 2, The Illusory Spirit, Dawn. Upon awakening in a haze, the illusory spirit finds himself with a throbbing head, memories that seem both his and not his flooding back, causing him to faint once more. Upon regaining consciousness, he rises to observe his surroundings, discovering that he is within the core of Cybertron, the spark chamber of the primordial celestial master. His form has also undergone a transformation, no longer in a constant state of flux, but manifesting an indescribable appearance, perhaps male or female, or something androgynous. The blend of feminine grace and masculine strength leaves him perplexed. After some contemplation, he inquires, Father, you have awakened me and bestowed upon me a new body. Is there a task you wish for me to undertake? The primordial celestial master, after much hesitation, confides, I hope to discover the identity of my creator and that of the cosmic emperor. The illusory spirit responds, I am more than willing to assist you in realizing this wish. After bidding farewell to the illusory spirit, the primordial celestial master is aware that locating the creator may be an impossible endeavor. He merely seeks to glean more insights regarding the creator. In the G1 world, at the abode of Master Titanium, he remarks, so this is why you just registered with me. The illusory spirit playfully retorts, do not be angry, Master Titanium. You possess the sacred covenant of the primordial celestial master and the pen of prophecy. I merely wish to ascertain if you might provide me with a clue. Master Titanium replies, very well, let me see what I can find. After a brief interval, Master Titanium presents the sacred covenant and states, the last known sighting of the Supreme Lord was deep within the cosmos, after which there have been no further reports. The illusory spirit responds, if the Supreme Lord seeks to create life, he must have enlisted assistance. Can we trace the individuals he interacted with most closely or last? Master Titanium reviews the records. Indeed, the Supreme Lord had an assistant, but he currently roams the cosmos unpredictably. Whether you encounter him will depend on your fortune. The illusory spirit acknowledges, I understand, and your findings confirm that this assistant is still alive. The survival of the Supreme Lord, however, remains uncertain. I shall return to the factory. Master Titanium closes the covenant. Remember to adopt a new name upon your return, and perhaps alter your weaponry, or at least refrain from remaining in a constant state of transformation. The illusory spirit transforms his scythe into a double-bladed gun, expressing gratitude. Thank you. On the journey back, the illusory spirit contemplates what new name to adopt, reluctant to abandon his previous identity. Eventually, he resolves that a new name signifies a fresh beginning. The manager interjects, hey, newcomer, where have you been? If something went wrong, I'd be accountable. The illusory spirit apologizes, my sincerest apologies. I was merely curious about my surroundings, but as you can see, nothing went awry. I assure you it will not happen again. The manager sighs, fine, just go inside. In the deep of night, the illusory spirit gazes out the window, pondering a suitable new name. As dawn breaks, he muses, Dawn. Then I shall be called Dawn, my child. A sudden voice startles him, causing the antennas of his audio receiver to snap to attention. Upon discerning the voice, he recognizes it as that of the primordial celestial master, though silence follows. He chuckles softly, realizing that the words were indeed from his father. The terms Dawn and Aurora share a semblance of meaning, both signifying hope. As he reclines once more, The illusory spirit feels unworthy of a name that symbolizes hope, uncertain of his ability to fulfill such a promise. Chapter 3. Chaotic Memories. As Dawn traverses the cosmos, searching for energy or while hoping to uncover any leads regarding the Supreme Lord or his assistant, the likelihood of encountering either remains infinitesimally small. Unless he possesses the extraordinary luck akin to that of Little 13, the 13th Celestial, he knows this quest will be arduous. However, he is acutely aware that such fortune is beyond his reach. Little 13 is a favored entity within the cosmos, capable of encountering the Supreme Lord or his assistant merely by stepping outside. Upon returning to Cybertron, Dawn seeks out Master Titanium. Master Titanium, I have returned with some energy or samples. Master Titanium replies, excellent, place the samples here. By the way, Dawn, have you experienced any discomfort in your system lately? Reflecting on his condition, Dawn recalls the severe confusion of his memory processor on his first day, but aside from that, he truly has no issues. Concerned that Dawn may withhold information about his condition, Master Titanium recalls how, even when he was still the illusory spirit, Dawn had a tendency to conceal any bodily problems as long as they did not impede his combat capabilities, only revealing them when they affected his daily life, prompting others to take him to the medic for treatment. Master Titanium states, I do not wish for you to conceal anything that could impact your health or your mission. Dawn smiles, aware that any impact on his mission is no trivial matter, and resolves to speak up. All right, but first, could you conduct a check on my system? After a brief examination, Master Titanium concludes, your system shows no signs of malfunction. Dawn responds, well, it appears that upon my emergence, I experienced a multitude of memories that felt both mine and yet foreign. Master Titanium contemplates, memories that belong to you yet feel alien. Did you experience any other discomfort at that time? Dawn replies, yes, my cranial unit was in excruciating pain. Master Titanium inquires, did it recur afterward? Dawn affirms, no, it did not. Master Titanium deduces, it is likely a remnant of the rebirth process. Perhaps you should visit this location, where the doctors can assist you. He then shares the address with Dawn. Upon arriving at the designated location, Dawn finds himself before a small clinic. Though puzzled by Master Titanium's choice, his trust compels him to enter. Inside, he meets a doctor named Rung. Greetings, I am Rung. How may I assist you today? Dawn introduces himself. I am Dawn, and I wish to discuss my condition. As he explains his situation, he takes the opportunity to observe Rung closely. Similar to himself, he is a medium-sized orange TF, exuding a gentle aura that consistently brings a smile, rendering any inclination towards anger futile. The thick round spectacles obscure his optical lens, concealing his thoughts, yet overall, he possesses a charm that borders on endearing innocence. Jung remarked, from your description, it appears you harbor several memories of different yous. Dawn, what? Jung continued, while it may sound implausible, it is quite possible that other TFs have transferred their memories, or even their consciousness, into your being, which could explain the initial headaches you experienced. Fortunately, your condition is relatively benign, as there have been no recurrences. In some more severely affected beings, such issues may persist, leading to a life plagued by ceaseless pain, or worse, death. Dawn found himself bewildered, unable to discern which memories were truly his, and how those that were not his had infiltrated his memory chip. He had no inkling. Jung advised, since there are no clear leads and your body remains unaffected, it is best not to dwell on it. Living in the moment is of utmost importance, wouldn't you agree? Let us converse about something else. That day, they enjoyed a delightful exchange, and subsequently, Dawn became one of Jung's students, frequently visiting the clinic. However, millions of years later, upon his return, he discovered the clinic's sign had vanished. In the span of mere days, the clinic had transformed into a hotel. Dawn attempted to reach Jung through communication channels, but to no avail. It was as if all traces of Jung had evaporated, leaving Dawn in a state of bewilderment. This, however, is merely a footnote to the story. Chapter 4. The Invasion. As dawn broke, I had hoped that such a tranquil existence would endure, yet reality proved otherwise. Such notions were futile. With the emergence of the first wave of invaders, Cybertron became a frequent target of disruption. Some chose to engage in direct combat, while others resorted to a plethora of deceitful tactics, ensnaring many unsuspecting Transformers in their web of lies. However, there remained a faction of Transformers who were skeptical of these invaders' fabrications, urging those who had been beguiled to expel these intruders. Many Transformers dismissed the situation altogether. On this particular day, a group of audacious newcomers, boasting 4 faces and calling themselves the Quintessence, proclaimed themselves to be the creators of all, claiming a return to guide us once more. In truth, their intent was to dominate and exploit the inhabitants of Cybertron. Although the current populace may not possess the advanced intellect of later Transformers, they were not devoid of wisdom. Having encountered multiple waves of invaders previously, few would fall for such a clumsy ruse of claiming divine creation. Thus, they surged forward to confront the Quintessence, and I too joined the fray. In the ensuing chaos, Master Titanium seized me, drawing me away from the tumult and stealthily leading me to his abode. Puzzled, I inquired, "Master Titanium, what is the matter?" Though my thoughts were still consumed with the desire to confront the Quintessence, I sensed that Master Titanium had a plan or insight to share. Master Titanium replied, "Ether, the invaders this time are markedly different from those we've faced before. I cannot predict the events that may unfold. Among all the Transformers, you possess the greatest strength in combat. As a precaution, I wish to conceal you within a stasis pod until the opportune moment arises. I will awaken you then." I protested, "Master Titanium, I understand your concerns, but among the remaining 13 Autobots on Cybertron, I am not part of the warrior faction and my strength pales in comparison." Master Titanium responded, "You are indeed a warrior, yet your power has diminished since your rebirth. Nevertheless, you are currently the most formidable among us. I do not wish to expose you prematurely, allowing them to devise strategies against you. I promise to resolve our situation swiftly and will awaken you when the time is right. You will have ample opportunity to fight then. Is that agreeable? I implore you." Although there was some dissatisfaction, Master Titanium must have perceived something from the celestial contract. Given that Master Titanium had earnestly implored him, he complied and entered the hibernation chamber. Upon awakening, Dawn was unaware of how long he had been asleep. Meanwhile, Master Titanium faced overwhelming challenges against the Quintessence. They were simply no match for their adversaries. Suffering repeated defeats, with only a handful of remaining Transformers, who were subsequently captured and enslaved. Nevertheless, even in servitude, they awaited the day they would grow strong enough to rise up and drive out these invaders. After the Quintessence established their dominion over Cybertron, finding their slave numbers insufficient, they created civilian and military Cybertronians. Regrettably, these beings lacked independent thought and learning capabilities. Unexpectedly, years later, the Quintessence grew discontent with this batch of Transformers. Finding their actions unsatisfactory, they then devised a technological marvel, an orb that enabled independent thought and learning, granting Master Titanium backup privileges. Sensing the time for rebellion had arrived, the Quintessence became aware of this sentiment and responded with even harsher oppression. To quell the uprising, they exceptionally produced a batch of mindless yet physically formidable robotic sentinels. The scattered acts of rebellion were swiftly suppressed, and the Quintessence resumed their former arrogance and brutality, even employing a cunning tactic of imposing distinct insignias to sow discord among the ranks. Yet, the military Cybertronians gradually began to harbor dissatisfaction. In the hierarchy of Transformers, the ranks of the Primordial Celestial and the Cosmic Emperor are at level 1006, while the 13 original primes range between levels 80-90. Ordinary Transformers do not exceed level 50, and leaders are classified between levels 50-60. Dawn originally stood at level 87, now reduced to two-thirds of that, having since ascended 2 additional levels. Chapter 5. Counterattack. Just as everyone prepared for a large-scale counteroffensive, Master Titanium vanished, prompting concern and a frantic search for his whereabouts. In Master Titanium's former abode, he was diligently searching for a hidden door along the wall. After some exploration, he discovered it and pressed it, revealing a passage. Upon pressing the hidden door again, a hibernation pod appeared before him. Master Titanium opened the lid, and Dawn gradually emerged from his slumber, inquiring, "How long have I been asleep?" Master Titanium replied, "You have been asleep for several million years." Dawn displayed a look of astonishment, quickly reverting to a neutral expression, and asked, "Are the Quintessence still on Cybertron? Can I go confront them now?" "Certainly," Master Titanium responded, "but first, we must reunite with our companions." After Master Titanium gathered Dawn and the other Transformers, Beta embraced Master Titanium, exclaiming, "You truly frightened us." "I apologize. He is an old friend of mine from many years ago," Master Titanium explained. Dawn offered a friendly smile. Introducing himself, "I am Dawn. It is a pleasure to meet you." "An old friend from years past?" Beta asked. "Indeed, Dawn possesses formidable strength. and, as a precaution, he is my trump card for the final moments, Master Titanium clarified. While me no offense, I still harbor concerns, Beta admitted. Dawn, I comprehend that we are indeed in extraordinary times. A moment's carelessness could lead to consequences none are willing to bear. However, I assure you that I shall not hinder your progress. Master Titanium, I've already conveyed the specifics to him. Nevertheless, during the ensuing battle, Dawn's performance alleviated the concerns of her companions. She, along with a few allies, charged forth, effortlessly incapacitating a guard robot with just a few strikes. Despite the robot's concentrated attacks, Dawn's speed and agility surpassed them, showcasing remarkable strength. She even utilized the fallen guard robot's body as a shield or weapon, each throw striking true. While other team members required a combined effort to overcome a single guard robot, the others, excluding Master Titanium, felt an unsettling sense of being the true hindrance, a feeling that was, in fact, justified. Within a short while, they would soon reach the lair of the five-faced monster. Meanwhile, the five-faced monster had already been thoroughly frightened and decided to flee before they arrived. Fortunately, the previous spacecraft remained operational, and after a brief maneuver, they clambered aboard, jostling one another in their haste. Upon arriving at the entrance of the five-faced monster's base, just as they were pondering how to open the door, a new wave of guard robots emerged. Dawn exclaimed, "Leave them to me. You must open the door quickly." She charged forward to engage the robots, while others gathered closely to guard against any additional threats. The five-faced monster's fleet had just taken off when frustration began to mount among the team. Dawn shouted, "Step aside." She retrieved the elusive Holy Spear and hurled it directly at the nearest jet engine, piercing it and triggering an explosion that affected other components, causing the spacecraft to plummet back to Cybertron. Master Titanium, well done, Dawn. Dawn, let us first examine the situation inside the spacecraft. They thoroughly searched the interior and exterior of the vessel, but found no trace of the five-faced monster, leaving everyone perplexed. The journey had taken but a mere few minutes, and they could not fathom how the five-faced monster had evaded them so swiftly without any inkling of their presence. Dawn remarked, "Master Titanium, I have a few hypotheses that might elucidate this situation." Master Titanium, I too have some conjectures. Please share yours first. Dawn, I suspect that not all of the spacecraft harbored the five-faced monster. They likely intentionally left a few empty vessels, ensuring that even if we managed to take one down, they could still evade capture. Master Titanium, that is indeed one possibility. Another could be that the five-faced monster possesses technology that allows them to temporarily conceal themselves. Dawn, or perhaps they could teleport away from the spacecraft and hide elsewhere. Master Titanium, allow me to first tend to the wound on your shoulder. Dawn, and what are the whereabouts of the five-faced monster? Master Titanium, you need not worry about that. Leave it to me. Chapter 6 traces Master Titanium organized a temporary search party from among the TF to ascertain the location of the five-faced monster. He led Dawn to the operating room and decided to conduct a comprehensive examination, making a few minor adjustments. As Dawn lay on the operating table, she fixed her gaze on the emblem on Master Titanium's chest and said softly, "Master Titanium, I have but one request." Master Titanium, what is your request? Dawn, you must first promise me. Master Titanium, what if I refuse? Dawn, then I shall forego treatment. With that, she made a motion as if to escape, prompting Master Titanium to quickly restrain her. All right, I concede to your request. Dawn, just don't affix any insignia on my body. Master Titanium, just how much do you detest this insignia? Dawn, I truly cannot accept it. Master Titanium thought to himself that this child appeared excessively averse. Although Dawn had previously enjoyed making friends, she never appreciated forming cliques. In her own words, such behavior felt isolating to others, leaving her uncomfortable. Those who sought friendship with Dawn were drawn to this very aspect of her character. Once Dawn logged off, Master Titanium noted her offline status and discreetly affixed the insignia to her, subsequently tending to her wounds and making slight modifications to her body to accommodate the leadership module. Finally unlocking her offline status, his decision to place the insignia on Dawn stemmed from concern, as the first of the illusory morphers, Huan Tianling never lingered in unwelcome places, and life would undoubtedly become increasingly challenging. He feared that others, including TF or any other entities, might exploit this to drive Huan Tianling away. So he aimed to provide Dawn with potential escape routes, effectively a means of keeping her tethered to Cybertron. Upon logging back in, Dawn examined her body and noticed her chest had grown larger, and she now bore an insignia. With a bewildered expression, she slowly turned her head. Master Titanium. Grasping his neck, she fervently exclaimed, I have repeatedly stated my aversion to the insignia, and you agreed. Why have you still affixed it? Remove it. Remove it. Remove it. Master Titanium struggled to free himself from Dawn's grip, asserting, I refuse. Dawn, releasing him, childishly inquired, Why? Master Titanium replied, This clearly denotes your allegiance. And considering your prowess in defeating the five-faced beasts, it serves as a deterrent against potential threats from TF. Dawn, you are simplifying matters. Tell me, what must one do to avoid being bullied? Master Titanium reflected on the confrontation with the five-faced beasts and responded, Technology and numbers. Dawn, you are only partially correct. I believe that with sufficient experience and skill across the board, who would dare to challenge you? Therefore, you must promptly remove this insignia. Master Titanium, I refuse. Dawn continued to present her arguments, leading to a stalemate between them, neither knowing how long this would last. Until Dawn erupted, I will demolish this place. She then commenced her rampage, causing a cacophony of noise that assaulted Master Titanium's audio receptors, showing no signs of stopping. Unable to endure any longer, Master Titanium pressed Dawn down and reassured her, All right, I will help you remove it. Is that acceptable? Please cease the destruction. Master Titanium genuinely cared for these delicate, high-end instruments. Dawn. When everything was concluded, the temporary search team had already conducted 5 thorough inspections, yet nothing was uncovered. At dawn, a selection of Transformers was made anew to form a search party, tasked not only with locating the elusive five-faced monster, but also assessing the needs of the community and identifying potential resources that could be repurposed. The factions had long been polarized into Autobots and Decepticons, persisting for several centuries without a trace of the five-faced monster. It seemed plausible that the monster's vessel was indeed empty. Inspections revealed no indications of its intended destination, thereby diminishing the likelihood of the monster's presence. Consequently, the pursuit of the five-faced monster's whereabouts was temporarily set aside. Meanwhile, while the others were preoccupied with organizing all available data regarding the monster, Dawn discreetly copied all related information and concealed it, for it may prove useful in the future. Who could say? Chapter 7. Construction in the Arctic of Cybertron. The inhabitants convened to deliberate upon matters concerning the land and political structure of Cybertron. After several months of discussions, the territory was divided into several relatively autonomous provinces, reminiscent of the federal provinces of ancient Rome, yet akin to the city-states of Japan's Warring States period. Each province appointed its own administrator, who in turn selected a few Transformers to assist in managing the cities. It was also determined that the Arctic of Cybertron would serve as the location for a council of elders, acting as the central capital for the various federal provinces, with the principal administrative bodies situated therein, named Iron Fortress. After the esteemed Master Titanium stepped down from his leadership role, Dawn explicitly stated that she would not assume the mantle of leadership. Subsequently, the Assembly elected Lord Defender, a Transformer who had shown considerable dedication in the struggle against the five-faced monster, as the new leader. Master Titanium promptly transferred the leadership module to Lord Defender. The Assembly also elected several competent Transformers to form an Elder Council to assist Lord Defender in governing Cybertron. Among the names listed was that of Master Titanium. However, he politely declined the position, expressing a desire to focus on research. Dawn approached Master Titanium in his workshop. Master Titanium, I anticipated you would decline the Elder Council position, but I did not foresee your choice to pursue a career in research. Master Titanium replied, Choosing this profession is no surprise to me. What about you, Mirage? You requested to be assigned to the archives even before the proposal was made. Are you aware of the sensitivity and danger associated with that role in the future? Dawn chuckled. I am aware, yet like you, I will choose this path without hesitation. And what of danger? Is there truly a profession devoid of risk in this world? I merely opted for one with a higher degree of peril. Even if I did not choose this role, there would still be Transformers undertaking it. At that point, relationships would become complicated. How long do you think the Transformer working in the archives would last? Or do you fear that I might tamper with the information? Or are you concerned for my safety? Master Titanium responded, It is primarily a concern for your safety. Never mind. I shall refrain from further inquiry. Just remember to take care of yourself. Dawn replied, Indeed, I will. The Cybertron archives serve as a repository for collecting and safeguarding sensitive documents. It is undoubtedly unwise for anyone to record matters they wish to keep hidden within these archives, rendering this location one of the most delicate on Cybertron. Initially, no Transformers were particularly concerned about the implications of this, and Dawn found the workload manageable, merely organizing historical materials and artifacts from the past. In her leisure time, she pursued studies in various academies, delving into medicine, technology, military strategies, politics, and literature, as well as engaging in training. Over time, the surrounding structures increased in number, and the diversity of professions and their corresponding duties flourished, leading to improved employment opportunities for all. However, the relations between the two factions were relatively amicable at first. Yet, due to their differing purposes upon creation, the ideologies, viewpoints, and aspirations of the Autobots and Decepticons began to diverge, inevitably leading to friction between them. Disputes, though minor, became commonplace. For instance, at the Science and Technology Institute, after Dawn had just completed her qualification certificate, she overheard a commotion outside the entrance where two Transformers were embroiled in a heated argument, one from the Autobot faction and the other from the Decepticon faction. The situation escalated to the brink of violence. Dawn noted the inappropriateness of their quarrel at such a critical juncture and approached the scene, only to find that the two had already commenced fighting, blocking the exit for many others. A few Transformers contemplated joining the fray. Dawn addressed the combatants. Could the Transformers in front please make way? Although her intentions were unclear to the onlookers, they instinctively parted to create a path for her, while the more restless participants momentarily held their ground to observe her next move. As Dawn approached the two engrossed in their brawl, she swiftly employed her skills to intervene, grasping the heads of both Transformers and forcefully colliding them together with a resounding crack. Dazed, they staggered back, their foreheads slightly swollen. Dawn turned to the bystanders, who instinctively took a step back and urged, Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and leave. She then pulled the two brawlers aside, prompting the other Transformers to disperse. Dawn examined the contacts of the two, selecting the individual with the most frequent and recent communications to summon them for assistance. Upon regaining consciousness, the first utterance from the two was a complaint, Who ambushed me? The argument reignited, with one Transformer accusing the other of sending an accomplice to attack him, while the other retorted about being the one deserving of remanufacturing. Dawn recognized that if she didn't intervene promptly, another fight was imminent. You two are truly brimming with energy, she remarked. In unison, the two diminutive titans retorted. Mind your own business. Dawn quipped. Such fiery tempers. It was I who ambushed you. The two Transformers, taken aback, lunged at her without a second thought. But before they could land a blow, Dawn had incapacitated them with ease, declaring, still feeling feisty, although I am uncertain of the meaning of V. Both TFs have indicated a sense of dissatisfaction. Just then, the Titan and the bloodthirsty companion arrived to meet the TFs. The Perceptor remarked, I apologize. Our friends have caused quite a bit of trouble. Dawn learned that Bloodthirsty and the Titan were accompanying the Shockwave and Perceptor to collect relevant qualifications. While the two TFs were obtaining their credentials, Bloodthirsty, waiting outside, provoked the Titan. Naturally, the Titan, feeling defiant, retorted that a TF like Bloodthirsty, exhibiting such an unstable mental state, was unworthy of being in a place like the Scientific Research Institute. This confrontation escalated into a fight. Shockwave commented, Bloodthirsty is like this. He has not been in great condition for a while. I am Shockwave. May I ask your name? Dawn responded, I am Dawn. I do not mind. For the Decepticon TFs are military products engineered for warfare, born as warriors. They tend to be more extreme compared to the Autobots. And given the current peace with no invaders breaching Cybertron, some TFs may feel their abilities are rendered useless, leading to frustration, which I understand. The Perceptor introduced himself. I am Perceptor. You are the TF without a faction. I heard your analysis of the Decepticons. You possess your own insights and perspectives. May I inquire about your profession? Dawn replied, I primarily work in the archives. I came here today to collect my research personnel qualifications. I merely view everything from my own standpoint and understanding. However, the relationship between the Autobots and Decepticons has become increasingly strained. Observing Bloodthirsty and the Titan subtly competing beside him, Shockwave chuckled. if this continues. It is only a matter of time before the Autobots and Decepticons initiate war. Dawn remarked, I believe a TF like you, who discusses war with a smile, is one of the most formidable presences. Shockwave apologized, my apologies. The Perceptor said, if there is nothing further, I shall take the Titan back. Dawn, who had previously maintained a stern demeanor, offered a gentle smile, be cautious on your way. And Titan, here is a small piece of advice. Manage your emotions, or you may suffer the consequences. The Titan retorted, mind your own business. Dawn replied, indeed, it is not my concern, as I do not bear the consequences. The Titan exclaimed, you. Chapter 9. Beast Wars. The Titan was about to charge at Dawn for a confrontation, but was intercepted by the Perceptor, who said, if there is nothing more, we should take our leave. Before the Titan could cause further trouble, they hastily departed. Just as Dawn prepared to leave, Shockwave uttered a remark that made Dawn pause. I have heard that a new species of TF has emerged from the Allspark. Dawn inquired, a new species? Recalling the little troublemakers he had taken in previously, Shockwave explained that they transformed into or resembled beast forms. Hence they were referred to as Beast Wars Transformers. I wonder if you might be interested. Dawn eagerly responded, of course. He welcomed the idea of taking in a few more little mischief makers. He sought out Rung, who remarked, Beast Wars Transformers, I know a bit about them. Some possess lower intelligence, while others are quite comparable to us. However, they primarily operate on instinct rather than contemplation. But given your personality, forming friendships with them should not be exceedingly difficult. Dawn expressed his gratitude. I understand. Thank you, Rung, for your valuable advice. For several consecutive days. At dawn, I ventured outside in search of the elusive Beast Wars Optimus Primal, yet my efforts were in vain. It seemed they were quite adept at evasion. However, after more than a month, I heard whispers among the crowd that in a vast, desolate wilderness, the Beast Wars Optimus Primal frequently appeared, engaging in skirmishes every 3 days and larger battles every 5. Witnesses claimed that their fights were fierce, attracting many reckless Transformers who sought to provoke them, primarily from the Predacon faction. The outcomes were often either a return to the Allspark or being dragged back by other Transformers, with few managing to return on their own. Despite this, many still yearned to venture forth. I surmised that it was not a matter of territory, but rather of companionship, or perhaps simply a thirst for battle. Upon my arrival in the wilderness, I roamed about, encountering no adult Beast Wars Optimus Primal, but I did stumble upon 3 young ones. These 3 small wolves were incessantly howling beside the lifeless body of their mother, nudging her corpse gently. My heart ached for them, prompting me to approach. The young wolves, perceiving me as an unfamiliar Transformer, recoiled in fear, attempting to adopt fierce expressions to intimidate me. Recognizing their distress, I refrained from advancing and knelt down, presenting a harmless and gentle smile. I retrieved a vial of energy liquid I had prepared, diluted it slightly, and placed it in front of them on a small patch of earth. The young wolves hesitated, torn between the fear of an unknown Transformer and the allure of the delectable energy liquid. Sensing their indecision, I discreetly stepped back, concealing myself from their view. Once I vanished from sight, they glanced around and eagerly approached, licking the energy liquid clean. Yet, their hunger persisted. At that moment, I stepped forward again, shaking a half-filled vial of energy liquid. Would you like more? The young wolves nodded in unison, then quickly shook their heads, glancing at one another. I chuckled softly. So, do you want it or not? After a moment's hesitation, the 3 young wolves succumbed to their hunger. I diluted the remaining energy liquid and placed it on the metal surface, and they swiftly consumed it once more, looking up at me expectantly. I have no more energy liquid on me, I informed them. The young wolves drooped their ears and whined softly. However, I have more in my garage. If you agree to be my family, I shall take you there to enjoy the energy liquid. Without hesitation, they nodded vigorously, nearly shaking their heads off. Their adorableness brought a smile to my face, and I decided to name them Xiao, Li, and Dan. Years later, on a certain day, Qianjun burst into laughter. Ah ha ha, so this is how you were brought home by Xiao. Ha ha ha. Li, suppressing his anger, retorted, stop laughing. Yet, Qianjun could hardly contain himself, erupting into another fit of laughter. Li, pointing an accusatory finger at Qianjun, shouted, Qianjun, you little rascal, let us settle this outside. Qianjun replied boldly, let us go. Who is afraid? Over the years, everyone has grown accustomed to the daily antics of these 2 playful adversaries. Whenever they are together, Dawn is often reminded of the delightful times spent with the heavenly spirits, filled with joy and camaraderie. In Chapter 10, Dawn frequently accompanies the Songlong to the shockwave and sensor for assessments, devising optimal training regimens and energy formulations. As time passed, they forged friendships with these individuals and their acquaintances, often bringing laughter and becoming the source of joy for the group. Concurrently, Dawn diligently toils in her laboratory, experimenting with new energy formulations. However, Bloodthirsty pays regular visits to her lab or garage, greeting her at least thrice daily and attempting to coax her into playful outings, which she consistently declines. After dismissing Bloodthirsty, Dawn habitually checks to ensure nothing is amiss, and thankfully, nothing ever is. Days later, Bloodthirsty presents Dawn and Little Songlong with an array of new energy blocks, various mineral samples, and an assortment of data boards, displaying immense enthusiasm. Yet, Dawn tactfully declines these offerings. With a deep sigh, she expresses, "Bloodthirsty, I truly appreciate your kind gifts, but I regret to inform you that I have nothing to reciprocate. Thus I cannot accept them. Please understand." Her demeanor towards Bloodthirsty remains that of a stranger, which perplexes some of the Transformers. One day, after Bloodthirsty is called away by Shockwave's mentor, Shockwave approaches Dawn, inquiring, "Dawn, why you treat Bloodthirsty as if he were a stranger?" Dawn replies, "Initially, my attitude toward you both was quite similar. However, as I spent more time with Bloodthirsty, he struck me as highly ambitious, a commendable trait. Yet, his core is rather narrow-minded and insidious. He possesses lofty aspirations but lacks the capability to realize them, dismissing advice. He is the type to repeatedly commit grave errors, which can be fatal and could bring calamity upon those around him. It is prudent to maintain a safe distance." Shockwave is taken aback to discover that both Dawn and his mentor, Philos, share a remarkably similar perspective on Bloodthirsty. The distinction lies in Philos's desire to reform Bloodthirsty's character, while Dawn wishes to avoid any entanglement to evade potential misfortune. After much contemplation, Shockwave decides to discuss the matter with Dawn for Philos's safety. Philos asserts that much of one's character is not innate. He is determined to help Bloodthirsty amend his personality, Shockwave states. Dawn replies, "Indeed, while personality can evolve beyond mere genetics, one cannot simply use the term correct when addressing the alteration of another Transformer-esque character. Furthermore, your mentor possesses quite a stubborn disposition. You might gently remind him to consider whether Bloodthirsty falls into the category of those whose personalities are already established or those still malleable. It will reveal to you that your mentor is quite astute. If he persists, perhaps he should explore alternative approaches." Shockwave muses, "Perhaps you're indeed right." Upon returning to his laboratory at the break of dawn, Shockwave activated the communication channel to Professor Zelsis. Zelsis inquired, "What troubles you, Shockwave? Is there an issue with your experiments?" Shockwave responded, "Professor Zelsis, is Bloodthirst still with you?" Zelsis replied, "No, he left not long ago. Do you wish to come over?" Shockwave affirmed, "Indeed, there's a particular TF who shares your perspective on Bloodthirst, albeit with the caveat that he wishes to remain uninvolved to avoid potential trouble." Zelsis contemplated, gazing out the window. "Very well, come over, but remember to ensure Bloodthirst does not sense any irregularities. He has become rather suspicious of late." "Understood, Professor," replied Shockwave. Chapter 11. Troubles deliberately opting for the secure passage to evade an encounter with Bloodthirst, Shockwave arrived at Professor Zelsis's office. During their discussion regarding Dawn's views on Bloodthirst, Shockwave conveyed the final remarks made by Dawn. "Your teacher is quite a stubborn TF, and you should gently remind him, though not too directly. Simply inquire whether Bloodthirst falls into the category of those whose personalities are fixed or those still developing. You will see that your teacher is indeed astute. If he remains steadfast, then perhaps he should consider an alternative approach." After a prolonged silence, Zelsis finally spoke. "Shockwave?" As his frame began to tremble, Shockwave, concerned, stood up. Suddenly, Zelsis erupted into laughter. "Huh?" Shockwave found himself increasingly perplexed by his teacher's thoughts. No, it was fairer to say he had never grasped what Zelsis was contemplating. Zelsis continued, "Shockwave, would you mind if he arranged a time to meet with me? Rumor has it that he can take on 10, even 100, of the bizarre Guardian robots." "No problem," replied Shockwave. After Shockwave departed, Zelsis squinted, muttering to himself, "A war god, you say? I shall see just how formidable you truly are." Upon exiting Zelsus's office, Bloodthirst made his way to Dawn's laboratory. "Hey, Dawn, I'll come to play with you and your little pet again," he announced. A crossroad appeared above Dawn's head as he hurled the datapad in his hand, declaring, "Let me reiterate, my name is Dawn, not Dawn. Those three are my family." Bloodthirst caught the datapad. "It's all quite similar, isn't it? Cybertron recently opened a new paint shop. Shall we go together?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dawn retorted, "I'm busy, not going." Bloodthirst, bouncing here and there, incessantly chanted, "Let us go together, come on." Dawn, ignoring him, switched off the audio receiver and resumed his work. Moments later, sensing an unusual silence, he realized he hadn't received any alerts about the door opening or closing. Glancing sideways, he discovered his electronic pen crushed in two. Bloodthirst was preparing to abscond with his three direwolves, and they had been forcibly disconnected. Dawn bellowed, "You overreach." Subsequently, on the road, a TF observed another TF emerging from the Institute of Science and Technology, piercing through several buildings before coming to a halt. Both Dawn and Bloodthirsty faced criticism from the director of the Institute due to this incident. Today, Dawn was tasked with cleaning the Institute thoroughly, while Bloodthirsty, being the instigator, received a more severe punishment to repair the damaged structures and was forbidden from seeking out Dawn. Shockwave, the Perceptor, and some friends Dawn had made at the Institute came to assist her with the cleaning. Shockwave remarked, "I didn't expect you to appear so petite, yet possess such strength." Dawn sighed, "That is the power of anger." Shockwave patted Dawn's head, "Cheer up. At least Bloodthirsty won't be bothering you for the time being. Also, Dawn, my teacher, Jalise, wishes to meet you for a chat." Reflecting on her schedule over the past few days, Dawn replied, "Sure. I need to go grocery shopping tomorrow afternoon. Please ask your teacher if he would like to join for a casual dinner." Shockwave responded, "No problem. I will inquire with him right away." Dawn then asked Shockwave, "Will you be joining us as well?" Shockwave replied, "That is hard to say, but I will get back to you as soon as possible." Chapter 12, after Shockwave left. Perceptor approached. "What is it, Perceptor?" Dawn inquired. Perceptor replied, "Are you certain you want to accompany Shockwave's teacher to the grocery store?" Dawn affirmed, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Perceptor cautioned, "Shockwave's teacher is named Jalise. I've heard he is quite eccentric." Dawn shook her head. "There are no madmen in this world. Only those who dare to pursue what others deem unthinkable. Those who are willing to undertake what others refuse or neglect to do. Only through achievement will TFs acknowledge their worth." Perceptor conceded, "I cannot argue with you, but do exercise caution." Dawn smiled, "Understood. Thank you." The following day, before noon had fully passed, Dawn awaited outside the grocery store. Many TFs passing by couldn't help but cast their gazes toward her, captivated by her petite form, androgynous yet striking features, a half-smile gracing her lips, and a vibrant orange paint that made others feel an urge to protect her. Despite the aura she exuded that suggested she preferred solitude. As afternoon approached, Jalise and Shockwave arrived punctually outside the grocery store. Jalise greeted with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Dawn. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Jalise. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Dawn politely replied, "Not at all, Mr. Jalise. I just arrived myself." Shockwave, "That blue paint suits you quite well." Shockwave chuckled, "I think so too." Inside the grocery store, curious glances were directed toward Jalise, Dawn, and Shockwave, while an unusual pair of eyes in a hidden corner observed them intently, fists clenched. Jalise remarked, "Everyone seems to be watching us, Mr. Dawn. You appear unconcerned by their gaze." Dawn responded, "Indeed, primarily because if one were to overly concern themselves with what others say or how they perceive you, living would become far too exhausting. Also, please just call me Dawn. No need for the formalities." Zacici, well, you're not wrong. I wish my students could possess such a carefree mindset as yours. Fuxiao, are you referring to Shirshua? Indeed. He is overly concerned with the opinions of others and deaf to advice, stubbornly fixating on trivial matters. His path will only grow narrower, ultimately leading to self-destruction and harm to others. Zacici, then why do you not remind Shirshua? Fuxiao, if it were effective, we would not have reached such a dire situation. Zacici, in that case, I am quite curious about your strength. How about we visit the Kalong Arena sometime for a friendly spar? Meanwhile, the transparent Zendongbo interjected, "Teacher, Fuxiao, after we finish shopping, we still have some time, so let us proceed directly, but let us keep it light to avoid any hard feelings." Zendongbo, Fuxiao. Fuxiao and Zacici pretended not to hear. Along the way, Zendongbo pulled Fu Xiao into a corner. Fu Xiao, my teacher's Assisi is nearly at the leader level of TF. No matter how formidable you are, you may not match his prowess. Fu Xiao, Zendongbo, I appreciate your concern, but rest assured, my strength is formidable as well. And I will not suffer a loss nor bring shame upon your teacher. Soon, they returned to Zassisi's side. Zassisi, Fu Xiao, Zendongbo, what were you discussing just now? Zendongbo, sensing his teacher's displeasure, quickly pondered a response. But Fu Xiao took the lead. Zendongbo is aware of his teacher's strength and is worried I might face difficulties in the upcoming match. Zassisi, fear not. It is merely a friendly exchange, to a reasonable extent. Chapter 13. The duel within the Kowloon arena. Word spread that Fu Xiao and Zassisi were to engage in a duel, attracting numerous TF spectators, filling the stands to capacity. Shirshua blended in among them. At the entrance to the arena, Fu Xiao remarked, "Oh my, so many spectators have gathered. Zassisi, are you nervous? Or perhaps excited?" Fu Xiao, I would say it is rather interesting. As they approached, Zendongbo, feeling out of place, chose to remain silent. The moment Fu Xiao and Zassisi stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted into cheers. After the host called for silence, they began a countdown of 5 seconds before the match commenced. Both Fu Xiao and Zassisi prepared for battle, yet neither was willing to strike first. As the tension lingered for several moments, impatience grew among the audience. Fu Xiao, with a flicker, several images of Zassisi appeared around him, making it impossible to discern the real one with any device. Zassisi, how intriguing. He struck at one, which dissipated into thin air, a mere illusion. Nonetheless, he was perplexed by the striking sensation that felt so authentic, accompanied by an inexplicable heaviness. Several Fuxios lunged forward. Zassisi deftly dodged before unleashing a series of punches to disperse the illusions. The crowd cheered for Zassisi, yet he alone recognized that his movements had begun to slow. Fu Xiao dashed forward and landed a punch on Zassisi, but fortunately, Fu Xiao's strength was not overwhelming, allowing Zassisi to deflect the blow without falling. Fu Xiao made a gesture of withdrawal, and Zassisi smiled, reciprocating the gesture. The outcome had already become evident. Zassisi, I concede, I have lost. Initially, only a few voices from the spectators jeered, but soon the cacophony escalated into a full-blown uproar, echoing the sentiment that the defeat was not accepted by some. Dawn, Mr. Zelsis and I are merely exchanging techniques, nothing more. If anyone is dissatisfied with the outcome, I welcome them to join me. I am unfazed. As most of the spectators quieted, Zelsis retreated to the resting area. Shockwave exclaimed, "Teacher, why aren't you assisting Dawn in dealing with them?" He was about to rush out when Zelsis restrained him, puzzled by the teacher's inaction. Zelsis replied, Dawn must possess confidence in his own abilities and anticipated such circumstances, which is why he dares to utter those words. As they entered the arena, the crowd eyed Dawn with predatory intent. Dawn stretched languidly and declared, "Let us do this together." The crowd surged forward, yet Dawn employed his phantoms and shadows. Some attempted close-range attacks, only to be flung away by Dawn, while others launched ranged assaults that missed their target and inadvertently struck their fellow spectators instead. Amidst the chaos, one individual did land a hit on Dawn, but it was merely a shadow, causing their own machine to become sluggish. The disparity in levels heightened the effect of sluggishness. The scene devolved into pandemonium. After a brief moment, the ground, walls, and seats were littered with the unconscious forms of spectators. Zelsis and Shockwave emerged from the resting area. Zelsis clapping his hands in admiration. "Truly, you are the mightiest warrior of Cybertron, possessing formidable combat prowess and refined techniques. Your strikes are neither too harsh nor too gentle. Perfectly balanced." Dawn humbly responded, "You flatter me. Now, I must contemplate how to escort them to the medical station." Shockwave retorted, "Did you not consider this matter before engaging in combat?" Dawn replied candidly, "Not in the slightest." As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings. Yet he failed to detect the sanguinary shadow. In truth, the bloodthirsty entity had departed during the altercation between Dawn and the audience, unnoticed by Dawn himself. Chapter 14. Brief introduction of identity, subject to minor future amendments. Dawn, Huan Tianling, gender, male height, 44 meters affiliations, teacher, intelligence officer, physician, archive administrator. One of the 13 founding guardians known as Huan Tianling personality. Highly responsible, feigns forgetfulness, genuinely loquacious, fiercely protective, and relatively rational. Transformative forms: motorcycle, jet ski, light helicopter. Source of flame storage device, mechanical steed. Ability metrics: speed, 10 skill, 10 strength, 8 endurance, 10 intelligence, 10 defense, 2 agility, 10 firepower, 10 overall, 70 to 80 combat type. Due to his frail defense, Dawn opts for a multifaceted combat approach, employing rapid movement and high agility for mid to close range attacks, creating a broad range that leaves opponents with minimal opportunity to retaliate. Combat weakness: aside from his weak defense, if a continuous attack is interrupted, subsequent maneuvers cannot be executed in succession, and the cooldown period remains standard. Weapons: scythe, double-edged gun. Beam emitter attributes: light, magnetic field signature techniques, incorporating elements from the Mech Tornado Holy Gun and various other skills, with minor modifications to some signature techniques blocking combo slashes. Cross slash, rapid strikes, chain kicks, throws, back suplex, body slam, sky-shattering fist, explosive chain blast. Extreme Shadow, a swift maneuver that allows the user to evade enemy attacks while remaining invulnerable during the movement. Afterimage utilizes light and magnetic fields to create a doppelganger. Though easily dispersing one adversary's form will slow their response by 3, with each afterimage consuming 0.1 of the user's energy, distributing 1 point of damage. Aurora emits a mesmerizing light that temporarily disrupts all tracking devices within this illuminated area for 1 hour, affecting all living beings' eyesight and sense of direction, potentially inducing brief hallucinations. Metamorphosis possesses the ability to transform into a life form tenfold in size, with a passive ability to inherit memories, personality traits, and skills from the transformed state, while retaining original skills intact. Grappling Wheel forcefully rotates and launches the double-edged gun forward, inflicting continuous damage upon enemies in a linear range during a mid-distance advance. Dragon's Thirst wields the double-edged gun to execute 2 successive multi-strikes, culminating in a leap that generates a powerful gust, significantly elevating a broad range of foes ahead. Abyssal Fong transforms the weapon into a colossal shadow of a gun, casting it forward. The shadow remains suspended at a certain distance, continuously rotating and attracting a wide array of monsters while inflicting damage. The shadow endures for approximately 10 seconds, allowing the user to move post-launch. Photon Gun Array generates 6 light guns centered around the user, creating a photon force field that inflicts ongoing levitation damage to enemies within its grasp. Ultimately, a comprehensive series of 8 slashes is executed, sending the enemy flying. The Scattering Blossom Spear conjures numerous double-edged spears around oneself, delivering successive piercing attacks over an extraordinary distance. The Self-Detonating Bomb Man transforms into 5 entities, 4 of which evade assaults to reach designated locations and explode, inflicting area damage. The Tracking Demolitionist summons a demolitionist that pursues nearby foes before detonating, causing widespread damage. The Annihilation Beam generates a vast net of destructive light beams from 6 emitters, subjecting enemies within the net to repeated damage. The Frost Barrage may not possess overwhelming power, yet launches a continuous stream of 9 freezing projectiles, slowing the opponent's speed. Utilizing readily available materials, the Flying Knee captures a target ahead, striking with a knee, and upon a second impact, leaps to send the target soaring. The Whip Kick delivers a powerful sweeping kick to the enemy's lower body, leaving the struck target in a prolonged state of daze. The Neck-Breaking Toss seizes a foe, repeatedly slamming them backward and forward, inflicting multiple damage instances. Continuous Strikes involves knocking an adversary to the ground, delivering a barrage of blows that result in several damage instances. The Barrier of Light summons several photon walls around, isolating the enemy. Upon contact, these walls explode. The Wave Magnetic Field offers protection during its duration, rendering one undetectable by any radar. Spatial Leap resembles a space bridge. However, it allows for jumps not only across locations but also through dimensions. The Earthquake gathers one's entire strength, plunging a weapon into the ground, and after a brief charge, yanks it out to unleash a formidable wave of electrical light attacking enemies in a 360-degree radius. World of 10,000 Spears infuses energy into the double-edged spear held, casting it skyward where it spins, raining countless spear shadows upon the ground. The suspended, double-edged spear ultimately stabilizes, transforming into a colossal entity. The character leaps high to grasp the enormous spear, driving it into the earth, culminating in a violent explosion. Chapter 15. The primordial Iron Giant, Optimus Prime, is one of the original 13 Transformers created by the Primal One within the Transformers animated series, belonging to the Warrior faction. Known in Chinese as Wan Canling, his cheerful personality serves as a delightful source of levity, yet he has never toyed with fire. His gentle humor consistently touches the hearts of others, bringing ease and joy. Particularly effective with his more serious companions. The artifact he wields is a scythe, though its form is difficult to articulate. Like him, the scythe is in a constant state of flux. Its shape and state perpetually shift, transitioning from liquid to solid, endlessly variable. The clever and mischievous Optimus Prime is never at rest. Even the slightest opportunity prompts him to delve deep, thoroughly investigating the mechanisms and functions of various entities. Chanling lacks the focus and seriousness that a true warrior ought to possess. However, his unpredictable nature sometimes becomes his own advantage. He is neither the most astute nor the most strategic among the 13 primes, yet he harbors a gentle and kind heart. As one of the earliest illusionists, he never lingers in unwelcome places, but rather moves forward quietly, letting go of everything without harboring grudges. His memories are ephemeral, much like his ever-changing appearance. Nevertheless, during moments of profound significance, his recollections become exceptionally vivid and unforgettable. His other artifact is the Transformation Cog, the prototype for all subsequent Transformers transformation gears. The 13 original primes, also known as the 13 Apostles, are the initial creations of the Primus, representing the most enigmatic and mysterious segment of the Transformers lore. In the official 2012 novel, The Covenant of Primus, the identities of these 13 primes are elucidated. The 13 original primes are as follows. 1. Prima. Prima is the first Transformer to possess the leadership matrix, being the first Transformer created by Primus. As the leader of the 13, his name had already appeared in the Marvel original comics. According to Marvel's issue 61, The Primal Scream, after sealing the life of Unicron within a planetary body, Primus transformed his own form into Cybertron and created the first Transformer, Prima. Prima and his companions were endowed with the ability to transform, with the hope that one day they could unite to defeat Unicron. Prima was granted the genetic matrix, which contained the essence of Primus's life, capable of bestowing life upon future Transformers. It is important to note that the concept of the 13 primes had not yet emerged. At the 2010 BotCon, Hasbro unveiled Prima's design, which also appeared in the 2011 publication Transformers Vault. According to the established lore, he is the first Transformer, the bearer of the Matrix of Leadership, the leader of the 13 primes, a champion of light, wielding the Star Saber, with the Matrix embedded in the hilt. 2. Megatronus. Later known as the infamous Fallen, he was the guardian and balancer of dark forces who eventually succumbed to Unicron's embrace, becoming the Fallen Megatronus. A warrior who mirrored Prima in darkness. He is the most complex among the 13 Apostles. His inherently insatiable and fierce martial impulse, rendering his heart forever restless and devoid of peace. Once unwaveringly devoted to the primordial celestial master, he found himself powerless. Day after day, confronted with the essence of the primordial celestial and the relentless imitation by the foreseeing celestial. As a mere bystander, he is eternally cursed by the formidable power of his own innate gifts, while simultaneously discovering that his divine talents evoke the disdain of other celestials. He bears a striking resemblance to the Cosmic Emperor. His companions often avert their gazes, unwilling to meet the fiery visage that envelopes him, which causes him profound inner turmoil. He has committed no wrongdoing, nor has he ever, yet he feels that all his endeavors hold no worth. The resentment stemming from the perceived injustice he faces accumulates deep within his soul. While other Celestials are assured of their inner integrity, untainted by the need for painful compromises, he alone seems to silently bear the burdens of his own dark and melancholic heart. His excessive pride blinds him to his deepest vulnerabilities. As he refuses to acknowledge any weaknesses, he resorts to erratic behaviors to mask his fears, often erupting in fury or allowing his paranoid delusions to run rampant. Even in the presence of his closest allies, such as Maximo, Solus Prime, Microstar, and Ruinous, his mental state is precarious, and his unique artifact is the Soul Requiem gun, meticulously crafted for him by a Optimus Prime at his behest. This weapon absorbs the energy of burning stellar cores as ammunition, unleashing ultra-dense clusters of plasma, leaving no substance to survive within its destructive radius. Master Titanium, an elder figure who first appeared in the G1 animation, has appeared multiple times throughout the Transformers narrative. Following the civil strife among the 13 Celestials, he partnered with Vector Prime to establish the Cybertronian civilization. After Vector Prime departed from the Cybertron, he became the last of the 13 Celestials to remain. Vector Prime is one of the earliest characters officially recognized as a member of the 13 primal Transformers, the other being Megatronus, the Fallen. The animated series Transformers, Cybertron premiered in the United States on July 8, 2005, marking Vector Prime's first official appearance as a member of the 13. Optimus Prime, the female leader of the Transformers, known as Secundi before her ascension, was the first female Cybertronian leader. In Transformers, Prime, Optimus Prime is one of the 13 apostles created by the primordial celestial master, wielding the Hammer of Solus. Historical accounts narrate how she and her brother initiated the rebellion against the rule of the Quintessence. In the realm of G1 animation, characters are presumed to exist within the G1 Dreamwave comic universe. Optimus Prime, previously introduced, is a significant figure. Nexus Prime, encountered for the first time in the serialized comics of the TCC Club, emerges as a person of integrity, strength, and a delightful sense of humor. Following the 13 Prime Civil War, he was entrusted with the shards of the Star Sword for safekeeping. Having witnessed firsthand the formidable power of the Star Sword, he took measures to prevent the shards from falling into malevolent hands. With the assistance of Master Titanium and Vector Prime, he fragmented himself into 5 distinct entities, each bearing a shard of the Star Sword, and disappeared into the vastness of time and space. In the serialized comics, these 5 entities, scattered across different dimensions and suffering from amnesia, gradually converge and ultimately reconstitute into Nexus Prime, who becomes the first combined entity of Cybertron. Liege Maximo, the eloquent advocate among the 13 Primes, finds the art of rhetoric and the twisting of logic far more manageable than bending metal. Possessing a captivating oratory, he swiftly learns to market his ideas to adversaries, skillfully crafting his language and expression to meet their needs and dispel their doubts. Maximo often observes quietly, analyzing and strategizing. He adeptly discerns an individual's vulnerabilities and consistently employs cunning to avert conflicts before they escalate. His benevolent nature endears him to others, and his sincere empathy fosters great popularity in social interactions. He wholeheartedly adopts any persona he deems advantageous for persuading others, utilizing these skills to transcend the ordinary and outshine his initially naive peers, granting him immeasurable power. The other Primes remain unprepared to contend with his multifaceted character. He quickly comprehends this reality and has long sought greater strength beneath the watchful eyes of the Primes, who remain oblivious to the undercurrents of his ambitions. His artifact, the Spear of Kings, is indeed a genuine dart, coated with various poisons intended to disrupt his foes. However, the true darts he wields are his language and thoughts, whose resulting controversies and destructive potential far surpass any damage wrought by physical entities. It is worth noting that Maximilian the Great bears a striking resemblance to Loki from the Marvel films. Onyx Prime marks the inaugural appearance of this name in the Transformers narrative. Little is known about him, save for the fact that he is the first Beast Prime of Cybertron and the progenitor of all Beast Primes. Micronus Prime, too, makes his debut in the Transformers saga. Information regarding him is scarce, but he is recognized as the first Minicon of Cybertron and the ancestor of all Minicons. Quintus Prime is an idealistic dreamer, imbued with a pronounced streak of perfectionism. His relentless pursuit of avenues to articulate his views propels him to employ experimental inventions as a means to validate his theories. Throughout this endeavor, his empirical investigations are often hindered by those whose imagination pales in comparison to his own. Yet, his self-centered ideology renders him unwilling to allow the trivialities of peace and tranquility to obscure his aspirations. He holds a steadfast belief that life is the most sacred and paramount existence, deserving of earnest efforts to ensure its prosperous and enduring legacy. Furthermore, he advocates for respect towards the myriad forms of life, essential to the vibrancy of existence within the universe. His unique power is encapsulated in the ember's tone. A relic akin to the Primus fire seed, capable of sowing the seeds of life into the fundamental elements: gold, fire, water, earth, wood, wind, electricity, and thunder. Optimus Prime also makes his first appearance in the Transformers narrative. His introduction remains limited. Thus far, we know that following the schism of the 13 Primes, alongside Master Titan, helped establish Cybertronian civilization before embarking on a quest to hunt Maximilian the Great, his whereabouts now shrouded in mystery. The 13th Prime distinguishes himself from his fellow Primes. He embodies the archetype of a melee warrior, endowed with regal leadership, wisdom, and resilience. Unlike the deeply troubled Thunder Prime, the 13th Prime is unburdened by such concerns, perhaps due to his comparatively lesser hubris. From the moment of our creation, he was taciturn, yet imbued with a profound sense of responsibility, faithfully adhering to the directives of the Primal Prime and dedicating himself to aiding those in need. He stands as a second Primal Prime, yet unlike his companions, he wields no extraordinary artifacts or weapons, relying solely on the more compact instruments crafted for him by Sky Lynx, along with his own armor, obediently following orders. These actions appeared rather peculiar until we discerned that his true intention was to assume the role of a mediator and a visionary. The 13th Day Yuan is an inspiring orator and a philosopher with a serene soul. His calm demeanor and keen perception render him quite popular, and he diligently strives to fulfill his responsibilities. In moments of tension, he often soothes others by gently placing his hand on their shoulders and imparting words of unity. His inner essence radiates a comforting light, instilling unwavering faith among the ancestors. Even the formidable Jun Tianzun, consumed by his own might and wrath, finds solace in his counsel. The 13th Day Yuan unites the ancestors. Without his influence, Cybertron might have succumbed to chaos much sooner. After the formation of Cybertron, along with Wei Tianxing and Rui Tianxiao, plunged into the well of the spark, he later reincarnated as Orion Pax, transforming into Optimus Prime on the eve of the Cybertronian Civil War, acquiring the Energy Core leadership module to combat the universe's tyrant. According to their inherent natures, they naturally divided into three factions: the warriors, Xianju Tian, Yin Tianxing, Zhen Tianzun, Rui Tianxiao, Huan Tianling; the strategy group, Taisher Fu, Wuchang Tian, Maximilian the Great, Wei Tianxing; and the random group, capable of both direct combat and reconnaissance assassination tasks, Xie Tian Shui, Sai Tian Jiao, Jing Tian Wei. 13th Day Yuan. As for the conclusions of their fates, Xianju Tian's fate remains largely unmentioned in the records, shifting focus to the immensely powerful Star Sword, leaving his outcome currently unknown. Yin Tianxing, upon fulfilling his historical mission, entered his own universe to maintain order across various realms. Zhen Tianzun has self-exiled and has now inexplicably become an agent of the universe's tyrant. Taisher Fu, after the establishment of the hierarchy, retreated into the Iacon Hall of Records, commencing to chronicle Cybertron's history with his prophetic pen in the primordial celestial accord, ultimately merging with the magic sphere. Rui Tianxiao and Wei Tianxing, alongside the 13th Day Yuan, leaped into the well of the spark to create life. Maximilian the Great is currently in hiding, pursued relentlessly. Wei Tianxing, along with the 13th Day Yuan and Rui Tianxiao, dove into the well of the spark to generate life, most recently training Optimus Prime in the Ancestor Temple. Xie Tian Shui pursued Maximilian the Great after the schism among the 13 ancestors, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Sai Tian Jiao was excavated by the fallen Transformers, transforming into the well of the spark. Jing Tian Wei, upon concluding his historical mission, separated into 5 entities, only to reunite before the climactic battle of the two factions on Zhangkaion. The 13th Day Yuan and Wei Tianxing, along with Rui Tianxiao, leapt into the well of the spark to create life, eventually reincarnating as Orion Pax and later becoming Optimus Prime. In Transformers 2, Megatron, also known as the Fallen, rebels in a bid to seize the leadership module. The surviving 7 Primes transform themselves into a tomb to protect it. Subsequently, in the battle for the leadership module, Megatron is slain by Optimus Prime. In Transformers Prime, Sentinel Prime meets his demise during the Cybertronian Civil War and conveys a message to Optimus Prime through the Star Saber. In Chapter 16, After transporting the Transformers present to the medical station, Sentinel Prime hurries over under the pretense of giving a lecture and takes Dawn away. Optimus Prime is left in deep contemplation, while Shockwave remarks, "Teacher, do you also find this matter rather peculiar?" Optimus replies, "Indeed. It was previously established that this battle was merely a sparring match, to be kept within limits. A few Transformers didn't pay close attention, yet the referee reiterated this point. It makes no sense, and it is clearly directed at Dawn." Shockwave suggests, "Then I should remind Dawn." Optimus counters, "No need. He is not foolish, and has likely deduced the source of the trouble." Shockwave inquires, "Bloodthirsty? But how could he possess such power?" Optimus reflects, "This is the most pressing issue at hand. Bloodthirsty is likely allied with other formidable Transformers. It is not just Dawn who is their target. We might be as well. We must exercise caution." Before long, Optimus's concerns materialize as Transformers begin to target him. His high standing in Cybertron, both in terms of status and reputation, initially renders the attacks ineffectual, easily suppressed, yet the source remains elusive. Shockwave seeks Dawn's assistance. Dawn expresses, "I've tried, but their counterintelligence capabilities are quite adept. Every time I manage to uncover a trace, the lead vanishes swiftly." Shockwave insists, "It must be Bloodthirsty." Dawn concedes, "I too suspect him, and I have probed him. However, he is well aware of my intentions and conceals himself effectively. Given his nature, he is unlikely to act alone." Shockwave concludes, "So you believe he is merely a pawn of those Transformers?" As time passes, the situation targeting Optimus escalates dramatically, becoming increasingly egregious. It is evident that these machinations are aimed at the Autobots, as only they would desire Optimus's execution, while the Decepticons have consistently defended him. However, the narrative becomes convoluted. The Autobots perceive Optimus's alignment with the Decepticons as a reason for their defense, further intensifying the disdain they hold for the Decepticons. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense, prompting concern from both Shockwave and Dawn. Dawn proposes, "I have another idea." Shockwave seizes Dawn, urging, "What is it? Speak quickly." Dawn reveals, "We should consult the leader. This way, at least Optimus will be momentarily safeguarded." At the leader's abode, Sentinel Prime states, "I have heard about the situation regarding Optimus." Dawn, "What would you have me do?" Dawn implores, "Do your utmost to protect Optimus, and, ideally, identify the Transformers who conspired against him." Sentinel Prime assures, "No problem. I had the same intention without you saying a word." After departing, Dawn wears a worried expression. Shockwave asks, "Why do you still look so troubled?" Dawn, "The Autobots have long held the belief that the Decepticons were created during the reign of the Quintessence over Cybertron, leading to a pervasive disdain towards them. Yet, in pursuit of the long-cherished peace and freedom, the Decepticons have endured as much as they could. Perhaps they have reached their limit." Shockwave, "Wait. Are you suggesting that the Autobots were also produced during the Quintessence rule over Cybertron? I find myself rather perplexed." Dawn, to elaborate, "It was during the Quintessence Dominion that the early forms of both Autobots and Decepticons emerged." Shockwave, "Have you made any attempts to inform others of this?" Dawn, "I have. But the majority of Autobots cling to their perceived truths, disregarding my words. The few who do believe me have been silenced by their peers." Shockwave, "Those scoundrels. I am confident that one day, the genuine truth will be embraced by all, rather than the fallacies they assume to be true." Dawn, smiling, "Thank you, Shockwave." Chapter 17. Introduction to the cosmic divergence of a universe in accordance with the chronological order of events. G1 Universe Transformers. G1 Transformers. The movie, Transformers. Headmasters, Transformers. The Rebirth. The entire series is divided into 5 seasons. However, the 5th season consists of edited versions of previous animations and is thus not typically regarded as canon by enthusiasts. The first 4 seasons comprise 98 episodes. The narrative chronicles the fierce battles between the 2 factions of Transformers, the Autobots and the Decepticons. In a distant cosmos, on a planet named Cybertron, there exists a race of metallic life forms that, over nearly 1,000,000 years, evolved into the noble Autobots and the nefarious Decepticons. For millions of years, the 2 factions waged war. As the planet's energy resources dwindled, the Decepticons followed the Autobots to Earth. Their spacecraft crashed into a volcano. 4,000,000 years later, in the year 1984, the volcano erupted, activating the ship's main computer, which transformed the 2 factions into their vehicle and robotic forms. The war unfolded on Earth, culminating in 2005 with a bloody confrontation between the Autobots and Decepticons. Under the leadership of Megatron, the Decepticons attack the Autobots' ship, resulting in the deaths of Ironhide, Ratchet, and others at Megatron's hands. The Decepticons besieged the Autobots' base. Optimus Prime led the Autobots in a valiant defense against the Decepticons, culminating in a final showdown between Optimus Prime and Megatron. In a tragic turn, the fiercely competitive Optimus Prime was gravely wounded and ultimately perished, while Megatron, severely injured, was rescued by Soundwave aboard the Trypticon, only to be cast aside by Starscream. Floating in the vastness of space, Megatron was awakened by a voice, the voice of Unicron. Transformed and enhanced by Unicron, he became Galvatron. Galvatron subsequently defeated the usurper Starscream and reclaimed leadership of the Decepticons. As Optimus Prime fell, he entrusted the matrix of leadership to Ultra Magnus, who was later slain by Galvatron, who seized the matrix. Hot Rod, within Unicron, triumphed over Galvatron and reclaimed the matrix, ultimately becoming Rodimus Prime, who ascended to lead the Autobots. War unfolds across the cosmos. As the G1 universe approaches its conclusion, I will incorporate elements from the DW comic spin-offs and the Primus universe, including Transformers, War on Earth, Transformers, Devastation, Transformers, Combiner Wars, Transformers, Titans Return, and Transformers, Power of Primus. The Unholy God universe, particularly Transformers, Thunderfleet, depicts the battles occurring in parallel universes. In addition to two factions, there exists a mysterious faction of Minicons that plays a pivotal role in the conflict. The Japanese version is titled Micron Legend. Set in the year 2010, the narrative follows three children who inadvertently activate an energy hub on the Transformers planet, unleashing a new breed of Transformers known as Mini-Warriors. They harness immense power, maintaining the balance of power between the Autobots and Decepticons. A decade has passed since the battles of Micron Legend. On Earth, Autobots discover a new energy source, referred to as energy crystals, while the Terrorcon Legion, led by Alpha Q, emerges from the remnants of the Universe Emperor, launching assaults on the energy crystal mines worldwide. At this juncture, Megatron is reborn as Galvatron and reorganizes the Decepticon ranks. The world becomes a battleground for the Autobots, Decepticons, and Alpha Q's Legion as they vie for the energy crystals. However, the plot has left many viewers dissatisfied, partly due to the human protagonist, Chip, overshadowing other characters. This narrative does not have a sequel, while the American version repurposes Transformers. Prime is a continuation after modifying certain plot elements. Transformers, Cybertron Legends depicts Cybertron, the sacred homeland of the Transformers, facing annihilation by a black hole. Despite the Autobots' relentless efforts, they find themselves powerless. In a desperate move, Optimus Prime leads the Transformers to Earth for refuge. From the Timekeeper, they learn that only by obtaining the ancient, Lost Star Key can the black hole be destroyed. In the 08 universe, known as Transformers 08, set in a futuristic Detroit of the 22nd century, the tale unfolds around Optimus Prime, a police car, Bumblebee, an ambulance, and a panel truck, who form a maintenance team that battles eccentric scientists, minor Decepticons, and superpowered criminals on Earth. While the characters exhibit a modern aesthetic, it remains a commendable homage to classic series such as G1. The unified universe, represented by Transformers, Prime, serves as the sequel to the 2010 game series Transformers, War for Cybertron. Transformers, Prime retains the traditional animated style while integrating elements from the live-action Transformers film trilogy. With several key characters humanoid and transformation forms closely resembling those from the films. The narrative closely aligns with the prelude to the Cybertron War depicted in the novel Transformers, The Journey. The story unfolds as two factions arrive on Earth, where a series of events transpires, resulting in significant transformations of their appearances. This also elucidates the differing styles of the two series. Due to these occurrences, the Transformers must blend into human society. The challenge of balancing these relationships becomes a trial for Optimus Prime as a leader, hence the title Transformers, The Leader's Challenge, which serves as a sequel to Transformers, The Leader's Testament, released in 2010. At the conclusion of the previous installment, Optimus Prime sacrifices himself to activate the matrix of leadership, granting Cybertron the power to generate new life. Years later, The elite guard disperses, with Bumblebee taking on the role of a police officer dedicated to safeguarding the community. During a routine patrol, he finds himself before a statue of the leader, where he sees Optimus Prime in the reflecting pool, who guides him to Earth, initiating a new challenge. The live-action universe encompasses Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, Transformers, Dark of the Moon, Transformers, Age of Extinction, and Transformers: The Last Night. This series primarily chronicles the struggle between humanity and the Autobots, led by Optimus Prime, against the Decepticons under Megatron's command. In the conclusion of Chapter 18, a fierce conflict erupts between the Autobots and Decepticons regarding the fate of Zephyr, with many from both factions sustaining severe injuries and requiring medical attention. The Council of Elders confines Zephyr, and after deliberation, they falsely decide on his execution. Dawn intends to visit Zephyr, and Shockwave accompanies her. Dawn asserts, "Let us in, or we will return to the Matrix." The guards refuse to relent, prompting Dawn to shatter the sparks of the two Sentinels. Shockwave, concerned, asks, "Will this truly have no repercussions?" Dawn replies, "I have already deduced who orchestrated this, and they care little for the lives of these guards. They are only interested in the advantages they can gain from the situation." Upon entering the dim, damp chamber designed for the incarceration of those guilty of grave transgressions, it is hard to fathom that a figure of Zephyr's stature would be confined in such a place. Yet discerning Transformers can see the reasoning behind it. Shockwave clenches his fists, trembling with rage. Dawn places a reassuring hand on Shockwave's shoulder, urging him to compose himself before meeting Zephyr. Upon their encounter, Zephyr's condition is far from ideal, his well-being below the average threshold, with no signs of past visitors. Bloodthirsty, wearing a twisted smile, taunts, "Are you surprised to see Zephyr in such a state?" Shockwave retorts you. He lunges at him, but is restrained by Dawn, who states, "Will you leave on your own, or shall we escort you out?" Though Bloodthirsty's smile fades, his features remain contorted. "With just the two of you, you cannot contend with them. Sooner or later, they will eliminate you two obstacles, and even the current leader cannot protect you." He cackles. Dawn challenges, "Is that all you have to say?" Bloodthirsty, "Go ahead, keep pretending. You will all perish. You will all perish." Dawn, "With your worth, will you even survive until then?" Bloodthirsty, "Underestimate me, and you shall all meet your demise. Just wait for me, you two." After Bloodthirsty dashed away, Zeus remarked, "I never anticipated he could become so deranged." Shockwave, "Teacher, you're awake. Rest assured. We have met with the leader. You will be fine." Zeus, "Even if I survive, I can no longer remain on Cybertron." Dawn, "With your prowess, I'm not concerned for your safety, but I implore you to look after Shockwave." Dawn, "I will do my utmost." In the judgment of the Queen of the Sky, Zeus was spared execution due to the intervention of the Protector. Yet, as Zeus stated, Cybertron no longer offers him a refuge, and he is to be exiled. Dawn came to bid him farewell. Approaching Shockwave, who exuded a low aura, Dawn inquired, "Shockwave? Shockwave." Dawn, "I wish to become a council member." Dawn, "If you are resolute in your decision, I shall assist you as best I can." Within the council, although Zeus was not executed, his current state is akin to that of the deceased. Next in line is Shockwave, who aspires to become a council member. And what of Dawn? He remains a mere archivist. Though an archivist, his connections and strength should not be underestimated. Regrettably, no Transformer poses a challenge to him. As for the one named Bloodthirsty, he has lost all value. He should be discarded, or better yet, eliminated, for he dared to betray his own mentor. Who knows if he will betray us in the future? Following several days, Bloodthirsty's corpse was found on a medical station's operating table, his face etched with bitterness. According to the Transformers at the medical station, he was slain by Beast Wars Megatron. Beast Wars Megatron. You did this to yourselves. Stop blaming us, all right? Chapter 19. The First Civil War with Zeus exiled. The Decepticons seized the opportunity to elevate one of their members as their leader to combat the Autobots. Naturally, the Protector led the Autobots in resistance, while Dawn guided the unwilling residents to Fortress Maximus, a colossal Autobot, renowned for his immense firepower and defense, rendering him nearly invincible in battle. His only vulnerability lies within the transforming gear in his core. If this component is damaged, he cannot transform. As they journeyed, friction arose between the Autobots and Decepticons within the group, leading to a heated exchange of insults. Just as a brawl seemed imminent, Dawn unleashed a wide-ranging light force field, lifting everyone into a suspended state. After a minute, he retracted the photon field and asked, "Are we calm now?" One Autobot stood, pointing at a nearby Decepticon, exclaiming, "Isn't this chaos the fault of the battle fanatics?" Immediately, several Decepticons retorted angrily, "It's you self-righteous gentlemen who provoke us." The atmosphere once again became lively as Dawn cast a few blades of light, bringing a momentary stillness. It was said that in this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, merely differing stances and interests. The conflict between your two factions has persisted for quite some time. The matter concerning the philosopher is merely a trigger. Even without this incident, civil strife between your factions would have been inevitable. Let me offer you two choices. First, to venture into battle and face death. Second, to coexist peacefully until the war reaches its conclusion. Within the ranks of General Meng, Dawn succinctly outlined the regulations and meticulously arranged accommodations for everyone. Contacting General Meng, I expressed my intention to visit the leader, entrusting the group to his care, and instructed them to reach out to me if any issues arose. At the leader's residence, Lord Han Tion expressed his pleasure at my arrival. I remarked, "To be honest, Lord Han Tion, I did not anticipate the war between the factions would escalate so swiftly upon my return." He replied, "Indeed. What surprised me even more was how fiercely those from TF protect the Elder Council, preferring self-destruction over revealing even a shred of information." I acknowledged, I can understand their actions. Even if we were to spare them, the Elder Council may not be so forgiving. To which he lamented, "That complicates matters." Shifting the conversation, I inquired, "What intelligence do you possess regarding the frenzied faction?" Lord Han Tion responded, "Their leader is named Megatron." I asked, "Megatron?" He queried, "Do you know him?" I replied, "I have a vague recollection. Allow me a moment to recall." As I rapidly delved into my memories, I soon recalled he underwent a shadow play procedure, brain module surgery, a personality reprogramming frequently employed for political purposes or as punishment. The surgeon was a friend of my mentor. Lord Han Tion remarked, "That complicates matters indeed." I then stated, "Lord Han Tion, I have some bad news and some worse news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" With a furrowed brow, he muttered, "Aren't they both rather grim?" Resigned, he said, "Let us hear the worst news first." I disclosed, "The TF who performed the shadow play on the leader of the frenzied faction has been reprocessed." He inquired, "And what of the remaining one?" I replied, "The procedure on the frenzied leader was only partially completed. I cannot ascertain which emotions were excised." Lord Han Tion grimaced. "That is indeed troubling. I can only offer, all we can do is persevere." In Chapter 20, while conducting routine patrols, I encountered a familiar figure, a long-missing Professor Jung. I instructed my team, "Continue your patrol. I shall return shortly," and hurried off. Professor Jung moved ahead, and I followed closely until he vanished among the TF crowd. I quickly rushed forward, scanning the surroundings, only to find no trace of him. I self-deprecatingly mused, "Professor Jung has long since disappeared without a trace." Despite my meticulous search, what have I uncovered? Not a single clue. On my way back, I encountered Professor Jung once more. We exchanged glances for a moment before he stepped into a narrow alley. Without hesitation, I followed him. In the alley, only Professor Jung and I remained. I addressed him, "Professor Jung, it has been far too long. How have you been?" He replied, "Quite well," as he produced several datapads, stating, "These datapads contain information pertinent to the shadow play procedure." At dawn, upon receiving these data boards, Fu Xiao comprehended Jung's intent. Fu Xiao inquired, "Master Jung, what are your current plans?" Jung responded, "Aside from the frenzy targeting the radical faction, individuals like myself, deemed utterly useless, transformers whose forms are recognized as devoid of purpose, are also being targeted, albeit less conspicuously. I believe you have sensed this to some extent." Fu Xiao nodded slightly. Earlier, she had observed several scholars being targeted by their own kind. Although their transformed appearances were somewhat peculiar, they were not without merit. Fu Xiao expressed her utter confusion regarding their criteria. Jung remarked, "For considerable time hence, I shan't meet with you again. Do not worry about me. I shall take good care of myself." Fu Xiao bowed to Jung and said, "I hope to engage in further discussions about the human heart, the transformer core, upon our next meeting." After Jung departed, Fu Xiao hastily left as well. In a shadowy corner, a spy-type transformer was preparing to contact his superior when he was seized by other transformers, their grip firmly pressing his head against the wall. dismembering one of his arms, nearly eliciting a cry. A fleeting glance at the ground, which began to glow, revealed the identity of his assailant. Fu Zhao's tone was laced with fury, suggesting that some Transformers wished for his demise. The spy-type Transformer pleaded, "Spare me. I'm merely a messenger." Fu Zhao commanded, "Contact your superior." Upon establishing a connection, Triple X, the name of this Transformer, left unnamed as he appeared for less than half a chapter, inquired, "What is the situation?" Fu Zhao replied, "Inform those old men that their actions have gone too far. If they possess the means to ascend to power, they equally possess the means to be brought down." The counterpart questioned, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Fu Zhao retorted, "Is my identity of any significance? What matters is what you intend to do." After severing the call, Triple X trembled. "Can I be released now?" Fu Zhao cast a cold glance at him, and in the next moment, extinguished his spark. After dealing with the remains, Fu Zhao resumed his patrol. Eventually, Fu Zhao arrived at the interior of Meng Dashuai's head sculpture. Meng Dashuai remarked, "I dealt with another Transformer from the Elder Council today." Fu Zhao replied, "And?" Meng Dashuai continued, "Though I am unaware of how many Transformers they have dispatched, their objective is quite clear. It is you they seek." Fu Zhao sighed, "This is precisely my greatest concern. If I depart, chaos will ensue. If I remain, countless hands from the Elder Council will reach out." Meng Dashuai asserted, "I believe regardless of your presence or absence, the Elder Council will still extend their influence. Your presence here, paradoxically, offers greater security." Fu Zhao expressed her disdain, "Those scoundrels." Chapter 21. The Swift Advance of History. Zhao, Li, and Zhan observed Fu Zhao return, clutching a stack of databoards, her expression grave as she scrutinized the contents. The three Transformers approached quietly, for Fu Zhao rarely exhibited such a serious demeanor. The databoards primarily contained information regarding the 5 punishments, shadow puppetry. With a complex expression directed at Fu Zhao, she understood the looks of concern from those behind her and calmly stated, "I wish to explore through these documents if there exists a means to restore the innocent Transformers who have been coerced into undergoing the 5 punishments." After the warning from Dawn, the group of elders initially dismissed it. However, when TF mentioned Dawn's comprehensive strength, the elders couldn't help but shudder. Coupled with the formidable destructive power of the colossal fortress, Meng Dashuai, this was no trivial matter. After deliberation, they decided to temporarily abandon any actions related to Dawn. Time skip. After the flames of war have subsided, the frenzied faction faced a temporary defeat, except for a few members and their leader who managed to escape. The rest were captured and sent to a desolate land, forced into menial labor. Although the frenzied faction under Dawn's protection was not sent to the barren land, they too endured mockery from the Bo faction's TFs while performing lower-tier tasks. Shockwave, observing the scene before him, helplessly remarked, "Is this the purpose of the elders?" Dawn replied, "No, this is merely a fragment of their intentions. I fear their ultimate goal is to maintain their positions within the council for as long as possible." Shockwave, filled with agitation, exclaimed, "But why my teacher?" Dawn responded, "I mentioned before that this was merely a catalyst for war. Moreover, even the most severe punishment cannot compel Zacici to heed their commands. They can only find ways to drive him away." Shaking with anger, Shockwave listened as Dawn continued, "If you aspire to be an upright council member, at least do not corrupt yourself like the others. However, your fate will either mirror your teacher's CCS or lead you to a similar punishment. Prepare yourself mentally." Subsequently, Sentinel Prime and his successor ushered in what the Bo faction deemed the most resplendent era of Cybertron. Sentinel Prime wished for Dawn to serve as the guardian star of Cybertron, but Dawn declined, stating, "I'm afraid I lack the capability to protect all TFs with my singular strength." After Dawn departed, Sentinel Prime realized this stemmed from disappointment in the current upper echelons of society. Not long after, Sentinel Prime tragically succumbed to a dreadful illness, passing leadership to the Grandmaster, a formidable leader, Magus Prime, who continued the legacy of Sentinel's governance. Unfortunately, he too fell victim to an unidentified assassin. Just as they uncovered the assassin's identity, the assassin was slain by another TF, and all information regarding him was obliterated. As the leaders were murdered, it seemed as though a corpse was showcased before Dawn, an obvious provocation. Given this situation, it was best to disregard it. The next successor was Nova Prime, a tyrannical leader in Cybertron's history. Under his rule, Cybertronian civilization flourished. However, During an external expansion, he unwittingly entered the dead space, where escape became virtually impossible. At the Titan Master's abode, Dawn exclaimed, "My goodness, how did these two leaders perish so swiftly?" The Titan Master served energy tea, stating, "The Council aims to elevate their chosen puppets to leadership. The members are always huddled together, squabbling over immediate interests, while the Council remains indifferent, effectively granting them complete control over Cybertron." Indeed, Master Titanium's predictions have come to pass. The current leader, the cataclysmic tyrant, the ostentatious leader, Optimus Prime, also known as Guardian of Heaven and Fate of Heaven, is a pompous and vain figure, essentially a puppet controlled by the Council of Elders. In Chapter 22, the cataclysmic tyrant, who will ultimately be assassinated by Cybertronian legislators, presides over a time of darkness. The elite arbitrarily extort fees from the Transformers, causing prices to soar, while the Autobot faction brazenly mocks the Decepticons, who, in turn, resist, leading to unrest among the upper echelons. Although the cataclysmic tyrant returned to the Well of All Sparks to appease the Transformers, they grew disillusioned with their leader. Master Titanium hoped for Dawn to assume leadership, believing he could restore the leader's image in the hearts of the populace. However, Dawn shook his head, stating, "I can protect a group of Transformers, but not all. And you must recognize that my methods are not suitable for everyone." Under external pressure, Master Titanium refrained from further discussion, allowing others to shoulder the burdens of leadership. Privately, he remained unsatisfied, continuing to persuade Dawn. "Though you cannot protect all Transformers, aren't there others to assist you?" Dawn retorted, "Assist me? I would be grateful if they did not add to the troubles." Master Titanium countered, "Then you could rally against the current Council of Elders." Dawn coldly laughed. "Let us not speak of distant matters. Even if we topple them, the next council will likely indulge in the same excesses. Additionally, how much evidence do we truly possess to dismantle the council? The existing proof would only compel them to offer mere apologies, which would be inconsequential." Master Titanium asked, "What do you propose?" Dawn replied, "Change the rules." Master Titanium responded, "But the current rules were established collectively." Dawn asserted, "When we establish those rules, we aim for the welfare and safety of all, never anticipating that they could be exploited to harm our interests and security. Do you not think it necessary to amend these rules?" With that, Dawn departed without looking back. On his way, he encountered Shockwave, and they proceeded in silence until Dawn finally broke the quiet. "Did you pass the legislative assessment?" Shockwave affirmed, "Yes, Dawn. I intend to establish the Philosophical High Technology Institute." Dawn remarked, "The name of the institute speaks volumes about its philosophical roots." Shockwave confirmed, "Indeed, I do not wish for our mentor to be forgotten or remembered solely for his exile. I hope that even a fragment of his contributions to Cybertron will linger in memory." Dawn lamented, "Such a remarkable figure, beset by envy and slander, met with exile. If this were to spread, it would likely provoke laughter." Shockwave exclaimed, "Yet those scoundrels remain unscathed, utterly unaffected." Dawn placed a reassuring hand on Shockwave's shoulder, urging him to calm down. "If you seek vengeance for our mentor, I can assist you, but until the opportune moment arises, I offer you this counsel. Maintain emotional control. Remain vigilant, act decisively, and speak sparingly." On the morning of the second day, Shockwave awaited the arrival of Dawn, who had promised to assist him in capturing work photographs. When Dawn arrived in the afternoon, he observed a staff member angrily tossing a camera to a red and blue Transformer before storming off. Dawn greeted Shockwave with enthusiasm. "Ah, Shockwave, I've come." Shockwave responded, "Thank you for coming, Dawn. Allow me to introduce you. This is Dawn, and this is Orion Pax." Dawn and Orion Pax politely exchanged greetings. "Hello." As Dawn observed, he finally understood the staff member's earlier frustration. Shockwave had been laughing incessantly, a behavior strictly forbidden while wearing a work badge, which required a stern demeanor. However, for Shockwave, maintaining a straight face was nearly impossible. Orion Pax had repeatedly urged him to stop laughing for a full hour. Just when Shockwave seemed to be suppressing his mirth, he suddenly burst in a loud laughter once more. "I apologize, but seeing your masks makes me laugh uncontrollably." Dawn and Orion Pax couldn't help but notice the 3 black lines appearing on their head sculptures. With an amused grin, Dawn flexed his wrist, quipping Shockwave, "Is your metallic skin itching? Would you like me to scratch it for you?" Upon hearing this, Shockwave involuntarily stiffened his expression. Orion Pax managed to capture a few photos, and upon reviewing them, both he and Dawn found them quite satisfactory. Turning to Shockwave, who still wore a serious face, Orion Pax remarked, "It's all set. You needn't maintain that stern expression any longer." The moment Orion Pax finished speaking, Shockwave erupted into laughter, and it took a light tap from Dawn on his head sculpture to bring his laughter to a halt. Had it not been for this intervention, they might have had to seek medical assistance to quell his giggles. Both Dawn and Orion Pax found Shockwave's antics rather foolish, pondering how they had come to know him in the first place. Dawn suggested, "Orion, let us go develop the photos while he takes his time." Orion Pax agreed. "Let us leave it at that for now." As they walked along, neither Dawn nor Orion Pax spoke. The former was disinclined to converse, while the latter was uncertain how to begin. Noticing Orion Pax's discomfort, Dawn broke the silence. "I heard that you bravely confronted the Guardians and infiltrated the High Council. You also strongly criticized the corruption within the Autobot government. Well done." "Thank you," replied Orion Pax, "but I was already severely injured when I broke in. Although I met the Transformers I intended to see and asked the questions I had, I was too wounded to resist further. Fortunately, I encountered Shockwave, who repaired and modified me, creating a slot for a leadership module within me." Dawn chuckled. "You seem hesitant. You must be wondering why, with your considerable strength. You don't confront the Council of Elders, correct?" Transforming a question into a statement, it was evident that Dawn anticipated Orion Pax's inquiry. Orion Pax added, "And another thing, why not become a leader?" Dawn paused, and so did Orion Pax, gazing into each other's optics for a moment. Finally, Dawn smiled and replied, "Two fists cannot contend with four hands. No matter how formidable I may be, I cannot stand against so many Transformers alone." Orion Pax inquired, "So, is a matter of taking it slow?" Dawn, "Bingo, but alas, there are no rewards." Shockwave had long been waiting in the hall. "Shockwave, you two are so slow. Why are you only just emerging?" Dawn skipped over playfully, saying, "I'm so sorry. Let us finish our tasks quickly and then go enjoy some energy cubes." Energy cubes. Energy cubes. Shockwave initially intended to express his irritation, but Dawn's playful demeanor softened his mood entirely. Orion Pax, observing the scene, wondered if this charming and endearing Transformer could truly be the legendary warrior of Cybertron. Could it be a mere imposter? As Shockwave went about his business, Orion Pax, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "Did you just act cute?" Dawn replied, "Is this not in line with my image as the legendary warrior of Cybertron?" She then struck another cute pose, causing Orion Pax to feel a surge of exasperation. "I implore you, please cease with the antics." Dawn, all right. If I were only skilled in combat, I would merely be a brute." Orion Pax, "So you resort to cuteness?" Dawn, "Essentially, when relationships become strained, a well-timed joke or a playful gesture can alleviate tension and ease the atmosphere." Orion Pax, "It seems you frequently engage in such behavior." Dawn, with a hint of sadness that was indeed the case in the past. Orion Pax, perceiving her melancholy, speculated that she must have had several close friends, perhaps lost due to the corruption of the Autobot government, though he might be overthinking it. With this thought, Orion Pax clenched his fists. "Dawn, all right. Let us check the time. Shockwave should be out by now." "Don't wear that expression." Orion Pax composed himself, and soon, Shockwave emerged, stating, "Let us go indulge in some delightful food." Chapter 24, Soundwave. Orion Pax, "I am currently working the warehouse. If you require assistance with sending or receiving any items, so long as they are not illegal, I am at your service." Dawn was taken aback by Orion Pax, the captain of the enforcement team, a formidable warrior with numerous accolades, who had been unyielding in his pursuit of justice against the corruption of the Autobot government. He had posed several critical questions, yet now he was merely an ordinary worker in a warehouse. If he were to lead a rebellion directly, it would be quite the spectacle. Orion Pax, Dawn, my apologies, I was lost in thought. I am friends with Ultra Magnus and currently residing with him. Feel free to visit me there if you need anything. In the aftermath, everyone gazed at the photograph of Shockwave as a council member, utterly perplexed by how such a stoic figure could have been captured smiling. After all, getting Shockwave to smile was as rare as finding a Transformer capable of besting Dawn, unless you were to deliberately hold back. Despite Shockwave's new role, his straightforward character, speaking his mind and taking action, remained unaltered, often alienating other Transformers. Consequently, Dawn frequently found herself assisting Shockwave with the aftermath of his endeavors. Dawn expressed her frustration upon encountering Shockwave again, saying, I agreed to support your candidacy, not to create trouble for myself, but in hopes that you could either dismantle the council or deal them a significant blow. The Shockwave was momentarily taken aback, instinctively murmuring, I apologize, but this is simply my nature. Dawn, with a clenched fist before the Shockwave, retorted, You are aware of your disposition, yet remain unyielding in your ways. If you inadvertently offend someone, it will be you who faces the consequences. Do you comprehend? Upon returning to the garage, Dawn sensed the presence of other TFs alongside the Songlong, several of whom were smaller in stature. Songlong exhibited no reaction, although not fully matured. Typical TFs of level 40 and below would be unable to defeat them. In this scenario, two possibilities arose. 1. Songlong acknowledged the existence of the others, or 2. The newcomers had caught Songlong off guard and subdued him. Dawn entered a state of readiness, observing 3 Songlong recharging while cradling several small creatures, a few beast kings, and a singular blue larval form, slightly soiled. Dawn lowered his guard and prepared an array of snacks, tidying up a previously vacant room before heading to the bathroom to ready hot oil. As the aroma of the baked treats wafted through the air, it roused everyone from their slumber. Emerging from the bathroom, Dawn noted that the snacks still required some time, declaring, Let me take you for a hot oil bath first. He gently lifted the larval creature, prompting the accompanying Beast King to hesitate momentarily upon seeing no resistance. He reluctantly followed suit. May I know your name? Dawn inquired. I am called Soundwave, the larval creature replied. Soundwave found himself fond of this TF cradling him, as the internal sounds of others were often either lukewarm or frigid, filled with ulterior motives and intrigue, creating a cacophony that he found unappealing. However, the resonance of this TF felt refreshingly cool and somewhat warm, akin to the comforting glow of dawn breaking through a hazy sky. After taking Soundwave in, Shockwave visited once, and Soundwave sensed the deep-seated desire for vengeance within Shockwave. He remained hidden behind Dawn. Subsequently, Shockwave fell victim to an ill-fated prophecy uttered by Dawn, leading to his arrest by the Senate under the pretext of disrupting the order of the assembly. He was subjected to the 5 punishments, reminiscent of ancient Chinese practices. While the former ascended, the latter seldom returned unless the executioner intended it. Shockwave lost his hands, had his head replaced, and, due to failed inducements from the Senate, was subjected to a puppet show of torment. Dawn contemplated intervening to rescue Shockwave, but ultimately refrained, weighed down by various considerations. When Shockwave emerged, he had undergone a dramatic transformation, his hands replaced with scissors, his head a mere flickering bulb with a hexagonal poker face. Every aspect of him adhered strictly to logic, perhaps harboring some existence that might transcend logic's importance, though none was evident at that moment. Soundwave perceived no emotion emanating from him. Chapter 25. Emotion. Dawn caressed Soundwave's head sculpture. Aren't you curious about my origins and how I came to your garage? Soundwave inquired. Dawn chuckled. While I am indeed curious, if you choose not to share, no amount of inquiry on my part will yield results, will it? Soundwave lowered his head slightly, his small fists clenched tighter. Dawn observed Soundwave in this manner and gently kissed the top of his head, saying, So, I shall not inquire. As long as you remain silent, I will not ask. The mechanical dog, witnessing their interaction, inquired, Your master seems quite different from the rumors. Not a master, replied Li. In Dawn's words, We are family, Xiao added. Family? The mechanical dog echoed. We are family as well, Xiao affirmed. Dawn announced, I must step out for a moment. Soundwave, with a hint of dismay in his tone, asked, Will it take long? Dawn reassured, I am merely going to meet an old friend. I shall return shortly. At the entrance of Shockwave's laboratory, Dawn took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Upon entry, silence enveloped them. Neither Dawn nor Shockwave spoke. They remained in a stalemate as time ticked away. Shockwave finally broke the silence. I detected your image flickering in my cranial module prior to the shadow play. You have aided me before, why? This defies logic. Dawn replied, The Shockwave of yours was imbued with humanity. One moment he would laugh heartily at the world, and the next, he would strike out in fury. I cherished our friendship, but that Shockwave is no more. Her tone betrayed a faint sorrow, guilt, and anger. Shockwave insisted, This is illogical. I still exist. Dawn reiterated, The Shockwave of the past has perished. The current Shockwave's persona has been distorted by the Council, rendering him devoid of emotion and merciless. Shockwave observed, "Your tone carries negative emotions, though I cannot pinpoint why. Moreover, your inflections suggest emotional fluctuations. This is illogical." Dawn countered, "A being devoid of emotion is merely a mechanism operating without awareness. However, any organic life harbors emotions, and regardless of your denial, this is an irrefutable truth. I feel guilt over my powerlessness, sorrow for the shockwave transformed by the Council, and anger towards their actions. Thus, emotional fluctuations in my tone are entirely natural." Gazing at Shockwave, Dawn declared, "If you are willing, we may still be friends. If not, let us minimize our interactions. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." After Dawn departed, Shockwave's internal line buzzed with the Council's voice, indicating he had acted decisively. As the Council withdrew, Shockwave sent Dawn several schematics of the Academy's internal structure, marked with several red dots. He was uncertain why he chose to assist her, perhaps, as Dawn suggested. All beings possess emotions, and regardless of denial, this remains an undeniable fact. Upon receiving the schematics from Shockwave, Dawn glanced at the surveillance, noticing the TF behind the monitor. Covered in condensation, their gaze akin to that of a predator longing to shred its prey, as if silently proclaiming, "I will come for you." The moment Dawn vanished, the surveillance monitors transformed from the farthest to the nearest into mere snowflakes. This TF endeavored to discern the cause, yet all efforts proved futile. At that moment, fear began to seep into him, terrified that Dawn might come for him to end his life. He did not fear death, but rather the torment that seemed endless. Hiding in a corner, the TF lay in ambush within the Academy for an entire day, but did not encounter Dawn, nor even a shadow resembling it. A few TFs ventured into the monitoring room, only to discover that the TF meant to oversee the surveillance had vanished. Ultimately, he was located within a box, his cranial module destroyed. Judging by the distorted, terrified expression, it was likely he had succumbed to fright, perhaps terrorized by Dawn. Chapter 26. Soundwave joins the frenzy. Having long departed from the Academy, Dawn remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired within. However, upon learning of the ambush inside the Academy, it was not difficult to surmise the involvement of the Council of Elders. He possessed the means to leave unobtrusively before their very eyes, but such an endeavor would be exceedingly dull. At the very least, he aimed to instill fear in the TF lurking behind the monitors. First, he fixed a predatory gaze upon the surveillance, then employed a light-wave magnetic field to disrupt any radar detectors, including the monitors. Utilizing the aurora, he swiftly departed, as Dawn sought only to conceal himself, aided by the Academy's lighting, which rendered the auroras difficult to discern without careful scrutiny. In the aftermath, following the tremors, Dawn was taken aback by the fragility of that TF. Upon returning to the garage, Soundwave hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Mama, you seem to be in good spirits." Dawn flinched slightly, crouched down, and affectionately patted Soundwave's head, replying, "On the way back, I took the liberty of teaching a lesson to some wrongdoers, TF." Soundwave murmured, "Dawn, do you dislike that title?" Dawn chuckled, "It's not that I dislike it, merely that it took me by surprise. If you wish to call me Mama, then so be it. I have no objections." Time swiftly passed, and Soundwave grew taller than Dawn. Despite the Council of Elders persistently sending TFs to cause trouble, none succeeded. Dawn instructed Soundwave on how to be an exemplary intelligence officer and imparted self-defense skills, aiding him in resolving numerous predicaments. In Cybertron, he gained a notable reputation and even took in two mini-cons, named Ruckus and Misfire. Observing their grimy forms, they were taken for a hot oil bath. Coincidentally, while Dawn was also bathing the Beastformers. Having spent considerable time with Dawn, both in temperament and habits, they began to resemble him, particularly in their fierce protectiveness. Thus, the title of the best papa in Cybertron circulated widely, and everyone came to know Soundwave. Though he acknowledged his protective nature, Soundwave expressed a hint of frustration. Dawn reassured him, "In that case, strive to become the finest intelligence officer swiftly." Dimensional girl, that is not consolation, it should be encouragement, right? Dawn, oh, is that so? Soundwave reiterated the survival rules that Dawn had imparted to him. First, speak less and act more. To earn the trust of others, even if only temporarily. The sole path is to demonstrate the strength of one's capabilities, assuring them that the benefits of trusting oneself far outweigh the drawbacks. One must not feign weakness or ignorance. nor consider oneself excessively clever or formidable, lest one truly become a weakling or a fool. In any endeavor, one should leave as many escape routes as possible. Once an enemy is identified, regardless of their age or relationship, one must exhibit no leniency. Amidst the chaos and confusion, it becomes clear why Dawn possesses the title of the Cybertronian god of war. Soundwave approached the study where Dawn was examining a data panel, inquiring, "Has someone displeased you?" Soundwave replied in his monotonous electronic voice, "I harbor a dislike for Shockwave." Dawn queried, "Is it because you cannot decipher his core or due to his madness?" Soundwave responded, "Both apply." Although Dawn's voice was also electronic, it differed from Soundwave's in that it carried a multitude of tones, resembling a melodic tune. Dawn mused, "I have not seen him for quite some time. How is he faring now?" Soundwave informed, "He has joined the Decepticons, and I have as well." Dawn remarked, "Given your choice of the Decepticons, allow me to pose a question." Soundwave replied, "Go ahead." Dawn inquired, "What is your perspective on the likes of mayhem, chaos? The mechanical dog, the circular sawbird, and the laser bird? Are they comrades capable of fighting alongside you, or something else?" Soundwave affirmed, "They are both family and allies." Dawn nodded, to which Soundwave commented, "You are not at all surprised." Dawn countered, "I would be surprised if you and Shockwave joined the Autobots." Soundwave asked, "Why so? And what about you?" Dawn reflected, "You are influenced by me. There are similarities and differences. You are an individualist, embodying a stance of chaotic neutrality, pursuing your desires, while I am a benevolent madman, representing chaotic goodness, acting solely upon what I deem right." In Chapter 27, regarding preparations before departure, Soundwave inquired, "What's Shockwave?" Dawn responded, "Before his encounters with the 5 punishments and the shadow puppet, there was a chance Shockwave might have aligned with the Autobots due to a friend. However, the current Shockwave, even within the Decepticons, embodies the most brutal and ruthless demeanor, often speaking in a frigid tone. The Transformers undoubtedly perceive him as a machine devoid of emotion. Could such a Shockwave ever join the Autobots? Especially given the hatred he harbors for this society? In summary, the Decepticons harbor more dangerous individuals than the Autobots. One must tread carefully." Soundwave acknowledged, understood. "And what of you?" Dawn replied, "I shall partake in neither faction. I foresee imminent conflict between the two parties, which will undoubtedly ravage all of Cybertron, rendering no place safe. As a neutral party, I aim to lead those unwilling to engage in war away from Cybertron and protect them until the conflict subsides, at which point I shall return them." In the realm of Meng Da Shui, there existed numerous TFs who shared similar sentiments with Fu Xiao, harboring no desire to partake in the ongoing conflict. They sought Fu Xiao's assistance, who was concurrently contemplating how to discreetly amass supplies from Meng Da Shui without drawing attention. Fu Xiao expressed, "I am troubled by how to gather resources without being noticed, and your willingness to assist simplifies matters considerably. Here is a list of the supplies we need. Let us divide the procurement tasks among ourselves." Consequently, half of the TFs set out to collect supplies, while the other half sought out those unwilling to engage in the warfare to bring them to Meng Da Shui's residence. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Fu Xiao encountered the foreman to purchase a substantial quantity of materials. The foreman inquired, "That is quite a significant amount. What do you intend to do with it?" Fu Xiao replied, "I have an upcoming journey into the cosmos that will extend over a long duration. Hence my desire to stockpile provisions." The foreman scrutinized Fu Xiao intently, who returned the gaze, confident that he had not uttered a falsehood, merely withholding some details. Just then, Orion Pakes approached, visibly pleased to see Fu Xiao, and invited him to his lounge. The silent standoff between Fu Xiao and the foreman ended. Orion Pakes exclaimed, "Fu Xiao, what brings you to the warehouse today?" Fu Xiao responded, "I am gathering supplies for my journey into the universe." Ariel, curious, interjected, "May I ask why?" Fu Xiao succinctly replied, "I have matters to attend to." Noticing Fu Xiao's serious demeanor, which hinted at the importance of his undertaking, Orion Pakes deftly shifted the conversation. "This is my girlfriend, Ariel. Isn't she adorable?" His tone brimmed with pride. Fu Xiao replied, "Hello, Ariel." "Orion, this child is as charming as you are." Ariel smiled at the first instance of someone, TF, describing her boyfriend as cute. Orion Pakes affirmed, "Absolutely adorable." Fu Xiao remarked, "Indeed." Orion Pakes added, "Please refrain from using that term to describe me." Fu Xiao quipped, "What about the oil rabbit?" Orion Pakes retorted, "Fu Xiao, Observing the sudden change in Orion Pake's mask to a deep blue hue, Fu Xiao decided to cease the playful banter. Nevertheless, he found Orion Pake's rather endearing. Fu Xiao stated, "I must take my leave now." Orion Pake's urged, "Wait, Fu Xiao. My friend Megatron is coming today. You should meet him." Fu Xiao was aware of Megatron's identity and temperament, but recognized Orion Pake's admiration for him. Choosing not to deflate his enthusiasm, Fu Xiao thought it prudent to defer the introduction until later. Just then, the foreman interjected, "Fu Xiao, the supplies you requested are ready." Fu Xiao replied, "It seems I must depart. We shall have to save your friend for another time." Chapter 28. Upon returning to Meng Da Shui, Fu Xiao was approached by 5 TFs identifying themselves as the Flying Guardians, seeking his assistance. They informed him that Orion and Ariel had sustained severe injuries at the hands of Megatron, and the situation at the warehouse was perilous. Soundwave also communicated internally, alerting Fu Xiao that Megatron intended to annihilate all TFs present. At dawn, the protagonist felt a sharp pain in his head, yet swiftly transformed and hurried towards the warehouse. Megatron, amidst his maniacal laughter and destruction, was suddenly thrown into chaos as the ground spun beneath him. After a brief, sliding struggle, the sound of gunfire pierced the air, causing the force in the protagonist's head to dissipate. Megatron hastily regained his footing, only to be met with a thunderous crash. Upon glancing over, he realized that all his weapons lay in ruins, and a medium-sized orange transformer stood before him. Megatron fired at him, but the medium transformer, lacking the formidable defenses of a larger counterpart, was at a disadvantage. Thus, the protagonist adhered to the 3 cardinal principles of combat: speed, precision, and ferocity. With a velocity of 2 Mach per minute, the protagonist evaded Megatron's shots effortlessly. He closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Megatron's abdominal armor, sending him flying. Just as the protagonist prepared for his next move, an urgent message arrived. The mighty leader was about to initiate action, and he needed to return promptly. He also sent a message to Soundwave, informing him that he would rush back to protect the internal transformers. After the mighty leader and his team departed Cybertron, one transformer inquired of the protagonist, "When shall we return?" The protagonist replied, "I am uncertain. We must carve out time to assess the new Autobot leader to understand when we may return. For now, securing a temporary refuge is of utmost importance." Leading the group to an uninhabited planet, they settled in temporarily before returning to Cybertron. As they passed Crystal City, they beheld the once resplendent landscape reduced to ruins. Megatron, accompanied by his subordinates, appeared to be plotting something nefarious against the Dinobots. Clenching his fist, the protagonist remotely dismantled a nearby machine to intervene, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire. When the Dinobot regained consciousness, the protagonist was already battling Megatron and the combined force of the Constructicons, struggling against the odds. Aware of the protagonist's identity, the Dinobot rushed to assist. After Megatron and the Constructicons fled, the protagonist asked, "Dinobot, do you feel unwell?" Noticing the Dinobot's reluctance to respond, he lifted a nearby damaged machine, saying, "I understand that you are upset due to Megatron and the Constructicons. However, I implore you to visit Master Ironhide for a thorough examination. I am concerned for your well-being." After the examination, the protagonist inquired, "How is he?" Master Ironhide replied, "Though you arrived in time, there remains a lingering consequence, damage to the language center." The protagonist pressed on, "Will he recover?" Master Ironhide assured him, "Yes, but will take considerable time, primarily depending on his own efforts." The Dinobot declared revenge. While comforting him, the protagonist asked, "Has the new Autobot leader appeared?" Master Ironhide responded, "Indeed, you know him. It is Orion, now known as Optimus Prime." The protagonist expressed, "I wish to see him." "Where is he?" Master Ironhide suggested. "He should be at the command center or on the front lines. Search for him." The protagonist affirmed, understood. The Dinobot insisted, "I too shall go." At the entrance of the command department, the protagonist was halted. He instructed the guard, "Please inform Optimus Prime that I, the protagonist, have come to seek him." As dawn approached, the Sentinel disregarded the messages transmitted by Dawn, as the mighty Ironhide was closely following him. Dawn attempted to establish communication with either Optimus Prime or Orion Pax, and to his surprise, the connection was successful. Internal line, "Dawn, Orion, is that you?" Optimus Prime, "Indeed. It is I. Are you Dawn?" "Dawn, I am currently outside the command center. Dawn noticed a head briefly protruding from a window above, only to swiftly retract. Dawn, Orion, did you just peek out? Orion, you've caught me. Please hold for a moment. After a while, Dawn was granted entry, but Ironhide had to remain outside. He instructed Ironhide to wait for him, assuring him that he would return shortly. Inside Optimus Prime's office, Optimus inquired, Dawn, what brings you here? Dawn replied, Orion, no. I should say Optimus. Could you first enlighten me on what transpired after my departure? This will help me determine the appropriate questions to pose. Optimus responded, of course. At that time, I naively believed that war was a distant concern, irrelevant to me, and I blindly idolized Megatron, forging a friendship with him. However, when Megatron reappeared before me, he brought nothing but carnage. My friends and I fell before his gunfire, and I was gravely injured. It was then that a Transformer, who called himself the Flying Guardian, rescued me, and I was transformed into Optimus Prime by the Master of Titanium, finally recognizing the ruthless nature of the Decepticons. Dawn asked, what do you intend to do? Optimus declared, defeat the leader of the Decepticons and end the war. Dawn noted, you hesitated just now. It seems you still desire to befriend Megatron. Optimus replied, Dawn, what should I do? I understand that as a leader, I ought not to be so emotional yet. Dawn interjected, there are ways I can attempt something, but you must be swift in concluding this conflict. Optimus queried, a way? What way? Can Shockwave be restored as well? Dawn explained, the personalities of those affected by the puppet show will undergo some change, yet remnants of their former selves will remain. The puppet show procedure may take less than a cycle to perform, but rehabilitation training is not so easily accomplished. Short spans may take several cycles, while longer durations remain uncertain. Curiously, Optimus asked, why can't surgery be employed as well? Dawn replied, it is not so simple. After undergoing the procedure, the core and brain modules of the Transformers sustain some degree of trauma. Even with surgery, complete recovery is unattainable. Despite this, Optimus appeared somewhat hopeful, but Dawn tempered his enthusiasm, stating, however, if they are unwilling to revert to their former selves, there is little I can do. Optimus, astonished, asked, why is that? Dawn explained, because some Transformers may perceive this as a denial of their current identity, which is a sign of disrespect towards them. If they do not wish to change, I will not intervene. Akin to trying to stop a Transformer intent on ending their own existence. Can you truly prevent that? Chapter 29. Dawn stated, having concluded this matter, we must now discuss the individual outside. Optimus exclaimed, Ironhide, is it possible that, Dawn interjected, Crystal City was destroyed by the Decepticons? Optimus concluded, thus, he seeks to join us. Dawn affirmed, and together we shall vanquish the Digging Tiger. Optimus inquired, but aren't they friends? Is it possible that the Digging Tiger has joined the Decepticons, and that they participated in the destruction of Crystal City? Dawn, indeed. Megatron sought to control the Digging Tiger and also aimed to dominate the mighty Optimus Prime. Although I managed to thwart his plans, the damage inflicted is irreparable. Optimus Prime, can you enlighten me about the current state of the mighty Optimus? Dawn, although Megatron's attempt to control him failed, it resulted in damage to his linguistic center, causing his manner of speech to deviate from the norm, and recovery will not be immediate. Nevertheless, he is an exceptional and trustworthy warrior, with the only notable flaw being his excessive appetite. Optimus Prime, I will ensure he remains with us. Dawn stayed on Cybertron for a while longer, observing that while Optimus Prime and Megatron engaged in their battles, neither seemed to harbor any intent to fight to the fullest. Given this situation, the conflict could evolve into a protracted war. Dawn found herself pondering the frequent mentions of them in the Cybertronian magazine, focused on various pairings. It seemed improbable. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, unsure of where such rumors originated, and resolved to report back. Unbeknownst to her, she and Soundwave had also been featured in that very magazine. On another planet, upon Dawn's return, everyone eagerly inquired about the state of Cybertron. Dawn replied, the two factions are evenly matched. It is unlikely that a victor will emerge in the next few million years. One Cybertronian asked, could it be that they're holding back? Dawn, I did not perceive anything unusual before my departure. The others trusted Dawn's words, yet unease lingered. They hoped she could return to assess the situation further, ideally to expedite the end of the internal strife. Dawn, very well, I shall do my utmost. Before I proceed, may I ask if anyone possesses any Cybertronian purple? I wish to provoke them a little. On Cybertron, at the Autobot base, as Optimus Prime was strategizing with his comrades, Dawn unexpectedly dashed in and landed a punch on Optimus Prime's faceplate, exclaiming, "If you're going to fight, then fight properly. If not, just say so." Optimus Prime managed to block her full-force punch with his arms. Dawn hurled some data plates, emblazoned with Cybertronian purple, onto Optimus Prime, while other Cybertronians aimed their weapons at her. Optimus Prime lowered his arms. "Wait a moment, Dawn. What have I done to provoke such wrath?" "Dawn, any observer can clearly see that you and Megatron are not exerting your full strength. First, take a look at these data plates." Optimus Prime picked them up, discovering they were filled with rumors and fanfictions about him and Megatron. His faceplate darkened slightly. "Dawn, this is merely a fraction of it. I do not care whether what is written is true or false. Based on previous circumstances, should the Autobots prevail, Megatron would undoubtedly face exile. Now, both of you are holding back, allowing this conflict to drag on. If all Cybertronians were to learn of this, even if you win, you would still be expelled from Cybertron. The ramifications could entangle many more Autobots in this affair, and Megatron might even be cast to the fringes of the universe. You know well what fate awaits him." Optimus Prime shook his head, addressing Dawn. "That signifies an irreversible departure. The carcass shall eternally drift through the cosmos, becoming an integral part of cosmic refuse. If you truly harbor nostalgia, then engage with me earnestly. Simultaneously, I shall devise a means for Megatron to contend with you in earnest as well." Optimus Prime's companion interjected, "Greetings. While your argument possesses merit, my brother has exerted considerable effort. Please refrain from pressuring him further." Dawn responded, "Do you genuinely believe I desire this? The intricacies of sentience, TF, are profound. Those TF I have brought forth may not share the same sentiments. I comprehend them well. They care little for the process or the nature of your relationships. Their sole concern lies with the outcome, the final result." Optimus Prime inquired, "And what of this purple Cybertronian?" Dawn replied, "I shall trace the origins to ensure they cease producing such content during their civil strife. There exists a hint of mild fan fiction in Chapter 30, where the notion of Megatron remaining compliant within the encampment seems implausible. Nearly 2/3 of the time is spent leading the squad into battle." Dawn noted that it was the first instance in which she encountered a leader so prone to retreat. Indeed, a true warrior. However, this proved beneficial, as there was no need to first confront the Decepticon base before delivering a thrashing, especially considering Megatron's favorable regard for Soundwave. Regardless of his response, it is imperative to assist him in resuming shadow puppet training. After Megatron wreaked havoc upon yet another city, Dawn approached him. Upon seeing her, Megatron gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You again." Previously, he had endured humiliation before the assembled crowd, and at long last, an opportunity for retribution had presented itself, only to be thwarted by the unexpected awakening of Grimlock. Dawn discerned Megatron's embarrassment over his past actions, and she calmly remarked, "If you perceive this matter as a source of humiliation, then irrespective of the war's outcome, it shall only serve to incite your own ire." Megatron retorted, "What do you imply by that?" Dawn tossed several data pads toward him. "Examine them for yourself." After reviewing the information, Megatron's expression was scarcely improved compared to Optimus Prime's. Dawn continued, "You are an astute TF, and the others are not devoid of intelligence either. The optical sensors remain intact. The Decepticons cannot afford to lose, nor can they sustain further injury to their pride." The two factions clashed with great ferocity, while Dawn secretly descended underground, shutting down and concealing several machines that bestowed abilities. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. In every region, Dawn possessed at least one clandestine safe house, each distinct from the others. Dawn had never divulged the existence of these safe houses to any of the TFs, yet neither had they explicitly concealed this fact. Consequently, even if some TFs were aware of the safe houses, none knew the extent of Dawn's hidden sanctuaries. Thus, for the time being, concealing the machines here was relatively secure. Given the scarcity of resources, it was speculated that the war might conclude sooner than anticipated, though 4 million years later. Both the Decepticons and Autobots would prove this notion utterly impossible. Upon returning, a TF reported that a member of the council approached, seeking refuge from the war. As they were indeed a part of the council, the question arose as to why they sought sanctuary not with the Autobots, but with them. To err on the side of caution, the council was placed under house arrest until Dawn's return. Dawn remarked that both this war and the previous one bore significant blame from the council, and he wished to investigate the reasons behind it. advising that they should not disclose his survival just yet. Everyone concurred, recalling how they had inadvertently uncovered spies dispatched by the Council. Further investigation revealed that the Council believed everyone merely followed Dawn's directives, thus usurping their control over Cybertron. They had previously sabotaged opportunities to eliminate dissenters and even sought to assist those TFs who had engaged in shadow plays with restorative treatments. Their intent was to control Dawn, or even assassinate him, to retain dominion over Cybertron. This, of course, incited dissatisfaction among the others. After dealing with these TFs, Dawn requested their assistance in staging a performance before the Council, a ruse to counteract their schemes. After some time, Dawn, who, in his former guise as Mirage, had been in a constant state of flux, shifting shapes and states from liquid to solid, now, due to the influence of the primordial celestial, had settled into a more defined form, although his ability to change remained intact. He transformed into a TF meant to impersonate him, reporting to the Council that the replacement mission had been accomplished. The Council instructed him to remain for a while until they could return to assess the situation. Chapter 31. The Assassin's Operation, Part 1. Internal Communication. The mighty leader expresses concern. Dawn, are you truly confident they won't see through your disguise? Dawn, while I cannot guarantee that I will deceive them completely, all I can do now is to perform my role convincingly. Dawn, donning a facade of malicious servility, pushed open the door, his face adorned with an expression of sycophancy so distasteful that even he felt an urge to strike himself. Yet, for the greater good, he must restrain his impulses. Dawn, esteemed elders, I deeply regret any grievances you may have endured. I am profoundly sorry. One of the Council's TFs grasped Dawn's facial plating, scrutinizing him. No matter, although we have not witnessed the genuine respect of Dawn, the TF, towards us, your flattery, while bearing his appearance, offers us a measure of solace. At Dawn, upon hearing this, the expression on Fu Zhao's face nearly shattered, but fortunately, they were preoccupied with adjusting their masks, failing to notice the subtle shift. Fu Zhao inquired, "What further tasks do the elders require of me?" The Council replied, "Your duty is to wait. To await the moment when the factions of the Bo faction and the Mad faction have inflicted mutual destruction upon one another. It is then that our magnificent creator, the five-faced monster, shall return to Cybertron to once again lead us towards the light. Your current task is to prepare the finest chambers for our rest." With a deep breath, Fu Zhao restrained his simmering anger and responded, "Understood, I take my leave." Once departed, Fu Zhao revealed a gaze brimming with murderous intent. It became evident that the Council and the five-faced monster had been in collusion for some time, and he began to comprehend why the invader, upon returning from the cataclysmic event, had transformed into the revered creator in the eyes of the Transformers. In a private communication, Fu Zhao instructed, "Mighty leader, ensure that the chambers prepared for them possess the best soundproofing possible." "Consider it done," replied the mighty leader. In a conference room, the Council basked in their arrogance, oblivious to the impending doom that loomed closer. Fu Zhao summoned 12 assassin-type Transformers, asking, "Are you familiar with the five-faced monster?" One replied, "Indeed, are they not our creator?" Fu Zhao continued, "Do you know how I came to be known as the greatest warrior of Cybertron?" The assassins queried, "Was it not earned in a great battle?" Fu Zhao pressed further, "Which battle do you refer to?" The room fell silent. It was the battle against the external invaders, among whom was the five-faced monster. Observing their incredulous expressions, Fu Zhao understood their disbelief, yet he was encouraged by their trust in him, prompting them to listen further. "I recognize that many of you find it difficult to accept that what you have always deemed the creator is, in fact, an invader. I wish to show you several photographs. These depicted the Cybertronians during their servitude to the five-faced monster, and it was evident from their expressions that their suffering had been profound. After careful examination, the photographs bore no signs of alteration. Fu Zhao remarked, "I understand that even with these images, some of you may still harbor doubt, and the outside world undoubtedly remains skeptical. Few Transformers who survive, then, are still alive now, and with the ongoing civil strife, locating them is nearly impossible. Thus, I have meticulously selected each of you assassins to unveil the truth, rather than the fabricated tales spun by the Council." Dawn's speech signified her trust in the assassins, highlighting the gravity of their mission and the doubts nestled within their hearts. If this is indeed a flawed history, Why has there been no report of it? It turns out that the Council of Elders has been obstructing the truth. Chapter 32. The Assassin's Operation, Part 2. As night enveloped the surroundings. While everyone was engrossed in their recharging, Dawn stealthily led the group of assassins to eliminate the guards beside the Council of Elders without a whisper. They concealed themselves in the ceiling of the council chamber or beside the ventilation ducts. Once assured that the Elders were still recharging, they quietly emerged and swiftly approached the bedsides, injecting the tranquilizers into the mechanical forms, rendering them unconscious for several days. However, the plan was not destined to unfold smoothly. Just as Dawn was about to insert the tranquilizer needle into the primary cable of one of the Elders, the sudden activation of the target propelled her out of the chamber. Accompanying this was the unexpected emergence of two Transformers. Indeed, one of them, named Tianqing, remarked, having sensed something amiss with Dawn. To be cautious, he advised the others to remain alert. Yet only these two Transformers heeded the warning. Their vigilance was sparked only after receiving the last message from the guards. Evidently, you are truly Dawn. What is your intention? To slay us? This is noist, Tianqing stated. Dawn rose, brushing off non-existent dust from her form, and replied with a cold smirk, do you truly believe I would divulge my intentions? Tianqing could not help but marvel at Dawn, the renowned warrior of Cybertron, who, despite sustaining such a blow, still stood firm. If only he could manipulate her like a puppet. Anticipating Tianqing's thoughts, Dawn interjected, if you wish to maneuver me like a puppet, perhaps you should reconsider. Have you forgotten about Shockwave? Tianqing retorted, do you think a mere handful of assassins can withstand the might of us two? Dawn flung the tranquilizer needle with remarkable speed. Before one of the Elders could react, he collapsed. And now? She inquired, as Dawn surged forward, despite the formidable nature of her abilities. The confined space posed a risk of collateral damage to her allies. Thus, she resorted to physical strikes, delivering a punch towards the position of the combatant, Tianqing. Although he shielded himself with his arms, it was merely a feint. In that fleeting moment of attack, Dawn seized Tianqing's shoulder and struck his abdomen with her knee. The impact caused him to instinctively bend over, and as she leapt for her second strike, her blow connected with his face, sending him sprawling backward. The simultaneous agony in his abdomen and face surged within him. Dawn, undeterred, recognized the urgency of not allowing her adversary a moment's reprieve, for failure would spell her demise. As Tianqing fell, she rushed in and unleashed a rapid series of punches. However, Tianqing was no pushover. He endured the pain in his abdomen and, amidst the flurry of blows, managed to grasp Dawn's leg armor and throw her aside. Utilizing the thrusters on her feet, she swiftly retaliated, launching a series of kicks aimed at Tianqing's helmet and chest armor, though it was unwise to target the helmet of another fighter. Those who disregarded such defenses were fair game. As Tianqing rose, he was once again toppled by her relentless kicks, the inertia, pain, and momentary dizziness preventing him from recovering. Seizing the opportunity, Dawn produced a spare syringe filled with a sedative and plunged it into him, finally rendering him unconscious. Turning her gaze to the other side, she noted that her companions had also succeeded. Observing Tianqing, she acknowledged his combat prowess, relieved that she did not overly rely on her powers, as her physical strikes were paramount. Otherwise, she might have faced dire consequences. All right, first hand me the syringe, and then I shall summon a few allies to assist in transporting these fighters to the medical bay. As for the scene, I will devise a method to manage it. Internal communication, Meng Da Shui. To have noticed your irregularities, you truly are the most formidable presence in the Elders' Council. Dawn, Meng Da Shui. What is my disguise fare? Meng Da Shui. To be frank, I could discern no flaws in your every action. Dawn, in that case, please dispatch some cleaning drones to tidy up, and I will send a doctor shortly to assist you in your repairs. In her thoughts, she pondered whether there was something amiss when adopting the unique expressions of others. Chapter 33. Made public as dawn broke, the four diminutive automatons had meticulously tidied the area, leaving only a few uneven marks on the ground and walls, which led TF to harbor some suspicion about what had transpired here. During their quest to explore the memories of the Council of Elders, they encountered considerable obstacles. The memories were encrypted with multiple layers of security, and upon access, they were besieged by various computer viruses that had infected most circuits within a medical pod. Just as it appeared that the memories of the Council were on the verge of deletion, fortune smiled upon them. Dawn's monitor was equipped with a plethora of antivirus programs that had remained unscathed. She forcibly halted the deletion process and commenced the extraction of their memories. Dawn then produced another monitor to eliminate the viruses, ensuring that their rampage did not adversely affect General Ming. After 10 minutes, both screens displayed that the task was complete. Dawn inquired if they wished to view the findings. The group nodded in agreement. Dawn connected the display to the control console, selected all screens, and initiated playback. She had contemplated whether to connect to Cybertron, but upon reflection, she realized that the external threat could potentially foster a temporary alliance among them. However, she also considered that, regardless of the external danger, internal strife and mutual blame could still persist. What if the external threat were to vanish? They may reconcile, but there is also the potential for deterioration. He is reluctant to take that risk, as he cannot bear the ensuing consequences. However, the information contained within may prove useful in the future. Thus, he chooses to preserve it while simultaneously playing it back. Initially, the memories hold little appeal, prompting Dawn to fast forward through a segment. When the proposal was made for Zhuz to become a member of the new generation of the Council, the expressions of the elders turned sour. They were unwilling to relinquish their power. Consequently, they devised a plan to eliminate Zhuz, starting with subtle, damaging rumors that gradually intensified until Zhuz was imprisoned. Given the weight of those rumors, the outcome for Zhuz seemed grim, and the Council reveled in their apparent triumph. However, they were taken aback by the intervention of the Celestial Protectorate. Although it was a form of exile, to the Council, it was tantamount to death, and they dismissed him. They ordered the clandestine execution of most of the TFs involved in the proposal to elevate Zhuz, orchestrating it to appear as an accident. Anticipating future occurrences, they dispatched TFs to infiltrate the Decepticons, inciting conflict with the Autobots over Zhuz's situation. As they had anticipated, war erupted, and the Council sought to eliminate Dawn amidst the chaos, but ultimately failed. Nevertheless, following the war, the Decepticons' standing in Cybertron plummeted. They swiftly identified a suitable puppet and seized the opportunity to eliminate the subsequent two leaders, promoting their chosen puppet to power. At this juncture, they received a communication from the multi-faced being who proposed a wager. The multi-faced being asserted that the puppet leader they selected would inevitably fall to the hands of others, TFs. The Council, naturally skeptical, believed that only if they wished for his demise would it come to pass. The multi-faced being countered that should they lose the bet, he would ensure the Council remained in their position indefinitely. Should the Council lose, they would be compelled to heed his commands. Of course, the multi-faced being promised not to deprive the Council of their status, so they readily agreed. The Council did not anticipate that their chosen puppet would soon meet his end, assassinated by a member. As a result, the Council adhered to the wager, covertly altering the multi-faced being's identity from an invader to that of a creator of Cybertron. The multi-faced being further urged the Council to instigate another civil war, promising that he would emerge to halt the conflict once both sides were sufficiently weakened. Positioning himself to lead Cybertron once more, with the Council granted a rank just below his. This proposition proved enticing, and they embraced the plan. They meticulously selected Megatron, a minor lacking power but possessing formidable strength and charisma. Their first step was to stir discontent among the miners, inciting them to violence, thereby providing justification to capture Megatron and secretly manipulate him. Initially, this endeavor succeeded, but they soon received word from the celestial enemy, prohibiting their machinations. He had dispatched TFs to intervene. Although the operation was only partially completed, it still bore fruit, and everything unfolded according to plan. Megatron's compelling speeches drew hundreds of Transformers to his cause, while others were brainwashed through machines, leading to widespread destruction and the accumulation of resources, thus igniting the Civil War. The Council and the multi-faced being observed with evident satisfaction as events unfolded. The multi-faced being instructed the Council to refrain from further communication until both sides had sufficiently exhausted each other to avoid complications. Subsequently, the Council began to plot against Dawn once more. The subsequent events are already known. It is now June, and I wish all friends a joyous Children's Day. This month, I shall prioritize my final examinations, so my writings may not be as frequent. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 34. Upon learning the truth, the Transformers were engulfed in anger, disappointment, and fear, emotions that Dawn had intended to evoke. In response to their fury, he announced via broadcast, "I acknowledge your anger. Therefore, I will dismantle all weapons from their bodies and prohibit their actions, entrusting their fate to you. You may deal with them as you see fit. At this moment, a relatively rational Transformer posed the most pressing question. Should we inform the Transformers of Cybertron about the collusion of the Council with the invaders? After analyzing the potential consequences of disclosing this information to the Transformers of Cybertron, 3 possible outcomes emerged. 1. They might disregard the matter entirely, continuing their own battles with even greater fervor, ultimately leading to their enslavement by the Quintessence. 2. They could temporarily unite to repel the Quintessence. Yet the internal conflict would persist until one faction emerged victorious. 3. They might successfully repel the Quintessence and reconcile with one another. However, the last possibility seemed exceedingly remote, while the second scenario indicated that, although the Quintessence could be driven back, the duration of the internal strife would be prolonged. The first scenario was deemed the worst-case outcome, leading many to conclude that informing them was ill-advised. Thus, in this critical moment, we cannot rely on others, the Transformers. We must depend solely on ourselves to devise a means to defeat the Quintessence. This sentiment stirred the spirits of those present. Before long, the powerless council was cast before the citizens to be dealt with as they saw fit. A Transformer named Righteousness shouted defiantly, "Dawn, the Quintessence will not spare you." A sharp crack echoed as a blow landed on Righteousness' faceplate. Dawn observed the battered council members, who were now on the brink of returning to the Allspark, still cursing and berating him. Dawn, slightly angered, remarked, "If it weren't for the need to let everyone vent their frustrations, I would have loved to silence their generators." Soon, 7 Transformers were organized into 3 groups, with Dawn leading the charge. Based on the intelligence provided by Righteousness's cognitive module, it was revealed that the Quintessence were currently residing on Quintessa. Initially taken aback, Dawn pondered the implications. After all, was not Quintessa a planet crafted by Unicron? Furthermore, the Quintessence bore some resemblance to Unicron, yet their worldviews were entirely dissimilar, necessitating further investigation. A nearby Transformer inquired, were the Quintessence truly like? Emerging from his reverie, Dawn reflected, "In my cosmic inquiries, I have gathered various accounts regarding the Quintessence. Their reputation as treacherous and ruthless beings precedes them throughout the galaxy. They seek knowledge and power, heedless of the detrimental consequences their pursuits impose on others. Not only do they remain indifferent to the suffering caused by their actions, but they also derive perverse pleasure from inflicting harm. Their brutal experiments and vengeful mock trials instill terror in all, with only a scant few managing to survive. Thus, apart from beings of a similar nature, no other life forms of the universe are willing to engage with them. Should you venture into the cosmos, I encourage you to inquire with local inhabitants. In all but the most primitive worlds, the answers will be consistent." Upon the Dawn's conclusion, the protagonist came to a profound realization. The essence of existence, characterized by its impermanence, is the most vital and sacrosanct of all. Thus, it deserves reverence for the myriad forms of life. Influenced by this understanding, the protagonist developed a certain respect for life, provided it did not infringe upon their moral boundaries. In stark contrast, the grotesque entities, known as the five-faced beasts, derive amusement from trampling upon life and enslaving it. Should the five-faced beasts indeed be descendants of the embodiment of impermanence, and if that entity were still present, he would likely take it upon himself to educate them. Alas, the world is devoid of what-ifs. Upon arrival, the group of 7 TFs dispersed to gather intelligence, planning to execute a prank before their departure. One TF questioned why they did not simply eliminate their adversaries. The protagonist retorted, "With merely 20 of us? When all TFs united against them before, they still managed to escape. A direct confrontation would yield less satisfaction than a playful jest." Another TF countered, "But we are evolving." The protagonist scoffed. "Does that mean our adversaries will not evolve? They will simply wait for you to strike, treating their neural modules as mere energy sources." Despite the light-hearted banter, the atmosphere remained tense, intensifying their disdain and wariness towards the five-faced beasts. The TFs pondered the existence of such creatures in this world, having observed the introduction of the five-faced beasts and the G1 animation. In the author's perspective, these beings consider themselves divine while engaging in malevolent deeds. Chapter 35. Just upon reaching Quintessa, the protagonist instructed the 3 groups to abandon their spacecraft and swiftly disperse. Soon, The spacecraft caught the attention of the later arriving five-faced beasts, who summoned their slaves to retrieve it while they scoured the vicinity for suspicious figures. Before departing, the onlookers beheld the five-faced beasts, aptly named, as they truly bore five distinct faces, each uniquely formed, provoking an involuntary shiver among the observers. Inside the spacecraft, only a few claimed to be the most loyal subordinates of the Council of Elders. The majority of the TFs had long since returned to their source of essence, leaving only their shells behind. The remaining TFs were either incapacitated by the protagonist's sabotage of their generators or had succumbed to madness, rendering them incapable of causing further disturbances. Internal communication. Why allow them to take our spacecraft? One TF inquired. It was unavoidable. The spacecraft was too conspicuous, and discovery was inevitable. It is better to let them guard it for us. What if they dismantle our ship? They undoubtedly possess vessels of their own, prepared for a hasty retreat. When the time comes, they can simply commandeer their crafts, ideally setting ablaze the others in their possession. And what those TFs aboard? It was merely a form of sleight of hand. As Dawn exhibited a cunning smile, the other TFs felt a profound relief, grateful that Dawn was not an adversary. Otherwise, they would have been utterly oblivious to how to return to the source of the flames. The TFs that openly challenged them were not the true threat. It was those who covertly ensnared them that posed real danger. Dawn, intriguingly, embodied both aspects. After lingering in the shadows for several days, they grasped much of the circumstances surrounding them. A few TFs nearly got discovered during this endeavor, but fortunately, the others managed to employ a few clever tactics to elude detection. Upon arriving at the simulated courtroom of the five-faced monster, the sight that greeted them instilled dread in their hearts. Regardless of guilt or innocence, the five-faced monster would attribute any crime to them and impose the death penalty. With only a scant few permitted to survive, Dawn observed that every being sentenced to death was invariably silicon-based, while the fate of carbon-based beings hinged solely on the whims of the five-faced monster. Those condemned were unceremoniously thrust into a pool to be fed to the shark spirits. Except for Dawn, the expressions of the other TFs turned grim as they retreated to an open space, where they began to retch. Meanwhile, Dawn pondered in silence, prompting one TF to exclaim, "Dawn, why are you so unresponsive?" To which Dawn replied, "Is it necessary to display a reaction?" The others, feeling exasperated, were at a loss for words. Dawn continued, "It strikes me as peculiar that the five-faced monster has not sought vengeance since being driven away. Prior to our arrival, I surmised that instead of retaliating against Cybertron directly, it would channel its wrath towards all silicon-based beings akin to Cybertronians. Thus, I had already steeled myself for this eventuality." Following Dawn's revelation, the collective indignation among the group intensified, with everyone vowing to confront the five-faced monster immediately. Dawn interjected, "What are we to confront? Shall we collectively offer ourselves to the shark spirits?" The group turned to each other, bewildered, their expressions questioning what to do next. Dawn, exasperated, suggested, "Let us first seize all useful technology that we can transport, and, subsequently, destroy that which we cannot take with us. I will seek out the shark spirits and incite them to retaliate against the five-faced monster." The crowd remarked that this tactic was rather insidious. Dawn had long observed that although the shark spirits regarded the last individual to provide them energy as their master, they would ultimately betray their allegiance when faced with more powerful beings. The strategy was simple. By subduing the leaders and the more formidable among them, they could easily overcome the rest. Meanwhile, the group employed the techniques taught by Dawn to strike at the five-faced creatures with their dark rods, subsequently confining them and relocating all movable technology. For the immovable items, they devised means to cause destruction. As a result, the five-faced creatures became flustered and disoriented. Those in hiding witnessed these events unfold with a sense of vindication. Soon, the shark spirits arrived, launching a counterattack against the five-faced creatures. After planting timed explosives aboard their ship, Dawn and the other TFs hastily departed. Within moments, the vessels were reduced to mere fragments. The five-faced creatures were thrown into a panic, having already activated the internal explosives within Quintessa. With their ships obliterated, they faced certain doom. However, amid their chaos and attempts to flee, the explosion countdown reached its climax, yet Quintessa remained unresponsive. Unbeknownst to them, the bombs concealed within had been discovered and dismantled by Dawn. He expressed a desire to obliterate his old friend's planet, questioning if he would object. Moreover, Dawn had pilfered a significant amount of technological advancements from them, declaring this venture a tremendous success. In the ensuing chapters, Dawn frequently led the TFs to disrupt the outer perimeter of Quintessa or to harass its interior. Occasionally, one or two would fall victim to the five-faced creatures. Yet for every TF lost, several of the adversaries were vanquished. The five-faced creatures found themselves at a loss against Dawn and his companions, ultimately leading most to flee Quintessa, while a mere handful remained. While pursuing the retreating five-faced creatures, Dawn remained vigilant regarding those still within Quintessa, deploying several TFs under the leadership of the Shark Spirits to ensure their defeat. Meanwhile, Megatron and Optimus Prime remained oblivious to the internal strife and external occurrences. Those unwilling to engage in battle looked towards Dawn, then to Optimus Prime and Megatron, noting the stark contrast between the two factions. To them, it was evident that both leaders were embroiled in a civil war for their respective factions, incessantly depleting Cybertron's energy while showing no regard for the TFs who wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict. They remained indifferent to the turmoil unfolding outside. And what of Dawn? In defense of their brethren, they rose to the occasion, guiding them away from the battlefield to shield them from potential assaults, whether from opposing factions or external adversaries. They often patrolled the vicinity, returning to report the current situation to allay their fears. Their fervent hope was to hasten the conclusion of the Civil War so that everyone could return home sooner. Dawn, in particular, exerted great effort, and whenever he detected encroachers threatening his homeland, he was invariably the first to take a stand, rallying everyone to confront the enemy. Now, the formidable Quintessans had been nearly vanquished, with only a few elusive ones remaining, and Dawn was in pursuit of them. However, on the Cybertron front, the two factions continued to engage in fierce conflict, showing no signs of resolution. Regardless of the origins of this strife, the prolonged civil war had engendered a growing aversion among the majority of Transformers towards both the Decepticons and Autobots. Some even contemplated erasing the symbols of their factions from their very beings. Following a recent operation, upon returning with a small unit, Dawn noticed a flicker of disdain in the eyes of his comrades whenever the names of the Decepticons or Autobots were mentioned. Such sentiments were usually imperceptible to the average Transformer, yet Dawn's keen perception could not overlook them. He paused momentarily, reflecting on the fact that it had been several 100,000 years since they had departed from Cybertron, and adding the time spent leading the charge against the Quintessans brought the total to nearly 3 million years. Such an extensive duration without resolution to the Civil War was bound to provoke alternative thoughts among them. This was entirely natural. Yet, a sense of unease began to creep into Dawn's mind. If such sentiments continued to fester, the conflict might transcend the deadly rivalry between the two factions, potentially leading to the obliteration of both. Without even the luxury of rest, he hastened back to Cybertron, contemplating whether to inform them of the prevailing conditions outside. Upon his arrival, the two factions were still embroiled in relentless combat. Optimus Prime, upon learning of Dawn's presence, rushed to his side. Before Optimus arrived, Dawn assessed the remaining energy reserves of Cybertron, which under the current circumstances could sustain them for approximately another million years. Given the intensity of their conflict, it was uncertain whether the fighting would cease even once the energy was depleted. There was a possibility that the battlefield could shift to other planets. While engaging in combat on uninhabited worlds might be manageable, the repercussions of such battles on inhabited planets could be dire, not only risking their own reputation, but also endangering the local life forms. The thought of what might ensue was too daunting for Dawn to contemplate. In summary, the situation was dire for Cybertron, and he felt a nagging headache beginning to form. Before long, Optimus Prime reached Dawn's side, and it was evident that he was fatigued. "Optimus," Dawn remarked, "you appear quite exhausted. Are you certain you do not wish to rest?" Optimus replied, "It's nothing. Please, share what you must, and then I shall rest." Seeing Optimus's unwavering determination, Dawn focused on a few key points. Very well. Recently, there was an attempted incursion by outsiders seeking to invade Cybertron. Although I managed to repel them before they could succeed, that incident has unfortunately shifted the perceptions of many Transformers regarding your Autobots in a negative direction. A deeper weariness settled upon Optimus' features at this revelation. "We will find a way to expedite the end of this war," he assured, "and I hope you can provide solace to everyone in the meantime." "Dawn, I sincerely hope so. Given the current circumstances, The energy of Cybertron can only sustain for another 1,000,000 years. By that time, I earnestly wish that regardless of the outcome, you all can cease the Civil War. If you allow the depletion of energy to shift your conflict to other sentient planets, it will not be a trivial matter of losing face for the Cybertronians. Do you understand? Optimus Prime, I understand. What about Megatron? Dawn, I shall devise a way to persuade him. In the next chapter, there will be a slight touch of Megatron's character. Chapter 37. Subsequently, Dawn did not approach Megatron directly, but instead sought out an old acquaintance, Soundwave. Soundwave, Dawn, there seems to be trouble on your end. Dawn, recognizing Soundwave's perceptiveness, wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Due to the prolonged duration of the Civil War, my residents have become exceedingly restless. Though Dawn refrained from elaborating further, Soundwave grasped the gravity of the situation. Soundwave, I understand. Allow me to take you to Megatron. As Soundwave escorted Dawn to the Decepticon base, they were met with a barrage of mockery from several Transformers. Given Soundwave's unique abilities and approach, he was not particularly well-liked. Among the taunting was Starscream, who led the derision. Starscream, oh dear, our intelligence officer seems to be on the verge of betrayal. I wonder how our Lord Megatron would react if he found out. Dawn remained unfazed by the comments of other Transformers, but when it came to remarks about his own, he was prepared to retaliate. In an instant, Dawn lunged forward, pinning Starscream's head to the ground with force, his expression cold as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Soundwave is indeed one of my own. His temporary assistance to the Decepticons is merely a consequence of Megatron's proclamations. Should the Decepticons disappoint him excessively, he has a home to return to. Moreover, should Megatron dare to harm Soundwave, with a sinister smile, my strength surpasses that of Megatron. The question remains, who will strike whom? And to you other Transformers, if you dare to bully Soundwave, I will unhesitatingly ensure your return to the well of all sparks. Releasing Starscream's head, Dawn turned to Soundwave. Come, Soundwave. Let us find Megatron. Starscream, rising and watching the two Transformers depart, felt a surge of resentment. Yet he was acutely aware of his inability to confront them. In his heart, he plotted ways to undermine Dawn. The other Transformers, intimidated by Dawn's reputation, had been hoping to bolster their courage with idle chatter. But the moment they witnessed Starscream being subdued, they fell silent. Even those who were reluctant to remain quiet were compelled to do so upon hearing Dawn's declaration. In the command room, Megatron raised the cannon affixed to his arm, aiming it menacingly at the spark of Dawn, seething with fury. How dare you return? Do you find yourself too idle? Dawn, I have far more on my plate than the leaders of your factions. Not only must I tend to the emotions of those unwilling to engage in the Civil War, but I also have to contend with the creatures seeking to invade Cybertron. Your internal strife will have no bearing on them. Compared to you, I am indeed a very busy individual. Megatron, I fear no external invaders. I can easily dispatch them. Dawn, are you certain that when the time comes, you will defend Cybertron against the invaders, rather than betray Cybertron to defeat the Autobots and their united foes, leaving both your subordinates and your kind deprived of all that you possess? Based on my understanding of you, the latter seems more probable. Megatron involuntarily trembled, attempting to maintain his composure as he retorted, "What gives you the right to claim you understand me? Dawn, your actions from the past to the present speak volumes. Is there truly more I need to elaborate?" Observing Megatron's silence, Dawn continued, "Although the enemy has been largely repelled, the inhabitants on my side have developed a distaste for both your factions. Should their disdain evolve into hatred, they may launch an offensive against you, which would not be a trivial matter. The Autobots possess a more favorable reputation than you, and their situation may prove to be somewhat advantageous. Likewise, you would not wish to entertain thoughts of attacking them, lest the Decepticons' standing diminishes further." In a fit of rage, Megatron fired upon Dawn, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Turning to Soundwave, Dawn inquired if he would accompany her. Soundwave averted his gaze, offering no response, thereby revealing his choice to remain. Dawn discerned that over the millennia, Soundwave had developed feelings for Megatron. A light chuckle escaped her lips. The child has grown. It is time to seek companionship. Dawn, little Soundwave, will you not see me off? On the way, Soundwave, you can tell. Dawn, internally, after all, we have spent so many years together. However, I still hope you will wait until the Civil War concludes, and I can provide him with restorative treatment before you both unite. Soundwave, it matters not. I can wait. Dawn, internally I hope Megatron will cherish someone as remarkable as little Soundwave when the time comes. Soundwave, Dawn, the tapes. In truth, we believe that while Megatron cannot be compared to Dawn, he is still relatively commendable among other Transformers. Upon hearing the tape's remarks, Dawn couldn't help but smile. Chapter 38. As the last five-faced monster was vanquished, the creature exclaimed, "Why? Why do you relentlessly pursue us? Dawn, why, you ask? Huh. You exhibit no concern for the harm inflicted upon others, instead deriving perverse pleasure from your actions, wholly disregarding the negative consequences your pursuits impose on others. Have you never contemplated what fate awaits beings such as yourselves?" As he spoke, he delivered the final blow. Upon returning, Dawn busied herself with revising the historical facts that had been obscured by the myths fabricated by the Council of Elders. She meticulously documented the ancient council's infiltration of the Cybertron planet, detailing how the Quintessence, a group of selfish scientists intent on dominating the universe, harbored an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Upon their arrival on Cybertron, they encountered the technologically backward and underdeveloped Cybertronians and proceeded to exploit them. Ironically, the Quintessence interference inadvertently awakened the Transformers' innate ability to transform, thereby catalyzing the advancement of Transformer civilization. Amidst the harsh oppression, a rebellion sparked, beginning with civilian robots and culminating in a widespread uprising. At the crucial moment, the emergence of Master Titanium led to a decisive victory. However, even after fleeing Cybertron, their ambitions did not wane. Later, the Ancient Council, claiming to offer them certain benefits, continued to weave myths to obscure historical truths. Due to the Retribution Core against Cybertron, the Quintessence simulated court on Quintessa instilled terror in all, with only a select few managing to survive. Silicon-based beings perished without exception, while carbon-based beings' fates rested entirely on the whims of the Quintessence. Dawn also elucidated the origins of the two factions' emblems, rectifying the erroneous history. After supplementing some historical facts, she lifted her head sculpture, inhaled deeply, and inquired through internal communication about the recent circumstances of the mighty Megatron. He responded that all was relatively peaceful. Dawn expressed her intention to continue her research on the technology left behind by the Quintessence, instructing him to keep her informed of any developments. However, Megatron cautioned her against continuing her work, noting that she had not rested or replenished her energy for over 40 Cybertronian hours and suggested she at least recharge. Upon checking her internal energy levels, she realized they were indeed nearing a critical point. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, pressed her head sculpture, consumed some energy cubes, and resumed her work. Time flowed swiftly. It had been 4 million years since Optimus Prime ascended to leadership. Dawn had formulated a detailed plan for the restoration treatment process of the brain module afflicted by the Quintessence. Just as she was about to depart for Cybertron to seek out Megatron, she was informed by other Transformers that he had left several Cybertronian days prior, pursuing Optimus Prime and his faction into the cosmos, the destination of which remained unknown. Frustrated, Dawn declared her intention to explore Cybertron for clues. Upon her arrival, she traversed the desolate remnants of what was once a thriving Cybertron, now reduced to ruins, where only a few Decepticons and several female Autobots continued to resist. She soon spotted Shockwave and approached him. "Dawn, your presence here defies logic," he remarked. Dawn countered, "It is indeed logical, Shockwave. I require insight into the current civil war to make rational decisions, and I know that your logic will yield the most advantageous actions for Cybertron." Shockwave's optics flickered momentarily as he replied, "Your reasoning is sound." Although he did not provide Dawn with the signal for the Decepticon ship, he did grant her access to the Autobot signal. "That will suffice," she stated, "and I wish to discuss matters concerning the Quintessence with you." As the wave of confusion persisted, the conversation continued. "I possess a relevant recovery treatment plan. What are your thoughts on it?" The Echo replied, "That is illogical." Dawn interjected, "Please reflect on the past before responding, if you would." The Echo summoned vague memories, accompanied by a pleasant emotion, while the screen incessantly displayed the word system error, leaving the Echo in a state of bewilderment. System error? This is illogical. This is illogical. This is illogical. Dawn shook her head, gently rousing the Echo from its confusion, and said with a hint of resignation, "There is no rush for an answer. Calm yourself and contemplate further. You may also seek advice from other Transformers. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," and swiftly departed in pursuit of the signal from the Autobot ship. Chapter 39. Recovery Treatment. Dawn tracked the signal of the Autobot ship to an unfamiliar planet, where most of the Decepticons, including Megatron, were present, having been forced offline due to external impacts, allowing them to slumber for millions of years at least. Yet, what are the remaining Decepticons and their vessel? After inspecting the Autobot ship, Dawn noted areas of force connection and other damages, resembling the aftermath of an external assault or perhaps a meteor strike. The severed connections bore similar injuries, indicating a shared calamity. Dawn analyzed the angle at which the Autobot ship fell, the friction with the atmosphere, the depth of its entrapment in the soil, and various internal conditions to hypothesize potential landing sites for the Decepticon vessel. Along the way, she encountered several hostile dinosaurs but deftly evaded them and continued her search. After several fruitless attempts, she stumbled upon a colossal white transformer, resembling a large white goose. Do not inquire how Dawn recognized this creature. She summoned several transformers to assist in relocating this behemoth and resumed her quest for the Decepticon ship. Eventually, she discovered the vessel, concealed beneath a mass of vegetation. With its occupants offline, given the current circumstances, it was evident they would remain dormant for millions of years. First, she set about performing essential recovery treatment on Megatron. Upon examination, she found that the procedure was only half complete, leaving him emotionally volatile due to the absence of emotional suppression. The data within his cerebral module was highly disordered, necessitating a complete data purge and reboot to eliminate residual emotions. After erasing all of Megatron's data and rebooting him, he reactivated, immediately reacting with a powerful punch aimed at Dawn. However, she caught his fist and used his momentum against him, executing a throw. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was offline once more, unconscious. Dawn pondered whether she had been too forceful, but decided that assisting Megatron with his treatment was of utmost importance. After completing the necessary recovery procedures, she promptly returned to Cybertron to seek out the Echo. "Echo," she inquired, "have you contemplated the recovery treatment regarding the emotional purging?" "Shockwave, Dawn. Could you provide me with a logical rationale?" "Dawn, have I not already stated that only machines possess pure logic? It is the beings endowed with both logic and emotion that are deemed wise, as their contemplations are far more comprehensive." "Shockwave, your assertion is indeed logical." He acquiesced to Dawn's request for treatment. Dawn then briefed Megatron on the situation, explaining that he would be unable to return for the time being, and expressed hope that Megatron would take good care of everyone in his absence. "Dawn, let us commence." "Shockwave, remain with the Autobots on Cybertron?" "Dawn, what is it?" "With my presence, you ought not to feel apprehensive." Shockwave then logged off. Upon his subsequent login, he perceived no discernible difference. Dawn sensed Shockwave's confusion and elucidated. The emotional module has just been restored. It cannot endure excessive stimulation, as this would hinder recovery. I have calibrated it for a gradual restoration, hence the initial lack of significant sensation. I shall stay with you for a while to monitor your recovery. Shockwave, what are the residents under Megatron's care? Dawn, I've already communicated with Megatron regarding this matter. Thank you for your concern, Shockwave. Shockwave turned his head. During Dawn's time on Cybertron, she frequently assisted Shockwave with various technological research. Meanwhile, the hidden Autobots often harassed Shockwave. He was indifferent to their provocations until one incident truly irked him, leading to his first outburst post-treatment, where he began to express his ire quite colorfully. Dawn, given the current circumstances, your emotional recovery appears to be progressing well. In due time, I shall be able to bring everyone back. Shockwave, somewhat exasperated, remarked, a significant part of your motivation in helping me restore my emotions is for the sake of the residents, is it not? Dawn candidly replied, there are 3 reasons in total. This is merely one of them. Shockwave, Dawn, would you be so kind as to assist me with a task before your return? Dawn, Shockwave, you need not elaborate. I'm already aware of what you require. Chapter 40. Returning to Cybertron, Dawn sought the Autobots who remained on Cybertron, a place shrouded in secrecy, difficult to locate without careful searching. Inside was a small squad comprised of female Cybertronians. As soon as Dawn entered, the female Autobots immediately assumed a defensive stance. Dawn, smiling greetings, I am Dawn. How do you refer to yourselves? Elita, on what ground should we trust that you are indeed Dawn? Dawn, what would you have me do to substantiate my identity? Elita, I am Alita. You should recall the name Illyriel. Dawn. Indeed, the charming girlfriend of Orion. I recall teasing Orion upon his introduction of you. He turned quite blue. Did he not? Alita. Everyone, it is all right. It is Dawn. It has been a long time. Dawn. Illyriel was my former name. Dawn. There are indeed still some similarities. After Dawn reacquainted herself with the other female Autobots, she explained the present situation and expressed a desire for the Decepticons and Autobots on Cybertron to cease their internal strife. Alita. However, not everyone may be willing to set aside their grievances. Dawn. Regardless of individual sentiments, Cybertron can no longer bear the weight of such conflict. If there are lingering issues, I hope they can be resolved peacefully, rather than through the infliction of further harm, for that would not adequately address the problems at hand. Alita, the compassionate female Autobot leader, contemplated for a moment before agreeing with Dawn, saying, "Let us give it a try." Dawn replied, "If there are results, please inform me so I can lead everyone back to our long-lost homeland." She deliberately emphasized the phrase long-lost homeland to remind Alita that time was of the essence, and they could not afford to wait any longer. Alita acknowledged, "I understand." Upon returning to Megatron, the first thing Dawn inquired about was the situation of everyone. Megatron responded, "From what I can see, all appears calm." Dawn said, "As usual, if anything arises, call for me." In the next moment, he leaped onto the charging bed to rejuvenate himself, only to be awakened by communication. Before even opening his optical sensors, he answered, "Hello?" Alita replied, "It's me." "Alita, I have resolved matters on my end. Please come over." Dawn instantly became alert, saying, "All right, I will make arrangement for the citizens and come right away." Dawn conveyed the news of their imminent return to Cybertron, which brought exhilaration to everyone, igniting a desire to celebrate. One Transformer inquired, "Does this mean the Civil War has ended?" Dawn responded, "Not quite." The group's enthusiasm waned, replaced by confusion. Dawn explained, "I understand your bewilderment regarding why we must return before the Civil War has concluded. We need to seize the initiative by returning to Cybertron. We can assert our power to demand that the Autobots and Decepticons cease the conflict." Xiao, Li, and Yin expressed their concerns that Dawn might face adversity upon returning, insisting on accompanying him back to Cybertron. Dawn, with no other choice, agreed to bring them along. The female Autobots and Shockwave were present as well. Dawn said, "Please, share your circumstances." Shockwave noted, "Everyone wishes to coexist peacefully, but there is one issue." Dawn encouraged, "Go on." Alita added, "Everyone is uncertain about what kind of punishment they might face." Dawn shook his head, saying, "I do not fully comprehend your concerns either, but I will endeavor to delay or mitigate the penalties as much as possible. For now, let us allow everyone to enter." Returning to Cybertron evoked a bittersweet mix of emotions. The joy of homecoming was overshadowed by the sight of a war-torn Cybertron, dilapidated and devastated. Anger welled up within them. Dawn signaled for assembly, stating, "I know that seeing Cybertron in such a state is disheartening for all, and we each harbor our thoughts. I share your sentiments as well. However, our foremost priority is to restore Cybertron. Any concerns can be raised once we have revitalized its appearance." Prompted by Dawn's reminder, everyone momentarily suppressed their anger, focusing on the restoration of Cybertron's visage. Chapter 41. Dawn enlisted the assistance of several Transformers to retrieve the various machines he had concealed in different locations. He would not disclose to anyone that these were his possessions, for fear that such revelations might incite a greater uproar among them. Among the retrieved machines were those capable of producing energy blocks, constructing building materials, and various medical apparatus. Under the diligent efforts of the team, the once dilapidated Cybertron began to gradually regain its former splendor. Shockwave also developed a technology known as the Space Bridge, a mechanism that creates instantaneous passages connecting distant regions. Dawn remarked, "This is excellent. With this, I will no longer have to endure the hassle of flying back and forth to remote locations." However, there appear to be some drawbacks. Shockwave inquired, "What drawbacks?" Dawn explained, "According to your device's specifications, another apparatus must be established at the opposite end, which not only consumes time and materials, but also requires the deployment of Transformers for security." Shockwave conceded, "You are correct. It is indeed quite troublesome. How would you propose we amend this?" Dawn suggested, "Similar to a map, we could record where we have been and periodically update it based on the conditions there, subsequently dispatching Transformers according to that record. While this process may also be cumbersome, It would alleviate many of the complications associated with your current plan. After some contemplation, Shockwave replied, "It may be feasible. I shall give it a try." Dawn offered, "Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Before long, as they were conducting final inspections, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of the Academy of Sciences, startling everyone. Dawn's immediate instinct was to rush towards the scene. Upon arrival, he found Shockwave lying amidst the rubble. After clearing the debris from Shockwave's body and examining him, Dawn noted that he had sustained no external or internal injuries. The explosion Shockwave had merely caused him to temporarily power down. When Shockwave regained consciousness, Dawn remarked calmly, "Remarkably sturdy. Truly, a testament to the defensive capabilities of a combat-oriented scientist." Shockwave responded, "Is it peculiar for a scientist like me to be so?" Dawn replied, "Not at all. Rather, it is quite intelligent. By the way, what caused this explosion?" Shockwave explained, "It appears that while I was experimenting with the space bridge, I failed to calibrate some data correctly, resulting in a spatial explosion." Dawn asked, "Has there been any other impact?" Shockwave answered, "We must conduct further examinations to ascertain if there are any additional repercussions. In the meantime, I would appreciate it if you could keep the other Transformers at bay." Dawn agreed, using internal communication to assure everyone that this was merely an experimental accident and urged them to continue their tasks as usual, promising to keep them informed of any developments. He and Shockwave began to survey the vicinity for any anomalies. Suddenly, Dawn experienced a dual assault on both spatial and mental levels, causing him to cry out and clutch his head, collapsing to the ground. The spatial disturbance was tolerable. However, the mental torment was excruciating. It felt as though a Transformer was attempting to usurp control of his body, accompanied by indistinct voices that, while unintelligible, conveyed an unmistakably hostile demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Stay away." The entity known as Shockwave observed Dawn, who was evidently affected by spatial anomalies. Despite a desire to approach and offer assistance, Shockwave refrained upon Dawn's insistence for the sake of their mutual safety. A tempest swirled around Dawn, who gradually rose to her feet. The hue of her exterior shifted from a vibrant orange to a somber purple. Her optical lenses, once a hopeful blend of yellow and green reminiscent of dawn, transformed into a despairing shade of purplish red akin to twilight. The aura that once radiated vitality now exuded a heavy, despondent energy. Tentatively, Shockwave called out, "Dawn." She turned slowly, tilting her head and blankly inquiring, "Who is Dawn?" At that moment, the residual effects of the spatial disturbance dissipated, and Dawn collapsed, losing consciousness. Shockwave surveyed the surrounding ruins, contemplating the possibility of further anomalies. However, he concluded that the immediate priority was to transport Dawn to the medical station for examination, and thus he lifted her and hurried there. In Chapter 42, within the medical facility, the prognosis for Dawn was disheartening, with all indicators at their lowest thresholds, necessitating her admission to the intensive care unit. The doctors sought to ascertain what had transpired with Dawn, and Shockwave recounted the events in detail. After listening, some of the personnel felt an urge to express their anger toward Shockwave, yet lacking justification and realizing their inability to confront him. They focused on rousing Dawn from her unconscious state. Meanwhile, in Dawn's mental realm, her essence traversed through a series of peculiar images. Characters she recognized appeared, yet their personalities and appearances were distinctly altered, as if they belonged to a world in stark contrast to her own. As she ventured further, she encountered a familiar silhouette seated on the ground. Instinctively, she approached and asked, "Who are you?" The figure turned and retorted, "And you, who are you?" "I am Dawn," she replied. In that moment of recognition, she discerned that this figure bore a striking resemblance to herself, albeit with differing colors and an altered demeanor. The figure introduced itself. "I am Dusk, known to all as Dusk." Dawn momentarily faltered, but affirmed that this entity was indeed her counterpart from an opposing reality. While Dawn symbolized the break of day and the onset of hope, Dusk represented the descent of night and the onset of despair. Having witnessed the memories of Dusk's past, which contained fleeting warmth overshadowed by enduring suffering, Dawn stepped forward to embrace him, saying, "No matter what you have endured, at least you have me by your side now." Dusk, weeping with anguish, implored, "I wish to remain here. Please let me stay. I do not want to return to that painful place." At Dawn, hesitating momentarily, regardless of who stood before him, He could not help but feel his heart soften at the sight of such desperate tears. Nevertheless, reason prevailed, and he pondered the dire consequences of denying the request. Resolutely, he decided to allow the individual to remain, yet felt compelled to inquire, "I may permit you to stay. But I must ask, what would you do if I allowed you to return?" Bohu's eyes brimmed with animosity as he replied, "I would drive each and every one of those who have wronged me to the brink of despair." A shiver coursed through his being, and he responded, "While that may be so, at present here, there is no one who can inflict harm upon you. I shall endeavor to protect you from any injury." Bohu embraced him tightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I too shall do all within my power to shield you from harm." In the external world, as Bohu's emotions stabilized, the various indicators concerning him gradually returned to normal. The paramedic, having sighed in relief, soon encountered a new dilemma. Upon regaining consciousness, many had come to see him. Once they departed, he addressed the paramedic, "You have been avoiding my gaze. Speak, what is my condition?" The paramedic hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the truth. Every individual has the right to know the state of their being, do they not? The paramedic finally admitted, "Based on your current condition and daily routine, you may only have a few more centuries to live." "Centuries, you say? How long have we been on Cybertron?" he queried. "Approximately 4 million years," the paramedic responded. "Ah, I see. I wish to leave the station," he declared. "But," the paramedic began, "my condition has nearly stabilized, and I will be more cautious in my daily life. However, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. I do not wish for more individuals to fret over my diminishing core." "Very well, but I sincerely hope you will take care of yourself," the paramedic cautioned. "Understood. I shall be attentive," he assured. Chapter 43. Character Profiles, Part 2, Twilight Gender. Male height, 44 meters. Identity, Wanderer, Doctor, Reflection of Dawn, one of the original 13 Titans. Mirage Celestial Spirit Personality. He harbors grudges, is action-oriented, impulsive at times, yet possesses a broader perspective. His interactions with Dawn have gradually instilled a more rational demeanor within him. Transformative forms: motorcycle, jet ski, light helicopter, source of fire storage device. Mechanical horse abilities: speed, 5 skill, 10 strength, 10 stamina, 10 intelligence, 10 defense, 10 agility, 5 firepower, 10 overall, 70 to 80 combat type, compared to Dawn. Twilight boasts formidable defense and great strength, excelling in medium to short-range combat, with a focus on powerful attacks and effects such as stunning and paralysis. Combat weakness: his speed and agility are relatively lacking. Weapons: scythe, iron chains, fists, beam emitter attributes. Darkness: lightning signature moves, adopts the Mecha Whirlwind skill. Minimal alterations to simpler skills: block, chain slash, rapid strikes, series of kicks, throws, back suplex, body slam, shattering fist, explosive chain blast. Charge attack transformation: capable of morphing into other life forms tenfold, possesses a passive ability that retains altered memories, personality, and skills, while original abilities remain unaffected. Self-destructing bombardier: transforms into 5 entities, 4 of which evade attacks to reach designated locations and detonate, causing area damage. Tracking demolisher: summons a demolisher that follows nearby enemies and explodes, inflicting area damage. Devastation beam: generates an immense net of destructive beams from 6 beam emitters. Enemies caught within the net endure multiple instances of damage. Frost barrage: the attack lacks significant power. However, it is possible to launch a continuous barrage of 9 frozen projectiles, thereby slowing the opponent's speed, and the materials required are readily available. Flying knee: seizing the target ahead and striking with the knee, launching them into the air upon the second impact. Whip kick: executing a powerful sweeping kick aimed at the enemy's lower body, leaving the struck target in a prolonged state of immobility. Neck break throw: grasping an enemy in front and repeatedly slamming them backward, inflicting multiple instances of damage. Dark rift sphere: summoning several dark spheres that encircle the enemy. Upon contact, these spheres will ensnare the enemy, causing gradual demise unless released by the user. Otherwise, they will explode, reducing the enemy's health to 10 and other attributes by 50. Dark wave magnetic field: enemies entering this field will be immobilized for a duration of 30 seconds. Spatial leap: akin to a space bridge. This allows for jumps through the spatial realm as well as geographical locations. Ground split drop: leaping into the air and striking the ground, causing all targets, except those with defensive abilities, to become unstable for 35 seconds. The impact generates a shockwave that inflicts damage on nearby foes. Evasion Sphere, throwing out 4 electric spheres that will dodge back and forth, dealing damage and inducing paralysis upon contact. Pulse Wave, emitting electric waves along the ground, causing prolonged immobilization for struck targets while simultaneously reducing their speed and agility by 75. Full Firepower, concentrating energy to enhance all attributes by 75. But this can only be sustained for 10 minutes. After the duration, the user will enter a state of exhaustion, which can only be gradually recovered from after half an hour or through timely energy replenishment. Thunderbolt Eagle, summoning an eagle formed of lightning, capable of striking the target 5 times, inducing paralysis, albeit with rare exceptions. Shadow Bind, utilizing shadows to restrain the opponent's mobility, even allowing for control over their actions. However, due to high energy consumption, this can only affect a radius of 500 meters and a maximum of 10 individuals. Lightning Strike Technique, countless lightning orbs will manifest in the air, dealing damage upon both their descent and upon contact with the ground. A massive explosion occurs when the orbs dissipate. Chapter 44. Upon emerging from the station, Dawn did not return to the hangar for rest, but hurried to the laboratory of Shockwave. Shockwave. Dawn, you have recovered. Dawn, indeed. I wish to inquire about the status of your space bridge. Shockwave. Everything is ready as long as the location is inputted. Dawn, very well. Could you input all the locations from my brain module? Shockwave. Certainly, if you do not mind, I would like to request your assistance in an experiment. Dawn, please explain what this experiment entails. Shockwave. I would like to attempt installing space bridge components on TF to see if it is successful. If so, I will install one on the spaceship. Dawn, with restrained anger ultimately, you wish for me to be your guinea pig. Shockwave. So would you be willing? Dawn, allow me a moment to ponder. In Dawn's mental realm, Dawn, Twilight, what do you think? Twilight, do you not already possess the answer within you? My answer aligns with yours. Dawn, I have agreed. Regardless of failure, it merely signifies a return to the source of the flame several hundred years prior. Success, however, equates to having an advantage to play with before returning to the source of the flame. Shockwave, then come forth. After a brief moment, Shockwave had successfully assembled the components of the space bridge, awaiting Dawn's reactivation. Upon reactivation, Dawn perceived no significant difference. Shockwave stated, Dawn, I have installed the space bridge components within your core. To give a try. Dawn attempted to initiate the space bridge, first arriving at the laboratory's entrance, which she indeed reached. Shockwave emerged and inquired, how was it? Dawn replied, short-range teleportation poses no issues. For long-range, I shall need to test it. Shockwave continued, aside from retrieving the TF from both factions, Cybertron's energy reserves are dwindling. Bring back whatever you find on your return. Dawn affirmed, connecting to Cybertron to reach Optimus Prime and Megatron on their respective planet. The distance between them spanned at least several light years. 1 light year equates to 9, 460, 737, 937, 559, 129 meters. Although it would typically require centuries, with the use of extreme shadows, she now needed only seconds to arrive accurately. After assuring Shockwave of her safety, she set out to observe the current state of the planet, inhabited by a highly intelligent species calling themselves humans, referring to their world as Earth. At this moment, both the Decepticons and Autobots were online. The Autobots were making friends with humans, while the Decepticons were causing trouble, bullying humans, and attacking energy power stations to harvest energy. Dawn swiftly kicked one of the Decepticons away, exclaiming, do you derive satisfaction from bullying them? Upon recognizing her, the Decepticons hastily retreated. Optimus Prime remarked, Dawn, it brings me great joy to see you again. However, what brings you here? Dawn replied, you all are gone, leaving only a few Decepticons and Autobots on Cybertron. I persuaded them to return, and now I wish to see when you will awaken. Optimus Prime noted, only a few days have passed on Earth. But is it truly feasible to bring everyone back to Cybertron? Dawn responded, without certainty, I will not compel anyone to return. Furthermore, she added with a hint of anger, it's not just you I am addressing. The Decepticons persist in their troublemaking while also collecting resources. Spike Witwicky interjected, I apologize for interrupting your conversation. May I ask who this is? Optimus Prime introduced, Allow me to present Dawn, our foremost warrior from Cybertron and an exceptional mentor. The Decepticons' intelligence officer was trained by her. The others regarded Dawn with caution, while the straightforward Bumblebee exclaimed, "So, is she an enemy?" Optimus Prime clarified, "She is not an enemy. She is a friend." Bumblebee pointed at Dawn, stating, "Isn't she the teacher of Soundwave? Thus, she must align with the Decepticons." Dawn shook her head and explained, "Many of Soundwave's skills were indeed taught by me, yet whether he chooses Decepticons, Autobots, or neither is his own decision. I do not intervene, as long as he remains content with his choice." Spike Prime, Soundwave, your relationship with your students seems to transcend mere mentorship. Dawn, more often than not, I view them as my own children. Spike Prime, it appears you are a free-range father who profoundly respects his children. Perhaps we shall have much to discuss. Dawn, perhaps so. I hope our conversation will be delightful. Chapter 45. Dawn arrived aboard the Autobot ship, the Arbitrium, where everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Optimus Prime was scanning for Decepticon traces on display screen 1. He decided to seek out the Autobot medic, Ratchet, who was busy constructing a mechanical dinosaur alongside Hoist. Dawn then turned to the Autobots' lieutenant and intelligence officer, Jazz and Soundwave. Soundwave and Jazz attempted to sneak away, but Dawn seized Soundwave by the nape of his neck. "Dawn, I wish to discuss a matter with you." "Jazzo, what is it?" Dawn, after ensuring they would not escape, released his grip. "Both the Decepticons and Autobots harbor significant negative sentiments towards you. I have made every effort to soothe their emotions, yet the results have been far from satisfactory. Soundwave, you expect us to prepare for being disliked even after defeating the Decepticons?" Dawn nodded. Retrieving a USB drive. This contains records of the origins of this prolonged civil war and various pertinent data. The contents may be difficult for you to accept, but they are the truth. After reviewing it, I hope you can resolve all your issues with the Decepticons peacefully. Soundwave half-joked, "It seems unexpected transformers may emerge from this." Jazz, will the Decepticons genuinely collaborate with us to resolve these issues? Dawn, I will do my utmost, as a civil war spanning millions of years requires time to mend. Shortly after Dawn departed, the mechanical dinosaurs created by the Autobots went berserk, leaving them with plenty to attend to. Dawn located the Decepticon base, where Soundwave was present. Not intending to confront him directly, Dawn ensured Soundwave would discover his presence before retreating to a nearby clearing. Before long, Soundwave approached. Though he appeared calm, he was secretly elated, his goggles and mask concealing his expression. Even the small tapes in the cassette chamber were overjoyed to reunite with Dawn, rushing to embrace him, causing him to stumble heavily onto the ground. "Dawn, ha ha ha, seeing your boundless energy reassures me." He offered a warm smile. "Grimlock, why did you not come to see us the moment you arrived on Earth?" Dawn gently patted Grimlock's head. "I apologize for not visiting you immediately, but I am here now, so please do not be upset, all right?" Grimlock nuzzled against Dawn's chest armor playfully, and Slag took the opportunity to do the same. "Dawn, Soundwave, may I inquire about Megatron's current state?" Soundwave, he has been somewhat peculiar lately. Dawn, peculiar? Soundwave, his temper is not as volatile as it once was. Aside from his interactions with Starscream, he exhibits an unexpected poetic demeanor. Dawn, regarding this matter, I have perused all the poetry and writings authored by Megatron. To be candid, if Megatron were not to serve as the leader of the Decepticons, he would make a commendable poet. Soundwave, do you know anything concerning Megatron's peculiarities? Dawn, while you were offline, I conducted a restoration treatment on Megatron's cerebral module. Soundwave, are there any side effects? Dawn, as of now, there appear to be none. Now, lead me to Megatron. Upon encountering Dawn, Megatron instinctively shifted to the side. Megatron, I wish to inquire, during my time aboard the Autobot spacecraft, I was online briefly before being rendered unconscious by a transformer. Was that you? Dawn replied without hesitation, "Yes, it was I." Megatron suppressed his urge to confront the transformer and asked, "Why?" Dawn, the moment you came online, you sought to attack the transformer. Instinctively, I delivered a swift maneuver to pacify you. Megatron found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was not without fault. Dawn, after I rendered you unconscious again, I repaired the cerebral module that had been tampered with. Additionally, this USB drive contains all the truths from before the Civil War. I have previously informed you about the circumstances of the Transformers who did not partake in the conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots. Upon reviewing the contents of a USB, I hope that you can resolve all your issues peacefully. Chapter 46. The Civil War concludes. Dawn. Megatron, I wish to pose a question to you. Megatron, what question? Dawn, what is your overall impression of Soundwave? Megatron. Overall, he is rather pleasant in appearance, exceptionally attentive to Transformers, and possesses commendable work capabilities. Occasionally, he displays a slight temper, but overall, he is quite admirable. Dawn could not suppress a chuckle as she noticed Megatron transform his words into a more favorable light. Megatron, why are you laughing? Dawn, I merely did not expect that you could sometimes be rather endearing, Ironhide. Megatron, angrily. Dawn, Megatron, do not tell me you are unaware of the meaning behind my inquiry. Megatron, yet you have stated that there is substantial negativity directed towards us. Perhaps you are more suitable. You provide companionship when he needs it most. Dawn, to put it in the terms of other planets, I merely regard him as my own child. Megatron, I have another question for you. Megatron, what question? Dawn, do you trust my abilities? Megatron pondered for a moment. Trust. Dawn, that is sufficient. When will your factions convene to discuss matters? Let us return to Cybertron. I shall handle the rest. The USB drive provided by Dawn actually contained the memories of the Council of Elders and some discussions they had with the Quintessence, the Transformers from both factions. After enduring their anger while reviewing the contents, felt a sense of being manipulated like mere pawns. Before long, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the Transformers from both sides arrived. Megatron and Optimus Prime insisted that regardless of what transpired, they must not resort to violence. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Optimus Prime and Megatron engaged in a fierce struggle. The assembled Transformers were astonished, with Bumblebee exclaiming, "Were we not meant to conclude the Civil War peacefully? Why has my brother begun to fight with Megatron again?" At dawn, it appeared that these two Transformers were eager to determine a victor before the conclusion, erasing all past grievances. The Decepticons, seemingly unsatisfied with the chaos, stealthily approached Dawn, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted by the Autobots, leading to a skirmish. Dawn inquired, "What is the matter?" The Autobots replied, "Nothing, really nothing." The Decepticons insisted, "There is indeed something." Through their fragmented exchanges, Dawn discerned that Optimus Prime targeted only Soundwave, not anyone else. Although Dawn maintained a stoic expression, internally, thoughts of how to utterly defeat Optimus swirled. With a swift motion, Dawn kicked the tape recorder, which had been entangled with Soundwave, sending it flying into the sky, disappearing like a star. Witnessing this scene, the Decepticons trembled slightly, and Dawn chuckled. Upon learning that Soundwave had been persistently bullied by Optimus, a smile crept onto Dawn's face. Soundwave recognized this as a precursor to Dawn's unilateral assault on the Decepticons, aware that Dawn wielded power with precision, and remarked, "A total of 49,653 times." Dawn turned to Optimus. "Oh, Optimus, do you have anything to say?" The atmosphere around them radiated a sense of impending doom. Optimus replied, "Jazz, absolutely not. Truly, I am not deceiving you." Twilight, Dawn noted, "He is lying." With a chilling demeanor, filled with lethal intent, she confronted the situation, while Megatron wisely retreated, relieved that the trouble was not directed at him. Using her speed, Dawn dashed towards Optimus, who instinctively attempted to block, only to realize it was merely an illusion. Dawn appeared behind him, executing a throw, and as Optimus struggled to regain his balance, she charged once more. Although Optimus attempted to retaliate, he was no match for Dawn's swiftness. She seized his incoming fist, performing a back throw, and followed up with a whip kick that rendered Optimus momentarily immobilized. Then, employing a neck-breaking throw, she struck him down repeatedly, a total of 8 times, before activating a space bridge that transported them to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Ultimately, she unleashed a barrage of strikes, and when Optimus crashed heavily to the ground, he was forced offline. The paramedic rushed forward, sensing Dawn's intent to cease the assault, to assess Optimus's condition, which was perilously close to returning to the Allspark. The onlooking Transformers were left in stunned silence, captivated by Dawn's prowess, gasping in awe. One exclaimed, "Hey, you brute. That was excessively harsh." Dawn nonchalantly blew on her fist. "Harsh? Not really. He hasn't returned to the Allspark yet." The others, except for Soundwave, thought to themselves, returning to the Allspark is what truly signifies harshness. With a continued smile, Dawn added, "By the way, when Optimus awakens, inform him to cease bullying Soundwave. Otherwise, next time, he might just return to the Allspark." "I keep my promises." Let this internal conflict conclude here. What does everyone think? The crowd nodded vigorously, refraining from dissent, unless someone wished to tempt fate and face Optimus. Dawn concluded, then let us return. Chapter 47. The humans had prepared some energy for the Cybertronians to use upon their return, and both the Autobots and Decepticons had repaired their respective ships. As everything was set for departure, the humans proposed the idea of forming an alliance with Cybertron. Everyone turned to Dawn, who replied, "Don't look at me. I'm not the leader. At most, I can offer some advice." Optimus Prime inquired, "What is your suggestion?" Dawn responded, "First, let's resolve our domestic matters. When the time comes, you may choose your allies, but to form an alliance, both parties must consider their differences and whether they are suited for such a relationship." The group remarked, "Is it really that simple?" Dawn replied, "You are overcomplicating things." The journey back to Cybertron, which should have been filled with joy and a tinge of anxiety, was interrupted by an incident. The Decepticon ship trembled briefly before it suddenly shot out of the space bridge's perimeter. Dawn's core jolted with apprehension. On Cybertron, Shockwave observed the Autobot ship exit the space bridge, but the Decepticon ship was nowhere in sight. Dawn rushed to Shockwave and, before he could inquire about the situation, exclaimed, "Have you noticed any anomalies with the space bridge?" "Hurry," Shockwave replied. "Everything seems fine." It was the first time Shockwave had witnessed Dawn in such a state of alarm, leaving him momentarily stunned. As Shockwave searched for answers, he asked Dawn, "May I inquire what has transpired with the Decepticons?" Dawn confessed, "I'm not entirely sure. Their ship shook within the space bridge, then suddenly surged out. I am quite concerned about Soundwave. I have a foreboding sense about this." Shockwave stated, "This is the potential range of consequences following their abrupt exit." Dawn processed this data and remarked, "Thank you." After contemplating, furthermore, Shockwave, "If I do not return within half a cycle, exercise caution." With that, Dawn rushed out, unaware of who awaited him. After Dawn departed, several small heads peeked around the corner. Shockwave remarked, "Your presence here defies logic." Jazz responded, "Oh, what's the harm? There's no battle at the moment. We might as well explore while we can. Once we're sentenced, our freedom will vanish." Bumblebee questioned, "Is Dawn seeking the Decepticons solely because of Soundwave?" Shockwave replied, "For Dawn, Soundwave is but a minor factor. There are other reasons. Firstly, the absence of several Decepticons, particularly their leader, will draw excessive attention to you. Can you withstand that scrutiny? Secondly, if they cause trouble outside, it would bring disgrace to Cybertron." Ratchet remarked, "It's a pity Dawn does not take on the role of leader." Ironhide added, "Indeed. Perhaps Cybertron would truly transform in unexpected ways." Seated before Shockwave, sipping Energon tea, a crossroads appeared on Shockwave's head, prompting him to expel them with a firm declaration. "This is a laboratory. If you wish to enjoy tea, please proceed to the first floor, turn left, and walk straight." As they were driven out, they followed the direction indicated by Shockwave, which led to the entrance of the academy. Bumblebee and Jazz felt quite irritable at that moment. The ambulance reassured them, saying, "All right, let's not sulk. Shockwave is right. This is certainly not a place for tea and snacks." Ironhide expressed his curiosity, "But I wonder why Shockwave has become so emotional." Jazz replied, "Well, it is said that Shockwave once underwent a shadow puppet surgery, which has rendered him the most ruthless among all Decepticons. Now he experiences frustration and anger, which, as he himself stated, is illogical." Bumblebee queried, "Isn't that a good thing?" The others chuckled in response, "Of course it is. We just don't know the reason behind it. Could there be danger involved?" After they dispersed, Bumblebee sought out Optimus Prime to inquire about Shockwave's past. Chapter 48. Dawn, in a relentless search, failed to locate the Decepticon spacecraft or any Transformers. However, he encountered an adversary he wished never to see again, his arch-nemesis, the Cosmic Emperor. Had he retained his former strength and a few old companions, Dawn could have assuredly evaded the Cosmic Emperor's attacks or harassed him in return. Yet now, even with the space bridge as an advantage, he was uncertain of his chances. The Cosmic Emperor remarked, "It has been a long time, hasn't it, illusory spirit? Surprised to see me again, aren't you?" Dawn replied candidly, not just surprised but frightened as well. He activated the space bridge, hoping to escape, but was thwarted by an onslaught of energy attacks. He evaded continuously, mentally counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. With a series of 5 rapid attacks followed by a 2-second cooldown, Dawn carefully approached his opponent, seizing the opportunity during the cooldown to dash forward, only to be struck away by another assailant. Nevertheless, he caught a glimpse of the adversary's form, another silicon-based life form. More figures appeared around him, also silicon-based beings, among whom were several Transformers Dawn recognized, including Soundwave. The Cosmic Emperor taunted, "What does it feel like to encounter old acquaintances, illusory spirit?" Dawn retorted, "Cosmic Emperor, what do you want from me?" The Cosmic Emperor replied, "Will you enter willingly, or shall I compel them to persuade you?" Dawn shot back, "You're forcing me." The Cosmic Emperor, say what you will, and do not even think about contacting the Cybertronian Transformers. That would be futile. A trickle of condensation escaped Dawn, who understood he had no grounds to negotiate with the Cosmic Emperor. He had no choice but to comply and enter the Cosmic Emperor's domain. "That is a good child," the Cosmic Emperor said, as he inserted several tubes into Dawn's being. Dawn grimaced in pain, but did not resist, knowing that any defiance would be in vain. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Emperor commanded, "You all go to Cybertron and bring me the leadership module." The newly transformed Megatron, now known as Shockwave, protested, "On what ground should I heed your command?" "Cosmic Emperor, since I possess the power to transform you, I can just as easily obliterate you." With that, he unleashed his mental prowess, inflicting great torment upon Shockwave, compelling him to submit once more. Leading his subordinates, Shockwave soared toward Cybertron. Half a cycle had passed, and the absence of Soundwave began to stir a sense of unease within the ranks. Dawn had assured that he would return at a specific time. Should he fail to do so, it would signify dire circumstances. Thus, he urged everyone to prepare for potential unforeseen events. Yet, the Autobots and some residents paid him no heed, continuing with their tasks undeterred. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime found himself in the archives, where no announcements were made, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding events, as no Transformers conveyed any news to him. However, the subsequent occurrences would leave those Transformers regretting their negligence. Shockwave, leading his team, swiftly descended upon Cybertron to wreak havoc. Though the resistance was prompt, they later discovered that Optimus Prime had been bested by Shockwave, returning to the Allspark, with his leadership module seized by Shockwave. Having acquired his desired prize, Shockwave ordered a hasty retreat. The aftermath left many puzzled as to why Shockwave had taken the leadership module. Ratchet elucidated that the leadership module symbolized tremendous power, serving as the emblem of a leader. Its energy could awaken new Cybertronian life or enhance existing beings. The leadership module could not be controlled by just anyone. Only those who resonated with it could harness its potential to create new life forms, while instances of utilizing the module to directly alter existing beings were exceedingly rare. This revelation deepened their understanding of the module's significance and the gravity of their predicament, leading to fervent discussions on the appropriate course of action. Soundwave proposed that the only viable solution was to trace Shockwave's whereabouts and the leadership module. Previously, many Transformers had disregarded Soundwave's warnings, culminating in the loss of the module, and they unanimously agreed to his suggestion. However, one Transformer stood up, questioning, "How did you know that trouble would arise?" Soundwave responded, "It was Dawn who sensed the abnormality when the Decepticon ship suddenly surged from the space bridge. Just before departing, he mentioned that he would not return within half a cycle, urging me to remind everyone to remain vigilant. Now, do you have any objections?" The assembly expressed their unanimous agreement. Chapter 49. The moment Dawn realized that Shockwave had obtained the leadership module, he understood that Optimus Prime must have returned to the Allspark. With a resigned sigh, Dawn felt the tubes embedded deeper within him, releasing currents of electricity. Cosmic Emperor, in this regard, you bear a striking resemblance to the primordial celestial. Rather than concern yourself with other Transformers, you would do well to worry more about your own fate. At dawn, while enduring the agony inflicted by the tubes and currents, Dawn found himself puzzled as to why the Cosmic Emperor could discern his thoughts. Outside, Shockwave, wielding a leadership module, threatened the Cosmic Emperor. Amidst his suffering, Dawn lamented that although his body had been upgraded, his intellect seemed diminished. Had the Cosmic Emperor not understood the leadership module, he would have taken matters into his own hands rather than sending Shockwave, whose current actions would only provoke the Cosmic Emperor further. However, before Dawn could witness this unfolding scene, he succumbed to the unbearable pain and went offline. Numerous Transformers tracked Shockwave to the vicinity of the Cosmic Emperor, and upon seeing the latter's imposing stature, many felt a sense of trepidation, with some reconsidering their resolve. In a corner, Soundwave, since the arrival of several Transformers and, aware of their identities, decided to send some information he had on the Cosmic Emperor via the bird-like device, Sawtooth. Soundwave recognized the peril of being discovered and returning to the Allspark, but the sound of Dawn's anguish compelled him to act. He could scarcely fathom the suffering Dawn would endure if he remained inactive. When Sawtooth appeared before everyone, they were astonished by its sudden presence. But the creature had no time to dwell on their reactions. It swiftly transmitted information regarding the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor, strength unknown, possesses the ability to transform and control mechanical life forms, feeding upon planets. Shockwave addressed the assembly. Have you all comprehended? That adversary consumes planets. Even if our next target isn't Cybertron, none can guarantee it won't eventually set its sights on us. Those wishing to escape need not fear my hindrance. For those who choose to stay, prepare for battle. As the group launched their assault on the Cosmic Emperor and the transformed Decepticons, the unaltered Decepticons shifted allegiances, joining forces against the Cosmic Emperor and the modified faction. Soundwave, having remained hidden, approached the Cosmic Emperor's core alongside Shockwave and Heatwave, encountering numerous obstacles on their path to find Dawn. Though it took considerable time, they eventually located him. At that moment, Dawn was still offline. Yet his limbs had fused with the inner wall of the Cosmic Emperor, entangled in live wires. Even after severing the wires, they found it impossible to extricate Dawn from the wall. In the midst of relentless attacks, it became necessary to abandon Dawn's limbs. As Dawn struggled to regain consciousness, he beheld Shockwave, Soundwave, and Heatwave in a standoff with Shockwave. Weakly, he uttered the leadership module. The way to defeat the Cosmic Emperor lies within the leadership module. His words remained unfinished as he once more succumbed to unconsciousness. Heatwave rushed to seize the leadership module from Shockwave's chest, leading to a scuffle between the two Transformers, with Heatwave clearly at a disadvantage. Shockwave entrusted Dawn to Soundwave and advanced to assist. After securing the leadership module, a Transformer relayed a message. The Cosmic Emperor has now approached Cybertron. The situation is dire. In the present moment, only by hastily pulling apart the leadership module can Hot Rod hope to salvage Cybertron. With great effort, he stretched the module open, and as it gradually yielded, his own form underwent an upgrade. Soon after, due to the energy emanating from the leadership module, the body of the Cosmic Tyrant began to explode. Fortunately, at the last moment, everyone managed to escape. While assessing the damage, Soundwave promptly took Dawn to the medical station. Inside, upon witnessing Dawn's injuries, the medic began to work without uttering a word. After a period of time, the medic had successfully reattached Dawn's new limbs, repaired the internally damaged components, and mended the remaining cracks and fissures, replenishing considerable energy. Yet, there remained no signs of consciousness returning. What's wrong with Dawn? Soundwave inquired anxiously. The damage to Dawn is not solely physical. He has also suffered profound psychological trauma. Whether he awakens depends on his own will, the medic replied. Soundwave remained vigilantly by Dawn's side, caring for him until the moment he revived. Observing the attentive care Soundwave offered, the medic hesitated before approaching and said, "There is something that Dawn would prefer I not disclose to you, but I feel it is essential that you know." "What is it?" Soundwave asked. "Dawn can only survive for a few more centuries at most. He refrained from telling you for fear that you might sacrifice your own companionship to accompany him during his final years." Upon hearing this, Soundwave grasped Dawn's hand tightly. Indeed, Dawn was significant to him. During times when he craved compassion and companionship, it was Dawn and the tapes who had stood by him. Knowing of Dawn's condition, he would undoubtedly choose to be by his side, postponing any thoughts of companionship until Dawn returned to the matrix of leadership. Even if he missed out, he would not mind. "Dawn, I do mind, dear." Chapter 50. Uncertain of how many cycles had passed, Dawn gradually came online. The moment Soundwave noticed his awakening, he hurriedly called for the medical personnel. Dawn's vision was still blurry, but after adjusting his focus, he grasped Soundwave's hand, weakly and remorsefully uttering, "I'm sorry, Soundwave, for causing you worry." Soundwave removed his mask and visor, taking Dawn's hand and placing it against his own faceplate, his expression a blend of joy and relief, even teetering on the edge of tears as he said, "As long as you're awake, as long as you're all right." But why unable to contain his tears, he leaned against Dawn's form, sobbing, "Why didn't you tell me about your condition? Why?" Dawn, awkwardly using his newly attached hands, gently patted Soundwave's back. He had never witnessed Soundwave cry like this, and found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, Dawn said, I didn't want you to bear the burden of my troubles, but I was wrong. It only brings you more sorrow. I am truly sorry. Outside, the other Transformers, hearing the commotion, wisely refrained from intruding. Once Soundwave had cried enough, Dawn urged him to lift his head and smiled, saying, All right, Soundwave, calm your emotions, and let us call the others in. The Soundwaves calculated the time and concluded that they must have been outside for quite some time. The thought that they might have heard her crying made the Soundwaves feel blue in an instant. Dawn chuckled. Hee, Bobo, you remain as adorable as ever. The Soundwaves hurriedly closed her goggles and mask, calling TF to come in before hastily retreating. The paramedic gestured towards the door, and Dawn reassured, It's fine. He will return once you all leave. After the team had checked on Dawn and confirmed her condition was stable enough for discharge the next day, they departed. True to Dawn's words, the Soundwaves returned shortly thereafter. Come here, Bobo. We need to have a serious discussion about my condition, Dawn said. The Soundwaves replied, What is there to discuss? You know my personality well. Dawn, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, I am aware of your personality, just as you know mine. If you neglect yourself while caring for me, do not blame me for turning my back on you. All right, the Soundwaves conceded. Dawn continued, Let's not be so glum. I never said you couldn't take care of me. I merely hope that while you care for me, you also attend to your own matters. Can you tell me what transpired after the space bridge? The Soundwaves' mood brightened as she explained. It was Red Spider and some members who were unwilling to return, so they engaged in a scuffle with other TFs, seizing control of the spacecraft. Shortly after exiting the space bridge, they encountered the Cosmic Emperor, who transformed a portion of the TFs, making them obey him. The Decepticon leader, later known as Shockwave, upon his transformation, swiftly eliminated Red Spider. You are aware of the subsequent events. Dawn remarked, I see. However, I must critique one thing. Shockwave's power and intelligence post-transformation seemed disproportionate. The Soundwaves acknowledged, You've noticed that too. Dawn proposed, Perhaps we could exploit this fact to capture Shockwave. The Soundwaves gasped, What? And then revert him back? What do you think? The Soundwaves nodded thoughtfully. Originally, the Decepticon leader acted without considering the welfare of Cybertron or the surrounding TFs due to the influence of the puppet show. However, after being altered by the Cosmic Emperor, he frequently unintentionally jeopardized both Cybertron and the TFs around him, becoming increasingly irritable. If no solution was found, the Decepticon leader would eventually bring about his own downfall. Dawn's suggestion offered a glimmer of hope for restoration. Though Dawn had strategies in mind, she had never tested their feasibility, so she candidly stated, Bobo, I must clarify that I cannot guarantee whether we can revert Shockwave. While I have obtained relevant information, I have yet to put it into practice, and I cannot ascertain the likelihood of success. The Soundwaves reassured, It's all right, Dawn. Just do your best. Dawn replied, Thank you for your understanding, Bobo. Chapter 51. Dawn inquired, and what became of the Cosmic Emperor later on? The Soundwaves responded, After his defeat, the Cosmic Emperor's body was shattered, with his head located near Cybertron. At dawn, Dawn declared, No, the head of the Universe Emperor is perilously close to Cybertron. Soundwave inquired, Why, Dawn? Dawn responded, Boppo, first tell me where that head is located, then summon the Transformers to the site. I shall investigate it myself before providing any explanations. Upon arriving at the vicinity with remarkable speed, Dawn was met with the sight of Starscream being violently propelled away. Bewildered, Dawn pondered. Did not Boppo say that Starscream was obliterated by the devastating attack of the Universe Emperor? Who, then, did I just witness? Could my optical sensors be malfunctioning? As Dawn beheld the head of the Universe Emperor also sent flying, realization dawned. It was undoubtedly the work of the Universe Emperor. Hot Rod, no, the currently recognized leader, Hot Shot, approached and stated, Dawn, you have been discharged from the medical facility. Dawn replied, I am officially discharged tomorrow. Hot Shot queried, Then what brings you here today? Dawn explained, I heard that the head of the Universe Emperor remains on Cybertron. I am concerned. Given the earlier events, my apprehension appears to be justified. Hot Shot expressed his own confusion. It is indeed strange. The returning Decepticons claimed that Starscream had been utterly annihilated. Yet now he has resurfaced, even acquiring the optical sensors of Megatron and Grimlock. After a moment of contemplation, Dawn asked, What was Starscream doing just before he was blasted away? Hot Shot replied, It seems he was handling a couple of cables. Dawn glanced at the ground and noticed a small cluster of wires. Soundwave arrived with several transformers, asking, "What's the situation?" Dawn lamented, "My greatest fear has indeed come to pass." The others were perplexed, and Dawn elucidated. The leadership module could only inflict severe damage upon the Universe Emperor without ensuring his demise. Hotshot interjected, "But you previously stated that the way to defeat the Universe Emperor was through the leadership module?" Dawn clarified, "Indeed. I asserted that the leadership module could vanquish the Universe Emperor, but I never claimed it could render him non-existent in this world." Hotshot pondered. "Now that he has been blasted away, surely he is safe?" Dawn admitted, "I cannot be certain. After resolving the matter with Starscream, I intend to traverse the cosmos in search of a definitive method to eradicate the Universe Emperor. Simultaneously, I will gather information regarding the Supreme Commander." Hotshot conceded. "Very well." Soundwave interjected, "Does this mean we will soon part ways again?" Dawn affirmed, "Yes, but rest assured, Boppo, it shan't be for long." Later, Dawn learned that Optimus Prime had returned to the Allspark, while Megatron had transformed into Starscream and fled with some followers, thereby delaying any punitive measures against the Decepticons and Autobots. Days passed, and Starscream re-emerged with several novices to wreak havoc, interrupting Dawn's search for a way to revert Starscream back to Megatron. Frustrated by the disturbances caused by other Transformers during his endeavors, unless the matters were of utmost importance, Dawn concentrated energy to form a holy lance and hurled it towards Starscream, exclaiming, "Who dares disturb me? This noise is intolerable. Are we to be allowed to work in peace?" After narrowly escaping, Jingpa glared fiercely at Fu Xiao, who, still fuming, retorted, "What are you staring at? If you have the guts, let us settle this with a fight," followed by a stream of expletive-free insults. Jingpa, at a loss for words, charged at Fu Xiao with the intent to inflict a harsh blow, but Fu Xiao easily evaded him. Fu Xiao taunted, "What's the matter? Can't take a hit?" Subsequently, Jingpa unleashed a flurry of attacks with all his might, yet Fu Xiao effortlessly dodged each one using his agile moves, continuously provoking Jingpa with his words. As time passed, Fu Xiao remained relatively unspent in terms of energy, while Jingpa grew increasingly fatigued, his movements slowing significantly. "Fu Xiao, if you're so brave, stop dodging," Jingpa challenged. "All right, I won T-dodge," Fu Xiao replied. As Jingpa rushed forward, Fu Xiao lowered his stance and lunged slightly ahead, landing a blow with the Breaking Sky fist on Jingpa chin. The impact caused Jingpa to tilt backward, his optical visor flashing white before he logged off. Witnessing Jingpa departure, Batian sure sighed. "Fu Xiao, you truly are formidable." "Enough of that," Fu Xiao replied. "Let us swiftly bind him and assign a few TFs to keep watch over him. We must prevent any further destruction until I find a solution." "Understood," Batian sure acknowledged. In Chapter 52, while Fu Xiao was still in search of a resolution, he was informed that Megatron had vanished once again. "Why use the word again?" he queried, his face darkening as he glanced at the time. "It's only been a brief moment, and you've already let him escape." All his words coalesced into a deep sigh. Fu Xiao abandoned his current task to pursue Jingpa trail. Upon arriving at a planet perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, he detected Jingpa signal and descended to investigate. Upon discovering him, Fu Xiao's resolve to assist Jingpa in his restoration solidified. Within a cave, Jingpa was ensnared in ice, maintaining a pose reminiscent of triumphant laughter. Observing the ice fragments scattered on the ground and the signs of something having fallen above, along with the shattered opening, Fu Xiao deduced the circumstances. With 3 lines of exasperation appearing on his forehead, he muttered "fool" and dragged the large ice block back to Cybertron. After hearing Fu Xiao's account of the scene, the others speculated on how Jingpa had managed to entrap himself in ice, erupting into laughter. For Fu Xiao's deductions were often astoundingly accurate. Newly emerged from the ice, Jingpa, enraged, declared, "Stop laughing." Just as he prepared to retaliate, Fu Xiao seized him. Taking advantage of Jingpa sluggish response after his icy entrapment. "If you're aware of the shame, then refrain from such foolishness next time. Understood?" Fu Xiao admonished. "Mind your own business. Let me go." Jingpa protested. "I can't do that. Your previous behavior has brought disgrace upon Cybertron." Unless what?" Jingpa interrupted. "Unless I perform surgery to enhance your intelligence," Fu Xiao concluded. "Absolutely not. I will never allow you to operate on me. Such surgery is surely a ruse. Jing exclaimed. Well, it's rare to see your intellect finally activated. However, since you refuse, I suppose I must continue to restrain you. Observing the unfolding events, TF remarked, well, it seems that the Dawn has struck a nerve and is now seething with indignation. Dawn, undeterred by the futile resistance of Jing Patian, turned to Batian and requested a particular item. Batian, for this operation, I require the leadership module to suppress the influence and power that the Universe Emperor bestows upon Jing Patian. Batian replied, no problem. He then retrieved the leadership module, transforming back into Rebo. Dawn accepted the leadership module and continued. You all should fetch the instruments I need for the surgery while I transport Jing Patian to the neurosurgery room at the medical station. The assistants responded affirmatively. Dawn grasped Jing Patian by the nape, leading him towards the medical station despite his continued protests. Dawn, you despicable coward, TF, release me and let us fight. Throughout the journey, Dawn feigned ignorance, remaining silent, creating an eerie sensation for Jing Patian, as if he were being dragged by a specter rather than a living being, TF. Upon arriving at the surgical room, the instruments were already prepared. Seeing the surgical tools only intensified Jing Potion's resistance. Dawn, without hesitation, struck Jing Patian, incapacitating him, and proceeded with the operation. Dawn opened Jing Potion's head, revealing a damp interior, evidently having been soaked. As the saying goes, his brain is taken in water. Dawn dried the interior and extracted the brain module, initiating the drying process while connecting the leadership module's energy to Jing Potion's spark. Once the leadership module expelled the energy linked to the Universe Emperor, Jing Patian could return to his former self, albeit requiring some time. Subsequently, Dawn examined the brain module, discovering a program and chip forcibly implanted by the Universe Emperor. Carefully, he extracted the chip, which allowed the Universe Emperor to control Jing Patian, while the program instilled a perpetual desire to oppose Cybertron. Dawn connected the brain module to the mainframe to delete the program. Yet remnants of data persisted despite his best efforts, causing him considerable frustration. Reluctantly, he reinstalled the brain module back into Jing Potion's, or rather, Megatron's, head and rebooted him, disconnecting the lines from Megatron's body, awaiting his revival. During this time, he took a sip of the energy liquid, attempting to ease his tense disposition. Chapter 53. Upon Megatron's revival, Dawn entered the room, offering a cup of energy liquid. Ah, you're awake. Megatron shook his head, still somewhat disoriented, and accepted the liquid, inquiring, what were the results of the surgery? Dawn responded, the program implanted by the Universe Emperor in your brain module cannot be entirely eliminated. Some residual data remains. Megatron asked, what implications does this have? Dawn replied, there may still be lingering thoughts opposing Cybertron. Megatron contemplated this. Dawn continued, rest well. I shall return tomorrow for a follow-up examination. Wait a moment, Dawn, Megatron interjected. What is it? Dawn replied, regarding the punishment for the Decepticons and Autobots, Megatron stated. Very well. I intended for you to rest and reflect today and discuss it tomorrow, Dawn acknowledged. In truth, I have already formulated a plan. You will assign all the blame for the Decepticons to me, Megatron declared. Are you certain? This is no trivial matter, Dawn cautioned. I'm certain, Megatron affirmed. At dawn, I firmly declined any further discussion. I will arrange for Soundwave to attend to you shortly. Meanwhile, I urge you to contemplate whether this course of action truly serves the best interests of the Decepticons. Megatron nodded in acknowledgement. After leaving the hospital, I pondered the situation and ultimately reached out to Six-Shot to locate Soundwave. Soundwave reported, Megatron has awakened and appears to have regained his composure. I replied, indeed, however, the programming implanted in his cranial module by Unicron cannot be entirely eradicated. It will inevitably exert some influence over him. Additionally, Megatron wishes to shoulder all the blame for the Decepticons' actions. I hope you can engage him in a meaningful conversation. Soundwave acknowledged, understood. I introduced Six-Shot, who would ensure the safety of both Soundwave and Megatron during this period. Six-Shot bowed respectfully. Greetings, I look forward to your guidance. Soundwave responded, hello. I entrusted Soundwave to Six-Shot's care. You can depend on me, Six-Shot assured. I made my way to the storage area for the fallen Transformers, taking a deep breath. Few would willingly venture into such a place, save for professional duties or other compelling reasons. I retrieved the bodies of Optimus Prime and his team, Employing revival techniques, I had learned from Six-Shot to perform surgery on Optimus. Shortly after he was revived, I informed him of the current predicament. You need not rush to respond. I have other Transformers requiring surgery. As dawn approached the following day, several Transformers remained unrecoverable. Others exhibited diminished abilities or altered personalities. I inquired, Optimus, have you had time to reflect? He replied, I will accept full responsibility for the actions of the Autobots. I cautioned, your approach will only yield counterproductive results. Ratchet interjected, what are you discussing? Optimus explained, the accountability for the Civil War is still unresolved. On the Decepticon side, Megatron has freed himself from Unicron's control and wishes to take all the blame upon himself. Ratchet countered, that does not justify shifting all the responsibility onto yourself. Ironhide added, moreover, as you mentioned, this behavior will only invite further scrutiny. You must have a solution, right? I assured them, your actions will lead others to perceive you as shielding your subordinates, resulting in greater negative discourse and an unfavorable outcome. Optimus pressed, what solution do you propose? I suggested, we can reach a compromise. The leader assumes primary responsibility, while the officers take secondary accountability. As for the non-officers and foot soldiers, I will devise reasons to shield them from blame. Everyone, with the exception of Optimus, agreed. He remained obstinate, but under the pressure of returning to the Allspark, he reluctantly acquiesced. What about Megatron? He asked. I reassured him, do not worry. I have dispatched Transformers to persuade him. However, I will check in again to confirm. You all should return and rest well. I will not accompany you. After stepping outside, Dawn contacted Soundwave to inquire about the persuasion efforts regarding Megatron. Soundwave confirmed the success of the persuasion and subsequently informed everyone that a court session would be held at 9 o'clock the following morning to determine the responsibilities for the Civil War. Chapter 54. In the ensuing 2 days, Dawn was far from idle, diligently revising the judgment document until just an hour before the court session, scrutinizing it for any errors. The court proceedings are omitted. Ultimately, the majority of the Transformers were quite satisfied with the outcome. Most of the leaders from both the Decepticons and Autobots faced certain punitive measures, with 2 leaders receiving the harshest sentences. Exiled to the edge of the universe, similar to a border, and also the most chaotic area, for 500,000 years. They could only return in times of dire need for Cybertron. A few members from both factions expressed their dissatisfaction, but it was of no consequence. The verdict had been rendered and was unanimously accepted. Those who resisted during the interim had their mobility stripped away and were taken out to be dealt with by the residents who had not engaged in the Civil War. Outside, a chorus of anguished cries echoed, and even those who wished to protest found themselves lacking the courage to do so. After exiting, Dawn rubbed the sore spot at the back of her neck and brought Optimus Prime and Megatron to the space bridge. Optimus asked, Dawn, why did you do that? Dawn replied, only by allowing them to feel and bear the wrath of the citizens will they understand that this matter is no trifling issue. In any case, you must exercise caution once you reach the edge of the universe. Optimus responded, thank you, Dawn. Also, I hope you can teach Repairman more, as he is still quite inexperienced. Megatron interjected, until I return, I entrust him to you, Soundwave. Dawn simply smiled and nodded. After bidding farewell to Optimus and Megatron, she did not take a moment's respite and immediately immersed herself in the task of soothing both the Decepticons and Autobots. Throughout this process, some were injured, and under Dawn's patient guidance, a few Transformers heeded her words, while others remained obstinate. Those who resisted were subdued by Dawn's wrath and ultimately conformed. A few even resorted to violence against her, prompting Dawn to confine them momentarily to prepare their minds for what lay ahead and to teach Repairman how to become a better leader. Repairman slumped over the table, dejectedly remarked, this is so bothersome, Dawn. Why don't you take on the role of leader instead? Dawn replied, pouting is ineffective. Becoming a leader is not solely my decision. It is the leadership module that chose you, and you accepted the leadership module, thus attaining the position. Repairman protested, but I can't maintain a serious demeanor like old Tong Shianxio, all the time. Dawn reassured him, I'm not saying you must always act like a leader. In your daily life, you can be as carefree and whimsical as you like. I won't stop you or criticize you. However, at crucial moments, you must be reliable and embody the essence of a leader. Otherwise, others, the Transformers, will lose respect for you, and I'm certain you do not wish for that. Repairman conceded, All right, but Dawn, why did you impose such a severe sentence on my elder brother? Dawn explained to the citizens and your brother, it is not severe. Repairman was taken aback, muttering, elder brother. Dawn continued, at that time, after I explained the situation to Optimus, he insisted on taking all the responsibility upon himself. At dawn, the Seeker of the Heavens inquired, Moses, is your spirit still lingering? The heavenly smith banged the table and exclaimed, absolutely not. This is beyond question. The Dawn replied, I too dissent, and I comprehend the rationale behind Optimus Prime's actions. Therefore, in response to the fervent demands of the Assembly, Optimus Prime must bear the primary responsibility. While most of the officials will take on secondary accountability, it is preferable that the remaining factions remain uninvolved, and you, as Optimus Prime emphasized before his departure, must not betray the special care he has shown you. Upon hearing this, the heavenly smith, who had been bowing his head, immediately lifted it with renewed vigor and declared, if that is the case, I must dedicate myself to my studies with greater diligence. Upon returning to the garage, which was shrouded in darkness, the Dawn illuminated the space to find Soundwave curled up on the sofa. Any other Transformers might have been startled, but the Dawn approached and gently patted Soundwave's head, saying, what is it? Are you still worried about Megatron? Soundwave nodded. The Dawn continued, did I not previously mention that I could arrange for you to have video calls with Megatron under the pretense of regularly checking on her situation? Soundwave replied, yet I still harbor concerns. The Dawn questioned, do you believe in Megatron as strength? Soundwave asserted, indeed, he is our leader, his voice brimming with pride. The Dawn encouraged, then you must trust that he will emerge unscathed. Also, after I depart, take good care of yourself. Otherwise, should Megatron discover that you have suffered any misfortune, he would undoubtedly unearth my grave. Soundwave chuckled softly. The Dawn stretched. All right, your spirits seem much improved now. It is time for bed. I am utterly exhausted. Chapter 55. After arranging everything, the Dawn prepared to venture into the cosmos in search of the Supreme Commander. Soundwave, I intend to explore the universe for the Supreme Commander or any related information, as well as methods to potentially restore the Cosmic Emperor. Would you care to accompany me? Soundwave contemplated for a moment. Although Cybertron appeared tranquil, what might transpire after the Dawn's departure? He was not a master of titanium and could not foresee, but he could speculate. Accompanying the Dawn would not only ensure his safety, but perhaps his abilities might prove beneficial. Thus, Soundwave consented. The Dawn kept the news of his cosmic expedition from most Transformers. Firstly, it was unnecessary, and secondly, if everyone were to learn of it, who could say if those who disapproved of the Dawn might not suddenly cause a ruckus? The heavenly smith and Teletron, one came forth to bid farewell. Teletron, one cautioned, be careful on your journey. The Dawn responded, indeed, you two should remain vigilant, particularly regarding the heavenly smith. Do not indulge him, lest he embark on foolish endeavors. The heavenly smith, overhearing, was displeased. Hey, Dawn, there is no need to speak of Transformers in such a manner. The Dawn retorted, then take greater care in your future actions. Do not be the one who causes concern among the Transformers. Once they departed Cybertron, Soundwave gazed at the receding silhouette of their home and inquired, Dawn, was your initial mission not to seek the origins of Cybertron? The Dawn replied, essentially. Why do you suddenly ask this? Soundwave explained, upon our return to Cybertron, I sought out information regarding your past, which stated that you were specifically tasked with uncovering history. It did not mention what your historical mission entailed. Dawn, it seems that my purpose for venturing into the cosmos this time was merely to solidify your understanding of this matter. But what about before that? Soundwave, your comprehension of historical inquiries surpasses that of all but Master Titanium. You harbor a profound curiosity about the unknown past and events that could potentially become pivotal moments in history. At that time, I speculated that your endeavors were related to historical missions, particularly given your unparalleled combat prowess among the inhabitants of Cybertron. Thus, I concluded that you were in search of a perilous or uncertain chapter of history. Dawn, Soundwave, you truly possess remarkable intellect. However, you have only grasped half of the truth. Soundwave? Dawn, I have two additional missions. One is to safeguard Cybertron, and the other is to uncover the truth and make it public. Soundwave, for instance, the clandestine collusion of the Council of Elders with the five-faced beast in the past. Dawn, indeed. Soundwave. So, Dawn, who exactly is this Supreme Monarch? There is no information regarding him in any records. Dawn, to be honest, my knowledge is also limited. As far as I know, the Supreme Monarch is the creator of the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial being. The absence of information could be due to the peculiar nature of the Supreme Monarch's identity or perhaps other unknown reasons. Soundwave, intrigued, inquired, "Where is he now, Dawn?" According to Master Titanium, the Cosmic Emperor was the embodiment of all the wisdom of the Supreme Monarch, yet he was innately malevolent, ultimately turning against his creator, which resulted in the Supreme Monarch sustaining grave injuries and retreating into the depths of the cosmos. Soundwave, so, did he not leave behind any means to subdue the Cosmic Emperor before hiding? After all, a creator should be aware of the flaws of their own creation. Moreover, the Cosmic Emperor has always sought to retaliate against him and would undoubtedly be searching for him. Even if he hides, he would eventually be discovered. As the creator of the Cosmic Emperor, he could not possibly be oblivious to this fact, so he should have left some clues for other beings in the cosmos. Dawn, regarding this matter, one can only know the truth upon encountering the individual himself. Chapter 56. The History of Those Years Later. Dawn and Soundwave found themselves face to face in prolonged silence, with an individual claiming to be the assistant of the Supreme Monarch. Amusingly, Dawn and Soundwave had stumbled upon the Supreme Monarch's new creation, a scorpion spirit, which was attacking him. The scorpion spirit bore a striking resemblance to the Cosmic Emperor in its abilities, prompting them to intervene. Subsequently, the assistant revealed, in a bid for self-preservation, that this scorpion spirit was crafted by the Supreme Monarch based on the attributes of the Cosmic Emperor. However, like his predecessor, he was no longer bound by the intricate plans and equations set by the Supreme Monarch. Fortunately, having recently shed that control, his weaknesses were still glaringly apparent, making him easily defeated. Afterward, Dawn asked, "Sir, do you truly have no knowledge of the Supreme Monarch's current whereabouts?" The Supreme Monarch's assistant replied, "I genuinely do not know." As he was not a robot, the sound waves could not ascertain whether he was lying through the reading of his core, yet Dawn possessed a different skill. She was adept at observing the subtle micro-expressions of others. Thus, she resolved to make another attempt. "Sir, due to the circumstances involving the Cosmic Emperor, we are in urgent need of locating the Supreme Commander or any information pertaining to him." The assistant of the Supreme Commander hesitated momentarily, for he was aware that the Scorpion Spirit was merely a diluted version of the Cosmic Emperor, despite the former being labeled as an elite. If such a being was already so formidable, one could only imagine the power of the Cosmic Emperor himself. Observing the assistant's hesitation, which suggested he harbored some reservations, Dawn decided to take a gamble and pressed on. "If you are unwilling to escort us, simply inform us of the Supreme Commander's whereabouts, and we shall find our way there ourselves. Once we arrive, we will certainly not disclose that it was you who directed us." The assistant replied, "Even if you do not speak of it, the Supreme Commander will have his means of discovering who divulged this information to you." Dawn countered, "Could you perhaps describe the Supreme Commander to me? Who knows, he might find us intriguing and refrain from pursuing the matter too vigorously." The assistant inquired, "Are you truly eager to know?" Both Dawn and the sound waves nodded in affirmation. The assistant relented, "Very well. It is said throughout the cosmos that the Supreme Commander is an ancient sage, possessing godlike powers and formidable magic, yet driven by ambition. He has created numerous entities and now resides near the edge of the Milky Way. The rest I shall convey to you through data." Dawn expressed her gratitude. "Thank you immensely." Along their journey, Dawn and the sound waves silently absorbed the information received. The one referred to as the savior by future generations was an entity from a different dimension, exploring the nascent universe. This universe seems to operate on the principle of parallel universes, wherein our current universe diverges due to molecular variations in its matter. He created two heralds as pioneers, the first being the Cosmic Emperor and the second, the primordial celestial. These two traversed countless parallel universes, illuminating innumerable worlds still shrouded in chaos with the light of civilization. The moonlight cascaded like flowing water upon the leaves. Yet as time passed, quality control reports indicated that the Cosmic Emperor had proven to be a defective product. In truth, his insatiable thirst for power led him down a path of darkness. Dawn continued to search for information regarding the primordial celestial and the Cosmic Emperor. Thus, the two pioneers of the Transformers realm severed ties and turned their blades against one another, engaging in a conflict of planetary proportions that spanned multiple dimensions. In battle, The Cosmic Emperor transformed into a robotic form reflective of his planetary nature, while the primordial celestial, though capable of similar transformation, seemed to favor a spherical shape propelled by a planetary turbine, which later generations would come to refer to as Cybertron. The sound waves inquired Dawn. The subsequent events are not recorded here. Could you enlighten me? At dawn, indeed, the Cosmic Emperor and the fallen Titan have been expelled from the circle of the Orthodox universe. The Cosmic Emperor, severely weakened, has no choice but to consume planets in the marginal universes to replenish his energy, biding his time for a comeback. The omission of this was likely due to a lack of focus on subsequent events. Chapter 57, The Supreme Lord. Although it is already known that the Supreme Lord resides near the edge of the galaxy, the details are more extensive than before. However, the universe contains numerous galaxies, making the search quite time-consuming. Dawn recalled what Master Titanium had previously mentioned about the Supreme Lord's appearances in the depths of the universe. Coupled with the circumstances surrounding the Cosmic Emperor, it seemed prudent to begin the search from the galaxies in the universe's depths. Despite the assistance of a space bridge, Dawn and Soundwave expended nearly 2 centuries in a multifaceted search, eventually locating the Supreme Lord on a planet at the edge of one of the deeper galaxies. This discovery also validated Dawn's conjecture. The Supreme Lord was indeed as depicted in the photograph, a tall elder exuding an air of seriousness, authority, and dignity. When Dawn and Soundwave beheld the Supreme Lord, a sense of nervousness enveloped them. Although he had created the Cosmic Emperor, he was also the creator of their home planet, Cybertron, essentially the primeval celestial sovereign's father and, in a sense, their grandfather. Furthermore, the overwhelming pressure radiating from the Supreme Lord was nearly suffocating. Upon arriving at the Supreme Lord's current residence, his commanding voice resonated. "There is no need for such tension. I shall not harm you. Since you are aware of my existence, I shall refrain from further introductions. Please, share about yourselves." Dawn replied, "We are creations of the primeval celestial sovereign." The Supreme Lord responded, somewhat discontent. "Just the two of you?" Dawn clarified, "No, there is a group. We have not kept a precise tally." The Supreme Lord inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Dawn stated, "There are 2 matters. First, the primeval celestial sovereign deeply misses you and is quite concerned for you. Second, we wish to know how to utterly defeat the Cosmic Emperor." The Supreme Lord remarked, "I had long since left the means to vanquish the Cosmic Emperor with the primeval celestial sovereign. After all this time, he has yet to overcome the Cosmic Emperor." Soundwave speculated that the weapon the Supreme Lord referred to was likely the leadership module, which he discreetly communicated to Dawn. Dawn cautiously asked, "Is it the leadership module, sir?" opting for a term that all favored to address the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord replied, "It seems you are already aware of it. Then why do you seek my counsel?" Dawn explained, "We have employed the leadership module several times, but it has only succeeded in repelling the Cosmic Emperor." The Supreme Lord responded, "That merely indicates your strength is insufficient. Additionally, upon your return, inform the primeval celestial sovereign that whether I revisit him depends on his own performance." Dawn acknowledged, understood. The Supreme Lord cast one last glance at Dawn and remarked, "I never anticipated that fellow would amalgamate several parallel universes of you to find me." Dawn's mechanical form trembled involuntarily, illuminating the mystery behind the myriad memories that felt both intrinsically his yet foreign upon his rebirth. But why? As Dawn and Soundwave departed from the residence of the Supreme Commander, they found themselves slumping onto a bench in a nearby park. The 2 Transformers remarked on the undeniable aura of the Supreme Commander. After a brief pause, Soundwave inquired, "Dawn, shall we return now?" Dawn nodded. "The task is complete, and we have lingered long enough. It is time to head back." Soundwave expressed his concerns. "I am primarily worried about how the Prime will handle Cybertron." Dawn replied, "Given the previous annex of the Prime, I hope he hasn't T-sold Cybertron." Soundwave cautioned, "Dawn, refrain from speaking such ill-fated thoughts." Dawn's reputation for foreboding remarks was well known among the Transformers. Her predictions of misfortune were remarkably accurate. Surely, it cannot be that fortuitous. It has only been around 2 centuries. In truth, the current state of Cybertron is not much different from being sold. Upon returning to Cybertron, both Dawn and Soundwave were taken aback by the devastation that lay before them. The landscape was strewn with ruins, and numerous fallen Transformers littered the ground, including familiar faces such as Sixshot, Megatron, Dirt Boss, Ironhide, and Jetfire. A group of Transformers rushed towards them. It was Optimus Prime and his companions. Dawn, Optimus called out. What has transpired? Dawn pressed for answers. What on Cybertron happened? Everything was fine when I left. Hot Rod replied, I regret to inform you, Dawn. It was the Chaos Bringer and Galvatron. Dawn suddenly recalled her previous encounter with the Chaos Bringer, realizing that something vital was missing. Galvatron, one of the 13 primes, had been hiding from her. Taking a deep breath, she demanded, So, what exactly occurred after my departure? Hot Rod continued. After you left, Starscream returned. Initially, we were all wary of him, but as he displayed commendable behavior and sweet-talked everyone, he gained their trust, and even I relinquished my leadership role and module. He hesitated, observing the barely contained fury radiating from Dawn, who remained silent but resolute. And then, Dawn pressed. Hot Rod faltered, fearing the wrath of Dawn, prompting Windblade to interject. At first, Starscream performed admirably, but as time passed, his actions became increasingly outrageous. I sought out Optimus, who then summoned Megatron. Optimus continued, shortly after Starscream was ousted. The Chaos Bringer seized control of Hot Rod, and Galvatron, the traitor among the 13, returned. Optimus presented Galvatron's weapon, the Soul Reaver, before Dawn. Upon his return to Cybertron, Galvatron sought the 3 sacred artifacts, intending to annihilate all Transformers and resurrect Unicron with billions of sparks. Ultimately, he was drawn into the core of the Allspark along with Unicron, resulting in mutual destruction, while Megatron sacrificed himself to save everyone. Dawn murmured, Galvatron, you fool. The one who knew Unicron best, who understood him most intimately, and who loved him dearly, was Galvatron himself. Despite knowing that such actions would only deepen Unicron's suffering, why did he pursue this path? Is it truly for the sake of love? Perhaps it is due to a lack of experience that I find myself unable to comprehend or make sense of the situation. Soundwave is in considerable distress. His beloved companion is no longer with him. Without his goggles and mask, one would witness the profound sorrow etched on Soundwave's face. Dawn, noticing his distraction, gently placed a hand on Soundwave's shoulder, reminding him that this was not the time for such reverie. Dawn inquired, What are your plans now? Optimus Prime responded, Once repairs are complete, I shall continue my wandering. Rodimus declared, I will persist in safeguarding the relic. Windblade expressed, I intend to remain on Cybertron to assist. Surprisingly, Hot Rod remained silent. Dawn reassured him, It's quite all right. Do share your thoughts. I promise I won't be upset. Hot Rod finally spoke. I wish to lead a band of the bravest, or perhaps the most bored, Transformers on an adventurous quest to seek out the legendary Cybertronian Knights. Dawn pondered for a moment, recognizing the potential for Hot Rod's growth through this endeavor. However, he added with a hint of admonition, just be sure not to repeat past mistakes, and if you do, ensure I remain oblivious to them. Otherwise, you might find my fists at your service. As he made a gesture to strike, Hot Rod, startled, quickly retreated, Of course. Laughter erupted among the group, excluding Soundwave. Dawn then pointed towards Blur and remarked, And you, Blur, will join as well. Should you fail to manage Hot Rod, I shall take my frustrations out on you too. With that, the matter concerning Hot Rod's accountability was put to rest. Upon returning to the garage, Dawn embraced Soundwave, who was still in a state of turmoil, and began to weep once more. Let it out, Dawn comforted him. As school was approaching, Dawn noted that he would only be able to update his writing once a week, with a number of chapters depending on his schedule. He hoped for the understanding of his readers who appreciate his work. Chapter 59. After Soundwave cried himself offline, Dawn placed him on the charging bed before stepping outside. Shockwave approached, and as they walked, he asked, Dawn, what did you gain from your recent excursion? Dawn replied, We located the Supreme Commander and learned that defeating the Cosmic Emperor cannot rely solely on the leadership module. The strength of the user is also crucial. Shockwave remarked, So it is the inadequacy of the user's strength that prevents the full utilization of the leadership module. Dawn affirmed, Indeed, this presents a significant challenge. Shockwave inquired, And what your strength? Dawn admitted, I am only marginally more powerful than a leader-class Transformer. Shockwave then asked, And how is Soundwave faring? With Megatron gone, he must be heartbroken. Dawn sighed, Yes, it weighs heavily on me. Shockwave probed further, Is Megatron truly gone? Dawn replied, My intuition suggests it is not as straightforward as it seems. Shockwave questioned, Intuition? Is it reliable? Dawn responded earnestly, Would you truly believe I would jest with a life? Shockwave conceded. All right, I stand corrected. Upon arriving at the medical station, Shockwave proceeded to inspect the medical apparatus, while Dawn examined the health status reports of everyone in the list of returning sparks. It was revealed that some of these Transformers were not returning to the source of sparks due to the recent battle. After identifying these particular Transformers, an investigation into their personal information was conducted. Without exception, these Transformers belonged to the Decepticon faction. Assessing the traces left on their corpses and some habitual traits prior to their return to the source of sparks suggested that it was not merely one or two Transformers who had engaged them. Rather, it appeared to be a coordinated effort by a team, likely comprising around 5 Transformers, accompanied by a medium-sized beast, the nature of which remained uncertain. Suddenly, Soundwave appeared. Dawn, what are you doing? Dawn replied, Soundwave, just in time. The injury on this Transformer-esque body does not resemble that inflicted by the Emperor of the Universe or by Megatron, but rather seems to have been caused by a certain type of beast. Soundwave examined the Transformer, noting that while there were signs of past skirmishes with other Transformers, none were fatal. The most grievous wound was the one on the chest, where it appeared a beast had bitten through, completely obliterating the spark chamber. There are also several photographs, Soundwave remarked, pulling up the images, which Dawn did not hinder. Some depicted Transformers returning to the source of sparks due to bites from the beast, while others showed Transformers who had been cruelly treated by their own kind, resulting in their return as well. Dawn expressed his indignation, stating, as you can see, while we all strive to combat external threats, some Transformers are secretly inflicting cruelty upon their comrades. Dawn was genuinely angered by the situation. In the face of the Emperor of the Universe and Megatron, everyone was exerting their utmost efforts. It was disheartening that these Transformers were unwilling to contribute and resorted to such heinous actions. Soundwave, equally frustrated, inquired, "Is there any way I can assist you? Could you help me identify the bite marks from this beast and determine which Transformers have been involved?" "I will handle the rest," Dawn replied. Soundwave asked, "Shall I not involve Soundwave in this?" Dawn, with a resigned smile, responded, "Soundwave is currently preoccupied with the situation regarding Megatron. It would be best not to disturb him." Soundwave remarked, "When you facilitated the connection between Soundwave and Megatron, none foresaw that matters would escalate to this." Dawn interjected, "All right, let us not dwell on that any longer." Soundwave identified the bite marks as belonging to a spark-eater beast, yet he could not ascertain who was tending to it. He believed no Transformer would be foolish enough to harbor such a dangerous creature. "I understand. I will take care of the remaining matters," Dawn assured. With Soundwave unable to uncover any further leads, they reluctantly halted their investigation. Since all targeted individuals were Decepticons, Dawn speculated that the assailants were likely Autobots. Given Soundwave's character, he would never condone wrongdoing, which is why he had permitted Dawn to see those photographs and disclose the truth. If Soundwave could not find any leads, it either indicated that the Autobots were not involved or that their efforts to conceal their actions were remarkably adept. Consequently, Dawn resolved to consult Shockwave for further inquiries. Chapter 60. The Black Dog Squad and Shockwave. Although I remain unaware of which members of the Decepticon faction are responsible for nurturing the fire-breathing beasts, I am cognizant of a small battalion previously established by Megatron, known as the Black Dog Squad. This squad, formerly referred to as the Decepticon Justice Division, DJD, operates as a direct arm of Megatron's judicial authority. They exhibit unwavering loyalty to the Decepticon cause and are tasked with the relentless pursuit of deserters and traitors within their ranks. "But I fail to comprehend," Dawn interjected. "The Decepticons may not have emerged victorious, yet they have not suffered defeat either. Thus, the concepts of deserters and traitors seem non-existent." However, Shockwave countered, "Those Transformers may not share your perspective. My knowledge on this matter is limited, though perhaps Soundwave possesses a more profound understanding." "I would rather not disturb him," Dawn replied. Approaching the console, Dawn endeavored to gather information regarding the Black Dog Squad, yet found nothing of substance. Reflecting upon her search, she pondered whether her approach was misguided. Considering that the Black Dog Squad operates directly under Megatron's judicial authority, their true names are likely concealed behind codenames. If that were the case, what codenames might they adopt? Perhaps something that aligns with Megatron himself. Thus, she commenced an investigation into Megatron's connections and affiliations, contemplating what could inspire her fellow Transformers to express loyalty. Eventually, she discerned that Megatron possessed considerable literary prowess, leading her to identify a singular transformer who harbored admiration for Megatron's might and intellect. Following this lead, she unraveled the details of the Black Dog Squad. It comprised 5 transformers, each named after the 5 city-states that were among the first to fall to the Decepticons during the Civil War: Tarn, Kaon, Voss, Helix, and Tesaurus. These individuals exhibited a degree of psychopathy and employed particularly brutal methods. While they may not be the most formidable, their expertise in punishment is indeed the most fearsome aspect of their nature. Dawn stroked her chin thoughtfully, realizing the need for caution regarding their torturous practices. At that moment, the doorbell rang, heralding the arrival of her mentor, Rung. Dawn served him a cup of energon tea and inquired, "Rung, do you have a particular purpose for your visit today?" "I have come concerning the adventure spoken of by Hot Rod, the quest for the legendary Cybertronian Knights," Rung replied. "Are you intending to join, teacher?" Dawn asked. "Indeed," Rung confirmed. "Shall I arrange for a transformer to safeguard you?" Dawn offered. "That will not be necessary. I merely wish to inform you," Rung replied. "Please take care of yourself, teacher. After all, that reckless child, Hot Rod, is quite unreliable. Moreover, with the emergence of the Black Dog Squad, it would be prudent to steer clear of them whenever possible," Dawn cautioned. "I shall exercise caution," Rung assured her. "You appear to be grappling with some issues of your own. Am I correct?" "It concerns Soundwave. The situation regarding Megatron has greatly affected him," Dawn admitted. "Then it is all the more imperative that you offer him your companionship," Rung advised. "I shall do my utmost," Dawn responded, although Jung suggested otherwise. Dawn nonetheless dispatched the neurotically hypersensitive behemoth, Ford, and a diminutive, formidable wheel to discreetly ensure Jung's safety. Dawn resolved to have a conversation with Soundwave. "Dawn, Soundwave, due to the situation with the Black Dog Squad, I will be departing shortly. They have already eliminated several of the Decepticons, and I wish to thwart them before they inflict harm upon you." Soundwave, "Understood. I can provide more detailed intelligence regarding them." Dawn, smiling, "Thank you, Soundwave. While I am away, please take care of yourself and the mini cassettes. I have a feeling that Megatron's return to the Allspark will not be as simple as it seems." Soundwave, "Dawn, are you suggesting?" Dawn shrugged. "Who knows? But when a transformer like Megatron is said to be gone, who would believe it? Do you?" Soundwave, smiling, "Thank you." Dawn, "Thank you." After departing, Dawn perused their files. The leader of the Black Dog Squad was Tarn, who could transform into a tank. He was a fervent admirer of Megatron, an artistic soul capable of reciting any passage from Megatron's quotes. His speech was gentle, yet laced with malice. Having once convinced a victim to commit suicide to avoid torture, as was the case with the sixth-stage Shadow, he perpetually wore a mask, reportedly to shield himself from witnessing the suffering of those he had tortured or ordered to be tortured. Dawn concluded that he was a lawful evil transformer, indeed a quintessential embodiment of such a character. He was a masked enigma with an artistic demeanor. The other subordinates were equally formidable. Voss, a scientist and sadist, communicated solely in ancient Cybertronian. Despite his small stature, he was well versed in various methods of torment and was merciless to himself, as evidenced by the drill-like apparatus affixed to one side of his mask, earning him the moniker Mr. Shameless. Kalen served as the intelligence officer and communications specialist for the Black Dog Squad, tasked with tracking the Decepticons. He could transform into an electric chair, becoming a significant asset during interrogations, though lacking optical camouflaging, which combined with unflattering angles, rendered him somewhat unsettling. Tesaurus was easily recognizable with a large red cross adorning his face. He could transform into a shredder, capable of pulverizing transformers, thus boasting a formidable size. Hellas, able to transform into a furnace, could directly melt transformers and serve as a spark harvester, often responsible for feeding the Black Dog Squad's pet Spark Eater. Steelbite appeared to be a charming young girl, serving as the logistics officer for the Black Dog Squad. However, she was a recent recruit, and little information was available. Further acquaintance would be necessary to determine her fate. Chapter 61. Return to the Allspark upon locating the Black Dog Squad. Dawn found them engaged in a confrontation with a Decepticon. Tarn, a spectator has arrived. Dawn stretched his limbs and replied, "Apologies, but I have no interest in your performance." Tarn, "It sounds as though you are here to stir trouble." Dawn, "Quite the contrary. I am primarily here to address your band of mentally deficient lunatics." Rushing forward, I initiated a 1 versus 6 confrontation, facing 5 formidable adversaries alongside a fireseed devourer. It became evident to me that this unruly group was not one to heed reason. They required a lesson through force. After exchanging a few blows, I realized their intent was to end my existence. Acknowledging their irreparable state, I unleashed my full potential, charging forward with reckless abandon. Employing a barrage of piercing shots and aerial assaults, I hurled my dual-bladed spear into the air, executing a tracking explosive maneuver against the Black Dog Squad. However, the damage inflicted upon Ton, Tesseras, and Hellas proved minimal. Ton lunged forward, landing a powerful strike on my abdominal armor, sending me staggering back several meters. Crouching low, clutching my abdomen, Ton taunted, suggesting that the legendary war god of the first battle was not as formidable as rumored, or perhaps my title was merely a hollow accolade. I remained silent, biding my time. As Ton approached, my dual-bladed spear, spinning in the air, rained down a multitude of gunfire, inflicting not only physical harm, but also rendering their bodies weak for a minimum of 15 seconds. Moments later, my spear came to a halt, growing to an immense size. With a powerful leap, I gripped the colossal weapon and plunged it into the ground, triggering a violent explosion. Gradually rising to my feet, I surveyed the surrounding devastation. The Black Dog Squad, save for the absent steel coin, had returned to the fireseed source. My own condition was far from optimal. My left arm lay shattered. 1/3 of my head sculpture was missing, sparks still emanating from within, and I had lost an optical lens. At that moment, a message from Tong Xiangxiu arrived, announcing the appearance of Megatron. I was taken aback by the precision of the information and promptly requested a photograph from Tong Xiangxiu. Upon my return, the photo arrived, revealing that Megatron had undergone some alterations due to upgrades, though I was uncertain if I could recognize him immediately. I hastily forwarded the message along with the image to Soundwave, instructing him to seek out Shockwave. Simultaneously, I contacted Shockwave to inform him of this development, asking him to assist Soundwave in reaching the ship of the Decepticons. Upon learning of this situation, Soundwave rushed to Shockwave with utmost urgency. However, one of Soundwave's inherent limitations was his speed. Despite his efforts, he appeared to move at a pace akin to an elderly individual jogging. I had previously attempted to enhance Soundwave's speed, but those efforts had proven futile. Fortunately, the nearby Autobot sensor operated at a similar velocity, providing some solace to Soundwave. Upon returning to Cybertron, I immediately made my way to the medical station. "Is there a medic present?" I inquired. The medic, startled by the sight of my injuries, asked, "What happened?" I replied, "I encountered some hazardous individuals. Do not inform Soundwave. He has enough on his plate already." The medic sighed, "Very well. Oh, and also, regarding the logistics personnel, Steel Coin, if she passes inspection, allow her to work at the medical station," I added. The medic responded, "Understood. But first, we need to treat your injuries. We will address those matters later." As the medic worked to restore Dawn, the essence of its ember energy vanished. At that moment, the medic promptly examined Dawn's body, discovering that it had returned to the source of the ember. Apart from the adventurous team of Heatbreaker, everyone was aware of this occurrence, and a sense of discomfort lingered within them, particularly for the Tsanglong, who howled at a certain satellite throughout the night. Many years later, when those who had accompanied Heatbreaker returned, they learned of this incident, and upon realization, Soundwave fell into a prolonged stupor. Chapter 62, A New Universe Unbeknownst to Dawn. Its counterpart in the G1 universe had rejoined the Ember Source. However, it was acutely aware of the restraints binding its limbs, rendering it immobile. It attempted to connect, but could not open its optical lens, nor could it perceive any sounds. Dawn felt trapped in a dire situation. When it managed to connect briefly, the optical lens failed to focus, presenting only a blurred red haze. A peculiar sensation washed over Dawn, as if someone were watching, yet the oppressive fatigue soon pulled it back into disconnection. Time passed unmeasured until Dawn sensed the restraints had vanished. With its balance lost, it collapsed to the ground, subsequently being carried away. At that moment, it yearned to reconnect and comprehend the unfolding events. Following a tumultuous jolt, Dawn completely disconnected. Upon reconnecting, it surveyed its surroundings, finding clarity of vision and movement in its fingers. Nearby stood a flying unit adorned with the insignia of the Decepticons. As Dawn approached, halting 4 paces away, it fixed its gaze on the flying unit, causing the latter to feel uneasy. "What are you staring at?" the flying unit retorted. Dawn, unperturbed, replied, "I am Dawn. What about you?" The flying unit brusquely responded, "Red Spider." Internally, Dawn mused, "Red Spider?" Before it could ponder further, several transformers appeared before it, resembling massive beetles. Indeed, the head of Megatron from the Thunder Fleet bore a striking resemblance to a beetle. "Let me ask," one such transformer began, "what makes you so special that Minicon protects you so fiercely?" "Let us go," Dawn inquired. "Where to, Beetle?" The transformer, Megatron, fumed. "You dare call me Beetle? I am Megatron, the esteemed leader of the Decepticons." With that, he lunged at Dawn, who, perhaps due to a prolonged disconnection, narrowly evaded the blow. As Dawn continued to dodge, its movements became increasingly fluid. "So, where exactly are you taking me?" Dawn pressed. Megatron insisted, "I will not cease until I bring you down." Dawn replied, "How troublesome." Yet, despite the verbal protest, it found enjoyment in the encounter. "Lord Megatron," the destroyer interjected, "if we do not set off soon, the Minicon will be snatched by the Autobots." "Ha ha ha," another voice chimed in. "Lord Megatron, why not leave this one to me?" Megatron relented. "Do as you wish, but ensure he complies." "No problem, Lord Megatron," came the enthusiastic response. After Megatron and the others departed, Scourge chuckled. "Now it's just the two of us Transformers. Shall we have a chat?" Dawn replied, "Indeed, it's just the two of us. I can finally let loose." Soon, a pig-like wail echoed from the moon. Later, Dawn learned this was another universe, where the combination of Transformers and Minicons significantly enhanced combat prowess, leading to a fierce rivalry between the Autobots and Decepticons for supremacy. Dawn remarked, "Oh, how intriguing." Scourge, trembling beneath Dawn's foot, timidly inquired, "May I get up now?" To which Dawn responded, "Very well." As Dawn lifted his foot, he pondered two pressing questions. First, why was he here? Second, what role did he play in this realm? Megatron had previously mentioned that the Minicons were desperately protecting him, indicating there was a reason or perhaps knowledge they possessed. Given the abundance of Minicons here, it was likely they had even more information. Dawn declared, "I have made my decision. I shall remain." Scourge, bewildered and astonished, exclaimed, "Huh?" Dawn smirked, "However, if this place turns out to be dull, I shall take my leave, no negotiations." Scourge replied, "Then I shall find a way to speak with Lord Megatron." Chapter 63. Upon Megatron's return, he had not brought any new Minicons, and he was in a fit of rage. Scourge said, Lord Megatron." Megatron snapped, "What is it?" Scourge replied, "Dawn mentioned he is willing to help us find Minicons." Megatron retorted, "Why are you bringing this up now?" Scourge explained, "I think it would be beneficial for you to know. He stated that if it isn't fun here, he will leave." Megatron slammed his fist on the armrest, bellowing, "What does he think this place is? Where is he right now?" Scourge answered, "He is currently at the Minicon worksite." Dawn inquired why they were so determined to protect him, and the response left him genuinely astonished. He had been extracted from the body of the Universe Emperor by the Minicons. As for other information, the Minicons expressed a desire for Dawn to locate and rescue other Minicons before they would divulge more. Reflecting on these Minicons, Dawn couldn't help but recall the ones from his past, feeling a sense of pity for those under control, and thus he readily agreed to assist them. Megatron admonished, "I did not ask you to stay just to wander aimlessly. You should be getting back to work." Dawn pouted, "How dull." Megatron retorted, "If you have time to play, you might as well search for where the Minicons may have fallen." Dawn dashed outside, where Starscream was locked in battle with Devastator. Although Starscream initially found himself at a disadvantage, he swiftly turned the tide. Dawn clapped his hands, and Starscream glanced over. Just as Dawn was about to speak when Megatron suddenly appeared, reprimanding both Starscream and Devastator. After Megatron departed, Dawn, puffing his cheeks in annoyance, grumbled, "Has Megatron always had such a foul temper?" Devastator interjected, "Enough of that." Starscream asked, "What did your applause signify?" Dawn replied, "I simply thought your counterattack was quite impressive." Red Spider paused momentarily and inquired, "Is that true?" Dawn tilted her head slightly and replied, "Isn't it rather disheartening to lack confidence in oneself? This predicament is not favorable." Dawn had previously assisted the Decepticons in locating signals from certain Minicons, yet they consistently returned empty-handed. Megatron even vented his frustration upon his subordinates. Although Dawn had suggested a collaborative effort, her proposal was declined. Upon their return this time, Red Spider found himself detained. Dawn asked Devastator, what has happened to Red Spider? Devastator responded, Dawn, Red Spider has been imprisoned for disobeying Lord Megatron's orders. Thank you, Dawn replied, proceeding to the detention room. Inside, Red Spider was venting his frustrations against the wall. Dawn remarked, with such a volatile temper, it is no wonder you are unable to secure a minicon. Red Spider retorted. Dawn, are you here to mock me? Dawn replied, I have no interest in that. I merely wish to offer a word of caution. If you desire to claim your own minicon, you must first temper your impulsive temperament to recognize the opportunities that arise. In subsequent missions, Red Spider heeded Dawn's advice, striving to suppress his impatience. During their first endeavor, just as he was on the verge of securing a minicon, his impatience resurfaced, leading him to fall into an icy river. As Dawn assisted him in drying off, she comforted him, saying, You have made progress. With continued effort, you shall undoubtedly obtain your own minicon. On the second attempt, Red Spider learned from his previous experience and sought to control his impulsive nature while searching for opportunities to strike. When the Decepticons and Autobots clashed, he sensed the moment had arrived and rushed toward the minicon. At the instant he secured it, his joy was palpable. Upon returning to the base, Red Spider approached Dawn, who exclaimed, Congratulations! You have finally acquired your own minicon. Is there anything I can assist you with? Red Spider expressed, Thank you. Thank you. Dawn, puzzled by his repetition, prompted him, What do you mean? Red Spider reiterated, Thank you for your guidance. Dawn replied, I believe the gratitude should be directed towards yourself. If you had not taken my words to heart, my counsel would have been in vain. Red Spider insisted, Nonetheless, I appreciate it. Dawn concluded, All right, it is time for training. Otherwise, Megatron will find yet another reason to reprimand you. And please, do not let this success lead to arrogance, understood? Red Spider affirmed. Thank you. Chapter 64. The Red Spider. For a long time, the Red Spider yearned for the recognition of Megatron. However, each encounter left him either chastised or humiliated, often accompanied by blows. Unable to retaliate, the Red Spider would retreat outside the base, furiously swinging his sword in frustration. During these moments, Dawn would quietly observe. Though perplexed by the Red Spider's intense desire for Megatron's approval, she remained silent. Whenever the Red Spider faltered, Dawn would gently point out his mistakes, demonstrating correct actions for him. Should he exhibit impatience, she would offer guidance, and when he performed well, she would bestow him with praise. Although these accolades were not for Megatron, the long-starved Red Spider felt a flicker of joy within. Over time, his skills improved significantly. Whenever the Red Spider felt weary and lay down to rest, Dawn would join him, propping her head on her hand and smiling at him. Each time the Red Spider caught her gaze, a peculiar sensation washed over him, indefinable yet not unwelcome. During one mission, Megatron ventured to the Autobot base with a minicon named Suna, seeking the other two minicons to form a Star Sword. Once again, Dawn was not included in this endeavor, but an ominous premonition gnawed at her. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her concerns, knowing Megatron would dismiss her words. Internal communication. Dawn, Red Spider. Be cautious at the Autobot base. Red Spider. Rest assured it will be fine. After their departure, Dawn found herself rather bored and decided to seek out the minicons. The minicons welcomed her presence, drawn to her warmth and charm. They instinctively gravitated towards her, eager to bask in her affection. Despite their inability to articulate it, they felt an undeniable urge to heed her unspoken commands. Yet, Dawn never issued orders. Even if she did, they would comply willingly. The Red Spider, too, was cherished, though he lacked the same compelling need to yield to her. Together, Dawn and the Red Spider were the most amicable transformers in their eyes, especially in contrast to the harsher treatment from others. Several hours later, the group returned, appearing rather disheveled, and the minicon had vanished. Although Dawn had not accompanied them, she could surmise the situation from their demeanor. With a resigned sigh, she contemplated whether to sneak out next time to witness the commotion. After repairing his body, the Red Spider, in a fit of pique, stormed outside. Dawn searched for him and, as expected, found him in his usual spot. She sat down quietly, patiently waiting for him to speak first. Red Spider, I apologize, Dawn. My impatience has resurfaced. Dawn gently placed her hand on the Red Spider's wing and asked, More than that, does your body still ache? The Red Spider embraced the Dawn, who gently patted the Red Spider's head in a gesture of consolation, saying, It's all right. It's all right. This failure in our mission is not your fault, is it? So, do not dwell on it any longer. Lift your spirits. You do not resemble the red spider I know. The red spider took Dawn's hand and placed it upon his faceplate, smiling. Later, when the Decepticons and Autobots clashed over the mini Dinobots, once more Dawn, inspired by the thought, stealthily slipped out to witness the commotion after they had departed. Nearby stood another Transformer, also observing the skirmish, the outcome of which was predictable. The Autobots, wielding the Star Sword, emerged victorious, while the Decepticons not only lost but also failed to secure the Star Sword. Before the Decepticons retreated in disarray, Dawn hurried back, pondering who that Transformer had been. Soon, the Transformer appeared before everyone, introducing himself as Scrapper. Scrapper mockingly taunted Megatron and his minions, with Dawn also receiving some of the jibes, unable to tolerate it any longer. The Red Spider charged at Scrapper, eager for a confrontation. However, Scrapper's speed was superior. Before the Red Spider could react, Scrapper's fist was already before him. Nevertheless, Scrapper commended the Red Spider's bravery. In Chapter 65, A Creation of the Cosmic Emperor, while Dawn continued cultivating mushrooms at the Decepticon base, they returned, accompanied by two unfamiliar Transformers. Dawn was perplexed. Yet, upon noticing the Star Sword in the hands of a yellow Transformer, the latter charged at him. However, his expression swiftly transformed from excitement to astonishment as Dawn effortlessly intercepted the Star Sword with his fingers, rendering any further attack or retrieval impossible. Dawn wore a relaxed demeanor, instilling a sense of fear in the yellow Transformer. Just then, a timely attack from the purple Transformer ensued. As lasers shot forth, Dawn vanished, the beams striking the wall behind him. He concealed himself in a nearby corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. Blitzwing, are you all right? Oh, of course I am. What could possibly be wrong? Let's go, Roadbuster. Our priority is to eliminate those Decepticons. Dawn thought to himself, interesting. Suddenly, he sprang forth, and as Blitzwing swung again, Dawn deftly struck Blitzwing's hand, which held the Star Sword. Before Blitzwing could react, he received a punch to the faceplate, collapsing to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Dawn swiftly departed, while Roadbuster, witnessing the event, mused, "No wonder he is the Transformer cultivated by my core. Truly impressive." He then helped Blitzwing up, feigning concern by inquiring if he was all right. Approaching the Red Spider, Dawn asked, "How are you?" The Red Spider replied, "I had some fun teasing them. It was quite entertaining. Were you hurt?" Dawn responded, "Dealing with their weapons requires only a slight effort." While Blitzwing and Roadbuster were occupied with the Autobots' holographic projections prepared for the Decepticons, it seemed Dawn's audio receiver had picked up a voice urging them to come. Dawn glanced around, noting no anomalies, and thought, "Come? Who should come? The mini Dinobots?" At this moment, the Star Sword soared from the hands of the impulsive warrior, darting towards Dawn, who swiftly caught it. Dawn could sense the exhilaration and joy emanating from the Star Sword, yet he pondered the reason behind such feelings. The departure of the Star Sword dealt a significant blow to the impulsive warrior, but the ordeal was far from over. The side warrior, having sustained injuries, allied with the Decepticons, as Megatron resolved to eliminate the impulsive warrior. The sweeper interjected with a clever suggestion. Let him carry the news of the Star Sword's loss back to the Autobots. What do you think their reaction will be? Megatron chuckled. "Haha, this is certainly more entertaining than simply disposing of him." Meanwhile, the Red Spider approached Dawn, who appeared somewhat dazed, and inquired, "Dawn, are you all right?" Regaining his composure, Dawn merely smiled and shook his head gently. After casting the impulsive warrior aside, the side warrior sought a private conversation with Dawn in a secluded cave. Dawn inquired, "Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss?" The side warrior replied with a chuckle, "No wonder you are a creation of the Cosmic Emperor. Your combat prowess is formidable, and you command these mini Autobots effortlessly." Dawn responded, I do not comprehend your words. I am a creation of the primordial celestial master." The side warrior continued, "You are also a creation of the Cosmic Emperor. However, it matters not that you do not grasp this now, for soon you shall come to understand." Upon returning, Dawn slid down the wall and curled into a ball on the ground. Deep within, he was aware of certain truths, albeit unverified. He wondered if others would view him in this light, and if the Red Spider would still wish to remain by his side. The thought startled him. Unintentionally passing by, the Red Spider noticed the curled-up Dawn, who seemed small and fragile, evoking a sense of needing protection from others. It dawned on him that the figure he had always perceived as a guardian, akin to a mentor, also required the care of other Transformers. The Red Spider surmised that Dawn's uncertainty about his past and future could be the root of his current state. Without a second thought, he approached. Dawn looked up, his misty azure eyes tinged with hints of yellow. The Red Spider felt an involuntary rush of warmth and instinctively declared, "Regardless of your past or what the future holds, I will always stand by your side and support you." After uttering those words, the Red Spider suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment over his demeanor. Dawn smiled, a genuine smile, and brushed away the moisture from his eyes, saying, "Thank you, Red Spider." Chapter 66. Following the previous incident, Megatron resolved to take Dawn on a quest to locate the mini Autobots. The surroundings were shrouded in thick fog, severely limiting visibility, yet for Dawn, this posed no hindrance. While searching for the mini Autobots, they encountered the impulsive warrior once more, who immediately aimed a punch at Dawn. Dawn grasped the warrior's fist and, utilizing the momentum, flung him aside. The warrior regained his footing and declared, "No matter what, I must defeat you." He and his mini Autobots launched an assault against Dawn, but he effortlessly thwarted their attempts. At that moment, the Red Spider sprang forth, delivering a strike to the impulsive warrior, who narrowly evaded it. "Leave this to me, Dawn. You go on and find the mini Autobots," the Red Spider urged. At dawn, the swift departure of the Autobots led to the discovery of 3 slumbering minicons. The Decepticons managed to seize only one, while Optimus Prime, in his endeavor, successfully acquired the other 2. However, these 2 minicons unexpectedly emitted a formidable energy field that propelled Optimus away, flying toward Dawn, who initiated a scan of her body. Subsequently, they awakened, transforming into a pair of gauntlets that adorned her hands. The Autobots, having secured none, were left disheartened, while the Decepticons celebrated their acquisition of 3. Megatron could not help but laugh heartily, proclaiming, "Optimus, it appears victory is mine this time." Upon returning to the base, the atmosphere was somber, yet the ensuing words of the minicons astonished everyone. They danced with excitement, exclaiming, "Red alert! What are you trying to convey?" Red stated, "They mean we must retrieve that orange transformer from Megatron at all costs." Optimus inquired, "Can you explain why?" Laserbeak interjected, "That individual is our adversary." Carlos concurred, while Alexa cautioned, "Hold on, they said that Transformer is pivotal to this war. Therefore, our priority should be to devise a way to extract him from the Decepticons." On the moon, Dawn found herself a loss for words as the minicons clung to her hands. Starscream approached, asking, "How does it feel to embark on your first mission?" Dawn replied, "I feel quite exhilarated. Was it the same for you on your first mission?" Starscream responded, "Pretty much." The 2 Transformers fell silent, gazing at the starry sky. After a long pause, Dawn pondered, "If a part of the Cosmic Emperor resides within me, would you distance yourself from me?" Starscream contemplated for a moment and resolutely replied, "Absolutely not." The following day, the sweeper departed the Decepticon base for the Autobot base. Initially, most were reluctant to trust him, save for Optimus and Red Alert. However, during a subsequent mission, the sweeper's performance and Red Alert's explanations fostered understanding among the Autobots. Upon returning to the base, Optimus approached the sweeper, stating, "I wish to inquire about a transformer." The sweeper asked, "Which transformer?" Optimus replied, "An orange transformer from the Decepticons." The sweeper responded, "You mean Dawn? That child is rather remarkable." Laserbeak, in a fit of irritation, retorted, "I don't think so." The sweeper continued, "Please allow me to finish. Although I am unaware of his connection with the minicons, it is evident that they hold him in high regard and trust him deeply. He treats all the minicons with kindness, yet for reasons unknown, Megatron seems reluctant to allow him to join the search for them, as if he harbors some fear. Moreover, the Star Saber inexplicably found its way into his possession, leading me to suspect that his identity is far from ordinary." Optimus pondered, "I see." Smokescreen remarked, "It seems he shares a unique bond with the minicons. Perhaps we could leverage this to retrieve the minicons taken by Megatron." Optimus replied, "We might consider that, but our primary focus should be on how to persuade him to defect from the Decepticons and join our ranks. This indeed poses a significant dilemma." Chapter 67. The 2 mini Autobots affectionately attached to Dawn are named Jidian and Jiguang. They appear quite adorable, their head designs reminiscent of rabbits, and they waddle along like balloon bears, their bodies swaying to and fro. However, they exhibit fierce loyalty to Dawn. Should any other Transformers dare to attempt a union with them, they would transform into boxing gloves and unleash a flurry of punches, only ceasing their antics when Dawn intervenes. Kwang Biao remarked, "What a pair of raucous little creatures." Ji Guang and Jidian paid him no mind, and Dawn expressed his frustration. On this occasion, Megatron had not taken Dawn along in the search for the mini Autobots, instead instructing him to remain at the base. Upon the Decepticons' return, they had yet to locate the mini Autobots. "Megatron, I can explain," said Devastator. Megatron replied sternly, "If I discover that was the last mini Autobot needed to form the tidal shield, you know the consequences, Dawn. You shall accompany us next time." Dawn shrugged. Although he could have joined the search, it was only in the wake of disappointing Megatron that he was permitted to act. Following the signal of the mini Autobots, Dawn arrived at a racetrack where, quite coincidentally, the mini Autobot appeared before them. Upon realizing they were Decepticons, the mini Autobot hastily fled, prompting the Decepticons to pursue vigorously. The Autobots soon arrived to join the fray, and gradually, the two factions began to confront one another, leaving only Dawn, Jisha, and Luosa in pursuit. However, the ensuing events took both Dawn and the Autobots by surprise. Luosa unexpectedly unleashed a barrage of fire upon the mini Autobot. Dawn swiftly detonated any vulnerable sections of the mecha, then combined with his mini Autobots, Ji Guang and Jidian, to shield the mini Autobot, raising his hands to create a barrier of light. All of Luosa's shots were deflected, and as Jisha charged forward to break through the light, he was repelled and deactivated. The mini Autobot leaped onto Dawn's shoulder, visibly frightened. Though the other Transformers could not discern its words, they could sense its fear. Dawn reassured, "You frightened him." He patted the mini Autobot on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Megatron remarked, "Dawn, well done. The tidal shield now belongs to me. Let us return swiftly." Upon their return to the base, the mini Autobots still displayed signs of fear and reluctance to cooperate, which irritated Megatron. To prevent further complications, Dawn stepped forward and said, "Megatron, since this mini Autobot has willingly followed me, it may be receptive to my words." Megatron, unimpressed, retorted, "Can you manage that?" Dawn approached the mini Autobot to soothe it, saying, "It's all right, do not be afraid. Regardless of the outcome, you need only fulfill your duties. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Dawn's words, the mini Autobot became notably cooperative. Megatron, puzzled as to why Dawn's mere words could elicit such compliance, voiced his confusion, to which Dawn replied, "It is merely a matter of targeted treatment." In private, Dawn once conveyed to all the Minicon warriors a crucial message. Once on the battlefield, should any opportunity for escape arise, they should abandon the Decepticons and seek refuge with the Autobots. This directive, however, was to remain a secret from all Transformers. Understood? The Minicons nodded in agreement, yet their concern for Dawn was palpable. Gently, Dawn caressed their heads, assuring them, "Fear not, for I am safeguarded by Aurora and Electro. I shall be fine." Dawn discerned that they were not aiding the Decepticons of their own volition, but were coerced under Megatron's oppressive dominance. Joining the Autobots would at least spare them from such tyranny. Thus, in the ensuing battles, should an opportunity present itself, Dawn would discreetly signal the Minicons, urging them to assist the Autobots at the opportune moment. They collectively chose to remain silent about the origins of this plan, which stemmed from Dawn himself. Meanwhile, Megatron was venting his fury over the loss of the Minicons, summoning Starscream to a secluded room and locking the door behind them. The other Transformers were overcome with foreboding, leaning against the wall to eavesdrop, as the sounds of Megatron striking Starscream echoed within. Everyone's sparks sank, especially Dawn's, for Starscream was his closest friend in the universe. It was unjust that he should suffer due to Megatron's own blunders. Dawn could no longer tolerate this and resolved to seek justice for Starscream. Chapter 68, Dawn vs. Megatron. Dawn, alongside Aurora and Electro, forcefully burst through the door, positioning himself between Starscream and Megatron. Megatron, with a scowl, retorted, "What is it, Dawn? Do you wish to experience the taste of my wrath as well?" Starscream pleaded, "Dawn, step aside." Dawn replied, "You are no rightful ruler. You are a tyrant and a fool. If you refuse to change, you will lead us to ruin." "What did you say?" Megatron demanded, but Dawn ignored him, lifting Starscream in a protective embrace and carrying him away. In another room, Starscream protested, "Dawn, put me down. I can walk on my own, and I do not require your assistance." Dawn resolutely released Starscream onto the floor. At that moment, as Starscream was about to voice his frustration, he noticed tears streaming down Dawn's face. Panic-stricken, he hurriedly wiped away Dawn's tears and asked, "Dawn, why are you crying?" Dawn, holding Starscream close, confessed, "I do not know why, but I cannot bear the thought of you enduring such injustice. I refuse to accept it," his voice laden with sorrow. Later, Starscream confronted Megatron in a one-on-one duel. The destroyer attempted to intervene, but to no avail. "Dawn, will you not stop Starscream?" he implored. Aside from Megatron, he only heeds your words. Dawn shook his head. "It is futile. Starscream has made up his mind. All we can do now is hope he does not suffer too grievously." Seeing that neither of the Transformers could be relied upon, the destroyer sought out Cyclonus. After his departure, Dawn remarked, "This situation is of your making," his tone brooking no argument. Cyclonus replied, "Indeed, but are you not also at fault?" Regarding the matter of several minicons defecting to the Autobots, Dawn countered, "Then why did you not stop me on the battlefield? As the command you issue is second only to that of the Cosmic Emperor, it comes as no surprise." Engaging in the fray, Dawn struck the wall beside her with a fist, lamenting, "What have I done wrong?" Upon reaching the scene, the outcome had already been determined. The Red Spider had nearly matched Megatron in combat, but ultimately succumbed. Megatron, ever welcoming of challenges, stated his readiness. Dawn unexpectedly interjected, "Can we begin now?" Approaching Megatron, she lowered her center of gravity as much as possible, adopting a stance poised to charge forward. Megatron remarked, "Interesting, let us commence." As soon as the words left his lips, Dawn vanished from her position, reappearing behind Megatron in the next instant, aiming a kick at his head sculpt. Reacting swiftly, Megatron turned, swinging his star sword towards her leg. However, Dawn's speed and reflexes surpassed his. She struck with force, targeting the vulnerable area of Megatron's waist. Fully aware of its significance as the foundational component of all Transformers, the impact left Megatron clutching his side, unable to straighten up, his expression one of fierce resentment as he glared at Dawn. Yet, she had vanished once more. Feeling a constriction around his head sculpt, Megatron instinctively attempted to retaliate with a strike, but before he could react, he was sent spinning. His faceplate crashed heavily against an object, the impact causing his audio receptors to buzz and his optics to lose focus, rendering his vision a blur. Shifting perspective to rewind slightly. After landing the kick on Megatron's waist, Dawn executed a swift maneuver, appearing above him. Grasping his head sculpt, she spun him in the air before hurling him away with the force of her rotation. For reasons unknown, Dawn seemed particularly irate that day. As Megatron regained his footing, she brandished her dual-bladed gun, launching a series of rapid attacks. In her final leap, the force generated created a significant upheaval among the enemies before her, fortunately sparing the distant Transformers from harm. Ultimately, Dawn unleashed a barrage of light projectiles, sending Megatron flying. Dawn then entrusted the incapacitated Megatron to the destroyer, who remarked, "Dawn, did you not strike a bit too hard?" To which Dawn replied, "Perhaps, but the anger was overwhelming." "Hey, Dawn, would you consider becoming the leader of the Decepticons?" asked the side character. "Enough of that. I have no interest in leadership," she retorted. "Then what do you find intriguing?" came the inquiry. Dawn mused. "The universe undoubtedly harbors masters of various skills, be it in combat, strategy, technology, arts, or education. Thus, should the war cease, I aspire to traverse the cosmos, seeking these masters to learn from them, engage in friendly sparring, and forge friendships. You may not comprehend this, but for me, it would be the utmost joy." Chapter 69. Although Megatron did not confront Dawn afterward, he refrained from taking her on the quest for the minicons, sensing the arrival of external Transformers at the base. Dawn walked into a corridor, fixating her gaze ahead, and declared, "Do not hide. Optical camouflage is ineffective against me." The opposing party, still unwilling to reveal themselves, prompted Dawn to charge forward and deliver a punch. The adversary evaded and attempted to strike her from behind, but Dawn seized their hand and hurled them away, revealing their form. It was Bumblebee, who exclaimed, "Whoa, whoa, wait. We're on the same side." Dawn retorted, "If we are allies, why conceal yourself?" Bumblebee replied, "I was merely cautious to avoid any misunderstandings. I tend to shy away from trouble." Dawn chose to remain silent and departed, leaving Megatron pleased with Bumblebee's arrival. Naturally, while some Transformers were jubilant, others were discontented. The first to express dissatisfaction was Starscream. As Bumblebee's plans continually faltered, the mood soured further, but Dawn remained indifferent. Meanwhile, on the Autobot side, Optimus Prime assigned a special mission to Ratchet and Jetfire. During the upcoming battle, if they encountered Dawn again, they were to devise a method to bring her along. Jetfire pondered, "What manner of transformer is Dawn that warrants such attention from Optimus Prime?" Ratchet replied, "Once we bring her here, we shall find out." Nevertheless, Jetfire remained preoccupied with the actions of Sideways, whose behavior was rather peculiar. Within the Decepticon base, some Transformers covertly monitored Sideways' every move. As Sideways prepared to stir trouble once more, Dawn emerged and warned, "Some Transformers are beginning to suspect you. If you wish to remain here, it would be wise to keep a low profile for a while." Sideways responded, all right, I shall behave for the next few days." Yet, he still revealed his true intentions and was forced to leave. However, as he departed, he wore a rather mischievous grin, suggesting that Dawn was not implicated in his schemes. Unbeknownst to Dawn, Sideways had disclosed secrets to Megatron that even she was unaware of. When the search for new minicons resumed, Megatron included Dawn in his pursuit. As they sought the minicons, Dawn found her path obstructed by Ratchet. "You cannot pass. You must come with me," Ratchet insisted. "I refuse," Dawn countered. The two Transformers remained at an impasse until a minicon rushed toward Dawn, clutching her in fear. Trembling as it said, "Dawn, I am scared." Megatron laughed heartily. "Well done, Dawn." Ignoring Megatron, Dawn comforted the minicon, saying, "It is all right. Can you tell me what frightens you?" The minicon replied, "War, being controlled, and things I regret." Dawn gently patted the minicon's back and was about to say something when her warrior instincts sensed impending danger. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around the minicon and stepped aside. "Dawn," the minicon called, to which Dawn reassured, "Do not worry, regardless of what the future holds or how others perceive you. All that matters is that you fulfill your duties and act without regret." Releasing the minicon, it took a few steps forward and began to emit strange sounds. Calling out to other minicons, Megatron questioned, "Dawn, what is happening here?" Dawn replied, "There is no need for concern. He is calling for the other minicons." The sweeper seized the opportunity to rush forward and embrace Dawn, who lacked the strength to break free. Red Spider lunged at the sweeper, exclaiming, "Release Dawn." The sweeper evaded Red Spider's attack, steadfastly holding on to Dawn. Once Optimus Prime acquired the Soul Cannon, they swiftly departed. Upon returning to the Autobot base, the sweeper placed Dawn on the table, surrounded by other Transformers to prevent any escape. Optimus Prime addressed her, "We sincerely apologize for bringing you here so abruptly. Our primary intention was to seek your assistance." Dawn replied, "Let me guess, this concerns the minicons?" Optimus confirmed, "Indeed." Dawn continued, "I'm unaware of many matters concerning myself, let alone those involving them." Optimus inquired, "Then how did you manage to locate the minicons?" Dawn explained, "By identifying common signals, I was able to trace their whereabouts." Laserbeak remarked, "Your explanation makes it seem rather simple." Dawn countered, "Some issues are inherently straightforward. It's just that at times, you overcomplicate them." Chapter 70, Dawn stated, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." The sweeper insisted, "No, you cannot return." Dawn questioned, "Why not? I am now a Transformer aligned with the Decepticons. It is only natural for me to return." Red Alert cautioned, "If you return so nonchalantly, Megatron may grow suspicious." Dawn reassured them, "You need not worry. I have faced Megatron before, and he is aware of my capabilities. He will not oppose my return." However, Rumble suggested, just to be safe, "You should stay with us for a few days." The minicons approached, playfully calling out as if expressing something. Dawn conceded, "All right, I will stay for a few days." As she descended from the table and patted their head sculptures, the minicons appeared quite delighted. Dawn added, "However, I must return after a few days. I am more concerned about the minicons on the Decepticon side." The minicons indicated their understanding. While preparing the energy cubes for everyone, Dawn noticed human children leading the minicons. Equipped with the space team, the Soul Cannon, heading toward the exit. Sensing something amiss, she called out, "Red, where are you taking the minicons?" Startled, Red and Carlos responded, "Oh, we were just showing our new friend around a base. Ha ha ha." Dawn retorted, "But if you proceed any further, you'll reach the exit." Red stammered, "We'll turn back now." Observing their reluctance to speak the truth and prioritizing the safety of the minicons and the children, Dawn decided to be direct. "Let me be frank. You intend to take the minicons outside." Red protested, "Dawn, you're overthinking this." With a sigh, Dawn continued, "If you genuinely care for the minicons, do not take them outside. No one can predict when the Decepticons will appear. Staying here, they at least have the Autobots for protection." Red argued, but Dawn knelt down and added, "Although I do not know your reasons for concealing this from the Autobots, if you consider them your friends, I hope you will engage in a sincere discussion with them. I believe they will listen. Red pondered for a moment. Perhaps you are right. I shall speak with Optimus and the others. With that, he dashed away. Dawn turned to Carlos. There must be more than just the two of you. Gather the others. Carlos replied, you've seen right through me. Red conveyed the concerns of the minicons to all the Autobots, prompting Optimus to reflect. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach to dealing with the Decepticons. Thank you, Red, for being willing to share this with me. Red responded, it was largely Dawn's guidance that allowed me to understand so quickly. The only ones who can truly assist the minicons are you. Optimus inquired, where is Dawn? Red replied, I do not know. Concerned, everyone began searching for Dawn, only to discover that the minicons were also missing. Ultimately, they found Dawn in a spacious area of the base, dancing gracefully while singing melodiously. Despite the beauty of the performance, there was an inexplicable sense of solitude. Some minicons closed their eyes to listen intently to Dawn's voice, while others were entranced by her dance. Once she finished, Dawn and the minicons noticed the arrival of the Autobots and their human friends. Alexa exclaimed, Hi, you dance wonderfully? Sam added, Your singing is delightful. I wonder why I'm not hungry. Billy remarked, It's quite rare to hear you say you're not hungry. Carlos asked Dawn, Aside from singing and dancing, what else can you do? Dawn pretended to think. Besides singing and dancing, I've recently learned some human cooking from you all. Would you like to try it sometime? Red inquired, If I may ask, is it edible? Dawn replied, I'm not certain. Carlos joked, Well then, we shall be your guinea pigs. Meanwhile, at the Decepticon base, Starscream was still burdened by guilt for not rescuing Dawn, dedicating himself to intense training every day. In the days spent at the Autobot base, Dawn left a splendid impression on everyone, getting along well with all. She frequently engaged in sparring with the Autobots, consistently emerging victorious. Through these encounters, Dawn realized that her physical condition had not changed since arriving in this universe. Blaster remarked, You're quite strong. Dawn humbly replied, Not really. Smokescreen added, Do not be modest. Dawn insisted, I truly mean it. Compared to you, Smokescreen, and the likes of Optimus and Jetfire, my defense and strength are rather lacking. Jetfire questioned, Then how did you manage to throw Blaster away? Dawn explained, It's a matter of advantage. Blaster asked, Could you elaborate? Red Alert noted, Dawn is aware that her strength and defense are shortcomings, so she is trained to maximize her advantages, enabling her to exhibit the power of a warrior at certain speeds. Clean Sweep remarked, It's not just advantages. You've also trained many capabilities that aren't to your weaknesses. Dawn replied, Having diverse skills is beneficial. Training whenever possible is far better than learning nothing. In the afternoon, a group of human children arrived at the Autobot base, but not finding Dawn, they inquired of Jetfire, who happened to be passing by. Jetfire informed them, Oh, her? She returned to the Decepticon base. Carlos then recalled that she was a Decepticon. Alexa added, But she joined the Decepticons for the sake of the minicons over there. Read, Alexa, do you mean that as long as we rescue the minicons from the Decepticons, Dawn will have no reason to remain there? Alexa, indeed. Decepticon base. Megatron, are you suggesting that you injured the Transformer guarding you and managed to escape? Dawn, believe it or not. Megatron, then why didn't you eliminate that Transformer? Dawn, doing so would attract other Transformers, preventing me from relaying the information. Megatron, I hope your intelligence proves to be intriguing. Dawn, in the upcoming battle, the Autobots have decided to avoid using the Soul Blaster if possible. Megatron, if we are to obtain the Soul Blaster, it would be prudent to raid the Autobot base. Dawn, yes. Charge, how can we be certain that what you say is true? Are you not deceiving us? Dawn scoffed. As I said, believe it or not. Starscream and Dawn entered another room, where Starscream inspected Dawn as for meticulously. Dawn smiled and held Starscream's face, saying, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. Starscream, I feel immense guilt for not rescuing you at that time. Dawn, Starscream, I do not intend to blame you. While I was imprisoned, I prepared this for you. As she spoke, she produced a doll resembling Starscream. Despite its crooked smile, it was undeniably adorable. Dawn, I hope you like it. And I apologize for causing you such worry. Starscream embraced the doll, exclaiming, Thank you, Dawn. I truly appreciate this gift. I love it dearly. Dawn, then cherish it well. Recently, a newcomer joined the Decepticons, named Sky Shadow. It is said he was once an Autobot and a close friend of Jetfire. However, due to a certain incident, he felt abandoned by Jetfire and lost trust in the Autobots, choosing to abandon his past and join the Decepticons. Yet, Dawn remained skeptical that he would so easily relinquish his former life. Megatron, Angrily, are you implying he still harbors feelings for the Autobots? Dawn, after all, some ties cannot be severed so easily. Perhaps I should speak with him to ascertain whether he has truly moved on. Megatron, I expect the outcome to align with my desires. Dawn, no problem. Dawn sought out Sky Shadow, who asked, do you require something from me? At this moment, Dawn's form was under the control of Dusk, her optics displaying a gradient of violet and crimson. Dawn, I merely wish to inquire. Have you truly let go of your past? Sky Shadow, somewhat irked. What do you mean by that? Dawn, Dusk, are you struggling to understand? Or are you unwilling to admit it? Sky Shadow, I know what to do without your guidance. Dawn, I sincerely hope that is the case. As dawn broke, it returned control of the body to Dusk. Chapter 72, Departure from the Decepticons. While Megatron and his crew attempted to seize the Soul Gun, Dawn had been observing the unfolding situation. She noted that only the Red Spider remained to confront the majority of the Autobots. Searching for signals from Megatron's group, she discovered they were already in the Autobot base looking for Minicon. Dawn hurried to the Red Spider's side, where the Autobots claimed that Megatron had abandoned him. As the Red Spider called out for responses from his comrades, only silence ensued. Dawn leaped to the Red Spider's side, who, grasping at the last shred of hope, implored her, Dawn, Megatron sent you, didn't he? Uncertain of how to respond, Dawn considered lying to preserve the Red Spider's hope in Megatron. However, she feared that upon learning the truth later, the disappointment might drive him away from the Decepticons. She was unsure how the Red Spider would perceive her. To be honest, the Red Spider might already harbor disillusionment toward Megatron, and hearing unfavorable news upon returning would yield a similar outcome. Upon seeing Dawn's silence, the Red Spider quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming, no, I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. When the Autobots advanced, Dawn interjected, before concerning yourselves with us. Perhaps you should worry about your own comrades. Megatron has departed. Where do you think he intends to go? In an instant, Optimus Prime realized the gravity of the situation, silently cursing, and urged everyone to retreat to the base. In the rain, the Red Spider swung his sword wildly, venting his frustration, while Dawn remained silent, merely observing until the Red Spider was utterly exhausted. Dawn extended her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the Red Spider placed his own upon it. Meanwhile, the Autobot base lay in disarray. Not only had Megatron seized the Soul Gun, but he had also severely injured Smokescreen with it before departing. The red alert blared incessantly as Smokescreen underwent surgery. On the Decepticon side, although Megatron reveled in acquiring the Soul Gun, he was infuriated by Dawn's unauthorized departure from her post. I have tolerated your rebelliousness time and again, yet you continue to push your luck. Dawn maintained an air of indifference, while the Red Spider had already been dismissed by Megatron. Megatron harbored a fierce desire to eliminate Dawn, yet found himself unable to overpower her. He organized a training session for everyone, secretly instructing Tsunami to eliminate her, but even Tsunami could not achieve this. Frustration brewed within him. Wait a brawl. Dawn detested fighting against a group of Transformers. Perhaps she excelled in one-on-one confrontations, but not in battles against many. An idea took shape in Megatron's mind. If Dawn were aware of the speculations regarding her in his cerebral module, she would undoubtedly retort, you're overthinking it. It makes no difference how many there are. I merely wish to avoid trouble. Should Megatron hear such a statement, he might very well be driven to the brink of fury by Dawn's audacity. Noticing Megatron's dismissal, Dawn remarked, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. At dawn, Dawn arrived at the lair of the Red Spider, only to find it deserted. Picking up the plush doll he had prepared for Red Spider, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Sounds of a fierce battle echoed from outside, prompting Dawn to rush forth. There, he discovered Red Spider locked in confrontation with Megatron. Red Spider fired a shot at Megatron before transforming and fleeing. Dawn pursued him, while Tsunami relentlessly followed them to Earth, continuing his assault. Realizing this was not a sustainable strategy, Dawn ascended above Tsunami, brandishing his dual-bladed gun and gathering energy. He threatened, Tsunami, you are no stranger to this move. If you wish to avoid becoming scrap metal, I suggest you retreat. Tsunami had previously suffered under such an attack, and this time, as the weapon pierced his chassis rather than the ground, it would indeed render him as Dawn had foretold, mere remnants of metal. As Tsunami departed, Autobots arrived, launching an immediate assault. Caught off guard, a strike landed on Dawn's left shoulder, causing him to plummet due to his naturally weak defenses. Red Spider caught him mid-fall. A strange phenomenon ensued. All the Minicons collapsed to their knees, clutching their left shoulders in evident agony. Optimus Prime, witnessing this scene, inquired, "What on earth is happening here?" Dawn replied, "It appears they are linked to my pain receptors." "What? That's impossible!" exclaimed Jetfire. "Then why does the area they are grasping correspond to my injury?" Dawn countered, "You knew all along." Jetfire accused, "I only just discovered it," Dawn retorted. Chapter 73. Rescuing the Minicons. Once Dawn's left shoulder was healed, the Minicons' distress ceased, confirming Dawn's assertion of their connection to his pain system. Red seemed to realize something and asked, "Optimus, may I inquire if any Minicons have perished since joining the war?" Optimus responded, "None. For reasons unknown. They can recover from any injury as long as they receive repairs." "Does this imply?" The others glanced at Dawn. "It seems you must remain here after all," Jetfire stated. "That is acceptable, but I have conditions," Dawn replied. "Speak," urged Optimus. "All Minicons from Red Spider and the Decepticons must remain here. The Minicons can stay, but Red Spider cannot." Jetfire protested. "Why not?" Dawn queried. "It was the Decepticons who harmed Smokescreen." Jetfire insisted. "Though I'm unaware of what transpired with Smokescreen, was Red Spider the direct or indirect cause?" Dawn pressed. "I don't care. The Decepticons are responsible for Smokescreen's condition." Jetfire shouted. Dawn stepped before Jetfire, delivering a sharp slap to his faceplate, admonishing, "Calm yourself. Red Spider is a Decepticon, but what a jolt." Jetfire was plunged into painful memories. Turning to Red Spider, Dawn remarked, "It seems we are not welcome here. Let us depart." "Wait," Optimus interjected, "you should stay." "Captain," Jetfire exclaimed, just as Jolt joined the Decepticons for a reason. "I believe Red Spider's departure from their ranks is equally justified." The Red Spider resolved to share some data as a token of gratitude. As dusk approached, he swayed away to find everyone chattering about something, which piqued the curiosity of the group. At that moment, Dawn remarked, "There is no cause for concern. At this crucial juncture, they will exercise restraint. If necessary, I shall intervene." As she prepared to step outside, Optimus Prime inquired, "Dawn, what exactly has transpired?" Dawn replied, "Some Transformers are engaged in a skirmish." Although she refrained from naming names, everyone understood it was Red Spider and Shockwave. "We should go as well," said Red. Dawn responded, "If you're unafraid of being caught in the crossfire, then by all means, join me. I'm indifferent." As she brushed past Red Alert, Dawn stepped outside to find that the two Transformers had ceased hostilities. Smokescreen, having sustained severe damage, had undergone a complete overhaul. "Since the fight is over, let us return inside swiftly. Everyone will surely be relieved to see that Smokescreen is unharmed." Dawn sat down, smiling, and inquired, "Red Spider, would you accompany me to admire the scenery?" Red Spider recognized that the Autobots had yet to accept him. His presence would merely serve as a backdrop, which felt somewhat awkward. However, he decided it would be best to remain outside with Dawn. They lingered until night fell, and only when they were permitted to enter the Decepticon base did they proceed inside. "Red Spider, once we reach the Decepticon base, you must heed Optimus Prime's directives," Dawn cautioned. "Rest assured," he replied. Upon arriving at the Decepticon base, the destroyer was taken aback to see Red Spider and Dawn bringing Autobots. Just as he was about to activate the alarm, Dawn intervened. Optimus Prime instructed Red Spider to take the sensor to locate Minicon. Yet Red Spider insisted on confronting Megatron. Dawn blocked his path, saying, "Red Spider, did Megatron not claim that you're controlled by your emotions? Therefore, rather than seeking him out, it would be wiser to let Megatron come to you," disproving his assertion. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," Red Spider acquiesced. As Dawn, Red Spider, and the sensor journeyed to find Minicon, they were obstructed by the destroyer, but Red Spider swiftly incapacitated him. Faced with Tsunami, they resolved to confront him while the sensor continued its search for Minicon, now not far from their location. After vanquishing Tsunami, Dawn hurried towards the place where Minicon was imprisoned, only to see Megatron extending his claws towards the sensor. Dawn surged forward with a shadow strike, pulling the sensor behind her. "Ah, look who has arrived, the Autobots lapdog," Megatron sneered. Dawn retorted, "Megatron, your strategies against Red Spider are ineffective against me, and I never pledged my loyalty to you from the outset." Megatron replied, "So, you are loyal to Optimus Prime then?" Dawn asserted, "I owe my allegiance solely to myself." Megatron continued, "I am aware of the unique bond you share with Minicon. If I can control you, all Minicons will heed my command." Dawn challenged, "We shall see if you possess that capability." At this moment, Red Spider burst forth, brandishing the Star Sword and shouted, Megatron, I will defeat you. Megatron, Starscream, how could I forget you, you traitor? As two Transformers engage in combat, Dawn stands aside, not idly, but playing music. Megatron, Dawn, are you now playing a requiem for yourself? Dawn remains silent, while the Minicons set aside their belongings and gather around her. Jetfire and Smokescreen soon arrive. Jetfire, we'll handle this. You quickly lead the Minicons to safety. Dawn starts to run, and the Minicons follow her in an orderly fashion. Witnessing this scene, everyone is momentarily taken aback. Starscream continues to focus on Megatron, while the others buy time for the Minicons to escape. Dawn hastens the Minicons through the space bridge. Just as the last of the Minicons is about to pass through, she contacts the Autobots and Starscream. Starscream, empowered by the Starsaber, matches Megatron in strength. Receiving Dawn's message. Internal communication. Starscream, Dawn, I know you, and I'm pleased, but today I must defeat Megatron, no matter what. Dawn, Starscream, return quickly. Don't do anything foolish. Optimus, are you there? Please, you must bring him back, I beg you. Optimus, absolutely. Back at the Autobot base, Dawn and Starscream have their first argument. Starscream, why are you stopping me from avenging Megatron? Dawn, with your current strength, you can only match Megatron, and you still have to contend with other Transformers. It would be a futile endeavor. Starscream, what relationship do we share that warrants your concern? Dawn, I could choose to disregard you, but you are my first and most important friend. I cannot bear to watch you walk to your demise. Red Alert. Before Red Alert can say anything, they both shout in unison, shut up. This time, they cease their quarrel, merely glaring at one another before turning away. Alexa decides to speak with Dawn first. Upon seeing Alexa, Dawn asks, are you here because of my argument with Starscream? Alexa, yes, you mentioned that you're friends. Perhaps you should have a proper discussion. Dawn, Alexa, even the closest of friends can quarrel. Yet as you said, we should talk it out, but not now. Starscream is still too agitated. Alexa seems to realize something and asks, wait a moment, did you intentionally argue with Starscream? But why? Dawn, with certain individuals, one must engage in a quarrel for their anger to dissipate a bit. Alexa, you truly care about Starscream. Dawn, yes. I have always regarded him as my most important and best friend. Being with him brings me joy. Alexa, it seems your emotional development in that regard is somewhat delayed. Dawn? Actually, Alexa is mistaken. Alexa then seeks out Starscream. Alexa, Starscream, listen to me. I know you're upset about not defeating Megatron, but that does not justify taking your anger out on Dawn. Starscream, I know, Dawn must be quite disappointed in me. Alexa, certainly not. Did not Dawn say that you were his most important friend? Red Spider, but I am afraid. Dawn regards me as his most significant friend, and I hold him in even higher esteem. I have spoken so heavily, and I left the stuffed doll he gifted me with Megatron. If Dawn finds out, he will surely be disappointed in me. Alexa, a more significant existence? Red Spider, I cannot quite articulate it. All I know is that it is profoundly important. It appears that Red Spider harbors similar feelings for Dawn. A mutual affection exists between them. Regrettably, both are rather slow to act. No. Red Spider is a beat slower than Dawn. They can feel the emotions between them, yet the barrier remains unbroken. It seems impossible. For reasons unknown, Alexa feels a tightness in her heart, as if something is obstructing her. Chapter 75. Fury. The following morning, Dawn seeks out Red Spider. Red Spider, Dawn, Dawn, Red Spider, I wish to apologize. You have worked so hard, yet Megatron has done those things to you. This has left a knot in your heart, a desire to defeat Megatron and earn his recognition. Yet I hindered you and even quarreled with you. Red Spider, I understand you desire for me to triumph, not to succumb to Megatron, ultimately being forcibly taken away by Optimus Prime. Dawn presents the stuffed doll to Red Spider. Red Spider, surprised Dawn, what is this? Dawn, I inadvertently picked it up when I visited your lounge, and I did not expect to return it to you here on Earth. Red Spider accepts the stuffed doll, shyly inquiring, after I defeat Megatron, will you teach me? Dawn, teach you what? Red Spider, teach me how to do this. Red Spider holds the stuffed doll before himself. Dawn, laughing of course. Before I teach you how to do this, I will first provide you with specialized training. Red Spider, Dawn, I mentioned specialized training to ensure that you do not only fail to defeat Megatron, but also risk your own well-being in the process. Red Spider, thank you, Dawn. Dawn, The previous advice was merely a suggestion. Your progress has been significant. According to Earth S time, in about half a year, you will undoubtedly be able to defeat Megatron, just a few months away. In truth, Red Spider possesses considerable talent, only a level below Megatron. However, his weak foundation and poor temperament have created a seemingly vast gap between him and Megatron. Dawn's prior guidance has solidified Red Spider's foundation considerably and tempered his temperament, allowing him to hold his own against Megatron. If they were of equal level, the likelihood of Red Spider defeating Megatron would be substantial. Naturally, Red Spider feels elated. Dawn, however, at that time, you must focus entirely on your specialized training, understood? Red Spider, no problem. Dawn, then I shall prepare the specialized training schedule. After Dawn returned, she found herself fixated on her reflection, contemplating her stagnation at level 69 while the Red Spider advanced rapidly. The thought of encountering someone of the caliber of a cosmic emperor or multiple leader-class transformers left her feeling vulnerable and inadequate. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, she imagined the sound of shattering glass as she took a few deep breaths. A human child approached, startled by the broken glass. Dawn apologized. "I'm sorry for scaring you." Red replied, "It's fine, but we have 2 questions." Dawn encouraged them. "Go ahead. What are your questions?" Alexia inquired, "What gifts does the Red Spider enjoy?" Dawn responded, "Anything crafted with care will surely delight him." "Now, what is your second question?" Alexia continued, "How would you describe the Red Spider as a transformer?" Dawn reflected, "The Red Spider embodies a blend of ruthlessness and gentleness, displaying a prideful demeanor akin to that of a feline, yet he remains steadfastly loyal." Alexia asked, "Is that why you admire the Red Spider?" Dawn affirmed, "Indeed." Jetfire interjected, "How can a traitor possess loyalty?" Dawn retorted, "Jetfire, what type of transformer do you consider loyal? One that unconditionally obeys orders without independent thought? To me, that is mere foolish loyalty." Jetfire demanded, "What are you trying to say?" Dawn clarified, "Let me be clear, Jetfire. Do not let me hear you refer to the Red Spider as a traitor again, or else." She gathered her strength and punched the wall with such force that it crumbled, taking several walls down with it, before smiling and adding, "You understand." Red Alert appeared. "Hey, what on earth happened? What S with the wall?" Dawn chuckled, "My apologies, Red Alert. I'll fix it shortly." She then departed. Red Alert turned to the human child and the gathered mini-transformers. Although they remained silent, they seemed to have reached a silent consensus, pointing accusingly at Jetfire. Jetfire protested, "Hey, I didn't do anything." Red Alert stated, "You must have said something quite outrageous." Knowing Dawn's temperament, she wouldn't cause destruction lightly. Jetfire insisted, "I didn't." Red Alert glanced at the little ones, who averted their gazes, as if to say, "We know nothing, don't ask us." Chapter 76. Ambiguity. As Dawn completed the training equipment for the Red Spider, an overwhelming force drew her upward into the cosmos, her form illuminating the darkness. Near Mars, as her body made contact with a Soul Reaver gun, Star Sword, and Celestial Shield, an immense surge of energy erupted, sending everyone flying. After a brief search, Dawn located the offline Red Spider and Jetfire. Dawn communicated with the Autobots. "Everyone, I've found them. They are unharmed, merely offline." Optimus Prime responded, "That's wonderful news. However, Dawn, what was that energy surge earlier?" Dawn admitted, "It's my first encounter with such a phenomenon, and I'm not entirely sure what transpired. But one thing is certain, this is not a good sign." Dawn urged, "Let us get moving. It's time to return." The 2 transformers remained unresponsive. Dawn raised her claw and struck Jetfire's faceplate sharply, calling out to the Red Spider, "Megatron is coming." Red Spider hastily arose, while Dawn was jolted awake, exclaiming out, "Dawn, your approach is rather severe." To which Dawn replied, "If you prefer a gentler touch, then perhaps you should spring up as quickly as Red Spider did upon hearing Megatron's name." Red Spider exclaimed, "Where's Megatron?" Dawn responded, "I have no idea where he's been flung, but he might very well be searching for us right now." Red Spider declared, "I shall go look for him." However, Dawn restrained him, saying, "No, you must return to training first. As long as the Star Sword remains in your possession, Megatron will inevitably seek you out." Calming himself, Red Spider acquiesced, "All right." Upon returning to the Autobot base, he delivered some Martian minerals to the human children. Red Spider apologized, "I'm sorry, Dawn. I didn't know what to bring you." Dawn cradled Red Spider's mask and said, "Red Spider, your survival in this war is the greatest gift to me. Promise me you won't perish, all right?" Red Spider grasped Dawn's hand. "I promise you." Alexis, witnessing the two Transformers enveloped in pink bubbles, felt a pang of jealousy. She realized her affections for Red Spider, yet her reason cautioned against it, not only due to their differing worlds but also because of insurmountable constraints. Indeed, as Dawn had mentioned, the Universe Emperor had begun to take action. The remaining minicons scattered across various locales, awakened by the energy fluctuations, were now in motion. After nearly 2 months of training under Dawn's methodology, Red Spider was on the cusp of surpassing his limits. Dawn marveled at Red Spider's innate talent, based on her observations. It should have taken 2.5 months to progress, yet at this rate, he would achieve it in just 2 months. Initially, when others saw the rigorous training schedule Dawn devised for Red Spider, they questioned its severity. Dawn responded, "Time waits for no one, and in my training regimen, this level of intensity is merely ordinary." Dawn's training levels included warm-up training, enhanced training, high-intensity training, demon training, and death training. During Red Spider's rest, a human child presented him with a gift, a large cloth stitched together from multiple smaller pieces. Red Spider was momentarily taken aback. Dawn prompted, "Red Spider, shouldn't you say something?" He stammered, "Thank you, thank you." Alexis inquired, "Has anyone ever given you a gift before?" Her tone hinted at anticipation. Red Spider revealed a plush doll, an exact replica of himself. If one were to discern any difference, it would be that Red Spider exuded a cool demeanor, while the doll, being a toy, radiated an endearingly naive charm. Although Alexis had a suspicion of who the gift giver might be, she still asked, "What a wonderful doll. Who is it from?" Red Spider replied, "It was a gift from Dawn. She also provided me with minerals that enhance my defense without diminishing my other abilities, allowing me to bolster my combat prowess." Alexis mused. "I see." She thought to herself that no matter how hard she and the others worked to create something, it could never compare to the gifts Dawn bestowed upon Red Spider. Red remarked, "We shall not intrude upon your training any longer." After the departure of the human children, Red Spider confronted Dawn at a designated location, where Charge mocked him before revealing his intentions, which were unmistakably aimed at acquiring the Star Sword and the Tianlong Shield. Red Spider replied, "Regrettably, I have resolved never to return." Thus, a fierce battle ensued between them. Meanwhile, Billy and Sam stealthily emerged in search of Red Spider, only to hear his voice before seeing him. "Get down," Red Spider urged. Instinctively, Billy and Sam crouched as a fierce wind swept past, revealing Charge. "Do not let me see you again. Get lost," Red Spider commanded. Charge, struggling to regain his footing, threatened, "Red Spider, you will come to regret your actions," and retreated in disarray. Red Spider approached Billy and Sam with calm composure, saying, "All right, let us head back." Sam inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Red Spider explained, "There was a hope from the Autobots for my return to the Decepticons, contingent upon the Star Sword and the Tianlong Shield. I did not acquiesce, which led to the conflict." Billy remarked, "Those guys are truly excessive." Sam added, "They abandoned you and made it seem as if you were the one who forsook them." Red Spider replied, "Let us not discuss this matter any further." Due to the rigorous training under Dawn, Red Spider had notably tempered his temperament. During Red Spider's absence, Alexa sought a conversation with Dawn. "Alexa, you appear troubled. What weighs on your mind?" Dawn asked. "I believe I may have developed feelings for Red Spider," Alexa confessed. Dawn responded, "At your age, such notions of love are often rather naive." "I understand, but I cannot help myself," Alexa exclaimed. "Then you should speak with Red Spider," Dawn suggested. "Huh?" Alexa responded. "Be direct. Regardless of the outcome, it will bring you a sense of relief, will it not?" Dawn encouraged. "But aren't you?" Alexa began. "I too harbor feelings for Red Spider, of a romantic nature," Dawn admitted. "Then why do you not express it?" Alexa asked. "From the moment I first laid eyes on Red Spider, I was captivated by his aura." However, Dawn hesitated. "However what?" Alexa pressed. "We are amidst a war. We can never be certain of what tomorrow, or even the next moment, holds for us. Rather than endure the anguish of heartbreak, it seems wiser to conceal this sentiment within, allowing us to avoid pain until that inevitable moment arrives." Dawn reflected. "Will you not regret it then?" Alexa questioned. "Perhaps I will, but I fear losing him more," Dawn replied, her smile tinged with sorrow. "Then why advise me to confess?" Alexa wondered. "Perhaps knowing the outcome will bring you peace," Dawn suggested. "Peace," Alexa echoed. "You appear somewhat unsettled at present," Dawn observed. After their conversation, Alexa encountered Red and Carlos. "Alexa, let us take the minicon for a stroll around here," Carlos proposed. Is that wise? Alexa replied. The tension between the factions has affected the minicon, which is why we thought it best to take them out for a bit. We will remain close by, so if danger arises, we can return swiftly, Red explained. Very well, Alexa conceded. However, they were unaware that their current actions indirectly led to the Autobots driving away Dawn and Red Spider. Megatron approached the Autobot base in an attempt to seize the Star Shield. It was puzzling why Red, Carlos, and Alexa did not notice Dawn and Red Spider. They stealthily approached Jet, who remarked, "So, it was you who took the Star Shield." Red replied, "We merely sought to assist." Jet continued, "It appears we wrongfully accused Red Spider. He did not steal the Star Shield. Listen, children, we need the Star Shield." Ultimately, as Smokescreen was transmitting the Star Shield to Optimus Prime amidst the smoke, the concealed charge seized it. Megatron erupted into laughter. Upon returning to the base, everyone felt a sense of guilt. Red, Carlos, and Alexa learned the details of the situation after hearing the accounts from others. An hour prior, after Red Spider had resolved the issue with Charge and returned, Dawn asked, "You're back. How did it go?" Red Spider replied, "You shouldn't bother me anymore." Dawn responded, "That's wonderful. You two go ahead." Once they had left, Dawn mused, "The Star Shield has gone missing again. I suspect the children took it." Noticing the absence of the three in the base, all the minicons searched every corner of the base, but found nothing, leading them to conclude they must be outside. Red Spider and Dawn arrived at the main control room to inform Optimus Prime of the outcome, but they did not see him. Smokescreen approached, attempting to sound as inquiring as possible. "I heard them say Charge wants you to hand over the Star Shield and the Star Sword to return to the moon base." Inner line, Dawn calmed down. Red Spider replied, "Yes." Smokescreen continued, "So you took them to find Charge." Red Spider challenged, "If you suspect me, just say it." Jet interjected, "Yes, can you continue your answer?" Jet added, "Until evidence is found, Red Spider is innocent, understood?" Red Spider asserted, "The evidence you seek is that I left without taking a single minicon." At that moment, Optimus Prime approached, asking, "What on earth happened?" Dawn responded, "It's nothing, Optimus. Just a minor issue among us." Jetfire interjected, "This is no trivial matter. The minicons that comprise the Star Shield have vanished, and we suspect Red Spider has taken them to the Decepticons." Optimus Prime turned to Red Spider, demanding an explanation. Dawn stepped in front of Red Spider, stating, "Red Spider has already explained. If you are unwilling to believe, no matter how many times Red Spider explains, the outcome remains unchanged. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day." Chapter 78. Forced return to the Decepticons. The standoff persisted. Dawn declared, "Since you are unwilling to grant Red Spider the most basic trust among comrades, then, Red Spider, will you stay here or come with me?" Feeling disillusioned with the Autobots, Red Spider replied, "I choose to come with you." The two departed with the Star Sword. Optimus Prime then remarked, "Now we owe Red Spider and Dawn an apology." Alexa added, "No, we are the ones who should apologize. If we had taken the minicons out without permission, this would not have happened." Reed, "No, to be precise, it is the result of everyone's distrust. I have something to convey to you." Optimus Prime, "What is it?" Reed, "The initial minicons rebelled against Megatron and came here because of Dawn. Dawn trusted you, believing you would protect them from being coerced into doing things against their will by the Decepticons, which gave them the opportunity to escape. His departure without taking them signifies that he still chooses to trust you." In a man-made cave on Mars, Starscream was training, while the Allspark's essence lingered painfully, weakening him, as Megatron could find them at any moment. Noticing Dawn's worried demeanor, Starscream offered words of comfort. "Dawn, is the Allspark still in pain? You need not worry about Megatron. If he dares to come, I assure you I can defeat him." Dawn, smiling, "You certainly can conquer Megatron. I believe in you. But I fear my current condition may affect your battle." Starscream, "That will never happen." Dawn, "You remain as confident as ever." During their time on Mars, not only did Starscream's combat prowess improve, but the bond between the two Transformers also deepened. In the Decepticon base, Ramjet, "Megatron, I have discovered the location of the Star Saber." Devastator, "I found it. Thank you very much." Ignoring Devastator's complaints, Megatron inquired, "Where?" Ramjet, "On Mars. If all goes as expected, Starscream and Dawn are also there." Megatron, "Very well. We shall depart immediately." On Mars, a duel commenced between Megatron and Starscream, while Dawn's presence inadvertently drew the attention of other Decepticons, who began to pursue him. As the saying goes, two fists cannot contend against four hands. with Dawn's power waning. He was struck and fell into unconsciousness after an hour. Cyclonus, haha, what's wrong? Why aren't you running now? Meanwhile, Starscream successfully defeated Megatron. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Ramjet forced Starscream to relinquish the Star Saber by threatening Dawn. Starscream, you treacherous scoundrel. Ramjet, thank you for the compliment. Starscream was imprisoned, while Dawn, the Star Saber, the Tidal Shield, and the Soul Reaver were treated like formidable weapons, separated to another location. Megatron glared at Dawn with displeasure, stating, "If you weren't still of use, I would relish in your destruction." To prevent any potential chaos upon Dawn's awakening, Ramjet affixed a device upon Dawn's head, rendering him unable to activate. At the Autobot base, all Minicons fell into a deep slumber, awakening after a considerable time. Immediately suspecting something had befallen Dawn, Optimus Prime quickly searched for any information regarding Dawn or the Decepticons. Soon, they spotted a Decepticon ship beyond Earth's atmosphere. As Jetfire approached to investigate, he was obstructed by an unknown energy field and sensed that the Decepticons had noticed him, yet there was no immediate reaction. Entering the teleportation room, he retrieved the leadership module and examined it for a moment when Sparkplug approached, holding something in his hand, a fragment of the Allspark. Optimus Prime astonished Sparkplug, whose Allspark fragment is this. Sparkplug, it serves as the Dawn's Ember. He mentioned that it would prove useful in due time. Hoping you could integrate it into the leadership module, Optimus Prime observed that this ember appeared somewhat diminutive for both himself and Dawn. Optimus Prime, is this merely a fragment of his ember? The Sparkplug nodded. Although Optimus Prime was not a physician, he understood the grave harm that could be inflicted upon his being by forcibly dividing his ember. At that moment, Flame returned, prompting Optimus Prime to hastily conceal the ember. Chapter 79. The Departure of Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime. What is the situation, Flame? Flame, while there are some aspects I do not fully comprehend, I can ascertain that they have likely acquired the Star Sword, and Dawn and Red Spider are with them. Blitzwing, they have returned to the Decepticons. I must confront them. Optimus Prime, enough, Blitzwing. Dawn and Red Spider's departure is a consequence of our actions. Although I am uncertain why the Star Sword is in their possession, it does not imply they will return to the Decepticons. The true reality may only be known to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, Flame, let us proceed. Blitzwing, wait, Optimus Prime. Take me along. Flame, that is not possible. Optimus Prime and Flame transformed into their combined form, Tidal Wave. After the energy shield was retracted at the Decepticon base, Tidal Wave commenced an assault on the Decepticon ships. Once the majority of Decepticons emerged, Optimus Prime and Flame separated. Flame provided cover for Optimus Prime, who aimed to destroy the cannon. However, Tsunami and Megatron intervened, obstructing Optimus Prime just as the cannon was charging. In that instant, the leadership module began to glow, shielding Optimus Prime with his own form before the cannon unleashed its tremendous force. Despite the assistance of the leadership module, Optimus Prime could not escape becoming cosmic dust. The Autobots were deeply saddened at the moment they witnessed Optimus Prime transform into cosmic debris. Megatron, returning to his throne, experienced a fleeting moment of confusion, questioning why Optimus Prime was absent. Shouldn't he feel elated? Yet, elation eluded him, replaced by a profound sense of loss. The cannon was destroyed, and he found little interest in the matter. Mechanical Girl, it seems that in the midst of battling Optimus Prime, you developed feelings for him. Megatron, raising his Soul Reaper gun, retorted, "What did you just say?" Mechanical Girl, Megatron, all your tactics are ineffective against the author. Have you forgotten? Megatron, get lost. Within the Autobot base, while all appeared busy with the spacecraft, they were internally distressed and agitated. In their hearts, the captain, Optimus Prime, who would never fall, had transformed into cosmic dust before their eyes, a reality too difficult to accept, especially for Blitzwing, who cast aside his tools to seek out Flame, demanding to be taken to the moon to settle the score with the Decepticons and avenge Optimus Prime. Flame, I have been there. The Decepticons are long gone. They likely departed an hour ago. Blitzwing, then we must pursue them now. Flame, our immediate task is to repair the spacecraft. Only then can we chase down the Decepticon ships, rather than seek revenge. The tale unfolds with Tianhu articulating his thoughts clearly, yet Jisha remains impervious to his words. The sweeper realizes that the only way to pacify Jisha is through a combination of combat and persuasion, hoping to instill some semblance of restraint in him. Seizing Jisha, the sweeper leads him to an abandoned highway and launches an attack. Fortunately, the onslaught consists of only basic strikes, allowing Jisha to evade them. As the confrontation intensifies, Jisha ultimately flees. Loquacious attempts to pursue him, colliding with Jisha multiple times in hopes of halting his escape, but Jisha deftly shakes off Loquacious and continues his flight. Finally, the imposing figures of Hung Pao and Mini Jean Gang stand before Jisha, prompting him to regain a measure of rationality. After repairing the spacecraft, the children express their desire to accompany them. While the Autobots are likely to disapprove, Mini Jean Gang is less inclined to comply, with the censor leading a tantrum until the Autobots acquiesce. Thus, they venture into the cosmos, where they encounter other Mini Jean Gang, all radiating a verdant luminescence. As they navigate through a field of meteors, the Decepticon ships confront the Autobots, intent on eliminating them en route to Cybertron. Deprived of Optimus Prime, their most formidable warrior, and lacking any of the three powerful weapons, the Autobots find themselves at a disadvantage. As the spark plug lifts the leadership module and begins to sing, the presence of the remnants of Dawn's spark catalyzes a profound resonance among the Mini Jean Gang, channeling their energy into the leadership module. In a matter of seconds, a blinding light envelopes them, leaving incredulous expressions on their faces. Optimus Prime has returned. One might wonder, much like the readers and the author, why the base does not utilize the space bridge for their return. The answer is succinct. Plot demands it. In Chapter 80, titled The Captured Dawn, the reactions of the characters diverge. Megatron, the Autobots, Mini Jean Gang, and the children rejoice at Optimus Prime's return, with Megatron even breaking into hearty laughter. Conversely, the Decepticons are less than pleased, bewildered by Optimus Prime's resurrection and Megatron's elation. The Mechanical Femme expresses her confusion regarding the contents of Megatron's brain module. While one side mourns Optimus Prime's absence, the other celebrates his revival, resembling not adversaries, but rather a pair of whimsical lovers. Within the confines of the Decepticon ship, a long-absent figure, Bien-Lu, emerges, carrying the still unconscious Dawn. Once they have evaded the Decepticons, the group eagerly seeks to uncover the events that transpired. Optimus Prime explains, "It was the Mini Jean Gang and the miraculous light that brought me back." Suddenly, a black hole appears before their ship, engulfing the Red Alert and Jisha. This is the gift prepared by Bien-Lu. Upon learning that Bien-Lu has abducted Dawn, Megatron becomes incensed but soon devises a plan, instructing them to summon Black Arachnia. "Megatron, what are you plotting?" she inquires. "Dawn is currently imprisoned as the energy source for the star cannon. If you behave, I might consider showing mercy and releasing her." Megatron replies. The Red Spider was well aware of Megatron's manner of handling matters. He understood that if he refused Megatron, the latter would undoubtedly eliminate Dawn without hesitation. By acquiescing, although the outcome remained unchanged, the only variable was time. As long as time was on his side, he could rescue Dawn. Red Spider inquired, "What do you require of me?" Megatron replied, "Excellent." Red Spider followed Megatron and his entourage into the black hole, a realm unlike any other, one filled solely with iron trees and salt sands. Within this realm, they encountered not only Laserbeak and Red Alert, but also a Transformer who bore a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime and called himself the God of Vengeance. Laserbeak exclaimed, "You've returned to the Decepticons, you traitor." Red Spider retorted, "Forgive me, but I would do anything to save Dawn." Before long, the true Optimus Prime appeared, and after utterly vanquishing the counterfeit version of himself, the image of Barricade manifested before them. Barricade took great pleasure in toying with everyone before departing. While this space began to collapse, upon returning, Red Spider queried, "Megatron, where's Dawn?" Megatron, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Oh, he has long since departed from this world." Red Spider, filled with rage, exclaimed, "What?" Megatron laughed heartily, "Ha ha 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 ha. What is this? Are you angry now? I even cast him into the cosmos, leaving him as mere space debris." In a fit of fury, Red Spider lunged at Megatron. Although Red Spider's combat prowess surpassed that of Megatron, he was no match for Dawn's comprehensive offensive capabilities. Red Spider's strength lay solely in a linear attack. With all the Decepticons joining forces against him, Red Spider found himself overwhelmed once again, experiencing that familiar sense of helplessness as he was once more subdued under Megatron's foot. After declaring his new name, Shockwave, Megatron confined Red Spider back into his cell. Red Spider retrieved a doll crafted for him by Dawn, leaving behind the unhelpful cleaning liquid. Scamper approached Red Spider, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, in the core of the Cosmic Emperor, Dawn found himself trapped within a colossal cell. At that moment, Dawn had regained consciousness. Yet no matter how he pounded against the walls, there was not so much as a crack or a hint of reaction. Barricade approached Dawn and declared, "Stop struggling. This is a specially designed prison for you, intended to prevent you from being taken away by Minicon or any other Transformer. Do you comprehend? You have consistently been in an offline state, yet managed to seize half the control over Minicon from us. What does this prove? It proves that you have been one of us from the very beginning." Dawn retorted, "You wretched creature." Barricade smirked, "Feel anger, feel hatred. I wonder how long you can maintain your composure." As the path diverged, Dawn was reluctant to accept the truth. Yet, the myriad occurrences since his emergence suggested that the side road spoke no falsehoods. However, the primordial Supreme One was both his father and mother, compelling him to become an agent of harm against the primordial Supreme One, a notion that Dawn found utterly unacceptable. In Chapter 81, while Red, Carlos, and Alexa searched for the Minicon, the Minicon revealed to them glimpses of their past. Dawn attempted to sense the unfolding events. As the children witnessed the Decepticons and Autobots being captured and absorbed by the Cosmic Emperor, a blinding light engulfed them, and the scene shifted to reveal the creation of the Minicon, showcasing Dawn bound and restrained before their eyes. A faint glow emanated from Dawn's optical lens as he murmured something. Red urged silence, sensing that Dawn had something to convey. Dawn uttered, deep within Cybertron, "The source of the spark," before disconnecting once more. Carlos remarked, "I didn't understand." Alexa interjected, "Do you remember?" Red Alert mentioned that their sparks are equivalent to our hearts. Red clarified, "The source of the spark refers to the origin of all sparks," which aligns with the earlier statement about Cybertron's depths. Carlos questioned, "But can we truly defeat the Cosmic Emperor with just this?" Alexa replied, "Dawn must have left other clues for the other Transformers." Upon returning to the real world, Black Arachnia relentlessly pursued Bumblebee, urging them to return quickly. They were reluctant, and soon, Jazz and Jolt appeared before the children. After apologizing, Red recounted what Dawn had said. Optimus Prime quickly grasped the situation, stating, "Red, your information is indeed timely." Meanwhile, within the Cosmic Emperor on the moon, the side road restrained Dawn by the neck, stating, "I never anticipated you would contact them in this manner, but you shall face punishment for it." Dawn's anguished cries echoed within. Black Arachnia, upon hearing his screams, found it hard to believe. According to Megatron, wasn't Dawn supposed to return to the source of the spark? If this indeed was Dawn's voice, his predicament must be dire. She rushed forward, but did not find Dawn. Instead, she encountered the side road. Pointing her sword at him, Black Arachnia demanded, "Where is Dawn now?" The side road replied, "Join us, and I shall tell you." Bumblebee stepped forward, adding, "If I were you, I would comply." Black Arachnia raised her sword, declaring, "Even if I refuse, I can still rescue Dawn." The side road retorted, "Such a stubborn fool. Enjoy yourself then." At that moment, a swarm of mechanical spiders launched an attack on Black Arachnia. Jazz, Jolt, the Minicon, and a child soon arrived, only to find themselves besieged by the mechanical spiders as well. The sensor attempted to awaken the Titan shield and soul gun, but regardless of its calls, neither responded. Bumblebee remarked, "It's futile. The combined Minicon cannot be roused." Carlos was on the verge of unleashing his wrath, but thankfully, he was restrained by Red Spider and Alexa. Otherwise, he would have long ceased to exist. After Jack and Blaster vanquished the mechanical spider, the flanking and charging forces had already fled far away. Jack and Blaster needed to hasten their pace to catch up. Alexa, however, decided to remain behind to await Red Spider. When Red Spider approached her, he inquired, "Why are you still waiting for me?" To which Alexa replied, "Because you're my friend." Red Spider questioned, "Your friend?" Alexa affirmed, "Yes, we are friends, and thus we must assist each other." On their journey, Alexa asked, "Red Spider, may I pose a question?" Red Spider replied, "What question?" Alexa continued, "What kind of Transformer is Dawn in your heart?" Red Spider queried, "What do you mean?" Alexa explained, "I have inquired of other Transformers. Optimus Prime described him as rational yet amusing, and Sweep regarded him as overprotective yet broad-minded. Blaster mentioned he enjoys reprimanding him, though not particularly fondly, while Red Alert claimed he is quite knowledgeable. In summary, everyone portrays Dawn differently, and I am genuinely curious about his true nature. Red Spider reflected, in my view. What they say encapsulates Dawn. Regardless of the description, it is all Dawn, an exemplary individual of contradictions. Yet, one truth remains unwavering. That ember of warmth he extends to others. His willingness to care for and trust them. Alexa remarked, that is why you hold him in such high regard. Red Spider affirmed, indeed. Alexa thought to herself, finally grasping why Dawn had captured Red Spider's heart, and she felt a sense of resignation. Chapter 82. During their pursuit, they encountered an obstacle. A multitude of corrosive liquids gushed forth from the Titan of the universe, leaving them no choice but to retreat. Yet, Red Spider was determined to advance. Alexa urged, Red Spider, only by surviving can we ensure Dawn's rescue. Upon their escape, it became evident that Cybertron's moon was conjured by the Titan of the universe, who had been surveilling Cybertron all along. Upon returning to Cybertron, Jack prepared to part ways with Blaster, and Red Spider also took his leave. Alexa called out, Red Spider, where are you going? Blaster added, Red Spider, I apologize for our previous suspicions regarding your actions. Join us. Come along with us. Red Spider responded, I once contemplated joining you to transform myself as much as possible, but ultimately, I am an outsider. I am neither Decepticon nor Autobot. However, for Dawn's sake, I will find a way to persuade Shockwave and Optimus Prime to collaborate, even if it costs me my life. Red Spider returned to Shockwave's side. Shockwave remarked, it seems you have had a change of heart, my soldier. Red Spider clarified, I am no longer a Decepticon transformer. I come only to offer you a piece of advice. Eliminating the Titan of the universe is the most pressing matter at hand. The Autobots are secondary. Shockwave's expression grew complex. He detested being lectured, especially by this transformer. He retorted, are you here to scold me on behalf of the Autobots, or to suggest an alliance? I shall never collaborate with Optimus Prime, not now, nor ever. Do not even entertain the thought. The Red Spider, understanding the disposition of the formidable Shockwave, articulated his concerns. Shockwave, I merely wish to prevent you from losing not only your subordinates due to your obstinacy, but also your own life, allowing the Autobots to achieve victory without a fight. Red Spider's words served to incite Shockwave's ire. Shockwave retorted, by what right do you assert that I would be defeated? Red Spider replied, your abilities are laid bare before us. In that realm created on the periphery, devoid of the Soul Reaver, you stand no chance against him, let alone the Cosmic Emperor. As they remained locked in their confrontation, Optimus Prime approached. Shockwave declared, once I have dealt with Optimus Prime, I shall return to settle accounts with you. Red Spider, uncertain whether Shockwave absorbed his words, thought that even if he did, Shockwave might refuse to ally with Optimus Prime out of a sense of pride. With a resolute demeanor, Red Spider advanced to challenge Shockwave to a duel. When Shockwave swung his Star Sword at Red Spider, the latter made no attempt at defense, instead bracing himself against the strike with his own body. Shockwave was utterly astonished that Red Spider would choose to absorb such a blow. Red Spider, he questioned, from whence have you drawn this power? Red Spider responded, at this juncture, such matters are of little consequence, Shockwave. Shockwave pressed, tell me, why do you allow me to treat you in this manner, warrior? Red Spider, feeling a flicker of joy at being acknowledged as a warrior, replied, your recognition of me as a soldier signifies Megatron's validation. Staggering to the ground, Red Spider continued, what compelled you to shield yourself with your own body against the Star Sword? Was the Dawn? Indeed, Red Spider affirmed, since I vowed my allegiance to you, I have striven tirelessly, seeking merely respect and acknowledgement. Yet, no matter the accomplishments I achieve, you perpetually focus on my flaws. When I was on the brink of despair, it was he who encouraged me, instilling the courage to persevere. Eventually, I witnessed how Optimus Prime treats his subordinates, and I recognized him as a righteous leader, unlike you. Shockwave coldly replied, you are so inept that you shall never earn my respect. With great effort, Red Spider rose and implored, that is of little importance now. I beseech you, just this once, heed Optimus Prime's counsel and cooperate. Then he laughed, as if he had come to terms with the situation. He turned to the Emperor of the Universe, channeling his power to launch an attack. The Emperor retaliated, and before the onlookers could comprehend, the strike from Red Spider was reduced to mere dust. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the necklace crafted for Martian or that Alexa had received from Red Spider. Within the depths of the Emperor of the Universe, at the brink of assimilation, Dawn inexplicably left behind a cleansing liquid from the optical lens. In the end, He found a seemingly legitimate yet awkward excuse to join forces with the Decepticons to defeat the Emperor and then face Optimus Prime in a showdown. No Transformer dared to voice the uncomfortable truth. Firstly, there was no time to reveal such a trivial reason during this critical moment, and secondly, facing Megatron. How many in the Decepticons would dare to provoke Dawn? Chapter 83. Upon witnessing the handshake alliance between Optimus Prime and Dawn, Alexa shed tears. Carlos inquired, "Alexa, why are you crying?" To which she replied, "I was just thinking how pleased Red Spider would be to see this." Optimus Prime led everyone deep into the origin of their sparks, the spark source. "Optimus Prime, what have you brought me here for?" asked Dawn. Optimus produced the leadership module, and the spark within soared towards the spark source. An image of Dawn materialized, and everyone was taken aback. Dawn seemed oblivious, speaking as if to no one in particular. "The Emperor of the Universe has devoured many planets and fell into a deep slumber for reasons unknown when the entire universe faced annihilation. Just before succumbing to sleep, the Emperor chose to transform into a planetary form and disguised itself as Cybertron's moon, secretly observing Cybertron for millions of years, absorbing the negative energy generated from the battles between Autobots and Decepticons, and creating minicons in a bid to exacerbate the war. However, once the minicons gained self-awareness, they betrayed the Emperor. The Emperor primarily feeds on negative emotions, such as hatred and anger. As long as such feelings exist, he remains invulnerable." Carlos exclaimed, "Does that mean we cannot defeat the Emperor of the Universe?" Alexa urged him to listen to Dawn, though there is currently no way to eliminate him. "I possess a method to induce a temporary slumber," Dawn explained. Meanwhile, as Dawn's spark transmitted the energy of the Primus, his consciousness gradually returned. He looked around, but did not see a path, placing his hand on the spark chamber as his body began to twist around it. Just when everyone was eager to learn how to temporarily lull the Emperor of the Universe to sleep, the physical form of Dawn leaped down from above, and the spark returned to his chamber. Dawn attempted to rise, but dizziness overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to stand. Ultimately, it was Red Alert who assisted him. "Dawn, what is the method to induce a temporary slumber for the Emperor of the Universe?" Optimus inquired. "Dawn, since the Mini King Kong allows for freedom of movement, it can equally impose restrictions on his actions. When he finds himself immobilized, he will seek a means of escape. Thus, we must strike him forcefully before he manages to flee, which will mitigate his subsequent maneuvers." Skybreaker, is it truly that simple? Dawn, limiting a person's movements is, in fact, rather straightforward. Unbeknownst to Dawn, his words pierced the hearts of everyone present. "Dawn, has the Red Spider encountered trouble?" As the others hesitated to respond, the scammer handed Dawn the Red Spider's plush doll. Taking the doll, Dawn remarked, "I understand. You all go ahead and confront the Cosmic Emperor. I shall join you momentarily." Realizing the Red Spider's departure, it was Dawn who felt the deepest sorrow, prompting a decision to leave. After they had walked a short distance, Alexa returned. "Dawn, what is it, Alexa? Is there something else?" "Alexa, although I know you're deeply affected by the Red Spider situation, and I share your sorrow, I hope you can find the strength to recover swiftly." "Dawn, worry not. I can discern what is of true significance." Once the others departed, Dawn entered the source of fire. Inside, the primordial celestial being addressed him. "Primordial celestial being, Dawn, you have returned." "Dawn, indeed, Father." "Primordial celestial being, what news have you regarding the Supreme General?" "Dawn, I have encountered him. The Supreme General has a message for you. Whether he returns to see you depends on your own conduct." "Primordial celestial being, I see." Lost in contemplation, Dawn declared, "Father, I have a request." "Primordial celestial being, rest assured, I shall assist you, though the execution remains your responsibility." "I apologize, my child. I owe you much." "Dawn, it is nothing. Father, this is the duty of a child." A white orb of light soared from the source of fire, manifesting prominently before all in a green glow. At the moment, the Cosmic Emperor's electrical assault struck the white light. It shattered the attack and began to assume a human form. Chapter 84. Upon taking human shape, Dawn enlarged himself, standing resolutely before the Cosmic Emperor to buy time. Soon, the Cosmic Emperor found himself unable to move. As everyone assumed the end was near, it was, in reality, only the beginning for Dawn. The Cosmic Emperor would undoubtedly summon his final strength to flee. Given Skybreaker's nature, He would likely rush to confront Optimus Prime once he believed the Cosmic Emperor was finished. The vanquished would remain trapped within. Thus, Dawn must delay the Cosmic Emperor as he contacted Optimus Prime and Skybreaker. You two, listen closely. The time left for your decisive battle is limited. You must act swiftly. Afterward, depart immediately, or you may find yourselves eternally ensnared within. The strength of Dawn pales in comparison to that of the Cosmic Emperor. After less than 5 minutes, he was easily freed by the Cosmic Emperor. Other Transformers managed to pierce the skin of the Cosmic Emperor, causing Optimus Prime and Jetfire to be expelled into the exterior and continue their battle. Dawn remarked that their cognitive modules must surely be malfunctioning, as they were still fighting under such dire circumstances. Just as Jetfire was about to be taken to become sustenance for the Cosmic Emperor, Optimus Prime seized Jetfire, who insisted he be released. A standoff ensued. And in a desperate act, Jetfire severed his own hand, falling back into the depths of the Cosmic Emperor, while Optimus Prime remained frozen, clutching Jetfire's hand. Time was slipping away. Optimus concentrated all his energy into his right hand and unleashed it. In a brilliant flash, the Cosmic Emperor vanished, leaving Optimus drifting in the cosmos. The leadership module floated beside him. Looking at the module, Optimus felt unworthy of possessing it. Dawn gently cradled both Optimus and the leadership module in his palms and tenderly set them back on the surface of Cybertron. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. A crack appeared on Dawn's facial armor, followed by his body, which began to slowly transform into countless twinkling stars. The children cried, "No!" Dawn stopped. But Dawn could not hear them. Most of the stardust fell upon Cybertron, restoring its visage, while a smaller portion healed the wounds of both the Decepticons and Autobots. Some stardust intended for repairing the ships was caught by the Minicons and delivered to the Vanguard's rearguard, as well as various battle groups. 18 luminous orbs united to form a glowing humanoid energy entity, yet could not prevent its own dissipation. Thus, each Minicon sacrificed a fraction of their energy to create a protective shield around Dawn, ensuring his safety, reminiscent of a hamster ball. Red Alert exclaimed, "Red Alert! What has happened to Dawn?" Carlos questioned, "Why do all the Minicons appear unscathed?" Red Alert replied, "If I am not mistaken, Dawn acquired power from the Allspark after we departed, but this power exceeds his capacity to withstand. Once the time limit is reached, his body will shatter. Yet, it is indeed like Dawn to radiate energy for the healing of others, also restoring Cybertron. As for why the Minicons remain unharmed, it is likely that Dawn severed his connection with them beforehand, for he would not wish to burden others with his choices. The Perceptor brought Dawn back to the spacecraft. Now, he is merely the size of a human, and although his energy has stabilized, his body remains in a semi-transparent state. Dawn gazed at the Perceptor. Although he could not speak at present, the Minicon understood the essence of his thoughts. The Perceptor divided into 3, and Strong Arm proclaimed, "Dawn, we believe no other Transformer is more suited to lead our Minicons than you." Dawn waved his hand dismissively. Strong Arm continued, "When many Minicons struggled to persevere, it was you who provided them with the strength to carry on. Your respect and care for us make you a pillar of our spirit." The other Minicons gathered around, and recognizing he could not resist their sentiments, Dawn nodded in acquiescence. Carlos exclaimed, "Oh yeah, cool." Chapter 85, The Fire of Heaven. Strong Arm and the Perceptor took the children home, while Optimus Prime sought Dawn to discuss matters, accompanied by several Minicons. Given that Dawn could not speak, they would articulate on his behalf. Optimus Prime said, "Dawn, I feel unworthy of the leadership module." Emergency responded, "Is it primarily due to the events surrounding Megatron that you feel so lost?" Optimus Prime replied, "That's about right. I couldn't save him in the end." Firebug interjected, "If a Transformer desires death, no one can bring him back." Optimus Prime lamented, "But Patrol added, "Every Transformer experiences moments of confusion. This is entirely normal. The leadership module should remain with you, as you are still the leader. It is only just. If you find your way out of this confusion, please don the leadership module again. If not, we shall discuss it further." Optimus Prime conceded, "You are correct. Perhaps I am not sufficiently composed." A year later, Cybertron arrived on Earth to negotiate with humanity, hoping to establish an alliance. Naturally, Dawn accompanied them, joined by Red, Carlos, Alexa, Billy, and Sam. Alexa noted, "Compared to before, your body is much less transparent." Dawn gestured to indicate their heights. Red remarked, "Indeed, everyone has grown taller. Soon, Optimus Prime's group was ready. He said, "Children, it has been a long time." Carlos asked, "Optimus, can you stay for several days this time?" Optimus replied, "We must return immediately after our discussions." Alexa approached Red Alert and quietly inquired, "Red Alert, may I ask about Dawn's condition?" Red Alert responded, "He is recovering well, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He should be fully restored in 50 years. Alexa continued, "And what has been Dawn's reaction concerning Black Arachnia?" Red Alert revealed, upon discovering where Black Arachnia returned to the Allspark. Dawn often visits that location, staying for hours on end. Alexa concluded, "I see." Red Alert added, "After all, Black Arachnia is the Transformer he deeply loves. It is no surprise." In the end, humanity consented to an alliance with Cybertron, recognizing that, given Earth's current capabilities, it stands relatively weak within the vast cosmos. The presence of such a formidable ally not only offers protection during Earth's growth, but also provides an opportunity to learn from their advanced technology, thus facilitating rapid development. With time, Earth's position in the universe would certainly be secured, if not distinguished. Moreover, the Autobots had not imposed any excessive or distasteful conditions. The esteemed representatives were astute enough to acknowledge that rejecting such an enticing proposal was inconceivable. Nevertheless, some harbored concerns that this willing protector might turn against them in the future. Yet, contemplating their current insignificance to these powerful beings, they realized that should they evolve rapidly to a certain extent, they might then be perceived as a potential threat. The only viable strategy was to advance discreetly while maintaining a facade of compliance. That very afternoon, the agreement was reached. However, as a precaution, they decided to send a certain Dr. Jones along with his child and previously acquainted individuals, Red, Carlos, and Alexa, to Cybertron for a few days, under the pretense of assessing their adaptability to the new environment. In truth, this was a covert operation to gather intelligence, which Cybertron graciously understood. At headquarters, Optimus Prime inquired, "Are you to receive them?" Dawn replied via text, "There is a child among them. Naturally, in an unfamiliar environment, he may feel uneasy." The sudden appearance of towering Transformers could indeed frighten him. Jetfire interjected, "Red and the others are children too. How come they weren't frightened?" Dawn responded through text, "Are you certain they were not intimidated upon their first encounter?" Jetfire countered, "Even if they were scared initially, did they not embrace us wholeheartedly afterward?" Dawn explained, "In terms of our Cybertronian age, Red and his companions have long entered a period of adaptation, displaying a stronger capacity to accept new experiences. Conversely, the other child is still in the early stages of growth, with a comparatively weaker ability to cope. Should this child's discomfort jeopardize our relationship with Earth and reverberate throughout the cosmos, it would be a matter of grave concern." Optimus Prime concurred, "Dawn speaks wisely. You shall handle this matter. I entrust it to you." Dawn affirmed, "Certainly." Chapter 86. Dawn discovered a paper bag in her garage containing the clothing gifted to her by the children. Upon inspection, she found a white dress, which elicited a desire to laugh, though she refrained, perplexed as to why it was a dress. There was no time for contemplation, so she donned it immediately and, equipped with a language device specially designed for her communication, set out. On her way, curious glances were cast her way, but she had no time to concern herself with that. As the spacecraft arrived, Red and the others disembarked, and upon seeing Dawn in the dress they had provided, their joy was palpable. A dialogue box appeared in the palm of Dawn's hand, reading, "Welcome to Cybertron. It is a pleasure to see you again," accompanied by a neutral voice sound effect. Red responded, "We are equally delighted to see you again. Alexia, Dawn, you look truly splendid in that dress." Just as others were about to speak, Dr. Jones approached. "You are the one sent to fetch us. Why does your physique differ from the other Transformers?" Dawn replied, "Optimus and the others will elucidate that for you." She then knelt down to meet the gaze of Chick, who was cowering behind Dr. Jones, gripping his shirt tightly, filled with trepidation. "If my appearance has frightened you, I sincerely apologize. My name is Dawn. Might we become friends?" She extended her hand, yet Chick remained hidden behind Dr. Jones, reluctant to emerge. However, Dawn noticed that the fear in his eyes had somewhat diminished. Dr. Jones also knelt down, saying, "Chick, they are our friends and will protect us." Dawn thought to herself, "Oh no, Dr. Jones has misspoken." She quickly interjected, "As friends, we should help each other. I am quite unfamiliar with many aspects of Earth. Could you assist me in understanding them?" Chick? Chick hesitantly nodded, and Dawn expressed, "Thank you, Chick." After escorting Dr. Jones to the command room's entrance, Dawn led the others to an adjacent room. She glanced at Chick, who still appeared somewhat fearful. "I will fetch some snacks," she said. Just as she stepped out, the phones of Red, Carlos, and Alexia chimed with messages from Dawn, hoping they could soothe the still frightened Chick. Red sat beside Chick and asked, "What troubles you? Is it the new environment, or were you startled by Dawn's appearance?" Chick replied, "I wasn't frightened at all. I'm just a bit unaccustomed." Carlos chimed in, "The Transformers here are colossal, towering several stories high. They can transform into any vehicle you can imagine, and even combine like those transforming toy robots we play with. We should go find them together." Alexia noticed that as Chick described the towering Transformers, he lowered his head significantly. "Chick, do you know, you are incredibly brave. When we first encountered the Transformers, we were terrified, screaming, and hiding away. But you did not." As Carlos was about to speak, Red intervened. Chick slightly raised his gaze to Alexia, who continued, "But they did not harm us. After spending some time with them, we discovered that they possess emotions just like humans. They're a gentle group of extraterrestrials. I understand it is impossible for you to accept them immediately, but I wish to convey that although their appearances differ from ours, their essence remains the same." Moments later, Dawn re-entered, followed by 3 mini-transformers. "I apologize for the delay. I had to retrieve some documents. Here are the snacks I prepared. Do give them a try." After placing the snacks down, Dawn picked up the documents from the mini-transformers and began to review them. The mini-transformers chattered excitedly before departing. "Is something amiss?" Red inquired. Dawn responded, "It's merely a matter concerning the mini-transformers." Chick asked, "Do you also have work to do?" Dawn replied, "Indeed. Would you like to learn more about it?" Chick shook his head. "Carlos, these snacks are absolutely delicious. If you don't come over soon, we shall devour them all." Chapter 87. The Way of New Life's Conception. Dr. Jones approached, stating, "I shall be quite occupied in the coming days, so I entrust Sheik to your care." Red replied, "No problem." In the initial days, Sheik exhibited considerable resistance towards Dawn and the other Transformers, though Dawn remained indifferent. In the command room, Optimus Prime inquired, "Dawn, how is the child faring?" Dawn responded, "While he no longer fears us, he still displays significant reluctance towards our kind. This is a phenomenon of rejection psychology, which is quite normal." Jet asked, "Rejection psychology? Could you elucidate?" Dawn explained, "It is a term from psychological studies, indicating a repulsive reaction towards beings of a different species." Dawn perceived that Sheik was uncomfortable with the notion of being protected, particularly by another race. In the training area, he had prepared numerous training devices suitable for human use and brought Sheik into the space. Upon encountering these apparatuses, Sheik gazed at Dawn with curiosity. Dawn remarked, "Do you not dislike being protected? I am assisting you in becoming stronger, so you will no longer require protection." After several days of training in this manner, Sheik himself was unaware that whenever he encountered other Transformers, he would instinctively retreat behind Dawn. Dawn did not mind. It was a sign that Sheik was beginning to accept himself. Dawn felt it was an opportune moment to engage Sheik in a meaningful conversation. "Sheik, many humans and Cybertronians perceive a relationship of protection and being protected between Cybertron and Earth, do they not?" Sheik replied, "Is that not the case?" Dawn shook his head, stating, "Optimus and I only wish to befriend beings from other planets and assist one another. Yet it is understandable that we are often misconstrued, considering the current disparity in our strengths." She questioned, "Is being protected merely an illusion? Does that mean that once Earth's strength matches yours, such an illusion will dissipate?" Dawn affirmed, "Indeed, and in comparison to us, your advantages are quite evident." Sheik, intrigued, asked, "What are they?" Dawn explained, "We Cybertronians are an immortal race, with a weaker sense of time, leading to a slower pace of development. Though your lifespans may not exceed ours, your acute awareness of time enables a swifter progression. This is your greatest advantage, so strive diligently." Sheik responded with confidence, "Of course, I will certainly surpass you." A smile of assurance graced his face. Dawn added, "Certainly. When you seek our counsel, we shall also have inquiries for you." Carlos burst in, exclaiming, "Dawn, Sheik, we have come to see you." Alexandra chimed in, "Dawn, we have brought you some clothes." Upon opening the package to reveal yet another dress, Dawn instinctively placed a hand to his forehead. He had forgotten about the dresses amidst the concerns for Sheik. Dawn remarked, I am male." Red interjected, "A male? Then how do you reconcile your name with that of the Red Spider?" Dawn replied, My relationship with the red spider is one of mutual affection. Carlos queried. Then does that not imply that you are homosexual? Dawn, I do not quite grasp the gender dynamics in your realm. Here, aside from physical stature and advantages, there is little distinction between males and females. Alexia, because on Earth, only the union of male and female can produce offspring. What about Cybertron? Dawn, initially, the gender on Cybertron was uniform. It was only later, as circumstances necessitated, that differentiation occurred. Although there are female Cybertronians, it is quite rare to encounter them on the streets. Carlos, now that you mention it, I have noticed that nearly all the beings we have encountered these past few days have been male, with only the occasional female. Alexia, how then do you propagate your kind? Dawn, there are two methods. The first is through the birth of sparks from within Cybertronians, which are intricately connected to the spark source. Thus, when a transformer perishes, the spark does not vanish, but rather returns to the spark source, subsequently giving rise to a new Cybertronian. However, this method is rather energy-intensive. The second method, intended to alleviate the burden on the spark source and energy, involves the merging of two sparks. As two distinct sparks unite, they simultaneously generate segments of their respective genetic codes, utilizing the energy from both sparks to form a new spark. Once this new spark is placed within a prepared protoform, it can be activated into a new transformer. It is also possible to implant it into the body of a deceased mature transformer. However, do not expect it to revive, as that would merely be a new life residing within that body. Furthermore, due to the secondary implantation of the spark, there may be compatibility issues arising between the body and the spark, leading to a cascade of problems such as central system dysfunction and an inability to transform. Initially, there will be adverse reactions, resulting in a low success rate for this method of reproduction. Chapter 88 Chick, I do not quite understand. Red, what it means is that they do not rely on gender to propagate their kind. Carlos, may I inquire why your form appears somewhat feminine? Dawn, regarding this, it was originally designed to be more androgynous, but later, in order to accommodate a specific function, I had the chest plating hollowed out, thus creating the appearance of a more pronounced chest. Alexia, I apologize for mistaking you for a girl. I shall refrain from wearing skirts next time. Chick suddenly interjected. But Dawn looks lovely in a skirt, doesn't she? This situation has become rather awkward. Dawn feels that she is becoming increasingly entrenched in the world of cross-dressing. A month has elapsed, and Dr. Jones is quite pleased with his time on Cybertron, as more and more humans arrive on the planet, while Transformers also make their way to Earth. Chick exhibits a persistent aversion toward the Transformers, to the extent that he wishes to avoid them entirely, even going so far as to hide from them, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to locate him. However, Dawn invariably discovers his hiding spots, sometimes even joining him in concealment, waiting to be found by others. Chick is perplexed by Dawn's motivations for such behavior and inquires, but Dawn remains silent. On one occasion, Chick inadvertently fell into a pit while hiding, unaware of the adjacent passage. It was Dawn who caught him. At that time, Chick was still quite young and did not ponder why Dawn was present in that dark abyss, illuminated solely by Dawn's radiant presence. Clinging tightly to Dawn, Chick confessed, "I am afraid." Dawn gently patted Chick's back in a soothing manner, and then a brilliant light appeared. It was the light of Primus. Dawn was astonished by Primus's manifestation and bestowed upon Chick the ability to sense the location of energy crystals. Dawn was uncertain as to why Primus chose to act in such a manner, but felt no authority to question it. He could only escort Chick back to safety. As Dawn prepared to depart, Chick awkwardly grasped Dawn's arm and stammered, Kneeling down, Dawn observed Chick pouting, and Chick implored, "Please don't tell anyone about me being scared." Dawn extended his pinky finger in a gesture of pact, and though Chick protested, "I am not a child anymore," he nonetheless engaged in the pinky promise. Following this incident, their relationship seemed to improve slightly. Chick remarked, "Just a little bit, really just a little bit." He no longer resisted Dawn, even realizing that if a Transformer excessively portrayed Dawn as someone in need of protection, that Transformer would promptly receive a swift kick and end up in the medical bay, serving as a testament that even the one deemed in need of protection could not be trifled with, necessitating a return to the drawing board. After several occurrences, no Transformer dared to utter a word, which inadvertently led to Chick developing a habit of kicking things. Soon, Dawn discerned that Chick's aversion to the Transformers might be attributed to another reason. Chick's father, Dr. Jones, had been absent from home for extended periods due to his work with the Transformers. To Chick, Dr. Jones was akin to a stranger. Occasionally, Dr. Jones would enlist Chick's assistance in venturing to some rather unsavory locales, causing Chick's disdain for his father to escalate. Consequently, when Chick acted out and Dr. Jones attempted to lecture him, Chick retorted bluntly, "I don't need your guidance," and stormed out, seeking solace in Dawn's embrace as he gazed at the sky lost in thought. Startled by Chick's sudden tackle, Dawn almost pushed him away, but upon recognizing the intruder, he tenderly patted Chick's head and inquired, "Who has upset our dear Chick?" Clinging even tighter, Chick implored, "Let me hold you a little longer, just a little longer." When others found Chick, he was already asleep, resting his head on the thigh of Dawn. Dr. Jones apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Dawn. Has Chick been a nuisance?" Dawn shook her head and replied, "This is hardly a bother. You should return and rest well." Upon inquiring about the situation, it became clear that Chick wished to avoid Dr. Jones's oversight. Dr. Jones remarked, "I truly cannot fathom what he is thinking." Dawn suggested, "Although it is not my place to meddle in family matters, I advise you to examine your family album." Upon returning home, Dr. Jones glanced at the album on the bookshelf, recalling Dawn's earlier words. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered that the photographs became increasingly sparse of himself, while those featuring Dawn and his family multiplied. In the final pages, there were no photos of Dr. Jones at all. Yet, being a man whose emotional intelligence had been overshadowed by his intellect, he failed to perceive anything amiss. He returned the album to its place and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Chick was watching this unfold through a crack in the door, leading to his complete disillusionment with his father and a profound disdain for the Transformers. Save for Dawn, his temperament soured considerably. 6 years passed, and initially, Chick would heed his mother, Lisa's words, but now he disregarded everything except for Dawn's counsel. This caused significant concern for both Lisa and Dr. Jones, and Dawn shared in their exasperation. However, the three children from those days had now become quite accomplished. Red was serving as Dr. Jones' assistant at the Autobot base on Cybertron. Carlos was an astronaut on Mars, and Alexa had taken on the role of spokesperson for the Earth Federation government. At dawn, my sleep duration has notably diminished, from an extensive 18 hours to a concise 16, allowing me more time to engage in work and reminisce about the Red Spider. This also includes frequent interruptions from Chick, who, if not disturbing me, would certainly be causing trouble for others. Indeed, Chick has raised the underwater city to the surface, and as I gaze out at the changing scenery, I need not ponder the cause. However, while amidst a confrontation with Jisha, Chick has sensed a new energy crystal and promptly returned to it. Chick, wishing to avoid an encounter with Dr. Jones, has instructed his sister Sally and Mother Misa to relay messages to Red and Dr. Jones. Meanwhile, the bases on the Moon and Mars have come under mysterious attack. Far away on Earth, Optimus Prime, Jetfire, the fire truck, and the tenacious newcomer Ironhide have ventured to investigate, only to discover utter devastation. Unbeknownst to them, the true culprit, the Terror Beast, has descended upon Earth to wreak havoc. I swiftly commanded the Minicons to assist in repelling the Terror Beast, several of which lurked in the shadows. Fixated on me, upon the return of Optimus Prime and the others, I directed the Minicons to retreat to the city. Once I confirmed that only the Minicons by Chick's side remained, I prepared to withdraw myself. However, something restrained me. To my astonishment, it was indeed no simple task to restrain the Minicons with their distinctive energy shields. The energy shield was bound by several chains, the other ends of which were held by a group of terror beasts. Unable to sever these chains, I found myself being dragged away, desperately attempting to retreat, though I could only slow their flight speed. The Minicons, having just returned, turned to see the terror beasts attempting to abduct me and rushed out to fire upon them. They were soon overpowered by additional terror beasts. Before long, they vanished from sight, and the Minicons, frantic, raced back to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime exclaimed, "What?" Chick inquired. "What happened?" Optimus responded, "Dawn has been captured amidst the chaos." Jisha remarked, "Why does he keep getting captured? It's quite troublesome." Chick declared, "I must rescue Dawn." Optimus countered, "No." Chick protested, "Why not?" Optimus explained, "We currently lack knowledge of where they have taken Dawn, the strength of the adversaries, or their intentions. Without clarity, not only will we fail to rescue him, but we may also find ourselves ensnared in peril." Chick asked, "What shall we do then?" Optimus replied, "First, we must retrieve these mechanical remnants. Hopefully, we can uncover some intel." The other Transformers affirmed, understood. Elsewhere in the cosmos, I stood astonished before what lay ahead, a dilapidated form of the Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 90 at dawn. Fu Xiao found himself ensnared by a device, an apparatus that generated an energy field rendering him immobile, though his limbs remained free to move. Soon, a shadowy figure approached. Welcome, my esteemed guest. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Alpha Q. As he spoke, 5 faces shifted seamlessly, reminiscent of the 5-faced creature Fu Xiao encountered in the G1 universe, yet distinct in its own right. Alpha Q was encased in a mechanical protective layer, for which a cord, akin to a data line, extended, its connection unknown. Though Fu Xiao was unable to retaliate, he harbored no illusions of maintaining a cordial demeanor, for anyone forcibly abducted and imprisoned would surely be in a foul mood. Speak. Why have you brought me here? Alpha Q replied. Before that, we have something for you to see. He produced an object, a spark of fire, placing it in Fu Xiao's hand. Fu Xiao could distinctly feel the familiar energy emanating from it. It belonged to the Red Spider. This is the spark of the Red Spider. How did it come to be in your possession? Alpha Q smiled enigmatically. That is a secret and a surprise. There will be more surprises to come. He reclaimed the spark and initiated the next phase of his plan. Several mechanical arms descended, and moments later, a corporeal red spider materialized. How do you find it? Alpha Q inquired. Fu Xiao responded, what exactly is your intention? Though the red spider has regained its form, its memories remain elusive. Assist me in restoring them, and I shall aid in the recovery of its memories. What say you? Fu Xiao retorted, whether or not it regains its memories is its own affair. Speak plainly. I am already in your grasp. There is no need for such elaborate schemes. Just tell me what you require. Do not make me repeat myself. Beside them, the red spider, stripped of memories yet still possessing emotions, glared at the being that had ensnared it. Alpha Q. An inexplicable loathing surged within, a profound disdain that it could not act upon. Alpha Q continued. My home planet was devoured by the Cosmic Emperor. I believe that if the Cosmic Emperor can consume a planet, he can also harness the energy from the consumed planet to restore another. Therefore, I seek your assistance in this endeavor. Fu Xiao interjected. If you wish to restore your home, I shall not hinder you. But why do you require my aid? Did you not restore your own home planet? To some extent. You also possess the genetics of the Cosmic Emperor, which would facilitate the process. My home planet had merely suffered some damage, Fu Xiao replied. Turning away, Alpha Q concluded. It seems I must continue to exploit the Fear Beast to procure energy crystals for the Cosmic Emperor to restore my home planet. Stop. Fu Xiao interjected once more. Is there anything else? I could assist you in restoring your home planet with but a single TF, he offered, but I too have conditions. The cost will undoubtedly be less than that of the Cosmic Emperor. Alpha Q mused, what are your terms? Dawn, firstly, do not exploit the Fear Beast to seize the energy crystals of others. Secondly, refrain from instigating war. Thirdly, befriend me. If you can fulfill these conditions, I shall expedite the restoration of your home planet. Alpha Q was taken aback by the last condition, but still acquiesced, of course. Dawn continued, before we return, I must consult the Cosmic Emperor to ascertain the situation of your planet. This may take some time, for the Cosmic Emperor has devoured more than just your world. Alpha Q deactivated the device, and Dawn emerged, placing a hand upon the inner wall of the Cosmic Emperor to conduct a search. Soon, not only did he uncover information about Alpha Q's home planet, but he also encountered familiar faces. Dawn remarked, you have previously encountered the Cybertronians. Alpha Q replied, indeed. I do not trust them. Dawn inquired, and what of me? Alpha Q responded, you possess the genes of others, thus you do not fall within the realm of distrust. Dawn expressed gratitude. Thank you for your trust. Take me home, and soon, you too shall return. Chapter 91. On Earth. Discussions were underway regarding the Fear Beasts and the potential for war. After all, it had been established that to avoid entangling humanity, no conflict should arise between Transformers. Yet, given the current circumstances, confrontation seemed inevitable. Optimus Prime suggested that everyone evacuate the city, leaving Chip behind to assist. Chip was astonished that Optimus would permit him to stay. Yet upon hearing the premise, he understood that remaining would not be as simple as he had hoped. Optimus instructed, you must obey my orders and team up with Ironhide. He will ensure your safety. Chip pouted, I don't need protection. Alpha Q requested the Titan to escort Dawn and Starscream, but Dawn declined. It is best if the Titan remains by your side. During my interaction with the Cosmic Emperor's body, I sensed it still retains some consciousness. If it discovers you are not assisting in the search for energy crystals, it will undoubtedly seek another to fulfill that task and eliminate you. The five-faced monster responded, understood. I shall be cautious and depart post-haste. Starscream cradled Dawn as they soared toward Earth, pursued by several fear beasts. As they neared Ocean City, Dawn sent a message. This is Dawn. The danger has been averted. Upon receiving this message, Optimus addressed everyone. Dawn has returned. All is well. Lower your weapons. Jazz interjected. But what are those fear beasts? Optimus replied, I believe Dawn will provide us with an explanation. Upon landing, Starscream kept Dawn protectively in his grasp, casting vigilant glances at Optimus and the others. Chip rushed forward, shouting at Starscream, You release Dawn at once. Yet, Dawn reassured Starscream, It's all right, Starscream. They will not harm me. Please set me down. Starscream complied, gently placing Dawn on the ground. Chip asked, Are you unharmed? Dawn replied, I am unscathed. Optimus pointed towards the fear beasts, asking, What is the situation with them? At dawn, the situation regarding Alpha Q was recounted. Dawn, this is how it stands. Hyperion, Dawn, are you out of your mind? Help them create a planet. Ironhide, I concur with that sentiment. Dawn, there is no alternative. It's certainly easier than allowing the Universe Emperor to resurrect. Sheik, who exactly is this Universe Emperor? Why are you all so serious? Dawn, the Universe Emperor can transform. Much like the Transformers, in his transformed state, he becomes a planet the size of Cybertron, feeding on other planets. Conventional means are utterly inadequate to defeat him. Previously, many Transformers returned to the Allspark just to vanquish him, and I too have been altered because of this. Ironhide, he is nothing but a demon. Dawn, to label him a demon is somewhat exaggerated. Ironhide, to be precise, the Universe Emperor is an adversary of incomprehensible power. Optimus Prime, setting that aside, what are your plans concerning the planet? Dawn, regarding that, while I did learn theoretical knowledge from others, Supreme Commander, on the way back, time constraints prevented me from engaging in practical application. Optimus Prime, that complicates matters. Dawn, thus, I shall not be on Earth or Cybertron during this period. However, you must remain vigilant. Through the Universe Emperor's form, I discern that he retains some consciousness. Upon realizing that Alpha Q is no longer assisting him in locating energy crystals, he will undoubtedly seek a replacement and eliminate Alpha Q. When that time comes, please extend your assistance to him. After all, he is but another victim in the clutches of the Universe Emperor. Optimus Prime, rest assured, Dawn, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. Dawn, I will certainly express my needs. This matter is far from trivial. In a brief interlude, Dawn elaborated on the gravity of the situation. Supreme Commander, if it is to preempt the resurrection of the Universe Emperor, so be it. But I shall only say this once. Dawn, thank you, Grandfather. Supreme Commander, all right, finish quickly and hang up. Seeing you in this state is unsettling. Chapter 92. Dawn and Starscream arrived in a clearing and set down their experimental equipment. Dawn immediately immersed himself in his work. However, creating a planet was no simple feat. He had already ruined 23 attempts and caused 43 explosions. After the 44th explosion, Dawn picked up his data pad, exclaiming in distress. Where on earth have I gone wrong? The materials are running low. After counting, he realized he could attempt about 20 more creations. He sighed, pondering why the fearsome beast had not delivered more materials. Was there some issue on Alpha Q's end? No, this matter is not one he should ponder at present. His foremost task is to create the core, the most vital element for each planet. After a disheartening 17th failure, Dawn finally discerned that the homeworld of Alpha Q simultaneously nurtured carbon-based and silicon-based life forms. To contemplate the viability of only one of these life forms would render the creation of Alpha Q's homeworld impossible. After yet another attempt, success was finally achieved. However, the regret over the materials wasted previously weighed heavily on Dawn's heart. Had he considered this issue earlier, such waste could have been avoided. It was not that Dawn was miserly, but rather that unnecessary waste should be circumvented. As Dawn approached the patrolling Red Spider, he said, My apologies for keeping you waiting. Red Spider replied, No, it's perfectly fine. For you, I can wait as long as needed. Dawn chuckled, Thank you, Red Spider. Red Spider beamed with joy and satisfaction, and Dawn momentarily had the illusion of seeing a tail wagging joyfully behind Red Spider. reminiscent of the 3 wolf pups he had once cared for. He pondered how they were faring. "Let us head back," Dawn instructed. As Red Spider nodded and escorted Dawn home, they noticed a tsunami heading towards Mars, which puzzled them. Wasn't the tsunami supposed to be on the moon? Red Spider, alter course towards Mars, Dawn commanded. The tsunami was assaulting the mini-titan. Red Spider, hurry. Prevent it from attacking the mini-titan. Red Spider replied confidently, no problem. The tsunami exclaimed, Red Spider, wait. No, that's incorrect. Red Spider returned to the source of fire a decade ago, ignoring the tsunami's words. Red Spider focused on attacking it. While Red Spider diverted the tsunami, Dawn approached the mini-titan. Dawn has arrived. It is time for us to counterattack, declared the mini-titan. The mini-titans transformed into green light and flew towards Dawn. Dawn's form had slightly increased in size, his body shimmering with yellow and white light, now tinged with green as he soared towards the tsunami. A white energy sphere materialized in his hand, which he hurled at the tsunami. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion erupted, causing the tsunami to stagger backward and fall to the ground. Muttering, "Energy crystal, revive Megatron, energy crystal." It quickly recovered, only to be struck down once more by Dawn's energy sphere. Meanwhile, Red Spider was engaged with the Fear Beast. "We must leave now. There are energy crystals remaining. If we don't depart, there will be none left," Dawn urged. The tsunami responded, "Tsunami, transform," and fled with the Fear Beast. Red Spider returned to Dawn's side, who gently patted Red Spider's faceplate and asked, "Are you uninjured?" Red Spider, relishing the affection, replied, "No." The mini-titans, familiar with Red Spider, appeared unusually delighted upon seeing him. "Let us depart for Earth," Dawn announced. Red Spider pondered, "Who am I, truly?" "Dawn, you were once a stoic yet warm-hearted individual, a formidable ally worthy of trust. If you wish to learn more, we can converse leisurely along the way." As they journeyed, Dawn recounted numerous tales from his past to the Red Spider, yet he refrained from mentioning the nature of their relationship. He pondered whether the Red Spider still retained memories of their shared affections. Should those memories have faded, he would be prepared to pursue them anew. He was determined not to invoke the past dynamics between himself and the Red Spider, as he did not wish to disrupt the latter's decisions. He could not afford to be selfish. "Red Spider, Dawn?" Dawn, snapping back to reality. "What is it, Red Spider?" "Red Spider, what is our relationship?" "Dawn, why do you ask?" "Red Spider, I feel a sense of aversion towards those who anger you, yet I also experience joy from your praises and gentle touches. Though I cannot fathom why, I am certain these emotions are not typical of mere friends. So what exactly are we?" Chapter 93. Dawn felt a surge of happiness upon realizing that Red Spider still remembered their bond. "Dawn, we were once in a mutual crush." Red Spider, a mutual crush? Dawn, yes, we liked each other without the other knowing. Red Spider, so I like you? Dawn resolved to express his feelings, vowing to abandon all rationality. "Indeed, and I too have feelings for you. My favorite ally is unequivocally the Red Spider." Hearing these words filled Red Spider with joy. Concerned that he might overwhelm Dawn, he refrained from any dramatic gestures, opting instead to gently flutter his wings to convey his current emotions. Had he been able to discern Dawn's expression, he would have witnessed the innocent smile reminiscent of a child that blossomed upon seeing his reaction. Upon entering the command center of Ocean City, Dawn summoned the destroyer. He had initially intended to call upon the Velocity, but the latter was no longer present, likely having gone to Megatron's side. "Dawn, Optimus Prime on my way back. I discovered that Tsunami, who was originally on the moon, has appeared on Mars and is attacking the mini-Constructicons, claiming to possess energy crystals capable of resurrecting Megatron." Destroyer, did I hear correctly? Megatron is still alive. Dawn, I saw him within the body of the Cosmic Emperor. Velocity, I must go find him now. Destroyer, wait, Velocity. Let Dawn finish. Dawn, at that time, Megatron was but a shell. While energy crystals could indeed revive him, I hesitated. Destroyer inquired, "Why did you not save Megatron?" Dawn, because I was uncertain whether his awakening would ignite another war. What Cybertron needs now is not conflict but restoration and the rebuilding of its reputation. Destroyer, Dawn, I have a request. If Megatron seeks to incite war, please modify my cerebral module. Dawn did not question the request, but simply replied, "Very well. Moreover, you may change your mind at any moment before the procedure. I will not hinder you. Also, I have brought back the last energy crystal from Mars. Where shall I place it?" As he spoke, he expelled the energy crystal, and Optimus Prime instructed, "Place it in the garage." Dawn replied, understood. After securing the crystal, Dawn set off to find Alpha Q, opting not to bring along the Red Spider. The Red Spider questioned, "Why not take me with you?" Dawn explained, "This endeavor may prove perilous. I wish to shield you from harm. However, I assure you that I shall return safely. So please remain here and wait for me." With that, he departed. From a distance, Dawn noticed that the statue of the Cosmic Emperor was missing. His instincts warned him that this locale was no longer safe, prompting him to retreat swiftly in search of the Cosmic Emperor's statue. Within, he encountered Alpha Q. "Alpha Q," Dawn inquired, "what transpired while I was crafting the core?" Alpha Q responded with agitation. "It was Megatron. He resurrected today, seizing a majority of the Cosmic Emperor's control and abducting the Titan of Sac." In an effort to lighten the mood, Dawn broached a topic that might please Alpha. Question, "We shall reclaim the Titan of Sac and teach Megatron a lesson. Allow me to show you something that will undoubtedly bring you joy." He produced an energy core. Alpha Q asked, "What is this?" Dawn replied, "This is the core of a planet. If placed in an energy-rich environment for 7 to 10 days, a planet will begin to take shape. In an additional 5 to 8 days, life will emerge upon it." Despite the recent events concerning the Cosmic Emperor, Alpha Q remained cautious, questioning, "Will it develop any side effects?" Dawn reassured him, "Though this method of rapid growth is swift, it initially requires substantial energy absorption from the surroundings. So it's best not to approach it too closely at first." Alpha Q acknowledged, understood. Dawn continued, "Also, Alpha Q, please share your plans. Perhaps there's a way I can assist." Alpha Q elaborated, "Our strategy is as follows." Chapter 94. Megatron's resurrection. After advising Alpha Q to refrain from any actions for the time being, Dawn returned to Earth. Just as he arrived above Ocean City, the Red Spider soared up and gently embraced him. Dawn apologized, "I'm sorry, Red Spider, to have caused you worry. Let's proceed inside." Optimus Prime greeted him. "Dawn, you have returned. I bear troubling news. Megatron has been resurrected." Dawn responded, "I also bring dire news. Megatron now possesses a significant portion of the Cosmic Emperor's physical control." Optimus Prime lamented, "The situation is increasingly unfavorable for us." Dawn sighed, "Indeed, I detest complications." Optimus Prime inquired, "What do you believe Megatron's next move will be?" After a moment of contemplation, Dawn speculated, "I suspect he will first gather energy crystals to repair the Cosmic Emperor and exert control over him, while simultaneously rallying some of his former subordinates. Ultimately, his goal will likely remain the same, to dominate the universe. Beyond this, I cannot fathom what else he might undertake." Optimus Prime concluded, "We have analyzed Megatron's sword. Now we must await the assembly of the Constructicons to recreate him." Dawn, "The Red Spider is a master with the sword. We should provide him with one." Optimus Prime, "You too must be cautious, little core, in your quest to restore your body. You have absorbed a significant amount of energy crystals. It could be said you are now akin to a mobile energy crystal." Dawn, "I will be mindful." Jet, "Dawn, may I speak with you privately?" Dawn leaped onto Jet's shoulder, and they departed. Outside the command room, Jet expressed concern. "The Red Spider was once a Decepticon. Do you not fear he might divulge our information to Megatron?" Dawn replied, "I trust him, and thus I am not afraid." Jet conceded, "Indeed, he has assisted us in the past. I shall extend my trust to him as well, and I will endeavor to persuade others." Dawn, "I appreciate it." Soon, Megatron led his subordinates and a horde of Terrorcons to seize the energy crystals in Ocean City. Dawn, "Red Spider, let us hide." They encountered numerous Terrorcons along the way. Yet for the Red Spider, they posed little threat as he deftly navigated and fought through them. However, the aroma of energy crystals emanating from Dawn continually attracted the Terrorcons. Although the Terrorcons eventually departed, the Red Spider grew weary, and ultimately, the destroyer succumbed to his Decepticon instincts and followed Megatron away. Dawn reflected, "It seems I can no longer venture freely." The Red Spider assured, "There will surely be a way to resolve this issue." After some time, Optimus Prime and his team prepared to venture into the asteroid belt in search of Megatron. Chick asked, "Dawn, will you not join us?" Dawn replied, "No, I have no desire to become a living target." A few days later, Dr. Jones returned to Earth, proposing the construction of an energy crystal tower to form a protective shield. Misha, Chick's childhood friend, inquired, "What is your opinion, Dawn?" Dawn replied, "Aside from this, there is no other means to prevent the Terrorcons." In the following days, a considerable amount of materials was delivered. Chick approached Dawn, asking, "What troubles you?" Dawn, "I sometimes feel quite useless. When we were in the asteroid belt, I recalled the moments from my childhood that terrified me, and I felt I was of no assistance. Dawn responded, I too have felt fear and a sense of futility. I was once part of the warrior group, and now everyone has gone to the front lines while I must remain behind. Yet, I do not succumb to despair. Instead, I contemplate what I can do to help from the rear. Chick mused, transforming that sense of helplessness into motivation. Dawn affirmed, you can do it too. I must go assess the materials now. However, just as Dawn departed, Chick began his usual quarrel with his father. Meanwhile, Megatron was utilizing the Cosmic Emperor to create a mobile fortress and had modified his sword. With everything in place, he prepared to launch an assault on Optimus Prime's base. Chapter 95. As the Decepticons and Autobots clashed in Ocean City, Dr. Jones activated the Energy Crystal Tower. The energy waves emitted from the tower repelled both the Decepticons and Terrorcons. Dawn exclaimed, Dr. Jones, did you not say it would take a week? Dr. Jones replied, as a precaution, I have completed the overall structure. Now, I merely need to establish connections with the plugs and antennas at the 4 energy cities on Earth. At dawn, Fu Xiao remarked, let's act first and discuss later. This is undoubtedly Dr. Jones's style. Dr. Jones replied with an air of pride, of course. Fu Xiao thought to herself, I hope I haven't overly praised you. Lisa interjected, I knew you would worry about Dad and come back. In an attempt to regain his dignity, Chica stubbornly said, sorry, Lisa, but my concern lies with Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao mused, though Chica feigns resistance, he is genuinely worried about you. However, this child is rather awkward. So let us not reveal it in front of him. Dr. Jones assured, of course not. Next, we must proceed to other cities to construct energy crystal towers. However, the Decepticons arrived with greater speed. While the energy crystal tower in 4 City was only halfway completed, they wreaked havoc, leading to the destruction of the tower. Without it, Earth's energy crystal protective shield could not be formed. Fu Xiao suggested, why not construct this last energy crystal tower on the moon? Dr. Jones found this an excellent idea, stating they would never suspect us building it there. Moreover, I had already created an energy crystal tower interface for my experiments there. Tianhua added, even if there might still be some energy crystals on the moon, we need to send many transformers there. Fu Xiao replied, not many. When the enemy attacked previously, I had the Minicons and the Integrate bots hide. Ironhide questioned, but no one saw you command them at that time? Fu Xiao clarified, I trained them regularly. So in critical moments, even in my absence, they know what to do. Dr. Jones remarked, so you're running around with Minicons and Integrate bots at each base wasn't just playtime. Fu Xiao affirmed, indeed, while they may excel in other areas, they could become a liability in combat. Jetre challenged, is that really fair to say about them? Fu Xiao responded, I have expressed this sentiment before, and they have accepted and recognized it. Jetre conceded, then I have nothing more to say. Upon arriving on the moon, Ironhide asked, where are those Minicons and Integrate bots? Fu Xiao instructed, just in case, please patrol before I call them out to check for any enemies nearby. Ironhide retorted, how could they possibly be here? You're worrying too much, just call them out. Optimus Prime added, Fu Xiao's concerns are valid. Who knows if the enemy might appear here for the energy crystals and discover us. Everyone, please patrol. In the distance, Repairman observed, it seems this little one is quite vigilant. The police car suggested, the other Transformers have left. Should we not go meet him? Repairman replied, not for now. Upon encountering Starscream, Megatron feigned calmness, exclaiming, Starscream? So you have been revived. What now? Will you continue to follow me? Starscream protectively held Fu Xiao, declaring, I do not know you. I shall forever remain by Fu Xiao's side. Megatron, eyeing the little one in Starscream's arms, sneered, that must be Fu Xiao. How pitiful you are to have become like this. Nevertheless, it matters not. I will make you aware of the consequences of stealing from others. Suddenly, the mechanical maiden interjected. Stop. What exactly is Red Spider to you? Megatron, could you please clarify? Your words may easily mislead the readers. Megatron retorted, humph. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? The mechanical maiden continued, based on your previous season's performance, everyone thinks you have an affair with Optimus Prime. By saying this today, they will surely assume you have a relationship with Red Spider as well. Just how many people do you wish to entangle with? Megatron shrugged, dismissively. Let them think what they want. The mechanical maiden pressed on, Megatron, this directly impacts your reputation. To which Megatron replied, aren't you the one writing this? She responded, I aim to craft a narrative that satisfies everyone, hence my inquiries. This exchange continued for an entire afternoon. Meanwhile, Red Spider, clutching Dawn, evaded Megatron's relentless attacks. Optimus Prime arrived to assist, proclaiming, "Megatron, I will not permit you to lay a hand on them." Megatron snapped back, "Optimus, stand aside. It is my personal matter to discipline my subordinate and confront the traitorous Transformer." Optimus countered, "From the moment Red Spider was reborn, he belonged neither to the Decepticons nor the Autobots, but to himself." Megatron scoffed, "I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Regardless of his transformation, Red Spider is forever a Decepticon." Optimus asserted, "Is that so? Yet, Red Spider bears no Decepticon insignia, nor does his behavior reflect that of one. To put it plainly, the current Red Spider is not the one you remember. Accept reality, Megatron." Megatron shouted in frustration, "I have already stated that I do not understand." Readers who have experienced the Transformers, the Dark God Trilogy, Thunder Fleet, Energy Crystals, Galactic Power, may wonder which character they wish Megatron to be paired with, or how the story should conclude. Chapter 96. Suddenly, the concealed mobile fortress commanded by Megatron sprang into action, launching indiscriminate assaults. Dawn urged, "Red Spider, find a place to hide." Red Spider complied, "Understood." Upon taking refuge behind a rock, Dawn emitted a dolphin-like sound, causing the lunar surface to tremble. The hidden base beneath the ground rose to the surface, activating its defense systems to counterattack. Many Transformers and Combiners emerged, ready for battle. Signal flares and other Transformers opened the space bridge, connecting to the Energy Crystal Tower. As the energy signal from the tower activated, the Decepticons fled, and the repairman also chose to depart. After the Combiner provided Dawn with sufficient energy crystals, her form began to change, restoring her appearance, though her size remained unchanged. Still human-sized, with power akin to that of a mini-Transformer, around level 2025. Upon witnessing Dawn's restored visage, Red Spider's face turned pale. Dawn's body featured a white base color with orange accents, adorned with Chinese-style stripes, large feline optical lenses, a hint of yellow within her blue eyes, and a subtly upturned smile. With broad shoulders, a slender waist, and an imposing chest plate, her arms appeared somewhat delicate, while her legs were strong and lengthy, giving her an overall adorable appearance. Dawn, with her uniquely melodious electronic voice, inquired, "What troubles you, Red Spider? Why do you look so pale?" Scarlet Spider, "It is nothing, merely a thought that Dawn has become quite adorable." Dawn finds Scarlet Spider's current demeanor equally charming and decides to tease him, saying, "Oh, your words are rather sweet." Scarlet Spider, with a bluer visage, curls up and retorts, "Dawn, I speak nothing but the truth." Hot Rod interjects, "All right, you two, could you save your flirtation for later?" Dawn, "My apologies, I shall cease the teasing." Scarlet Spider, "Let us return together." Scarlet Spider, "Yes, let us indeed return together. And there is no need for you to apologize, Dawn." Meanwhile, Megatron is seething within the confines of the Universe Emperor's lair, suspending both Drift and Devastator. Megatron demands, "Tell me, why does Scarlet Spider refuse to come back?" Drift, with a malfunctioning brain module, struggles to comprehend the situation and candidly states, "Perhaps it is due to your past treatment of Scarlet Spider." Megatron, of course, dismisses Drift's conclusion and slams him against the wall. Devastator quickly interjects, "It must be Dawn. She has surely influenced Scarlet Spider in some manner." Megatron declares, "Dawn, I shall not rest until we are at odds." Thus, Megatron begins to construct additional mobile fortresses to assault Earth. On Earth, Chick queries, "Is this Dawn's original form?" Optimus Prime responds, "Indeed, Dawn's prior stature was significantly larger." Chick inquires, "How tall was she?" Dawn replies, "Approximately 4.5 meters. As the conversation flows, news arrives from Mars. Artificial meteors are hurtling towards Earth. Upon witnessing these meteors, Dawn exclaims, "Optimus, do you recall Megatron's mobile fortresses?" Optimus replies, "Are you suggesting these are his creations?" Dawn affirms precisely. Optimus commands, "Let us activate the Energy Crystal Tower." When the artificial meteors collide with the protective shield formed by the Energy Crystal Tower, an explosion ensues. Optimus, accompanied by several Transformers and humans, deliberates the gravity of the situation, hoping to preemptively destroy the Universe Emperor to avert greater calamity. However, this course of action may inevitably incite war. On another front, Hot Rod receives an urgent communication from Repairman, requesting a private discussion. Hot Rod complies, and upon being discovered by Chick and Ironhide, the two stealthily follow him. Upon their return, they are somewhat displeased. Dawn asks, what troubles you? Hot Rod responds, I encountered Repairman and his accompanying Transformers. Dawn inquires, and then Hot Rod reveals, I have a question. Dawn encourages, please, ask away. Hot Rod, what is your perception of a universe emperor? Dawn reflects, those who speak of a universe emperor often describe him as malevolent. However, I perceive him as an entity recognized by the laws of the cosmos. Ironhide interjects, laws of the cosmos? Dawn explains, the existence of every being undoubtedly has its rationale. Conversely, the demise of each being also possesses its justification. When a force becomes excessively dominant or weak over an extended period, it is prone to extinction. Furthermore, should the universe sense a disruption in the balance of cosmic energy, it will seek to restore equilibrium. This is the so-called law of the cosmos. And the fact that the universe emperor has not been wholly eradicated suggests that the cosmic laws still temporarily acknowledge his existence. Misha queries, is it analogous to our own bodies? When we experience discomfort, our bodies instinctively respond, striving to restore our health. Dawn, almost. Chapter 97, Bu Tian-Shi, accompanied by his team, ventured into the colossal head of the cosmic emperor in search of Alpha Q. Alpha questioned Bu Tian-Shi, what brings you to me? Bu Tian-Shi, Alpha Q, I regret the previous incident and hope to be of assistance. Alpha question, a transformer named Dawn has already aided us in repairing the planet. With just a little more time, our home world will be fully restored. Bu Tian-Shi, Dawn you say? Alpha Q, could you enlighten me about him? At that moment, Optimus Prime, accompanied by a group, sought the cosmic emperor. Days later, Bu Tian-Shi approached Optimus Prime. Bu Tian-Shi, long time no see, Optimus Prime. I have matters to discuss with you. May I board your ship? Optimus Prime, certainly. However, Laserbeak and Ironhide appear to disagree, but ultimately, it was Optimus Prime's decision that mattered. Once Bu Tian-Shi and his companions were allowed entry, he hoped to converse privately with Optimus Prime. In the meeting, Optimus Prime, speak your mind. What is it? Bu Tian-Shi, you may be taken aback by what I am about to say, but it is imperative that you do not destroy the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime, what? Do not destroy the Cosmic Emperor. Bu Tian-Shi, indeed. Rather than obliterating the Cosmic Emperor, I would prefer to witness Megatron's defeat first. Of course, I will exert every effort to assist you. Optimus Prime, Megatron is undoubtedly my adversary, yet you must understand the peril posed by the Cosmic Emperor upon awakening. Bu Tian-Shi, it seems you regard the Cosmic Emperor as your foremost enemy, do you not? Optimus Prime, yes, that is indeed the case. Bu Tian-Shi, I fear the reality may not align with your perceptions. Optimus Prime, what do you mean? Bu Tian-Shi, the Cosmic Emperor possesses the power to create new life. Optimus Prime, he can create new life? Bu Tian-Shi, precisely. Take the Predacons, for instance. They are beings birthed from the Cosmic Emperor's power, as utilized by Alpha Q. Optimus Prime, I had not realized that, Bu Tian-Shi, but I know the Cosmic Emperor will annihilate the universe, leaving me no choice but to eliminate him. Bu Tian-Shi, are you not aware that the Cosmic Emperor only becomes a threat when in the hands of someone like Megatron? The Cosmic Emperor can also be harnessed for good. Optimus Prime, you are naively optimistic. Even if Alpha Q were to fully control the Cosmic Emperor, what then? Bu Tian-Shi, you may not know that Alpha Q's homeworld was destroyed by the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime, Bu Tian-Shi, furthermore, both Alpha Q and I have considered allowing your Dawn to manage the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime, why is that? Bu Tian-Shi, while I have gleaned some information about Dawn from Alpha Q, you are likely the most informed on the specifics, so I shall not intrude further. Shortly after Bu Tian-Shi departed, Ironhide stealthily followed. Only Chick was aware of this matter. Optimus Prime, after a moment of contemplation, decided to contact Dawn. Dawn, Optimus Prime, how fare things on your end? Optimus Prime, we are nearing the Cosmic Emperor, and I have several inquiries I wish to pose to you. Dawn, certainly. Optimus Prime, it pertains to the Cosmic Emperor's ability to create new life. Dawn, oh, is there an issue with that? Optimus Prime, you seem utterly unfazed. Dawn, why should I be? Optimus Prime, it is the fact that the Cosmic Emperor can fabricate new life. Dawn, I find it rather peculiar that you would pose such a question. Who decreed that a destroyer cannot possess the right to create new life? Quite absurd. Upon hearing Dawn's words, Optimus Prime suddenly felt as though he were the odd one. Dawn, is there anything else troubling you? Optimus Prime, I require all available information regarding the Cosmic Emperor. Dawn, Very well, I shall send it to you. After perusing the information Dawn provided, Optimus Prime felt as though he had been doused in icy water. The document stated, "The Cosmic Emperor transcends time and space, existing as a godlike creator with limitless powers of destruction and creation, an embodiment of the dark deity. Each act of annihilation only serves to augment the Cosmic Emperor's strength. Incomplete estimates suggest that approximately 226 parallel universes have been consumed by the Cosmic Emperor, whose true form remains unfathomable, likely having long surpassed any physical manifestation. Thus, what we perceive as the Cosmic Emperor is merely a vessel or avatar, infinitely fragmented from its true essence." Chapter 98. Is it truly impossible to eradicate the Cosmic Emperor? Optimus Prime: Dawn, where did you procure this information? Dawn: I obtained it from the creator of the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime: where is he now? Might I meet him? Dawn: decisively do not even entertain the thought. While he possesses certain similarities to the Cosmic Emperor, in a confrontation, the Cosmic Emperor would hold the upper hand. Furthermore, the Cosmic Emperor later sought to rebel against its creator. The Supreme Lord was gravely injured and had to retreat into the depths of the cosmos. For otherwise, I would not have spent over 10 million years searching for him. Optimus Prime: does he truly have no means to eliminate the Cosmic Emperor? Dawn: eliminate? Do not even consider it. There are only two methods. First, to find a way to completely transform all of the Cosmic Emperor's infinitely fragmented vessels or avatars into other forms of energy. However, the probability of success is less than 5%, and we are unaware of how many universes exist in this realm, nor how many Cosmic Emperors there may be. Second, the creator of the Cosmic Emperor left behind an artifact that can temporarily suppress the Cosmic Emperor, which is the very module you have worn at your chest for years. Optimus Prime glanced at his chest, where the leadership module rested. Optimus Prime: wait a moment. If this was crafted by the creator of the Cosmic Emperor, then what is his connection to the primordial celestial sovereign? Dawn, exasperated, shrugged. The creator of the Cosmic Emperor is also the creator of the primordial celestial sovereign. To be honest, I was equally astonished upon hearing this revelation for the first time. Optimus Prime: then why did he choose to create the Cosmic Emperor? Dawn: it is said that in pursuit of exploring the nascent universe, two heralds were subsequently created as pioneers, the first being the Cosmic Emperor, and the second, the primordial celestial sovereign. However, none could have anticipated the ensuing consequences. Optimus Prime: is there any way to regain control over the Cosmic Emperor? Dawn: to be honest, I cannot ascertain such a possibility, as the Cosmic Emperor is not one to relinquish his dominion easily. Upon witnessing the Cosmic Emperor, a palpable fear arose within everyone. They launched an assault against him, yet it bore little fruit. Optimus Prime directed the others to lure the Cosmic Emperor into the space bridge, bringing him before Cybertron. At the moment of the Cosmic Emperor's appearance, the energy crystal towers on Cybertron began to amass power, unleashing a torrent of energy towards him. Just as Cybertron was poised to deliver a final blow, the Cosmic Emperor fled. Meanwhile, Chick had already disembarked from his ship to find Ironhide, who was tracking the repairman. Misha worried that Chick might follow, yet the situation on Cybertron was dire, as the majority of the Decepticons began to assault the Autobots and advance towards the detention zone. Initially, no one recognized the severity of the issue, but soon Optimus Prime discerned that Shockwave was still inside and rushed towards the detention area alongside Ratchet and Ironhide. Amidst the chaos, Shockwave broke free from his restraints and escaped to the energy crystal core of Cybertron. When he attempted to touch it, he was met with a fierce backlash from the core, which subsequently attracted other Transformers. Seizing one of them as a hostage, Shockwave managed to flee, locking the door behind him and contacting Megatron, who could assist him in destroying the energy crystal tower from within. As Megatron diverted the attention of others, Shockwave commenced his destruction of the tower. A small breach appeared in the energy crystal net, allowing the Decepticons, including Devastator, Tsunami, and Terrorcons, to infiltrate and wreak havoc. Seizing the opportunity, Shockwave aimed to destroy another energy crystal tower. Although he encountered some difficulties, he ultimately succeeded. Megatron, surveying the area and finding nothing of interest, uttered a classic villain's line, "Optimus Prime, I shall return soon." With that, he departed with Blitzwing, Devastator, Tsunami, Shockwave, Terrorcons, and a throng of Decepticons. After Optimus Prime reported the damages sustained by Cybertron, he set off to locate Chick. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Cosmic Emperor's head, Chick declared, "I will not allow you to exploit Dawn to restore those planets." Alpha Q interjected, "But he is the only one who can enhance our chances of seizing another portion of the body from Megatron." Repairman suggested, "Perhaps we should consider Dawn's perspective. It would be prudent." As soon as he finished speaking, they set off to find Optimus Prime, coinciding with the Repairman's intention to discuss the elimination of Megatron. Chapter 99. Optimus Prime was taken aback to find the Repairman present as well. The Repairman said, "Optimus Prime, I know you do not wish to see me, but I have crucial matters to discuss with you regarding how to confront Megatron." Optimus Prime replied, "I have no time for this. Release Chick and the others at once." The supplementer shook his head. "You may not be aware, but Chick has already formed an alliance with Alpha Q. I will not allow Chick to return unless you permit me to finish my statement. Do you understand?" Optimus Prime replied, "Supplementer, I have come to retrieve Chick. If necessary, I shall not hesitate to employ force." With that, the two Transformers began to engage in combat. Chick, bewildered by their intentions, intervened to persuade Optimus Prime to accompany them to seek out Alpha Q. "Welcome, everyone," Alpha Q greeted. "All right, Optimus, this is Alpha Q," Chick announced. Optimus Prime sensed a disturbance in the surroundings. "What is it?" Chick inquired. "Nothing. Now, Alpha Q, please share your thoughts," Optimus urged. "Indeed, we aspire to transfer all dominion of the Universe Emperor to a single Transformer, one who is neither Megatron nor any other, but a Transformer we both know and trust." Alpha Q explained. Optimus instinctively uttered the name of a Transformer, Dawn. "Precisely. Among the Transformers, our utmost trust resides in Dawn. He aided us in restoring our home planet. Entrusting him with this task gives us great assurance. He will then restore the planets, the galaxy, and even the universe that have been devoured by the Universe Emperor. However, this endeavor carries significant risk. Even a minor misstep could result in peril to life. And a major failure could spell doom for the entire universe. A heavy burden indeed." After a moment of contemplation, Optimus acknowledged, "Dawn possesses a greater understanding of the Universe Emperor than anyone present. Given previous circumstances, perhaps Dawn truly can exert complete control over the Universe Emperor. Moreover, the information he provided clearly states that the Universe Emperor we currently observe is merely a vessel or avatar resulting from infinite fragmentation of his essence. Considering the current state of the Universe Emperor, eliminating him should not pose a challenge." Still, Optimus posed a question. "Is Dawn aware of this plan?" "Yes, and he is willing," Alpha Q affirmed. Thus, an agreement was reached. Just as they prepared to depart, the Universe Emperor began demanding energy from them. Aside from Alpha Q and the Titan of SAC, who insisted on remaining behind, the situation on the Decepticon side was equally dire, as most of the Decepticon members and Terrorcons had been absorbed by the Universe Emperor. As they readied themselves to escape, Misha remarked, "The Universe Emperor may be hungry. He requires energy crystals, much like the rest of us. It is a natural phenomenon." The Celestial Craftsman hoped that Optimus Prime would allow the Integrator Titans to remain, though he could not elaborate on the reasons. Nevertheless, Optimus acquiesced, and Misha was also permitted to stay. This decision appeared unwise at first glance. Yet Optimus understood that in the absence of Dawn, Misha became the sole individual capable of preventing Chick from making foolish decisions. He even allowed Jetfire to remain, ensuring Misha's safety. During the wait for rescue, Alpha Q, ensnared by cables, exhibited signs of fear, repeatedly murmuring Dawn's name, expressing his trepidation about the distance between them. He felt an inexplicable calling from Earth. Dawn, uncertain of the source of this sensation, chose to trust his intuition. He left a note and activated the space bridge, albeit unsure of the destination. Closing his optical sensors, he followed his instincts and blindly pointed toward the location. The space bridge commenced its transport, manifesting above Alpha Q's head. Thus, Dawn arrived beside Alpha Q, seated atop his head. Observing the surroundings, he felt a slight headache. Testing the control of the Cosmic Emperor, the cables binding Alpha Q and the Titan of Sacrosanct disappeared, and the wall obstructing Chick and his companions began to rise slowly. Although the primary blockade had been removed, numerous minor obstacles remained. However, they posed little challenge. They swiftly navigated to the core of the Cosmic Emperor's head, replenishing its energy. Upon seeing Alpha Q, Dawn stood in the central position, replacing him and connecting to a data line. Chick exclaimed, "What is happening?" Dawn replied, Wasn't Alpha Q clear about this from the beginning? Chick protested, but Dawn reassured him, everything will be fine, I promise. Just trust me, all right? Optimus then stated, let us proceed. To which Chick responded, Optimus. Optimus affirmed, Dawn never acts foolishly. He only engages in actions he deems prudent. Chapter 100. Shortly after Optimus and his companions returned, the Decepticons commenced their assault. Shockwave led the charge, damaging several energy crystal towers and seizing a substantial quantity of energy crystals, alongside numerous Transformers returning to the Allspark. They swiftly retreated following this operation. Throughout this tumultuous event, Dawn remained motionless. Chick confronted him, Dawn, why aren't you dispatching the Cosmic Emperor's head to assist? Dawn replied, you lament the departure of your comrades. I share the same sorrow. Why should I intervene? Chick pressed on, then why won't you help? Dawn explained, this is a confrontation between the Cosmic Emperor's body and Megatron. Presently, the Cosmic Emperor is at his peak defense, akin to a celestial body. I must wait for him to fully open his body. Until then, Chick, please instruct Dr. Jones to prepare a significant quantity of energy crystals. They will be necessary for the upcoming battle. Optimus Prime led his companions before the Cosmic Emperor, initiating an assault in hopes of creating an entrance. Megatron, allowing Optimus and his team to proceed, dispatched his subordinates to thwart their efforts. During this skirmish, the Cosmic Emperor transformed. As the moment of opportunity arose, Dawn seized control of the Cosmic Emperor's head sculpture and charged towards the very core of the Cosmic Emperor's being, releasing the ship carrying Chick and the others mid-trajectory. The resulting collision created a significant breach in the Cosmic Emperor's structure, albeit slightly miscalculated, striking instead against his side. Nevertheless, the team expressed indifference. Recognizing it merely extended their time, they entered through the opening, commencing their search for Megatron's whereabouts. In the ensuing chaos, Megatron exploited the Cosmic Emperor's intent to annihilate Optimus and his team, while Dawn conversely utilized the Cosmic Emperor to shield against these assaults. Since Optimus had declared his intention to confront Megatron alone, Dawn refrained from any direct action against him, merely informing Optimus of Megatron's location. This inadvertently led Megatron to believe he was untouchable. Later, when energy crystals from Earth struck the Cosmic Emperor's head sculpture, numerous planetary cores, including that of Alpha Q's homeworld, were expelled. Megatron, infuriated by the loss of the energy crystals he had gathered for the Cosmic Emperor, resolved to instigate a self-detonation. Dawn activated the space bridge, transporting Alpha Q and the Titan of Sac while urging Optimus and the others to flee, vowing to confront the energy crystals unleashed by the Cosmic Emperor's explosion. Dawn endeavored to contain the energy crystals, yet they collided, not resulting in an outward explosion, but rather creating a rupture where the body and head met. The Cosmic Emperor and the Transformers remaining on his surface were drawn into the void. Chick quickly attempted to establish communication. Dawn, Optimus, Ironhide, can you hear me? However, no response came. Determined, Chick resolved to investigate further. Chick, Misha cautioned, I want to stop you, but it would be prudent to contact Dr. Jones and the others first, just in case. Agreeing with her suggestion, Chick sent a message before plunging into the black hole. On Earth, Dr. Jones, upon receiving this news, instructed Red to monitor the black hole and the status of the Milan II, the spaceship, promising immediate updates on any developments. However, due to Dr. Jones's unilateral actions, the government decided to seize control of the energy crystals on Earth. Inside the Cosmic Emperor's head sculpture, Dawn, who had remained unconscious, experienced an anomaly resulting in a split into two entities. It was not until the persistent calling of Optimus that Dawn gradually awakened, as did the other version of Dawn. Upon seeing one another, both were momentarily taken aback, instinctively using the space bridge to fly outward. Only upon their emergence did they clearly perceive each other, one expressing surprise while the other exhibited confusion. Dawn, one exclaimed. Dawn, the other responded. As the other Transformers arrived, they were taken aback by the sight of two figures resembling Dawn, yet distinctly different in hue. They pondered, two Dawns. Is there a malfunction with my optical lens? Chapter 101. Fire of Heaven, Optimus Prime. Have you by any chance noticed the two differently colored Dawns? Optimus Prime. If our optical lenses are functioning properly, then we have indeed witnessed two Dawns. But what could possibly explain this phenomenon? The two Dawns bore identical forms. However, their essence and coloration diverged entirely. Dawn's sheen was a vibrant orange adorned with white stripes reminiscent of traditional Chinese aesthetics, featuring strikingly handsome features and optical lenses that shimmered in a hopeful blend of yellow and blue. The upward curve of her lips and her commanding posture exuded an air of chivalry. In stark contrast, Dusk presented a purple hue with exotic white stripes, her delicate features embodying a sense of despair. Her optical lenses, tinged with a deep reddish purple, were slightly larger than Dawn's, and her more diminutive mouth, coupled with a feminine stance, rendered her remarkably alluring. Ironhide, can someone elucidate the nature of this phenomenon? Dawn, having regained her composure, addressed the assembly. My apologies for the surprise. Allow me to introduce my counterpart from the opposite world, known as Dusk. Dusk casually remarked, Greetings. Optimus Prime, opposite world? Dawn, quite literally, it is a realm that stands in stark contrast to ours. Jetfire, I never would have anticipated that your counterpart from the opposite world would be. How shall I put it? Dusk, I know, like a turbo fox, right? Jetfire, that is not my assertion. Dusk, regardless. I have grown accustomed to the opinions of others. Their words no longer hold much weight for me. Optimus Prime, seizing upon a crucial point, inquired of the two. Do you two know each other? Dusk, we met due to a technological mishap, but circumstances led us to part ways temporarily. Dawn, I was quite astonished at the existence of parallel universes. Soon after, Chick and the others arrived via spacecraft, and of course, Starscream was among them. Upon witnessing the two Dawns, they too were taken aback. Nevertheless, Starscream managed to discern which was which. Dusk languidly suggested, You all can provide the explanation. Dawn, and I shall take a stroll. As she began to pull Dawn away, a planet erupted in an explosion, unmistakably the handiwork of Megatron. Alpha Q expressed concern for his home planet and departed with the Titan. Dusk, let's explore this vicinity first, and we shall seek you out later for some fun. Chick, I find it utterly implausible that this irreverent transformer is the Dawn from a parallel universe. Dawn, after all, she is my counterpart from the opposite universe. Her demeanor is entirely different, which is quite natural. Dusk, since he prefers broad generalizations, let us indulge him in that. Upon arriving at a steel star brimming with energy crystals, I soon encountered the formidable Shockwave. None dared to intervene. Instead, the task was entrusted to the executioner, the TF Wingblade, who harbored a personal vendetta against Shockwave and was tasked with capturing him. With enhanced capabilities from recent upgrades, Wingblade, fueled by rage toward Shockwave, swiftly subdued him. However, shortly after this triumph, Megatron appeared, accompanied by his subordinates and a horde of Terracons. His delight was palpable upon spotting Starscream, yet his expression darkened upon seeing the two Dawn warriors. Decepticons, seize the energy crystals, he commanded, though his true intention was evidently directed towards the Dawn. Stand aside, shouted Dawn, as Dusk readied for combat. As Megatron swung his weapon at Dawn, she skillfully disarmed him with a bare-handed parry. Dusk then executed a powerful whip kick aimed at Megatron's lower body. The Decepticon was caught off guard and, after being struck, found himself momentarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Dusk grappled Megatron, repeatedly slamming him against the ground, inflicting multiple damage points before tossing him aside. Dawn, undeterred, charged forward, delivering a devastating skybreaker punch that sent Megatron flying. Oh dear, Megatron, you mustn't falter, taunted Blur, as he, Devastator, and Tsunami rushed to pursue the down Megatron. Dawn, however, paid them no heed and turned towards Dusk, her brow furrowed in confusion. Strange, we haven't even utilized our abilities yet, and it seems to be over? Dusk replied, Perhaps it's because we're both TFs, making it relatively easier to fight. More importantly, I'm curious about how the brain modules of these Decepticons are structured. Unbeknownst to them, they had already surpassed the threshold of level 70. Chapter 102. Ironhide interjected, Enough with the idle chatter. We need your assistance. There's so many Terracons. Without the expertise of TFs skilled in area attacks, we cannot fend them off all at once. Assistance? Dawn questioned. Dusk remained silent, launching an impulse wave towards the ground. Dawn quickly activated her extreme shadow ability, soaring into the air. The impulse wave radiated across the terrain, releasing electric pulses that rendered all struck TFs immobile for an extended period, while simultaneously reducing their speed and agility by 75%. Are you all just standing around? Shouted Jetfire. Apologies, Dawn replied, Dusk and I's area attack skills do not discriminate between friend and foe. With that, she unleashed her Void Fong, which traveled a considerable distance while spinning, ensnaring a broad swath of Terrorcons and dealing damage before detonating. As the remaining sparse Terrorcons regrouped, Optimus Prime struggled to rise. Truly impressive for a large machine. Your recovery is remarkably swift, remarked Dusk. Indeed, it is fortunate to be a large machine, allowing for rapid recuperation, Dawn concurred. Indeed, they're the two dawns of the opposing world, and the words spoken resonate with a distinctly different essence. One utterance infuriates the Transformers, while the other emanates concern. Ultimately, it is Optimus Prime who eradicates the remaining Terrorcons, with Shockwave initially subdued on this planet, monitored by the fire truck. Yet, Dawn possesses an ominous premonition. Although Shockwave irks Megatron, in terms of capability, Shockwave remains one of his esteemed subordinates. Should Megatron deem the lesson imparted to Shockwave sufficient, he would undoubtedly come to his rescue, promptly reinstating the fire truck to the Allspark, which would be Megatron's most merciful act. The most dreadful fate would be the torment of the fire truck. Thus, Dawn declares, Optimus Prime, I shall remain here just in case the Decepticons return. Optimus Prime responds, please provide me with a reason. Dawn explains, the energy crystals here are exceedingly abundant, and with Shockwave present, it is impossible for them not to return. Optimus Prime concedes. Very well, you may stay. Starscream interjects, I wish to remain as well. Dusk adds, since Dawn has chosen to stay, I shall too. After all, a shadow cannot exist without light. With that, he melds into Dawn's shadow. Consequently, the fire truck, Starscream, Dawn, and Dusk remain on Cybertron, while the others journey to the homeworld of Alpha Q and the Titan of Sakara. Alpha Q exclaims, what? Why did Dawn not come? Chick replies, Dawn mentioned that the Decepticons might venture there soon, so he must stay for a few days before joining us. Alpha Q expresses a hint of disappointment. I see. Misha suggests, but we can take some photographs here to show Dawn. Immediately, Alpha Q responds with enthusiasm. Indeed, on Cybertron, Dawn and Dusk converse via their internal communication. Dawn, Dusk, you claim to be a shadow while I am the light. Dusk, your dedication to others is admirable, and your strength embodies the hopes of many. Thus, to them, you are the light. I too strive for the well-being of others, doing my utmost, yet the result is that they despise me, gradually forgetting my existence. Dawn, you have witnessed my past, and I have seen yours. Perhaps I can offer some advice. Dusk, pray do share. Dawn, do not undervalue your own position, nor excessively accommodate others. Most importantly, learn to have self-respect. Only then will others hold you in esteem. Dusk, I understand. However, the incessant clamor from Shockwave in the background disrupts their conversation. Dawn asserts, Dusk, this is your forte. You handle it. Dusk leaps from Dawn's shadow, gripping Shockwave by the neck with a smile, saying, if you do not wish to use your voice modulator, simply say so. I would be more than happy to remove it for you. Afterward, he returns to Dawn's shadow, receiving communication and photographs from Chick and the others. They revel in light-hearted conversation, but soon, as Dawn had predicted, the Decepticons arrive. Dawn observes they have not brought Terrorcons, evidently. Their target this time is not the energy crystals, but the Transformers. We must be cautious. Dawn prepares to confront Megatron, while the fire truck and Starscream face off against Barricade, Devastator, and Tsunami. Megatron sneers, you petty thief of other subordinates. Dawn, are you foolish? Or are you still unwilling to admit your mistakes as before? Megatron, do not presume to think you can defeat me merely with your words like Optimus Prime. Dawn slammed Megatron to the ground and said, it is evident that you have not engaged in any self-reflection. In a nutshell, while memories may fade, emotions remain. What feelings have you left for Starscream? Disappointment. Nothing but disappointment. Megatron, silence. Chapter 103, Frenzy. Ah ha 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 ha. We have captured the two of them. Observing the captured fire truck and Starscream, Megatron exclaimed, splendid. Dawn, I present you with two choices. 1, I will eliminate both of them. 2, you will completely transform into a Decepticon, my subordinate. What will you choose? Dawn, very well, you have one. With that, she plunged her dual-bladed gun into the ground and approached Megatron. When she was close enough, she lunged forward, delivering a blow to Megatron while injecting a surge of Decepticon data into her being. After Dawn collapsed, she was offline. Starscream, Dawn, Megatron turned his gaze towards Starscream and the fire truck, gathering energy in his hands, sneering. Now it is your turn. Fire truck. Megatron, you dare to break your promise. Megatron, I never claimed I would spare you. As he advanced towards them, just as he drew near, he was suddenly kicked away. And the one who kicked him was Dawn. Destroyer. How is this possible? As everyone turned to the spot where Dawn had previously gone offline, they found her absent. In that moment of distraction, Dawn and Dusk charged forward, striking down Frenzy, Destroyer, Shockwave, and Tsunami. Starscream approached Dawn, lowering his head to poke her shoulder. I'm sorry. I'll let you down again. Dawn comforted him by patting his head. It's all right. You've done your best. Dusk leaned in and said, I want a head pat too. Dawn, of course. After patting Dusk's head, she walked over to the fire truck, who seemed to be in a rather odd mood. Dawn, fire truck, are you all right? Fire truck turned away. I'm fine. Dawn, if something feels off, you must speak up. Don't let it affect the battle. Fire truck, rest assured, I am aware of my condition. Dawn, that's good to hear. By this time, Optimus Prime and the others had arrived. Optimus Prime, are you all unharmed? Fire truck, we are fine. Just let Shockwave escape. The fire truck expressed deep remorse. Just as everyone prepared to leave, Megatron emerged from the ruins. Dawn, how could I have forgotten this wretch? I leave him to you, Optimus Prime. After a brief pause, on the way to Alpha QS home planet, Dawn, have you found any trace of Megatron's whereabouts? Optimus Prime, there is currently no information. Dawn sighed. It seems we will be at a disadvantage until then. Optimus Prime, however, this situation should not last long. Dawn, let's hope so. Optimus Prime, can you attempt to sense the presence of Unicron? Dawn, I have tried, but it was futile. Fire truck, Dawn, are you and Dust truly all right? After all, both Red Spider and I witnessed Megatron injecting a peculiar energy into your being. Dawn, for now, there seems to be no unusual effects. It appears that some data must have overridden it during the injection. Optimus Prime, just to be safe, I will have Red Alert examine you later. Dawn, sounds good. Shortly after the arrival of the repair bots, the Jack and the Jack's crew appeared as well. Jack, I too have brought some Transformers to assist. Optimus Prime, excellent. We shall construct 2 energy crystal towers here. Alpha question, but before that, how shall we protect our home planet? Chick, of course, that responsibility falls to us. Dawn, Chick has grown up. Chick, hi. Just as Dawn was about to retort, upon seeing Dawn's reassuring smile, the words inexplicably lodged in her throat. Everyone began preparing for their tasks, and as they readied to depart for Cybertron, the Decepticons arrived. Alpha question, what do we do? What do we do? Megatron is here. Dusk. One could say it is quite unfortunate timing. Alpha Q, the Titan, Dawn, Dusk, Red Spider, Fire Truck, RC, Chick, and the unified bots remained on the planet, while Jet and the Jack's crew headed to Cybertron. The remaining Transformers engaged Megatron and his minions. The Titan, why can't I go up and fight them? Dawn, this is the final line of defense, and you can control the Terracons. Megatron will surely attempt to subdue you first. The Titan, were you not also born from Unicron? Dawn, I'm afraid I can only control the Minicons. Soon, the Terracons swooped down, but fortunately, the Titan managed to restrain them in time, preventing further energy crystals from being seized. I noticed some glaring errors in the translation of the energy crystals within Transformers. For instance, the Jack Screw is sometimes referred to as Flyover Mountain, and vice versa. Moreover, this Flyover Mountain clearly resembles the Jack Screw, though, thankfully, there aren't many instances of this. However, the name of the Jack Screw in the Thunder Fleet needs to be amended, otherwise, it would be quite distressing. Chapter 104. Megatron was furious upon witnessing this scene and attempted to charge down, but was entangled by Optimus Prime. It was only when the energy crystal towers activated that they were forced to retreat temporarily. Once it was confirmed that all was well, aside from Dawn, Dusk, and Red Spider, everyone decided to leave and install energy crystal towers on other planets. They encountered numerous challenges along the way. The energy crystal tower on Ocean Planet was destroyed just as it was nearly completed due to a tsunami. Dawn, how about I distract them, thus granting you the time to install the energy crystal tower? Fire Truck, no. Allow me to go. His gaze was resolute. Optimus Prime, why? Fire Truck, I wish to prove myself. Optimus Prime, absolutely not. I refuse. Dawn, let him go, Optimus. Optimus Prime, Dawn? Dawn, perhaps the previous incident has deeply affected him. It's all right. At worst, we can send a few Transformers to assist. Optimus Prime, very well. Dawn, Fire Truck, Since your task is to attract the enemy's attention, let me offer you this piece of advice. Fight fiercely if you can win, but if not, retreat swiftly. Do not stubbornly persist. After a long wait, the fire truck finally signaled with a flare, prompting everyone to spring into action. Just as success seemed imminent, Megatron arrived with Blitzwing, Tsunami, and the Terrorcon. The dusk summoned several dark rifts around them, encircling the Terrorcon. Upon contact, the dark rifts absorbed the Terrorcon, leading to its gradual demise. Megatron exclaimed in frustration, and as he swung at a dark rift, Dawn turned to Dusk, who appeared unfazed. Consequently, Dawn refrained from intervening and warned everyone in the inner circle to hold back. Soon, the dark rift exploded, and due to the proximity of the other rifts, they too detonated in a chain reaction, resulting in a considerable display of power. The Terrorcon was left as mere scrap metal, and Megatron suffered significant injuries. At that moment, the energy crystal tower successfully connected with Oceanus, emitting an energy signal, which forced Megatron to retreat. After their departure, the team received both good and bad news. The unfortunate news was that the fire truck had been sacrificed. The fortunate news was that the spark of the fire truck still existed, leaving room for potential recovery. Dawn gazed outside the ship, lost in thought. Following a conversation with Optimus Prime and Cybertron, they hoped Dr. Jones could send over the energy crystal tower. However, Dawn dampened Optimus's hopes, stating that no amount of energy crystal towers would affect the Cosmic Emperor significantly. Have you ever tried? Questioned Chick. How can you be so certain it won't work? Dawn replied, even with my charging ability, I can only inflict a minor wound on the Cosmic Emperor, let alone with the energy crystal tower. Dr. Jones chimed in. As you mentioned, the energy crystal tower indeed would not be of assistance. Dad, exclaimed Chick. Dr. Jones continued, I previously researched Dawn's early combat data. At that time, Dawn, with a mere light gun, possessed the power of an energy crystal tower. His current abilities have improved, and if he cannot succeed, then no number of energy crystal towers will make a difference. Optimus stated, regardless, we must seek out the Cosmic Emperor. Dr. Jones asked Optimus, are you not waiting for the Dinobots? Optimus replied, there is no time for delays now. While en route to confront the Cosmic Emperor, Dawn resolved to send Al-Q and the Titan back. No, we must stay and confront Megatron. This situation arose because of us, insisted Al-Q. Dawn responded, I understand your guilt, but you have more pressing matters to attend to. Given the current circumstances, the Cosmic Emperor will undoubtedly return. Your priority should be to find ways to nurture these young planets. Very well, conceded Al-Q. After Al-Q and the Titan departed, dusk approached. You need not say a word. I will return, but you must survive. Of course, Dawn assured. Chapter 105. Exposure. When Dawn encountered Grimlock, he was taken aback by Grimlock's first words. Optimus Prime. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Dawn. Mighty King Kong, I am now known as Dawn. Please refrain from mentioning related words or matters, if you would. Mighty King Kong. Very well, but may I ask why? Optimus Prime. Dawn. Why does Mighty King Kong refer to you as the ancestor King Kong? Dawn. Can we discuss that after we resolve the immediate issue? Optimus Prime. Of course, that is no problem. Dawn gathered all her strength and plunged her weapon into the ground. After a brief moment of accumulation, Thunderfire exclaimed, Hurry, Dawn, those minions are coming again. Dawn responded, all right. She then forcefully drew her weapon, unleashing a powerful electric shockwave that assaulted the enemies in a full 360-degree arc. They were sent flying, and a hole was blasted into the shell of the Cosmic Emperor. Although this wound might seem minor for a being of such immense stature, it was indeed significant for them. A hole, a quarter the size of the Cosmic Emperor's abdomen, appeared. Ironhide flew over, pointing at the hole, unable to suppress his sarcasm. What a massive hole. We've been battling for ages without causing such damage, and yet you create such a gash in an instant. Who are you trying to fool with claims of weakness? Dawn replied, compared to the Cosmic Emperor, I am indeed weak to the point of crumbling. Ironhide retorted, is that even a fair comparison? Repairman interjected, enough chatter, let us move. Realizing they could not halt the advance of the Cosmic Emperor, Dawn discreetly used a space bridge to withdraw, only to be spotted by Chick and Misha. They reached the Cosmic Emperor's head, awaiting his arrival. However, Dawn was taken aback when energy crystal nets suddenly appeared around them. Dawn asked Chick, what is going on here? Chick responded, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions, Dawn. You wish to bear everything alone once more. Dawn was momentarily speechless. As she sent Alpha Q, the giant of Sac and Twilight back, Optimus Prime instructed Dr. Jones to deliver the energy crystal tower. Ironhide remarked, "Didn't T. Dawn say it was useless?" Optimus Prime replied, "Though it may not have a significant impact as Dawn suggested, any opportunity to inflict further damage on the Cosmic Emperor is worthwhile. Given Dawn's tendency to act independently during previous encounters with the Cosmic Emperor, it is likely that she will attempt to confront him alone again this time." Dawn said, "I apologize for causing everyone concern, but Chick urged, then you must return quickly." Dawn, with resolve, stated, "I must respectfully decline, for this is my mission." As the Cosmic Emperor approached the head sculpture, Dawn commanded it to emit a more potent energy crystal radiance. Upon contact, the damage to the Cosmic Emperor's body intensified. Yet he managed to seize the head sculpture and reattach it. Chick resolved to enter, believing that Dawn might still be alive within the Cosmic Emperor's head sculpture. Just as the shockwave was about to descend, Megatron seized control of the Cosmic Emperor to eliminate Shockwave, who had frequently betrayed him. He absorbed the entire wind and snow star, yet for reasons unknown, Megatron felt no surge in power. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is my strength not increased?" A voice echoed in Megatron's neural module, insisting that he required more energy crystals. Megatron believed that this was the voice of the Cosmic Emperor and remarked, "I shall lead you to the Energon crystals, but you must heed my commands for now." Within the head sculpture of the Cosmic Emperor, Sheik found Dawn, who was currently in an offline state. No matter how much Sheik called out to him, Dawn remained unresponsive. If it were not for the endless streams of energy being transmitted to him from Dawn's body, everyone would have assumed that he had returned to the Allspark. In truth, Dawn could hear and see what was transpiring, yet he was incapable of reacting. He struggled to break free from the Cosmic Emperor's control, but to no avail. Suddenly, the Cosmic Emperor moved. Just as a pillar was about to crush Sheik, the repairer rushed in to save him. "Get out of here," the repairer urged. "But what about Dawn? What should we do about him?" Sheik exclaimed. As they ran, the repairer replied, "Dawn still shows signs of life. He is not in immediate danger. Staying here won't aid him, so we should find a way to escape instead." Dawn watched as Optimus Prime sustained numerous injuries, and planets were destroyed one by one. His core was deeply affected, although it was not his home planet. Witnessing so many worlds suffer due to their conflict filled him with profound guilt. Dawn began to murmur, and soon his voice grew louder. "No, no, 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 no." Chapter 106 Side Story 1. Outside of the film, during a leisurely moment, someone suggested they share their thoughts on one another. Optimus Prime, a lifelong nemesis. Jetfire, a truly commendable leader. Repairer, a comrade on a different path. Hotshot, a source of reassurance for all. Ironhide, the savior of our faction. Red Alert, as a leader, could you perhaps sustain fewer injuries? We worry for you. Sheik, he reminds me a bit of another father I had. Misha, a rather humorous transformer. Dawn, overall, he is quite nurturing and possesses a strong leadership presence. Aside from being occasionally too soft-hearted or overly eager, he has no significant flaws. Though such imperfections are entirely normal. Everyone has their little quirks. Megatron, a madman. Ambitious and relentlessly tenacious. Megatron, Tsunami. Megatron, our leader. Barricade, haha likewise. Devastator, likewise. Ironhide. We, the Autobots, are indeed the common adversaries of Cybertron in this universe. Jetfire 1. Fortmax 2. Blur 3. Red Alert 4. Prowl 5. Chasm 6. Dawn, in pursuit of strength to seize all, even at the cost of betraying one's home planet. Fort Max, Optimus Prime, comrades on divergent paths, similar to Fort Max's self-assessment. Megatron, merely a lackey. Blur, my idol. Ironhide, Blur's idol. Blur, Ironhide, please share your thoughts on Fort Max Ironhide. Well, Fort Max is one of our most trusted allies. Prowl, Fort Max is exceptional. Landmine, quite commendable. Dawn, a rather composed transformer. Starscream, an admirable soldier. Optimus Prime, a rather commendable soldier. Megatron, just a traitor of the Decepticons. I shall extinguish his spark in due time. Barricade, traitor, traitor, traitor. I shall eliminate you. Tsunami, I shall eliminate you. Devastator merely struck his own chest plate. Jetfire, somewhat eccentric. Fort Max, and possesses formidable combat prowess. Chasm, not particularly fond of him. Dawn, loyal, quite capable. and possesses striking aesthetics. Striking aesthetics on this point? There was some skepticism as all eyes turned towards Starscream. Indeed, aside from the damaged half of his visage, he is undeniably handsome. Barricade, Devastator, Tsunami, the indomitable trio. Megatron. Loyalty is commendable, yet he often hinders me in other aspects. Alpha Question Kazamisha, quite intriguing. Optimus Prime. Initially, I held reservations, but as time passed, I found him less disagreeable. Ironhide, likewise. Fort Max. I feel quite guilty for not being able to assist Alpha Q when his home planet was destroyed. Prowl. Wasn't Alpha Q's home planet restored? Landmine. Indeed, do not be so hard on yourself. Sack Giant. He is my master, my only comrade. Don't like a child. Megatron. A troublesome nuisance. Sack Giant. Alpha Question a friend and subordinate. Optimus Prime. A commendable Autobot. Megatron. A traitor. Dawn. Quite responsible. Devastator. Everyone's first half of the sentence is the same, which is rather unclear. The latter half is as follows. All Autobots. A reliable comrade. All Decepticons. An enemy, indeed. Dawn Optimus Prime. He worries about others being harmed, often taking matters into his own hands, resulting in his own injury, causing concern for everyone. Fortress Maximus. It feels quite intriguing. Megatron. A bothersome individual. Blitzwing. As long as you do not touch his bottom line. He will merely voice his displeasure, but will not resort to violence. Ironhide. It feels rather verbose. Dawn. If you commit fewer mistakes, I shall be less verbose. Jetfire. A highly ideal Autobot, though at times he may exhibit excessive rationality, appearing somewhat cold-blooded. Sheik. An individual of vast knowledge, easily causing others to lower their guard around him. Mirage. He is quite attentive to others. Starscream. He holds a deep affection for Dawn. Being with him brings a sense of security and joy. Chapter 107. In response to Dawn's intense emotions, the Unicron reacted, ceasing to heed Megatron and commencing self-destruction. Jetfire. Optimus. Quickly leave that place. But it was too late. The explosion occurred with a wide-reaching impact. As the explosion subsided, only fragments of Unicron's body remained. Dawn's form flickered with sparks as he covered his faceplate, feeling inexplicably irritable, overwhelmed with the desire to unleash his anger. Dawn shouted into the air several times, raising his fist to strike at the nearby debris with a fierce expression, yet soon his emotions calmed. Upon spotting Miranda 2, he swiftly flew toward it. Jetfire. Who? Dawn. What has changed about you? Your head crest now bears a horn growing backward and upward, and your left rear has 3 red beam emitters, combined with a slightly altered aura. While you do not resemble Unicron in a demonic fashion, there is a hint of wickedness. Dawn. Let us enter first. Explanations can follow. Inside the ship, Optimus Prime. So, you have no recollection of your emotional breakdown? Dawn. Correct. By the time I regained composure, my form had already transformed. Sheik. Ultimately, as long as you are all right. Dawn. Not at all. These planets lack energy sources. Death is an inevitable fate. We must hurry and devise a plan together. It must be said, this situation is indeed quite vexing. Optimus Prime. There will certainly be a solution. First, we must send those few back to the Cybertron prison. Everyone turned their gaze toward Drift, Devastator, and Tsunami. Dawn. I shall handle it. Optimus Prime. Very well. The Red Spider followed suit. Although Optimus Prime remained silent, he likely understood why Dawn had chosen to escort them back to Cybertron herself. After all, she bore a share of the responsibility for the destruction of these planets' energy sources. Ironhide interjected, "Wait a moment before you return. I have a question." Dawn replied, "What is it?" Ironhide continued, "Why does Devastator refer to you as the ancestor?" Dawn nearly stumbled. This child still had that matter on his mind. She glanced at Devastator, who returned her gaze. Dawn nodded, and Devastator explained, "The full name of the ancestor is the 13 Ancestors, also known as the 13 Apostles. They were the original 13 created by the Primus, which include Primordial Awareness, Thunderous Sovereign, Master Titanium, Celestial Voyager, Sky Conqueror, Ethereal Spirit, Celestial Weaver, Maximilian the Great, Sharp Sky Knight, Tiny Star, Impermanence, Celestial Essence, and the 13th Ancestor." Optimus Prime exclaimed, "Master Titanium. I know him, but he has never mentioned this." Dawn replied, "That is because it is tied to a very painful memory. Reflecting on it now still invokes a sense of anger." "Then what exactly transpired?" asked Jetfire. Dawn began to understand that we must first speak of primordial awareness. He was the first Transformers to possess a leadership module and the first Transformer created by Primus. He served as the leader of the 13 Apostles. The catalyst of the events was Thunderous Sovereign, a warrior identical to primordial awareness, yet a dark reflection of him. Among the Apostles, he possessed the most complex inner turmoil, his insatiable martial impulses preventing any semblance of peace within him. He had been unwaveringly devoted to Primus, yet he discovered that his innate powers led to his alienation by the other ancestors. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Cosmic Emperor. His companions would often avert their gazes to avoid confronting the visage engulfed in flames, which left him in profound turmoil. He had never committed any wrongdoing, but he felt that all his actions were in vain. The resentment stemming from the unfair treatment he endured grew steadily within his soul. While the other ancestors could be assured of their inner righteousness without compromising their integrity through painful concessions, he alone appeared to silently bear the weight of his own dark burdens. His overwhelming pride blinded him to the vulnerabilities lurking deep within, as he refused to acknowledge any weaknesses. In his frantic attempts to conceal his fears, he would resort to reckless behaviors. Even in the presence of his closest companions, Maximilian, Sky Conqueror, Tiny Star, and Sharp Sky Knight, he would erupt in fury or allow his delusions to run rampant. His mental state was profoundly unstable, and everything changed when he directed his weapon towards his beloved, the spark of Sai Tianjiao. Upon regaining his senses, he commenced a self-imposed exile. I could not believe he would act without reason. Thus, I undertook a clandestine investigation. When I uncovered the truth, Zhen Tianzuan returned. Yet he had transformed into the apostle of the Cosmic Emperor, adopting the name Fallen Titan. Together, we managed to drive them away, but afterward, the situation for everyone deteriorated. The core had begun to waver. Nonetheless, I resolved to disclose the truth I had unearthed at that moment. I knew this would be cruel and would likely lead to our disbandment, but I felt it was an essential part of our growth. We would inevitably confront the subtle machinations among our peers. In such instances, how should we respond? The truth is Maximov, the most articulate and intelligent among us. It was he who provoked Zhen Tianzuan, causing him to lose his reason and inadvertently slay Sai Tianjiao. Once the matter came to light, Maximov fled and is now unaccounted for, his fate unknown, perhaps pursued relentlessly. Xie Tiansui has also been hunting Maximov since the splitting of the 13 ancestors, and his whereabouts remain a mystery as well. Inherent awareness led me and Wu Chang Tian to depart from Cybertron in search of Zhen Tianzuan. Prior to this, everyone lent us their strength. If we could not persuade him to return, we would seal Zhen Tianzuan away. Ultimately, persuasion failed, and Zhen Tianzuan remains imprisoned in some unknown locale. I'm also unaware of what became of Yinshenzing or Master Titanium. There is no need for me to elaborate. Sai Tianjiao was extracted of her spark by the fallen titan, transforming into the wellspring of the spark. The 13th day Yuan, Wei Tianxing, and Rui Tianjiao leapt into the wellspring to create life, as the fabric of the universe split into 5, vanishing into the boundless cosmos. If there are any further inquiries, feel free to ask upon my return. After speaking, I took those 2 TFs and left. Chapter 108. The Unexpected during an inspection of the prison sector on Cybertron. I encountered a TF that bore an uncanny resemblance to Shockwave, albeit with a different coloration. Dawn stepped forward and inquired, "Are you Shockwave's brother or perhaps a sibling?" "Strong Shockwave. Do you know my brother? How is he faring?" Dawn produced a data cable and presented it to him, stating, "See for yourself. After all, actions speak louder than words." The footage depicted Shockwave being pulverized by the Cosmic Emperor under Megatron's control. As Dawn retracted the data cable, preparing to leave, Strong Shockwave, filled with fury, declared, "I shall avenge my brother." A shadow suddenly crossed Dawn's face. "Then let us perform our roles well." With that, Dawn departed, leaving Strong Shockwave pondering. "Acting, is it? I understand." As the Tempest, the Destroyer, and the Tsunami made their entrance, Shockwave feigned ignorance of his brother's absence and inquired about him, only to receive a drastically different account. It was Optimus Prime who had caused Soundwave's demise. Shockwave persistently sought confirmation, yet the Tempest steadfastly asserted that it was indeed Optimus Prime's doing. With one faction of Transformers on one side and the opposing faction on the other, Shockwave had already formed his own conclusions. Outside the primordial Celestial's fire seed chamber, Dawn addressed Red Spider. requesting him to keep watch while he engaged in private discourse with Primordial Celestial. Red Spider acquiesced and turned away. Once the door closed, Dawn's expression darkened. Dawn, the Cosmic Sovereign, it has indeed been a long time. My dear brother, Primordial Celestial. Primordial Celestial, what have you done to Illusionary Spirit? Dawn, the Cosmic Sovereign, rest assured, the child is unharmed. You seemed unconcerned when utilizing the Earthshaker. Primordial Celestial, that was his own volition. Dawn, Primordial Celestial. So what exactly are you planning? Dawn, the Cosmic Sovereign, naturally, to become the next us. I had initially intended to utilize the Earthshaker, though that did not come to fruition. Yet, do not forget, we are intrinsically a collective. Were it not for the Supreme Lord's meddling, we would not have reached this juncture. Primordial Celestial, Father did not foresee such an outcome. Dawn, the Cosmic Sovereign, who could have known? What do you intend to do now? Ruin this child or assist him? Primordial Celestial, you should proceed to the Energon Pool. Dawn, the Cosmic Sovereign, replied with a mischievous smile. Thank you. Moreover, I have not turned Megatron into scrap. In fact, I have provided him with a route to the Energon Pool. I am quite curious about his actions. Primordial Celestial, still displaying the same malevolent nature as before. As he exited, his demeanor shifted back. Dawn, Red Spider, we are headed to a splendid location. Red Spider noticed nothing amiss and simply followed along. After a few moments, Megatron stormed into Cybertron, accompanied by some Terrorcons, causing a ruckus. After Tempest, the Destroyer, Tsunami, and Shockwave were subsequently rescued. They too joined in the mayhem. Shockwave's core thought, to avenge my brother, I must first perform convincingly. Shockwave, I'm quite the engineer, and I propose an idea. Destroyer, who are you? Shockwave disregarded Destroyer's inquiry and continued. Why not utilize these energy crystal towers and the energy crystals for our benefit? Destroyer, I'm asking you a question. Tempest, he is Shockwave's brother, Shockwave, whom we met in the prison sector. Shockwave, are you willing to assist me? Should we succeed, I'm certain Megatron would be quite pleased. Tempest, now that is indeed a splendid idea. In the Energon Pool, Dawn lay in slumber, while Red Spider had successfully upgraded, circling above. Suddenly, noises from outside prompted him to take cover. Entering was Megatron. Dawn had previously advised that if he encountered Megatron, he should either hide or flee. Thus, Red Spider hesitated, choosing to observe Megatron's intentions. Upon noticing only some paintings and no other entities, Megatron's fury erupted as he shattered one of the statues. He then began to question the air. Soon after, the Energon Pool began to churn, awakening the remaining 3 statues one by one. Chapter 109, Fearless. Upon witnessing the once majestic Guardian reduced to scrap metal, Fearless regarded the Transformer before him with caution. Who are you? He demanded. Megatron revealed his intentions, to harness the Energon Pool to eliminate any who dared obstruct his quest for universal dominion. Combiner and Hercules resolved to follow Megatron, while Fearless rejected the idea, believing the Energon Pool should benefit all. He aimed to thwart Megatron, yet knowing he was outmatched against the 3 Decepticons. He refrained from rash actions, helplessly watching as Megatron leaped into the Energon Pool, emerging upgraded and grasping another Transformer. Behold what I have captured, Megatron proclaimed. Red Spider swooped down, firing at Megatron while exclaiming, Megatron, release him. After deflecting the attacks, Megatron, seething with rage, retorted, Enough. My patience is finite, and it is evident you have exhausted it. Bring him down. Dawn responded, I return the same words to you. Her 3 beam emitters unleashed destructive rays upon Megatron, sending him crashing into the wall, severely injured. Run, Dawn urged, transforming and making haste, with Red Spider and Fearless quickly following suit. You lot pursue them, Megatron commanded. Combiner and Hercules complied, splitting into 5 parts to give chase. Dawn's beam emitters targeted them, her marksmanship proving adept as she struck 8 or 9 out of 10 shots, downing them with fewer than 15 rounds. I am Dawn, she introduced. This is Red Spider. Greetings, Red Spider replied. And you? Fearless inquired. I am Fearless. Where are we headed next? Dawn replied. We seek a Transformer named Optimus Prime. Aboard the ship, everyone warmly welcomed Fearless, while also grasping that Megatron intended to transport Cybertron to another universe. Uncertain of Megatron's motives, which could not bode well, Dawn asked, Fearless, may I pose a question? What question? Fearless responded. The Transformer Megatron reduced to scrap. Who was he? That was my friend, the Guardian, Fearless replied. He was formidable, I presume? Fearless beamed with pride. Indeed. He was, but now he is no longer. I see, Dawn acknowledged. Upon returning to Cybertron, Dawn temporarily departed from her companions to seek out the Minicons. Upon seeing her, Aurora's and Elektra joyfully rushed towards her, playfully seeking her affection. Dawn replied, I am equally delighted. After momentarily setting them down, she continued, I will be away for an extended period. Please take good care of yourselves until my return. All right? The others nodded in agreement, and Dawn remarked, such good children. They responded, return soon. Dawn reassured them, I will endeavor to return as swiftly as possible. In the Energon pool, ensuring it was unoccupied, Dawn stealthily slipped inside, gradually utilizing the Energon pool to restore the Guardian's form. However, she was cautious, as excessive force could lead to catastrophic consequences. Observing her, the Cosmic Emperor jested, let me add a little spice to your endeavor. Just as she was nearing completion, Megatron burst in, exclaiming, How dare you? Who permitted you to intrude upon my Energon pool? Dawn turned to face him, stating, This is not your Energon pool. It belongs to the primordial celestial master. You are merely a petty thief who has snuck in during his slumber. Megatron retorted, What did you say? Dawn, unperturbed, challenged him, Enough of your nonsense. If you wish to fight, let us engage. This is a crucial moment for restoration, and we must not allow any mishaps. To her surprise, Megatron did not follow his usual tactics. He stated, I will not be ensnared by your words. All I need is to destroy him. Dawn, maintaining her calm demeanor, taunted him, Oh look, your intelligence has finally kicked in. Congratulations. This incited Megatron's wrath, redirecting his focus entirely onto Dawn. It is worth noting that while Twilight often spoke with sharpness, Dawn's barbs were particularly piercing, inflicting deeper wounds. As Megatron charged towards her, the Guardian awakened just in time to intercept Megatron's attack. Dawn seized Megatron's wing and hurled him away, saying, I hear from the Unyielding that your name is Guardian. Is that correct? The Guardian replied, You know the Unyielding. Dawn affirmed, Yes, he's a friend. However, let us discuss matters once we have vacated this place. The Guardian agreed. Once outside, Dawn recounted the events to him. The Guardian remarked, So much transpired while I was in slumber. What shall we do next? Dawn suggested, You should seek out the Unyielding. The Guardian inquired, And what about you? After a moment of contemplation, Dawn resolved not to reveal to him that Optimus Prime was the 13th Prime. After all, just like her, she was Dawn now, not the former Mirage. And it seemed Optimus had no recollection of his past. There was no need to speak of it. I have matters to attend to and must depart. Inform them not to wait for me, and do your utmost to delay Megatron. As for everything else, I hope you will refrain from inquiring further. The Guardian responded, Of course, no problem. Chapter 110. Dawn arrived in another universe and contacted Alpha Q. Alpha Q exclaimed, Dawn, you have finally reached us. Our planet, and others are on the brink of collapse. Dawn, everything will turn out well. Trust me. This situation will soon be remedied. As he grasped the spark of the Cosmic Emperor, Dawn hesitated, having withheld this matter from Red Spider. Unsure of how to broach the subject, he clenched his teeth, his hand trembling involuntarily. After a moment of mental preparation, he resolved to convey one final message to Red Spider. Far away on Cybertron, Red Spider received a message from Dawn. Red Spider, I will be absent from your side for an extended period. I cannot predict if I will return. While I am away, please take good care of yourself, all right? Red Spider attempted to depart, but was halted by Jetfire. Jetfire inquired, Red Spider, where do you intend to go? Red Spider replied, Dawn is in danger. I must find him. Jetfire insisted, You must at least inform Optimus Prime. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime remarked, I fear it may already be too late. Red Spider questioned, Why? Optimus Prime explained, Dawn instructed the Guardian not to wait for me. He must delay Megatron for as long as possible. It is likely that he has undertaken some perilous endeavor alone. Red Spider asserted, Regardless of the danger, I must remain by his side. Optimus Prime replied, We share your concern for him. Thus we must fulfill his request, as it is currently our most pressing obligation to delay Megatron and then swiftly seek him out. In truth, Optimus Prime felt a surge of frustration. Although he was the leader, it was Dawn who had taken on the most dangerous tasks. Simultaneously, he sensed the Cosmic Emperor lurking within Cybertron and, without a second thought, plunged into the toxic energy crystal layer. Within this treacherous realm, Both Optimus Prime and the mighty Grimlock endured continuous assault from the toxic energy crystals while entangled with Megatron. Ultimately, the severity of their injuries proved overwhelming. Just as Megatron prepared to deliver a final blow to Optimus Prime, the latter's thoughts were fervent. Primordial Celestial. I beseech your aid. I can feel your presence. I know you can hear me. I understand my duty. Bestow upon me your strength. Primordial Celestial. A beam of light struck Optimus Prime, augmenting his size and empowering him to halt Cybertron's advance. While the other Transformers contended with the Decepticons and the energy crystal towers propelling Cybertron forward. Megatron commanded, Shockwave, accelerate Cybertron's progression. Shockwave protested, no, we cannot increase the speed further. Otherwise, the energy crystal towers will explode. Megatron retorted, I have commanded you to increase it. So do as I say. Shockwave resigned. Very well, you are the boss. Consequently, the energy crystal towers erupted in a series of explosions. Megatron exclaimed, what? With the absence of recoil and Optimus Prime's obstruction, Cybertron swiftly came to a halt. Megatron, in his retreat, vented his fury upon Shockwave. Shockwave defended himself. This is not my fault. I warned you. But you refused to listen. Megatron bellowed, silence. In pursuit of vengeance for his brother, Shockwave has resolved to endure further, wary of any cunning ploys that may arise. To ensure he remains under watchful eyes, Megatron has instructed Cyclonus, Devastator, and Tsunami to keep a close watch on Shockwave. Yet, Shockwave has devised a way to evade and stall them, retreating underground to conceal himself, biding his time for Megatron's arrival. Overjoyed at the prospect of avenging his brother, Shockwave is oblivious to the grim fate that awaits Megatron, who is unprepared for the treachery of one of his seemingly insignificant subordinates. Consumed by resentment, Megatron opts for an alternative strategy, launching an assault on the ground and swiftly arriving at the Energon pool. There he erupts in laughter, proclaiming, the Energon crystals are mine. All mine. However, the Primordial Celestial has no intention of allowing these crystals to augment Megatron's strength, causing them to disperse. Megatron, bewildered, shouts, what is happening? Come back. Recalling the words of Dawn, who had previously asserted that this was not Megatron's Energon pool, but rather that of the Primordial Celestial. He realizes he is but a thief who has intruded during a time of slumber. Megatron retorts, no, these are rightfully mine. Shockwave interjects, regrettably, Megatron, they never belonged to you. With that, Shockwave launches an assault, prompting a frenzied Megatron to charge forward, hurling Shockwave aside as he darts towards the direction of the fleeing Energon crystals. Chapter 111. The new son Sheik, upon discovering the spark of the Cosmic Emperor, encounters Dawn, who is in a peculiar state, seemingly offline and enveloped in dark energy. Sheik resolves to first contact Optimus Prime and the others before inquiring with the Primordial Celestial about the situation. The Primordial Celestial reveals, Dawn has absorbed the spark of the Cosmic Emperor. Sheik exclaims, what? Why would Dawn do such a thing? The Primordial Celestial responds, it was I who instructed Dawn to do so. Sheik retorts, Primordial Celestial, Dawn is your child. Why would you compel him to act in this manner? The Primordial Celestial apologizes, I regret this, Sheik. Confronting the Cosmic Emperor was his original mission. However, I assure you, he will be fine. His spark will ultimately return to my embrace, and he will then emerge as a new member. Sheik questions, will he be the same as before? The Cosmic Emperor interjects, that is difficult to ascertain. Optimus Prime arrives, stating, Sheik, we are here. What has happened to Dawn? Sheik explains, Dawn has absorbed the spark of the Cosmic Emperor. Jettison exclaims, what? Has he lost his mind? Sheik replies, Dawn is a madman, albeit a rational one. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Megatron also arrives, declaring, so you're all here. Perfect. Before claiming the Energon crystals, I shall eliminate you. Optimus Prime instantly grasps the gravity of the situation, issuing a command. No one is to let Megatron approach Dawn. The others respond in unison, understood. The combination is ready. Those who can proceed should do so immediately. Soon, the Energon crystals arrived, and Megatron declared, the Energon crystals belong to me, mine. Optimus Prime responded, we cannot allow Megatron to approach the Energon crystals. The others concurred. After successfully preventing Megatron from nearing Dawn and the Energon crystals, the crystals were all infused into Dawn's being. Dawn exclaimed, Ugh! Following a burst of light, Dawn vanished, leaving behind only a sun to sustain the other planets. The Titan spoke. Alpha Q, look. Alpha Q replied. Dawn has succeeded. Thank you, Dawn, and thank you all. These planets will soon be teeming with life again. Suddenly, Starscream was struck with a splitting headache, recalling his journey with Dawn, from their initial similarities to love unspoken, and their subsequent separation. Now, as memories flooded back, Dawn had inexplicably disappeared. Megatron sneered. So, you merely utilized the Energon crystals and the Cosmic Emperor spark to create such a thing, HM. He then turned his gaze to Starscream. Now that Dawn is gone, what will you do? Have you considered returning to the Decepticons? Starscream, with his back turned to Megatron, concealed his expression, longing to reclaim his former allegiance. However, Optimus Prime, standing beside Starscream, perceived the hatred reflected in his optics. Starscream declared, I have regained my memories. I am willing to return to the Decepticons. This revelation astonished all Autobots and Alpha Q, except for Optimus Prime. Jetfire exclaimed, You. Optimus Prime responded, Let him go. Jetfire protested, But Optimus insisted, Any matters can be discussed later. Just as Megatron was about to speak, a black hole appeared behind them, consuming everything in its path. As long as Barricade and Devastator managed to escape, all other Decepticons were drawn in. Optimus Prime attempted to save Starscream, but Starscream shook his head. Optimus, everyone, evacuate. After the black hole dissipated, Jetfire questioned, Optimus, why did you allow Starscream to return to the Decepticons? Optimus replied, Because Starscream seeks vengeance for Dawn. Jetfire argued, But we could have discussed this together. Why must it be this way? Optimus responded, For Starscream, this is a personal vendetta. Rest assured, Jetfire. Starscream will be fine. After all, he was both Dawn's student and her beloved. Chapter 112. The Arrival of Yinshenzing within the Space-Time Tunnel. A transformer cradled another in a princess carry, bringing him to a place abundant in energy for rest. Before departing, the transformer remarked, I hope you find excellent rest here. Illusory sky spirit. On Cybertron, Optimus Prime and his allies were troubled by the sudden appearance of the black hole, when suddenly, the transformer arrived, introducing himself. I am Yinshenzing, a messenger from a distant time and space. Optimus Prime inquired, Yinshenzing? Yinshenzing affirmed, To save this universe, there is but one way, to gather the power of the planets. Ying Tanxing introduces the concept of planetary power, which is derived from the primordial spark of the founder, the original Celestial Master, divided into 4 significant segments. The early citizens of the Transformers, armed with this power, ventured into the cosmos and constructed space bridges. Each fragment of planetary power harbors immense strength and possesses the capability to reformat and transform planets. However, Optimus Prime harbors doubts regarding Ying Tanxing's assertions. If they are unfounded, it would render their efforts futile. Conversely, if they prove true and fall into the hands of malevolent beings, the consequences could be dire. Ying Tanxing requires additional time to finalize the map, prompting Optimus to enlist the help of a companion, Bumblebee, to assist in this endeavor. Yet, their plans are soon discovered by Megatron, who, accompanied by Starscream, makes his way to Cybertron. At the moment of Ying Tanxing's completion, Megatron confronts him, while Starscream distracts others outside. After dispatching the lone Autobot present, Megatron attempts to coax Ying Tanxing into surrendering the map. As Ying Tanxing hesitates, Megatron seizes the opportunity to snatch the map. Just as Megatron revels in his triumph, Optimus bursts in, leading to a confrontation between the two Transformers. Despite Optimus's valiant efforts, he fails to reclaim the map, and during the fray, his subordinate, Ironhide, is forcefully propelled, nearly drawn into a black hole. In a moment of ingenuity, Ying Tanxing utilizes the space bridge to transport Ironhide to a planet known as Earth. As the Decepticons take advantage of the distraction to escape, the Autobots choose not to pursue them, prioritizing the search for Ironhide and their companions instead. Upon locating Ironhide, they are unexpectedly met with clues regarding planetary power. On their first day on Earth, 3 children assist them in establishing temporary shelter. As their base nears completion, the Decepticons arrive on Earth, necessitating stealth to prevent their discovery. Ying Tanxing introduces Dawn, explaining, This is my former comrade, Mirage, who sustained serious injuries in a recent battle against a malevolent deity. Though he's been offline, some of his abilities remain accessible. Connecting the base's data line to Dawn, Ying Tanxing begins inputting information. As the Decepticons draw closer, tension mounts among the team, but they pass by without incident. This situation cannot last long. We must expedite our work, urges Yin Tianxing. Upon completion of the base, Optimus queries, "What is happening here?" Yin Tianxing explains, "Is the light wave magnetic field of Mirage, providing protection and rendering us undetectable to radar for the duration of the field." Bumblebee inquires, "You mentioned you were once comrades. What transpired?" Yin Tianxing replies, "Our team comprised 13 Transformers, but due to unforeseen circumstances, discord arose, leading to our eventual separation. I have not seen the others since. Had it not been for the original Celestial Masters summoning me, they may have perished." "Is he not a great hero?" asks Buster. "Indeed, a true hero," affirms Yin Tianxing. The atmosphere surrounding Yinshenzing was somewhat enigmatic, and both Kobe and Loli quickly discerned that something was amiss. Kobe remarked at that moment, "Your lack of assistance must have had a reason, right?" Loli added, "He surely understands your predicament." Yinshenzing replied, "I hope so." While Kobe and Loli endeavored to comfort Yinshenzing, Bart appeared utterly perplexed. Had Dawn been present, she would undoubtedly have commented, "I do not believe Yinshenzing has erred in any way. None of the TFs have ever contemplated blaming you." Loli inquired, "Huanshenling must be an excellent comrade. Could you share some details about him?" Yinshenzing responded affirmatively, effectively diverting his attention. Chapter 113. The power of the first planet without a map. The group redirected their focus toward Atlantis, tirelessly seeking its original emblem for clues. Along the way, they encountered only counterfeit symbols, yet they managed to discover the locations of 2 planets. Ultimately, after considerable effort, they located a rectangular chip. During a struggle, Yinshenzing was compelled to use time reversal. Although the chip was seized by Megatron, it too was a counterfeit and ultimately destroyed, bringing a collective sigh of relief. Had Dawn been awake to witness this scene, she would surely have offered her critiques. In the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle, they also uncovered the emblem of Atlantis. Beneath the ocean, aside from the largest creature on Earth, the whale, they found numerous wrecks of aircraft and vessels. Deep within the ocean's abyss, they discovered the emblem. But to their surprise, the Decepticons had stealthily followed them. Yinshenzing Minicon and the humans ventured inside to retrieve the rectangular chip, while the other TF stayed behind to hold off the Decepticons. Upon entering, they realized it was one of the early spacecraft used by the original citizens. To safeguard the chip from being taken by the Decepticons, Yinshenzing activated the spacecraft and employed a space jump technique, causing the vessel to vanish before the eyes of the other TFs. With their target gone, the Decepticons chose to depart in search of the spacecraft, prompting the Autobots to mobilize all available TFs for the pursuit. Both factions ultimately discovered the spacecraft behind the moon, leading to a fierce struggle that culminated in an explosion. Although the hard-won spacecraft was lost, they successfully obtained a rectangular chip. When Yinshenzing tested the chip, it reacted, and the planetary powers from 4 directions responded in kind, confirming its authenticity. Upon returning to the base, the chip levitated and positioned itself directly above Dawn's chest plate, which gradually opened. As the chip was inserted, not only did it activate, but the planetary powers also began to play the history of Cybertron, featuring early citizens who had brought the planetary powers to their current world. The footage revealed the emergence of a black hole in the future, where inactivity led to the universe being consumed entirely. Optimus Prime exclaimed, "What is this?" Yinshenzing replied, "This suggests that if we do not take action, this will be our fate." Loli gasped, "How can this be?" At that moment, the rectangular chip began to contort, merging with the Dawn. Dawn slowly sat up, and Yin Tianxing exclaimed, "Huanshenling, you have awakened." Dawn, the Cosmic Emperor, replied, "I am awake." Yin Tianxing immediately sensed something amiss. "No, this voice does not belong to Huanshenling. Who are you?" Dawn, the Cosmic Emperor, chuckled, This is indeed Huanshenling's vessel. As for why it has transformed, it is because he is not merely the offspring of the primordial celestial venerable, but also my child. Ha 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 ha. How delightful, how delightful. Soon, this child will revert to the state when I was one with the primordial celestial venerable. Ha 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 ha. Yin Tianxing exclaimed, "What?" Dawn, the Cosmic Emperor, continued, "You are astonished, and rightly so. After all, no one would anticipate that 2 adversaries were once united." Optimus Prime interjected, "Whoever you are, extricate yourself from that vessel immediately." Dawn, the Cosmic Emperor, retorted, "I refuse." "You think you can command me?" Who do you think you are? Tianhua shouted you. Ying Tianqing said, Tianhua, we cannot defeat him. Dawn, the Cosmic Emperor, remarked, Ah, how tedious, how tedious. I shall be departing. Dawn slumped onto the ground. Ying Tianqing tentatively called his name, but Dawn gazed at him vacantly. Ying Tianqing concluded, It appears he has left. Optimus Prime asked, Ying Tianqing, may I inquire who that individual truly is? Ying Tianqing replied, He is the evil god, once the most malevolent entity in the cosmos. Chapter 114. Dawn had not yet fully recovered and could only respond instinctively to the stimuli from the outside world. Corby inquired, Ying Tianqing, how is he? Ying Tianqing responded, To facilitate his complete recovery, we may need to locate the power of the planets. Regarding the high-speed racing competition on the planet of Speedstar, Ying Tianqing decided to bring Dawn along. Dawn remained in the lounge, listening to the cheers outside, pondering, Who am I? As the competition progressed, more and more TFs fell behind, and those remaining in the race dwindled. After Breaks returned to the lounge and saw Dawn, he exclaimed, Look, a beautiful sister. Beautiful sister. My name is Breaks. What is yours? Dawn thought, my name? He remembered they called him Hoanshinling. Breaks said, That name suits you perfectly, beautiful sister. He then circled around Dawn. Red Alert remarked, It seems that since arriving here, Dawn has begun to recover slowly. We should inform Ying Tianqing. As the final race concluded, the outcome revealed that the Autobot Blaster had triumphed over the leader of Speedstar, Fireline. Breaks took Dawn to celebrate Blaster's victory, but suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky, and the Decepticons emerged from within. Starscream looked at Dawn and declared, Lord Megatron, look, that is the rectangular chip. Megatron responded, The rectangular chip is here as well. I shall not hold back. Although Dawn did not fully comprehend the situation, an instinctual sense of danger compelled him to hoist brakes and flee. Starscream said, Leave this to me. Megatron replied, Very well, do not disappoint me. Starscream commanded, You all come and assist. The other Decepticons affirmed, of course. At dawn, the protagonist hurled the brake into the audience, continuing to run forward. Meanwhile, Ying Tianxing sought to prevent the Red Spider from approaching Dawn, yet the Red Spider's agility, coupled with interference from other Decepticons, ultimately allowed it to seize Dawn. The Red Spider whispered, At last, I have found you, Dawn. Dawn's inner thoughts echoed, Dawn? Ying Tianxing exclaimed, Red Spider, release Dawn immediately. The Red Spider retorted, What if I refuse? At that moment, the planetary energy from the Speedstar reacted with the rectangular chip embedded in Dawn's body, channeling energy that repelled the surrounding transformers. In the instant the Red Spider was cast aside, it flew back, tightly embracing Dawn and murmured, This time, I shall not let go easily. Megatron declared, We have secured everything. Let us depart. After the Decepticons had left, Ying Tianxing lamented, It is all my fault. I should not have brought Hoanshinling here. Optimus Prime consoled him. Do not blame yourself too harshly, Ying Tianxing. Your intentions were for Hoanshinling's benefit. Ying Tianxing replied, But, enough with the idle chatter. We must pursue them. Optimus Prime responded, Agreed. But we must first return to make some adjustments. On Beast Planet, the leader, Inferno, remarked, Is this your new ally? Megatron replied, More accurately, a bargaining chip. With him here, we need not fear Optimus Prime's pursuit. Although Dawn's mind was clearer, due to the galactic power of the Speedstar, he retained no memory of past events. He gazed at the Red Spider, who returned his gaze. Through the Red Spider's optics, Dawn seemed to glimpse something elusive, leaving him with a sense of discomfort. Dawn was instructed to remain within their lair, where several Transformers watched him. He did not rush to escape. Instead, he began to explore the lair. Eventually, with nothing else to occupy him, he engaged in idle conversation with them, though they were reluctant to exchange more than a few words. The Red Spider merely gazed at him intently and remarked, Everything will be fine once you regain your memory. At dawn, a song was gently sung, a melody that beckoned to be expressed. I pushed open the window to the night and whispered my wishes to the shooting stars, yearning for wings that could bring me closer to the sun. I learned to grow like a solitary figure, as love infused me with energy. Dreams are a wondrous nourishment, urging me to blossom. I sing when I wish to, with a voice that resonates, even if no one applauds my efforts. At the very least, I can courageously appreciate myself. I sing with beauty, regardless of the vast emptiness of the stage, for one day, I shall witness the glow of waving light sticks. As the dawn's melody continued, all seemed to quiet in the realm of the beast stars, swaying gently to the rhythm. Flame, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening?" Following the source of the sound, Flame found Dawn, who ceased her song upon noticing Flame's approach, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Without uttering a word, Flame struck with a fist, but Dawn instinctively dodged, evading punch after punch, relying on her warrior instincts. Eventually, Flame transformed into a three-headed dragon, unleashing fire upon Dawn. Yet, she remained unscathed, impervious to the light attribute and high-temperature skills. As Flame prepared to strike again, Dawn stepped forward, placing her hands on either side of Flame's visage, her head hovering before Flame's snout. An enchanting and soothing aroma wafted into Flame's senses, bringing an unexpected calmness to his core. Dawn said, "Though I do not understand why your temper has become so volatile, if you do not mind, may we converse?" "Anything at all." She offered a radiant smile, and for reasons unknown, Flame agreed. Outside the lair, Flame asked, "What would you like to discuss?" Dawn replied, "I am curious about what initially motivated you to become a leader. Was it power or a desire to protect the realm of the beast stars?" Flame's voice grew softer as he began to reflect, pondering the true reason behind his decision to take on the mantle of leadership. Reflecting upon the days before I ascended to leadership, the beast star was in utter chaos. At that time, I was merely a student of the ancient rhinoceros, yet I had resolved to transform the beast star and bring happiness to its inhabitants. Eventually, I vanquished the previous leader and assumed command of the beast star. In my eagerness to restore order swiftly, I resorted to violent measures, and I continued to rule through force. In such a state, could the populace truly find happiness? Could they experience joy? Dawn called out to Flame, who had remained silent. "Flame?" Flame replied, "It's nothing. I merely find it strange that they have yet to arrive at the appointed time." Dawn expressed a hope that nothing unfortunate had occurred on their journey. Red Spider interjected, "Lord Megatron, to prevent any potential theft of the rectangular chip, I shall escort him away first." Megatron acquiesced. Red Spider then warned Dawn, "A conflict is about to erupt here. To avoid involvement, we should leave at once." Dawn agreed. After Red Spider led Dawn away from Megatron and his entourage, he remarked, "Dawn, is it truly wise to place such trust in me?" Dawn replied, "I cannot articulate why, but I simply trust you." Red Spider responded, "What a delightful surprise." Although Optimus Prime and his companions were delayed by the Decepticons' obstruction, they eventually arrived. Optimus inquired, "Megatron, where is Mirage?" Megatron replied, "I do not know." Flame interjected, "Do not forget my presence." Rory rushed forward, attempting to prevent the impending conflict. Flame retorted, "This is a romantic affair among men. You wouldn't understand. As for the power of the planet, I will only bestow it upon Transformers I deem worthy. The rest should not even dream of it." He then engaged Optimus Prime in combat, resulting in a stalemate. Flame declared, "That was exhilarating. As for the power of the planet, you may have it. The Mirage you mentioned is likely Dawn. He was taken by Megatron's subordinates before your arrival." Skyfire exclaimed, "What?" Flame continued, "In a sense, he is my friend, and I shall assist him, albeit in my own way." Skyfire remarked, "Mirage's character indeed inspires confidence among the Transformers." Rory asked, "Why do you say that?" Skyfire explained, "Wherever Mirage goes, he manages to forge friendships, thus alleviating concerns about him facing any bullying. It could be considered a gift." Optimus asserted, "We must return with the power of the planet." The Autobots acknowledged, understood. Meanwhile, Megatron observed the unfolding events with a smirk. "Do not presume it will be that simple." Red Spider replied, "Indeed." Chapter 116. Red Spider escorted Dawn before Optimus Prime, who proclaimed, "Megatron." Megatron responded, "Optimus, let us propose a trade." Optimus inquired, "What kind of trade?" Megatron declared, "Surrender the power of the planet, or I shall destroy him." As he raised his deathly machine gun, the expression of Red Widow was somewhat complex, tinged with a sense of hatred. However, apart from Dawn, none of the Transformers paid attention. Dawn suddenly felt utterly useless, realizing that she could contribute nothing and was merely a hindrance to the others. At that moment, the rectangular chip on her body began to glow, resonating with the planetary power of Beast Planet, which then flew into the chip. Upon receiving this planetary power, Dawn utilized the shadow shift to teleport aside. Megatron remarked, "It seems that the planetary power of Beast Planet also belongs to me," as he approached Dawn. Skyfire exclaimed, "Illusory Dawn. He is the enemy. Attack swiftly, without hesitation." Dawn unleashed the Annihilation Beam, generating a massive web of destructive light from 6 beam emitters. Within this web, Megatron sustained multiple injuries, leaving him gravely wounded. Red Widow approached, saying, "Lord Megatron, something feels amiss. We should retreat." Megatron replied, "Consider yourselves fortunate." Skyfire inquired, "Illusory Dawn, are you all right?" Dawn responded, "I'm fine. But who exactly am I?" Both Skyfire and Optimus Prime were taken aback by her question and decided to escort Dawn back to their base on Earth for further clarification. Accompanied by the Wolf Fong from Beast Planet, Dawn added, "But I wish to befriend all the Transformers here." Skyfire replied, "Let us resolve the black hole issue first. Then we can think about friendship, all right?" Dawn agreed, "Okay." Inferno interjected, "When shall we have a spar?" Dawn suggested, "Let us discuss it upon our next meeting." Red Alert conducted a full body check on Dawn, and Skyfire asked, "Red Alert, how is Illusory Dawn?" Red Alert responded, "Memory files are missing, and her mental state is poor. She will enter a brief state of paralysis with any stimulus." Dawn was idly crouching in a corner when Skyfire called out, "Illusory Dawn." She stood up, asking Skyfire, "You're here. So who am I, really?" Skyfire replied, "You are Illusory Dawn. We were comrades in the past." Dawn pondered the past. "So we are no longer united." Skyfire confirmed, "Yes, due to certain circumstances." Dawn remarked, "I see. That must mean the issue is quite serious. Pray tell, what kind of Transformer was I?" Skyfire replied, "You were the jester among our 13, yet you never played with fire. Your gentle humor always reached the hearts of others, bringing joy and lightness to your companions, particularly effective with the more serious-minded ones. The artifact you wielded was a scythe, though it is challenging to describe its form precisely. Like your previous body, this scythe was in a constant state of transformation, its shape ever-changing, from liquid to solid, a ceaseless cycle of variability. You, with your clever and playful nature, never stayed quiet. Given the slightest chance, you would delve deeply into understanding the functionality and purpose of anything. While you lacked the focus and seriousness typically associated with a true warrior, your unpredictability sometimes became your greatest asset. You were not the most cunning or strategic among the 13, but you possessed a gentle and kind heart. Thus, everyone holds a fondness for you, yet remains uncertain on how to convey it. Hence, it is merely your oblivion. As one of the earliest illusionists, you never linger in unwelcoming places, instead choosing to progress silently, relinquishing all matters without harboring grudges. Your memories are fleeting, akin to your ever-changing visage. Nevertheless, during moments of profound significance, your recollections become remarkably vivid and indelible. Dawn, I truly envy my former self. Alas, we can only look forward and not backward. In Tianxing. Yet it is precisely these enviable paths that prompt us to gaze ahead, is it not? Dawn playfully prodded In Tianxing's mask, saying, "You speak quite earnestly. In Tianxing, this is something you once imparted to me." Dawn paused briefly, then rose, saying, "Since there is nothing to do here, would you accompany me for a stroll?" In Tianxing, certainly. Chapter 117, Departure Optimus Prime. What? You are outside. In Tianxing. Indeed, Huan Tianling expressed a desire to venture out, and if there is planetary energy nearby, I believe Huan Tianling may respond to it. Optimus Prime. No, you must return immediately. In Tianxing. Very well, Huan Tianling, we should head back. Dawn, fine. In Tianxing, all right. Once the black hole concludes, where would you like to go for fun? I will accompany you. Dawn, sound good. Upon returning to the base, Optimus Prime prepared to admonish In Tianxing, but Dawn, clinging to In Tianxing's waist with a fearful expression, made him relent. Optimus Prime, let this one slide. Dawn smiled and said, "That is splendid, In Tianxing. Backpack, but where will the third planetary energy be?" Dawn, well, Optimus Prime, shall we all venture to the Arctic? Lowly, the Arctic, but it is quite cold there. Optimus Prime, Huan Tianling, why do you wish to go to the Arctic? Dawn, I cannot say why. I simply wish to go to the Arctic. Optimus Prime, backpack, check Huan Tianling's flight direction. Backpack, understood, Commander. After a while, I have retrieved it. Huan Tianling's flight direction is indeed towards the Arctic. Optimus Prime, all right, let us all investigate the Arctic together. Everyone, understood. The 3 human children, we want to go too. In Tianxing, Huan Tianling, you should stay here. The Arctic is too cold for you. Dawn, alas. At that moment, Tarantulas and the double agent were also comparing notes, discovering the Transformers that had long awaited on Earth. Tarantulas instructed the double agent to follow the Transformers in search of planetary energy while he awakened the Predacons dormant in the Arctic. Tarantulas, soon, our future will arrive. Optimus Prime and his companions found the enormous cavern in the snowy expanse of the Arctic highly suspicious. He instructed Jetfire to remain outside and assess the situation while he, Sideswipe, and Mudflap descended to investigate. Inside, they encountered Starscream, who awaited their arrival. This time, Starscream, along with his formidable allies, did not hold back. They effortlessly defeated Optimus Prime, Sideswipe, and Mudflap. Subsequently, they began to awaken the dormant Decepticons in the area and collapse the cavern, taking the awakened Decepticons with them as they soared through the skies in search of the planetary power, which was, in fact, sealed away in the Arctic. In their pursuit of this power, Starscream made a conspicuous display, drawing the attention of all humanity. As Dawn watched a news report on the screen revealing humanity's loss of air superiority over the world, she turned to her companion, Kirby, at the base and posed a question. "Kirby, may I ask you something?" Outside, Kirby responded, "What is it, Dawn?" She continued, "How vast is the world to you humans?" Kirby, sensing the gravity of her question in the presence of Transformers, replied, "It feels somewhat like flaunting a sword before a warrior." Raleigh interjected, "Of course, it's Earth." The reporter merely misphrased it. "You needn't dwell on it." Dawn responded, "I see." Bart then exclaimed, "Look, the human military forces are attacking all Transformers." Dawn remarked, "After all, this is your territory, and their knowledge of us is non-existent, so it's only natural they wish to drive us away." Kirby exclaimed, "What should we do?" "Optimus and his team won't attack humans, but the Decepticons will not hesitate." Dawn replied, "I believe it's best if you don't ask me that." Bart questioned, "Why? Don't you want to help?" Dawn clarified, "To be precise, my approach differs significantly from both the Autobots and Decepticons." Bart inquired, "How so?" Dawn explained, "If I intervene, I would drive those humans away. If that fails, I would resort to indiscriminate attacks. Hence, I am not suited for this." Kirby asked, "What then?" Raleigh suggested, "I know. Let's find the doctor." Bart agreed, "Yes, the doctor." They rushed outside, followed by the Minicons. Dawn continued to gaze at the screen, pondering, Starscream. "What are you truly after?" Chapter 118. Starscream's ambition. The Autobots exerted every effort to thwart Starscream from acquiring the planetary power on Earth. In the face of the Autobots' assault, Starscream surged forward. At the space bridge's exit, only Jetfire remained. Dawn flew in and positioned herself between Jetfire and Starscream, gradually advancing towards Starscream. Stumbling, Starscream fell to one knee. Dawn gently touched Starscream's wounds, and in that moment, he inserted the planetary power into the rectangular chip slot on her body. In an instant, all of Dawn's memories flooded back to her. Starscream exclaimed, "At last, our future." Yet before he could finish, Optimus Prime interjected, "This ends now, Starscream. I will not allow you to exploit the matrix of leadership to fulfill Megatron's ambitions." Starscream smirked, prompting Optimus to question, "What are you laughing at?" Starscream retorted, "I would never let Megatron touch it. Neither Dawn nor the Matrix. It's for my own ambition." Optimus demanded, "What are you saying? Where are Megatron and the others?" In a distant corner of the universe, the Red Spider declared that all who obstructed him must be eradicated. Optimus Prime responded with a sense of understanding. As tensions escalated between the two Transformers, Dawn interjected, "Stop." Recognizing her, Optimus asked, "Dawn, what are you doing?" She replied, "I know what I am doing, and I must go with the Red Spider." With that, the Red Spider took Dawn away. Optimus intended to pursue them, but was restrained by the Star Chaser, who urged him to let them go. "Why?" Optimus inquired. The Star Chaser explained, "If we continue this battle, even if we defeat the Red Spider, there are still many Decepticons, and we have already involved too many humans." Optimus expressed concern for the safety of the Matrix and planetary power, assuring himself that Dawn would not disappoint them. Meanwhile, in a volcanic area, the Red Spider was absorbing the primordial fire essence through Dawn. She glanced at the Red Spider's subordinates and then back at him. The Red Spider instructed his troops to patrol and observe the new changes in their world. Once they departed, he turned to Dawn and asked, "Are you the Dawn I know, or the one shaped by this world?" She gently touched his faceplate, prompting him to reflect on her absence and his growth during that time. The Red Spider confessed that after she left, his memories returned, allowing him to reunite with Megatron and seize opportunities to prevent him from accessing the Allspark. He had thought he might never see her again, but then he discovered the existence of other dimensions and multiple Megatrons. I intend to eliminate all Megatrons so that you will no longer be harmed by them in other universes, he declared. Dawn acknowledged this ambition, yet cautioned that even if he succeeded, other Transformers might still pose a threat to her. What can I do? I cannot bear to lose you again, he replied. Is this a confession? She teased, to which he nodded. Then let us strive together for each day that follows. The Red Spider's face flushed a deep crimson, as warm as a cooking flame. Dawn laughed. How adorable. So what are your plans next? Outside, a group of onlookers speculated about the new arrival, commenting on her beauty and questioning her abilities. One asserted that if she proved insufficiently powerful, he would not acknowledge her. Another suggested that while her strength might be average, her strategic prowess could be exceptional. They agreed that instead of mere conjecture, it would be more prudent to find an opportunity to engage with her. They turned their heads, and there stood Red Spider beside them. The extras trembled as they spoke. Well, boss, we acknowledge our mistakes. A chilling scream emanated from the volcano. Some Transformers overheard it and wished to investigate, but upon receiving news, it turned out only a few were idly curious, while Red Spider was engaged in training them. Chapter 119. Cooperation. Red Spider summoned all the Decepticons, stating, I have gathered you here due to the matter of the cosmic black hole. A Transformer inquired, Is it serious? Red Spider replied, It is not merely a threat to planets. The entire universe stands to be consumed, leaving no sanctuary for any of us. The Transformers below began to panic. Red Spider continued, Yet this presents an opportunity. If we assist in annihilating the cosmic black hole, we not only secure our survival, but may also emerge as heroes, capable of imposing demands upon our adversaries, the Autobots. What say you? The Decepticons, primarily driven by self-interest, comprehended the stakes Red Spider laid out clearly. Failure to act would result solely in death, a steep price to pay. Conversely, aiding the cause promised survival and honor, alongside the chance to negotiate with the Autobots. They were no fools, and thus, they agreed to assist. The double-faced Transformer asked, Red Spider, the Autobots are approaching. What are your intentions? Red Spider answered, to negotiate terms with them. Dawn interjected, I shall accompany you. On the way, Dawn remarked, Red Spider, I must concede. You possess a way with words. Red Spider humbly replied, You flatter me. Outside the volcano, Optimus Prime demanded, Red Spider, surrender the Mirage Crystal and the rectangular chip. Red Spider calmly responded, That can be arranged. What? Exclaimed Optimus Prime. I said it can be arranged, but I have conditions, Red Spider clarified. What conditions? Optimus Prime pressed. First, the eradication of the cosmic black hole shall count as our contribution. Subsequent negotiations between the Autobots and Decepticons will ensue, and if the outcome is satisfactory, the Decepticons will surely comply. Second, we must completely eliminate Megatron. How does that sound? Skyfire remarked, Optimus, I believe these demands are reasonable. Backpack added, moreover, they align with our objectives. Thundercracker questioned, yet we remain unaware of his motives. Optimus Prime inquired, Red Spider, what justifies these demands? Red Spider retorted, if this universe ceases to exist, what will remain for us to play with? And as for Megatron, it is evident he is a deluded and unequivocally insane individual. Allowing him to remain is a surefire path to annihilation. After contemplating Red Spider's words, which indeed sounded like something he would say, Optimus Prime acquiesced to his conditions. Red Spider instructed, Dawn, you may return now. As she departed, she said, Farewell, Red Spider. I shall seek you out later. Red Spider slightly raised his hand, thinking, This time, I shall not allow you to face everything alone. Optimus Prime asked, What is the situation with the Mirage Crystal? Dawn replied, I will explain everything in due course. Skyfire inquired, Red Spider has not harmed you, has he? Dawn reassured, Rest assured, he has not. At the base, Dawn began, Before I elucidate the current situation, let me clarify that Mirage Crystal was my former name. I now go by Dawn. Better question, why? Dawn, in the vernacular of your kind. Huan Tianling was my name in a previous existence, while Dawn is the appellation I bear in this life. Bard, so you're a Transformer who has experienced death once. Dawn, one might say that. Bard's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, how utterly cool. Dawn, rather bluntly, shattered the atmosphere. Not at all. Bard, why? It sounds undeniably cool. Dawn, for those of you with comparatively brief lifespans, mere existence may indeed be a form of bliss. However, for one who has discerned the vicissitudes of life, death is a form of benediction. This last sentiment was somewhat dark, prompting Optimus Prime to steer the conversation elsewhere. Optimus Prime, do you know the reason behind Starscream's decision to assist us? Dawn, regarding that matter, rising to her feet, Starscream never intended to pledge allegiance to Megatron. Moreover, he is no fool. He has weighed the pros and cons and has chosen to collaborate with you. Jetfire, but can we truly trust Starscream? Backpack, and after we eliminate the black hole, could he possibly betray us? Dawn, the likelihood of that is quite low, for aside from the ever-present black hole, there are two more points. First, he harbors a desire to vanquish Megatron. Second, he currently leads the Decepticons, and with his strength, he has a fair chance of overcoming the Autobots. Winged Traveler, you place a great deal of trust in him? Dawn, what leads you to that conclusion? Winged Traveler, it stems from my understanding of you. Dawn smiled. Indeed, I trust him. Winged Traveler, why is that? Chapter 120 Dawn, why? Because both he and I hail from that universe, where we are not only friends, but also lovers. Winged Traveler, I see, but even so, Dawn, relax. I have observed through his optical lens that he has not changed. Kirby, what universe are you referring to? Dawn, it pertains to an alternate parallel universe. Winged Traveler, how well do you comprehend the situation in this universe? Dawn, well, regarding that, I only know of a black hole that consumes universes, and that we must locate the planetary force and rectangular chip to present to the primordial celestial master. Awakening him is the only hope for this universe. The specifics. Winged Traveler, perhaps you could elaborate further. Winged Traveler recounted the details, and Dawn remarked, it appears the annihilation of the cosmic sovereign in another parallel universe has led to an imbalance of the forces of good and evil, causing this collapse to affect our universe, resulting in the formation of this colossal black hole. Bart, the cosmic sovereign of that universe, was vanquished, even if there are repercussions. Why would it impact our universe? Furthermore, if the forces of evil have vanished, isn't that a boon? Dawn, crouch down to address your first question. Why would it affect our universe? The interrelations among many universes are akin to floors in a building. If one floor encounters a problem, it can disrupt the others. As for your second question, the disappearance of evil forces, why is that deemed unfavorable? Nothing is absolute. Everything possesses both good and bad facets. The emergence of malevolent individuals may not always be detrimental. Rather, it reflects the darker aspects of human nature and society. This compels us to introspect whether such circumstances exist within ourselves or our surroundings, and if so, how we might prevent these occurrences. This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. What I am expressing may seem overly sociological to you. Bart, I truly do not comprehend. Dawn, allow me to simplify my words. Desire serves as a representative of evil, does it not? Bart, indeed. Dawn, in fact, every living being is born with desires. Bart, oh, that's misleading. When we are born, we have no desires. Dawn, on the contrary, the desire to survive is inherent. To live, we begin to breathe, to eat, and to explore this world. This is the most primal instinct of all living beings, an unavoidable reality. Do you understand? Kirby, Bart, she speaks the truth. Dawn, thank you for your understanding, though please change he. Aside from Yinshinzing, everyone exclaimed, you're male? Dawn was momentarily taken aback by the chorus, then turned to Yinshinzing. Dawn, Yinshinzing, did you not inform them? Yinshinzing, to be honest, seeing your new form, I was uncertain whether you were male or female. Dawn fainted. Hotline, if the Breaks were aware of this matter, it would surely break their heart. Dawn recalled that on Speedstar, a child had repeatedly called her beautiful sister. Should this be revealed or concealed? Dawn, may I inquire, do I truly resemble a female so closely? Optimus Prime, although Transformers do not possess a strong distinction between genders, your physique indeed aligns closely with that of a female, and your voice and appearance are rather androgynous, so being mistaken for a female is quite understandable. Dawn expressed her reluctance to engage in conversation. Backpack, Commander, Black Arachnia has arrived. Optimus Prime, Dawn, what is your strength level? Dawn, my strength surpasses yours. Do not worry. Optimus Prime, Backpack, please open the door. Backpack, certainly, Commander. Upon entering, Black Arachnia's first action was to present the map detailing the planetary powers. Optimus Prime, what is this? Black Arachnia, merely a gesture of sincerity. If you do not wish to keep it, I shall take it back. Nonetheless, Optimus Prime accepted the map. Black Arachnia, so for now, we are allies. Optimus Prime, The cosmic black hole and Megatron will be eradicated. When that time comes, you may negotiate conditions, provided they fall within our acceptable range. Black Arachnia? Conditions, you say? I do have one, approaching dawn. I wonder, once the matter concludes, would you be willing to become my partner? Upon hearing this, had it not been for the intervention of other Transformers, Yinshenzing would have nearly charged at Black Arachnia. Dawn, laughing, let us see how you perform. Chapter 121. After Black Arachnia departed, Yinshenzing grasped Dawn's shoulders and said, "Such a significant matter as partnership. How could you agree so casually?" Dawn, "Oh, I have not fully consented." Yinshenzing, "You still wish to give a complete affirmative?" Dawn displayed a distressed expression. "Dr. Suzuki, may I inquire, what precisely does your partnership entail?" Dawn, "In terms familiar to you humans, it resembles a marital relationship." Lowly, "But aren't you all male?" Red alert. "Due to the necessities of evolution, we possess no distinctions in gender when it comes to procreation." Lowly seemed to ponder something. Lowly, "Wait a moment, if the Cosmic Emperor you mentioned has been eradicated, then who was in control of you at that time?" Everyone immediately recalled the circumstances. For details, refer to Chapter 107. Dawn, "Ah, so you do remember. The Cosmic Emperor transcends time and the multiverse. Any version of the Cosmic Emperor that appears in any universe is the same entity. In other words, what we perceive as the Cosmic Emperor in any universe is merely a vessel or avatar created from the infinite division of his essence." Lowly, "Hearing you say that sends shivers down my spine." Jetfire, "But why did he seek to control you?" Dawn, "It's not entirely accurate to say he controlled me. He was originally one with the primordial celestial master." Before Dawn could finish, everyone exclaimed, "What?" Dawn, "I understand this is difficult to accept. I felt the same way at first, but after billions of years of research, I discovered the creator of the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial master. And the information I obtained indeed confirms this. Now, let me continue. The Cosmic Emperor aimed to annihilate the universe and eliminate the creator, while the primordial celestial master disagreed, leading to their split. The Cosmic Emperor, enraged, began to retaliate against the primordial celestial master. Later, upon realizing that the primordial celestial master intended to use me to locate the creator, the Cosmic Emperor sought to capture and transform me, aiming to provoke the primordial celestial master, and ideally, I could assist him in vanquishing the primordial celestial master. Jetfire, "How despicable." Dawn, all right, no need to be upset. After all, he has not succeeded. Though I cannot fathom why, aside from occasional incursions of the Cosmic Emperor's consciousness into my neural module, I have encountered minimal impact. Jetfire, "Yet, that remains exceedingly perilous." Dawn, "Fear not, I am vigilant. Our primary concern now is to seek out the next planetary power and ascertain its location." Jetfire, "Very well. The final planetary power resides on Titan, the homeland of Jumpstream, Six-Shot, Reverb, and the Guardians. However, due to certain circumstances, it has manifested in another universe. Although we have discerned Titan's coordinates, it will require some time to identify the route to reach it. Dawn, "We must not only navigate to Titan, but also devise strategies to guard against Megatron. The most prudent course may well be to eliminate him at present." Jetfire, "But currently, apart from Optimus Prime, no Transformer is capable of defeating Megatron." Dawn, "Have you fought Megatron?" Jetfire, "Yes." Dawn, "Jetfire, have you forgotten something?" Jetfire, "What is it?" Dawn, "Jetfire, to be frank, while we are both Primus-level Transformers, upon your definitive choice to become a temporal envoy, you have aligned yourself with the warrior faction. Now, if you focus primarily on support, your combat prowess has inevitably diminished." Jetfire, "You are correct. I have indeed overlooked that." Dawn, "Although my strength has diminished compared to the past, I remain a member of the warrior group and have already regained much of my former prowess, nearing the level of the ancients, level 72. Therefore, allow me to proceed." Skywalker, "No, you bear a significant responsibility and cannot act recklessly." Dawn gently caressed the rectangular chip on her chest, pondering briefly before realizing the truth of the situation, unable to counter his words. She mused silently. "Father, do you wish for me to overcome my tendency to bear all burdens alone? Yet, when did I acquire this flaw? It has slipped my memory." Chapter 122. Dawn, "Then we must consider alternative solutions. Perhaps we should first visit Cybertron. The human children are clamoring to go, while the other two adults, Colonel Franklin and Dr. Suzuki, have already departed for their own tasks. Optimus Prime has also given his consent. On the way to Cybertron, they encountered Megatron and his faction, which was unexpected. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the leader of Beast Planet, Inferno, had also joined the Decepticons. Optimus Prime, Megatron, step aside. Megatron, the rectangular chip and the power of the planets are mine for the taking. Dawn stepped forward and remarked, "You are rather annoying." Megatron, "Will you surrender it?" Dawn, "I refuse." Optimus, "You go ahead. I will catch up shortly." Optimus Prime, "But Dawn, enough. The pursuit of the final planetary power is paramount. Though I lack confidence in defeating them and their transformers, I will not allow them to seize the rectangular chip." Optimus Prime, "Very well, but do take care." As she swiftly flew past, Megatron commanded, "You lot pursue them. Do not let them escape." Decepticons, understood. As they prepare to chase, Dawn declared, "Do not even think about it. The power chip and the warp space, akin to a space bridge, but capable of spatial leaps as well as local ones, manifested around her, creating a series of space bridge portals. From within, a train burst forth, charging towards the other Decepticons. Not even Inferno could halt its advance, and it ultimately came to a stop beside Dawn, transforming into the mighty Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, "Leave the other Transformers to me. I will handle Megatron." Megatron, "What nonsense. Just the two of you?" Dawn charged forward with a powerful kick aimed at Megatron's lower body, exclaiming, "What of it, just the two of us? Do you have a problem with that?" When Megatron was cast aside, he evidently felt his lower body numb, while a continuous stream of warnings echoed from the system. Dawn relentlessly unleashed Shadow Strike and chain kicks upon Megatron, targeting the most vulnerable points of his chassis. The warnings blared increasingly ominously within Megatron's system, with the screen filled with crimson exclamation marks. Although Megatron did manage to land some hits on Dawn in the midst of utilizing Shadow Strike, Dawn was in an invincible state, rendering Megatron's assaults largely ineffective. Nevertheless, despite the attacks being mostly ineffectual, Dawn's defenses remained quite feeble. Even a few strikes during the brief cooldown of Shadow Strike prompted his alarm system to activate. It must be said, this was the most formidable Megatron encountered across the three universes. However, the game was nearing its conclusion. Dawn harnessed the power of the rectangular chip to format Megatron. Upon witnessing Megatron's disappearance, the other Decepticons, aside from Blazing Inferno, exhibited signs of panic. As for Blazing Inferno, he remained unperturbed, having followed Megatron primarily out of a desire to witness the outside world. Dawn inquired, "Blazing Inferno, why did you choose to join the Decepticons?" Blazing Inferno replied, "Naturally, to explore the world beyond Beast Planet." Dawn pressed, "Surely it isn't solely for that reason." Blazing Inferno continued, "Moreover, I wish to spar with you all as adversaries. You surely have no grounds for refusal." Dawn asserted, "Even if you do not join the Decepticons, we would still engage you in battle." Blazing Inferno responded, "Really?" Dawn confirmed, "As long as it does not interfere with our duties, we can arrange it at any time. What say you?" Blazing Inferno agreed, "Of course, that sounds perfectly fine." Meanwhile, on the side of the mighty Optimus, after taking down the last Decepticon, he remarked, "It seems all has been resolved. I must return now." Dawn replied, "All right, but I have a question. When you arrived, I'm certain I didn't mention the situation here." Mighty Optimus explained, "I received word of your troubles and specific circumstances before being teleported here." Dawn mused, "So this upgraded space bridge possesses such capabilities." Mighty Optimus stated, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Dawn opened a jump space. "Take care on your journey." After Mighty Optimus departed, Dawn turned to Blazing Inferno and said, "Now, let us seek out Optimus Prime and the others." Blazing Inferno replied, "Let us go. However, upon reaching Cybertron, there will be even greater challenges awaiting us." Chapter 123. Upon arriving at Cybertron, they encountered numerous mechanical insects, with everyone busily engaged in exterminating them. "Hey Dawn, stop dawdling and come lend a hand," shouted Laser. "All right, power chip, jump space," Dawn exclaimed, as a dozen wolf beasts emerged from the space bridge. "Dawn, shall we have a competition?" Blazing Inferno suggested. "Sure, what shall we compete on?" Dawn asked. "Let us see who can eliminate the most mechanical insects," Blazing Inferno proposed. "Absolutely. I won't be losing," Dawn declared. "Then everyone, let us get to work." The Tsang Wolf surged forward, typically in groups of 2 to 3, totaling 7 groups. Dawn relentlessly employed self-destructive bombers, Void Fong, the Scattershot Spear, and the destructive beam to assault the mechanical insects, annihilating hundreds within mere minutes. While the 4 leaders labored diligently, they could only dispatch a handful in the same time frame. In comparison to Dawn, their efforts paled significantly, though they performed admirably relative to other Transformers, who might take over a minute to eliminate a single foe. In contrast, Dawn's Song-Wolf could vanquish around 20 in just a few minutes. Before long, after a little over 10 minutes, the majority of the mechanical insects lay defeated, with only a few remaining unseen. Red Alert exclaimed, "Dawn, how is it that you've managed to eliminate so many in such a short span?" Dawn knelt and gently stroked the Song-Wolf, explaining, as I stated before, "My prowess, though diminished from earlier times, surpasses that of any Transformers present. Furthermore, as a member of the warrior group, it is only natural for my damage output to be considerable." Red Alert retorted, "No, I meant your attacks. They do not appear to be ordinary. Rather, they resemble starry-eyed." He interjected, "Like magic, how cool." Dawn suddenly sensed something and looked up to see the dark silhouette of Megatron hovering above. "It seems he is haunting us, clinging on relentlessly." Optimus Prime inquired, "What is going on?" Dawn replied, "I am uncertain. I distinctly formatted him, yet it appears my previous efforts were too lenient." As she aimed her light gun at Megatron, the dark mist enveloping him dissipated somewhat. "It seems the energy of the Cosmic Emperor is the cause," she noted. Optimus Prime gasped. "The energy of the Cosmic Emperor?" Dawn continued, "He likely finds this amusing, treating us like mere playthings." Sonic Bomb remarked, "The universe is on the brink of destruction, and that Cosmic Emperor is playing games with us." Dawn responded, "There is little we can do. It is estimated that approximately 26 of known parallel universes have already been consumed by the Cosmic Emperor. Thus, even if this universe were to be annihilated, he would scarcely care." The group harbored growing animosity towards the Cosmic Emperor, as Dawn elaborated. "While I may not be able to prevent Megatron's resurrection, I can certainly disperse the dark mist surrounding him and weaken his powers." With that, she unleashed the scattershot spear at Megatron. At that moment, Megatron, just regaining his senses, was bombarded by numerous energy attacks. He raised his hand to shield himself, yet these energy strikes penetrated his form, extracting some of the dark mist along with them. As the mist finally dissipated, Megatron noted a marked clarity in his vision, and his form began to solidify, though he distinctly felt considerably weakened. "What have you done to me?" he bellowed. Sonic Bomb sneered, "We've merely diminished your strength. Seeing you in such disarray is quite gratifying." Dawn cautioned, "This is only temporary. If you wish to strike, do so swiftly. I will check on the situation with the primordial celestial." Skywalker declared, "I shall accompany you." Optimus Prime added, "I entrust you with this task. I will confront Megatron, while the other Transformers will be under your care." Within the corridor, Ying Tianxing declared at last, "We have eradicated a menace." To which Fu Xiao replied, "Not necessarily. Given Optimus Prime's disposition, he might show mercy." Ying Tianxing responded, "Then I must hasten back to assist them." Fu Xiao, grasping Ying Tianxing's arm with a sense of resignation, said, "Ying Tianxing, return to me. With your current combat prowess, your efforts would be futile." Ying Tianxing interjected, but Fu Xiao interrupted, stating, "I possess a rectangular chip. If it can facilitate Megatron's reformatting, it can equally restore his energy." This revelation caused Ying Tianxing considerable distress. Fu Xiao pressed on, inquiring, "Ying Tianxing, do you trust them? Do you trust our descendants?" Taken aback by Fu Xiao's question, Ying Tianxing hesitated before affirmatively responding, "I do trust them." Fu Xiao continued, "Then do not worry about them. Believe they will resolve the matter. Our paramount objective now is to locate the whereabouts of Gigantus, so let us proceed." Ying Tianxing agreed, "Very well." Chapter 124. While investigating the location of Gigantus within the parallel universes, Fu Xiao received a message from Black Arachnia. Upon her return to the volcano, she discovered that the double dealer was missing. Inquiring among the other Decepticons, they confirmed that he had departed after Black Arachnia's arrival and had not been seen since. Concerned about the double dealer situation, which mirrored the circumstances at the flank, Black Arachnia swiftly contacted Fu Xiao. "Understood. I will remain vigilant," Fu Xiao replied. After severing the connection, Fu Xiao noticed Ying Tianxing's anxious demeanor and asked, "What troubles you, Ying Tianxing?" He replied, "The guards report that we have lost contact with Jumper and the others." Fu Xiao resolved, "I shall investigate. You remain here to pinpoint Gigantus's exact location." Ying Tianxing consented, "Understood." Upon entering the control room, Fu Xiao found no sign of Minicon and the human children. Reviewing the surveillance, she discovered that the double dealer had taken them. In Tianxing, I have uncovered the truth. It was the double dealer who abducted Minicon and the children. She informed him. What? In Tianxing exclaimed. Fu Xiao continued. You must persist in your search for Gigantus's specific location. I will locate them and devise a means to retrieve them. In Tianxing replied earnestly. Then I entrust this task to you, Fu Xiao. Indeed, it is Fu Xiao, not illusionary sky spirit, she corrected him. In Tianxing, flustered, apologized, my sincerest apologies. Fu Xiao, seeing his evident concern for their safety, decided, given your apprehension for their well-being, I shall overlook your misstep. After clarifying the situation to everyone, I inquired about their perceptions of the two-faced individual, pondering what skills he might possess and where he could potentially establish his base. The conclusions drawn were, to some extent, tinged with bias. However, we did manage to gather several photographs and videos of the two-faced individual, unveiling the remarkable techniques he employs. It became apparent that he had the ability of spatial jumping. As I contemplated the type of base he might select, it was clear that his demeanor suggested a certain theatricality, coupled with his spatial jumping ability, indicating he would not choose a conventional, stationary base. Instead, he would undoubtedly opt for a mobile base that could evade detection, ideally one that also possessed the capacity for spatial jumping. The only fitting candidate for such criteria was undoubtedly a spacecraft. Yet, the challenge lay in identifying the type of ship and, amidst the vast cosmos, locating it with expediency. Alas, this task seemed more daunting than searching for the Supreme Commander. Who could rescue me from this predicament? In Tianxing, what do you think, Dawn? Dawn, well, it's merely conjecture. I surmise that the two-faced individual's base is a spacecraft, one that would not be easily detected, ideally possessing spatial jumping capabilities akin to his own. In Tianxing, a spacecraft that would not be easily discovered and shares his spatial jumping abilities. Eureka! Dawn, in Tianxing, have you stumbled upon something? In Tianxing, the place where we discovered the rectangular chip was indeed a spacecraft named Atlantis, which aligns perfectly with your hypothesis. Dawn, do you know the whereabouts of this ship called Atlantis? In Tianxing, it lies just beyond the far side of the moon in the solar system. Dawn, very well. I shall investigate. Approaching Mars, I dared not venture too close to Atlantis. Should the two-faced individual be inside and detect my presence, he could very well employ his spatial jumping to escape. I unleashed a mesmerizing aurora, temporarily disabling all tracking devices within its luminous embrace for a maximum of 1 hour, affecting even the eyesight and sense of direction of all living beings, inducing fleeting hallucinations. Though the radius spanned only 55 million kilometers, the time constraint was sufficient. I reached an entrance beneath Atlantis, first installing a tracker nearby, before prying open the entrance with my dual-bladed weapon and soaring inside. While searching for the mini-transformers and human children, I also placed trackers in various other locations. Chapter 125, when I finally located the mini-transformers and human children. They were startled by an unseen presence, screaming and seeking refuge. I found this indiscriminate display of power quite troublesome. I dispelled the aurora and gently reassured them, saying, "It's all right now. Jump, it's you, Lord Dawn." They rushed towards me. Bart exclaimed, "You finally arrived. We were so frightened. Dawn, though I hesitate to say it, I may have disappointed you. I am alone. The others are either engaged with Megatron and his forces or searching for the location of the giant star. Rory, what shall we do now? Kirby, Dawn, you can use the space bridge or spatial jumping, right? Dawn, indeed I can. Bart, then we just need to destroy that interference to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Double-faced man, where do you intend to escape to? Kirby, oh no, we've been discovered. Bart, Dawn now, quickly take him down. Double-faced man, that recent equipment malfunction led me astray and caused hallucinations. Was it your doing? Bart, Dawn, did you really do that? How impressive. Dawn, we can discuss this later when we return. With that, a shadowy figure dashed forward, pressing the double-faced man to the ground. Double-faced man, strange, didn't I activate the spatial leap disruptor? Dawn, did I ever claim to use spatial leaps? How absurd. Raising a fist. Double-faced man, what are you doing, Dawn subdued the double-faced man and bound him, utilizing a power chip to leap through space. Dawn, everyone go inside first. Upon entering, they found themselves in Cybertron, though something felt slightly different until they encountered Optimus Prime. This version of Optimus Prime looked distinct from the one they knew. Optimus Prime, just as the mighty Megatron said, "You are alive." Dawn, indeed. Optimus Prime, what on earth is happening? Dawn, I cannot explain it all right now, but I must hurry to return them to their rightful universe. Optimus Prime, very well. Bart, Dawn, what is going on? Dawn, I will provide an explanation once we return. Just as Dawn was about to open the leap space again, a whole squad of Minicons arrived. Raleigh, so many Minicons. Dawn, you guys, Elektra and Aurora. Leader, please take us with you, will you? We promise not to cause any trouble. Dawn hesitated and asked Optimus Prime, is there a need for them here? Optimus Prime? Optimus Prime, not at the moment, so take them with you. Dawn, all right, follow me. These small teams generally consisted of 3 Transformers per group, totaling 13 combinations. Dawn also brought 4 Minicons from another universe, amounting to 43 Minicons in total. Upon their return, the other Transformers were indeed taken aback by the sheer number of Minicons. Dawn, I have brought back both the Jumpers and the children. Blaster, what about the other Minicons? Dawn, they're my friends. They heard I was in trouble and wanted to help. Bart, Dawn, may I ask a question now? Dawn, of course. Bart, the double-faced man claimed you caused the equipment to malfunction and that we all fell into hallucinations. Dawn, it only affects tracking devices and the visual and directional senses of all living beings, limited by time and range. But the most troublesome part is that it does not differentiate between friend and foe. Kirby, I have a question too. Who was that other Optimus Prime we encountered? This question prompted quite a stir. Sonic Boom, another Optimus Prime? That must be intriguing. Blaster, no way. That Optimus Prime is definitely a fake. Dawn, they're all Optimus Prime, but the one these children saw is the Optimus Prime from Cybertron in another universe. Chapter 126, Optimus Prime. May I have the opportunity to meet him? Dawn, it should be permissible, yet the duration of your stay must be brief, and your visits should be limited. Otherwise, once the cosmic consciousness detects your presence, one of the 2 Optimus Primes will inevitably vanish. Skyfire, why is that? Intention. Because in any universe, there cannot exist 2 identical beings. Such a scenario would incite chaos. As a result, if detected, one must cease to exist. Lowly, but why did you say is permissible, Dawn? Dawn, I have encountered my counterpart from another universe twice, and the duration of our meetings was substantial without any issues. However, it largely depends on individual circumstances. Red alert. In that case, I would very much like to converse with my counterpart about technology. Dawn, let's first address the black hole issue. Backpack, Dawn. Why not invite Red Spider to assist as well? Dawn, have we located the giant star? Backpack, indeed, as long as everyone receives a precautionary measure beforehand. There should be no problem. Dawn, very well, yet I have a query. Has Megatron been dealt with? Optimus Prime, no, and his strength has considerably increased. Dawn, then I advise against involving human children in this endeavor. Landmine, why not? The children, exactly, we can assist as well. Dawn, indeed, you have been quite helpful before, but that was during a competition. In our leisure, we could attend to your safety. However, this is the last fragment of planetary power, and Megatron will not hesitate to seize it directly. He may even persuade the Transformers in that realm to turn against us, leaving us unable to safeguard you. Kirby, we can take care of ourselves. Dawn, attempting to rescue Jump and finding yourselves in peril. Does that truly equate to self-care? Only when you can genuinely look after yourselves shall we discuss this. Now, seek out Red Spider. Elektra and Aurora approach them. Triple X, do not be too disheartened. The leader merely wishes to prevent you from harm or loss of life. Kirby, I certainly understand, yet we genuinely wish to assist. Upon Dawn's return, preparations for precautionary measures were underway. Optimus Prime, Dawn, do you not think your words to the children were somewhat excessive? Dawn, poking Optimus Prime's chest plate, replied gravely, this is not a matter of excess. It pertains to attitude. Failing to clarify matters is a disservice to those children. Do you comprehend? How do you even fulfill your role as a leader? Faced with Dawn's inquiry, Optimus Prime retreated to a corner, contemplating deeply. Skyfire. Dawn turned to Skyfire, her pressure rising, demanding, what? Would you like to experience the reprimand of an elder? Skyfire. No, that is not what I meant. Dawn. Then why are you not hastening to receive your injection? Aside from myself and Red Spider, you are the only one remaining. Skyfire gazed at the glowing needle in Red Alert's hand, tempted to withdraw. Skyfire. I shall not go. I will remain to protect Cybertron against Megatron's threats. Before Skyfire could finish, Red Spider interrupted. I suspect you are merely afraid of the injection, fabricating this flimsy excuse. Skyfire, what did you say? Red Spider, what is the true strength of Megatron? We still remain unaware. As for you, without returning to the Allspark, that would be quite an achievement. Skyfire, you. If it weren't for the interference of other Transformers, I would have charged at Red Spider in a heartbeat. Red Alert seized the moment to inject Skyfire, but let out a loud cry at that instant. Red Spider and Dawn shared a synchronized chuckle, extending their arms to allow Red Alert to administer an injection. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, Kirby approached with a machine of his own making. Kirby, Dawn, look, this is my invention. Although it may not contribute much, it should suffice for our self-defense. Dawn, only one. Kirby, given the limited time, that's all I could manage. However, if you're willing to have the Minicons assist us, we could certainly have it ready before we arrive there. Dawn, Minicons, along with Skywolf, let us go help our little friends with their tasks. Their initial tension dissipated, and they leaped for joy. Jetfire, so you intentionally provoked them? Dawn, naturally. Since we are going, a little effort is certainly required. Wouldn't you agree? With that, he revealed a slightly mischievous yet charming smile. Chapter 127. After Optimus Prime and his companions traversed the space-time tunnel, Megatron and his team had already arrived on planet Gigantian. Jumpstream. At last, we can return home. Dawn affectionately patted the little heads of the 4 Minicons, saying, I am genuinely happy for you all. The 4 Minicons chattered excitedly. Everyone, they will surely welcome you with open arms. Upon arriving at Gigantian, they were greeted by the sight of a desolate city. As they searched the area, Dawn, Optimus, the Minicons from the Air Defense and Vanguard teams have discovered another city ahead, still under construction. Backpack. The direction noted by the Minicons coincides with some noise. Optimus Prime. All right, everyone, let us head over there. As they advanced, a city began to rise from the ground. Dawn, this way. Upon reaching a construction site, 3 human children were about to run across when Dawn, angrily, you 3. Come back. Your lack of safety awareness is appalling. How have you survived until now? The children instinctively apologized. We're sorry. In the next moment, a large steel plate fell. Batter. That was close. Thankfully, Dawn called us back just in time. What a stroke of luck. Dawn, with such a commotion. It's only a matter of time before some Transformers arrive. As Dawn predicted, it wasn't too long before Transformers came to investigate the situation. Shindu, upon arrival, spotted Optimus and his team. Optimus Prime, greetings, I am Optimus Prime. May I inquire your name? Shindu, I am Shindu, the leader Gigantian. Where do you come from? Are you from Planet X? Optimus Prime, no, we hail from Cybertron. The Minicon perched on Shindu's arm noticed Dawn among the Transformers, transformed, and leaped into Dawn's embrace. Dawn instinctively caught the Minicon, scolding lightly. That is quite dangerous. The Minicon emitted a playful sound, and Dawn replied, all right, no need to be upset. Shindu, it is quite rare for Minicons to show such affection to outsiders. It seems you are all good people. Jump, 6-Speed, Echo, and Sentinel emerged, of course. Everyone here is a good person. Shindu, you 3 are the mini-transformers of our planet, but the other mini-transformers gazed aside, envious of the raucous mini-transformers bouncing around Dawn. Dawn, these mini-transformers have journeyed with me from other universes. Shindu, I see. However, Dawn did not anticipate that the passive skill bestowed upon him by the Cosmic Emperor would also attract mini-transformers here. He had thought it applicable only to those mini-transformers brought forth from the Cosmic Emperor. An hour later, after Shindu and his aide Mixer grasped the situation, Shindu remarked, the power of the planet, I have not heard of it. Mixer, it is said that there is something sealed beneath the ground, possibly the planetary power you seek. Shindu, however, we have a regulation here. We cannot venture into the past cities, and likewise, outsiders must respect this rule. Tianqing prepared to use temporal migration, but it seemed to be interfered with, rendering it unusable. At that moment, Jump returned, exclaiming, everyone, Dawn wants me to inform you that he has descended into the depths. Everyone what? Shindu stood up. He has actually violated our regulation. Jump, wait a moment. Everyone, let me finish, shall I? Shindu sat back down. Jump. Dawn has led most of the mini-transformers to investigate the regulations of the giant star. I discovered that our ancestors were continuously creating new cities, amidst concerns of ground collapse and various other issues. Thus, the prohibition against returning to past cities applies only to the giant transformers, not to the mini-transformers. allowing them to inspect the underground conditions at any time. Of course, if necessary, mini Transformers may seek assistance from the giant Transformers. Shouldn't do. There is such a regulation. Jump. Upon hearing our regulations, Dawn identified a significant loophole. Following the investigation, Dawn, along with Red Spider and Flame, descended into the depths, trailed by most of the mini Transformers for Giant Star. Shouldn't do what? Jump. I actually wish to go as well, but Dawn preferred that I explain to everyone. Before Jump could finish, a TF rushed in, exclaiming that something had gone awry. Chapter 128, Entering the Depths Underground. Everyone was making their way to the entrance leading to the next level. There were numerous passageways designated for mini Transformers, allowing them to traverse easily. Dawn, being of medium size, could barely manage, but for larger beings like Red Spider and Flame, it was impossible. At most, they could squeeze in a leg. For doors that would not budge, the three TFs unanimously decided to resort to force to breach them. Dawn, Flame, I have a question. Flame, what is it? Dawn, as a leader, why did you choose to leave Beastar? Flame, I suppose I am somewhat lost at the moment. You previously asked me what motivated my decision to become a leader. Was it power or the desire to protect Beastar? Dawn, is this question particularly challenging? Flame, you make it sound deceptively simple. Dawn, for a TF as straightforward as you, it may seem easy to others. But is your confusion not rooted in something other than your motivation to lead? Flame, indeed, I wish to understand what a leader truly is. Dawn, a leader, in my view, is not merely a figurehead, but someone endowed with profound rationality, unique insights, and remarkable adaptability. Most importantly, they possess a heart that perpetually considers the welfare of their people. Flame, a heart that cares for the people. Dawn, Flame, have you ever undertaken any actions to consider the needs of your people? Flame, no, I have not. Dawn, then you must strive to do so. Dawn glanced at Red Spider, who remained silent with a sullen expression. With a sigh, Dawn nudged Red Spider with her arm. Internal line, Dawn. Oh dear. The little kitty seems displeased. Red Spider, I am not. Dawn, I merely offered a bit of advice. Red Spider, what, in your opinion, constitutes an excellent partner? Dawn, so you care about that. In my eyes, simply being the best version of yourself suffices. Suddenly, the rectangular chip on Dawn's frame reacted, and she caressed it, saying, some Transformers have received the power bestowed by the planetary force. I hope it is not Megatron. Red Spider, even if Megatron were to attain such power. What of it? Dawn, confronting him would become more troublesome than before. Internal line, I fear Megatron's strength has ascended to the Elder level, 6069, making it exceedingly difficult for us to prevail. As they opened the door to the next level, Megatron, no, it should be Shockwave, stood before them, opening fire. Although it was somewhat unexpected, they managed to evade the onslaught just in time. Megatron, Shockwave, charged at Dawn, launching a powerful punch. Dawn intercepted the blow, leveraging Megatron's momentum to execute a throw while simultaneously unleashing a devastating energy beam. Just as the beam's assault concluded, Megatron, Shockwave, lunged at Dawn once more. Dawn adeptly retreated a short distance using her shadow leap, leaving behind a significant crater where she had stood. Red Spider dove in, attempting to collide with Megatron, Shockwave. Yet Megatron merely staggered back a few steps without being thrown off balance. For Flame, however, that was sufficient. He swung his blade, initially believing success was at hand, only to have it caught by Megatron, Shockwave, who grinned maliciously. Seizing the sword, Megatron flung Flame aside along with the weapon, declaring, do you think you can thwart me in obtaining the rectangular chip and the planetary force? Dawn lunged at Megatron, Shockwave, with her dual-bladed firearm, only for it to be caught. Megatron, Shockwave, is this all the strength you possess? Another Dawn appeared before Megatron, Shockwave, who exclaimed, what? At Dawn, the figure known as Dawn gathered all her strength, plunging her weapon into the earth, causing the formidable Megatron to feel an immense weight pressing down upon him. After a brief moment of accumulation, she violently withdrew her weapon, unleashing a powerful wave of light and energy that struck enemies from all angles. Fortunately, she had already instructed the Red Spider to maintain a distance, and Blaze had been flung away. Otherwise, Dawn would have had reservations. As Megatron was sent reeling, sparks erupted from his frame, teetering on the brink of returning to the All-Spark. I can still fight, he declared, yet he remained unable to rise. Dawn remarked at last, I comprehend why the Chaos Emperor chose you as his plaything. You share his madness. What? Megatron, bewildered, could scarcely believe that he was merely a toy to another. I mean, you're merely a trinket coveted by someone far more powerful than all of us Transformers combined. Otherwise, how could you possibly have been revived after your reformatting? Chaos Emperor, I know you're listening through Megatron, but I hope you have grown weary of your games. The Supreme Lord will not manifest due to such trivial antics. So be it. Chapter 129. The Onslaught of Darkness. After conclusively ending Megatron's existence, Blaze inquired, Dawn, who is this being more powerful than all of us Transformers combined? Ask the Red Spider, she replied. The Red Spider transformed and descended to the ground, stating, that being is the Chaos Emperor, with but a thought. He could obliterate an entire universe. Shortly thereafter, Optimus Prime and his companions arrived at the scene, discovering the fallen form of Megatron, who had returned to the Allspark. Skyfire, what is your assessment? Optimus Prime asked. This could very well be the result of Dawn's attack. They're just ahead, Skyfire responded. Hiding nearby were the Decepticons, Thundercracker, Claudia, Wheeljack, and Dark Diamond. What do we do? 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 Thundercracker panicked. Perhaps we should make one final stand, Wheeljack suggested. That seems to be the only course of action, Dark Diamond agreed. In a more distant location, Soundwave and the Double Dealer conferred. It appears we must rely solely on ourselves from here on, Soundwave stated. As they took flight, a minicon peered out from its hiding place to relay a message. Meanwhile, Dawn and her companions hastened toward the subterranean depths. Soon, Dawn received the minicon's message. Red Spider, the Double Dealer and his ally are approaching. What do you intend to do? I shall confront them, the Red Spider replied. Be cautious. We have no knowledge of the Double Dealer's companion's abilities, Dawn warned. Do not worry. I can handle it, the Red Spider assured her before transforming and taking flight. Blaze remarked, it seems you have complete faith in him, without a hint of hesitation. Hesitation? I beg your pardon. Once I resolve to trust a Transformer, I extend my unwavering faith. Deep underground, Dawn and her companions stumbled upon an arc of Atlantis. It appears the power of the planet resides here, Blaze observed. Dawn pondered for a moment, wondering if the construction of such towering edifices was intended to safeguard the power of the planet. Upon entering Atlantis, which was rather spacious, she asked Flame, where are you headed? Flame replied, I am in search of the planetary power and will return swiftly. Dawn inquired, do you know where the planetary power is hidden? Flame responded, I do not. Dawn jumped up and lightly tapped Flame on the head, saying, if you do not know, why are you searching aimlessly? Dawn then retrieved the structural blueprint of Atlantis, stating, logically, the planetary power would likely be concealed in the storage room, the commander's lounge, or the ship's bottom. Let us begin our search in these locations. An hour later, all the ceilings had been opened, and a beam of light shot forth from a distance, revealing a space bridge suspended in midair. Flame soared towards Optimus Prime and the others, exclaiming, let us return to Beast Planet. He then took Wolfong back with him. Dawn cautioned, be careful on the way. By the way, she turned to Red Spider. How are the double agents faring? Red Spider replied, they have been dealt with, of course. Dawn then asked, Optimus, have you encountered any issues? Optimus responded, we faced the remaining Decepticons, but they have all been subdued. Dawn exclaimed, that is splendid news. The last fragment of planetary power has been secured, and the double agents, as well as the remaining Decepticons, have been resolved. Let us hasten our return. Those 4 spacecraft will be of use to us upon our arrival. As everyone journeyed back, the dark mist that had resurrected Megatron reappeared, rushing towards them with alarming speed. They urged the spacecraft to move as swiftly as possible, but for the dark mist, it was still not fast enough. Within minutes, it was nearly upon them. Backpack cursed. Damn it, we cannot shake it off. Loli cried, what should we do? Dawn declared, I will give it a try, as she removed the rectangular chip. I entrust this to you for the moment. Exiting the spacecraft, she unleashed a brilliant light, which only served to slow the advance of the dark mist. However, as it moved slightly away from the light, the dark mist regained its former speed, and Dawn's light could only be sustained for a brief 10 minutes. Once the spacecraft exited the space bridge, Dawn leapt away, intensifying her Core S operations to amplify the light's emission. In that instant, the dark mist ceased its assault. The group inserted the rectangular chip into the primordial celestial being's spark, initiating its transformation. The 4 spacecraft merged into a colossal vessel, the Ark of Noah. Connecting to the chest of the primordial celestial being. Yet, this process proved agonizingly protracted for Dawn, whose mechanical body began to emit sparks. Ultimately, the strain of such high-speed operation became unbearable, resulting in a significant explosion, abruptly halting the light she had emitted. The dark mist then surged towards Dawn, followed by the primordial celestial being. As the dark mist was about to make contact with the primordial celestial being, the Ark of Noah on its chest fired an energy cannon directly into the black void. In that fleeting moment of discharge, all encroaching dark mist dissipated, and the black hole swiftly vanished. While everyone rejoiced, Red Spider burst forth, followed closely by Optimus and Jetfire. Sonic Bomb exclaimed, "Wait for me, I want to join too." Optimus queried, "Red Spider, what troubles you? The black hole and Megatron have vanished. Are you not pleased?" Red Spider responded, "Have you not noticed anything amiss? In the realm of celestial navigation, one might ponder, is it not the dawn? By conventional reasoning, it should be a time of tranquility, and dawn, regardless of its circumstances, ought to have returned to reunite with its companions. Yet, not a trace of dawn could be discerned." Sonic Bomb jested that perhaps it was lost in jubilant mirth. Yet, in the eyes of Red Spider, such a notion was utterly implausible. Given Dawn's temperament, it was inconceivable that she would not return to assure her comrades of her safety unless some misfortune had befallen her. Thus, they embarked on a quest along their return path, searching for the silhouette of Dawn. When they finally found her, her spark had been extinguished, and her body lay in disarray. Red Spider cradled Dawn's head, her expression obscured, yet the tremor of her own form spoke volumes. Optimus Prime hastily sought to comfort Red Spider. "We must first take Dawn back and determine if there is a way to restore her." Suppressing her fury, Red Spider acquiesced. Within the confines of Cybertron, the primordial celestial sovereign assessed, Dawn's injuries are grievous. She will require a significant span of time to mend. "And how long is this span?" Red Spider inquired. "Approximately 3 to 5 days, at the latest 7, came the reply. During this interval, aside from addressing the ongoing strife between the Autobots and Decepticons, Red Spider devoted her time to monitoring Dawn's recovery, recounting to her the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. Once they had deliberated, they commenced repairs and the construction of various edifices across the planets, expanding outward from Cybertron to establish new celestial bodies alongside the existing 4, all in hopes of better safeguarding the rectangular chip. Assistance poured in from all corners. Dr. Suzuki, eager to deepen his understanding of Transformers, joined their expansion efforts. Beast Planet and Speed Planet engaged in a competition to select their next leader. Blur narrowly triumphed, having received a slight advantage from Hot Shot, who also wished to explore other planets and traverse their tracks. Initially unaware that this was a contest for leadership, Blur felt somewhat duped. Cheetor participated in the trials on Beast Planet, while Inferno, who initially intended to ease his efforts to join the team expanding the space bridge, inadvertently emerged victorious amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd. Today marked the final day of repairs, as indicated by the primordial celestial sovereign. Dawn's body had long since healed, yet no signs of awakening were apparent. Red Spider held Dawn's hand tightly. "Dawn, today is the last day. If you do not awaken soon, I... Suddenly, Dawn grasped Red Spider's hand in return, prompting Red Spider to look up in astonishment. Dawn met her gaze and, with a voice still adjusting to the generator, inquired, "What will you do if I do not awaken?" Red Spider replied, "I will cause trouble for everyone on Cybertron." Dawn responded, "Hello." Red Spider exclaimed, "When did you awaken?" "Just this morning, though my body still requires some adjustment time." "Could you tell me what transpired during my unconsciousness?" The Red Spider, "Of course, you can listen as many times as you wish." The Red Spider recounted the events of this period once more. Outside, the TF observed this heartwarming scene and, feeling reluctant to intrude, silently withdrew, reflecting on yet another tranquil day. Meanwhile, as Yinshinzing prepared to return through the time tunnel, he resolved not to bring the mini-primals along. However, everyone rushed over, no matter how Yinshinzing urged them. Jump, 6-speed, Echo, and the Guardian insisted on remaining by his side. "Dawn, Yinshinzing, take them with you. After all these years, they have come to regard you as family. And do you not see them as family as well?" Jump, 6-speed, Echo, and the Guardian, "Please, Lord Yinshinzing, we do not wish to part from you." "Shindu, it's all right. Yinshinzing, just take them along." Dawn discreetly advised Jump, 6-speed, Echo, and the Guardian to take this opportunity to express their sorrow. The four mini-primals immediately burst into tears, sobbing intensely, exclaiming, "Wah wah. Lord Yinshinzing, you do not want us anymore. Sniff. We don't want to go wah." Witnessing their distress caused Yinshinzing great heartache, and he comforted them. All right, I will take you with me." The mini-primals gradually ceased their sobbing, intermittently questioning Yinshinzing. "Really? Is it true? Lord Yinshinzing, you are not deceiving us, are you?" "Yinshinzing, it is true." He turned to Dawn. "This idea was yours, wasn't it?" Dawn playfully stuck out her tongue. Chapter 133. Epilogue 2. The cliché couples 30 questions guests. Dawn and Red Spider. Questioner, Mechanic Girl. First question, name's Dawn. Dawn, Red Spider. Red Spider, second question. The name of the other Dawn. Red Spider immediately brandishes a weapon. Dawn hastily intervenes to prevent him from harming the author. Mechanic Girl strives to maintain composure. Calm down, Red Spider. These initial questions are merely to confirm each other's identities. Let us proceed to the main topic. Third question, how would you like the other to address you? Dawn, as usual, that would suffice. Red Spider, I feel the same. Fourth question, what kind of address do you dislike? Dawn, any derogatory terms. Red Spider, I too abhor any insulting names. Fifth question, if you were to travel, where would you wish to go? Dawn, anywhere with interesting places to explore. Red Spider, as long as Dawn is there, it would be perfect. Dawn, although I am quite cheerful, I genuinely wish to hear your preferred destination. I yearn to understand you better. Red Spider, the place I most desire to visit is within your heart. Dawn, Red Spider. One must admit, Dawn's delightful melodic electronic voice is truly enchanting. Sixth question, what would you give the other on their birthday? Dawn, perhaps some items for weapon maintenance or my own presence. Red Spider, a travel guidebook. Seventh question, what gift do you wish to receive from the other? Dawn, watching a horror movie together with Red Spider. Red Spider, just being himself would suffice. Eighth question, what is the other like when charging? Dawn, quite standard really. Red Spider, very vigilant, ready to strike. Mechanic Girl, could you elaborate on that? Red Spider, generally, any TF that comes too close to Dawn during charging, within an arm's reach, will be attacked. I'm fine as long as I don't feel uncomfortable while Dawn is charging. Then I won't be attacked. Dawn, I truly feel for you. Red Spider, it's nothing. Making you comfortable is what matters most. Once again, I've scattered some crumbs. Both of them are usually quite cautious and restrained. Otherwise, I shudder to think how many TFs would have ruined their optical lenses by now. Question 9. Describe the other's personality. Dawn, quite loyal, possesses a distinct character, and is very gentle at heart. Red Spider, very rational, rather harsh on both themselves and their foes. It would be better if they were kinder to themselves. Question 10. If you were liking the other to an animal on Earth, what would it be? Dawn, a wolf, an arrogant lone wolf. Red Spider, a panda. It appears adorable and seems to have a wonderful temperament, making TFs forget its fierce side. Question 11. Have you ever thought about trying on any particular style of human clothing? Dawn, I am quite interested in trying styles from Huagua and uniforms. Red Spider, no, I haven't. Question 12. What kind of human attire would you hope the other wears? Dawn, beast attire seems quite appealing. Red Spider, I haven't thought about it. Casual would suffice. Question 13. Where did you first meet? Dawn, on the moon, aboard the starship where Megatron was stationed. Red Spider, to put it nicely, it was a stay. To put it bluntly, it was a forced landing. Outside the venue, Megatron. Do you believe I could eliminate both of you? Dawn and Red Spider, we do not. Megatron expressed his desire to fight them, but was promptly stopped by the staff. Question 14. What was your first impression of the other? Dawn, I found them to be somewhat anxious, as if craving acknowledgement from other TFs. Red Spider, full of vitality, shrouded in mystery, with an air of inscrutability. Question 15. Have you thought about where to go on a date? Dawn, a library or a place with delicious food. Red Spider, a park or a special scenic area. Question 16. Who confessed first? Dawn, I believe it was me. Red Spider, I don't recall. Is it that important? Dawn, not at this moment. It doesn't seem so. Question 17. Is the other quite popular? Dawn, occasionally, there are some admirers. Seeing this brings me joy, especially since I initially worried that Red Spider might not be well received. Red Spider, they are quite popular, unless it's some extremely radical TFs who might despise him. Question 18. Do you ever feel jealous because of the other? Dawn, only if there are overly intimate actions with other TFs. but that hasn't occurred thus far. Red Spider, I feel the same. Question 19. If the other becomes jealous, what should be done? Dawn, although I have not encountered such a situation, I would probably clarify our relationship directly and then spend more time with them. Red Spider, thank you, Dawn. I would employ the same approach. Question 20. If the other is angry, who apologizes first? Dawn, we wait until both have calmed down, and the one at fault will apologize. Red Spider, then we analyze why we were angry initially, followed by some self-deprecation. Question 21. If the other feels wronged, what should be done? Dawn, I would first seek to understand the situation and then address it accordingly. Red Spider, I would also choose to understand the situation first, but ultimately, I would take down the TF that caused Dawn distress. Question 22. Does the other have any behaviors that annoy you? Dawn, none. Red Spider, they are too harsh on themselves. Question 23. Do you have any areas for self-improvement? Dawn, as Red Spider previously mentioned, I'm too harsh on myself. I should strive to be gentler. Red Spider, my strength is not sufficient. If I were stronger, Dawn wouldn't need to be so hard on themselves. Question 24. How much do you like the other? Dawn, I pay special attention to their subtle daily actions. Red Spider, others may bully me, but if they bully Dawn, they can expect a trip to the medical bay or back to the Allspark. Question 25. Do you both believe in reincarnation? Dawn, Optimus Prime is the reincarnation of the 13th Prime, and in a certain sense, I am also a reincarnation. Evidence suggests that reincarnation exists. Red Spider, moreover, upon returning to the Allspark, we merely deleted most of our data. When we emerge, we simply start anew in a different form. Question 26. After reincarnation, would you wish to meet, love, and stay with the other? Dawn and Red Spider, of course we hope for that, but Mechanical Girl, what's wrong? Dawn, the future is unpredictable. Red Spider, who knows what may transpire by then? Question 27. Some say your personalities are overly rational. What do you think? Dawn, it's a necessity, given the internal strife and cosmic crises. Excessive sentimentality could lead to peril. Red Spider, we also have our moments of sentiment. It's just that we lack the time for it. If you claim we are overly rational, shall I create conflict for you? Mechanical Girl. All right. Next question. Question 28. Which of the other's features do you like most? Dawn, I adore them all. Red Spider, the optical lenses. Question 29. If one day the other were to disappear, what would you do? Dawn, naturally, I would seek them out. Red Spider, I would definitely go searching. Question 30. Finally, please say a word to the other. Dawn, I am genuinely happy to have met you. Red Spider, I feel the same. And then leaned in to give Dawn a gentle kiss. Mechanical Girl, the questions have been completed. You two can strike a couple's pose to conclude. Dawn and Red Spider formed a heart shape with their hands, bringing the session to an end. Should anyone wish for additional content or has any thoughts, feel free to share with the author. Chapter 135. After the arrival of the Skywalker, Dawn and Red Spider swiftly resumed their work mode. I must say, their work capabilities are truly remarkable. One TF and one Seeker can accomplish the workload of 3 TFs and 3 Seekers. And they even offered some suggestions for constructing the space bridge. Moreover, while working, they not only refrain from indulging in romantic talk or gossip, but also prohibit other TFs from doing so during work hours. If Dawn catches anyone, they will be subjected to a thorough questioning. Dawn, am I monopolizing your break time? Alternatively, one might assert that the respite I provided was rather brief. The counterpart shook their head and remarked, then why must you engage in matters of the heart during work hours? Where did your break time go? Faced with such a probing inquiry, the group was momentarily at a loss for a suitable excuse. The counterpart continued, to be candid, I do not wish to single you out during your rest. After all, that would encroach upon your downtime. My only desire is for you to devote yourselves earnestly to your work, as it reflects your attitude towards your responsibilities. Outside of work hours, you are free to pursue your own interests. I shall not interfere. Henceforth, should such behavior persist, I would not advocate for an increase in your workload nor a reduction in your break time. That is all. You may disperse. Nevertheless, there were still a few undeterred individuals who, after receiving a reprimand, were once again discovered by the counterpart, resulting in their workload not merely increasing slightly, but doubling or even tripling, while their break time was halved. This was fortunate compared to the fate that awaited them should they be caught by the Red Spider, who, with a stern countenance, declared, It seems you find yourselves rather idle. Clearly, the tasks I assigned were insufficient. Therefore, I shall quintuple your workload, and you shall not rest until completion. The Red Spider proved to be even more formidable than the counterpart. Any protest from the individuals would lead them to the grand arena for a duel, though it typically ended with the Red Spider dominating the opposition, resulting in their confinement to the medical station. Yet, even in recuperation, they were still obliged to work, often more than the previously stipulated fivefold. After the duel, the Red Spider, despite sustaining injuries, persisted in their duties. The others expressed their despair, and a month later, they reached the latter stages of constructing the space bridge across several planets. The Dawn remarked, "To have accomplished so much in merely a month is truly remarkable." However, both the counterpart and the Red Spider maintained an air of composure. The Dawn queried, "Aren't you two the least bit astonished?" The Red Spider replied, "What is there to be surprised about?" The Dawn elaborated, "The speed at which the space bridge is being completed." The counterpart interjected, "There exists a great nation on Earth known for its rapid construction, and as long as it does not require excavation, projects can be completed swiftly. In Cybertronian terms, that equates to a month or two." The implication was clear. If humanity could achieve such rapid completion, and considering our superior physical capabilities, our construction speed should match theirs. There is little reason for boasting. This revelation struck a considerable blow to the Dawn, who found solace in a corner, drawing circles. Just then, the Lion Guardian entered and witnessed this scene, inquiring of the counterpart and the Red Spider, "What seems to be troubling the Dawn?" The counterpart replied, "They have been disheartened." The Lion Guardian asked, "Disheartened?" The Red Spider elaborated, "After all, while our physical prowess surpasses that of humans, our construction speed does not compare favorably, which naturally leads to disappointment." The Lion Guardian countered, "Yet, whether it be the Foot Basin or the United States, are we not still ahead of them?" The counterpart suggested, "Let's first observe the construction pace of a place on Earth known for its rapid development. It would be best to bring along the others. Perhaps it might invigorate them, and a longer stay of several months would not pose an issue." Though the Lion Guardian was somewhat perplexed by the counterpart's intentions, they nonetheless rallied a number of individuals to visit the great nation. Upon their return a few months later, everyone walked with their heads lowered, the atmosphere decidedly somber. The Red Spider inquired, "So, have our eyes been opened?" The gathered individuals nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the transformation of an area by the inhabitants of the Flower Nation would require merely half a year, which, in Cybertronian terms, translates to 3 cycles. And, at the very least, 1 cycle. They would need no less than 5 cycles. Dawn remarked, "In that case, why not hasten to your tasks?" "What manner of expressions are these?" The crowd responded, "Understood." Chapter 136. A cycle of a year has passed, and the space bridge construction has been completed. Dawn sought out the primordial celestial master to inquire about traversing the universe and whether it was possible to embark with the Transformers. The primordial celestial master provided an explanation, noting that during the initial search for the Supreme Commander, he realized that relying on a single universe might not suffice. Thus, connecting several universes became essential for success. Following the incident involving the Celestial Master, aside from a few individuals engaged in their own missions, only the Phantom Celestial Spirit remained relatively stable. Consequently, the Phantom Celestial Spirits from several universes were merged, as they belonged to the same Transformer. Although there was an initial headache, no adverse reactions occurred. Dawn stated, "The Supreme Commander has been located. Upon returning to the source of the Fire Seed, he shall not re-emerge." The Primordial Celestial Master replied, "Regrettably, that is not the case." Dawn asked why not. "Is it due to the Cosmic Emperor?" The Primordial Celestial Master affirmed, "Indeed, the Cosmic Emperor has infused you with new energy, a form of his Fire Seed energy, rendering you a semi-complete entity." Dawn questioned, "Semi-complete? Does that imply I have yet to fully become an individual? What is the distinction?" The Primordial Celestial Master explained, "In your semi-complete state, you cannot return to my or the Primordial Celestial Master's Fire Seed source. Once you become a complete individual, you will only be able to return to the Fire Seed source resulting from my fusion with the Cosmic Emperor." Dawn remarked, "Reconciliation between you two seems quite challenging, as your respective essences appear to be on opposite ends of a scale. For true fusion to occur, one of your consciousnesses must inevitably cease to exist." The Primordial Celestial Master acknowledged, "Indeed, this presents the greatest difficulty and is a source of considerable concern for me." Dawn added, "Father, it seems you have contemplated this matter for some time." The Primordial Celestial Master confirmed, Yes, if our consciousnesses could harmoniously merge with the cosmic emperors, it would be ideal. Yet I fear the potential for one to devour the other. Indeed, should the cosmic emperor prevail, all universes would face turmoil. Even if the primordial celestial master emerged victorious, it would likely deplete vast amounts of energy, leaving the entire planet in a weakened state. The Transformers residing there would consequently feel the repercussions. Also appearing frail, a troubling predicament for them. The primordial celestial master then redirected the conversation to the matter of traversing the universe. Dawn responded, "Very well, Father." The primordial celestial master continued, "You have now awakened the ability to traverse space, allowing you to journey to other universes independently, without requiring our assistance for each transition." Dawn inquired, "What is the difference between these two options?" The primordial celestial sovereign, initially, to guard against the cosmic emperor, we set the destination randomly. We were unaware of which universe you would be dispatched to. As for the latter, you may choose for yourself. But I advise you to avoid the first two universes as much as possible, for in those realms, you have ceased to exist. One final matter, you may bring companions. But there are conditions. Dawn, what conditions? The primordial celestial sovereign. Ensure that the red spider refrains from eliminating other versions of itself across different universes, as this inflicts great harm upon its essence. Furthermore, a name change is imperative to evade detection by the cosmic consciousness. Dawn, understood, I shall convey this message. Dawn and the red spider deliberated whether to depart together or remain. The red spider acquiesced to Dawn's wishes, leading to the decision to heed the primordial celestial sovereign's guidance and venture into other universes. The red spider expressed discontent. Why do you follow the primordial celestial sovereign's counsel so closely? Dawn, even if I ultimately choose to stay, I would still transition to the next universe through the source of fire or upon demise, with the destination being random. It is far better to act proactively than to remain passive, and the primordial celestial sovereign indicated that this way, we can also select our next destination. The red spider, very well. Dawn, moreover, the primordial celestial sovereign stated that you need not eliminate the other versions of yourself. It is not only troublesome, but also detrimental to your being. A mere name change will suffice. The red spider, a name change? Dawn, haven't I changed my name before? You know what I was called previously. The red spider, all right, then what shall we change it to? Dawn, let's name it Star Howl, as it embodies the essence of stars. The red spider smiled. I shall heed your choice. Chapter 137 the following day. While everyone was still recharging Dawn, the red spider Star Howl, Mini Optimus, and Song Wolf had already departed, leaving behind a brief farewell message. They set forth to explore various universes and glean some understanding of previous realms. In Universe G1, Soundwave was elated upon seeing Dawn, leaping into her embrace. Dawn, it has indeed been a long time, Soundwave. The red spider Star Howl, Dawn, who is he? Dawn, this is Soundwave, the intelligence officer I raised. Soundwave, this is my companion, Star Howl. Soundwave, Dawn, it is wonderful to see you have found your companion. Dawn, however, we cannot linger here for too long. We must leave shortly after gathering some information about how everyone is faring. Soundwave, no problem, but I have a question. Why the haste to depart? Dawn, the reason is, she thought. Soundwave knows well that I should reveal that the version of me from this universe is no longer present, and the being before you is merely another version from a different realm. Prolonged stay will be detrimental for all involved. Soundwave, very well. After Dawn's departure, everyone was astonished. Those who had known and received assistance from Dawn had experienced varying degrees of despondency, yet life continued. They swiftly regained their footing, with Fort assuming the role of leader. However, another event soon transpired. Megatron returned, battered and bruised. During the period of repair, Megatron's resurgence caused turmoil. Once one of the sixth-tier executors, he frequently troubled Fort merely to catch a glimpse of Megatron, for he is an extreme sadist, obsessively fixated on defeating him. Having been bested by Megatron, he remains haunted by memories of his defeat. Dawn remarked that one cannot help but acknowledge that in his youth, Megatron truly had a knack for courting trouble. However, he soon observed that Megatron had aged and distanced himself from violence. Subsequently, he collaborated with the Arachnid Warrior to create a time machine, attempting to return to the past to confront Megatron at his peak. During this time, he took on the guise of a human named Megan Giglione, infiltrating politics to incite human hatred towards Transformers. Nevertheless, the time machine was misused by Spring, resulting in his upper and lower halves being transported to different temporal realms, leading to his inability to recombine and ultimately his demise. Ford, worn down by Megatron's disturbances, descended from his leadership role, becoming a sickly figure on the list of the elite, while a transformer known as Optimus took over as leader. In the aftermath, the remnants of violent factions arose, their origins rooted in military equipment. The Decepticons, being natural warriors, had but one objective: to conquer all. Thus, a unique suppressor was installed in the cerebral modules of the Decepticons, capable of stifling their thirst for battle. This suppressor would deactivate upon hearing specific keywords or witnessing relevant imagery, only to automatically reactivate after a designated period. Information was relayed back to headquarters, where decisions were made regarding immediate deactivation based on the stimuli observed. Generally, some Decepticons appeared rather indifferent. Cybertron now formed an alliance with humanity. Yet, despite this alliance, a considerable number of humans remained reluctant to join forces with Cybertron, secretly crafting weapons against them. Dawn inquired, "How many Transformers are aware of this?" Soundwave responded, "The majority." Dawn pressed further, "And the leaders?" Soundwave confirmed, "They are aware as well." Dawn continued, "What are their thoughts and attitudes?" Soundwave replied, "Some Transformers expressed anger, while others showed understanding." Dawn asked, "And the leaders?" Soundwave noted, "They seem quite troubled." "Who are the humans secretly crafting weapons?" Dawn queried. Soundwave answered, "They are akin to those in the Council of Elders." Dawn comprehended, understood. "What sort of Transformer is the leader?" Soundwave elaborated, "During the Civil War, he was aided by Tyrolist in assisting neutral parties to escape Cybertron, establishing a new Crystal City underground to shelter those fleeing the war." Dawn acknowledged, "I have heard of this. I did not expect it to be him." Soundwave, "Take me to meet him." Starstorm, "Come along." Starstorm ascended, "All right." The Titan was pleasantly surprised to encounter Dawn, for it was Dawn who had inspired the Titan to assume the role of a neutral party. Dawn had accomplished numerous remarkable deeds, driving away the oppressive five-face monster, leading the unwilling TF to seek refuge during the Civil War, and exposing the Council of Elders, thwarting the conspiracies of the five-faced monster and bringing an end to the 8 million-year-long civil conflict. Ultimately, he captured many of the unrepentant radical faction members who continued their atrocities. With the exception of the Overlord, the remaining perpetrators were apprehended. Had it not been for the return to the source of the fire, there would likely have been even more notable achievements. Yet, it was curious. Hadn't Dawn already returned to the source of the fire? Who, then, was the Dawn standing before him? Chapter 138. Dawn was aware of the Titan's underlying questions, but had little time to elaborate. Taking the initiative, he stated, "I understand your confusion regarding my sudden appearance, but I must be succinct. Soundwave has informed me of the current state of relations between Cybertron and humanity. What are your intentions?" The Titan interpreted Dawn's assertion of limited time in his own way and refrained from further inquiry, responding directly, "If we disregard the actions of humanity to maintain our relationship, it will be difficult to justify to our TFs. However, if we engage with them, it could potentially sour our relations, even leading to outright hostility. I am inclined towards the latter approach." Dawn replied, "I understand. The damage inflicted by the Civil War has been immense. Should another conflict arise now, regardless of its nature, it could lead to irreparable consequences." The Titan felt a surge of tension. Through Dawn's rational and objective analysis, he recognized that this was indeed the true Dawn, as such reasoning was characteristic of him. He wondered what advice or methods Dawn would propose. Dawn asked, "Starhowl, what would you do in this situation?" Starhowl responded, "Issue a warning. If they do not heed it, employ coercive measures." Dawn affirmed, "Precisely. Issuing a warning is crucial. It is the first and most significant step." Titan, "I hope you understand that this is not merely a warning but a stance, a declaration of our attitude towards them in this matter." The Titan inquired, "How should I articulate Cybertron's stance?" Dawn elucidated, "To humanity, we are outsiders, as are other extraterrestrial beings. You may feel fear and concern, and we comprehend that. You wish to develop weapons against us. We do not object and will not interfere. However, we hope you grasp the circumstances under which such weapons should be employed. Ideally, they should remain unused." The Titan questioned, "What if they seek excuses to use those weapons? What should I do?" Dawn replied, "Then you must dismantle their justifications one by one. As for the excuses they may concoct and how to respond in a manner most advantageous for Cybertron. That is your responsibility as a leader, not mine. It is time for me to depart. The Titan exclaimed, "Wait, hold on." But Dawn had already activated the power chip, opening a transwarp space and leaping in alongside Starhowl. Starhowl asked, "Where are we headed next?" "Dawn, let us venture into that universe where we first met." Starhowl, "Certainly, but let us refrain from meddling in their affairs, as they no longer concern us." Dawn, "Agreed. I shall heed your words. Thereafter, we shall explore other universes. In this universe of the malevolent deity, the coexistence of Transformers and humans has been remarkably harmonious. Once, the naive and unruly chick, who harbored a strong aversion toward Transformers, has since married Misha and is now the proud parent of 2 lively 5-year-olds, mirroring his own mischievous childhood. They possess Misha's intellect and understanding. Sally, meanwhile, is with Red and has welcomed a daughter. The other children from that era have matured into adulthood, embracing parenthood themselves. Witnessing this scene, Dawn chuckled softly. Starhowl, what troubles you, Dawn? Dawn, Starhowl, do you think there will come a time when we, too, will have a child of our own? Starhowl, caressing Dawn's faceplate, replied, that day will surely arrive. When we choose to settle down, we shall welcome our own child. Chapter 140. The Allspark. Starhowl and Dawn were joyfully exploring with the Allspark. Indeed, you read that correctly. They were taking the Allspark on an adventure. How did this come to be? Millions of years ago, the Oracle, Master Titanium, and the Seer summoned Dawn and Starhowl for a matter of great significance regarding the Allspark. Initially, silence enveloped the gathering, but after a prolonged pause, Dawn spoke. What is the purpose of summoning us, the neutral parties? Surely, it is not to have us merely stand idly by. Starhowl, we do not wish to squander our precious time. As they prepared to depart, the Oracle interjected, I hope to entrust you with a request. The 2 Transformers remained unmoved, prompting Dawn to respond. Speak, and we shall determine whether to assist you. The Oracle, can we not receive an affirmative answer first? Starhowl, with forthrightness, declared, Dawn, let us leave. The Oracle turned to Master Titanium, who stated, for the sake of the Allspark, we hope that Dawn can serve as its vessel. Upon hearing this, Starhowl's aura darkened with fury, his demeanor shifting as he grasped the hilt of his sword. Dawn placed a reassuring hand on Starhowl's shoulder and inquired, I have 3 questions. First, why us? Second, what implications does this have for us? Third, what do you intend to do? The Seer responded, during your recent examination, our staff observed a rather intriguing phenomenon. Your form is entirely composed of energy. While the reason for this remains a mystery, you possess the capacity to endure and neutralize any energy fluctuations. Your character is equally fascinating, rational, and objective. Coupled with the formidable strength of Starhowl, who is an aerial unit, should any complications arise, he can swiftly extricate you from peril. And he holds a unique sentiment towards you. Thus, we have chosen you both. Master Titanium, as for the impact on you, aside from the residual energy left in your spark when the Allspark is extracted, there will be no adverse effects. Since this is the first time, it is difficult to predict the outcome. Moreover, the Allspark will only remain in your spark chamber for a maximum of 1 minute. However, you may need to be away from Cybertron for an extended period. Dawn nodded at Star Echo, who issued a warning. If the Allspark leads to Dawn's demise, I would not hesitate to destroy it. The Allspark, Master Titanium, and the Perceptive Cores regard Star Echo as a dangerous individual. But this risk is deemed necessary for the safety of the Allspark. Moreover, only Dawn can keep him in check. The consensus among them led to the selection of the 2, and they were also curious about the extent of their influence on Cybertron. However, upon their departure, they did not take any Transformers with them, only a few who came to bid them farewell. After watching them leave, the others departed as well. Thus, you see at the story's outset, Star Echo and Dawn were wandering with the Allspark. Dawn remarked, I wonder how Cybertron is faring after our extended absence. Star Echo retorted, why concern yourself with it? They have effectively driven us away. Dawn replied, cheer up. It wasn't the Prime who expelled us, but rather the Allspark. When we return, we can settle the score with him. Star Echo agreed, indeed. Suddenly, a space bridge emerged from Dawn's chest plate, appearing so abruptly that neither Dawn nor Star Echo had time to react before being drawn in along with the surrounding debris. Soon, they were expelled from the space bridge, propelled forward by inertia and thrust until they landed heavily on the ground, momentarily disoriented. Dawn's chest plate had loosened slightly. Optimus Prime and his team, Bumblebee, Ratchet, and Prowl, cautiously brandished their weapons at the suddenly materialized Dawn and Star Echo, demanding, "Who are you? If your strength surpasses that of others, should you fear being overpowered?" Chapter 141. Star Echo positioned himself protectively in front of Dawn, drawing his sword, while Dawn calmly replied, "The questioner should first answer. It is only polite, sir." Optimus Prime introduced himself. "I am Optimus Prime." Ratchet interjected, "Optimus Prime." Optimus reassured him, "Do not worry, Ratchet. I am merely stating my name." Dawn added, "You need not be alarmed. Although we're not Autobots, we're not Decepticons either, merely neutrals." "I am Dawn." Optimus inquired, "Decepticons? Were they not eradicated?" Ratchet clarified, "Not eradicated, merely defeated." At that moment, Sentinel-1 alerted them to an unidentified spacecraft approaching, suspected to be of Decepticon origin. Ratchet stated, "I regret to inform you, but you must come with us. I will explain on the way." Dawn replied, "Very well, let us proceed, Star Echo." On board the spacecraft, Ratchet asked, as a history enthusiast, "Optimus Prime, have you heard of the Allspark?" Optimus Prime, "Indeed, it is the most potent energy within the universe, sustaining all of Cybertron." Sideswipe. Every Transformer is aware of this history. Ratchet gazes at Dawn. He possesses a fragment. For centuries, our strategy in the Holy War has been to prevent the Decepticons from obtaining the Allspark. We have placed it within a Transformer whose entire being is composed of energy crystals, and this Transformer, accompanied by a companion, ventures away from Cybertron, wandering through the cosmos. Bumblebee, are you implying we have located the Allspark? The genuine Allspark? Ratchet, no, it is it that has found us. At this moment, Sentinel-1 issues a warning. Warning, a spacecraft is approaching. Decepticon alert in progress. Police car, it has not merely found us. They hurried back to the control panel, and by this time, Dawn had already repaired his chest plate. Starwave, what do you intend to do? Confront the Decepticons head-on. Bumblebee turns to Optimus Prime. We are merely a repair team. Please tell me you do not genuinely intend to take on the Decepticons. Optimus Prime, without reinforcements, that shall not happen. Connect me to the Cybertron Command Center. Sideswipe, wow. You wish to seek assistance and go directly to the highest authority. After the connection is established, Unicron, Optimus Prime, they have actually allowed you to command other factions. Optimus Prime, spare me, Unicron. Let me speak with Ultra Magnus. Unicron, how could a third-rate fool possibly draw the attention of the highest commander of the factions? Optimus Prime, Dawn, would you kindly open your chest plate? Dawn shrugs and opens his chest plate, the radiance of the Allspark emanating forth. Unicron is momentarily taken aback. Realizing he must inform Ultra Magnus, I will transfer you immediately. Optimus Prime and Ratchet exchange a glance and share a smile. Soon, Ultra Magnus is connected. This is Ultra Magnus. We are tracking your Decepticon signal. It may merely be a lost vessel. Whenever we drive them away from Cybertron, they tend to linger at the periphery. They're not foolish enough to invade faction territory. Furthermore, if necessary, I will dispatch a force. You and your Transformers need only remain in position. And Optimus Prime, do not attempt to play the hero. That is not your role. Just as he is about to end the call, Dawn steps forward and presses the communication button, saying, "Hello, Antiquity, I believe you ought to be remade." What the Allspark represents is known to every Transformer. The Decepticons, particularly Megatron, will not overlook any energy readings that might indicate the Allspark. Given their current state, how long can they endure? Ultra Magnus, very well, I will reconsider. I will dispatch a force promptly. Police car, the Decepticons are still rapidly approaching. Bumblebee, then why can we not see them? Optimus Prime, Sentinel-1, please relay the nearest space bridge location to me. Sideswipe, but Ultra Magnus instructed us to stay put. Optimus Prime, no offense intended, but Ultra Magnus does not possess the Allspark. Thus, we shall take a shortcut and obliterate anything that obstructs our path. Dawn, all right, let us not be so grave. There is indeed another method. Ratchet, what method? At dawn, I hastened to the other side, releasing a spark signal. They would depart immediately. Optimus Prime, no, we cannot take that risk. Bumblebee, however, I must say, you are the first to dare call the Supreme Commander in Antiquity, and I share that sentiment. Dawn, well, let me impart a piece of wisdom. As long as you possess capital, you can exert influence. Bumblebee, huh? Dawn, truth be told, I suddenly entertained the notion of extracting you from the grasp of Sentinel. Optimus Prime, I regret to inform you that is also unfeasible. Now everyone, full speed ahead. Chapter 142. I belong neither to the Autobots nor to the Decepticons. Yet in the next moment, a Decepticon vessel materialized before them. Divider, boss. I do not believe we can obliterate that thing. I have never observed a Decepticon ship this closely. Ratchet. No Transformer has survived after witnessing it. Optimus Prime examined the situation and remarked, "This is a command ship. I have seen that insignia in historical texts." Ratchet, Megatron. Bumblebee, Megatron. The brutal and terrifying leader of the Decepticons. I heard he devours Autobots for breakfast. Inside the Decepticon command ship, the Decepticons were embroiled in a heated debate until Megatron appeared before them, walking with calm authority to the forefront, uttering a single command. Starscream. Report. Starscream. Energy levels are exceeding the threshold. My liege, shall I open fire on the Autobots? Megatron. Disable their ship, but do not destroy it just yet. Starscream. Yes, yes, yes. A truly clever strategy, O wise and great leader. Outside, Optimus Prime observed the Decepticon command ship preparing to strike and shouted, "Voyager 1, evasive maneuvers." After successfully dodging the initial attack, Optimus Prime commanded, "Activate emergency shielding code Omega." Yet, Voyager 1 doused their hopes with cold reality. I'm sorry, but according to Cybertronian conservation regulations, this function is unavailable. Optimus Prime, what? Just as he finished speaking, their vessel shook violently, causing them to tumble to the floor. Dawn and Starfall, belonging to the aerial division, utilized their thrusters to suspend themselves in midair. Dawn, do you really not require our assistance? Optimus Prime, no. Your protection of yourselves and the Allspark is the greatest aid you can provide us. Ratchet, wait a moment. Did the sudden emergence of the Allspark yield any warnings? Dawn, it merely instructed us to proceed to the nearest space bridge entrance. Bumblebee, is that true? Ratchet, regardless, we must head there, mustn't we? Optimus Prime, noticing Dawn lost in thought, inquired, "What troubles you?" Dawn, it is nothing, just that such occurrences have never transpired before. Optimus Prime, these matters will eventually reveal answers. For now, we must swiftly reach the space bridge entrance. As the ship trembled once again, Dawn called out, "Starfall." Starfall unsheathed his sword, regardless of who approaches. "Let them enter, and I shall strike them down." Before that Transformer could enter, an explosion erupted outside, leaving everyone in shock. Even Megatron, who had been struck by the explosion, seemed bewildered by the unfolding events. Only the true instigator possessed the knowledge of what had transpired. The spacecraft's autopilot had malfunctioned, necessitating manual control to evade the massive meteor ahead. Once they successfully navigated past it, the crew beheld the entrance to the space bridge, where the life source within Dawn's armor flickered to life, guiding them swiftly through. However, the bridge detonated immediately after their passage, its explosion creating a vast shockwave. In the midst of his self-satisfaction, Starscream remained oblivious to the fact that everyone else had escaped. By the time he realized, the energy wave from the explosion had already surged toward him. Before a cerulean planet, Optimus Prime and his crew's ship materialized, and one by one, they regained their composure. Dawn and Starstorm were the first to return to their senses, their counter-surveillance system revealing an additional Transformer in their midst. Dawn, Starstorm. Starstorm understood. Drawing his sword, he swung it towards Optimus Prime, for the unidentified Transformer stood directly behind him. The unknown Transformer swiftly parried Starstorm's assault, and though he did not defeat him in one strike, he was finally able to identify the Transformer, Megatron. Megatron, impressive. I did not expect to encounter a Transformer of considerable strength among the Autobots. Now, where's the Allspark? Starstorm retaliated by firing from the cannon at his waist, causing Megatron to crash into the control panel. Taking a step back, he declared, "I belong neither to the Autobots nor the Decepticons. I am solely loyal to Dawn." With that, he charged at Megatron, determined that no harm must come to Dawn. Starstorm's prowess surpassed Megatron's, granting him the upper hand in their clash. Dawn called out, "Those of you who wish to avoid injury, come here quickly." In the midst of their battle, an unknown button was accidentally pressed, and the spacecraft accelerated to full speed. Dawn shouted, "Starstorm now! Throw him out!" Starstorm pressed his sword against Megatron's side, exerting force until Megatron was lifted off the ground. With a swift kick, he sent Megatron hurtling into the void. However, they too were not spared, plunging into the sea and forcibly entering a state of slumber. 25 years later, beneath the waves, Dawn awoke from his hibernation pod. Surveying his surroundings, he approached Starstorm's pod and found him still in stasis. Dawn opened the pod, and Starstorm soon stirred awake. Starstorm, ugh. Dawn, where are we? Dawn, I am uncertain. I will ascend to investigate. You rest here. Dawn reassured, it's nothing serious, just a brief look around. I will return shortly. Starstorm, all right, but do be careful. Minutes later, Dawn returned. Starstorm, Dawn, what did you find? Dawn, I encountered numerous beings that appear to be human. I suspect we are on Earth. Starstorm, in that case, let us hasten our departure. Dawn, indeed, I managed to repair the glass of their spacecraft, yet complications arose. No matter how Dawn attempted to navigate through the warp space, the source of the spark rendered them perpetually unable to depart from the solar system. They chose to fly outward directly, but as soon as they ventured beyond the solar system, they were inexplicably drawn back to Earth by the spark source. Dawn also attempted to separate the spark source from herself for transmission, but to no avail. A year later, they decided to abandon their efforts. Starstorm, very well. Perhaps we should first familiarize ourselves with the situation here. Dawn, a splendid idea. Chapter 143. 24 years later, in Detroit, Dawn and Starstorm had diligently transformed their appearances to be indistinguishable from humans, both in appearance and texture. They learned to eat and adopt various human habits and biological changes. Fortunately, their past interactions with humans made the adaptation relatively straightforward. However, a minor complication arose in their transformation abilities, being the earliest of the shapeshifters. Dawn had more experience and could shift forms more swiftly than Starstorm, who struggled despite repeated attempts, leading to a surge of impatience. Dawn, do not fret, do not fret. How about this? I will share a more infuriating matter with you, shall I? Starstorm, perhaps not. Knowing you, it may only frustrate me further. Dawn, very well. 20 years later, after countless transformations, Starstorm finally mastered the art of becoming human. However, while Starstorm merely resembled a human on the surface, Dawn appeared human both externally and internally. Yet, Dawn chose not to disclose this to Starstorm, as it sufficed for an ordinary shapeshifter. Next came the issues of identity and their duration of existence in this realm. Thankfully, the technology here was not as advanced as Cybertron's, allowing them to navigate these matters with ease. Presenting themselves as two 16-year-olds from the land of flowers, Wang Xiaojun and Xiao Qingyan. However, witnessing the rapid development of Detroit with technology strikingly reminiscent of Cybertron's, both Dawn and Starstorm found it peculiar, yet they both thought of one formidable figure, Megatron. Their neural modules retained no memories of theft, and Optimus Prime remained aboard their sunken vessel without any signs of entry or exit. The only possibility seemed to be that Megatron had also fallen to Earth. But where could he be now? And was he still alive? Dawn, I suspect this Mr. Isaac is involved, as all these matters seem to originate from his hand. Starstorm, the issue lies in how we approach him. A few days later, the two entered Mr. Isaac's company as intern assistants. On their first day, they witnessed Sally chasing a robotic dog, which clutched a card in its mouth. The mechanical canine later sought refuge behind Dawn. Sally, Sparky, come here. The robotic dog remained obstinate. Dawn knelt and scratched its chin, prompting the dog to release the card, which fell to the ground. Sally picked it up. Sally, hi. How did you manage that? Dawn, simply by gaining a deeper understanding. As they walked away, Starstorm remarked, Starstorm, that girl is not human. Dawn, indeed. But why is she transformed in such a manner? I fear we must inquire with Mr. Isaac for the answer. Starstorm, yet he is unlikely to divulge anything to us. At this moment, Isaac approached. You are newcomers, aren't you? Soon, some children will come to visit. You should join them. Dawn replied, Certainly, sir. We shall meet shortly. Starry Night looked at Dawn with confusion, to which Dawn responded, Let's observe first and then decide how to engage with him. Consider it a playful endeavor. Starry Night shrugged. All right, as you wish. When the children arrived, they toured the machine-making process and learned about the evolution of machines in Detroit. Then, they were taken outside the laboratory, where it was explained that they were in the midst of creating nanomachines for medical applications. However, something had gone awry. The cockroaches intended for experimentation had mutated, growing larger and merging with other entities. All attempts to combat this aberrant cockroach proved futile, and they found themselves under attack from it. Dawn, lead the way, exclaimed Starry Night. Xiao Qing, you shouldn't linger there. Come over quickly. Starry Night hurled a fire extinguisher at the mutated cockroach and then turned to flee, asking Dawn, Wang Xiaojun, do you have any idea what's happening? Dawn replied, it is evident that the nanomachines malfunctioned, causing the cockroach's body to expand uncontrollably. Typically, it would explode upon reaching a certain size, yet it has not, and it continues to absorb energy, growing larger. It seems the nanomachines are to blame. Starry Night concluded. We simply need to eradicate those nanomachines. Dawn lamented, the challenge lies in locating them. Observing this is rather distressing. Starry Night sighed. Humans are truly troublesome. Dawn replied, there's no choice but to endure for now. Outside, the two transformed figures were hiding in a corner, watching the group of unruly children as they attempted to vanquish the mutated cockroach. Ultimately, they resorted to using explosives, obliterating the creature into pieces. And the crowd erupted in cheers. Starry Night cautioned, this isn't over yet. The children inquired, why not? Dawn prompted, consider what transformed the cockroach into such a state. The children chorused, the nanomachines. Dawn confirmed, indeed, we cannot yet ascertain whether those nanomachines have been eliminated. Before long, the question of whether the nanomachines had been destroyed yielded a swift answer. The mutated cockroach revived. Chapter 144 began with Dawn instructing Starry Night. You should escort the children away. Starry Night complied, understood. Just as Dawn prepared to act, Optimus Prime and his companion arrived. Dawn remarked, your timing is impeccable. However, despite their efforts, the mutated cockroach remained unvanquished, and even a police car had been consumed. Dawn lamented, how absurd. I nearly forgot this is a maintenance squad. Transformers leapt onto the back of the mutated cockroach, a system prompt announcing, Dawn, activate fire attack mode. Optimus Prime called out Dawn. As they became ensnared, Dawn grasped the police car's hand, straining to pull it toward him, unleashing flames reaching a staggering 5,500 degrees Celsius. This temperature was no trifling matter. It was akin to the surface temperature of the sun, and the mutated cockroach turned to ash instantaneously. Fortunately, Dawn and the police car emerged unscathed, enveloped in a soft blue glow. Optimus Prime inquired, are you all unharmed? Bumblebee chimed in, hey Dawn, your mech. Dawn's orange armor transformed to a fierce red, exuding power. Dawn replied, this is merely a manifestation of my ability. As the atmosphere shifted back to its usual state, Sally approached with excitement, exclaiming, how cool. I genuinely wish to understand all of you. Dawn crouched playfully, teasingly poking at the optical lens on her right side, and said, hello, young protoform. Would you like a gift to commemorate our meeting? Sally eagerly inquired, what is it? What is it? Dawn presented a whimsical universal key, and with a flicker of light emanating from her chest armor, it struck Sally's security card, transforming it into a key. What makes this key special? Sally asked. Dawn replied, it can unlock all electronic locks, repair machines, and even upgrade them. How cool! Sally exclaimed. Optimus Prime interjected, why did you grant her the energy of the Allspark? It's her, not it, Sally corrected. Dawn, slightly embarrassed, promised, I will explain, but not at this moment. One more thing, young protoform, the energy within is limited. Conserve it, understood? Understood. And my name is Sally, not young protoform, she insisted. All right, Sally. Farewell. In the next moment, Dawn transformed and departed, finding Starwave waiting for her in a narrow alley. Starwave asked, Dawn, if you are unwilling to share with them, might you enlighten me as to why? Dawn sighed. Sally is a protoform from Cybertron. Although I am unsure how she arrived here or transformed into a human likeness, I can speculate somewhat. The crux of the matter lies in the inevitability of her discovering she is not human. What choices will she make then? Starwave cautioned. In case she becomes a second Megatron or a sociopath, please take it upon yourself to guide her. Dawn pondered the scenario of Starwave attempting to counsel her. Breaking into a sweat. Indeed, if it were you, who knows, she might genuinely turn into a villain. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, Ratchet, Bumblebee, and the police remained behind, needing to greet the citizens of Detroit. Under Sally's guidance, they gradually adapted to life on Earth. Observing them on television, Starwave remarked, I don't know why, but watching them gives me a sense of watching Turbo Fox. Dawn chuckled. It is somewhat amusing, isn't it? Indeed. Thankfully, we left no traces of our extraterrestrial origins. Starwave replied, but they will inevitably learn the truth, and we must consider how to broach the subjects of Megatron and Sally. That indeed poses quite a dilemma. As another mundane day approached, In Chapter 145, while Optimus and the others adjusted, they also continued their heroic rescue work, garnering human admiration. During a grand feast prepared in their honor, a sudden appearance from Red Spider disrupted the festivities as he sought the Allspark. Starwave questioned, "How did he arrive here?" Dawn, still adapting to her new physical changes, responded, "Well, it is likely that when I used the Allspark to gift Sally, he detected its energy." "What do you intend to do?" Starwave inquired. "I'm asking you. After all, this is your counterpart in this world." Starwave replied, "Although the Primordial One forbade me from slaying other versions of myself across universes, he did not prohibit others from doing so." "But what is troubling you?" Dawn explained, "When my body undergoes transformation into another form or state, my attributes seem to inexplicably change as well." "So what now? What shall we do about the Red Spider?" Xing Xiao, "Of course, it is you who will send him flying. How does that sound?" Dawn, "Naturally." With determination, Dawn charged forward, shouting, "Make way." She brandished her twin-bladed spear, executing a series of dual strikes that sent a shockwave through the air, lifting a vast array of enemies into the air. Optimus Prime, Ambulance, and the Barrier, caught off guard, were also swept up. In the final moment, Dawn unleashed the Skybreaker Fist, propelling the Red Spider into the heavens, transforming him into a constellation. All the while repeating in her core, "He is not Xing Xiao. He is not Xing Xiao. He is not Xing Xiao. He is not Xing Xiao." "Sally, Optimus Prime, are you all right?" Dawn glanced at Optimus Prime, Ambulance, and the Barrier, who were still recovering from her dragon's water technique. "Dawn, this is a side effect of being lifted. Their sense of balance will be disrupted. The greater the lift, the more pronounced and prolonged the effect." Barrier, "Dawn, isn't your area of effect a bit too extensive?" Dawn, "I apologize, I've already dialed it back." Sally, "More importantly, when will they be able to stand?" Dawn, "Let me think. 4 medium-sized and lighter transformers. Their defenses are rather average, typically requiring 5 minutes to recover. For larger and heavier transformers, their defenses are comparatively robust, needing 2 to 3 minutes. They should be able to stand now. Give it a try." Optimus and the others could indeed rise, albeit with some effort. However, Dawn felt compelled to comment on their battle prowess. "To be frank, your combat effectiveness is only slightly above that of a police officer. More than sufficient for dealing with minor foes." Barrier, "Hey, while your strength is undeniable, I find that remark rather unpalatable." Ambulance, "No, he is indeed speaking the truth. However, Dawn, do not forget, we are merely a repair team." Dawn, "Call yourselves what you will, but I hope you understand that to become a true hero, to protect something, or merely to survive, strength is imperative." She then departed using her extreme shadow technique. In the underground garage of the Sanctuary Corporation, Xing Xiao inquired, "Have you found Megatron on your end?" Dawn replied, "Aside from a few places where it is clearly impossible to conceal a transformer, I have searched most rooms without finding any trace of Megatron. There remains one location yet to be explored, which is also the most likely, Isaac's private laboratory." Xing Xiao, "Is it troublesome to gain entry?" Dawn, "Firstly, Isaac spends most of his time inside. Secondly, even his daughter Sally is prohibited from entering. Thus, I suspect that even if Megatron is not inside, the contents within are likely related to him. Lastly, if Megatron is indeed present, entering recklessly without understanding the situation could lead to counter-surveillance, jeopardizing our identities and placing us in a significantly vulnerable position." Xing Xiao, "Is there any other way to ascertain what lies within?" Dawn, "There is. Do you remember the master key I gave to Sally?" Xing Xiao, "I see, understood. As a living being, there exists a natural curiosity and playful inclination, especially in youth." Dawn, "Now it hinges on whether this bait is sufficient to entice Megatron into revealing himself." Xing Xiao, with a wicked smile, declared, "Success is inevitable, without a doubt." Chapter 146. Enhancing strength this afternoon. As Sally brought tea to Isaac, she discovered him fast asleep at his workstation. However, she was unable to enter his private laboratory. Suddenly, a thought struck her, the key. She resolved to stealthily unlock the door to the laboratory. Meanwhile, Dawn sensed that Sally had breached Isaac's private domain and immediately employed a shadow technique to search the lab for the energy source. Indeed, she found the remnants of Megatron, reduced to a shattered head and a solitary hand. The dormant Megatron, upon receiving this flicker of energy, reactivated, eager to comprehend the situation that had unfolded around him. At that moment, Dawn could no longer sense the energy source and hurriedly contacted Xing Xiao. Xing Xiao, you reached out to me unexpectedly. Is there an urgent matter? Dawn, I located Megatron within Isaac's private laboratory. Although he is merely a head and a hand, he is conscious. Xing Xiao, can this version of Megatron still cause trouble? Dawn, unless it's a mirrored version, no matter which universe he hails from, Megatron will seize any opportunity to create chaos. Xing Xiao, very well, I concede to the inevitable. In terms of strength, they were not apprehensive about defeating Megatron, but when it came to his propensity for mayhem, they were genuinely fearful. Having experienced the previous two universes, they understood that he would never forego an opportunity to stir trouble, and each incident he orchestrated left the Autobots in disarray. Dawn, we should find a suitable time to confront Isaac. Xing Xiao, the dilemma lies in whether Isaac will believe us. Dawn, that is the conundrum I must ponder next. It was indeed true that, upon grasping the circumstances, Megatron's first instinct was to incite chaos. He commandeered a pocket robot to follow Sally to the location where Optimus Prime and the others resided. After a thorough search, failing to locate the energy source, he altered his strategy to eliminate Optimus and his companions first, intending to extract the whereabouts of the energy source from their memory chips. He directed the surrounding machines to prepare a grand surprise, creating utter turmoil, even causing explosions in the fuel tanks. Yet, things did not unfold as Megatron had envisioned. The pocket robot was ultimately destroyed. Furious, Megatron recognized his pressing need for a corporeal form. He resolved to disclose more Cybertronian technology to Isaac, information that Dawn and the others were unaware of, as she was currently harnessing the energy source to enhance her and Xing Xiao's capabilities. Xing Xiao, can this energy source truly aid in our empowerment? Dawn, previously, after becoming Dawn, I could only wield light and magnetic attributes. Even with transformations, my values remained unchanged. Now, with the ability to access other attributes, my values adapt with my form and state. While alternative attacks may appear somewhat crude, I can confront a greater variety of scenarios with enhanced prowess. Xing Xiao, in your previous incarnation as the illusory heavenly spirit, whether in that era or the present, you possess an unalterable advantage, an unpredictable quality. The enhancement of the spark is precisely this. If it is not mere coincidence, then my advantage lies in the mastery of swordsmanship and sound. Fu Xiao, I concede the swordsmanship, but sound? Are you certain you are not jesting? Xing Xiao? Xing Xiao, oh come now. You're overthinking this, truly. Fu Xiao, very well. However, as Fu Xiao mentioned, not only has my swordsmanship significantly improved, but I have also acquired sonic attack. For a moment, the two of us were at a loss for words. After a while, Fu Xiao, let's focus on training. Xing Xiao, agreed. Chapter 147. Xing Xiao and Fu Xiao leaned against each other, watching television and discussing how to earn Isaac's trust. The screen displayed a figure named Prometheus Black, proclaiming that humanity could triumph over machines. Xing Xiao, Fu Xiao, what do you think of this human? One glance reveals he cannot withstand adversity. Fu Xiao, perhaps we could create a little trouble for him? But upon seeing Bumblebee make an appearance, Xing Xiao remarked, it seems we need not intervene after all. Most Autobots find themselves victimized by a certain Transformers faction, particularly those who have historically been oppressed. Furthermore, Bumblebee has consistently held the title of the Autobots' favorite. However, in this instance, Bumblebee's sharp tongue has proven to be quite infuriating, which indirectly led to his disadvantage during the confrontation with the colossal Rodimus. He was even knocked out of the arena and continued to be pummeled by Rodimus, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Just as Rodimus hurled a car towards Bumblebee, who felt he was on the brink of defeat, other Transformers arrived to assist, regaining control of the scene. The police car reminded Bumblebee to employ more strategy next time, yet Bumblebee stubbornly refused to acknowledge his dismal state, being overly sensitive about others referring to his size. Following this incident, Prometheus grew increasingly resentful towards machines and, upon returning to the laboratory, commenced research on methods to combat the Autobots. While he did manage to develop a solution, he failed to consider how to address the adverse violent reactions of the experimental subjects. The mayor decided to terminate Prometheus's experiments, asserting that no further resources, whether monetary or human, would be allocated, not even to those incarcerated. Regardless of the guarantees offered by Prometheus, the mayor abruptly ended the video call. In a fit of rage, Prometheus overturned the equipment on his desk, spilling various chemicals across the floor. He vowed to prove himself superior to Isaac, oblivious to the fact that the volatile reactions caused by his modifications had already begun to emit harmful vapors. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Upon exiting the laboratory, Prometheus's body had begun to mutate, acquiring a degree of corrosiveness. He was determined to make everyone pay, a price to be exacted from all. When Prometheus arrived at the Sans company, he was unrecognizable as a human and had adopted the name Furnace. He demanded to see Isaac and had already corroded the receptionist robot. In a corner, Dawn and Starstorm hastily flew to Isaac's office. Upon reaching Isaac's desk, Dawn announced, "Mr. Isaac, there is a strange individual outside insisting on seeing you." Isaac replied, "Have him wait outside for a moment. What could possibly be malfunctioning here?" Suddenly, the screen on the desk flickered to life, with Sally declaring, "This is neither a malfunction nor an accident. It is deliberate sabotage." In that instant, Furnace burst in, stating, "Isaac Sundark, we need to talk." In his eyes, Isaac was merely a lucky fool, while he himself was an underappreciated genius. Dawn interjected, "You are partially correct, but also gravely mistaken." As Furnace turned to regard Dawn, Starstorm unleashed a sonic attack, pushing Furnace away from Isaac. Dawn then transformed into a light barrier, trapping Furnace, and remarked, "Isaac is indeed fortunate. But your situation is hardly better." The light barrier was designed such that any attack from Furnace would trigger an explosion, which, while harmless to the barrier itself, would affect Furnace adversely. Dawn maneuvered the ensnared Furnace outside, and then turned to Isaac, saying, "Mr. Isaac, I believe we have much to discuss regarding these matters." Isaac appeared visibly frightened, responding, "What could we possibly have to discuss?" Starry Howl, "Do you wish for us to clarify matters, or will you articulate your thoughts clearly? Consider this carefully, for the nature of these two paths diverges significantly." "Isaac, I will speak." Dawn and Starry Howl transformed into human forms and said, "Please proceed. And do not entertain thoughts of seeking assistance from those few transformers. They cannot contend with us, and their aid is not guaranteed. Is it?" This revelation left Isaac utterly despondent. "Isaac, I understand. This matter dates back 50 years. At that time, something fell from the sky, and I initially believed it to be a meteorite. I approached to investigate and discovered a damaged robot, which I assumed had been discarded by an alien. I brought it back to examine if there was anything useful within. Upon delving deeper, I unearthed a wealth of knowledge and aspired to utilize it for the benefit of all. Before your arrival, I truly had no idea that you were living beings, nor did I employ this knowledge to create any weaponry. Please do not harm me. I am willing to do anything for you." Chapter 148, Dawn. In consideration of the source of fire, we have refrained from disclosing our matters to Optimus Prime and the others. Starry Howl, you must keep our secrets. Isaac, no problem. At that moment, a commotion arose outside as Bumblebee rushed in, inquiring, "Professor Isaac, what on earth is happening? Who dealt with this? Moreover, he claims that your two interns are Autobots." Isaac, that. It was your other two friends who helped me resolve this predicament. As for his assertion that my two interns are Autobots, he is either slandering or has lost his mind. How could a perfectly ordinary human transform into a robot? That is rather preposterous. Bumblebee, true enough. Sally, in any case, it is a relief that you are unharmed. Isaac, I apologize for causing you concern. However, given the chaos he has created, I will be occupied for some time. Sally, then I shall not disturb you. Isaac, I will notify you once I am free. After their departure, Dawn said, "First and foremost, aside from myself, Starry Howl, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ratchet, the police car, and the barrier, there exists a transformer named Megatron. It is likely he is involved. Secondly, we must first examine the knowledge you acquired from Megatron before reaching any conclusions." Isaac, very well. I shall take you to meet your adversary. Dawn and Starry Howl, not an ally, but an enemy. Isaac, an enemy? Dawn, do you recall the aircraft that caused trouble before? Isaac, I do. Starry Howl, they are all part of the same faction, known as the Decepticons, primarily designed as military equipment. Their thought processes are akin to your human hawks. And Megatron is the leader of this faction, particularly skilled in instigating trouble and manipulation. Isaac, my heavens, such a perilous robot. No, it must be handed over to you promptly. Starry Howl, it does not necessarily have to be given to us. It could also be entrusted to Optimus Prime and the others. Dawn, at the very least, a Transformer must supervise him. Isaac, what must I do? Starfall, let me recount an incident from 50 years ago. At that time, something fell from the sky, and you mistook it for a meteorite. You ran over to investigate and discovered a damaged robot. Believing it to be an abandoned creation of some extraterrestrial being, you took it home to examine further. Within it, you uncovered vast knowledge, which you aspired to use for the benefit of others. Until your arrival here, you had always thought it was merely an unwanted robot from another world. However, upon seeing you, I hesitated to disclose this matter to you. Do you understand? Isaac understood. He quickly dashed outside. Starfall, do you think he will truly convey my words? Dawn, unless he seeks trouble. Starfall, why haven't you mentioned Sally? Dawn, pressing too hard might lead to unforeseen consequences. Isaac arrived at the door of his private laboratory with Optimus and the others, but for some reason, the door refused to open. Isaac, could it be that he has awakened? Optimus, that possibility cannot be dismissed. Ambulance, all right, don't panic. We have two options. 1, force it open, which will take some time, or 2, use the master key for a quicker solution. Choose one. Aside from the partition, everyone opted for the second method. As soon as the door opened, they were attacked. Fortunately, the machines Isaac had been studying were not military grade, resulting in minimal harm and few in number. Optimus and the others managed to subdue Megatron. Megatron, don't think you can contain me. My subordinates will eventually uncover the conspiracy of the Red Spider and come for me. Bumblebee, that may not be the case. Once you're in Cybertron prison, they may never realize you are still alive. In the corner, Starfall. Dawn, I have a question. Dawn, what is it? Starfall, the sparks are located within the chest cavity. How has Megatron survived without a torso? Dawn, perhaps it has to do with the spark source. Though that is merely my conjecture. Chapter 149. In the Grand Hall of Isaac's Sanguine Corporation, the gathering was not solely for the furnace, but also to discuss the transformation of Isaac's two assistants into robots. Isaac, no. As you all have seen, Mr. Romeus has mutated, and judging by his behavior, he harbors intense hatred towards me and everything related to Sanguine Corporation, leading him to spout nonsensical claims. It is a pity for those two children, as they must have suffered greatly. As night fell, the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor prepared to manipulate Dawn to create some minor troubles for Optimus and the others. But something seemed to be obstructing him. Upon discerning the source of the interference, the Cosmic Emperor chuckled softly, saying, "To think of using the spark source to escape my control. What a clever little villain. However, do not presume that I am incapable of affecting you in this manner." Days later, 3 damaged mechanical dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Pteranodon, and Triceratops, were delivered from the Dinosaur Museum. Dawn was deep in thought. Starfall, Dawn, do you have any ideas? What if we transform them into beasts? The optical lens suddenly emitted a faint red glow. I wonder how everyone would react upon seeing them. It would surely be quite entertaining. A trace of condensed liquid trickled from Xingxiao. Thought Dawn, even with the ember source present. The effects of the Cosmic Emperor will still influence us. Dawn remarked, 3 heads seem insufficient. Perhaps we should select 2 more. Xingxiao replied, I will defer to your judgment. Dawn then stated, I shall seek out Mr. Isaac. Upon reaching Isaac, Dawn said, Mr. Isaac, may I impose upon you for a favor? Isaac, startled by Dawn's sudden appearance, inquired, what do you wish me to do? Dawn explained, I can create a more durable and even superior mechanical dinosaur. In exchange, I would like to receive these dinosaurs along with the remaining ones in the museum. Isaac responded, I will discuss this with them, but we must offer something in return. Dawn assured, no problem. The following afternoon, Dawn presented a brand new mechanical dinosaur to the mayor and others. The mayor asked Mr. Wong, how does this mechanical dinosaur differ from the previous models? Dawn elaborated, this dinosaur is entirely supported by a mechanical skeleton, while the other components are made of lightweight, shock-resistant materials to minimize damage in case of unforeseen events. Additionally, it can fly within a range of 1,000 meters, provided the route is properly set. The mayor inquired, why is the flight limited to 1,000 meters? How many flights can it perform in a day? Dawn replied, this limitation is to prevent misuse by nefarious individuals. It can fly 10 to 15 times a day, depending on energy availability. The mayor asked one final question, what do you intend to do with the old mechanical dinosaurs? Dawn responded, of course, I plan to conduct some minor and harmless experimental projects with them. The mayor conceded, very well then, 5 days later, the new mechanical dinosaurs were unveiled to the public. Bumblebee began to express his excitement, stating, "I heard they used new materials this time. It could be quite impressive." The partitioned voice chimed in, "Hey, I didn't do it on purpose." Privately, Dawn concluded the creation of the Beast Wars Transformers and began sharing their introductions. Dawn announced, "Now that you all know your origins, who among you is the leader?" The mechanical dinosaurs eagerly claimed leadership. Dawn interjected, "Hold on. Let us proceed to an open area where you can engage in a contest. The victor shall be the leader. How does that sound?" The mechanical dinosaurs unanimously agreed and began to compete outside. As they fought, Xing Xiao approached and observed Dawn. Noticing the optical lens did not emit a red light, he remarked, "You possess considerable knowledge regarding the Beast Wars Transformers." Dawn affirmed, "Indeed, for one of the 13 apostles, Rui Xiangxiu, was the first Beast Wars Transformer of Cybertron and the ancestor of all Beast Wars Transformers." Xing Xiao acknowledged, "I see." Dawn continued, "However, each Transformer is an independent entity, and I can only formulate the most basic of inferences." In Chapter 150, while they were still engaged in their battle, a Transformer approached. It was a police vehicle. The police vehicle stated, "This is Dawn. I have created new friends for you. In your terminology, they would be considered Beast Wars Transformers." The police vehicle affirmed, "Indeed, you have given them life." Dawn responded, "Yes. Do you find it enjoyable?" The police vehicle exclaimed, "It is truly marvelous. How did you accomplish this?" Dawn replied, "It was through experimentation, but being Beast Wars Transformers, they possess certain deficiencies in language and intellect. Would you mind lending a hand?" Police car, "Certainly, but what are they doing?" Dawn, "To facilitate management, I have allowed them to choose their leader." Police car, "A wise decision indeed." Soon, Steel Cable emerged as the victor. Steel Cable has won. Dawn, "Well done. What are your plans moving forward?" Steel Cable is uncertain. Just as Dawn was about to speak further, a piercing siren echoed from afar, growing closer and more jarring. Steel Cable dislikes this sound. The mechanical dinosaurs behind expressed their discontent as well. Dawn, "I concur, it is quite noisy." Officer Fansong stepped out of the police car and inquired, "A report has been made about robots fighting here. What is the situation, Mr. Wong?" Dawn, "Officer, could you please silence the siren? It's rather loud and difficult to hear." Officer Fansong, perplexed but compliant, turned it off. Dawn, "These are my friends. I brought them out for some activity to prevent boredom. I apologize if we have disturbed the local residents." Officer Fansong, "These old robots are your friends?" The mechanical dinosaurs, hearing themselves referred to as old robots, grew incensed and charged towards Officer Fansong, who, startled, hastily retreated into his vehicle. The mechanical dinosaur pursued without hesitation. "Police car, you should hurry and get into." Dawn and Starhowl promptly boarded, discreetly adjusting their weight to avoid arousing suspicion. Upon arrival at the scene, everyone was dealing with the mechanical dinosaurs. Dawn, "Police car, you should intervene with the humans and your companions. Starhowl, and I will handle the mechanical dinosaurs." Police car, "Understood." The police car positioned itself before the crowd and declared, "Please, everyone, wait a moment. Optimus Prime, police car, what are you doing?" Police car, "Just take a look." Dawn, "Mechanical dinosaurs, could you explain why you were upset?" Mechanical dinosaurs, "That creature called the mechanical dinosaurs old. The mechanical dinosaurs are very angry." Dawn, "I share your anger, my mechanical dinosaur friends, but he has been frightened by you and chased relentlessly. He has learned his lesson. Continuing this conflict serves no purpose." Mechanical dinosaurs, "What is a friend? What is a friend?" Dawn, "If you're interested, let us find a quiet place, away from these creatures, to converse meaningfully. I believe your robotic companions would be willing to assist, but you must behave first." As she spoke, she gently stroked Steel Cable's chin. Steel Cable, wagging its tail, replied, "Steel Cable enjoys quiet places devoid of these creatures. The mechanical dinosaurs all prefer tranquility without them." The other mechanical dinosaurs echoed with approving sounds and then approached the police car, asking, "Police car, apart from Steel Cable and Starhowl, we dislike other humans, and among you, you favor tranquility the most. Could you assist us?" Police car, "Certainly." On a small island surrounded by seawater, the mechanical dinosaurs reside, where Dawn, Starhowl, and the police car often visit to play with them. In the mayor's office, Mayor Isaac, Dawn, and Starhowl were present. "Mayor, do you have anything to say regarding those mechanical dinosaurs?" Starfall, "Mayor, We merely aspire to create a mechanical life form of our own, one that belongs to both myself and Dawn. It has been proven that we have succeeded. However, our initial designs were inspired by the characteristics of beasts, which may lead to volatile emotions, though they remain manageable. Mayor, very well, citizens, I shall speak. But let this be the first and last occurrence. Starfall. Understood, Mayor. Chapter 151. Black Widow. Dawn discovered a Decepticon mercenary named Lockdown had arrived in Detroit, manifesting a virtual garage with a clear intent to hunt Optimus Prime and his companions. After some contemplation, Dawn resolved not to inform them, as they seemed overly relaxed, with the exception of the ambulance, which remained ever vigilant. The sudden appearance of Lockdown should serve as a suitable warning. 3 days later, while confronting Lockdown, Dawn discreetly summoned the Vanguard, Intercept, Medic, Night Raid, and Assault teams from Cybertron, totaling 15 minicons to assist. The Medic team remained at the base to tend to any potential injuries, while the Vanguard, Intercept, Night Raid, and Assault teams ventured forth to procure weapons from Lockdown, who was notoriously known as a weapons collector, acquiring most of his arsenal through theft from other Transformers or by completing tasks for others, with the remainder obtained through various means. As Lockdown engaged Optimus Prime and his allies, the minicons not only seized several weapons, but also played a small prank on Lockdown's ship. Upon returning to the base, the minicons gently placed their acquired weapons on the ground. Dawn meticulously examined them. 5 medical devices, 2 disruptors, 2 signal trackers, 2 auxiliary tools, and a final melee weapon. Dawn, well done, minicons. The minicons glimmered with delight, emitting joyful electronic sounds. Starfall, you truly are easily pleased. The minicons scampered towards Starfall, seeking affection, which he welcomed warmly. Phantom approached Dawn, whispering something. Dawn, Black Widow, I shall investigate. After conducting a search, Dawn discovered that Black Widow, originally named Alita, was once an elite member of the Autobots. However, after an unfortunate incident, she disappeared for an extended period. Upon her return, she had transformed into a hybrid of organic and inorganic matter, adopting a new name, Starfall. It seems her fear of being rejected by the Transformers upon her return is compounded by the possibility of becoming a test subject. Dawn, indeed, she likely feels betrayed and abandoned by her closest friends. Yet this is a matter of intelligence gathering. Starfall, so, do you intend to bring her in? Dawn, that will prove challenging. Given the circumstances of her transformation, regaining her trust will be difficult. Starfall, what if we establish a transactional relationship? We could offer her the chance to fully become either an inorganic or organic being in exchange for her assistance with a task. Dawn, a splendid suggestion, Starfall. Our next step is to devise a means of locating her. However, in recent days, Dawn and his companions have been unable to locate the Black Widow until she finally emerged on Halloween night. She seized Sally's key to the Allspark and inserted it into her own body, causing all life on Earth to age rapidly. In the ensuing chaos, she nearly perished from the backlash of the Allspark, but Optimus Prime valiantly ventured into the Allspark's forbidden zone and extracted the key, saving her life. As Optimus supported her and implored her forgiveness, she poisoned him, leaving him with the bitter words, "It is difficult for me to trust Autobots again, especially you, Optimus." Before departing, on the rooftop, the Black Widow gazed at the moon, unable to suppress her tears. Once her sorrow subsided, she noticed a figure behind her. "Who are you?" she demanded. "I am Dawn," he replied, "a neutral party, seeking to propose a transaction with you." What could an unknown brat offer me?" She retorted. "I possess information that may prove beneficial to you, such as methods to transform inorganic beings into organic ones and vice versa," Dawn suggested. The Black Widow narrowed her eyes. "What do you desire in return?" "Indeed, you are astute. One day, I may require a modicum of intelligence regarding the Decepticons," he replied. "Are you not afraid I might provide you with false information?" she questioned. "Not at all. When the time comes, you need only furnish me with the details, and it will be my responsibility to discern their veracity, just as it will be yours to judge the reliability of the information I provide," he countered. "Interesting. I accept your offer," she agreed. "You are quite a straightforward individual," Dawn remarked, handing her the documents. Upon receiving the information, the Black Widow immediately thrust a poison needle towards him. But at that instant, Dawn transformed into light and dispersed, a manifestation of his afterimage skill. He was uncertain whether the Black Widow would attack him after acquiring the information. Hence, he created an afterimage to converse with her. Fortunately, he had not revealed his true form, or he might have met his demise. Chapter 152. After acquiring the documents, the Black Widow found a secluded location to study them. Meanwhile, Lightning and Nut arrived on Earth in search of Megatron's whereabouts. Optimus and his team had just engaged in a skirmish with the two Decepticons, and truthfully, their survival was nothing short of a stroke of luck. Nut seemed to have overheard something, prompting her to depart with Lightning. For the sake of Earth and Sally's safety, they resolved to leave with Megatron's head and Dawn, although they faced the dilemma of not knowing where Dawn and Starstorm were located. Additionally, repairing their spacecraft would take considerable time. Unexpectedly, Dawn reached out to them first. "Where are you, Dawn? We can either come to you, or you can come to us." Optimus inquired. "That is not feasible. While I can negate the All-Sparks energy, it would be unwise to appear brazenly before the Decepticons while carrying it," Dawn explained. "Then we shall shake off the Decepticons before seeking you," Optimus assured. "How did you manage to carry the All-Spark around before?" Bumblebee asked. "Optimus merely instructed us to leave Cybertron with the All-Spark. He did not specify our destination. Thus we had to roam," Dawn replied. This left them momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, Ambulance asked, "Have you never been discovered?" Dawn replied, "We excel at hide and seek." This was something Optimus Prime had to concede. They had searched for quite some time without spotting Dawn and Starfall. Optimus Prime cautioned, "In any case, you must be discreet." Dawn assured, "Rest assured, we will be cautious." Once they ended the communication, Starfall inquired, "Where are they?" Dawn responded, "On their way to the spacecraft." Starfall said, "I'll go see if they need assistance." Dawn warned, "All right, but remember, you are an aircraft and water combat is not your forte. Do not venture into the water." Starfall acknowledged, understood. Dawn seemed to recall something and said, "Wait, Starfall, if the Decepticons take Megatron, let them." Starfall asked why. Dawn replied, "Do you remember the Transformer named Unicron? It should ring a bell." Starfall confirmed, "I remember." Dawn continued, "Transformers like that must be numerous among the Autobots. We need to devise a way to ensure they have a thorough understanding of the Decepticons." Starfall remarked, "If we want them to fully comprehend the Decepticons, we must resort to extreme measures." "I understand." Several hours later, Starfall returned. Dawn asked, "What is the situation?" Starfall replied, "Megatron has been taken, and Optimus and the others are severely injured. The key has also been stolen." Dawn acknowledged, "I see. Thank you for your efforts." Starfall inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Dawn responded, "I will go find Optimus and the others." At the entrance of Optimus Prime's secret base, Dawn and Starfall politely asked, "Is there a Transformer present?" Optimus emerged, surprised by their sudden appearance. "How did you come here?" Dawn replied, "We came to check on your condition. May we enter?" Optimus permitted, "Yes." Once inside, they observed the others languishing in the base. Optimus said, "I apologize, we lost the key." Dawn noted, "It is indeed a predicament, but there is still time." Ambulance questioned, "Time for what?" Dawn explained, "Minor injuries are manageable, but repairing a severely damaged Transformer requires more than just the All-Sparks energy." Police car asked, "What should we do?" Dawn responded, "I will teach you how to fight more effectively." Chapter 153 Divider. "Really?" Bumblebee queried. Optimus replied, "Dawn, I appreciate your goodwill, but we are merely repair robots. Megatron has already been taken by his subordinates. For precaution, you should leave Earth." Bumblebee interjected, "Optimus, Dawn could have elucidated why they should not depart, yet she chose not to. What if we decide to stay?" Optimus asked why. Dawn responded, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Optimus replied, "I do not comprehend what you are implying." Dawn stated, "I do not wish to impose, but I hope you understand that I genuinely want to assist you." With that, she departed. On the way, Starfall said, "Dawn, I must excuse myself for a moment." Dawn replied, "All right." Starfall returned to Optimus's base, where Optimus asked, "Why have you returned?" Xing Xiao. Dawn is an exceptionally skilled intelligence officer, if he so desired. There would be scarcely any information beyond his reach. However, he refrains from acting upon this capability out of respect for you, stemming from the decisions made 50 years ago. His choice to assist you in enhancing your strength is a testament to your efforts. It is up to you to decide whether to continue this self-deception or to emerge from the shadows. I believe the course of action is quite clear. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Qing Tianzhu and the others in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Dawn sought out Isaac. "Dawn, Mr. Isaac, regarding Sally's identity." "Isaac, you are already aware of Sally's identity." "Dawn, I have managed to deduce a few aspects." "Isaac, I am at a loss as to how to convey this to her. Perhaps she shall never know, will she? Dawn. Sally is still young and has not been subjected to any trauma. Thus, she remains unaware of her peculiarities. Once she discovers her uniqueness on her own, or if someone else reveals it to her, how do you think she will perceive you? What thoughts will cross her mind? Isaac envisioned the scenario, his heart sinking at the thought, for he regarded Sally as his own daughter. The mere image filled him with dread, prompting him to leap from his chair, running and shouting. No, 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 that cannot happen. I must tell Sally immediately. Right now. At once. Outside Sally's room. Isaac took several deep breaths before knocking on her door. Isaac. Sally, are you there? Sally, yes, I am. Isaac, may I come in? Sally, please do. Upon entering, Isaac appeared somewhat anxious. Sally, what is the matter, Dad? You look quite tense. Isaac, it concerns your lineage, and I wish to discuss it with you. Sally, is this matter truly of such importance at present? Isaac, oh, Sally, if it were not of great significance, would I bring it up now? Seeing Isaac's serious demeanor, Sally acquiesced, attempting to relax. After a moment, a loud exclamation emanated from her room. Sally, what? I'm not only not your daughter, but I'm also an alien baby. Isaac, yes, indeed. Initially, you bore no resemblance to a human. For reasons unknown, you gradually began to resemble one. You were meant to be surrendered, but considering you were but a child, I could not subject you to that suffering. Thus, I kept you and claimed you as my daughter. I feared your potential abilities might expose your identity, so I endeavored to keep you at home as much as possible. Sally still found it hard to believe. Dad, are you sure you're not joking with me? Isaac, my child, I understand this revelation is overwhelming. Yet one truth remains unchanged. I have always regarded you as my own daughter. Sally, could you leave me alone for a moment, please? Isaac, of course. If you need me, I shall always be here. With that, he exited, and, as the door closed once more, Isaac collapsed onto the floor, relieved as though a great weight had been lifted from him. Chapter 154. After reuniting with Xing Xiao, Dawn and the 2TF encountered Black Widow. Dawn, it has indeed been a long time, Mississippi. I wonder how you have fared with the information I provided? Black Widow, it is indeed possible to transform organic matter into inorganic substances, yet this process feels rather prolonged to me, requiring several decades. Dawn, given your state oscillating between inorganic and organic, the time frame could be half at least. Black Widow, however, I cannot afford to wait that long. Dawn, very well. If you do not mind, I am willing to personally conduct this procedure for you, and it will only take a few months. Black Widow, can I trust you? Dawn, trust is not something we can discuss at this moment. We are merely collaborators, and I have voluntarily chosen to partner with you, which means I must strive for excellence. So please follow me. Upon arriving at Dawn's base, Black Widow inquired, You bring me here so casually. Are you not concerned about me exposing your location? Starstorm, let us discuss that once you have fully recovered. However, should you dare to reveal our whereabouts, I assure you, you will not even comprehend how you met your demise. Black Widow, very well, let's pretend I never said anything. Dawn emerged from the operating room and announced, The surgical suite is ready. As Black Widow lay on the operating table, she watched Dawn perform the surgery through the mirror on the ceiling. She had requested this herself, acknowledging her slight trepidation regarding Dawn's potential actions during the process. Yet, witnessing her mechanical parts gradually regain their former hue brought her genuine delight, albeit accompanied by some discomfort. At this juncture, Dawn paused the procedure and remarked, Let us conclude for today. As Black Widow began to ask why, a slight movement of her neck sent waves of intense pain throughout her body. Dawn, seemingly aware of her unspoken question, continued, To expedite the transformation, one must prioritize speed, which entails enduring significantly more pain than the gradual approach. I must take my leave now. An hour later, Black Widow emerged from the operating room, feeling frail. Dawn handed her a bucket of gasoline and asked, Care for a sip? Black Widow, Thank you. Is this a routine occurrence? Dawn, if you wish to recover swiftly. Then yes. Black Widow, I understand. Starstorm, Dawn, the human named Isaac called us to inform that Optimus Prime and the others are looking for us. Dawn, understood. Please rest well. We must be on our way. Black Widow, it is quite all right. In the lobby of Isaac's company, Optimus Prime and his companions awaited the arrival of Dawn and Starstorm. Upon their arrival, Dawn and Starstorm asked, Speak, what brings us together? Optimus Prime, I hope you can assist us in becoming stronger. Dawn, certainly, and what about you? Starstorm, I am indifferent. Dawn, then let us commence. Bumblebee, what shall you teach us? Dawn, time is of the essence. We shall begin with self-awareness. Barrier, self-awareness? Are we not sufficiently aware of ourselves? Dawn, to ascertain whether you are, simply consider this. Do you know your strengths and weaknesses in battle? How do you effectively leverage your strengths while circumventing your weaknesses? What strategies can you employ to achieve synergy with your team members? Optimus Prime, your words resonate. Indeed, we are lacking. Dawn, as I mentioned earlier, time is of the essence, and given that the Decepticons possess formidable combat prowess, you have scant opportunity to enhance your own combat abilities to their level. Bumblebee, so, we are undoubtedly doomed, correct? Dawn, however, many Decepticons excel in individual combat. With your current capabilities, you could potentially defeat some of the less formidable Decepticons through teamwork. Yet, when faced with those adept at team tactics, equipped with specialized abilities that counter teamwork or restrict mobility, and possessing particularly formidable strength, your chances diminish significantly. Bumblebee, surely, our luck cannot be so dire as to encounter all three types of Transformers you mentioned, right? Dawn, although I am not a Decepticon, I do possess some abilities specifically designed to counteract team strategies. Bumblebee, so, should we consider ourselves fortunate that you are not our adversary? Dawn, there is no need for such sentiments. It would be more prudent to reflect on the three questions I posed earlier. First, what are your strengths and weaknesses in combat? Second, how can you effectively leverage your strengths while avoiding your weaknesses? Third, how can you establish synergy with the other members of your team? Chapter 155, Optimus Prime. Our strengths and weaknesses? Bulkhead, I know my destructive power is formidable, but my agility leaves much to be desired. Dawn, therefore, what you need to focus on is stability. Bulkhead, what precisely should I do? Dawn, you must cultivate patience, responding to change with steadfastness, maintaining composure amidst turmoil, observing the expressions around you. It is clear that this concept is not well understood. Dawn, essentially, it means that circumstances are ever-changing. We must be vigilant in observing these changes and remain unperturbed. Optimus Prime, I grasp the first part, but the latter four characters you mentioned, what do they signify? Isaac, while I recognize that you are using terminology from the Flower Kingdom, I too am perplexed. Dawn, allow me to translate and elucidate that phrase, with presence of mind in the face of disasters. Bumblebee, Megatron indeed embodies a disaster. Dawn, at all times. Regardless of what transpires, one must strive to maintain composure and eschew any negative emotions, as this can profoundly impact one's judgment and even survival. This is knowledge you all must acquire. Bulkhead, maintaining composure at all times is an impossibility. Dawn, therefore, it is about striving to remain calm. This is a form of self-challenge. A few days later, Lightning and Nut found Megatron's chassis and utilized the key to restore his body. Megatron, eager to take vengeance on the Red Spider, who had previously bested him, prepared to use the key to locate the Allspark. However, he discovered that something obstructed the energy signal connection between the Allspark and the key, igniting his fury. Yet a new idea emerged. He would head to the Sundar Corporation, certain that the Autobots would appear and undoubtedly know the whereabouts of the Allspark. Megatron, accompanied by his subordinates, descended upon Sonda Enterprises with intent to wreak havoc. Unsurprisingly, Optimus Prime and his allies made their appearance. Megatron demanded, "Tell me where the Allspark is, or I shall obliterate this place." To which Optimus replied, "Even in death, you shall not achieve your goal." Megatron retorted, "Then let us see." A fierce battle ensued, as the barrier faced off against Lockdown. Memories of Bumblebee's words replayed in his mind. If your opponent possesses speed, find a way to lure them to an area that restricts their movement. The barrier pondered, what if the adversary is as massive as I am? Bumblebee advised, to engage in a direct confrontation would be the height of folly. It will depend on your observational skills. Keen observation may reveal evident weaknesses, for sometimes the strongest point is also the most vulnerable. Emboldened by this wisdom, the barrier struck Lockdown's right hand, causing an explosion that injured him. Dealing with Barricade proved simpler. The police car and Bumblebee led Barricade onto the icy surface of the sea, where Bumblebee began to taunt him relentlessly, inciting Barricade's rage until he transformed mid-air, plummeting directly into the frigid waters. However, Megatron was not so easily vanquished. He overpowered both Optimus and Ratchet, pinning them to the ground. "Is this all you've got?" still unwilling to divulge the information. He sneered. I would rather die than speak, Optimus declared resolutely. Megatron then seized the fleeing Isaac, lifting him into the air and threatening. If you do not reveal the location, I shall drop him and capture another. Please no, cried Optimus. Then tell me, where is the Allspark? Megatron demanded. Even if you divulge the truth, I will still cast him down, won't I? Who? He exclaimed, noticing a flying unit nearby. Who are you? Starwave replied. Does it matter who I am? Tell me, do you dare to drop him now? The two titans faced off, with Isaac trembling in fear. Megatron chuckled. Why do you hesitate? He let go, prompting Isaac to scream. Ah, no, shouted Optimus. Chapter 156. Just as everyone, except Starwave, believed Isaac to be doomed, a mini-aircraft appeared from nowhere, catching Isaac and gently lowering him to the ground. Infuriated, Megatron turned his ire towards Starwave. With the nuisance removed, shall we engage in combat? Starwave declared, lunging at Megatron. Megatron parried the attack with his sword, delivering a kick to Starwave's abdomen, creating distance between them. Megatron retaliated with a blast, but Starwave deflected it with his sonic attack and charged back, attempting to strike Megatron once more, only to have the blow evaded. Increasing the distance again, Megatron mocked Starwave. Is that all you can do? Swing your blade? Starfall disregarded Megatron's taunts and continued his assault. Once again, Megatron defended himself with his sword, but Starfall's reflexes proved to be slightly swifter, resulting in a close-range sonic attack that sent Megatron crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the dust could settle, Megatron erupted from it, poised to strike Starfall. However, Starfall was already prepared, using the flat of his sword to send Megatron back to the ground. This time, it was not Megatron charging forth, but rather several energy blasts. Starfall anticipated that it would either be Megatron or his energy cannons, and he deftly dodged, sustaining only minor scratches on his visor. Nevertheless, Megatron seized the opportunity. Returning to the air, Megatron remarked, Your prowess is impressive. Since you previously stated that you do not belong to the Autobots, have you considered joining the Decepticons to pursue war and glory, conquering all? Starfall replied, boring. Megatron, in rage, exclaimed, What? Starfall retorted, I said you are quite dull. With that, he charged at Megatron, his speed significantly increased and his strength considerably amplified. As he struck, he declared, War, war, war. What meaning is there in conquering everything when all that you cherish has been lost? Another sonic attack sent Megatron crashing to the ground once more. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Dawn was with Sally. Dawn said, Sally, I have heard about your situation. Sally replied, Are you referring to the fact that I was informed I am an alien? Dawn explained, In truth, I realized you were not human the first time I laid eyes on you. Sally exclaimed, What? Why didn't you tell me? Dawn responded, I hinted at it from the beginning. Sally questioned, Hinted? Dawn clarified, Did I not refer to you as a neonate? Each place has its own terminology for various matters, but out of courtesy, one typically adheres to local customs. Thus, according to Earth's conventions, I should have called you child or miss. Sally countered, But calling me a neonate is your term for child. Wait, why didn't you just say it directly? Dawn explained, If an outsider were to say it, or if you discovered it on your own, it would not only be hard to accept in the moment, but would also inflict emotional wounds. You might wonder why Mr. Isaac did not inform you, and what else he might be concealing. Sally noted, So, it was you who prompted him to tell me. Dawn confirmed, Yes, but merely to minimize the impact on you. However, you should also understand that Mr. Isaac genuinely loves you. Does he not? Sally turned her head and muttered softly, As if you know me so well. Dawn chuckled. So, have you come to terms with it? Sally lowered her head and asked, What should I do? Dawn advised, Just have a good conversation with your father. Sally inquired, I understand, but what kind of alien am I? Dawn replied, That is something you must discover for yourself. Chapter 157. As Sally prepared to return, Optimus Prime and the others arrived. Dawn asked, How did it go? Optimus Prime, I deeply regret that we were unable to safeguard Mr. Isaac. Sally appeared visibly frightened. What has happened to my father? Speak quickly. What has become of him? Starfire, he has been taken by the Decepticons. Sally, what do we do? What do we do? How will they treat him? If anything happens to him, I will cry. Dawn reassured Sally. The Decepticons must have had a reason for abducting Mr. Isaac. But one thing is certain. He is not in immediate danger of losing his life before they achieve their objective, so we still have time to rescue him. Sally, you're right. After we find Dad, I must apologize to him. Dawn, good child. After a moment of contemplation, Dawn stated, Starfire, with your abilities, there shouldn't be any Transformers capable of taking someone under your optical surveillance. Starfire, I think you ought to inquire with them. Bumblebee, my apologies. Dawn couldn't help but facepalm. No wonder. While Optimus and the others were assisting in the repair of buildings damaged during battle, a spaceship descended upon the city. They paused their work to investigate. Upon reaching the vessel, they immediately recognized it as an Autobot ship. Optimus instructed everyone to remain calm before entering. After some time, the Transformers emerged. Back at Dawn's base, Black Widow had just recovered and saw the figure of Unicron on the screen, her emotions conflicted. Dawn, it seems you wish to meet an old friend. Black Widow, yes, but I wonder if I still appear as the monstrous being I once was. What will he think of me? Dawn, to find out how he perceives you is simple. Here, she handed over 2 small devices. Black Widow, what are these? Dawn, one is a disguise device that contains your previous form and abilities, and the other is an upgrade device for your body. What happens next depends on you. In the square, Black Widow met Unicron. Upon learning of her situation, his reaction starkly contrasted with Optimus' apologies and pleas for her return. He expressed unfathomable disdain for her current form. Even after Black Widow's helmet fell off, he cruelly remarked that she would be better off dead in her current state, leaving her utterly disheartened. Secretly, she activated the upgrade device given by Dawn and deactivated the disguise device. Where her upgraded form was revealed, everyone was left in awe. Her armor transformed into a shade of pink, her ponytail vanished, replaced by a short hairstyle characteristic of elite females. With 2 antennas curving backward on either side of her head, she appeared both beautiful and gentle, yet exuded an air of seriousness. Unicron, Alita? Black Widow, I no longer go by Alita or Black Widow. I am Ariel. While I shall no longer aid the Decepticons, I will also never return to the Autobots. With that, she transformed into a sports car and sped away. Optimus, Alita, but Ariel had already vanished into the distance. He then turned to Unicron and inquired, Is this the outcome you desired? Unicron, my affairs are none of your concern, you mere repair drone. Optimus Prime, Alita has not only reverted to a fully inorganic life form, but her body has also undergone an upgrade, achievable only by the current bearer of the Allspark. You have driven Alita away, and with Earth being so vast, how are we to find her? Nemesis Prime, why must we seek her out instead of her finding us? Furthermore, is locating a Transformer truly so arduous? Unicron, Nemesis, what troubles you? Nemesis Prime, with a hint of timidity, turned to inquire, What is it, leader? Unicron, that Transformer was selected from the neutrals by myself, Master Titanium, and the Perceptor. Nemesis Prime, what? The neutrals? Why? Unicron, because the neutrals never easily lean towards any side, especially not him, who is revered among them as the Transformer of Light. Chapter 158 Nemesis Prime. Why? I have never heard of this before. Unicron. After he departed, we sealed any information regarding him. At that time, his prestige surpassed that of any Transformer. Optimus Prime. Including yours, Commander? Unicron. Indeed. Nemesis Prime. But the question remains, where is he? This is indeed a dilemma. At that moment, Sally rushed over, brandishing the key she had previously recovered, stating, This contains Allspark energy. It might be of assistance. Ratchet. That is implausible. Bumblebee, why? Ratchet. Dawn's body is entirely composed of energy crystals, capable of negating known energy fluctuations. If successful, Megatron would not come to Sonda Enterprises to wreak havoc and inquire about our Allspark. Sally. In that case, since we cannot find him, can we not lure him out? Sally appeared somewhat despondent. Unicron. Cybertron has many matters to attend to. I shall return in an hour. Nemesis. You shall remain here and assist Optimus and the others in searching for the Allspark. Moreover, there are numerous virtues in Optimus that you must learn. Nemesis Prime, what? Dawn felt a peculiar itch in her antennae, pondering, Who is speaking of me? Ariel arrived at Dawn's base, appearing both distressed and irate. Dawn, we are preparing to absorb energy. Would you care to join us, miss? Ariel, thank you. Do you not wish to inquire about what has transpired? Dawn, I adhere to the principle of not asking if you do not volunteer the information. Ariel, why establish such a principle? Dawn, if you wish to share, even without my inquiry, you will express it. If you do not wish to share, no matter how much I inquire, you will remain silent, correct? Ariel, being with you truly brings comfort to a Transformer. From now on, simply refer to me as Ariel. Dawn, very well. Ariel, let us first absorb some energy. Shall we? Ariel agreed. After they absorbed the energy, Ariel recounted the circumstances of the situation to Dawn. Upon hearing her, Dawn remarked, "Indeed, this is quite extraordinary. Do you require my assistance?" Ariel, "No, it is unnecessary. This is my personal affair, and I hope to resolve it on my own." Dawn, "Certainly, should you need help. Do not hesitate to let me know." Ariel, "There is indeed one matter. Why is Optimus currently a repair robot?" Dawn, "I have investigated, and following your incident, both of them were questioned about what transpired. Optimus Prime took full responsibility, attributing the fault to himself. From the onset of the inquiries until now, Unicron has not uttered a single word in Optimus's defense, even resorting to mockery." Upon hearing this, Ariel's anger intensified. "Ariel, I'm going to find Cosmos." Dawn, "Just don't overexert yourself." Ariel, "Relax, it's nothing." After Ariel walked away, Dawn, Starhowl, "Understood, but you truly have a point." Dawn, "I merely spoke the truth, and also, make sure to hand this over Cosmos." Starhowl stealthily followed Ariel. Ariel approached Cosmos's spacecraft, and Unicron immediately donned a repugnant expression as he drew near to Ariel. "Alita, you've finally come to your senses and wish to return to the Autobots, correct?" Ariel brandished her weapon at Unicron, her anger palpable. "My name is Ariel, not Alita. Also, keep your distance, traitor. I demand to see Cosmos." Unicron descended, inquiring, "What do you want?" Chapter 159. Ariel, "It was my insistence alongside Unicron that led us to that planet, and Optimus was merely trying to prevent us. Why should the one who tried to stop us be punished, while those of us who insisted on going became the backbone of the elite Autobot Guard?" Unicron, "You, Commander, this isn't how it is. Please allow me to explain." Cosmos sighed. "I am aware of this matter, as you mentioned, Ariel. I have been waiting for a certain Transformer to tell me the truth. However, I did not expect that another involved Transformer would already have spoken the truth, yet still wish to argue." Unicron, "No, that is not true." Cosmos, "This has left both me and the other Transformers quite disappointed. I must carefully consider the matter of the next leader." Unicron, "Wait. Commander." Cosmos disregarded Unicron and turned to Ariel. "Ariel, how did you come to know of this?" Ariel, "It was Dawn." Cosmos, "Can you take me meet him?" Ariel, "Without his consent, I cannot casually bring you to him." Cosmos, "It seems you have become one of his." Ariel, "When I was still a half-organic, half-mechanical abomination, he looked at me without disdain, pity, or fear, nothing at all. He was apprehensive that I would refuse assistance, offering help in a transactional manner rather than standing idly by with derisive comments, even trusting me enough to take me to his base." Cosmos, "It appears he does not trust us." Starhowl emerged. "Although he harbors no trust for you, he instructed me to deliver this to you." He produced a small box. Cosmos, "What is this?" Starhowl, "It bears an inscription." Cosmos glanced at it, reading, "Open this in a place devoid of Transformers and surveillance." Cosmos, "It seems I will need to linger here for a few more days." During this period, when Sally was on the verge of losing the Sonic Corporation, Wang Xiaojun, Dawn, and Xiao Qingyin, Starhowl, stepped forward. Xiao Qingyin, Starhowl, stated, "We can provide an explanation regarding Sally's identity and the future of the company." The mayor responded with a scoff. "An explanation from just the two of you interns?" Xiao Qingyin, Starhowl, retorted with a serious expression, "We were once interns, but now we are full-fledged employees." The mayor, slightly intimidated, replied, "All right, go on." Wang Xiaojun, Dawn, elaborated, "Mr. Isaac is very busy and has no time for marriage and children. Thus Sally is the next generation created from his own DNA. One could say that Sally is essentially Mr. Isaac's daughter. Out of concern for potential negative implications of such a creation, we have refrained from providing any information. If you require it, I can present it to you right now." The mayor interjected, "Even so, what about the Sonda Corporation? How do you intend to reclaim it? Do not forget that I can temporarily take control of Sonda Corporation in the name of Sally being just a child." Wang Xiaojun, Dawn, responded, "This is a recording left by Isaac. He stated that should anything happen to him, his employees would temporarily oversee Sally due to her young age." The mayor smirked, pressed the delete button, and remarked, "My sincerest apologies, I accidentally hit delete." Sally exclaimed, "Hey, you can't do that." Wang Xiaojun, Dawn, reassured her, "No worries. I had set it up so that any deletion would propagate to all screens. If the mayor wishes to continue his deceit without regard for his position, he may do so. But now, please take your people and leave Sonda Corporation. The mayor conceded, you are quite ruthless. Van Stinson, let us go. Van Stinson vowed, I will not give up, nor will I let you escape. In Chapter 160, Wang Xiaojun Dawn crouched down and said, if you're feeling unhappy, feel free to vent. Sally replied, thank you, you must be Dawn. Wang Xiaojun Dawn responded, what a clever child you are. Sally continued, and this is your companion. Thank you both. I will be strong. Xiao Qingyan, Star Howl, remarked, it seems we need not worry at all. Sally affirmed, of course, I will guard Sonda Corporation until my father returns. Van Stinson indeed kept his word. With the mayor's assistance, he established a small enterprise of his own. However, as soon as he had his own small business, he began to scheme, utilizing his leadership warrior technology to seize the body of the sky enemy, leaving it with nothing but its head. Optimus Prime could not help but laugh upon seeing the sky enemy reduced to only a head. The sky enemy exclaimed, hey, did you not say you would not laugh? Optimus Prime replied, I apologize, I could not help myself. It appears to be yet another of Van Stinson's masterpieces. We must quickly find him and the mayor. On a ship, they captured Van Stinson, believing they could bring him to justice, when the mayor emerged to defend him. Dawn and Star Howl approached, with Star Howl questioning, who says he hasn't committed a crime? The mayor asserted, I say he is not. Star Howl countered, what if I say he has? The mayor challenged, then go ahead and explain. Starstorm, he has launched multiple assaults against us and maliciously seized our bodies for nefarious purposes. Such actions alone could incite a planetary war, the consequences of which would be far beyond what a mere human like you could withstand. The mayor felt a twinge of fear within, yet maintained a facade of composure. Retorting, are you threatening me? Starstorm, threatening? Ha! You are not worthy. You had better realize that we could end your existence with a mere step. With that, he forcefully stomped the ground, causing tremors that left the mayor and Vansterson collapsed on the floor. Vansterson was swiftly imprisoned. Later, Optimus Prime approached Dawn with a smile. Dawn, we have been searching for you. Dawn, I'm aware of this matter. Unicron, you knew? Then why have you not come forth to meet us? Dawn, because I remain cautious of newcomers like you, especially since you have already provoked Ariel. Unicron began to mock Dawn coldly. Caution, indeed. You smaller Transformers are quite timid. A single misstep could lead to your demise. Is that not what they call you? A coward? Despite Unicron's lengthy tirade, Dawn merely yawned in boredom. Internal line, Starstorm. Dawn, are you not angry? Dawn, I am. Starstorm, then why do you not strike him? Dawn, with such Transformers, it suffices to disregard their words. This infuriates them the most. Unicron, noticing Dawn's indifference, grew even angrier. Are you even listening? Dawn, have you finished speaking? His languid demeanor only served to further ignite Unicron's fury. A punch was thrown, but in the next instant, the world spun chaotically, leaving Unicron disoriented for a moment before he realized he was sprawled on the ground, with Dawn seated atop him. No matter how many times Unicron attempted to rise, the outcome remained unchanged. Dawn, are you done causing a ruckus? Unicron, not yet. He lunged again, but Dawn replied, I do not have the time to waste with you. With that, a powerful strike sent Unicron flying. Optimus Prime, Unicron. Dawn, it's fine. He can return on his own. First, take me to meet Skyfire. Optimus Prime, are you sure that's all right? Dawn revealed a fist, asking, do you want me to escort you? Optimus Prime quickly responded, perhaps not. Dawn, then let us proceed without delay. Aboard the spaceship, Unicron returned in disarray, cursing under his breath. Skyfire, Unicron. Unicron, apologies, Commander. Turning to see Dawn. What are you doing here? Skyfire, show some respect, Unicron. Dawn is our esteemed guest. Unicron, yes. Commander. Skyfire. In any case, the spark source is here. Let us return. Optimus Prime, what about the Decepticons on Earth? Skyfire. I've already verified that there are no traces of Decepticons here. Dawn, given their intent to evade you, how could they be so easily found? Just like Starstorm and myself. Unless they choose to reveal themselves, can you truly locate them? Unicron. That is only a matter of time. Dawn, shall we have another round then? Skyfire, enough. At dawn, you will accompany us, Optimus Prime. You and the others shall remain to continue the pursuit of the Decepticon traces. Dawn, I shall not return with you. Cosmos, why? Dawn, previously, Ariel informed me that long ago, a spy was embedded within your ranks by the Decepticons, and now occupies a significant position, relaying intelligence to them at any moment. Nemesis, I find such nonsense hard to believe. Dawn, Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential, but I do, and dare I ask. Would you risk the Allspark for such a gamble? Bumblebee. ISNT the spy Bumblebee? Shouldn't he be in prison? Dawn. As I just mentioned, that spy is currently in a pivotal role, whereas the individual you referred to is, as you stated, supposed to be incarcerated. Jazz, thus, Bumblebee may very well be wrongfully accused, while the true spy remains undetected and has secured a crucial position. But who could that spy be? Dawn, that is a question for you. However, allow me to offer a small piece of advice. When an enemy infiltrates the opposing ranks to gain a higher position and trust, what actions might they take? Wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve. Chapter 161, Troublesome Matters Cosmos. I believe I know which Transformers we should investigate. But is there any indication that the Decepticons are present here? And if so, where might they be now? Dawn, I possess a Decepticon corpse. And if we wish to lure them out, I have a method. As she spoke, she tapped her chest plate. Cosmos, that is unacceptable. Dawn, then we shall permit the Decepticon leader to act with impunity. Cosmos was taken aback by Dawn's words. Dawn, trust me, I know what I'm doing. Dawn transformed into a motorcycle and emitted a signal of Allspark energy. Within an hour, Megatron, Lockdown, and Barricade arrived. Megatron, hand over the Allspark. Cosmos, what if I refuse? Megatron, you may attempt to do so. Dawn withdrew from the scene, and Starfall asked, shall we assist shortly? Dawn, certainly, but let them engage for a while. After several bouts of combat, it was evident that the Autobots were struggling. Megatron, surrender the Allspark. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Dawn and Starfall leisurely returned, exasperatedly stating, are you truly capable? Megatron, another fool has come to meet their end. Dawn opened her chest plate, revealing a powerful surge of Allspark energy. Megatron swung at her, but Starfall intervened. Megatron, you again, lightning lockdown attack. Lightning, with a dark demeanor. Ha 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 ha. This should be entertaining, with a lighter tone, but do not harm the Allspark. Lockdown, for Lord Megatron. As they lunged forward, Dawn activated her light gun array, generating 6 light guns centered around herself, forming a photon force field. Within this field, Lockdown and Lightning were subjected to continuous levitation damage. Finally, she executed a comprehensive 8-slash assault, sending Lockdown and Lightning flying. Dawn, a trivial matter. Starfall, how fares your side? Starfall, almost finished, with a decisive slash. He severed Megatron's 2 arms. Realizing the dire circumstances, Megatron shouted, Decepticons, retreat. The Nut and Lightning hurriedly departed with Megatron. Dawn, well, you have seen what you wish to see. Does the Decepticon have anything to say? Unicron, you two possess such formidable strength. Why not simply eliminate them? Dawn, which of you Autobots can assure that after vanquishing the Decepticons, the focus will not shift towards us neutrals? The answer is clear. The following day, they left with the remains of Red Spider. As Dawn and Starfall prepared to leave, Optimus Prime called out to them. Elita, no, I mean Ariel. How is she faring? Dawn, regarding that matter, perhaps it is best to inquire when you next meet her. Optimus Prime, indeed, thank you. Please take good care of her. Dawn, rest assured, we would care for her even without your words. During this time, the mayor devised various schemes to contend with the Sonda Corporation, but all were thwarted by Dawn and Starfall, and they even retaliated, diminishing his standing among the citizens. However, this also caused some annoyance to Dawn and Starfall, who pondered how this human could stir trouble akin to Megatron. Had he been a Transformer, they would have undoubtedly subdued him numerous times already. While strolling down the street, a blue vehicle caught Dawn's attention, its avant-garde design standing out among the others. He approached the vehicle and remarked, You are also a Cybertronian, are you not? The vehicle remained unresponsive. Dawn, I have matters to discuss with you. Let us find a quiet place. The vehicle then drove off, sending an address to Dawn's phone. Upon arriving at the location displayed on his phone, a small grove, the blue vehicle appeared and transformed, stating, Greetings, human. I am loquacious. Speak, what brings you to me? Dawn revealed his true form, startling, loquacious. Dawn, I wish to inquire about Bumblebee. Can you shed light on the situation? Loquacious. Why are you interested in this? Dawn, according to a Transformer investigation, Bumblebee is not a spy, but was wrongfully accused by a genuine spy. If this holds true, I wish to assist, but first, I need to comprehend everything regarding Bumblebee. Loquacious. Very well. Happy New Year. Chapter 162. In the office, Dawn perused the files concerning Bumblebee. Noting that he belonged to the same model of robot as Bumblebee, characterized by a sharp tongue and often bullying Bumblebee during their training camp. Subsequently, due to a misunderstanding, Bumblebee ended up in prison. It appears Bumblebee may harbor resentment towards Bumblebee for this incident and could seek revenge on Earth. Capturing him would be straightforward, but reforming his troublesome disposition could prove challenging. Starfall, Dawn, what are you examining? Dawn, this is the information regarding Bumblebee that Bumblebee previously mentioned. Starfall, it seems you aim to win him over, yet he relishes tormenting others, particularly Transformers without connections. Dawn, convince him to change. If he is unwilling or incapable of doing so, then he is not worth retaining. Starfall, that is true, if he refuses to reform. There is no necessity to keep him. At that moment, Sally rushed in. Dawn, what is the matter, Sally? Sally, Megatron has seized my father and taken the partition. Dawn rose and said, I understand. We must depart immediately. Please inform Optimus and the others as well. However, Sally did not move. Dawn inquired, is there anything else? Sally, my father did not intentionally assist Megatron. He never anticipated this outcome, did he? As she spoke, her head drooped at an unnatural angle, seeming as if it might break at any moment. Dawn approached, knelt down, and took Sally's hand, saying, I believe that Mr. Isaac, had he known Megatron's true identity from the outset, would never have aided him from Mr. Isaac is a man who cherishes peace and would never conspire with the combative Decepticons. Upon hearing this, Sally's spirits lifted, and she smiled, saying, Thank you, Dawn, for believing in my father. Dawn replied, No need for thanks, go swiftly. After Sally departed, Minicon emerged. Dawn asked, What did you find? Minicon replied, 1X. Megatron has only one base located at 20. Dawn said, Let us proceed. At the Decepticon base, Starfall confronted Megatron and his cohorts, while Dawn remained above to observe. To uncover the identity of the spy, Starfall deliberately feigned defeat, leading to the spy's anticipated emergence. Contrary to what Dawn and Ariel had suggested, it was not Bumblebee. He was merely an innocent bystander. The true spy turned out to be Longarm, Bumblebee's close companion. Or rather, he should be referred to as Shockwave. Starfall remarked, Now that we know who the spy is, it will be easier to handle. He effortlessly broke free from his concrete restraints alongside Optimus. Starfall instructed, You and your team, along with that human, should leave first. I will follow shortly. Optimus replied, What about the space bridge? We cannot leave. Starfall responded, A Transformer will destroy it, but it will not be you. If you wish to remain and await your demise, I have no objections. Megatron declared, None of you can destroy the space bridge. During the battle with the Decepticons, Starfall managed to secure Isaac within his cockpit, continuing to fight. The Autobots, upon regaining their mobility, did not immediately flee, but instead engaged the Decepticons in battle. Ultimately, Starfall made his exit, knowing that with the Allspark present, they could be revived. At the moment Starfall departed from the volcanic crater, he infused his dual-bladed gun with energy and hurled it into the air. The spinning weapon unleashed a barrage of concentrated fire upon the ground. As everyone dodged, Bumblebee exclaimed, Now I understand why Starfall urged us to leave. This is indiscriminate destruction. The dual-bladed gun eventually halted mid-air, growing in size. Dawn leapt high, grasping the enormous weapon and plunging it into the ground, causing a violent explosion. Chapter 163. Dawn searched for a while, gathering Optimus, Bumblebee, the police car, the partition, and the chatterbox in a clearing. Sally rushed to their side, her face a mask of disbelief. Sally exclaimed, Dawn, Starfall, what on earth is happening? Starfall, to utterly obliterate the space bridge, a vast and intense assault is required, and only your attack at dawn can achieve this. I warned them to evacuate, yet they insisted on remaining. Reluctantly, I decided to leave with Isaac first. Isaac, I can attest to that. Sally, but in such a state, can they still be saved? The ambulance assessed the situation. It is impossible. They show no signs of life. Sally, weeping, how could this happen? Starfall, actually, it is possible. Sally, really? Starfall, I possess the spark source, so there is no cause for concern. Sally, that's wonderful. 10 minutes later, Optimus and the others miraculously revived, appearing as good as new. Optimus, were we not beyond salvation before? Starfall, it was I who restored your vitality. Bumblebee, how could your great move be indiscriminate destruction? Starfall, although the circumstances made it difficult to clarify, did not Starfall explicitly urge you to leave? Yet you chose to stay. and that is not my fault. They were infuriated, but Starfall's words held truth. Starfall, all right, let us return swiftly. We are not in Detroit, and who knows what the mayor might do. Upon their return, as Starfall had anticipated, the mayor was at Sundar Enterprises, preparing to install one of his own to take over. Isaac and Sally were visibly angered by the scene, while the mayor appeared awkward. Mayor, Isaac, I see you're still alive. I'm very pleased you survived. Isaac, listen here, Powell, even in death, I would never hand over Sundar Enterprises to someone like you. Mayor, not to anyone else than to you, the daughter without any birth certificate. I'm sorry, but I will not acknowledge that. No offense intended, but I even question whether you are a legitimate offspring of a research project. Isaac, Sally is indeed the result of my research, but you know better than I why I have refrained from revealing this. Now, please leave Sundar Enterprises. Never set foot here again. Mayor, I will never recognize Sally as your daughter, Isaac Sundar. The mayor's words utterly enraged Sally, awakening her abilities as a Cybertronian. Her hands began to transform, launching the mayor into the elevator. Isaac, fearing Sally might not be able to cope, said, Sally, regarding this matter, grant me a moment. I can explain. Sally, cool, but what exactly is going on? Isaac, just a bit of time, and I will clarify everything. Sally, all right. I must now inform Bumblebee and the others. This feeling is simply magnificent. Sally showcased her abilities to Optimus Prime and his companions, while Ratchet conducted a medical examination on her. Meanwhile, the police car, lost in thought, dashed away. On the other side, Dawn repeatedly confirmed with Loquacious whether he remembered the identity of the Decepticon spy infiltrating the Autobots. Loquacious replied, the Autobot Longarm is the spy. His true identity is the Decepticon Shockwave. Dawn, you have asked this question 7,653 times. Dawn responded apologetically, I'm sorry. Opening a space bridge to Cybertron. Hurry and report to Sentinel Prime, but be cautious of Longarm. Loquacious acknowledged, understood. I never expected you could conjure a space bridge out of thin air. It's remarkably convenient. As Sally learned from the police car that she was a hybrid of Cybertronian and human, she felt a surge of coolness. Just then, Dawn and Starfall approached. Dawn stated, Loquacious has returned to Cybertron. If all goes well, Sentinel Prime should now be aware that Longarm is the spy. Just as everyone prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, Starfall doused their hopes with cold water. If Longarm discovers this before Sentinel Prime is informed, it could spell trouble. Everyone except Dawn, exclaimed Starfall. Chapter 164 Dawn continued. However, there's another matter, equally dire. Sally inquired, what could be worse than this? Dawn revealed. Megatron escaped through the space bridge entrance under the cover of his subordinates. The group gasped what? Dawn added, although he had cover, Megatron was severely injured. Isaac remarked, so this counts as good news. Dawn cautioned, don't celebrate just yet. From what I understand, Megatron is likely to cause chaos. Though he has escaped, who knows if he left behind anything destructive. At this point, both Dawn and Starfall were troubled. Sally declared, we are not afraid. Dawn conceded, all right, but we must return. We have tasks to complete. Also, do not mention to the Cybertronian Transformers that Longarm is the spy. Just let Longarm know you are still alive. Optimus Prime asked why. Dawn explained, this is a psychological strategy. If you directly confront him, he may recite a prepared response. However, if he realizes you are alive without exposing him, it might perplex him. The possibility of exposure would induce panic, and panic could lead to mistakes. Starfall added, thus, even if Loquacious fails to inform Sentinel Prime, any slip on Longarm's part could attract Sentinel Prime's attention. Bumblebee queried, what kind of Transformers are you? You sound incredibly impressive. Dawn replied, just neutral parties. Intelligence agents and data administrators. Starfall chimed in, neutral parties and warriors. Upon their return, Dawn and Starfall began searching the cosmos for Megatron's location, while the Minicon set out to track Bumblebee. As soon as Bumblebee arrived in Detroit, he informed them. However, the following day brought another complication. Sally inserted the universal key into her chest to upgrade her body. Initially, the upgrade was successful, but it soon spiraled out of control, causing her to rampage through the streets and inadvertently injure Bumblebee. Dawn exclaimed, Starfall, I need to lend a hand. Starfall replied, all right. At dawn, the protagonist arrived at the scene, utilizing the ember within to extract the remaining energy from the key embedded in Sally's chest. Exhausted, Sally sat on the ground as the protagonist approached her. Looking up at the protagonist, who bore a semblance of anger, Sally lowered her gaze and murmured, "I'm sorry." "Dawn," Dawn replied. "As a consequence, I shall reclaim the residual energy within." The key transformed back into an ordinary access card and was placed before Sally, after which Dawn turned and departed. At the base, Starwave remarked, "You're back. Minicon informed me that they have located Bumblebee. You should go and check." Dawn responded affirmatively. "All right." In a narrow alley, Dawn observed Bumblebee from above and inquired, "You are also a Cybertronian, aren't you?" Bumblebee retorted, "Are you here to take me back to prison?" Dawn leaped down and stated, "I never claimed to be an Autobot." Bumblebee pressed, "If you're not an Autobot, why are you seeking me?" Dawn offered, "I can assist you in shedding the title of a spy, ensuring that the true spy faces justice. And you will have protection after you deal with Bumblebee again, albeit with conditions." Bumblebee questioned, "What conditions?" Dawn enumerated, "Firstly, become one of us. Secondly, ponder why Bumblebee insists on accusing you of being a spy rather than anyone else." Bumblebee pondered, recalling, "Is it because I used to bully Bumblebee?" Dawn affirmed, "Precisely. That is the primary reason. You appear to be quite astute. Will you continue to bully others henceforth?" Bumblebee replied, "I shall refrain from bullying others. But may I retaliate against Bumblebee this time?" Dawn observed, "It seems you are inclined to join us." Bumblebee eagerly confirmed, "Yes, is that possible?" Dawn granted permission, "Indeed. So feel free to create chaos." Chapter 165. Unintentional Actions. Dawn concealed herself in a corner, observing how Bumblebee would exact revenge on Bumblebee. Bumblebee devised a plan to incapacitate Bumblebee, subsequently swapping their colors and downloading Bumblebee's data. Now, Bumblebee was green, while Bumblebee donned yellow. As a precaution, Bumblebee removed his mask. Since both were of the same model, Bumblebee concocted a seemingly plausible excuse for his mask wearing, while Bumblebee's explanations appeared suspicious. In a state of panic, Bumblebee fractured the surroundings and fled, attempting to rid himself of the green hue. Meanwhile, Unicron and his cohort joined Optimus Prime, learning of Bumblebee's capture. Reflecting on Dawn's warning against mentioning Longarm's espionage, Optimus rephrased his inquiry. "Did you notice anything peculiar on your way here?" Unicron replied, "No, why do you ask?" Jazz interjected, "Actually, there was something." Longarm became quite agitated upon learning of our arrival on Earth, urging us to return swiftly, despite previously asserting the necessity of capturing Bumblebee. Unicron countered, "Hey, Jazz, should you listen to him or to me?" Optimus mused, "That is indeed strange. The enemy. What is so strange about it?" Optimus Prime, "Why did none of you express any concern when pursuing Bumblebee with long arms, yet became quite agitated upon reaching Earth?" Police car, "That is indeed peculiar. The enemy. Regardless, let's capture Bumblebee first." Yet, they failed to notice that the large Bumblebee beside them was indeed the small Bumblebee. During their pursuit of the green Bumblebee, a minor misunderstanding arose, as it is quite normal for this universe's Autobots to lack any flying units. Fortunately, the enemy clarified that it was acquired from the remains of Starscream, which eased the tension. Although a slight mishap occurred, it did not hinder their capture of the green Bumblebee. However, upon learning the full circumstances after apprehending the green Bumblebee, everyone was left bewildered. If the Bumblebee they had captured was indeed the large Bumblebee, then the Bumblebee currently in the factory must be the small Bumblebee. The enemy. This is simple. Apprehend them all, and let Optimus judge. Jazz, calm down. Optimus Prime, you shall not take anyone away, the enemy. The enemy placed a hand on Optimus Prime's shoulder. "You are also a suspect, Optimus." Optimus shrugged off the enemy's hand and stated, "No, the enemy, you do not comprehend. Respect my team. If this truly is Bumblebee, then the real Bumblebee must still be in the factory. We must go immediately if we wish to avoid missing out." The group transformed and swiftly made their way there. Jazz approached the barrier and remarked, "Once again, a traitor possesses the ability to change identities." Barrier, your assertion only heightened suspicion. In the factory, Bumblebee could articulate numerous facts known only to the large Bumblebee. Optimus decided to discern who was who by employing the large Bumblebee's favorite game. Ultimately, Bumblebee could no longer maintain the charade. He seized the large Bumblebee, using him as a hostage to proclaim his innocence, insisting they not approach, and then dragged the large Bumblebee out. By the time everyone pursued them outside, Bumblebee had vanished, leaving behind the large Bumblebee, who had regained his original coloration on the ground. However, the barrier still mistook him for Bumblebee, delivering a blow to the large Bumblebee until he called out, prompting the barrier to cease. The enemy. So, Bumblebee truly is not a spy. Why did you not mention this sooner? Optimus could only give the enemy a resigned glance. The police car pointed towards the opposite factory. Look, Bumblebee is over there. Bumblebee was across the way, clutching Dawn's leg. The large Bumblebee. Bumblebee, we now know you're not a spy, but rather the long-armed one. He is the Decepticon Shockwave, a double agent. Optimus, indeed. Come down. Bumblebee. Bumblebee does not trust the large Bumblebee, nor the Autobots. Bumblebee only trusts Dawn, who promised to provide Bumblebee with protection. Everyone turned their gaze towards Dawn. Police car. His optical lenses seem off. Barrier. What appears to be amiss? Police car. Dawn's previous optical lenses were a gradient of blue and yellow. Yet now, they're a gradient of purple and red. At Dawn, the delicate yet twisted smile of the character emerged as she spoke. What does it feel like to be misunderstood as a traitor and a spy? Bumblebee replied, I didn't do it on purpose. With a stern expression, she retorted, Can a mere I didn't mean to erase the years of suffering inflicted upon another? Her words caused Bumblebee to shudder involuntarily. Just as he was about to respond, she continued, It is undeniable that little Bumblebee used to bully you. But that does not justify your act of pushing him into the abyss. Do not tell me that throughout this ordeal, you did not genuinely wish to send little Bumblebee there. After hearing this, little Bumblebee found himself at a loss for any form of retort, his mouth opening in vain. When the partition attempted to defend Bumblebee, he grasped the partition's arm, prompting a response. Bumblebee? Dawn announced, We shall take our leave now. Farewell, and with that she vanished. Chapter 166. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side in Cybertron. While Sky Shadow was searching for Longarm, he stumbled upon the office of Tuning, where he found Tuning gravely injured on the floor. Rushing inside, Sky Shadow lifted Tuning and inquired, Commander, what on earth has happened? Who did this? Tuning pointed toward a box in the corner. Upon opening it, energy surged forth towards Tuning, and within moments he was completely restored, gradually sitting upright. Sky Shadow returned to Tuning's side, pressing for answers. Commander, what exactly transpired? Why were you hurt? Tuning responded, It was Longarm. He is a double agent sent by the Decepticons. Shockwave. Inform everyone that he must be captured, and do not divulge the fact that I have recovered. Simply state that I am gravely injured and in a deep coma. In Optimus Prime's factory, the adversary exclaimed, What? Longarm is the spy? Optimus replied, We only discovered this recently. The adversary pressed, Why did you not report this immediately? Optimus countered, We told you. Would you have believed us? This left the adversary and his companions momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Dawn informed Bumblebee of his role as a scout and entrusted Ariel to assist him. Ariel remarked, Certainly, but you both seem quite busy. Dawn replied, During my moment of unleashing my ultimate power, Megatron escaped through a space bridge under the cover of his subordinates to prevent another incident like Isaac's. We must find him swiftly. Bumblebee inquired, What about the spy? Dawn asserted, The spy must indeed be captured, but the mastermind is of greater importance. Bumblebee asked, Is Megatron the mastermind? Dawn affirmed, Indeed, so should we not apprehend him? Bumblebee acknowledged, understood. Dawn urged, Then hurry and learn from Ariel. I will inform you of any developments. Bumblebee affirmed, Got it. Ariel added, I have sent the information regarding Shockwave to your screen processor. Dawn expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Ariel continued, Now it is your turn, young man. Although I arrived not long ago, it is essential that I brief you on the basic rules here. First, while energy cubes may be consumed freely, discretion in speech is paramount, especially for those of us involved in intelligence roles, to prevent sensitive information from being leaked. We must not provoke trouble, yet we must not shy away from it either. Much like how you used to bully others, ultimately bringing trouble upon yourself. It is wise to avoid instigating conflict. However, should others seek to trouble us, we must not cower. Instead, we should devise a way to retaliate and convey that we are not easily intimidated. Trust those whom you employ, for doubt is a barrier to collaboration. If you require assistance, choose to trust those you consider reliable. Should you harbor any suspicion towards them, it is best not to engage their services. This reflects a fundamental attitude. These three principles are vital. Do you understand? Bumblebee, I comprehend. Ariel, excellent. Now let us see what you are capable of. In the control room, Starfall, I have returned. Dawn, Ariel has sent over the data on the Shockwave. Starfall, quite prompt indeed. Dawn, how are things on your end? Starfall, I can only trace his past whereabouts. It seems he is intentionally evading us. Dawn, have you checked the moon? Starfall and Dawn exchanged glances, and Dawn remarked, "Very well, I understand. You may take your time. I will review the materials first." Starfall, Dawn. Dawn, yes? Starfall, today. Your emotions spiraled out of control again. Did you realize? Dawn, indeed. Although the source of flames empowers me, and the Cosmic Emperor cannot restrain me, it still manages to influence me. It is quite exhausting, isn't it? That last statement struck a chord with Starfall. He gazed at Dawn, whose visage was marred by fatigue and fear. Starfall gently pressed their foreheads together and reassured her, "It is all right, no matter what transpires. I will always be by your side." Chapter 167, Christmas, Part 1. On the eve of Christmas, Ariel and Bumblebee each held a blue little robot in their hands as they approached Dawn. "Dawn, it appears unlike something you would purchase." "Ariel, we stumbled upon it while resting." Dawn picked one up. "They appear quite new." "Ariel, ordinary refuse would not find its way here." "Dawn, it seems we have a few scrap-eating beasts here." Bumblebee dislikes scrap-eating beasts." Suddenly, the little robots in their hands sprang to life, breaking free and darting away. They quickly attacked the little robots, and after defeating the four, Dawn instructed, "Let us check the base for any remaining of these little robots. We must also inspect the equipment." In the underground, Soundwave commented, "These robots exhibit high alertness. We must proceed with greater caution." During the search, Soundwave deployed a mini version of himself into inaccessible vents meant only for mini Autobots and humans. Several mini Autobots were struck and mentally controlled by Soundwave's miniature self. Soundwave believed his actions to be undetected. However, he was unaware that Dawn and the mini Autobots shared a connection, allowing her to perceive all he did. "Dawn, you all go outside first." Bumblebee was about to inquire why, but Ariel interrupted him, saying, "We will discuss it upon your return." Bumblebee obediently complied and exited. Soundwave observed this unfolding scene and mused to himself, "What is he planning?" "Dawn, although this may be a trap or something of the sort, your actions have provoked me." Centering herself, Dawn conjured 6 luminous guns, forming a photon force field, within which miniature sound waves incessantly inflicted levitating damage. Though she yearned to unleash a series of subsequent attacks, doing so would exacerbate the damage to the base, and those miniature sound waves would become nearly immobile, prompting her to cease. Dawn then invited everyone inside, as the base appeared precariously unstable. "Ariel, Brother Starhowl, what on earth is happening?" "Starhowl, someone has angered Dawn. It must be that intruder." "Bumblebee wishes to know the specifics of this situation." "Starhowl, most of the mini-constructs accompanying Dawn were created for various reasons. If they are under the guidance of a good master, all is well. However, if they are under a bad master, their fate is lamentable." "Ariel, that does sound quite pitiable, but what does this have to do with Dawn?" "Starhowl, these mini-constructs possess sensitive and timid dispositions. Thus, when those frequently bullied mini-constructs unleash their pent-up energy, it is tremendously potent. Consequently, while creating these mini-constructs, Dawn simultaneously generates her own essence to better soothe them, ensuring that her perceptions align with theirs." "Bumblebee, that sounds rather impressive." "Red Spider, in truth, is hardly impressive at all. Should any one of them suffer injury, death, or come under control, the other Transformers may not sustain physical damage, yet they will inevitably experience psychological distress, with severe cases leading to self-termination, exacerbating the phenomenon." Bumblebee, frightened, retreated repeatedly, while Ariel resolved to investigate the matter to assist them in escaping this predicament. In a medical chamber, Starhowl inquired, "Dawn, how fares the situation?" "Dawn, the situation is rather dire. A mini-construct has been taken, having fallen under mental control. If we do not retrieve it swiftly, everyone's condition will worsen. Several are already in conflict." "Starhowl, then we must hasten our search." "Ariel, what can we do?" Dawn produced a disruptor. "Should anyone exhibit extreme behavior, use this. It can temporarily disconnect them." "Ariel, will this truly be effective?" "Dawn, it is certainly preferable to them inflicting harm upon themselves." Chapter 168, Christmas, Part 2, Guided by Intuition. Dawn navigated the labyrinthine depths beneath Optimus Prime's factory, closely followed by Starhowl. The missing mini-construct, along with Optimus Prime, was present, yet the instigator was absent. Dawn and Starhowl attempted to awaken them, but to no avail. "Starhowl, that scoundrel truly knows how to play the game." "Dawn, at this juncture, there are only 2 methods to rouse them." "Starhowl, oh? What are those methods? Dawn. Firstly, they can attempt to awaken themselves, but without external assistance. It will be exceedingly challenging for them to break free from that individual's control. Secondly, we have discerned that the adversary employs a specific sound wave to keep them in a state of disconnection. Thus, utilizing a sound wave that is entirely contrary to that may potentially awaken them. Starhowl. I find a second option more reliable. Yet we remain unaware of the nature of the sound wave employed. At dawn, it became imperative to seek that individual. The very moment they departed, Optimus Prime and his comrades came online, albeit in a controlled state, unaware of their destination. The seemingly departing Dawn and Starhowl trail behind them, following the clues until they finally uncovered the mastermind, Soundwave, a creation of Megatron who possessed the key. Should Megatron's plan falter, Soundwave, as a contingency, would awaken to oversee humanity and machines on Earth. Soundwave proclaimed, "Isn't Lord Megatron formidable?" To which Dawn and Starhowl retorted, "We maintain our stance. Megatron truly knows how to stir trouble." Soundwave declared, "I shall not permit you to insult Lord Megatron. Laserbeak, engage," he commanded, preparing to play a tune on his shoulder-mounted MIDI keyboard. "Do not allow him to play," Starhowl interjected, while Dawn seized Laserbeak, compelling it to transform and perform a serene melody. Although Soundwave managed to reclaim the MIDI keyboard and began to play, Dawn's music nullified his efforts. Starhowl ascended to deliver a sonic attack, and Soundwave, caught off guard, was struck by the assault, shattering into fragments. As Starhowl prepared to retrieve Soundwave's core, Laserbeak suddenly broke free from its control, snatching the core before Starhowl could intervene and soaring away. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Dawn brandished her weapon, aiming at Laserbeak and Soundwave, utilizing her energon blaster. "Leave no survivors," exclaimed Sally. "Do you wish for a repeat of similar circumstances?" Dawn inquired. Sally quickly denied. "Of course not. Merely expressing a sentiment, haha." She chuckled awkwardly to diffuse the tension. Dawn chose to disregard Sally further and instead cradled the minicon, departing for the medical bay of the base. "Ariel, Bumblebee, how is everyone faring?" she inquired. "We finally stabilized half an hour ago," Ariel responded. "That is reassuring," Dawn replied, placing the minicon on the examination table. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "These past few days must have been exhausting for everyone. Today marks the human celebration of Christmas. Let us all take a break and do as we please." "Did you know?" Bumblebee exclaimed. "As long as it does not inconvenience the other members," Dawn cautioned. "Understood," Bumblebee affirmed. Once they dashed off to enjoy their reprieve, Dawn collapsed onto the sofa. "Dawn, do not solely grant them a holiday. Another Transformer also deserves a respite," Starhowl remarked. "Who else?" Dawn queried. "Do not assume I am unaware soon. You shall be at the main console, working," Starhowl teased. "Very well, let us approach this differently. Before their return, I shall prepare a surprise for them," Dawn suggested. "Sound delightful," Starhowl agreed. "Apologies for not sending this yesterday." Chapter 169, the 158th chapter, Provocation. The celestial adversary captured several principal members of the Mad Faction through some extraordinary means. During the journey back to Cybertron, discussions ensued with Master Titan, the Perceptor, and the Skyfire, revealing that the celestial adversary had inadvertently disclosed his aspiration to ascend as a leader while in a comatose state. This revelation left Master Titan, the Perceptor, and Skyfire feeling quite uncomfortable. Although the celestial adversary's words may have seemed inconsequential with the return of the Celestial Oracle, the underlying issue was that the Oracle was still online, albeit gravely injured and temporarily offline. Master Titan, in no uncertain terms, expressed his discontent regarding the celestial adversary's remarks. Naturally, the celestial adversary was displeased, yet he recognized the esteemed standing of his counterpart within Cybertron's ranks, thus refraining from further retort. However, he opted to terminate the communication and urged everyone to traverse a perilous yet recently discovered route. Yet, this course of action posed a significant risk of depleting their energy reserves, a concern which Jazz had previously raised with the celestial adversary. Unwilling to heed this warning, the celestial adversary was eager to seize power and audaciously cautioned Jazz to show him due respect. He then summoned the imprisoned core members of the Mad Faction, namely Sunstorm and Thundercracker, for assistance. Due to the absence of a Transformer to oversee the core members of the Mad Faction, The long unconscious scammer finally regained consciousness while navigating through an area of highly unstable energy. However, as Scammer had been in a state of unconsciousness prior, the celestial adversary and his companions had not considered restraining him, inadvertently granting Scammer the opportunity to aid the other core members in their liberation. Utilizing his own peculiar device, Scammer executed a surprise maneuver against the celestial adversary and his allies. Faced with so many core members of the Mad Faction, the celestial adversaries group found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught and resorted to secretly transmitting a coded message to Optimus Prime. Meanwhile on Earth, Optimus Prime received the coded transmission from the celestial adversary and expressed his exasperation. Dawn, it seems that arrogant individual frequently brings you trouble. Sally, I've managed to resolve the situation on my end, Dawn replied. Well done, Optimus praised. Thank you, Sally responded. Sally, when did you and Dawn become so close? Inquired the Divider. Curious to know? Sally teased, and the Divider nodded. The reason is quite simple. Dawn is willing to listen to me. After hearing my thoughts, she shares her own perspectives and even guides me. It's akin to having a true mentor, Sally explained. In any case, Optimus Prime, you should hurry over, Dawn urged. Understood. Optimus acknowledged. After several hours of confrontation, Unicron, concerned about his reputation, hoped that Optimus Prime would not disclose the matter to the other Transformers. Optimus Prime, however, made it clear that Unicron should not indulge in such thoughts. Upon returning to Cybertron, Unicron became the acting commander and instituted several new regulations, leading to a notably tense and somber atmosphere on Cybertron. Unicron aimed to detain all neutrals, regardless of whether they were once neutrals who later sided with the Autobots or had consistently remained neutral. All were to be imprisoned in the most dreadful of jails. Only a few managed to escape this fate under the protection of Master Ironhide, yet they remained unable to communicate with Dawn. This was a message sent to Dawn from a neutral before their apprehension. Dawn clenched her fists and murmured, Unicron, you are declaring war on the neutrals and on me. Ariel, incensed by Unicron's actions, replied, then we must prepare swiftly. Dawn responded, let us uncover every dark secret of the Autobots. Anyone who dares to speak in favor of Unicron shall have their dark truths revealed for all to see. Ariel affirmed, understood. Chapter 170, On the Rooftop. Dawn toyed with the matrix of leadership in her hands, pondering aloud. Matrix, how much longer must I remain on Earth? I genuinely worry about those imprisoned by Unicron. However, the Matrix offered no response. Dawn scoffed, how foolish of me. Why would you respond to such a trivial question? At that moment, Ariel called from below, Dawn, Megatron has arrived on Earth. Dawn leaped from the rooftop, declaring, let's go see. Megatron, accompanied by a substantial entourage, had come to Earth seeking vengeance against the Transformers responsible for his losses and injuries, as well as the foiling of his plans for Cybertron. To Megatron's surprise, Optimus Prime and his companions had miraculously survived. Together, they stood against Megatron and his subordinates. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ratchet, the police car, the barricade, and the recently joined Jazz. Dawn remarked, if Optimus Prime prevails, it would not only be a significant triumph, but he may also ascend to leadership. Ariel inquired, is it because Optimus holds the hammer of Primus? Dawn replied, close enough. Ariel then asked, will Optimus win? Dawn responded, the odds are quite favorable, deep down. You still harbor admiration for Optimus, don't you? Ariel retorted, Dawn. Dawn continued, Ariel, regardless of who the opponent is, as long as they treat you well, I shall offer my sincerest blessings. Ariel lowered her gaze and asked, Dawn, why are you so kind to me? Dawn explained, our relationship transcends mere hierarchy. We are friends. A true friend, one who genuinely cares for your well-being, behaves in this manner. Thus, I wish for you to pursue your own happiness. Ariel promised, I will, but I have a question. Dawn replied, what is it? Ariel continued, while researching you and the Minicon's production dates, I discovered, Dawn interjected, our production dates are fabricated. Ariel stated, I consulted other Transformers, and they all directed me to you. Dawn clarified, I was indeed manufactured on Cybertron. However, my release did not occur there. Ariel, what is going on here? Dawn, I hail from another universe. Ariel, what? Dawn, it is entirely normal to be surprised. But the existence of multiple universes in this world is equally commonplace. Ariel, you are correct, but why have you come here? And how did you arrive? Dawn, it was the consciousness of Cybertron that summoned me. As for the method of my arrival, it resembles a space bridge. Ariel, I understand. Akin to a space bridge that facilitates travel between two locations, but on a grander scale. Dawn, precisely. Ariel, will you undertake such journeys again? Can you return? Dawn, certainly. Just then, Starfall, Bumblebee, and the Minicons arrived. Starfall, so you have been here all along to witness the spectacle. Dawn, apologies, I did not call for you. Starfall, no matter, you have arrived just in time. Bumblebee wishes to see the mastermind defeated. Thus, they observed the battle for several hours before a victor emerged. Optimus Prime could have ended Megatron's life with a single blow, yet he refrained, as it would be too lenient towards Megatron, instead opting to bring him back to Cybertron. Dawn, your strength has significantly increased. Starfall, shall we accompany you? Everyone, certainly. Upon meeting them, Optimus Prime appeared somewhat at a loss and remorseful in Ariel's presence. Ariel lightly tapped Optimus Prime's head. Ariel, if you feel guilty, then manage your expression before anything else. Bumblebee sought to engage Bumblebee in conversation, but Bumblebee clearly indicated a desire to avoid talking, hiding behind Starfall. Sally, Dawn, since you are nearby, why do you not come to assist? Dawn, because I can see that Optimus and the others can undoubtedly defeat Megatron, and I wish to prove my own capability, so I cannot interfere. Sally glanced at Optimus and then back to Dawn. You are right. Chapter 171. Upon returning to Cybertron, Optimus and his team were greeted with fervent enthusiasm, while Dawn and the others emerged from a nearby alley via the space bridge. Observing the warm welcome bestowed upon Optimus, they shared a light chuckle, and Dawn softly remarked, everyone should disperse for now. I will seek out Ratchet. Stealthily, she made her way to the medical station to find Ratchet, who was gazing out the window, a smile of contentment gracing his face as he observed the fully matured Optimus. It seemed that Optimus was finally poised to become the next leader, and Ratchet felt a swell of happiness. Without turning around, Ratchet recognized her presence and said, rest assured, Dawn, concerning Unicron and the neutrals, both Optimus and I will take charge. Dawn, it is for the best, otherwise, you shall learn why the previous leaders held such dread for us. Ratchet was well aware of this, having heard tales from the former leaders. Though the neutrals do not instigate trouble, once provoked, the consequences can be dire. At best, a tarnished reputation. At worst, one might not even know how they met their demise. Ratchet took a deep breath and replied, understood. Dawn, remember your words. Subsequently, he departed. In the conference room, Tong Tianxiao declared, let Optimus Prime be the next leader. Does anyone oppose this? Even Unicron remained silent this time, as he found himself at a loss for words. Despite his previous inclination to criticize, he was unable to articulate his thoughts. Tong Tianxiao continued, in 1 week, Optimus Prime will officially assume office, along with you, Unicron. Unicron, in a state of trepidation, inquired, is there something amiss, Commander? Tong Tianxiao responded, during my hospitalization, Unicron attempted to instigate a war between the Autobots and the neutrals, as well as civil discord within the Autobots. He must face punishment. Unicron protested, no, I did not. Commander, please let me explain. Tong Tianxiao interjected, Unicron, you have greatly disappointed me. TF, escort Unicron to the prison to await his final judgment. Unicron, as he was being dragged away, continued to plead, no. Commander, please, listen to my explanation. The existence of the neutrals poses a threat to the Autobots. They could become the next Decepticons. Some TFs were apprehensive about Unicron's words, but Tong Tianxiao reassured them. The presence of neutrals is not a threat. Rather, it serves as a refuge for those TFs whom we and the Decepticons have shunned. It is a matter for us to reflect upon. Why do we ostracize them? What wrongs have they committed? Why must we exclude them? Tong Tianxiao's remarks plunged everyone into silence. After the meeting, he summoned Optimus Prime to his office. Optimus Prime asked, Commander, is there something you require of me? Tong Tianxiao replied, I've called you here regarding the neutrals. Optimus Prime inquired, what has transpired with the neutrals? Tong Tianxiao explained, Unicron has angered the neutrals and their leader. If we do not execute Unicron, chaos will ensue among the Autobots. Optimus Prime questioned, is it truly that severe? Tong Tianxiao affirmed, while they may not actively seek to harm others, I have previously stated that it is a sanctuary for those TFs rejected by us and the Decepticons. Although it may not lead to war, should we provoke them, they will retaliate fiercely against those TFs. Optimus Prime responded, Commander, are you suggesting that even if we do not take severe action against Unicron, they are likely to harm him privately? Tong Tian Shao clarified, "It is not a mere likelihood. It is certain. Therefore, I implore you not to intercede for Unicron any further, as it will not only be futile, but may also ensnare you in the process." Optimus Prime acknowledged, "I understand." However, he was reluctant to abandon the matter and sought out Dawn. Dawn stated, "Though I am their leader, I cannot make a decision in this regard." Optimus Prime pressed, "Why not?" Dawn retorted, "Why? Has your cognitive module been devoured by Turbo Fox? Even a shell comprehends the reason, and you still inquire about it. If you cannot discern the rationale, it will only deteriorate the relationship between the Autobots and the neutrals." Optimus Prime conceded, "Very well." Optimus Prime sought out Starsaber, Ariel, and Bumblebee to plead for mercy, yet the outcomes remained unchanged. He then approached the victims, but their emotions were now quite extreme. A neutral party remarked, "If you wish to avoid my wrath, cease your intercessions for Unicron. Do not forget, it was your faction that cast me aside. It was the neutrals who sheltered me in my darkest hour." This matter swiftly reached the ears of Teletron, who promptly summoned Optimus back. In Teletron's office, he admonished, "Optimus, did I not instruct you to cease advocating for Unicron?" Optimus replied, "You have said so, yet, then refrain from further involvement, lest the consequences extend beyond merely executing Unicron." Teletron warned, "But why does Dawn not restrain them?" Optimus inquired, "The neutrals have endured significant injustices. This situation has also caused them considerable suffering. Do you comprehend the extent of their grievances?" Teletron pressed, "I do not," Optimus admitted. "Optimus, you will soon assume leadership. I urge you to prioritize the greater good and justice. Do you understand?" "I understand," Optimus affirmed. A week later, Unicron and most of the Decepticons were executed. Dawn preserved a portion of the Allspark energy in a new vessel, placing it within the core of Cybertron. As preparations to depart commenced, numerous neutrals gathered to bid farewell. Sally exclaimed, "Wait, Dawn, what is it, Sally?" Dawn responded, "Please take me with you, if you would." Bumblebee rushed over, adding, "And me, too." Dawn exchanged glances with Starsaber and their companions, ultimately consenting. Chapter 172 Introduction Transformers Prime was aired in late October 2010 through a collaboration between Hasbro and the Discovery Channel's hub, marking the latest installment in the Transformers series since the 2008 animated version. The narrative unfolds 3 years after the Transformers factions arrived on Earth, serving as a sequel to the 2010 video game series, Transformers: War for Cybertron. Transformers Prime merges traditional animation styles with influences from the live-action Transformers trilogy, with some pivotal characters' designs closely resembling their cinematic counterparts. The storyline aligns closely with the prequel novel, Transformers: Exodus. The sequel, Transformers: Robots in Disguise, narrates events 5 years after the climactic battle depicted in Transformers Prime, where the spirit of the late Optimus Prime materializes to guide Bumblebee from Cybertron to Earth, facing a new wave of challenges. The season's highlight is Bumblebee, a beloved character among fans, finally speaking and assuming the mantle of leadership. Chapter 173 In the Tianyuan Universe Dawn, Starhowl, Sally, Bumblebee, and a group of Transformers have fully settled in this universe's Cybertron. Aside from her duties at the archives and library, Dawn also lectures on history and imparts basic medical knowledge at the Academy. Sally is studying at the Academy. Starhowl is training new recruits at the Cybertron Military Academy. Bumblebee is working in reconnaissance, and Minicon continues to assist Dawn. Beast Wars characters inhabit uninhabited regions and occasionally appear in suburban areas. No Transformer has considered fully connecting them, as there seem to be few ties between them. One day, a new employee arrived at the archives and library, sent by Master Titanium to assist. "Hello, I am Orion Pax, here to work in the library," he introduced. Dawn, with a professional demeanor, welcomed him, saying, "Welcome, new colleague." "I am Dawn." The library spans from the 1st to the 10th floor, while the archives are located on the basement floors 1 to 3. Unless you have the necessary clearance, please refrain from going down, understood? "Thank you for the reminder," Orion Pax replied, noticing Minicon transporting books. "Who are they?" "They're my assistants." Managing such a large library alone, while also lecturing, can be quite overwhelming, Dawn explained, gently patting one of the Minicons, who emitted a joyful sound and stood up to say, "If you need my assistance, please feel free to ask." "All right, thank you," Orion Pax responded. Over time, Orion Pax and Dawn developed a good rapport. In Orion Pax's eyes, Dawn possessed a wonderful personality, striking beauty, an exceptional work capability. However, one matter weighed on his mind. Dawn, may I pose a somewhat personal question? He ventured. Go ahead, Dawn encouraged. Given your remarkable qualities, why do you not have a partner? Dawn couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Did I say something wrong? Orion Pax asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Actually, there's someone, Dawn revealed. Really? Orion Pax exclaimed. Don't be so surprised, she replied. At that moment, Star Howl entered. Long time no see, Star Howl, Dawn greeted. Indeed, it has been a while. I have 2 tickets to the Kaon Arena, Star Howl said. These are gifts from your students, aren't they? Dawn inquired. Yes, he confirmed. They exchanged glances before Dawn asked the Minicons, who among you wishes to attend the arena? The Minicons expressed their displeasure vocally. What about the other Transformers? Dawn asked. As long as Bumblebee is interested in going, Star Howl replied. What's the matter? You all seem to dislike it there, Orion Pax noted. How should I put it? It could be rather loud for us, Dawn explained. Most importantly, there's a rather clingy Transformer there, Star Howl added. Dawn, have you been before? Orion Pax inquired. Never, she admitted. Would you like to go? It could be a chance for you to help us look after Bumblebee. Orion Pax originally intended to decline. Yet upon hearing the latter part of Dawn's statement, he acquiesced. Holding the ticket, Orion Pax inquired, what exactly does this little Bumblebee look like? Dawn replied, he will arrive shortly. Before long, the Bumblebee appeared, resembling a large bumblebee with the sole distinction of color. The little Bumblebee maintained a vibrant green hue. The Bumblebee is heading to the arena. Hurry, hurry, he exclaimed. Orion Pax, momentarily taken aback, responded, all right. He thought, what a charming child. Chapter 174. Once Orion Pax escorted the Bumblebee back to the library, Dawn asked, were you pleased? The Bumblebee replied, aside from that gladiator persistently pestering me about why Star Howl didn't come, I was quite pleased. Dawn apologized. I'm sorry that happened. It was my fault. Star Howl interjected, no, to be precise, if those few TFs and T constantly harassed you, none of this would have transpired. Orion Pax questioned, harassment? Dawn clarified. To be accurate, it transcended mere harassment. However, after that incident, I resolved never to return. Returning to the day of the incident, Star Howl and Dawn, accompanied by 4 Minicons and Sally, were preparing to head home after watching the match when Star Howl went to assist the Minicons and Sally in purchasing some souvenirs. During this process, an incident unfolded. TF taunted, hey, a single mother out with a bunch of little ones. How about leaving those kids behind and having some fun with us? I guarantee you'll enjoy it. TFB added, it will be exceedingly entertaining and profound. Dawn, mistakenly believing they were seeking a female TF for amusement, retorted, if you're looking for a female TF to dismantle, you've got the wrong TF. I'm male. TFC declared, no, we came specifically for you. Realizing the situation was turning dire, Dawn responded, so, you've had your sights set on me from the beginning? TFA replied, one could say that. What do you think? Care to join us for some fun? Every TF here would be overjoyed, witnessing these ruffians harassing Dawn. Sally yearned to intervene, but was restrained by the Minicon. Dawn stated, what if I refuse? TFA sneered, do you really think you can refuse? As he spoke, the largest TF, TFB, lifted Dawn off the ground. Dawn, Sally cried. TFC leaned towards Sally, grinning wickedly, oh, little one, don't worry. We'll take good care of your guardian. We're just going to take him away. Who are you planning to take? Meanwhile, the TFB holding Dawn was struck down, allowing Dawn to swiftly escape when TFB's grip loosened. Star Howl asked, are you all right? Dawn reassured him, I'm fine. TFA snarled, how dare you ruin our plans? Let us teach him a lesson. The 3 TFs attacked Star Howl, but he effortlessly countered and incapacitated them. This altercation caught the attention of a silver-white TF who called himself Galvatron. He sought to challenge Star Howl, but was met with rejection. Dawn remarked, as for what transpired thereafter, let Star Howl recount it, for I have not returned to the arena since. Orion Pax, Mr. Xingxiao, would you mind sharing your thoughts? Xingxiao. After that, I watched a few more matches with the remaining mini Autobots. During this time, I kept encountering that TF who persistently wanted to challenge me. But I declined each time. After accompanying the last batch of mini Autobots to watch the matches, I didn't return. Fuxiao. Although Bumblebee kept insisting on going, we were reluctant to let him go alone. Fortunately, you were around, so we thought to trouble you. I apologize for the inconvenience. Orion Pax, it's quite all right. I hadn't been before, so it will be an opportunity to see. Fuxiao, I truly appreciate it. Orion Pax, Fuxiao, are you friends with Mr. Xingxiao? Fuxiao, speaking of which, There's a question that weighs on my mind. Bumblebee, what question? I'm curious. Fu Xiao. Xing Xiao. Why did your students give you 2 tickets? Xing Xiao. Quite simply, they wanted to know who my partner is. Fu Xiao. I see. It's unfortunate they missed out this time. Well, it's time to clock out. Let's head back. Orion Pax. See you tomorrow. Xin. Did I forget something? Chapter 175. For a considerable duration thereafter, whenever time permitted, Orion Pax would take Bumblebee to the arena to watch matches. Orion Pax held a deep affection for Bumblebee, though he remained oblivious to it. As for Bumblebee, aside from displaying sharpness during reconnaissance missions, he often appeared quite oblivious and was entirely unaware of Orion Pax's feelings. However, Fu Xiao observed everything through the optical lens, yet felt it prudent to remain silent, recalling a similar situation he had with Xing Xiao, only realizing his own emotions upon experiencing loss. With that thought, Fu Xiao shook his head and decided to remind them. Fu Xiao, Orion, how about we have a meal together later? Orion Pax, sounds good. Fu Xiao, smiling, then it settled. During the break, in a secluded corner, Fu Xiao opted to sit beside Orion Pax rather than opposite him, considering the possibility that Orion might be startled by his words and accidentally spray him with energon. Orion Pax, Fu Xiao, thank you for inviting me to dine together. Fu Xiao, there's actually another matter. What do you think of Bumblebee? Orion Pax, he is incredibly charming and full of energy. Fu Xiao, spending time with Bumblebee brings you joy and comfort, doesn't it? Orion Pax, indeed. Fu Xiao, you often find yourself thinking about him and the moments spent together, correct? Orion Pax, puzzled Fu Xiao, how did you know? Fu Xiao, it seems we can confirm it. You are in love. As Orion Pixis took a sip of his energy drink, he abruptly spat it out the moment Dawn remarked that he had fallen in love. The liquid splattered across the table and chairs opposite him, and Dawn felt a sense of relief that his judgment was indeed correct, especially considering the absence of any third parties at the nearby table. Otherwise, he might have found himself in quite an embarrassing situation. Orion Pixis, coughing profusely, exclaimed, cough, cough, cough. Dawn, what are you saying? Dawn replied, I said you've fallen in love, and your object of affection is Bumblebee, albeit unreciprocated. Orion Pixis, his face turning blue beneath his mask, stammered, I like Bumblebee. I like Bumblebee. I like Bumblebee. He was momentarily at a loss for words. It was only when Dawn delivered a swift kick that he snapped back to reality. Dawn queried, did you hear what I said? Orion Pixis responded, I did. But from what you're saying, it seems Bumblebee doesn't harbor those feelings for me. Dawn reassured him, there's no need to rush. However, Bumblebee doesn't dislike you and is willing to have you by his side, which is a positive sign. Orion Pixis brightened. So, does that mean I have a chance? Dawn doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, saying, well, I can't make any promises. Finding Orion Pixis's expression rather amusing, Dawn continued. You could always ask Bumblebee how he feels about you. Orion Pixis inquired, will Bumblebee tell me? Dawn replied, under normal circumstances, he would answer truthfully. But if he becomes Tsundere, it's hard to say. Good luck. Just remember, Bumblebee's nature is quite sensitive, and I hope you won't engage in any reckless behavior that might hurt him. Orion Pixis nodded, acknowledging the advice. Satisfied with the conversation, he departed. Later that afternoon, Bumblebee visited the library to seek out Orion Pixis. Dawn remarked, it seems you hold a fondness for Orion. Bumblebee replied, Orion is a good friend, a brother. Dawn added, he likes you very much. Bumblebee responded cheerfully, Bumblebee is very happy. Dawn teased, oh, Bumblebee. Bumblebee asked, Dawn continued, if only you were as astute in matters of the heart as you are in reconnaissance. Bumblebee was taken aback. Dawn chuckled, oh, it's nothing. Just consider my musings. Dear readers, I would like to remind you that I will be returning to school the day after tomorrow. Following that, I will resume my weekend updates, and I appreciate your understanding. In Chapter 176, Orion Pixis attempted to inquire about Bumblebee's opinion of him, but either he was unprepared or various unforeseen incidents occurred. In response, Dawn bluntly stated, you simply need to ask Bumblebee how he feels about you. Why complicate things? I've already asked him, or would you prefer I tell you? Orion Pixis exclaimed, not yet. I'm not ready. Dawn pressed on, come on. How should I address your hesitation? Orion Pixis remained flustered. Dawn encouraged him, think of something pleasant. At least you can visit the archives now. Orion Pixis retorted. Not all. Dawn mused. I can probably guess what's bothering you. Given the current system and the unsavory reputation of many political figures, one can only feel sympathy. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside. Dawn and Orion Pax approached the door to take a glance, where they found Megatron delivering a fervent speech, rallying for societal equality. Dawn remained unperturbed, while Orion Pax, intrigued, disregarded societal judgment and moved closer to him. The two swiftly forged an intimate friendship, sharing a bond that transcended conversation. Orion Pax exclaimed, "Dawn, did you know Megatron is incredibly cool?" Dawn, mildly irritated, grasped Orion Pax's arm and chuckled. "Orion, this marks the 10th time you mentioned this during work hours. Can we refrain from such discussions until after hours?" Feeling the pressure of Dawn's grip, Orion Pax recognized the seriousness of his friend's tone and fell silent. Sighing, Dawn noted that Orion Pax had seemingly set aside his fascination with Bumblebee. "Do not let me catch you discussing anything irrelevant to work during office hours. Understood?" "Understood," Orion Pax replied. After work, Orion Pax eagerly approached Dawn. "Dawn. What is it?" Dawn responded. "What do you think of Megatron?" Orion Pax inquired. "Are you asking for my honest opinion?" "Of course," Orion Pax affirmed. "His ambitions are excessively grand, and he cannot tolerate sharing power, even with those he genuinely cares for," Dawn replied. "Come on, Dawn. He is not as terrible as you portray," Orion Pax countered. "I merely express my perspective on Megatron. Whether you choose to heed, it is your decision. However, I must caution you, despite your shared vision for a transformative society, your differing natures may ultimately lead you down divergent paths." With that, Dawn patted Orion Pax's shoulder and departed. In a private room at the McAdam's old oil house, Starsaber asked, "So, do you suspect Megatron is indeed the same as the one from your universe?" Though each universe's Megatron may differ in appearance, his character, penchant for chaos, and manipulative prowess remain constant, Dawn replied. "Should we intervene?" Starsaber queried. "No. To end this era, war is inevitable. However, we remain neutral. If we initiate conflict, we risk being squeezed from both sides and tarnishing our reputation. It is best if Megatron takes the lead," Dawn explained. "Should we hasten our efforts?" Starsaber asked. "Indeed. Has Megatron approached you for a confrontation again?" "He has," Starsaber confirmed. "Then agree to his challenge next time," Dawn instructed. "Understood," Starsaber replied. "We must also prepare resources for the impending situation. I will gradually stockpile with the Autobots," Dawn noted. "Additionally, should any Autobots seek refuge due to the war, we must allocate extra budget and gather their background information," Starsaber added. Suddenly, they both felt the weight of their responsibilities. Chapter 177. Just as Dawn and Starsaber exited McAdam's old oil house, they encountered Megatron, who asked Starsaber, "When will you finally agree to face me in battle?" Starfall was momentarily taken aback. I have a question. I will only continue after your response." Lord Juntion replied. "Let's finish the fight first." Starfall insisted. "I have already stated that you must answer my question before we proceed." The two Transformers remained steadfast in their positions for quite some time. Lord Juntion cast a glance at Dawn beside Starfall, contemplating that sooner or later, everyone would become aware of his capable intelligence officer. "I owe my discovery of this place to my intelligence officer," Lord Juntion proclaimed, an expression of pride evident on his mask. "Now, shall we engage in combat?" Starfall acquiesced. "Very well. How shall we fight?" "Of course, we shall engage in hand-to-hand combat." "All right, you may make the first move." With that, Starfall assumed a fighting stance. Lord Juntion launched a punch, which Starfall deftly caught, countering with a shoulder throw. The instinctive reflexes of the gladiator within Lord Juntion compelled him to cling tightly to Starfall's arm. Nevertheless, Starfall used the momentum to hurl him sideways. Given that their battleground was a narrow alley, the force of Starfall's movement resulted in Lord Juntion's head being embedded into the wall. Initially, Starfall awaited Lord Juntion to extricate himself, but after a moment passed with no response, he tentatively called out a few times and gently prodded him. Still receiving no reaction. Once he successfully pulled Lord Juntion out, he cautiously inspected him. Do not blame them for their meticulousness. They had been thoroughly intimidated by Lord Juntion's penchant for causing chaos, fearing that he might feign unconsciousness and launch a surprise attack. 10 minutes later, having confirmed Lord Juntion was genuinely offline, they hastily transported him to the medical station. Upon regaining consciousness, Lord Juntion remarked, "Starfall, you are quite formidable. What do you say about considering joining us?" Starfall replied, "No, thank you. I have no interest in such matters." As Lord Gentian was about to retort, Starfall interjected. I know you are eloquent, so please remain silent and refrain from sending me any messages about social equality. Why not? Does training new recruits at the military academy bring you joy? Lord Gentian inquired. Starfall responded, to be precise, witnessing the soldiers I coach strive for Cybertron is what brings me true joy. Is that all that satisfies you? Lord Gentian pressed. Certainly not. I also cherish the moments spent with loved ones and friends. Lord Gentian grasped Starfall's hand and said, I wonder if you would mind me becoming your partner. As soon as these words escaped his lips, a loud crash resonated through the room, startling the Transformers in the medical station. Dawn instantly deduced that Lord Gentian had said or done something to provoke Starfall's anger. Lord Gentian clutched his severely distorted head crest, stars dancing before his eyes. As Starfall's clenched fist began to emit smoke, angrily declaring, such a thing will never happen in this lifetime. At that moment, a nurse entered and admonished, This is a medical station. Please be mindful of your volume. Starfall replied, Apologies, Lord Gentian, you should remain here. I am heading back. Turning to Dawn, Starfall said, Let's return. Dawn responded, All right, but I am quite curious about what Lord Gentian did to incite your wrath. Starfall answered, He expressed a desire to become my partner. As Dawn left a droplet of dew overhead, it remarked, Truly, this is in keeping with the style of Megatron. Chapter 178. For an extended period thereafter, Megatron had ceased his pursuit of Starscream, leaving both Starscream and Dawn perplexed yet harboring their own speculations. Starscream mused, Could he be plotting something? Dawn replied, It is also possible he genuinely wishes to be your companion, albeit the likelihood is slim. Dawn expressed surprise at the notion that Megatron might desire Starscream as his ally. Otherwise, he would not have permitted their confrontation. Starscream jested, What? Are you genuinely afraid that Megatron might take me away? Dawn grasped Starscream's hand, saying, Regardless of who it is, as long as they exhibit that kind of affection. I fear, for you are the one I cherish the most. Observing Dawn's evident anxiety, Starscream gently kissed Dawn's hand. Please, have more faith in yourself and trust me as well, all right? Dawn replied, I apologize for causing you distress. Starscream corrected, rather than saying I am unhappy. It would be more accurate to express my discontent at seeing you in such a state, which makes me feel that I have not provided you with sufficient security. Dawn assured, I shall find a way to manage it. Starscream countered, There is no need. Dawn inquired, Why not? Starscream explained, In human terms, you are feeling jealous. This is quite normal. If another TF were to speak to you in such a manner, I would undoubtedly feel jealous as well. Meanwhile, Megatron was hastening his steps, exiting the arena to enter the political sphere, renaming himself from Megatron to Lord Megatron. Shortly thereafter, he presented his vision of establishing a just society before the Supreme Council. At that moment, his true nature as a Decepticon was revealed. Megatron proclaimed the necessity of employing violent means to overthrow the old regime and demanded the Supreme Council appoint him as the next leader. However, Orion Pax firmly believed that violence could not establish justice, and ultimately his arguments swayed the hearts of the Supreme Council. In the golden age of Cybertron, for the first time, a TF had qualified to become a leader, but to ultimately attain that honor, one must acquire the legendary leadership module. Starscream pondered, Can Orion obtain the leadership module? Dawn replied, Yes, after all, he is the reincarnation of the 13th Prime. Within the cerebral module, the Cosmic Emperor addressed Dawn. If you wish, I can also make you a leader. Dawn resolutely rejected, Absolutely not. Cosmic Emperor, are you truly willing to clean up the scraps of other TFs in battle? Dawn asserted, I am willing. So what? The Cosmic Emperor replied, Very well. I shall observe what tricks you intend to play. Starscream. Starscream? Dawn. Starscream called. Apologies, I was lost in thought, Dawn responded. Starscream inquired, What are your plans moving forward? Starscream's warrior instincts alerted him to TFs surveilling them, a sensation Dawn undoubtedly shared. Indeed, Dawn sensed this but decided to voice it. The Supreme Council not only rejected his proposal, but also appointed Orion as the next leader. He must be furious. I have a foreboding feeling we should leave at once. On their way, Starscream asked, Where are we headed, Dawn? Dawn replied, To Master Titanium's abode. Master Titanium received the Dawn's message and could only express his apologies to the highest council for his departure. Master Titanium remarked, I believe the matters you are about to discuss pertain to Megatron and the war, correct, Dawn? Dawn replied, I no longer go by the name of Huan Tianling. Please refer to me as Dawn. Thank you. Master Titanium responded, Very well. Dawn, please share your insights. Chapter 179 Dawn stated, I believe that aside from his ambition to be a leader, Megatron's speech is largely insincere. Master Titanium observed, Only a true master of rhetoric could discern that he did not speak entirely the truth. How did you come to this realization? Dawn explained, While his oration is indeed captivating, a speech ultimately cannot convey one's innermost thoughts completely. Master Titanium remarked, You wish to convey more than just this, do you not? Dawn affirmed, Indeed. A careful observation reveals that Megatron's desire for power and ambition is vast. He cannot abide sharing authority with others, even with those he holds dear. I am concerned that he will soon declare himself a leader, rallying a great number of Transformers to eliminate those who oppose him. Master Titanium fell into contemplation, having also noted Megatron's considerable ambition. If what Dawn suggested were true, a war would inevitably ensue. They would merely return to the source of the fire upon their emergence. They would find themselves in new forms, with previous data entirely erased. Yet what are the knowledge and artifacts? No one could predict the duration of such a conflict. Master Titanium inquired, Dawn, how long do you think this war will last? Dawn responded, I do not know. It is difficult to say. Whether Orion can acquire the leadership module is one question. If he fails, it will certainly fall to the highest council to lead the resistance against Megatron, which might lead to a swift conclusion. However, we must also consider that with so many Transformers, disagreements are inevitable. Achieving rapid unity would be ideal, but the fear of eventual division complicates matters further. Master Titanium acknowledged, Indeed, what if Orion successfully obtains the leadership module? You have spent considerable time with him. How do you think a conflict between Orion and Megatron would unfold? Dawn mused, Starhal, do you recall the temperaments of previous leaders upon acquiring the leadership module? Starhal replied, Yes, I remember. Compared to before obtaining the module, aside from the upgrade to their forms, their personalities did not undergo significant changes. Dawn remarked, In that case, it could become quite troublesome. Master Titanium asked, Why is that? Dawn explained, Although Orion possesses many admirable qualities, his greatest weakness is his overwhelming compassion, especially since he considers Megatron a friend. Master Titanium inquired, Are you concerned that Orion might hesitate to take decisive action? Dawn affirmed, It is quite possible. Moreover, Megatron may very well choose to confront Orion personally rather than allowing another Transformer to handle it. While the upgraded Orion may not necessarily lose, he would certainly find himself embroiled in a protracted struggle. This encapsulates the fears that many Transformers harbor. War itself is not terrifying. The transient decline of Cybertron, due to dwindling resources and manpower, is not the source of dread. The most formidable fear lies in the passage of time, which may lead individuals to forget the very essence of their initial motivations for battle, resulting in a blind and ceaseless conflict. Master Titanium remarked, Regardless of the circumstances, war is inevitable. The question lies in its duration and the consequences it will yield. You wish to hear my course of action, do you not? Dawn merely nodded in response. With a sigh, Master Titanium continued, Very well, let me ponder. Dawn, aside from the ultimate key, configure the Iron Fortress relics to be randomly dispatched to other planets upon the onset of war. Dawn replied affirmatively. Master Titanium added, Subsequently, I shall conceal the ultimate lock and ensure that only you possess the means to activate it. Dawn questioned me. Indeed, he affirmed, Your sense of balance is commendable, and I trust you to manage the ultimate lock. Dawn acquiesced. Furthermore, the devices contain the collective knowledge and technology amassed by Cybertronians. I hope that when war erupts, you will take these devices with you. Dawn glanced at Starhowl, who nodded in agreement, prompting her acceptance. Master Titanium then turned to Starhowl. I also hope you can lend your assistance. What do you require? Starhowl inquired. Master Titanium articulated. I wish for you to establish a third party that can shelter those Transformers who do not wish to join either our faction or Megatron's, or who find themselves unable to integrate. He understood that once war commenced, all Transformers would face choices and dissatisfaction would likely arise on both sides. Much like the two before him, in the chaotic spectrum of factions, Starhowl embodies the chaotic neutral alignment, acting impulsively as a staunch individualist. He values his own freedoms, yet does not intentionally safeguard the liberties of others, scornful of authority and resentful of constraints. challenging convention without actively disrupting societal order. Should he do so, he would have to align his faction with either benevolence in saving the world or malevolence in excluding others. The actions of chaotic neutrals may be unpredictable, yet their motives are not entirely capricious. They tend to follow their hearts, often disregarding laws and societal norms. Consumed by their own whims. Despite harboring lofty ideals, those within this faction prioritize freedom above all, rendering moral distinctions secondary in the face of personal liberty. Dawn, representing the chaotic good alignment, prefers to act according to her own will, seldom considering the norms and demands of others. Though she enjoys exercising her autonomy, she possesses a kind heart, adhering to her moral principles and unique approach to life, characterized by kindness and a propensity for generosity. She believes in goodness and justice, yet regards laws and regulations as largely ineffective, harboring disdain for those who coerce and command others. Dawn adheres to her own moral compass, which may not always align with societal norms. Although she and Starfall belong to opposing factions, both are in pursuit of their inner truths, striving to act without regret. Each individual possesses a unique perspective on the Nine Square Camp, and differing opinions are welcome for expression. In Chapter 180, Starfall expresses his agreement, stating that he has no objections. Master Titan had calculated the likelihood of Starfall's agreement, but was surprised by the swiftness of his consent. Starfall acknowledged, however, that he could not guarantee the fate of the Transformers he would lead. Master Titan mused that as long as Starfall could provide a place for those Transformers to go, it would suffice. Starfall inquired if there were any other instructions, to which Titan replied in the negative. Dawn suggested they take their leave, as lingering too long might arouse suspicion. Dawn and Starfall stealthily exited through a back path. As anticipated, the ensuing events unfolded as Dawn had predicted. Megatron's persuasive oratory captivated hundreds of Transformers to join his cause. He named his clandestine organization the Decepticons, positioning himself as their leader. From her hiding spot, Dawn and Starfall discreetly emerged and returned to the garage. Starfall questioned Dawn about her foresight regarding the situation. Dawn explained that her experiences across several universes indicated that, aside from the inciting incident and some details, the outcomes were largely predictable. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, prompting them to investigate. Soundwave, Ravage, Rumble, and Frenzy were present, confronting their Minicons and Beast Wars counterparts. Yet, Dawn felt that something was amiss. What could possibly be missing? Wait, where was Laserbeak? He was a staple of Soundwave in any universe. Scanning her surroundings yielded no sight of him. Then Dawn turned to Ravage, asking, "What do you have in your mouth?" Upon being addressed, Ravage silently averted his gaze. Dawn persisted, "Soundwave, what exactly is in Ravage's mouth?" Soundwave replied, "It's merely a sneaky little bird." With a sigh, Dawn instructed, "Ravage, give me that Beast Wars transformer." Ravage, still facing away, emitted a low growl. Dawn gently patted Ravage's back, urging, "Ravage, that's not a toy. Release it now." After 3 repeated requests, Ravage, out of reluctance, complied, allowing Laserbeak to hastily fly in his Soundwave's embrace. Dawn affectionately stroked Ravage's head, saying, "Good boy." Approaching Soundwave, Dawn donned a professional smile, apologizing, "I'm sorry for the trouble. I hope your beastly companion is unharmed." Soundwave said nothing and turned away. Starfall remarked, "What a peculiar individual." Dawn responded, "If memory serves, he's a transformer from Megatron's side and an intelligence officer." Starfall questioned, "An intelligence officer? Why not eliminate him?" Dawn countered, "No, we still do not know his identity or the situation on Megatron's end. We cannot act recklessly just yet." Starfall sighed, "What a hassle." Dawn concluded, "Once war breaks out, it will be an even greater complication." At that moment, the Minicons who had gone to gather intelligence returned. Dawn inquired, "What is the situation?" After a fervent discussion among the mini-transformers, Dawn declared, "The war has commenced. It is time for me to prepare." Together with Starhowl, Dawn assessed the situation, discovering that the Iron Fortress artifacts had been discreetly transported out. Dawn manipulated the control panel, instructing them to send him their locations upon arrival, and subsequently deleted all related data. The remaining Transformers conducted a final inspection of the spacecraft. As Dawn caressed Starhowl's faceplate, he said, "Starhowl, I am about to depart. I will return to our old rendezvous. Promise me that after the war concludes, you will bring me home." Starhowl grasped Dawn's hand and assured, "I will." Chapter 181. After parting ways with Starhowl, Orion Pax had just returned from the core of Cybertron, having acquired the leadership module and indeed undergone an upgrade. However, it was peculiar that Orion Pax was now covered in an unusual energy fluid, which he did not possess before entering. Even if he had, it should have long since dried up, and most of the fluid was concentrated on his lower half. Remembering that Megatron had previously entered and stayed for a considerable time before emerging, he quickly left the scene. Most of the Transformers could likely surmise what had transpired within, yet they chose to suppress those thoughts, opting for selective amnesia and erasing any related images. Apart from those still in the adjustment phase and the current Decepticons, the remaining Transformers hesitated, as this incident had left them with lingering doubts. Moreover, some were still undecided about joining or outright unwilling to align with any faction. They recognized that although Orion Pax had been chosen by the leadership module, it was evident that he maintained a close relationship with Megatron. Despite adopting the name Optimus Prime after acquiring the leadership module and organizing the Autobots to oppose Megatron and his Decepticons, many Transformers were reluctant to engage in the conflict, resulting in exclusion from both factions, though predominantly from the Decepticons. This did not lessen their disdain towards the Autobots. Observing that the time was ripe, Starhowl summoned Bulkhead and Bumblebee, instructing Bumblebee to spread word among the Transformers that Starhowl, despite his considerable strength, had not aligned with any faction and exhibited no interest in the war. He, meanwhile, remained in Bulkhead City mode. Upon hearing this, many were hesitant, uncertain if this was a form of unconventional recruitment. Yet, some Transformers resolutely chose to seek out Starhowl, believing that even if it was an alternative recruitment, it was preferable to facing ostracism for not joining either the Decepticons or Autobots. Once inside Bulkhead, a Transformer spoke up. "You surely have more than mere refuge in mind. What do you desire from us?" Starhowl replied with a cold smirk. "Nothing at all, merely to forge a friendship." Although Master Titanium mentioned taking in these Transformers, he did not specify what he intended to do. Moreover, Xing Xiao has a lingering suspicion that Master Titanium may be concealing some actions that could be detrimental to them, or more accurately, to Dawn. Assigning him this task seems to be an attempt to divert his attention. Among the Transformers that arrived, there are certainly spies placed by Master Titanium to sow discord. However, since they wish to play games, Xing Xiao is not averse to engaging in something grand. One Transformer questioned, "Why should we trust you?" To which Xing Xiao retorted, "What must I do for you to believe in me?" Lu Renjia replied, "Then you should boldly inform those Transformers who refuse to be embroiled in the war to seek refuge with you." Xing Xiao responded, "That can certainly be arranged." Lu Renjia did not expect such a swift agreement from Xing Xiao, who continued, "But is it acceptable to attract either the Decepticons or the Autobots?" Lu Renjia was momentarily taken aback. He initially intended to set a trap for Xing Xiao, yet unexpectedly, Xing Xiao dug a far larger pit for them to fall into. As Lu Renjia pondered how to respond, another Transformer interjected, "Mr. Xing Xiao, can you defeat them?" Xing Xiao had no intention of deceiving. It is indeed possible to win in a one-on-one with a leader, but against two or more, the odds become uncertain. While he sought to instill a sense of assurance regarding his power, he also contemplated the risks posed by attracting Megatron and Optimus Prime, especially Megatron. Xing Xiao inquired, "So, what do you plan to do?" Lu Renjia responded, "What do you intend to do once we arrive?" Upon reviewing the information, Lu Renjia discovered that Xing Xiao was a Transformer from a chaotic faction, acting on impulse, a complete individualist. He greatly valued his own rights and did not deliberately safeguard the freedoms of others, holding authority in contempt, resentful of constraints and challenging tradition. Unbeknownst to him, Xing Xiao was also neutral. Though influenced by the chaotic faction, his behavior, while unpredictable, was not entirely random. They tended to follow their own instincts. And Xing Xiao would make choices that were beneficial for himself and Dawn, yet he would not take it upon himself to manage the Transformers. However, he bore no qualms about eliminating those who displeased him or posed a threat to his interests and those of Dawn. Chapter 182. Xing Xiao stated, "This is not my territory. It belongs to General Meng. I merely reside here. Whether you can stay is a question for General Meng. As for whether I choose to protect you, that depends on your performance." The implication was clear. Xing Xiao would not concern himself with where they intended to go, and his decision to offer protection would rely on their attitude. Similarly, Xing Xiao articulated this because this place is the last sanctuary on Cybertron. If at this juncture, no one is willing to coexist amicably and instead engages in treachery, then they lack the fundamental qualification to be safeguarded by him. Nevertheless, he also identified a transformer suspected of being a spy. Xing Xiao asked, "So, what will be your choice regarding General Meng?" Meng Dashu consented to their stay, and in a bid to foster unity and evade the exclusion from the two factions, they endeavored to bolster the credibility of the rumors surrounding Xing Xiao. Consequently, numerous TFs flocked to the scene, while whispers of the situation reached both Megatron and Optimus Prime. Although Optimus arrived slightly later than Megatron, he opted to conceal himself momentarily to assess the situation. Megatron proclaimed, "Xing Xiao, I have always known you to be different from those corrupt Decepticons. Bring your TFs and join us. Let's conquer other TFs and beings and acquire boundless glory." Xing Xiao retorted, "When have I ever claimed them as my TFs? They merely seek refuge under Meng Dashu, and what a coincidence it is that I am here as well. You may leave." Megatron, incredulous, pressed, "Do you not desire endless glory?" Xing Xiao replied, "I do not, and let me reiterate, while I acknowledge your eloquence, I am disinterested in your words. Therefore, I kindly ask you to depart with your TFs." Seething with anger, Megatron exclaimed, "You." Yet, in a sudden change of heart, he acquiesced, "Fine, we shall leave." Although Xing Xiao was perplexed by Megatron's abrupt shift in demeanor, once Megatron had distanced himself, Optimus Prime approached with his TFs. Xing Xiao cautioned, "If your intentions mirror those of Megatron, I urge you to remain silent." Optimus, taken aback for a moment, swiftly redirected the conversation. "Xing Xiao, you sought out Dawn previously. Your relationship must be quite close." Xing Xiao interjected, "Spare me the innuendos. What is it that you truly wish to convey?" Optimus continued, "When I assumed leadership and sought out Dawn, I could not locate him. Do you know of his whereabouts?" Xing Xiao, reluctant to divulge Dawn's location, yet too proud to fabricate a lie, responded enigmatically, "Dawn has vanished from Cybertron." This could be interpreted as having returned to the Allspark or having fled elsewhere. Optimus queried, "Vanished from Cybertron?" Xing Xiao replied, "That is all I can disclose. If there is nothing further, I request that you take your leave." Optimus pressed on, "What of Bumblebee? How is he faring?" Xing Xiao curtly replied, "He does not wish to see you." Optimus, visibly flustered, inquired why. Xing Xiao's frustration became evident as he retorted, "What do you think? You have persistently neglected to seek him out, while he has endeavored to find you. You have ignored him and allowed him to be ostracized by other TFs. Unless he is your devoted follower, the average TF would hardly give you the time of day." The words of Xing Xiao struck a nerve within Optimus Prime. Indeed, he had been so captivated by Megatron's speech that he had overlooked the surrounding Transformers. This visit was not only intended to recruit Xing Xiao, but also to extend apologies to Dawn and Bumblebee for his negligence, which had caused them distress. Regrettably, it seemed that accomplishing these three tasks was now an impossibility. In the early centuries spent among the formidable Transformers, no unusual occurrences transpired until Larengia discreetly contacted Master Titanium. Suddenly, a hand seized Larengia by the throat, and through him, a voice echoed, "Master Titanium, it has been quite some time. Do not fret. I shall come to you shortly." Casting a glance at the seemingly composed Larengia, the assailant swiftly broke his neck and crushed his spark with a cold chuckle before making his way to Master Titanium's abode. To provoke Master Titanium, he even captured a photograph of the exterior of his residence and sent it to him. Xing Xiao commanded Xiao, who immediately charged inside. Crashing through the wall of Master Titanium's domain, a cacophony of combat ensued, and after 5 minutes, silence fell. Xing Xiao cautiously entered to find Master Titanium pinned against the wall by Zhao's claws, surrounded by the remnants of fallen Transformers. "Rest assured, Master Titanium, I shall not take your life just yet, for I have inquiries to make," Xing Xiao declared. "Why did you send a spy to me? And have you also placed a spy beside Dawn?" Should the latter be true, Xing Xiao would not hesitate to personally escort Master Titanium back to the Well of Sparks. At that moment, Optimus Prime burst into the room, demanding to know, "Xing Xiao, what are you doing?" "Naturally, I am asking questions of great significance to me. To be frank, I might spare Master Titanium, but should he lie, I would not hesitate to ensure his return to the Well of Sparks," Xing Xiao replied. "Xing Xiao, you cannot do this," Optimus protested. "Cannot?" Xing Xiao retorted, glaring at Optimus. Why not? It was Master Titanium who initiated this confrontation. I shall ask you once more. Master Titanium, why did you send a spy to me? And have you arranged one beside Dawn? Coughing, Master Titanium responded. While I cannot divulge the reasons for sending a spy to you, I can assure you that I did not place one near Dawn. Xiao, Xing Xiao called. He is not lying, Xiao confirmed. Let us depart, Xing Xiao said. Moreover, Master Titanium, even if you do not reveal your reasons for sending a spy to me, I am already aware of the answer. You have succeeded. Are you satisfied? No. To be precise, you remain unsatisfied, for you will seek an opportunity to strike at Dawn. On their way back, Xiao inquired, Xing Xiao, why did you ultimately spare Master Titanium? There was no need, Xing Xiao replied. Furthermore, in the future, other Transformers will act on our behalf. As Xing Xiao contemplated the rationale behind Master Tai's decision to place a spy in his vicinity, he began to unravel the intricate design of Master Tai's scheme. The intention was to instigate trouble for him, provoking the attention of Optimus Prime, thereby diminishing the Autobots' favorable view of him and compelling him to join the Decepticons. Furthermore, this plan would reveal to Optimus that Dawn was still alive. Regrettably, he realized this too late, his impetuous nature having clouded his judgment. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that there would be Transformers willing to assist him in dealing with Master Tai. At present, his paramount objective was to uncover the information that Master Tai had bequeathed to the Autobots, discerning which elements might pose a detriment to himself and Dawn. Once Master Tai was dealt with, he would endeavor to alter that information to undermine Master Tai, as well as both the Autobots and Decepticons. Though there existed a considerable number of Transformers who harbored grievances against the Decepticons and Autobots, only a tenth of them were steadfast in their opposition. However, within both factions, there were those who had been coerced into joining, and while their numbers might not be vast, they still represented a valuable ally. In Chapter 184, nearly 8 million years had elapsed when Megatron launched an assault on the fortress where Master Tai resided, ultimately leading to Master Tai's downfall. This unexpected turn of events astonished Optimus Prime and the other Autobots. Meanwhile, Xing Xiao seized the opportunity to meticulously peruse all of Master Tai's messages, expunging those that were detrimental to himself and Dawn, replacing them with alternative narratives. Subsequently, he concocted an excuse to lead everyone away from Cybertron. Upon receiving a message from Xing Xiao, Dawn began her own search for artifacts from the fortress, striving to minimize contact with humanity. Yet, should circumstances necessitate, she would not shy away from engaging with them. This cautious interaction resulted in her presence being recorded in the annals of various nations, prompting later generations to speculate about her as an extraterrestrial visitor or a figment of human imagination. Nevertheless, a greater number of individuals inclined towards the former belief, as despite the differing artistic representations, the essence of the being depicted remained unmistakably consistent. During this period, a formidable pack of Predacons made their way to Earth, leaving Dawn astounded. The Predacons, known as the Beasts of Cybertron, were undeniably formidable, even in their juvenile forms, which incited trepidation among other Transformers. This animosity led to a concerted effort to ostracize the Predacons, ultimately precipitating their extinction. It was evident that the resurgence of these Predacons was due to other factors, and their current display of intelligence was notably lacking. Unless orchestrated by their creators, it seemed they required further time to manifest their cognitive abilities. However, they had already begun to exhibit their distinct personalities, predominantly operating in solitude or forming small trios, though they occasionally appeared in larger groups. For Dawn, this presented an opportunity to discern the leader among them. Yet after observing for several years, she found no clear indication of a singular leader. Nonetheless, given that the Predacons had been on Earth for some time, a dialogue might soon be possible. She approached a pair of inexperienced Predacons, recently blessed with 2 offspring, who regarded her with a mix of wariness and curiosity. As a metallic life form herself, Dawn elicited more curiosity than fear. The young Predacons, however, seemed to gravitate towards her, playfully climbing to her feet and resting against her leg. Dawn gently stroked their heads, murmuring, "Good children." Once again, the formidable couple addressed, "Greetings, you two hail for Cybertron." "Do you not?" The male replied, "Indeed, we have never encountered you before." "Who are you?" "I am Dawn," he responded, "a simple resident of Cybertron. You have not seen me, perhaps due to my unremarkable existence or because I departed before your arrival." The female inquired. May we ask why you are present on this planet? I am here on a mission. What about you? Dawn retorted. We are here for the same reason. The female replied. Might I inquire about the nature of your mission? Asked Dawn. The male explained. We seek energy crystals and relics of the Iron Fortress. I am familiar with energy crystals, but what are these relics? Dawn questioned. To be honest, our understanding is limited. They seem to be shimmering objects and weapons. The male admitted. The scope is rather broad. If you do not mind, I would like to assist, offered Dawn. Thank you, but we prefer to manage on our own. The male insisted. Very well, but what are the names of these two children? Dawn inquired. We have yet to decide, the female responded. I hope to choose a name that embodies strength, the male expressed. How about Dawnbreak and Thousand Armies? Suggested Dawn. That sounds splendid. Thank you, the male replied. No need for thanks. We are now friends, are we not? Dawn asked. Friends? The male echoed. Yes, those who share a deep bond, communicate effortlessly, and enjoy each other's company outside of romantic or familial ties. Shall we be friends? Dawn proposed. That is agreeable, the male replied. Wonderful. As the hour grows late, we shall reconvene another time, Dawn concluded. Trust in those humans along the way, the female advised. Thank you for the reminder. Chapter 185 in the ensuing days. Dawn and the formidable couple became confidants, with the young one particularly drawn to him. However, as the couple searched for energy crystals and relics, they frequently caused distress and destruction among humans, leading to casualties. During this time, some of the giants formed friendships with humans, inviting them to their lairs or visiting their abodes, engaging in playful interactions. Yet, to the eyes of other humans, these giants were mere monsters and disasters. Many seized their weapons, charging at the giants. Some employed overwhelming tactics to defeat them, while others sought to sow discord for personal gain. Some exploited their goodwill to launch surprise attacks, even threatening the giants with their offspring. And some went so far as to abduct the young giants for future leverage against their kin. The male giant implored Dawn, we hope you can assist us with a matter of utmost importance. Speak, and I shall do my utmost to help, Dawn replied earnestly. These are the few remaining children of our kind, and I wish for you to protect them until they come of age, the male beseeched. Dawn glanced over, counting 9 in total, including Thousand Armies and Dawnbreak. I shall take on this responsibility, Dawn assured them. Male Manticore, thank you, my friends. Children, heed my words. Regardless of what you hear or see, do not return until you have reached adulthood. Until then, listen to the words of Dawn and do not question why. Simply respond whether you understand. Manticore Cub understood. Male Manticore, excellent. Dawn, the humans are approaching. We must hasten our departure. Dawn nodded and said, Children, let us move quickly. As they traveled, one of the Manticore cubs contemplated turning back. Dawn exclaimed, No, we cannot turn back. Have you forgotten what your uncle just said? Manticore Cub, I am sorry. On their journey, Dawn unleashed an aurora, ensuring that no humans detected their presence. Upon returning to Dawn's spacecraft, the Manticore cubs were engulfed in gloom, filled with confusion and fear. Dawn, if you have questions, now's the time to ask. Qianjun, Brother Dawn, what has happened to our parents? They seem strange today. Dawn, many Manticores have inflicted great harm upon humans. While some have attempted to befriend them, in the eyes of most humans, you are merely monsters, and monsters must be eradicated. Though revealing the truth may seem harsh, it is far better than waiting until you are grown to disclose it. It can also help establish certain perspectives. One Manticore cub declared, I want to go out and slay those humans. Dawn, if you go out and kill them, how do you differ from those humans? Moreover, do you possess the strength to accomplish such a feat? Manticore cub, but our parents were taken by them, and they cried in despair. Dawn comforted them. I shall seek vengeance for you. How's that sound? The Manticore cubs gradually ceased their weeping, gazing at Dawn with confusion. After all, Dawn's form was but half the size of a Manticore in its human guise. How could he exact revenge? Dawn, I will venture out to discover if there are any other survivors, and I shall eliminate the leaders of those humans. How does that sound? Manticore cub eagerly nodded. Dawn, very well, I shall take my leave. With that, he transformed and departed. In the ensuing months, numerous cities reported sightings of a colossal horse engulfed in flames. Whenever this fiery steed appeared, the leading dragon-slaying warriors and a select few would inexplicably perish. Though the cause remained a mystery, some claimed it was a horse from the depths of hell. Subsequently, the captured manticores vanished, Yet no one pursued the matter further, for the manticores ceased to appear thereafter, and the horse said to be from hell also disappeared. Future generations spoke of this event merely as the fanciful imaginings of their ancestors. Chapter 186. Dawn meticulously surveyed the situation. 8 female Predacons, 5 male Predacons, and 6 unhatched eggs, totaling 19. She transmitted this information to Starhowl. Dawn, I am certain that among you, there are those who yearn to seek vengeance against humanity for your parents. I will not impede your quest. The door is open, and you may pursue them for retribution. However, you are but fledglings. Can you truly contend with humans? You may choose to bide your time, grow stronger, and annihilate humanity when the moment is right. Yet what would that differ from the current treatment you receive from them? A young Predacon. Then what do you suggest we do? Dawn, precisely because your parents have fought desperately to protect you. You must strive to embody the true essence of a Predacon. Grow stronger and safeguard your companions. If other beings provoke you, retaliate fiercely for your Predacons, the mightiest beasts of Cybertron. Dawn's words ignited their fighting spirit, and they began to roar with determination. Dawn, excellent, my friends. Please share your names with me. With names like Daybreak, Thousand Armies, Roar, Celebration Dragon, Origin Rift, and Battle Origin, they introduced themselves. After listening to their introductions, Dawn allowed them to rest, planning to commence training the following day. She then opened the message from Starhowl, who had departed Cybertron and was en route to join them. Dawn had no time to rest. She delved into her memories to gather knowledge about Predacons and the legendary Ryu Tenka, the first beast former of Cybertron and the progenitor of all beast formers. Among them, only the Predacons were closely tied to Ryu Tenka. Dawn, I hope they can quickly develop the ability to protect themselves. I cannot shield them forever. This remark was overheard by a young Predacon, whose optics dimmed, retreating quietly to his chamber. The next day, everyone was diligently training, yet one Predacon seemed devoid of spirit. Dawn decided to have a private conversation with him. Dawn, what troubles you, child? Thorn, I overheard you say that you wouldn't protect us for a lifetime. Dawn, indeed, because you must eventually forge your own lives and families. Nonetheless, I hope we can create many delightful memories together, shall we? Thorn, delightful memories? Dawn, yes, pleasant recollections. Who does not cherish them? Thorn, so, until we have our own families and lives, UNT send us away? Thorn, that is wonderful. Dawn, now off you go to train. Thorn promptly dashed back to the group, resuming his training. A few months later, Starhowl arrived with the Transformers. Dawn, thank you for your efforts on the road. How are things? Starhowl, there are many dissatisfied Transformers, whether they belong to the Autobots or Decepticons. Dawn, I see. Starhowl, I have invited those who may be in the Decepticon or Autobot factions, but do not truly belong there to join us in our endeavors. Additionally, regarding the Predacons we discussed earlier, what are your plans? Dawn, regarding these formidable beasts, I hope they can join our ranks, for they're the most powerful beings among all the Maximals. If it were not for the events of yesteryear. Starhowl, I have no objections. Dawn, thank you, Starhowl. Starhowl, moreover, you lot should cease your hiding. It is rather evident. The lurking beasts peered out from their corner. Dawn, you mischievous little ones, why are you not training? Breaking Dawn, apologies, Dawn, but our curiosity has gotten the better of us. Who exactly is this Transformer? Dawn, his name is Starhowl, my companion. Breaking Dawn, what does companion mean? Dawn, it refers to the bond akin to that of your parents. All the beasts. Upon realizing this, 1,000 troops pointed at Starhowl. Hey you, let us spar. Starhowl, very well. Breaking Dawn excitedly grasped Dawn's hand. Do you have offspring? Dawn, no. Breaking Dawn, then you must strive for it. Dawn appeared utterly bewildered, while Starhowl effortlessly defeated 1,000 troops. Chapter 187. Upon learning that the beasts likely originated from the Predacon faction, Starhowl understood that the Autobots and Decepticons would inevitably shift the battlefield to this location. It was merely a matter of time. Starhowl, I shall inform them of this matter. Dawn, all right, but remember to be vague regarding the beasts. Starhowl, understood. Starhowl conveyed to everyone that since the beasts had arrived, both Autobot and Decepticon forces would eventually come to this planet. He sought the opinions of the group, who unanimously decided to remain. Another Transformer inquired how the beasts could be here when they were thought to be extinct. Starhowl admitted he was uncertain. Yet everyone began to speculate. The only entities capable of resurrecting the extinct beasts were likely Shockwave and the Insecticons. In the days that followed, the beasts found themselves increasingly ostracized, which left them discontented, prompting them to seek out Dawn. Breaking Dawn, Dawn, why are we consistently marginalized? Dawn, perhaps it is because you are the mightiest of the Maximals, instilling a degree of apprehension in others. Or they might suspect you to be creations of the Autobots or Decepticons, who themselves harbor unfriendly sentiments towards you. Thus, they may be venting their frustrations. Rest assured, I will speak to them. If they do not amend their ways, or if their actions worsen, you have my permission to retaliate. Is that acceptable? Beasts agreed. Dawn indeed approached all the Transformers for discussions. The majority endeavored to avoid ostracizing the beasts, while a small faction remained obstinate, even provoking the beasts, resulting in their severe injuries and subsequent visits to the medical bay. Dawn remarked, I have issued my warnings, yet you chose to disregard them. What more can I do? Starhowl added, this is not my concern. If you choose to court danger, what can I do? Time swiftly passed, and the Autobots and Decepticons had indeed descended upon Earth, the flames of war raging fiercely. However, Dawn and Starfall chose to remain uninvolved, seeking to exploit the chaos for their own advantage before making a hasty retreat. They had encountered Megatron, yet Starfall had no desire for idle chatter. As Megatron closed in, he intensified his firepower and fled. Dawn also crossed paths with Optimus Prime, who expressed great joy upon seeing her once more. Nevertheless, Dawn feigned ignorance, embodying the role of a Transformer oblivious to the millions of years of Cybertronian history, retorting with an inquisitive, who are you? Just because you resemble Orion doesn't mean you can casually engage me in conversation. Optimus tirelessly clarified his identity as Orion Pax, but Dawn dismissed his claims with a scornful, I believe you about as much as I would ghost. You are as wicked as that old fool, Master Ironhide. It had been nearly a year since the Decepticons last assaulted Earth, leaving many perplexed by their sudden quietude. Aside from Dawn and Starfall, who understood that unless Megatron returned to the Allspark, the Decepticons were embroiled in a tumult over their new leadership. It was likely that Megatron was plotting something. The two Transformers speculated on Megatron's potential schemes, but ultimately abandoned their conjectures, deciding it more prudent to bolster their own strength. Dawn and Starfall were presently the mightiest of Cybertron, one excelling in widespread offensive capabilities, the other in singular assaults, both fiercely relentless in battle. Those familiar with them dared not engage unless they were equally fearless. Together, they could only be challenged by beings of level 95 and above. Thus, the immediate priority was to enhance the abilities of their allies. Currently, the pack of Tsanlong consisted of 36 members, the highest among them being level 65 and the lowest at level 45. While wolves could operate independently, they thrived in unity. Greater numbers unleashed their latent potential. 19 of the formidable Jian had reached adulthood, their levels ranging between 50 and 60. Bumblebee, despite being level 54, remained a scout, and his combat prowess was inherently limited by his role. Mini Grimlock had attained level 45, but was restricted to supportive tasks due to hardware constraints, with 50 being their ceiling. Other members, like Ariel and the Medic, hovered around level 50, yet they were still insufficiently prepared for the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Under the rigorous training of Dawn and Starfall for 2 years, everyone had made slight improvements in their abilities, albeit with a collective sentiment that the training had been utterly daunting. Dawn reassured them, please don't say that. Starfall and I trained alongside you. Starfall added, it seems the intensity of our training still falls short. We need to increase it further. The group, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, no, please. Dawn, with a hint of exasperation, addressed Starfall, who chuckled softly, just kidding. After a while, Bumblebee and Mini Optimus returned, bringing news that the Decepticons had returned and had captured a member of the Autobots. Dawn inquired about the appearance of the captured Autobot. Bumblebee described him as a red car with horns, rather carefree in demeanor. Dawn suggested they join the fray, and everyone was eager to participate, as any action was preferable to enduring grueling training. However, upon arrival at the scene, they wished they had refrained from their earlier enthusiasm. A half-bodied, tattered Transformer zombie was charging at them, only to be effortlessly subdued under Dawn's foot. In her grasp was what appeared to be the lower half of the creature. Dawn attempted to reattach it when Starfall asked if she needed assistance. Dawn requested a medical bay capable of replenishing energy fluids and asked Mini Optimus to help restrain the creature. Ariel questioned why Mini Optimus was needed for the task. as she believed her strength surpassed his. Dawn explained that the being harbored dark energy, the antithesis of the energy crystals they typically consumed, which could provoke adverse reactions in most Transformers, save for a select few who might exhibit immunity. Ariel queried if she and the mini Optimus were among those few. Dawn confirmed this. Starfall expressed concern, noting that such dark energy was typically wielded only by the Cosmic Emperor, questioning how this creature possessed it. Dawn speculated that the Decepticons, having been absent for nearly 3 years, were likely under the influence of Megatron, posing the greatest threat of unknown quantities and intentions. After stabilizing and rendering the creature unconscious, she decided to carry it back. Barely had they departed when the Decepticons dispatched minions for inspection. An hour later, Dawn emerged from the medical bay. Starfall inquired about the creature's condition. Dawn revealed that the spark had already extinguished before the injection of dark energy. Any energy infused now would merely create a puppet of another form. Starfall pondered the implications of such a puppet. Dawn suggested they investigate the scene further, just in case. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a vast canyon where Megatron was orchestrating an army of deceased Cybertronians to vanquish Optimus Prime and Ratchet. From a hidden corner, Starfall asked Dawn about the capabilities of these undead forces. Dawn acknowledged that while each individual was weak and fragile, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. Without adequate strength or broad-area tactics, they could easily be overwhelmed. As they pondered, Dawn and Starhal recalled that Cybertron was still home to many fallen warriors. Should Megatron extend his grasp toward Cybertron, it would not merely result in an increase of the undead army. The ramifications for Cybertron were utterly unpredictable. Thus, they swiftly departed, making their way to the locations communicated by Bumblebee and Minicon, where the Decepticon warships were stationed. In Chapter 189, Dawn and Starhal undertook preliminary camouflage, diligently searching for the dark energy of the Cosmic Emperor, along with Bumblebee and Minicon. As their destination was the Decepticon stronghold, an encounter with Soundwave was inevitable. Although Dawn was uncertain of Soundwave's prowess in this realm, the fact remained that he was the Decepticon's chief intelligence officer, adept in intelligence gathering, reconnaissance, and counterintelligence. Therefore, before their departure, Dawn instructed them to vacate the area immediately upon receiving their signal, returning to report their safety to other Autobots. However, until now, neither Dawn nor Starhal had received any word, causing them considerable worry. As Dawn turned a corner, he encountered Soundwave, who held Bumblebee captive. As an intelligence officer himself, Dawn understood the importance of remaining composed. Thus, like other soldiers, he addressed Soundwave respectfully. However, he was taken aback when Soundwave suddenly launched an attack. Thankfully, Dawn had prepared for this eventuality and sustained no injuries. After all, this was merely a rudimentary disguise. Deceiving Soundwave was an impossible feat yet. He had not anticipated the speed with which Soundwave would see through his ruse. Soundwave began to divulge information about Dawn, using Starhal's voice. Dawn, the librarian and archivist, previously a colleague of Optimus Prime and a companion of Starhal, is a rare quintessence warrior, wielding dual-edged guns and a beam emitter. Dawn dropped his pretense. You seem to know quite a bit. Speak plainly, what do you want? Soundwave replied, leave the warship with your companion. Dawn countered, I shall not depart until I have located the dark energy of the Cosmic Emperor. Soundwave positioned Bumblebee between the two Transformers, but Dawn stood his ground, stating, Soundwave, if you wish to kill him, so be it. I have no objections, truly. As he spoke, a photon force field with a radius of 30 meters manifested beneath him. While not extensive, it could inflict considerable damage on the warship, especially since the command center was a mere 20 meters away. Should it sustain damage, a crash was imminent, and without prompt action, their demise would be certain. In the next moment, all of you aboard the warship will pay the price for his demise. The two Transformers remained locked in this tense standoff. The first to act would be deemed the loser. Meanwhile, Starhal found himself in a similar deadlock with Megatron, who persistently urged him to join the Decepticons and become his ally, promising the boundless power that dark energy could bestow. Starhal replied, I have made it abundantly clear that I will not join the Decepticons, nor will I accept dark energy. Megatron countered, not necessarily. Once I capture you and forcibly inject it, the influence of the Cosmic Emperor's blood will compel you to submit, whether you desire it or not. Starhal declared, I will not grant you the opportunity to inject me with dark energy. Xing Xiao was acutely aware of the consequences of being influenced by dark energy. Even a minuscule amount could transform one into a puppet manipulated by the Cosmic Emperor. Dawn, having been forcibly infused with the Cosmic Emperor's dark energy, found herself intermittently swayed by his will. The timing of her control or influence was entirely contingent upon the whims of the Cosmic Emperor. Even with the assistance of the fire source, she could not entirely negate the effects brought on by the dark energy. The helplessness she exhibited stirred deep sympathy within Xing Xiao, who felt powerless to assist her. If he too were to succumb to the dark energy's influence, it would be left for Dawn to rely upon. Thus, with this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Xing Xiao tightened his grip on his sword and dove towards Megatron, striking with ferocity. Despite the advantage granted by the Cosmic Emperor's dark energy, Megatron still fell short compared to Xing Xiao, retreating several steps. Just as the two Titans were engaged in their fierce battle, the battleship suddenly jolted violently and began to plummet. Chapter 190. Xing Xiao used his jetpack to stabilize himself. While a few flying units managed to regain their balance, most of the Titans were not so fortunate, essentially pressed against the ceiling. The majority were perplexed by the sudden turn of events, yet Xing Xiao understood the cause. He darted in the direction of Dawn, with Megatron closely pursuing. Upon their arrival, they found Soundwave and Dawn entangled in a fierce struggle. Soundwave was delivering electric shocks to Dawn's abdominal armor, but Dawn was no pushover. One hand was gripping Soundwave's neck while the other rained down heavy punches upon his visor. As the intensity of the electrical currents increased, so too did the strength of Dawn's blows. Mechanical Maiden, Dawn, you do realize that Soundwave is formidable, right? Aren't you concerned about your actions? Dawn, this version of Soundwave in this universe is not under my care. Why should I feel any remorse? Mechanical Maiden, I find myself at a loss for words. Xing Xiao and Megatron each grasped their respective allies, recognizing their fragility. While Xing Xiao remained vigilant of both Megatron and Soundwave, he periodically checked on Dawn's injuries. Witnessing Xing Xiao's tender concern for Dawn ignited Megatron's fury. Xing Xiao, who is she that you treat her with such care? He demanded. Xing Xiao replied coolly. That is none of your concern. Dawn, we must leave. Dawn activated the space bridge, and the two Titans stepped through. Once they departed, the battleship swiftly regained its equilibrium. Megatron commanded, Soundwave, investigate who that individual is and what connection he has with Xing Xiao. Soundwave promptly retrieved the relevant data, revealing that Dawn was indeed Xing Xiao's partner. In fact, prior to Megatron's arrival, Soundwave had already used this information to threaten Dawn, but his calculations had failed. Dawn declared, if you wish to inform Megatron, then do so. After all, I have been Xing Xiao's partner for countless millennia, never concealing this fact. It is merely your presumption that my relationship with Xing Xiao was ordinary. Upon learning of the long-standing partnership between Dawn and Xing Xiao, Megatron's anger intensified, and he slammed his fist against a nearby wall. What? He and Xing Xiao are partners? Is this the reason for Xing Xiao's refusal to heed my summons? Suddenly, Megatron conceived a notion. If he were to eliminate Dawn, then Starfire would undoubtedly belong to him. In truth, such a scenario was utterly implausible, or rather, Megatron was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Even in the absence of Dawn, Starfire would not align himself with Megatron. Starfire possessed a rather rigid temperament. In the realm of the Dark God universe, Megatron had already irrevocably wounded Starfire's core. Consequently, Starfire had placed all iterations of Megatron on his blacklist, unless compelled by circumstance. Any Megatron from any universe attempting to befriend him would receive a thorough beating. Moreover, Dawn was approximately 30 levels above Megatron. Although primarily an intelligence officer, she was also a steadfast combat specialist in control. To best Dawn in combat was, quite simply, an impossibility. Regrettably, aside from Starfire, Minicon, Wolf of the Abyss, and Medic, who had closely followed Dawn from the outset, very few knew of her formidable prowess. Upon returning to the base, Dawn and Starfire hurried to the medical bay to assess the conditions of Bumblebee and Minicon. Bursting through the door, Dawn's first inquiry was, Doctor, how are they faring? Medic replied, Rest assured, Dawn, their injuries are not severe. Dawn responded, That is a relief. Starfire then asked, Were these injuries inflicted by Soundwave? Dawn nodded, acknowledging the truth. Starfire remarked, No wonder you were so relentless. Medic interjected, Now, let me examine your systems. Starfire inquired, Dawn, Have you located the Dark Energon? Dawn replied, no. From the sound of it, you have not found it either. Starfire concurred. Indeed, unless we venture out again or wait for Megatron to produce it himself. Dawn stated, given this encounter, Megatron will undoubtedly bolster his defenses or devise a trap for us. Thus, I lean towards the latter. Starfire nodded in agreement. Chapter 191. On the outskirts of Earth, Dawn, Starfire, several Minicons, Terrorcon, and the formidable Grimlock concealed themselves on the moon, awaiting the arrival of the Decepticons. Meanwhile, Wolf of the Abyss, Unyielding, Strongarm, the Titan, several Minicons, and Roadblock remained on standby on Earth. To amass a greater army of the deceased, only Cybertron could suffice. But the distance from Earth to Cybertron was vast and time-consuming. The only means of significantly reducing that time was through the space bridge established near Earth by the Decepticons. Before long, the Autobots and Decepticons began to materialize at the entrance of the space bridge, prompting Dawn and her companions to heighten their vigilance, as Megatron could unveil the Dark Energon at any moment. However, the Decepticons remained inactive. Impatient, Thundercracker questioned, why have they yet to make a move after all this time? Dawn magnified her optics for clarity and replied, it appears they are experiencing a malfunction with their Warship-S equipment. It must be of significant importance, hence their inability to act swiftly. Thundercracker queried, how long must we wait? Dawn replied, no one can say for certain, so we must remain alert. Half a cycle later, the space bridge finally activated. Dawn commanded everyone take your positions. Instantly, the team adjusted their stances, and as Megatron prepared to unleash the Dark Energon crystal, Dawn shouted, charge. The formidable giants encircled the space bridge, intent on removing it, while the Minicon lent their strength to bolster their efforts. Dawn and Starhowl, accompanied by the Fear Beasts, approached the Decepticon warship. Megatron inquired, what brings you here? Are you also after the Dark Energon? Dawn replied, indeed. Megatron declared, I shall not allow you to seize the Dark Energon. To which Dawn countered, that remains to be seen. With a snap of her fingers, the Fear Beasts surged forth, charging towards the Dark Energon. Just as Megatron prepared to fire upon them, Starhowl intervened, initiating a fierce skirmish. Meanwhile, Dawn turned her attention to the Red Spider and the minions behind him. Listen, Red Spider warned, I advise you to surrender while there is still time. Dawn stretched her limbs slightly and made a provocative gesture, inciting Red Spider's ire. You lot attack, he commanded, and his minions charged at Dawn. In response, Dawn transformed her weapon into a colossal shadow of a gun, casting it forward. The shadow landed at a certain distance, continuing to spin and drawing in numerous minions, inflicting damage in the process. The shadow persisted for approximately 10 seconds. Once the surrounding minions were nearly dealt with, she glanced at Red Spider and inquired, shall we continue this fight? Stunned into silence, Red Spider struggled to maintain his composure, ultimately stammering, why you regret this? Dawn replied calmly, I shall await your response. Red Spider, flustered, thought Dawn would boast after defeating so many minions, but was taken aback by her composed demeanor. Speak your mind quickly, or leave if you have nothing to say, Dawn urged. Fuming with indignation, Red Spider exclaimed, do you think me an easy target? As he launched both physical and verbal assaults, Dawn effortlessly evaded his strikes, showing no reaction to his taunts, as ignoring Red Spider was indeed the most effective strategy. Consequently, Red Spider began to verbally attack the Transformers near Dawn, with Starhowl, the one she cherished most, being the first target of his verbal onslaught. As Red Spider uttered a word, Dawn forcefully embedded his head into the deck, an aura of dark energy radiating from her, yet she maintained a smile, saying my apologies. I slipped. At Dawn, the figure the Red Spider was repeatedly extracted and forcefully pressed down again, extracted once more, and then pressed down with great force, until the Fear Beast had consumed the last remnants of dark energy and took flight. Megatron sought to reclaim the dark energy. Yet the crystals of dark energy on the Fear Beast could not be grasped directly due to issues of purity and energy repulsion, a fact unbeknownst to him. Both Starcry and Dawn chose not to enlighten him. Meanwhile, the Titan of Sac had placed a small bomb within the body of the Fear Beast to counter Megatron, which, though not lethal, could lead to dire consequences if timely rescue and recuperation were not administered. The Fear Beast was inclined towards this course of action, as they heeded the Titan's words, second only to Dawn's. Some Transformers questioned why a larger or medium-sized bomb was not employed. To which the Titan replied that such an explosive, combined with dark energy, would exponentially amplify its destructive power and widen its range, potentially harming their own. Dawn added that, considering the internal dynamics of the Decepticons, there were those who would find great delight in witnessing Megatron's demise, making his chances of survival after such grievous injuries exceedingly slim. Thus, when Megatron encountered one of the fear beasts, it triggered the bomb within, unleashing a tremendous explosion that sent him flying far away. After Dawn shielded against the residual shockwave with a barrier, she exchanged a glance with Starcry and informed everyone that the mission was accomplished and they should return to Earth immediately. Chapter 192. Meanwhile, at the space bridge, the Autobots observed the surrounding beasts of Cybertron. Optimus Prime declared, "I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots." "Who are you?" To which Dawn replied, "We are the Predacons. Have you heard of us?" Optimus responded affirmatively. Ratchet interjected, "How is that possible? They were long thought to be extinct." Dawn confirmed, "Indeed, they are extinct. We have merely recreated them using 100 DNA replication." Bulkhead questioned, "But who possesses such remarkable capability?" RC answered, "Who else but Shockwave?" Ratchet concluded, "So they're aligned with the Decepticons." Realizing this, the Autobots swiftly prepared for battle. Bulkhead scoffed, "The Decepticons abandoned us on Earth after creating us. We will never heed their commands." Both their expressions and tones were rife with disdain. Dawn asserted, "Fortunately, we received no orders to engage you. Otherwise, your defeat would have been certain, perhaps even fatal." Bulkhead retorted, "That's not a foregone conclusion." Ironhide chimed in, "You are unaware, aren't you? Indeed, the Predacons have been extinct for so long, yet their combat prowess is unmatched among the beasts of Cybertron. Even as mere clones, our strength remains formidable." They remained in a standoff until the sound of an explosion echoed from Dawn's direction. Dawn declared, "It seems we must take our leave. Retreat." All the Predacons swiftly took to the skies. On Earth, the Titan of Sac questioned, "Dawn, why did you not eliminate the Decepticons entirely?" "Dawn, it is not as simple as it seems. With the demise of the Decepticons, we are undoubtedly poised to become the next target. Furthermore, Master Titanium left behind a message directed at us before his return to the source of fire." Brute, why would such a revered transformer as Master Titanium engage in such actions? Dawn, brute, appearances and reputations can be quite deceptive. Master Titanium's motivation for these actions must surely be to garner greater public support for Optimus Prime. Bumblebee cannot fathom why Master Titanium would choose to act in this manner. Dawn, Optimus Prime's previous incarnation was the 13th Prime, the most favored amongst them. While I too may exhibit favoritism, I tend to be more rational, which inevitably leads to some discontent among the other primes. Star Owl thus, upon witnessing your reincarnation alongside Optimus Prime, Master Titanium resolved to oppose you at every turn, striving to assist Optimus Prime as much as possible. This may also elucidate why you have faced such relentless challenges upon entering this universe. Dawn, to be honest, I never anticipated that Master Titanium would go to such lengths. Hold on a moment, something just crossed my mind. Star Owl, what is it? Dawn, Star Owl, how did you ultimately handle those items containing Master Titanium's messages? Star Owl, if they were merely for messaging, I destroyed them. As for the others, after thorough verification, I casually disposed of them. Dawn, that is reassuring. Breaking Dawn, what is the matter? Dawn, at that time, Master Titanium placed a spy near Starhowl, and one of his motives was to provoke Starhowl. A typical Transformer would never hastily destroy relics. He likely believed that an enraged Starhowl would obliterate the artifacts left on Cybertron, leading the Autobots to discover that we had damaged the relics, thus making us targets of other Transformers. Fortunately, that did not occur. Sack Titan, what if the Decepticons had been the ones to destroy the relics? Dawn, I do not know, and I dare not speculate lightly. After all, Master Titanium can be more cunning than we might imagine. Chapter 193. Meanwhile, with Megatron absent, Starscream began delivering speeches to rally support for his leadership, which evidently proved ineffective. Consequently, Starscream conceived of a particular Transformer. On Dawn's side, Minicon reported, Starscream and Soundwave have been spotted in a canyon. At dawn, Aurora decided to bring the dazzling Elektra along to witness the commotion. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and a human named Fuller were engaged in a fierce battle against a Decepticon known as Thunderclash. Aurora overheard an exchange between Thunderclash and Starscream, leading her to deduce that Thunderclash was a fiercely loyal, yet somewhat dim-witted Transformer. With a little guidance, he might turn out differently, so Aurora resolved to save him. As Bumblebee leapt onto Thunderclash's back, preparing to attack, Aurora activated the space bridge. The diminutive Bumblebee sprang forth from the suddenly materializing portal, wrapping himself around Bumblebee and plummeting toward the ground. Fortunately, Aurora's use of the space bridge shortened their fall, and neither Transformer sustained any injuries. However, when Bumblebee recognized his counterpart, he was taken aback. More accurately, he was frightened by the sight of a Transformer who mirrored him in every aspect, save for color. Little Bumblebee doesn't like Big Yellow. He declared, Little Bumblebee wants to take down Big Yellow. This statement heightened Bumblebee's sense of urgency, prompting him to prepare for combat. Meanwhile, a commotion arose from the other side. Aurora pressed down on Fuller's aircraft, asserting, Human, this is our time as Cybertronians. Kindly remain still. Optimus Prime raised his weapon, aiming it at Aurora. Aurora, release Fuller at once. This matter does not concern him. Aurora, she retorted, perhaps your audio receptors need servicing. I just stated that he should remain still. It is our time. Thunderclash also lifted his weapon, directing it at Optimus Prime. I advise you not to move. Aurora, you are Thunderclash, correct? I belong neither to the Decepticons nor the Autobots, so their affairs are not my concern. However, let me remind you that while Megatron is gravely injured, there remains a chance for rescue. But, given Starscream's temperament, what do you suppose he will do before Megatron can be saved? After a moment of hesitation, Thunderclash took flight. Aurora leapt from the precipice, declaring, Bumblebee, let us return. Wait, Optimus called, but Bumblebee hid behind Aurora, eyeing him warily. The words Optimus intended to convey were swallowed by Bumblebee's vigilant gaze. Aurora gently patted Bumblebee's head, saying, Let's go. Bumblebee cast a puzzled glance at Optimus, emitting a questioning sound. It's nothing. Bumblebee was merely an old friend, Optimus replied, lost in thought, grappling with the reason behind Bumblebee's behavior until Fuller's voice broke the silence. Upon returning to the base, Bumblebee felt discontented. He sensed that, in Optimus's eyes, he might merely be a shadow of his counterpart, not only resembling him in appearance, but also in name. Bumblebee couldn't help but ponder what personality the little Bumblebee had when alongside Optimus. Would he share similar traits? Could it be that through him, Optimus was seeing only the little Bumblebee? The more Bumblebee contemplated, the more aggrieved he felt. He sought out the ambulance, emitting a stream of cleaning fluid while voicing his grievances with a plaintive BBB. The ambulance, bewildered, endeavored to soothe Bumblebee. Meanwhile, in the dawn light, Beelet sneezed and muttered that he was not ill. In Chapter 194, Dawn frequently took Beelet to both formal and informal racetracks to gather various tidings. On one such occasion, they encountered a Cybertronian from the Decepticon faction named Knockout. Prior to an informal race, Dawn parked beside Knockout, lowered the car window, and revealed a meticulously crafted virtual persona, ethereal and graceful, the first impression she left on Knockout. However, Knockout believed that such a human would be unlikely to appear in this setting. Indeed, Dawn greeted him, Good day. Sir, if you do not mind, shall we engage in a fair exchange? Should I triumph in the race, you will provide me with a piece of intelligence I seek. If I should lose, I shall grant you the information you desire. This proposition piqued Knockout's curiosity, and he blinked his headlights in agreement, confident in his driving skills. Dawn replied, Then we shall meet again after the race. She maneuvered her vehicle back beside Beelet and inquired, Beelet, what have you learned from my recent actions? Beelet responded, When confronting a target for the first time, one should first find a way to pique their interest and, secondly, instill confidence in them, ensuring they believe they are destined to win, thereby framing the conditions of the wager. Dawn commended, Excellent observation. The results of the race were swiftly revealed, with Dawn narrowly securing victory. She unveiled her true form, startling Knockout. Please do not be alarmed, sir. I'm not a Decepticon. I merely wish to inquire if Megatron is still aboard the warship. Knockout retorted, Do you truly believe I would disclose that? Dawn replied, Even if you are reluctant to share, it matters not. I can find a way to visit the warship. After all, our team is not lacking in aerial units. Knockout cautioned, Best not to. Our Lord Megatron is rather busy. Dawn conceded, Then we shall have to wait for another occasion. With that, she departed, leaving Knockout to exhale in relief as he watched her retreating figure. Back in the city of Autobots, Dawn announced, We have returned, bringing both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Starburst inquired. Let us hear the bad news first. Dawn replied. The Decepticons have located Megatron. He has not returned to the Allspark. Starburst acknowledged. Indeed, that is unfortunate. And what is the good news? Dawn continued. Not much time has elapsed since the last incident, and having gleaned insights from their conversations, it is certain that Megatron remains in a state of unconsciousness. Starburst proposed, should we not go and deliver a final blow? Dawn countered, no. If we wish to sway Shockwave, we must refrain from engaging with Megatron for the foreseeable future. Starburst questioned, are you certain Shockwave will abandon the Decepticons? Dawn reflected, that ultimately depends on whether Shockwave is pursuing the ambitious leader of your or the current tyrant driven solely by primal instincts. If his loyalty is not one of blind devotion, he will inevitably choose to depart. Starry Howl, Dawn, you have changed. Dawn, in what manner, for better or worse? Starry Howl, certainly for the better. Indeed, when Starry Howl first encountered Dawn, he appeared rather bewildered and naive. It was anyone's guess how deeply he feared that Dawn might be abducted. He displayed an audacity in the face of Megatron's oppression, yet was gripped by trepidation under the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor. His emotional turmoil regarding her disappearance left him utterly disconcerted. Now, however, Dawn is far more astute than before, yet her intrinsic kindness remains unaltered. She still faces Megatron with fearless resolve, though her apprehension towards the Cosmic Emperor's control has intensified, and she unabashedly indulges in displays of affection outside of working hours. In Chapter 195, Bumblebee finds Dawn in the studio. Dawn, what is it, Bumblebee? Bumblebee, Optimus Prime and Ratchet have gone to an abandoned spacecraft. Dawn, an abandoned spacecraft? Where is it located? Bumblebee sends Dawn the address and images, and she immediately recognizes the vessel. The passengers and crew fell victim to a plague engineered by Megatron upon their arrival on Earth. Though only a few survived, and many suffered lingering effects, their survival remained a source of joy for them. Dawn, I shall step out for a moment. Bumblebee, do you require us to accompany you? Dawn, no. I merely intend to remind them, though they may not heed my warning. As Optimus Prime and Ratchet prepare to enter the spacecraft, a space bridge materializes at the entrance. They grow wary, and Dawn emerges from within. Optimus Prime, Dawn, what brings you here? Dawn, I simply wish to caution you. The Transformers aboard this vessel have long since returned to the Allspark due to the plague created by Megatron. Although millions of years have passed, the viruses within may still possess vitality. Ratchet, why should we trust you? Dawn walks past them. Whether you choose to believe me is your concern. I have conveyed the message. Indeed, Dawn's words do not deter them. They cautiously venture inside. The situation within corroborates Dawn's warning. The Transformers have evidently returned to the Allspark due to Megatron's engineered plague. Despite the passage of millions of years, the viruses in the energy liquid on the ground likely retain their potency. During their search, the spacecraft suddenly shakes and a corpse falls, splattering several drops of energy liquid onto Optimus Prime's faceplate. Thus, he unwittingly succumbs to the plague. Upon returning him to the base, Ratchet appears deeply remorseful and anxious. Jack speculates that Megatron must have devised an antidote. What if he himself were to become infected? However, they cannot inquire directly with Megatron. They might search the Decepticon warship for answers, but that would be perilous. Hence, they decide to consult the one who warned them, Dawn. Dawn, how can we treat Megatron's plague? Ratchet, so, do you possess a solution? Dawn, yes, but after my treatment of the TF, there will inevitably be some after effects. Ambulance, what kind of after effects might there be? How long will they last? Dawn, some may leave traces on the face and other areas, while others may lead to a noticeable decline in bodily functions. Most are temporary, yet there remains the possibility of permanent effects. Upon hearing this, the ambulance dismissed the plan. While minor effects might only leave slight marks, serious ones could significantly impair bodily functions. If Optimus Prime were among the few TFs, especially considering he is not just any TF but the leader of the Autobots, any unforeseen incident at this juncture would be unacceptable. Therefore, the ambulance inquired, can you delay the spread of the plague? Dawn, I can, though the delay will not be extensive. RC and Bumblebee ventured to the Decepticon warship in search of a cure, while Dawn brought over a small device. Rafi, may I ask what this is? Dawn, it's an energy liquid filter I created, capable of filtering the plague from Optimus Prime's body to a certain extent. Rafi, to a certain extent. meaning it cannot completely filter the plague from his system. Dawn, precisely. At that moment, Dawn completed the installation of the device. Optimus Prime, thank you, Dawn. Dawn, you should rest well. Mickey, you can both treat ailments and create devices. Are you a doctor or a scientist? Dawn, both a doctor and scientist are merely my side professions. Jack, what? Just side professions. Dawn, keep your voice down. Human, there's a patient here. Jack, my apologies, but may I ask what your main profession is? Or do you have other side professions? Dawn, well, let me think about my other side professions. I'm also a teacher, a librarian, and a caregiver. Everyone, wow. Chapter 196. While secretly observing the battle between Barricade and Sideswipe, Dawn noticed a group of humans also watching their duel. From earlier indications of Fowler's behavior, it was clear they were not allies. Upon closer inspection, Dawn recognized a familiar human, the commander of the Cyrax Mech's Special Operations Team, a former use colonel whose personality bore some resemblance to Megatron's, though he was noticeably inferior. Dawn had long been aware of this individual's existence, but refrained from taking action primarily because he posed no threat to the interests of Cybertron or the safety of the TFs. However, upon detecting Cyrax's intent to study them thoroughly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Consequently, he dispatched other TFs to monitor the movements of both the Decepticons and Autobots, while occasionally checking in himself. This made everyone quite busy, yet there was little choice. Dawn was unable to ascertain the number and locations of the humans' bases. Otherwise, he would have dismantled them directly. Soon, the battle between Barricade and Sideswipe concluded, with Barricade emerging victorious. Just as Barricade prepared to end Sideswipe's life, he himself was attacked and lost consciousness. The lengthy monologue Barricade had delivered beforehand brought to Dawn's mind the adage, the more one speaks, the quicker one meets their demise. As only one could be taken away, Silas naturally opted for the victorious one, known as Stryker. After the Mech Special Task Force departed, Dawn discreetly communicated this news to Stryker and stealthily followed. Soon after, both the Autobots and Decepticons learned of Stryker's abduction by Silas, eliciting contrasting reactions. The Autobots resolved to locate and rescue Stryker, while the Decepticons held an entirely different perspective. Megatron deemed Stryker unworthy of rescue, believing that if he could not even defeat a few mere humans, sending a Transformer to save him was unnecessary. This disparity in judgment elucidates why the Autobots ultimately triumphed over the Decepticons. Dawn, disguised as a human, infiltrated the interior of the Mech Special Task Force's facility, while several other key Transformers diverted the attention of the task force outside, resulting in a sparse presence of humans within the building. Moreover, clad in the facility's uniform, Dawn navigated through the premises with ease. Just as a researcher prepared to employ various disassembly tools against Stryker, a laser struck and obliterated his head, rendering the surrounding machinery inert. As Stryker pondered the situation, the shackles binding him were suddenly severed. Upon rising, he found Dawn had reverted to his original form, surrounded by lifeless human bodies and unresponsive machines. Dawn activated the space bridge, adopting a stance ready to strike, and declared, "If you wish to confront those humans outside, follow me." Naturally, Stryker complied, incensed by those who had kidnapped him. When the Autobots and their team, led by Red Spider, arrived at Stryker's location, they were met with a scene strewn with human corpses. The partition was relieved that Mei Chi had not secretly followed. Optimus Prime questioned Dawn's actions. "Why have you done this?" Dawn, aware of Optimus's inquiry, replied, "I could refrain from intervening, but have you considered Stryker's fate?" Optimus responded, "We could leave this matter to the local authorities." Dawn countered, "If it could truly be resolved, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Do you know who the previous provisional leader was? And why he never ascended to leadership? Though puzzled, Optimus answered no. Dawn revealed, "I was the former provisional leader. The reason I did not become the leader was due to my fear of becoming a leader like you or Megatron." Turning to Stryker, Dawn continued, "I regret that Silas escaped. If you seek revenge, heed these words. First, act decisively and speak sparingly. Second, control your emotions upon encountering him or hearing his name again. Now return swiftly." Stryker expressed his gratitude and followed Red Spider away. Dawn urged the others, "You two should leave. I'll catch up shortly." Optimus sensed an ominous foreboding. "Dawn, what do you intend to do?" Dawn replied, "I merely ask if you are leaving." As the Transformers on Dawn's side departed, Starfall, the last to leave, remarked, "What else could he possibly do? Surely he means to destroy this building." If you wish to avoid collateral damage, you should leave at once. The more Optimus heard, the more reluctant he became to depart, wishing Dawn would hand the matter over to the authorities. Ultimately, Dawn was compelled to take action. Chapter 197. As Optimus Prime and the other Transformers awakened, they found themselves lying in the base. Ratchet exclaimed, "Oh, you are finally awake." Optimus Prime responded, "Ratchet, did you bring us back?" Ratchet replied, "Dawn assisted as well." Bulkhead inquired, "What about that island, Ratchet?" Ratchet answered, "It has vanished from Earth." Bumblebee exclaimed, "BBBB, such a large island. How is that even possible?" Bulkhead added, "Indeed, an island of that size could not simply disappear." Ratchet confirmed, "Yes. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would share your astonishment." Fowler remarked, "This truly alleviates a significant burden. We have been pondering how to deal with that island, and now we need not fret." In an attempt to lighten the mood, Optimus Prime stated, "Yet, this also raises a concern. Dawn's power evidently exceeds our expectations." Ratchet interjected, "There is another matter." He presented the body of Cliff Jumper to the group, which appeared almost as pristine as if freshly produced, save for the broken horn. RC gasped, "Cliff Jumper? But how could this be?" Ratchet explained, "Dawn stated he did his utmost, but the likelihood of reviving Cliff Jumper is slim." RC rushed to Ratchet, asserting, "He has a way to restore Cliff Jumper." Ratchet cautioned, "RC, please remain calm." He mentioned that reviving Cliff Jumper would likely result in a mindless puppet, devoid of self-awareness. Even if he retains some consciousness, he will not be the Cliff Jumper we once knew, nor will he possess his former memories. Ultimately, he added, "Cliff Jumper has fought long enough. Let him rest." RC lowered her head and said, "Indeed, the war has persisted for so long. Cliff Jumper must be exhausted. It is time for him to rest." Gently caressing Cliff Jumper's faceplate, RC felt as though he was merely offline for a moment, soon to awaken. "Ratchet, can you reattach Cliff Jumper's other horn?" she asked. "Of course. That is no problem," Ratchet assured her. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Starscream endured Megatron's scathing mockery. Although Starscream remained silent, discontent began to brew within him. Standing nearby, Thundercracker observed the exchange, experiencing an inexplicable sensation akin to the one he felt when he had requested Megatron to send Transformers to rescue Starscream and was rebuffed. While receiving treatment, Starscream queried Knockout, "What do you think of Dawn?" Knockout responded, "Why do you ask, Starscream?" Starscream turned his head, "Oh, it's nothing. Just disregard my question." Knockout, well acquainted with his little nurse, understood his thoughts. Truth be told, his interactions with Dawn had been rather pleasant, and he reassured Starscream, "We can discuss this again if a similar situation arises." After his treatment concluded, Starscream was summoned by Thundercracker. "Did Red Alert say anything to you after he found you?" Thundercracker inquired. Starscream confirmed, "Indeed, I know what you are implying, but rest assured, such a thing will not occur." Thundercracker replied, "I was merely inquiring while also reminding you about Red Alert." "Thank you for the reminder, Commander Thundercracker," Starscream acknowledged. Tianjun, however, I am quite curious as to why Dawn is there as well. This is not the only question I have for him. There are numerous queries that require answers. Daji, I do not know. He always appears and disappears mysteriously, much like a creature from Earth. What was it exactly? Regardless, it is certainly not human. Chapter 198, when Dawn, utilizing the residual data from the Mecha Special Operations Team, located another base of theirs, he was met with disheartening news. "Dawn, what? You lost the data storage tank?" Now, Dawn is inclined to lash out at TF, yet he refrains and continues. "Speak up. Where do you think you misplaced it?" Upon their arrival, they found the Decepticons and Autobots embroiled in a fierce battle over the data storage tank. "Dawn, let us return and fetch a new tank." The data storage tank is a creation from Cybertron's golden age, a time before Cybertron was divided into the Decepticons and Autobots. Thus, any Cybertronian would not trigger the protective mechanism of the storage tank. However, if another life form were to approach, the data within would automatically eject, flying off in a certain direction. After securing a new data storage tank, Dawn contacted Optimus Prime and learned that the data had migrated into the neural module of the divider. "Dawn, it seems I must hasten to extract the data." "Ratchet, why?" "Dawn, the data storage tank is specifically designed for data containment. Can you fathom the volume of data it holds?" "Ratchet, are you suggesting that the data is still in transit and could potentially fill the divider's neural module, thereby transforming it into another data storage tank?" At this revelation, Both Optimus Prime and Ratchet gasped in horror and promptly re-examined the divider's neural module, confirming that the data within the storage tank had indeed expanded beyond its previous capacity. Optimus Prime. Ratchet, is there any way to halt the data's proliferation? Ratchet. There is, but it involves extracting the data. RC. But in doing so, we would lose the complete formula for synthetic energy. Optimus Prime. Conversely, we would forfeit the divider. I cannot allow another comrade to vanish. Ratchet, wait. It seems that Dawn possesses more knowledge about the data storage tank than any of us Transformers. Perhaps he knows the solution. After a moment, Dawn remarked, the data storage tank, its creation process, I was involved in it. Bumblebee, bibba, how ancient must you be? For them, such a significant object would typically involve only the more prominent Transformers. Dawn, the exact age escapes me, but it is certainly in the billions. Mickey, wow. Does that not make you an antique? Ratchet, do you possess a means to extract the data? Dawn, I have an empty data storage tank here. Perhaps it can be of use to you. While assisting the divider in extracting the data, Dawn glanced at the equations on the wall and remarked, this is the formula for synthetic energy. RC, indeed, but regrettably, it is incomplete. Dawn, I am the scientist responsible for synthetic energy. The room fell silent, the expressions of disbelief evident on everyone's faces. Dawn, I knew you would not believe me. In any case, I never expected you to. Meichi, as long as you can write out the complete formula, we will believe you. Otherwise, you are merely a braggart. Dawn, little girl, your provocation is ineffective against me. I shall not hand over the complete formula. Optimus Prime. Dawn, why is that? Ambulance, we truly need it. Dawn, no, you do not need it. What you need is to swiftly end the war. I created synthetic energy to resolve the energy crisis, not to prolong the conflict. Optimus Prime. Dawn, we assure you we will not use synthetic energy to extend the war. Dawn's expression darkened. However, Megatron will. The implication being that should Megatron obtain synthetic energy, he would undoubtedly prolong the war significantly. Dawn, assurances are easy to make, but how many can actually deliver on them? Next weekend, I have an examination, so I will pause updates. I ask for your understanding, dear readers. Chapter 199. Within the covenant of the primordial celestial master lies a prophecy. When 47 celestial bodies align, an eternal conflict shall commence in a world forged from chaos, where the weak will forever perish in the shadows of the rising darkness. Dawn closed the covenant of the primordial celestial master, and Star Howl inquired, Dawn, what do you believe the darkness mentioned in the covenant refers to? Dawn, it likely pertains to the cosmic sovereign, though that remains mere speculation. Star Howl, indeed. But we have scoured the surroundings and found no other Transformers or life forms nearby. Dawn, what if the cosmic sovereign in this universe, like the one we previously encountered, is concealing itself as a planet? Dawn paused momentarily before continuing. In that case, the search would prove quite challenging. And what is most concerning is that the cosmic sovereign might suddenly seize control of us. This reminded Star Howl of past events. He initially believed he was not under the cosmic sovereign's control, yet during a sparring session with Dawn, he suddenly fell unconscious. Upon regaining awareness, he realized the surrounding area had been devastated, and both he and Dawn were grievously injured. Only later did he learn that he had attacked Dawn in a frenzy, speaking in a tone unlike his usual self, uttering peculiar phrases that Dawn seemed to comprehend, revealing the presence of the cosmic sovereign. Star Howl transitioned from initial shock to disbelief, ultimately descending into contemplation. After all, he had drawn upon the cosmic sovereign's energy to be reborn, so it was only natural that he could be controlled by it. Yet, the sensation of being manipulated by another was profoundly unsettling. Star Howl, Star Howl, Star Howl. Startled back to reality, he replied, Apologies, what did you just say? At dawn, Fu Xiao sighed and reiterated, if the darkness truly refers to the Cosmic Emperor, it certainly does not pertain to the planets surrounding Cybertron, for I have previously scrutinized them without issue. Judging by the dark energy obtained from Megatron and the covenant of the primordial celestial master, the Cosmic Emperor must have traversed this vicinity, perhaps even lingered here. Xing Xiao interjected, surely the covenant of the primordial celestial master offers some clues? Fu Xiao responded, the phrase a world forged by chaos evidently points to the wars ignited within Cybertron. Now that the battlefield has shifted to Earth, it unmistakably indicates that the Cosmic Emperor is in close proximity to our planet. Xing Xiao mused. Or perhaps it is Earth itself. Fu Xiao remarked. That sounds quite terrifying, though it cannot be entirely dismissed. That night, Fu Xiao, Xing Xiao, and the majority of the Minicon warriors experienced a peculiar dream. Though not a dream in the conventional sense, for Transformers do not dream. They witnessed a volcanic eruption, but instead of the typical red and yellow magma, it spewed forth a purplish, liquid-like dark energy, along with a pathway leading into the depths of the Cosmic Emperor. They ambled forward like soulless husks, following the route. Midway, Fu Xiao and Xing Xiao diverged in opposing directions, yearning to reclaim control over their bodies. Yet their efforts proved futile time and again. At the volcano's mouth, Megatron endeavored to diminish his stature in hopes of summoning the Cosmic Emperor, and to his astonishment, the Cosmic Emperor did manifest, albeit in an unexpected form. Fu Xiao. Indeed, the Cosmic Emperor, wielding control over Fu Xiao's consciousness, loomed over Megatron, exuding an aura entirely distinct from Fu Xiao's usual amiable presence, radiating a regal dominance. Fu Xiao, as the Cosmic Emperor, proclaimed, "Who seeks an audience with me?" Chapter 200. Megatron quickly grasped the situation, suspecting it to be a test from the Cosmic Emperor, and replied, "It is I, your most humble servant, Megatron. I am the leader of the Decepticons, bearer of the dark super-energy crystal, which I have linked between us, awakening you once more and paving the way for ancient prophecies to unfold. This is merely the inception of our shared endeavor, through my assistance. You shall reign over this planet and all its denizens." Observing Megatron's self-indulgent oration through Fu Xiao's eyes, the Cosmic Emperor scoffed. This Megatron is even more foolish than the previous three. Fu Xiao could not help but agree. The fully awakened Cosmic Emperor could obliterate a planet like Cybertron. With its formidable defenses, in mere moments, no assistance from Megatron was required. Moreover, the Cosmic Emperor's awakening had no connection to Megatron whatsoever. It was absurd for him to embellish his own significance. Truth be told, had Fu Xiao not been under the Cosmic Emperor's control, he might have found it utterly hilarious. The Cosmic Emperor, still commanding Fu Xiao, declared, "Arrogant fool." Megatron, taken aback, recoiled slightly, adopting a posture he believed to be humble, and said, "Master, I did not intend to be presumptuous." The Cosmic Emperor retorted, "Silence. Returning to the void, I find no need for your inept assistance." Megatron pondered briefly, but in an instant, he knelt and implored, "I beseech you, Master, my very existence is dedicated to serving you." The Cosmic Emperor sensed the presence of the Apostle, Optimus Prime, seeking him from afar. Megatron proclaimed his willingness to eliminate Optimus on behalf of the Cosmic Emperor. However, neither Dawn nor the Cosmic Emperor would place their trust in such words. The Cosmic Emperor declared that the Apostle must handle his own affairs and then vanished. Meanwhile, under the Cosmic Emperor's control, Starstorm approached Optimus Prime. Upon seeing his old friend, Optimus initially rejoiced, but his joy quickly turned to caution when he noticed Starstorm's optical lens remained dim. He immediately inquired, "Who are you?" Starstorm, embodying the Cosmic Emperor, replied, "You should recognize me, the attendant of the primordial celestial." Optimus responded, "The Dark God? You are the Cosmic Emperor." Starstorm confirmed, "Correct," but suddenly, a being of immense mass resembling the Cosmic Emperor emerged from the cliff, declaring, "Now, please refer to me as your annihilator, the Cosmic Emperor." The two titans engaged in combat while Starstorm stood by, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. Midway through the battle, Optimus implored, "I request that you heed my words." Great Cosmic Emperor. Intrigued, the Cosmic Emperor asked what Optimus had to say. Optimus replied, "What I wish to convey is not for my own sake, but for this planet, birthed from your essence, and the beings that inhabit it. Humanity relies on you as their pillar of existence. However, your resurrection will only result in the cessation of evolution for the species known as humans, leading them directly to extinction." The Cosmic Emperor, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "It appears you misunderstand me. In contrast to you, my companion here is well acquainted with my temperament." With a snap of his fingers, Starstorm's form shifted slightly forward before quickly returning to its original state, stating, "Optimus Prime, after all this time, are you still so naive, or perhaps the ravages of war have completely dulled your senses? Those who understand know who the Cosmic Emperor is, the cosmic villain who dares to challenge even his own creator. It is estimated that approximately 2 226 parallel universes have already been consumed by the Cosmic Emperor. Do you truly believe that he would continue to slumber for the sake of those beings devoid of any value, who might even turn against him? Any Titan with an intact cognitive module knows the inevitable outcome. Chapter 201. The Cosmic Emperor declared, "The humans you speak of are, in my eyes, mere parasites. They shall soon experience the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor, but first, I must deal with you." With that, he unleashed a surge of electrical energy toward Optimus, who staggered under the assault. The Cosmic Emperor remarked, "It seems that during my absence, aside from the illusionary spirit, the apostles of the primordial celestial have grown exceedingly weak. Thus, your demise is assured." Optimus Prime was reluctant to return to the Allspark at this moment, for he bore a heavy responsibility. He unleashed several energy blasts towards the Cosmic Emperor, whose rocky form proved incapable of withstanding such attacks, leading to its collapse. However, soon multiple new manifestations of the Cosmic Emperor materialized before Optimus. He turned to Starscream, who, unbeknownst to him, had been reasserted under control. Watching the spectacle from an elevated position, the Cosmic Emperor taunted, "Do you truly believe this will defeat me? You are mistaken, foolish apostle. Though I am but one, we are all embodiments of the Cosmic Emperor." The multitude of avatars from the Cosmic Emperor was overwhelming, and even when Optimus's allies arrived to assist, they found themselves struggling against an adversary far larger than themselves. In an unforeseen twist, Megatron appeared to lend his support. While the other Transformers remained wary of Megatron, their apprehension was somewhat diminished in light of the Cosmic Emperor's threat. Just as Megatron hoisted Optimus from the ground, the Starscream Cosmic Emperor unleashed a sonic attack that sent both of them sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, the Starscream Cosmic Emperor brandished a sword and charged at Optimus and Megatron. RC, Ratchet, and Bumblebee raised their weapons, prepared to thwart the attack. But the speed of the Starscream Cosmic Emperor was unparalleled. In the fleeting moment before they could fire, the Starscream Cosmic Emperor had already reached them, severing their weapons. Fortunately, it did not harbor intentions of taking their lives. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far graver. Positioning himself between Optimus and Megatron, he lowered his voice and proclaimed, "The true performance has only just begun." With that, he seized their faceplates and slammed their heads into the rock before taking flight. Subsequently, Megatron urged Optimus to cooperate with him, confident in his understanding of Optimus's character. Both Optimus and the other Transformers were acutely aware that Megatron sought to use this situation to eliminate Optimus. Nevertheless, for the sake of Earth and its inhabitants, Optimus ultimately chose to agree and brought Megatron to his base. Meanwhile, within the Cosmic Emperor's domain, Dawn inquired, "Cosmic Emperor, your summoning of us is not merely for the purpose of reasserting control, is it?" The Cosmic Emperor replied, "I enjoy conversing with intelligent beings, though at times it can be exceedingly tiresome." Starscream, visibly agitated, interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. Let's act decisively." Both Minicon and Fearsome Beast were eager for action. Dawn continued, "Even if we were to vanquish this Cosmic Emperor of our universe, countless avatars exist across other universes, the number of which remains unknown. It will be prudent to hear what he has to say. By the way, Cosmic Emperor, when do you intend to reconcile with the primordial celestial?" Using this as a point of engagement, the Cosmic Emperor scoffed, "Never in this lifetime." Dawn pressed, "Isn't your feud with the primordial celestial primarily due to the Supreme Overlord? The Supreme Empress has already issued an apology for past grievances and has taken tangible actions to rectify the situation. Subsequently, she clearly expressed her willingness to accommodate any reasonable requests. The primordial celestial master also indicated that, provided you refrain from recklessly waging war and consuming planets, he would genuinely prefer to remain in your company. So, what discontent lingers? Speak your mind." Dawn suddenly perceived that before him stood not a cosmic malevolent deity, but rather an immature, colossal life form. Upon reflection, it made sense, compared to the universe's emperor, who was merely a subject of experimentation. The Supreme Empress had always favored the finished product that was the primordial celestial master. This favoritism had left the Cosmic Emperor starved for affection, prompting him to devise various schemes to capture the Supreme Empress's attention. Upon discerning the circumstances surrounding Optimus Prime and Megatron, the Cosmic Emperor proposed, "Why not perform a play for me? Should it meet my satisfaction, I shall divulge my terms for reconciliation." In Chapter 202, Optimus Prime, Megatron, RC, Bumblebee, and a barrier encountered a swarm of bat-like mechanical creatures while en route to the Cosmic Emperor's core. At that moment, another space bridge materialized, revealing 4 additional Transformers, one resembling an ancient master, a colossal Autobot, and 2 combiners, who assisted in dispelling the mechanical bats, particularly the massive Autobot, who obliterated 200 of the creatures in a single blow. The Cosmic Emperor whispered something into Megatron's mind. Optimus Prime expressed gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire your names? The ancient-looking Transformer replied, You may call me Een Tianxing. These are the mighty Autobot, Unyielding, and Guardian. As they proceeded, Optimus noted, Your name is identical to that of the Apostle of Temporal Power. Megatron interjected, Is that so? RC added, This is no jest. Een Tianxing affirmed, He speaks the truth. It was the Cosmic Emperor who revealed this to you. Moreover, given your current predicament, you have become the Cosmic Emperor's puppet. Thus, even if you thwart his endeavors this time, it will not be long before he exploits you for various schemes. This revelation astonished them, particularly Megatron, who, by nature, would resent being controlled by any Transformer, regardless of their identity. Optimus declared, Our foremost task is to impede the Cosmic Emperor's plans. Since you are aware of this matter, you must possess a solution. Een Tianxing replied, I may not know how to resolve it, but I am aware of who can. Dawn. His first statement doused them with cold water, while the second ignited a flicker of hope. The final revelation left them in shock. Dawn knew the solution. What other secrets did Dawn hold? Clearly, only by locating Dawn would they uncover the truth. As they rushed inside, it was imperative to have Transformer stationed outside. Guardian stated, Unyielding, and I shall remain here. You must hurry inside. Optimus responded, Then we entrust this task to you. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback to find Dawn, Starscream, Mini Grimlock, and the Fear Beast present, albeit in a state of control. Amidst the chaos of their skirmish, Dawn's optical lens suddenly illuminated, swiftly extracting the leadership module from Optimus Prime's chest cavity. With a forceful kick, she sent Optimus Prime sprawling, then activated the leadership module in a matter of seconds. Following a surge of intense energy, the Cosmic Emperor momentarily ceased his tumult. As Megatron rose, he advanced towards Optimus Prime, who was shielded by RC, Bumblebee, and a barricade, all attempting to deter Megatron's approach. Yet they had forgotten that their weapons had just been severed by Starscream. However, Optimus Prime's subsequent trio of inquiries startled RC, Bumblebee, the barricade, and even Megatron. Who are you? Where's this? Megatron, do you and Dawn comprehend what is transpiring? Dawn replied, Orion, prior to addressing your queries. I wish to pose one. Whom do you trust more, Megatron or me? The implication being that one among them would deceive. Optimus Prime discerned the underlying message, while Megatron resorted to verbal subterfuge. Orion, come with me. They have betrayed Cybertron and allied with our adversary, the Cosmic Emperor. Dawn interjected, Allow me to offer a hint. The insignia on your shoulder and theirs. Megatron retorted, Orion, he merely seeks to sow discord between us. Do not heed his words. Optimus Prime turned to Dawn, who presented the fully energized leadership module before him. Do you recognize this? It may contain the answers you seek. With the intent to hand it over to Optimus, Megatron could no longer remain passive and unleashed an energy blast towards Dawn, which she deftly evaded. Don't worry, Orion. You make your own choice. However, it is certain you will choose Megatron. Chapter 203. As anticipated, Optimus Prime chose to align with Megatron. Dawn restrained RC and the others from firing upon Megatron. RC confronted Dawn. Why do you not intervene? You clearly possess the power to stop Optimus from siding with Megatron. Why assist him? The barricade interjected. What is the point of conversing with him? Let's engage in combat. Dawn responded. I shall pose a singular question. What part of Earth is this? It was then they all realized. Dawn continued. Yet you persist in this conflict? Were it not for the honor of Cybertron, I would indeed let you continue. Soon, the cosmos would echo with tales of yet another planet devastated by Cybertron's civil strife. Who knows which planet shall be next? Shall we wager on that? At this rate, you would soon rival the Cosmic Emperor's pace in annihilating the universe. They found themselves momentarily speechless, unable to counter her assertions. Dawn tossed the leadership module to them as she departed. Upon returning to the base, Jetfire inquired, Dawn, is what you did truly justifiable? Dawn reassured him, Fear not. Megatron will not harm Optimus Prime for the time being. After all, to Megatron, Optimus still holds value, especially during the 13th day, when his luck is exceedingly high. As you well know, Ing Tianxing, very well, regarding the circumstances surrounding Megatron. Dawn, I shall inform him of the solution. Yet whether he accepts it is no longer my concern. Since you have made the effort to come here, why not take a moment to sit before departing? Aboard the warship, Optimus Prime, despite Megatron's skepticism, aided him in uncovering the current locations of several Iron Fortress artifacts. Throughout this endeavor, the Autobots persistently sought to pinpoint Optimus Prime's exact whereabouts, yet they were consistently thwarted by Soundwave. Megatron had concealed Optimus Prime so adeptly that they were always tantalizingly close to finding him, only to meet with failure. This continued until the unexpected appearance of Starscream. Having previously slipped away from the Decepticons on a mission due to a lack of resources, Starscream stealthily returned to the warship, intent on pilfering some energy cubes before making a hasty exit. Throughout this process, Starscream fervently hoped to avoid encountering Soundwave. Ultimately, he evaded Soundwave, but unexpectedly encountered Optimus Prime instead. Starscream could not help but wonder what sins he had committed in a past life to find himself face to face with the leader of the Autobots. Mechanical Femme, it is not the sins of your past life that haunt you, but rather the reckless choices of this one. Starscream, you insignificant insect, dare utter another word. Mechanical Femme, be courteous, Starscream, unless you wish to encounter Megatron in this very scenario again. Starscream instantly shrank back. Mechanical Femme, humph. Having been informed by Megatron of his return to the Allspark, Starscream now stood before Optimus Prime. The pursuit by soldiers further heightened Optimus's suspicions, compelling him to seek clarity from Megatron. However, he was told that he could not leave the laboratory in which he resided. Seizing the opportunity to question Megatron, the latter, in an effort to placate Optimus while continuing the search for the Iron Fortress artifacts, resorted to weaving yet another elaborate deception. Once Megatron departed, Optimus was left in deep contemplation. Dawn had previously posed a question, between Megatron and myself, whom do you trust more? Implying that one of them might be lying. Dawn had also warned him long ago to remain wary of Megatron. Nevertheless, he chose to place his faith in his idol, Megatron, despite the latter's words and actions, as well as the attitudes of other Transformers towards him, igniting a flicker of doubt within Optimus, even as he repeatedly told himself he was merely being overly sensitive. Chapter 204. After Dawn had obliterated yet another mech special operations base, a space bridge materialized before him. Optimus Prime emerged, battered and bruised, followed by several soldiers led by Thundercracker. The soldiers behind Thundercracker raised their weapons at Dawn, while the beam emitters behind Dawn powered up. Thundercracker, soldiers, return to base at once. Soldier, why, Commander Thundercracker? Thundercracker, you're no match for him. Remaining here would only lead to needless sacrifice, and I wish to avoid such outcomes. Heed your Commander's words. Return immediately. Once the soldiers had retreated, Thundercracker turned to Dawn. Dawn, Thundercracker, I have a question for you. You saved me and Stryker, but why do you seek to obstruct Lord Megatron's actions? Dawn, how shall I express this? Although you may lack a certain cunning, you possess a loyalty that is absent in many of the more fervent factions, which I greatly admire. Your earnest nature, devoid of pretense, is also endearing to me. Thus, I fervently wish for you to meet your end honorably, like a true warrior. Rather than succumbing to the failings of humanity, such a fate would be far too constraining for you, and I would find it lamentable. As for my reasons for thwarting Megatron, I merely act in the best interest of Cybertron, for none can predict the repercussions of channeling dark energy to our home. Can they? Thunder. Then why did you seek to eliminate Megatron? Dawn. That was merely a manifestation of the fearsome beast's self-preservation instinct. It initially only generated a powerful electric current, but the explosion may have been a consequence of the dark energy. Thunder. Was Lord Megatron truly in the right? Dawn. Thunder. You possess your own judgment. Perhaps deep within, you already know the answer, albeit shrouded in confusion. Time may guide you towards clarity. Thunder. Thank you. But if I return unscathed, Lord Megatron will surely grow suspicious. In a flash, aboard the warship, Megatron, what? Thunder, you failed to bring Optimus Prime back, or even eliminate him. Thunder kneels, pointing at his charred left arm, now devoid of its former glory. I am deeply sorry, but we encountered an exceptionally formidable Transformer along the way, and I was no match for him. Megatron, who is he? Thunder, an orange Cybertronian of medium stature. Megatron, Dawn, I should have anticipated this. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, Dawn, why do the records indicate that I'm aligned with the Autobots? Dawn, or Ian, rather than inquiring of me. You should direct your questions to them, should you not? I understand that the events surrounding Megatron have left you somewhat perplexed, but precisely for that reason, you ought to meet with them, should you not? Just as Optimus Prime was about to respond, the Autobots arrived. Dawn, they are here, converse with them. I shall remain nearby. Call for me if needed. As Optimus Prime engages with them, they present him with the leadership module. After much hesitation, he ultimately accepts it. Dawn, just as I suspected. Had Optimus Prime refused the leadership module, I would have stood by his side as a friend, imparting some wisdom from Master Titanium. However, as he reclaims the leadership module, a preset image I established within it will activate, a counsel in the form of his former self, a message from Master Titanium. While it may not entirely undermine Master Titanium's authority, it will undoubtedly prompt Optimus Prime to remain vigilant. Chapter 205, according to the operations of this universe. Optimus Prime should have forgotten the events that transpired during his time without the leadership module. However, Dawn and the spies they had embedded within the Decepticons had already captured most of the scenes from Optimus's amnesia. Dawn pondered when to present these recordings to Optimus. Knowing his expression would be quite amusing, the mechanical maiden remarked, Dawn, you have become rather sinister. Does Starstorm know? As Megatron and Optimus vied for the Iron Fortress artifacts, Dawn had no intention of getting involved. After all, he understood the principles involved, and executing them was merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the resilience of the Mecha Special Ops team, who, despite numerous setbacks, continued to seek ways to acquire Cybertronian technology. Indeed, Bumblebee had fallen victim to their nefarious schemes, and his transformation gears had been stolen. Optimus and his companions sought Dawn's assistance. Coincidentally, Megatron also found him. The reason they sought Dawn was not without purpose. Yet, upon encountering each other, the Decepticons and Autobots were poised to clash. Dawn remarked, if that is the case, then take your time to fight. I shall take my leave. Optimus interjected, wait, Dawn, I hope you can help us find Silas. They have taken Bumblebee's transformation gears. Megatron retorted, shouldn't I be the one to ask first? Optimus, what is the method to completely rid ourselves of the Unicron's influence? Dawn did not appreciate Megatron's current demeanor or Optimus's past attitude toward those humans. However, that did not compel him to be disrespectful. He responded, Optimus, when I initially sought to eradicate those humans, what did you say? After you uttered those words to me, you should have considered whether I would assist you when they extended their claws toward your comrades. And you, he cast a sidelong glance at Megatron. There is no such thing as a perfect solution in this world. The implication was that if one sought to gain the power of Unicron, they must also contemplate the consequences of becoming his puppet. Conversely, if one wished to avoid becoming a marionette of Unicron, they would have to relinquish that power. However, persuading Megatron to forsake Unicron's strength was an impossible feat. For the sake of power, he would willingly become Unicron's pawn. Yet he still questioned, are you not a puppet as well? Dawn chuckled lightly. I concede that I'm also a puppet. Yet for the one he personally selected, this disobedient marionette, Unicron would undoubtedly prefer a puppet like you. This infuriated Megatron, who felt an urge to physically confront Dawn. Although Dawn's defensive capabilities and strength were slightly inferior to those of Optimus and Megatron, his offensive technique surpassed theirs significantly. Within just 2 moves, he sent Megatron sprawling. The first move, Shadow Strike. The second move, Body Slam. Rising from ground, Megatron seethed, you dare. Dawn replied, what of it? No wonder Unicron was so disdainful upon first meeting you. Megatron expressed his exasperation, feeling as though he might be driven to madness. Yet after several exchanges, he found himself unable to best Dawn. Dawn remarked, save your breath, Megatron. If I lacked skill, Starstorm would not have chosen me as his partner. Despite Megatron's relentless persistence, Dawn had no choice but to activate the space bridge to send him away. Optimus Prime inquired, Dawn, are you truly unwilling to assist? Dawn replied, after this incident, will you take decisive action against those humans who harm the inhabitants of Cybertron? Most individuals prefer to befriend those who harbor no malice and even possess goodwill towards them. Conversely, they harbor hostility towards those who exhibit ill intentions or cause them harm. Dawn felt the same way. He believed that those who not only inflicted pain upon him, but also endangered his comrades, creatures of Cybertron, must be eradicated regardless of how other Transformers perceived him. Due to circumstances on May 15th, 2 weeks prior, I had not written. Thus, I am publishing an additional chapter this week, resuming the regular schedule of 2 chapters weekly. In Chapter 206, Dawn approached the task similarly, focusing solely on dismantling the base of Silas. He had no intention of pursuing Silas or his mechanical task force, as their theft of Bumblebee's transformation gear was insufficient to raise their alarm. He wished to wait until the task force produced something tangible to alert the Autobots, Decepticons, and the Transformers hiding behind Dawn and Starfall. Regarding the transformation gear in his possession, Dawn contacted the Autobots. Optimus Prime asked, "Dawn, is there something you wish to discuss?" Dawn responded, "I have just acquired the transformation gear from the humans. Would you like it?" Optimus replied, "Thank you, Dawn. We will teleport you here immediately." Dawn countered, "I refuse. I want you to come here and bring Bumblebee." Optimus questioned, "Why?" Dawn asserted, "This is my spoils of war. Should not the disposition of it be my prerogative? Unless you can seize it yourself." Optimus conceded, "Very well, I understand. We shall come at once." Ratchet interjected, "Optimus, are you sure we should proceed?" Optimus replied, "After all, Bumblebee's transformation gear is in his possession, is it not?" In an open area, Dawn remarked, "You have arrived," as he handed the transformation gear to Bumblebee. To ensure fairness, only Bumblebee and his counterpart, the mini Bumblebee, were designated as participants. Before Optimus could speak, Bumblebee exclaimed, "What are the rules?" Dawn explained, "It's quite simple. Devise a way to reclaim your transformation gear from Mini Bumblebee within 10 minutes. Bumblebee asked, "When does it start?" As he spoke, Mini Bumblebee transformed and dashed into the woods. Dawn replied, "The countdown began as I mentioned the 10-minute limit." Bumblebee exclaimed, "What?" As they pursued relentlessly. The Bumblebee and the Wasp exchanged fire. In contrast to the Bumblebee's continuous barrage, the Wasp intermittently unleashed a paralyzing energy blast. The Bumblebee, burdened by the urgency of its transformation gears, suffered 2 instances of paralysis. Even a single hit required several moments to recover. Consequently, the Bumblebee was unable to reclaim its position, which left it visibly despondent. The Wasp handed over the transformation gear to Dawn, who subsequently passed it to Optimus Prime. Dawn remarked, "Optimus, your scouts are still lacking in experience." As they departed, Dawn communicated several potential locations where red spiders might emerge to the Decepticons, demonstrating that he would not easily overlook those Transformers who harmed Cybertron. Subsequently, both the Autobots and Decepticons vied for the legendary hammer of the Primes. However, lifting it proved to be a formidable challenge, as the hammer was excessively heavy for ordinary Transformers. Without the endorsement of the neighboring guiding module, namely, the recognition of the 13 Primes, it was merely an ordinary hammer. Being one of the 13 Primes, Dawn had no difficulty lifting it, as his form remained unchanged. However, he was disinclined to do so, for the hammer primarily relied on the energy of the 13 Primes for its power. While other Primes could also recharge the hammer, their effects varied. None could match the potency that the 13 Primes provided. Dawn was averse to the feeling of exhaustion that accompanied recharging the hammer, hence his reluctance to engage in the contest. Furthermore, the other Transformers on Dawn's side showed little interest in the hammer. Nonetheless, Dawn was intrigued by the thought of how Megatron would utilize the hammer if he were to obtain it. Chapter 207, when Skywing returned to the warship. The moment he laid eyes on his brother Thunderwing, he sensed something was amiss. After delivering his report, he discreetly approached his brother. Thunderwing said, "Skywing, it's rare for us to meet. Shall we take a few laps and reminisce?" Skywing readily agreed. In the sky, Thunderwing said, "Skywing, feel free to ask me anything." Skywing thought to himself, "Truly, he is my brother." However, he did not voice this sentiment. Instead, he merely inquired, "I couldn't help but notice that your mental state seems somewhat off." Thunderwing replied, "Upon my emergence, I was ambushed alongside Optimus Prime and his human allies. It was a Transformer named Dawn, of medium size and an orange hue, who rescued me from that precarious situation." Skywing responded, "Yet this savior has undertaken actions detrimental to the Decepticons, and even to Megatron. Brother, this is unlike your usual character." Thunderwing acknowledged, "Indeed. Later, I confronted him about it, and he claimed he was merely acting from the perspective of protecting Cybertron from Megatron's harm." Skywing, if you were present, would you intervene to prevent Megatron from harming Cybertron? Skywing hesitated. I don't know. Cybertron is their home planet. If Cybertron were to fall, They would truly be left to wander aimlessly. However, intervening against Megatron would be tantamount to betrayal. I can understand why you were troubled. Thunderwing sighed. If it were not for the war, perhaps we could have become friends. On the third day following the return of the Ravager, Megatron assigned him an outdoor mission, accompanying Stryker to eliminate Black Widow during this excursion. In a secluded grove, Black Widow was attempting to provoke Stryker, luring him into a trap set by her and the Mechanized Special Task Force. The choice of Stryker over Ravager was influenced not only by the prior observation of Stryker's battle with the Divider, but also by Stryker's tendency to be easily manipulated by others. In contrast, Ravager's temperament was notably more composed and unflappable, making him less susceptible to provocation. However, Stryker's fighting prowess was not formidable, rendering him vulnerable to Black Widow's webbing, which ensnared him and directed him toward the other side of the grove. Despite Ravager's admonition to refrain from pursuing Black Widow, Stryker, consumed by rage, charged heedlessly forward. As Stryker pursued Black Widow, Starfall descended before Ravager, severing the web that ensnared him. "Thank you, but I am in a hurry," Ravager replied, hastening towards the direction Stryker had taken, with Starfall following closely behind. Upon arrival, what they witnessed startled even Ravager. Dawn was smiling as she methodically broke Black Widow's spider legs, singing a haunting nursery rhyme. Regardless of Black Widow's desperate cries for mercy, Dawn appeared impervious to her pleas. Stryker stood with his back to them, but the contorted expression on his mask indicated his profound discomfort. Nonetheless, none were inclined to assist Black Widow. After Dawn had shattered the last of Black Widow's spider legs, she lazily remarked, "Black Widow, when you conspire with outsiders against your own kind, you ought to have anticipated the consequences." With that, she removed the coercive machinery, behavioral inhibitors, and pain amplifiers from Black Widow, who immediately went offline. Dawn then added, "What a pity, allowing those humans to escape. Black Widow is your kind. The ensuing situation is now yours to manage. Thank you for your assistance, and for saving Stryker," Ravager expressed gratefully. Dawn cast a disdainful glance at Black Widow, stating, "I simply cannot abide by her collusion with outsiders against her own kind, particularly her actions against the younglings. Without her spider legs, you should find her easier to handle." "Indeed," Ravager concurred. "Starfall, let us depart and freshen up." "Very well," Starfall replied. Chapter 208. Although the Mechanized Special Task Force had undergone training, they were nonetheless taken aback. Despite the absence of Stryker's remains, they had acquired Black Widow's spider legs, which was a modest victory. They swiftly produced a replica of Optimus Prime to launch an assault on Agent Fuller, and even targeted a military base. Subsequently, Optimus contacted Dawn, confidently stating, "Dawn, did you foresee their actions all along?" "To be precise, I anticipated such an outcome," Dawn replied. Divider interjected, "Why did you not disclose this at the time?" "I did. But do you believe your leader would have altered his decision?" "I suspect his views remain unchanged." In a moment of silence, the Decepticons turned their gaze towards Optimus Prime. Deep down, they all harbored a desire to eliminate the humans. Optimus understood that seeking assistance from Dawn would require him to make concessions, and he could distinctly sense the palpable rage emanating from his comrades. He stated, "Speak your terms." Dawn replied, "I have two conditions. First, regardless of who they may be, should anyone harm the interests of Cybertron and its inhabitants, I shall not be impeded in my quest to eradicate them. Second, the Civil War must be brought to a swift conclusion. The residents of Cybertron are already discontented with you, and those whose homes have been ravaged by your conflict harbor significant animosity towards you." Optimus responded, "I agree." Dawn added, "This is a live broadcast. All the Transformers I can reach are witnessing this." Optimus was taken aback by Dawn's precaution against any potential change of heart. After severing the connection, Dawn inquired, "Starfall, what has been the sentiment regarding the Mecha Special Operations Team?" Starfall replied, "Everyone is in favor of you eliminating those humans." "Very well, I understand," Dawn acknowledged. Leading the way, they approached the Mecha Special Operations Team's base. While Optimus and his companions diverted the team's attention, Dawn, accompanied by Aurora and Voltage, infiltrated the base. Utilizing their ultimate techniques, Aurora and Shadow, they quickly located Silas, who was controlling the counterfeit Optimus. Silas exclaimed, "You again?" Dawn responded, "Indeed. But it appears I was too lenient with you, leading you to repeatedly test our limits." "Stop him," Silas ordered. Dawn infused energy into the dual-bladed gun he held. casting it skyward while erecting a barrier of light to isolate the Mecha's special operations team. Any assaults against the barrier proved futile, and contact with it resulted in explosions. Soon, countless gunfire rained down as Dawn leaped high, driving the massive dual-bladed gun into the ground, causing a violent explosion. Having experienced the potency of Dawn's abilities, Optimus and his team retreated the moment the weapon was launched. That night, the explosion's aftermath was extensive. Within a 20-kilometer radius, not a single living creature remained. Only swirling sands. The absence of microorganisms in the soil rendered it impossible to cultivate plants in the short term. This conclusion was reached by scientists dispatched by the government, who subsequently informed the citizens that the devastation was caused by a meteorite to quell panic, although some speculated that it was the result of a government experiment. The lack of immediate repercussions on daily life prevented further inquiries. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron seethed, "Dawn, how dare you venture into my territory alone?" Dawn retorted, "Oh, do try to remain calm. I trust you have seen a video I sent earlier. This individual is their leader, and I believe you might find him quite interesting." With that, he produced the unconscious Silas. Chapter 209. Upon departing from the warship of the frenzied faction, Dawn received a call from Starhowl. "Dawn, we have discovered a multitude of mechanical insects underground. You must come and see." Dawn replied, "Certainly, Starhowl. Send me the location, and I shall come forthwith." Underground, Dawn inspected the container housing the mechanical insects and realized it was a hibernation pod. The opening of one pod would not trigger the others, so they proceeded to open one. As the pod cracked open, the mechanical insects surged towards Dawn and Starhowl, only to be repelled several meters away by Starhowl's swordblade. The insects exchanged a few angry remarks with Starhowl. Dawn interjected, "What are you squawking about? Who among you is the strongest? Let him step forth and face us in combat." She recalled the rules of the beastly titans. The mightiest among them would be deemed the leader, and one of the swiftest ways to ascend to this position was to vanquish their strongest warrior. One mechanical insect lingered atop a hibernation pod, and Dawn opened it, inviting Starhowl to engage in a duel. Days later, Dawn and Starhowl orchestrated a ruse involving the mechanical insects, imprisoning the escaped Black Widow within a hibernation pod and returning her to the frenzied faction. Unintentionally, they witnessed Silas being soundly defeated and thoroughly humiliated. Rather than feeling pity for him, Dawn and Starhowl deemed him deserving of such a fate for provoking creatures far beyond his prowess. In the ensuing days, Dawn and her companions resolved to refrain from interfering in the conflict between the Autobots and the frenzied faction on Earth. Their primary focus was the search for artifacts, leaving little room for other pursuits. Thus, they began to observe whether any other Transformers had arrived on Earth. Soon enough, one appeared. Dawn arrived just before the newcomer emerged from the escape pod. As the Transformer exited the pod, Smokescreen noticed him standing there. Though slightly wary, he inquired, "Where am I? Who are you?" Dawn responded, "This is not a place for idle chatter. Your arrival caused quite a commotion, and anyone nearby must have noticed. Let's find a more discreet location to converse." Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Dawn began her introduction. "Welcome to Earth, the primary battleground for the Autobots and the frenzied faction. Not to mention, Megatron and Optimus Prime are also present." Smokescreen suddenly became animated, grasping Dawn's hand with excitement. "Optimus Prime is here. Is that truly the case? Where is he? Can you take me to meet him?" Dawn cautioned, "Hold your excitement. You arrived aboard a frenzied faction escape pod. Such an impulsive visit could raise suspicions. First, tell me your name and what you did before. I will present this information to Optimus Prime." Smokescreen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. You truly are a kind-hearted and lovely sister." Though Dawn wished to correct him, asserting she was not a sister, but a brother, now was not the time for such clarifications. "Now speak. What is your name, and what was your previous role? I need to gather the necessary details." Smokescreen replied, "I am Smokescreen, a member of the Iron Fortress Elite Guard, assigned to protect Master Titanium." Dawn remarked, "Ah, Master Titanium." Smokescreen inquired eagerly, "Sister, do you know Master Titanium?" Dawn, "Ah, we are acquainted, though our worldviews do not quite align, and our relationship is rather strained." Smokescreen, "Could you elaborate, sister?" Dawn, "Certainly, let us converse as we walk." Initially, Smokescreen harbored a dislike for Master Titanium, but upon hearing Dawn recount their usual interactions and the subsequent actions of Master Titanium, who intended to manipulate certain relics from Iron Fortress, leaving behind detrimental remarks about Dawn. Her disdain intensified. The primary source of contention stemmed from a disagreement between the two Transformers regarding the timing of Optimus Prime's ascension to leadership prior to the rebellion against Megatron. At that time, Optimus was devoid of any substantial knowledge about leadership. Master Titanium was eager for him to assume the mantle. Yet the path for a new leader was fraught with challenges, rendering Optimus's journey even more arduous. Dawn wished to instruct Optimus first, enabling him to navigate his role with greater ease. While contemplating this matter, Smokescreen noticed the arrival of another Transformer and looked up, only to be taken aback by the identity of the newcomer. Chapter 210 Starfall. Dawn, here are this month's reports along with Starfall's health examination results. Dawn, thank you for your efforts, Starfall. As Starfall entered, he caught a glimpse of Smokescreen, who was fixated on him. Starfall, what are you staring at, little one? Smokescreen, nothing at all. He immediately diverted his gaze elsewhere, while Starfall pondered, feeling perplexed. Dawn, Smokescreen, is there something you require of me? He appeared quite animated. Dawn, your health report indicates that there is something resembling a key within your body. Smokescreen, a key? Dawn, since this was merely a preliminary examination, further detailed assessments are necessary to ascertain its true nature. Smokescreen, no problem. After undergoing a more thorough examination, it was conclusively determined that it was indeed a key, specifically the ultimate key. Just as Dawn was about to inquire about this matter, Smokescreen began to stare at Starfall again, his optics sparkling. Dawn, Starfall, please send the other Transformers to search for the ultimate key. I wish to speak with him. Starfall, understood. Once Starfall departed, Dawn turned to Smokescreen. All right, speak up. Why have you been gazing at Starfall? Smokescreen, oh, did I? I don't think so. He attempted to shift his focus elsewhere, but cast a furtive glance at Dawn, who wore an expression that demanded honesty, lest she become irate. Feeling intimidated, Smokescreen confessed. Actually, it's nothing much. I merely heard that he is the first and currently the only Transformer to have defeated Megatron, and I hold him in great admiration. I also have a question I would like to pose to him. Dawn, what is your question? Smokescreen, if he was capable of defeating Megatron, why did he not bring an end to this interminable civil war that has persisted for 1,000,000 years? At Dawn, it is indeed a simple matter to vanquish a formidable opponent like Megatron. Although the Decepticons are rife with restless Transformers, they're not devoid of steadfast allies. Undoubtedly, some Transformers will rally their subordinates to confront Starfire, necessitating both the repulsion of their advances and the protection of those unwilling to engage in civil strife. A task fraught with difficulty. Furthermore, with the fall of one Megatron, a second and third will inevitably emerge. In an unexpected twist, this has led to a situation where Smokescreen's admiration for Starfire surpasses even that for Optimus Prime. Dawn inquired, Smokescreen, do you recall when the ultimate key first manifested within you? Smokescreen shook his head. Do you remember anything prior to your departure from Cybertron? Smokescreen replied, I recall the Decepticons attacking Fort Iron, my resistance, and then being knocked unconscious by an unknown assailant. I eventually found myself aboard a Decepticon warship and, in my panic, escaped into a Decepticon escape pod, where I subsequently encountered you. Dawn mused, I had my suspicions that Master Titanium was responsible for embedding it within you, fearing that your true nature would be revealed. Truly, Master Titanium is astute. Changing the subject, Dawn called out, Bumblebee, come here for a moment. There is a newcomer who could use your guidance. Bumblebee acknowledged, understood. Next, Dawn intended to investigate the usage of the ultimate key. Upon reviewing the data, he discovered similarities to the planetary power and rectangular chip he had encountered in the realm of the malevolent deity, a clear indication of forced modifications by Transformers that had ultimately failed. It seemed that to fully utilize this key, all ultimate keys must be located. In Chapter 211, the Decepticons discovered the Star Sword before the Autobots. However, the sword remained firmly lodged in the rock, impervious to all their attempts at extraction. To Dawn, this was entirely expected, as only those who had inherited the mantle of leadership and the energy source could wield it and unleash its full potential. Smokescreen, upon understanding this, inquired Sister Dawn, Can you wield it? Dawn replied, I can, but I will not be able to unleash its full might. This was a thought Dawn chose to keep to herself. Regardless, they cannot extract it, so we might as well enjoy the spectacle, she mused, curious about what would transpire if Megatron were denied the Star Sword. However, It was clear that the average Transformer would likely abandon the effort, while Megatron would more likely resort to destruction. In a display of frustration, he fired a few blasts from his fusion cannon at the Star Sword, yet the sword remained unscathed. Soundwave, noticing Dawn and Smokescreen nearby, alerted Thundercracker and Skywarp to expel them. Thundercracker and Skywarp approached Dawn, but did not intend to simply drive her away. Instead, they asked Dawn, "Do you understand why we cannot extract this sword?" Dawn explained, "That sword is known as the Star Sword. Only those who have inherited the title of leader and the energy source can wield it to its full power. Hence your inability to extract it unless you forge a similar weapon." Just as Dawn finished speaking, Megatron's energy cannon soared toward them. Dawn swiftly erected a barrier to shield herself and Smokescreen before making their escape. Enraged, Megatron demanded to know why Thundercracker and Skywarp had refrained from attacking them. Thunderquake and Skywing explained, "We merely wish to inquire whether they possess knowledge of how to extract the Star Sword." It was evident that Megatron was skeptical. "Oh, and what did they say?" Thunderquake and Skywing discerned Megatron's disbelief, but proceeded to relay. They stated that the sword is called the Star Sword, and only those who inherit the name of the leader and the energy treasure are capable of wielding it to its full potential. Thus, we cannot extract it unless we forge a similar sword. Megatron mused, "Forging a similar sword reminds me, do we not possess the Hammer of the Titans? Perhaps we can utilize it to create our own Star Sword." Skywing interjected, "But Lord Megatron, are we not unable to wield the Hammer of the Titans?" Megatron replied, "I have already devised a solution for that." As the Decepticons prepared to depart, the Autobots arrived, and Megatron seized the opportunity to engage Optimus Prime in battle. During the skirmish, Prime's subordinates attempted to extract the sword, yet none succeeded. Dawn, exasperated, approached the partition where the Star Sword was lodged, delivering a swift kick. The partition, covering the spot where it was struck, retorted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Without uttering a word, Dawn directly withdrew the Star Sword, tossed it to the ground, and made her exit, essentially seizing the moment to escape. Following this, both factions re-entered a fierce contest for the Star Sword, resulting in Optimus Prime ultimately securing it and repelling the Decepticons. Smokescreen inquired, "Sister Dawn, why did you not reclaim the Star Sword? Are you not also capable of wielding it?" Dawn responded, "While that is true, the Autobots are in greater need of the Star Sword. Are they not? Moreover, I already possess a Star Sword of my own, formed from the Minicon combination. Its power rivals that of this universe's Star Sword." The latter statement was not intended for her to voice aloud. Instead, she remarked, "Smokescreen, could you please refrain from calling me sister? Just address me by my name." Smokescreen playfully made a silly face and exclaimed, "No way, sister, 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 sister." Dawn chuckled, "Oh, you mischievous child." Chapter 212. After Optimus Prime acquired the Star Sword, he began to receive the messages left by Master Titanium within the sword concerning the final artifact, the Ultimate God Key, and a warning for Prime to be cautious of Dawn and her subordinates. Upon hearing that last message, Optimus froze. As he restored his memories and energy, the leadership module conveyed a message from Illusion Spirit. Illusion Spirit said, "Long time no see, 13th Primus, I am Illusion Spirit. This recording can only be accessed by you." Upon hearing the words of Fanshinling, Optimus Prime was taken aback. The recorded video seemed to suggest that Fanshinling had anticipated Optimus's astonishment. As he continued, "I presume you are quite shocked by my statements. I have no intention of jesting regarding such matters. It is quite common for Cybertronians to forget their past upon returning to the wellspring of their origins. What I am about to reveal may be difficult for you to accept, and you may choose to discontinue watching. The 13th Prime is the most cherished among all primes, thus receiving considerable favor. However, neither Zhu Tianxing nor Zhun Tianzuan would allow their affection for the 13th Prime to result in an unqualified bias, disregarding right from wrong. Zhu Tianxing, as the leader, is unlikely to be met with disdain, yet Zhun Tianzuan and I are different. The outcome, as you are aware, is inevitable. Therefore, I urge you to remain vigilant regarding such phenomena within your own team. Additionally, Dawn and Star Howl are my friends. I hope you will extend your care to them. Thank you." With that, the recording concluded. Fanshinling had previously mentioned that aside from Zhu Tianxing, Zhun Tianzuan, and the 13th Prime, the other primes harbored a dislike for him, including Master Titanium. Consequently, Master Titanium had advised his protege, Xiaoxin, to be wary of Dawn and his subordinates. Fanchonling also remarked that Dawn and Star Howl were his friends, emphasizing that Dawn never regarded those around him as mere subordinates. Thus, Master Titanium's animosity stemmed solely from their association with Fanchonling, which was utterly unjust. On another front, Megatron stealthily utilized a space bridge concealed on the dark side of the moon to return to Cybertron, unearthing the grave of a deceased leader to retrieve the arm of this former leader for himself. In doing so, he aimed to harness the power of the Star Hammer to forge a sword of his own, a blade fittingly dubbed the Leader's Cleaver. Meanwhile, Dawn's group finally deciphered how to activate the Ultimate Divine Key and the Ultimate Divine Lock. Besides locating the 4 keys and locks, they also needed to establish a connection with Dawn's cerebral module for activation. Dawn expressed concern about the implications of such a setup, pondering whether he would become a living target between the Decepticons and Autobots. Nevertheless, he concluded that it was preferable to falling into Megatron's hands. Star Howl inquired Dawn, "Have we secured the Ultimate Divine Key? When shall we return to Cybertron?" To which Dawn replied, "Now. The sooner, the better." The moment Optimus Prime acquired the Star Sword signified that both Autobots and Decepticons had become aware of the Ultimate Divine Key. Before they could react, it was imperative to recover some useful technologies. Only Dawn, Star Howl, Smokescreen, Alita, and Bumblebee would venture forth, while the remaining Transformers remained on Earth to provide cover, ensuring that their absence from the hunt for the sacred relic would prevent the others from suspecting that the Transformers retrieving the Ultimate Divine Key were indeed themselves. Chapter 213, The Obstruction, Part 1. At the Dawn's arrival beside the Rust Sea, Dawn inserted the Ultimate Divine Key into the Ultimate Divine Lock. Instantly, a Cybertronian mesh and a data cable materialized. Dawn connected the data cable to her cerebral module, and within her mind, the image of the Source Well emerged, immediately flooding it with abundant energy. Cybertron swiftly regained some semblance of vitality. As Dawn continued to recall various structures, the Cybertronian mesh meticulously restored them one by one. Just as joy enveloped the group, both the Decepticons and Autobots arrived. Though taken aback, their professionalism propelled them into a state of readiness. "Protect Dawn. Do not let them approach," commanded Starfall. From his concealed position, the Wolf of the Night leaped forth to join Starfall in confronting the Decepticons and Autobots. Amidst the ensuing melee, a smokescreen suddenly surged toward Dawn, catching some Transformers off guard. Attempts to thwart it were futile. However, unexpectedly, a horde of monstrous figures emerged to block the smoke's path, pinning it to the ground. Faced with a clear disadvantage, both factions had no choice but to retreat. Once more than half of Cybertron's architecture had been restored, Dawn detached the data cable and inquired, "How is everyone faring?" "No personnel have been injured," replied Starfall. When did you start doubting that I was not sincerely wishing to follow you?" demanded Smokescreen. "It is not a matter of when I began to doubt, but rather that I never intended to trust you from the outset. You should return to Earth. Wait until the conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots concludes before coming back to Cybertron. Furthermore, I will be retrieving Megatron," Dawn asserted, her meaning unmistakable. "Regardless of whether you align with the Decepticons or Autobots, we will not accept you." Feeling the icy disdain in their gazes, Smokescreen sensed a chilling descent into despair, even more frigid than before. After summoning the others back, a sense of elation filled the air, though it was short-lived as the internal conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots remained unresolved, quickly casting a shadow over the group once more. "Everyone, look over here," Dawn called, drawing their attention. Although the Decepticons and Autobots are still embroiled in civil war, we have already restored much of Cybertron's architecture and technology, particularly the protective barrier. If they wish to return to Cybertron to fight, we can hold them at the periphery until they cease hostilities, at which point we can allow them entry. What do you think? Everyone concurred. Dawn instructed them to observe how the remaining structures would be restored. Meanwhile, she added, "Bumblebee RC, investigate why the Decepticons arrived so swiftly, and ascertain which Transformers remain on Cybertron." "Understood," responded Bumblebee NRC. The reason for the Autobots' rapid arrival was already surmised to be Smokescreen's covert communication. Yet the question of why the Decepticons had come at a similar time remained. On Earth, Megatron vented his frustrations on his subordinates, causing some of the Transformers to harbor discontent towards him. Optimus Prime understood why Mirage had entrusted him with the care of Dawn and her companions. Yet their relationship had soured. Meanwhile, Starscream and Thundercracker discreetly delivered the hammer of the elite to the Autobots at Dawn's behest. If they felt dissatisfaction towards Megatron, they should assist the Autobots and then come to her. After delivering the hammer, Starscream and Thundercracker quietly contacted Dawn again. Soon, Megatron learned through Soundwave that Cybertron had largely recovered, prompting him to return with his troops. Upon hearing of the Decepticons' movements, Optimus Prime swiftly followed with his newly upgraded space bridge, only to be thwarted outside Cybertron. Chapter 214, The Impasse, Part 2. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron were perplexed by the situation. They attempted multiple approaches from various angles, but the outcome remained the same. They were either blocked by an energy net or, when they managed to enter through a weaker point, were immediately expelled by the station transformers. Just as both factions were at a loss, Dawn's voice echoed from within. Greetings, Decepticons and Autobots. I presume you've exhausted all your methods to no avail. Fear not. Your entry is merely a matter of time. The power lies in your hands. Whenever you cease hostilities or one side concedes, we shall lower the protective net. Of course, if there are any of your Transformers still on Cybertron, we will personally escort them out to meet you. Megatron retorted, Dawn, you despicable wretch. Do not presume this will lead us to relent. Glory belongs to me. To the Decepticons. Dawn replied, to be called a despicable wretch by you is quite the honor. Do take your time. After the transmission was severed, a leader reported, Dawn, we have searched thoroughly. There is only one Transformer remaining, the Decepticons' Soundwave. The rest are mere mechanical insects and scraplets, all dealt with. Dawn nodded. Where is Soundwave now? Elita responded, in his underground laboratory. Allow me to lead you there. In Soundwave's laboratory, an array of experimental equipment was present. Dawn did not rush to package Soundwave for the Decepticons, but took her time to survey the surroundings. Approaching a large incubation tank, she inquired, is this the Giganotosaurus? Soundwave, still facing away from her, confirmed, indeed. Dawn thoughtfully remarked, in my view, it could provide some short-term assistance to the Decepticons, but in the long run, it may become one of your downfall's factors. Finally, Soundwave turned to face Dawn and asked, why? Dawn, whether it be us or the Beast Wars. Each will choose its leader within its own realm. However, the Beast Wars are far more direct. Given your nature, it is unlikely you would create merely one. Thus, should there be two or more, they will soon discern who leads. You may be indifferent to this, but for someone of Megatron's disposition, it is undoubtedly a provocation, one that he will not tolerate, and it would result in their obliteration, leaving only one. At that moment, will the remaining formidable creature heed your commands? Even if you redirect its wrath towards the Autobots, can you assure that your victory over them will remain undiscovered? The Beast Wars are not devoid of intellect. They simply prefer to act first and understand later. Shockwave, your analysis is logical. Dawn, then let us wager. If what I say comes to pass, we shall bet on whether the remaining creature discovers the truth after your triumph over the Autobots or before. The losing party must concede to the winning party a request within reasonable bounds, beyond which shall not count. Shockwave, I wager that we discover the truth after defeating the Autobots. Dawn, then I wager that you will discover it before your victory over the Autobots. With the wager established, Shockwave and his formidable creature were sent back to the Decepticon warship. Upon learning that Shockwave still lived and now stood before them, unlike Megatron's astonishment, Starscream's trepidation, and Soundwave's incredulity, Soundwave's core was, in fact, quite open. Dawn's core, Starscream, I shall ensure you regret summoning the Decepticons. Chapter 215, Bumblebee, rubbing his hands together, inquired, what does Dawn intend to do with Starscream? Dawn, Starscream harbors disdain for the Beast Wars, thus he is exceedingly impatient with them, and in turn, the Beast Wars reciprocate this disdain. Bumblebee, so, shall the formidable creature accompanying Shockwave bully Starscream? Dawn simply smiled and remained silent, though later, he would have the Transformers dispatched to the Decepticons send videos of Starscream being tormented by the formidable creature to Bumblebee. Starfall, Dawn, you are perhaps being a tad indulgent with Bumblebee. Dawn, while offering the bitter and the sour, one must not forget to provide a touch of sweetness. Such is the way to ensure that those Transformers willingly follow you, is it not? Starfall, I concur on this matter. With the assistance of the Shockwave and the formidable Decepticon, it appeared as though the scales of victory were tipping in favor of the Decepticons. However, this was a mere facade. The Autobots had summoned both the Omniscient and the Jack, while the Decepticons found themselves in disarray with the absence of Thunderclash and Skyquake. This absence incensed Megatron, as the formidable Decepticon had been dispatched multiple times to hunt down the Autobots. Although he succeeded in obliterating one of their clandestine bases, the Autobots, supported by humanity, adeptly evaded capture for a few brief days, swiftly establishing a new stronghold. Meanwhile, the Decepticon had been cunningly diverted to the Arctic, a situation that was regrettably unavoidable. Although this Decepticon was fully matured, it had only recently emerged from the breeding chamber and lacked knowledge, relying primarily on instinct. This circumstance, however, provided an opportunity for the Decepticon from Dawn to locate him, leading to a scene where a group of Decepticons encircled one solitary Decepticon. Dawn, greetings, new kin. The Decepticon from a Decepticon faction regarded Dawn with confusion. Dawn, you can speak too? Give it a try, it's quite simple. Decepticon, who are you? Dawn, we are also Decepticons, your kin. Decepticon, kin? Dawn, indeed, we share much in common, do we not? Furthermore, all beings from Cybertron can transform. You may try it in the future. However, our existence is a secret. Do not disclose it to them. Understood? The Decepticon felt an inexplicable affinity towards the other Decepticons, a connection more profound than that with the Creator. Although he did not comprehend why they urged him to keep their existence a secret, he acquiesced. Upon returning to the Decepticon faction, he uttered not a word about the other Decepticons. Meanwhile, the Decepticon faction commenced their search for the remains of other Decepticons to clone them, having previously cloned and dispatched some to Earth. They were confident they could locate them again. The Autobots, aware that one Decepticon was already a formidable challenge, were determined to thwart the Decepticons from reclaiming those remains. The prospect of facing an entire army was daunting. Nevertheless, Dawn remained unperturbed and instead felt elated. Gently stroking the head of the Steadfast, she remarked, "Friends, the Decepticons plan to clone a multitude of your kin. You must be thrilled." Dawn, of course, but will they pose a threat to you? This concern weighed heavily on everyone. Dawn, but you have me, don't you? I believe in your strength. Dawn's words filled them with joy and became a source of motivation for their growth. As the Decepticons and Autobots vied for the Decepticon remains, Dawn and the Steadfast trained vigorously, occasionally visiting the Decepticons to cultivate rapport. Eventually, they learned that the Decepticon had named himself Soaring Sky, a title befitting his majestic appearance. Dawn, Soaring Sky? Steadfast, it's Soaring Sky, brother. Dawn, just a little jest. Do you not find it endearing? Steadfast, indeed, it is somewhat charming, but it does not align with our awe-inspiring image. As Dawn gently caressed the head of Qianjun, she spoke, "Within my core, you all resemble my children. Rest assured, I shall not call you that in the presence of outsiders." Qianjun turned his head, pouting in a manner that amused Dawn. "Very well. I must now assist in the restoration of Cybertron," she declared. "Will you not stay a while longer with me?" Qianjun inquired. "There will be ample time for that in the future, my dear," she replied. Chapter 216. Soaring into the skies with the companionship of Dawn and Qianjun. Chong Yunxiao gradually evolved from a state of innocence to one of burgeoning intelligence. Yet, the constraints of time remained, and no matter the extent of his growth, Chong Yunxiao's essence remained childlike. Upon discovering the existence of new kin, he exhibited great excitement, transforming and proclaiming that, once revived, he would lead them in loyalty to Megatron, oblivious to the displeasure etched on Megatron's face. To Megatron, this declaration signified a challenge to his dominion over the Decepticons. It was merely a matter of leadership now, but soon it would threaten his very position. Aware of the superiority of the monstrous Grimlock, Megatron recognized that this knowledge would reach Grimlock in due course, thereby solidifying his belief that Chong Yunxiao would inevitably wrest power from him. Unbeknownst to Chong Yunxiao, Megatron's thoughts were far from innocent. Later, upon learning of this, Chong Yunxiao felt fortunate that Dawn had previously brought him and the others to this place. When it became apparent that the Decepticons intended to clone a new Grimlock, Dawn stealthily infiltrated the facility, placing numerous miniature virtual devices and hidden cameras in unexpected locations, including on the Grimlock in the incubation tank. She began vigilant surveillance, ready to transport any signs of activity back to their own incubation chamber. Indeed, an explosion soon erupted in the laboratory cultivating Grimlock. Though many were successfully transported, A few were too close to the blast for Dawn to assist. She could only console herself with the notion that, within her limited capacity, saving even one was better than none. Meanwhile, as the Decepticons had anticipated, Chong Yin-Xiao mistakenly believed that the Autobots were responsible for the demise of his kin and rushed to exact vengeance. Upon arriving at the scene, Tong Xiangxiu and Kai Jinding became the prime targets of Grimlock. Just as Tong Xiangxiu and his companions found themselves overwhelmed, Optimus Prime rushed in to rescue them. In the shadows, Dawn said to Twilight, "Shall we offer Chong Yin-Xiao a hint?" "No need," replied Dawn. "Let him discover it for himself. This will only fuel his anger, and then they shall truly experience the wrath of your Grimlock." Twilight revealed a delightfully twisted smile. "At that moment, we will count all our Grimlocks. It shall be quite the spectacle." Dawn added, "The Grimlocks in the incubation tanks are not ready. Following this incident, they have grown weak and require a period of rest." Twilight expressed her discontent. "Very well." Dawn tenderly stroked Twilight's head, saying, "Good child." However, what followed was a rather unfortunate predicament for the medic. The Autobots had captured Soundwave, the Decepticon intelligence officer, who possessed an extensive array of knowledge. During the interrogation, Soundwave forcibly destroyed his own memory, uttering the words, "Soundwave is the best. Autobots are the worst," before shutting down. Meanwhile, on the Decepticon side, Megatron grew increasingly agitated and furious due to Soundwave's capture by the Autobots and the fact that Laserbeak could not locate him. However, it soon became apparent that in order to reclaim Cybertron, they required additional synthetic energy sources, which meant they needed the assistance of the medic or the seemingly neutral faction, Dawn. Yet, obtaining Dawn's aid was deemed impossible. Therefore, Megatron instructed Laserbeak that upon finding Soundwave, his first task was to bring the medic back with him. If a multitude of Transformers were present, not only would the medic be unable to assist, but they risked permanently losing the invaluable intelligence officer, Soundwave. Consequently, they devised a plan to use a military base seized from humans as bait to lure them out, anticipating that Optimus Prime and Dawn would surely be among them. Chapter 217. While Optimus Prime, Dawn, RC, and Jack were on a mission, Laserbeak stealthily trailed Agent Fowler, eventually locating the Autobot base. Once Agent Fowler entered, Laserbeak rushed inside, freeing Soundwave from his restraints, albeit sustaining some injuries in the process. Fortunately, he managed to land safely upon Soundwave's chest plate. Upon reactivation, Soundwave swiftly dispatched the remaining allies, Smokescreen and Prowl, as well as the sole human present, Agent Fowler, and proceeded to extract the medic. When Smokescreen, Prowl, and Agent Fowler regained consciousness, RC was attempting to contact the medic to activate the space bridge, yet received no response. In confusion, RC inquired about the situation, and after scanning their surroundings, they lamented, "The medic is missing." On the Decepticon front, Shockwave was delving into the neural modules in search of the formula for synthetic energy sources. However, the medic had not finalized the formula. Megatron ordered Shockwave and Knockout to assist the medic in completing the formula, simultaneously threatening the medic that failure to cooperate would result in the destruction of their base and the human pets. Reluctantly, the medic acquiesced. Satisfied with the medic's compliance, Megatron departed, only to instruct Starscream to lead a team to obliterate the Autobot base. As Starscream followed Megatron, a mischievous grin crept across his face. While they reveled in the destruction of the Autobot base, they remained oblivious to the fact that the Autobots had already evacuated to a new base prepared by humans. Unbeknownst to the medic, Megatron had rescinded his agreement within the minute following the medic's compliance, launching an attack on the Autobot base, while simultaneously aiding the Decepticons in the production of synthetic energy sources. Nonetheless, he pondered how to secure the synthetic energy sources without falling into Decepticon hands. Dawn, are you not concerned about them acquiring the formula for synthetic energy? Dawn, would it not be splendid if they could acquire the formula for the new synthetic energy entities? Moreover, the formulas I have devised for these synthetic energy entities are not limited to just one. Star Howl. Yet, the involvement of Little Core is still essential. Dawn, I shall ensure it. Once the ambulance comprehends the stable formula for the synthetic energy entities through the technology of the Decepticons, it will take advantage of their inattention to wreak havoc, ensuring they can never attain the stable formula. Subsequently, the ambulance will seek an opportunity to escape. However, this endeavor leads it to encounter one of the Transformers it most dreaded, Thundercracker. The ambulance, being a medic and not a warrior, stands no chance against Thundercracker. Thus, it can only wager that Thundercracker, upon learning the truth from it, will become preoccupied with confirming the information with Megatron, neglecting the ambulance's fate. Megatron did acknowledge this, stating, "And my only mistake was not eliminating you as well, uprooting the threat entirely." This revelation shattered Thundercracker's final illusions about Megatron and reminded him of Dawn's earlier warning about Megatron's unsavory disposition, advising him to tread carefully in Megatron's presence. Initially, he had dismissed it, merely believing that Dawn harbored a dislike for his current master. In hindsight, he realized he had underestimated the matter. Dawn's caution stemmed from Megatron being his master, and he had taken it too lightly. Now, it was evident that he was inconsequential before Megatron. Consequently, Thundercracker engaged Megatron in combat, an altercation witnessed by Black Arachnia, who cast a sidelong glance at Thundercracker. Despite the pain, his sole desire was to take Megatron's life. In terms of combat prowess, Thundercracker surpassed Megatron, yet Megatron, adept in strategy, lured Thundercracker to the doorway, leading to the sky beyond. With a single blast, Megatron caused the door behind Thundercracker to collapse, sending him careening into the open air. Chapter 218. In a place unseen by Megatron, Dawn activated the space bridge to retrieve Thundercracker. Upon his arrival, Thundercracker looked up to find Dawn and Jian standing before him and inquired, "Did you both know from the outset that Megatron might resort to such measures? Why did you not inform me sooner?" Dawn replied coolly, "Would you have believed us if we had?" Thundercracker was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, had he known the truth beforehand, he would have dismissed their words, perhaps even severed ties with them. He muttered to himself, "I will kill him, I will kill him, I will kill him, I will kill him, I will kill him." Jian, hey! Thundercracker, stop standing there like a fool. Let me show you something remarkable. Dawn and Jian led Thundercracker into a cultivation chamber filled with numerous incubation tanks, all containing grotesque beings, leaving Thundercracker in astonishment. "Dawn, after you took us to witness the experiments on Soundwave's monstrous creations, I sought the assistance of a transformer. Although not every grotesque being was saved, the majority are here, and I had intended to inform you once they emerged." Upon regaining his senses, Chong Yunxiao, filled with fervent emotion, gazed at Dawn and inquired, "Dawn, who exactly is that TF?" Although not all of the formidable beasts had been rescued, Chong Yunxiao remained grateful for the assistance of that TF and was eager to discern his intentions. Would he, like Megatron, eventually turn against them? Dawn replied, "His name is Fu Xiao. He is the one who nurtured us. We shall take you to meet him." Upon encountering Fu Xiao, Chong Yunxiao beheld this seemingly petite and charming orange TF, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing his discomfort, Fu Xiao initiated the conversation. "Chong Yunxiao, what are your plans for the future? Will you wait for the formidable beasts to awaken and live together, or will you join the Autobots, or seek vengeance?" Chong Yunxiao declared, "I seek revenge against Megatron." Fu Xiao replied, "If vengeance is your desire, I will not hinder you. Should you wish it, I can activate the space bridge for you at any moment." Initially, Chong Yunxiao anticipated Fu Xiao would dissuade him, but he asked why. Fu Xiao, puzzled by the abruptness of his question, responded, "What do you mean by why?" Chong Yunxiao continued, "Why do you not prevent me from seeking revenge?" Fu Xiao explained, "I do not wish to deceive you, nor to portray myself as morally superior. Simply put, you're not my TF, and I hold no obligation to be responsible for your choices." Chong Yunxiao questioned, "Obligation for responsibility?" Fu Xiao affirmed, "Indeed. The moment I decided to shelter the Dawn Legion, I assumed the duty to be accountable for their actions, ensuring they do not harm themselves or others through their choices." Reflecting on his past life within the Decepticons, Chong Yunxiao recalled that they regarded themselves merely as beasts, as weapons, never considering what they ought to learn or remind themselves of regarding proper conduct or speech. He then asked, "Fu Xiao, may I stay by your side like my kin?" Fu Xiao replied, "I have no objections, though it may prove quite exhausting. Rest assured, you need not worry about events akin to those involving Megatron." Chong Yunxiao responded resolutely, "I am unafraid." On the other side, humanity crafted a tracker from the debris struck down by the laser bird, guiding them to the Decepticon warship, while simultaneously locating the Autobot medics. In Chapter 219, Dawn, Starhowl, Bumblebee, Thunderclash, Sky Shadow, Devastator, Fortitude, Guardian, Mechanical Insects, Fear Beast, and the formidable Gigantier prepared for a significant confrontation aboard the Decepticon vessel. Reinforcements were also on standby. Should anything go awry, Jetfire would teleport them back, while Alita remained vigilant over their positions and movements to prevent any miscalculations in Jetfire's teleportation. The medical team was ready for the potential need to rescue any fallen Transformers. As the Autobots learned of the Decepticons' intention to employ a large-scale weapon against Cybertron, they too prepared for the impending confrontation. The atmosphere aboard the Decepticon ship was rife with commotion. Mechanical insects and Gigantier attacked any Transformers they encountered, while Fear Beast, akin to a voracious insect, bit down upon any Transformers in sight. They showed no hesitation in attacking energy forms, transferring the energy to their backs. Anyone daring to intervene would face the risk of electrocution. Soundwave dispatched the mechanical insects, Gigantier, and Fear Beast, but within mere seconds. They were teleported back by Jetfire, eliciting great frustration from Soundwave. Upon realizing that Shockwave was controlling the large-scale weapon, Ratchet prepared to confront him. However, Shockwave was one of the few who had survived a one-on-one encounter with Megatron. How could Ratchet, a seemingly frail doctor, stand against Shockwave? Thus, with a mere sweep of his arm, Shockwave sent Ratchet flying. Yet, several laser beams struck him. Although they caused a slight numbing sensation, it was of little consequence. Turning towards the source of the lasers, he noted Bumblebee standing there with a furrowed brow. The earlier shots would have rendered any Transformers with weaker defenses immobile. Yet Shockwave appeared unfazed, remarking, "Bumblebee does not favor large bulbs." Dawn did not intend to confront Megatron personally, instead entrusting this responsibility to Thunderclash and Sky Shadow. "If the time comes when you cannot act, do not force yourselves. Starhowl and I can step in," she stated. Thunderclash replied, "No, it is better that we handle this. When Megatron utterly disappoints us, we must be prepared to confront him." Sky Shadow questioned, "But why us?" Dawn responded, "He is a figure you once followed. Having an outsider in him may leave you with an unquenchable bitterness. Resolving this yourselves, from a certain perspective, could be seen as a form of liberation." Thus, Tianjun and Hai-E arrived at the former domain of Megatron, reflecting on how they once served his will, yet now sought to extinguish his life. As humanity prepared to rejoice at the prospect of transmitting Soundwave into the Shadow Realm, an unexpected space bridge materialized. Soundwave rested one arm upon Dawn's shoulder, while Dawn placed a hand on Soundwave's waist. Soundwave appeared relatively unscathed, but Dawn bore numerous fissures in his armor, with sparks occasionally erupting from his joints and a faint electric current dancing across his form. Dawn released Soundwave, allowing him to sit upon the ground. Just as Soundwave prepared to eliminate Dawn, he was taken aback by Dawn's sudden remark, "Intelligence officer, you owe me a favor now." Dawn himself had not anticipated his impulsive rush to rescue Soundwave from the Shadow Realm. Perhaps it was the lingering sentiment for Soundwave in the G1 universe that propelled him forward. Soundwave, perplexed, found himself unable to strike, not merely due to Dawn's salvation, but also influenced by the resonance of Dawn's core. Soundwave possessed the ability to read thoughts, discerning the inner sentiments of others, not harsh or loathsome, but akin to a stagnant conversation with Shockwave. Yet, Dawn was different. Despite his frigid core, he emanated a refreshing aura that baffled Soundwave, leading him to dismiss the enigma and depart. "Hey, why did you save him?" Meichi exclaimed. Dawn chuckled softly, responding, "I am under no obligation to answer that question." In Chapter 220, as Megatron sought to breach the defenses beyond Cybertron, believing no Transformer could thwart him, his chest suddenly exploded, sending him tumbling forward. Standing behind him was Hai-E with a machine gun. "No, Lord Megatron! Hai-E, you traitor! Despicable wretch! I shall end you!" Red Spider shouted, but was forcibly pulled away by Shockwave. Hai-E did not pursue, merely taunted Red Spider. "Even if I am a despicable wretch, I am but a fraction of your and Megatron's worth." Meanwhile, the formidable weapon had already been deactivated by Tianjun. Starstorm approached, cradling the offline Dawn, and stated, "It is time to return." Once they departed, Tong Tian Shao inquired, "Optimus Prime, what shall we do now?" Optimus Prime replied, "Though we have thwarted Megatron's scheme, Dawn and his companions have become heroes to those Transformers disillusioned with the Civil War. Unless we can reclaim the Allspark and persuade the remaining Decepticons to cease hostilities, it is unlikely we will restore any goodwill. Then let us act swiftly. said Jack. A moment of mutual silence ensued before the divider spoke first. Does this mean we must leave Earth? Optimus Prime affirmed. Cybertron has long since been restored. Our return is merely a matter of time. In the ranks of the Autobots, it is evident that the driving prowess of Jolt surpasses all others. Thus, Optimus Prime chose to accompany Jolt on the quest for the Allspark, leaving the remaining Autobots to persuade the remaining Decepticons to surrender. The Decepticon forces left were merely a horde of foot soldiers, while the higher-ups had long since vanished, presumably back to Cybertron. The likes of Megatron and Soundwave had already joined the faction of Dawn, and Shockwave, bound by a previous wager in Soundwave's rescue, acquiesced to Dawn's demand for an end to the Civil War. When Dawn cast a glance at Starscream, the latter proclaimed, "Even in death, I shall not yield to you." Dawn replied, "Perfect, for you hold no interest for me." Then turned to the Constructicons. "Gentlemen, he is yours." The previously lethargic Constructicons suddenly sprang to life, regarding Starscream as though he were a mere plaything. Starscream, sensing the imminent threat, took flight, pursued by a throng of Constructicons, his screams echoing through the air. "Ah, stay away from me. Keep your distance." Dawn remarked, "TSK, a little kindness could have spared you this fate. You brought it upon yourself." Starwave interjected, "By my calculations, Galvatron should have approached Megatron by now, and Optimus is on his way to find the Allspark. Who do you think will arrive first?" Dawn replied, "It should be Megatron, as he need not navigate any convoluted routes, unlike the quest for the Allspark. Once it's settled, we shall take a moment to rest." Starwave cautioned, "Dawn, I've heard you mention that the majority of the cosmic entities are not particularly kind to you. Therefore, if their demeanor remains unfavorable during this encounter, it may be prudent to sever ties with them." "Yes?" Dawn agreed. "Indeed, though I must first inform Jolt to prevent misunderstandings of our intentions." Dawn felt a sense of exasperation. Jolt was generally amiable, yet his insecurities often led to emotional outbursts. After a minor remark, he would descend into tears, nearly contemplating drastic measures. It took considerable effort to soothe him, yet he would still wear a woeful expression. In Chapter 221, the Autobots found their task of persuading the wavering Decepticon foot soldiers deceptively simple, despite the sheer number of the latter. With fewer Transformers on their side, they did expend some time, but ultimately resolved the situation and returned to Cybertron. Remarkably, Cybertron bore no traces of the ravages of war, although some structures were absent. They had been replaced by captivating new edifices. To their astonishment, they discovered that Megatron had survived, having been resurrected and possessed by the essence of Galvatron. For true peace to be attained, it was imperative that Megatron comprehend the agony of servitude that had ignited the conflict. Thus, Starwave and his companions deliberately succumbed to Galvatron, who inadvertently perceived the Constructicons as ideal candidates for his undead army. He ventured to the resting place of the Constructicons' remains, resurrecting a legion of their fallen warriors, and set forth toward the very core of Cybertron. Bumblebee called out, "Starwave, you have defeated Megatron in the past. Surely, you can vanquish him once more." Starry Howl, who claims that is the menacing Titan, clearly, it is merely a manifestation of the Cosmic Emperor. This remark sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Alcee attempted to communicate the situation to Optimus Prime and Jack, yet they remained unresponsive. Due to the damage inflicted on Jack's ship, the Heavy Hammer, earlier, it was unable to transmit signals, though it could receive them. Upon learning the current plight of Cybertron, they hastened their return. Dawn and the Fierce Wolf were engaged in a fierce struggle against the colossal army of the Grim Reaper. But the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries forced them to retreat while defending. Upon seeing Optimus Prime's return, they demanded the Allspark. Failure to comply would lead to dire consequences. Unfazed by their threats, Optimus Prime engaged in a fierce scuffle with them. But ultimately, he was overpowered and fell, losing the Allspark container in the process. Just as the Grim Reaper gleefully opened the container, he was met with an empty interior, exclaiming in shock, "What? Are you mocking me?" Suddenly, a force extracted the Cosmic Emperor from the menacing Titan-S body, drawing him into the Allspark container. The Cosmic Emperor raged within the container. After the menacing Titan collapsed, he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Black Arachnia approached, eager to curry favor, yet the menacing Titan had lost interest in leading the Decepticons and intended to disband them, which left Black Arachnia astounded. However, what followed was even more astonishing, Vibrant, multicolored lights erupted from the Allspark well, breathtaking and resplendent. Smoke, what on earth is happening? Dawn, it is due to the Dawn. Everyone turned to Dawn, who continued, absorbed in his thoughts, for all these years. The Allspark container merely held an energy form crafted by Dawn, resembling the Allspark, while the true Allspark resided within Dawn himself. He slowly glanced at Optimus Prime and the others. Dawn had anticipated this outcome and had prepared to sacrifice himself. Starry Howl, fearing for Dawn's solitude, chose to accompany him. After absorbing Dawn's words, a complex mix of emotions surged within everyone. They repaired the damage inflicted by the grim Reaper moments earlier. After deliberation, Optimus Prime and the menacing Titan resolved to wander together, impervious to the pleas of others, while Black Arachnia once again provoked the Grim Reaper, suffering a brutal thrashing. Chapter 222, The Challenge of Leadership. This serves as the sequel to the 2010 film Transformers, The Leader's Testament. In the conclusion of the previous installment, Optimus Prime sacrificed himself to activate the Allspark well, granting Cybertron the power to generate new life. Years later, the elite guard dispersed, with Bumblebee becoming a police officer tasked with safeguarding the realm. During a routine patrol, he found himself before the statue of the leader, where he glimpsed Optimus Prime, who directed him towards Earth to embark on a new challenge. The narrative unfolds as the Ark prison ship crashes near Crown City, scattering the stasis pods of Decepticon prisoners across the land. The most significant highlight of this season's animated series is the long-awaited moment when the beloved Bumblebee finally finds his voice and assumes the role of a leader. In Chapter 223, within the confines of the independent space, Micron is impatiently observing Dawn and remarks, "Why is it you who has come down?" To which Dawn responds, "What's wrong with that?" Faced with the unfriendly demeanor of the Transformers, Dawn instinctively reveals a childlike side, retorting with equal hostility. Micron, in anger, exclaims, "How dare you speak like that?" Dawn counters, "Do you have a problem with it?" Primus, intervening, states, "Enough, Micron. This matter was initiated by you. And you know well the character of Mirage. He never lingers in unwelcome spaces." "Welcome back, Mirage." Primus continues, "Optimus Prime will be arriving shortly for training, and there won't be much leisure time. The implication is clear. Before Optimus arrives, perhaps you should spend some time with your companion." Dawn, discerning the underlying message, expresses gratitude and promptly seeks out Starburst. "How are you, Dawn?" Starburst inquires. Dawn replies, "Optimus is coming soon, if possible. It would be best for you two not to meet. After all, Optimus is here for training, and Starburst is not the original Primal, so their meeting seems unnecessary. If they do happen to cross paths, it is not a concern, as their relationship has never been cloaked in secrecy. It is entirely natural for them to be present here. Rest assured," Starburst reassures, "during Optimus's time here, I will not venture out unless absolutely necessary." Thus, throughout the ensuing 5 years of training with Optimus, Starburst remains unseen, as he truly has no reason to leave, preferring instead to rest, practice his swordsmanship, and accompany Dawn in confronting other original Primal Transformers. However, 5 years later, an incident unfolds outside, prompting Dawn and Starburst to emerge from their secluded space. Upon learning of the situation, they discover that Red Spider, under the relentless assault of the monstrous Devastator, had managed to escape and stumbled upon Megatron's former underground laboratory. Utilizing the powerful weaponry within the lab, he narrowly evaded Devastator's grasp and uncovered 7 mini-transformers left behind by Megatron. These mini-transformers possess the ability to merge with Cybertronians, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Red Spider activates the 7 mini-transformers, but they secretly escape aboard a spacecraft. Meanwhile, the Cybertronian Council is engaged in brainwashing the citizens of Cybertron, aiming to suppress Dawn and the Autobots while attempting to re-establish the Decepticon faction. Lastly, for reasons unknown, the prison ship Thereus crashes on Earth, resulting in the escape of numerous inmates. Dawn and his fellow Transformers had long ago installed interference and brainwashing countermeasures within their cerebral modules and remained unaffected. Upon noticing the peculiar behavior of others, they had been feigning normalcy to investigate the underlying cause. "Alice," Dawn inquires, "what should we do now?" Dawn, "First and foremost, the situation on Cybertron is quite evident. Starfall and I shall investigate the cause of the Ark's crash on Earth, particularly if it relates to the Cybertronian Council. Furthermore, We must locate the minicons before the likes of Starscream and other nefarious entities do, and persuade them to assist us. RC, then we shall await your return on Cybertron. Dawn, rest assured, we shall return post-haste. Upon our arrival on Earth, Dawn and Starfall encountered a Cybertronian. Barricade, you cannot stop me. Watch as I. Before Barricade could finish his taunt, Starfall delivered a powerful punch, sending him sprawling several meters away. Dawn, judging by his tone, he must be an escapee from the Ark's prison. Starfall, then let us incapacitate him thoroughly, so he dares not speak to us in such a manner again. Chapter 224. Barricade needed to retaliate, yet he was no match for Starfall. Unsteadily, he rose to his feet, only to be knocked down once more by another punch. Starfall struck him repeatedly with the back of his blade. Soon, Bumblebee arrived, accompanied by several other Transformers. Bumblebee, Dawn. Starfall, what is going on? Shouldn't you be? Can you please stop? Dawn, worry not. Starfall knows his limits. Besides, he is using the blunt side of his weapon. He will not perish. Starfall soon ceased his assault. Dawn, how stands the situation? Starfall, for now, we cannot connect. Even if we could, we would be immobilized. Dawn, well done, Starfall. He then embraced Starfall's arm and continued. We had planned to remain in the Well of All Sparks for a few more years. But the Transformers there informed us of some troubles on Cybertron and requested our assistance. Bumblebee, I see. Have you encountered Optimus Prime? Dawn, indeed we did. And he appears to be faring well. Bumblebee, that is reassuring. Before long, Optimus Prime approached. Apart from Dawn and Starfall, the other Transformers appeared elated. Optimus Prime, my time here is limited, Dawn. I wish to request your assistance in appointing Bumblebee as the new leader. Bumblebee, I believe you will make a commendable leader. Bumblebee, clearly taken aback, responded, but why Optimus? Aren't you the leader? Why must I assume that role? Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, my era has concluded. My mission to thwart Megatron was accomplished 5 years ago. Now a new epoch dawns, requiring a new leader to guide us, and you are the finest choice. With Dawn by your side, I am confident you will prove to be an exemplary leader. Having said this, he departed. Bumblebee, wait. Optimus. Yet he had vanished. Bumblebee, why must I be the leader? Cannot Dawn undertake that role? Dawn, no. I prefer not to assume leadership. Like Optimus before me, I was thrust into it against my will, and moreover, I am of an age where such responsibilities are beyond my capacity. Bumblebee yearned to struggle once more. But Dawn swiftly interjected, unless you can find a more suitable Transformer. Defeated, Bumblebee fell silent, prompting Dawn to offer comfort. Oh, do not be disheartened. I understand this feeling is unpleasant, yet, at present, there is no one more fitting than you. Is there? If you truly wish to relinquish your role, when the right Transformer appears, you can simply bestow upon him the title of leader. The other Transformers and humans nearby perceived this Transformer as rather irresponsible. However, Starstorm recognized that Dawn's words were merely a facade. Should responsibility be demanded, Dawn would readily accept the task and see it through. Aware of his temperament, Dawn was reluctant to assume the mantle of leadership. Let's first escort that prisoner back, he suggested. It was only then that they realized they had almost forgotten. After securing the feral prisoner, Dawn declared, all right, aside from Bumblebee, casting a glance at the other 3 Transformers, you all are to undergo training. What? I refuse, exclaimed Ironhide. Dawn replied, if you do not wish to train, I have no objections. Just as Ironhide was about to feel pleased, Dawn continued, then I kindly ask you to leave. What? Ironhide protested. I said, please leave and do not hinder others' training, Dawn reiterated. On what grounds do you have the authority to send me away? How can you claim I would disrupt the training? Ironhide retorted. I simply fear your penchant for theatrics and inflated self-worth, Dawn responded. Chapter 225, Dawn challenged. If you are dissatisfied, let us compete using your greatest strength. If I win, you must kneel and apologize, Ironhide demanded. Agreed, but should I triumph? You shall train diligently and amend your vexatious habits, Dawn stipulated. Deal. Ironhide's strength lay in his speed, a true agile attacker. He believed that in this regard, Dawn would not be his match. Yet, Dawn's advantage rested in his control over himself, his opponent, and the environment. Furthermore, apart from defense, his other attributes exceeded Ironhide's. The competition would take place along a mountain trail, starting at the base and culminating at the summit before descending back down. Since you have determined the event venue and finish line, allow me to clarify the rules, Dawn stated. During the competition, you may shift forms at will and choose your own route. The first to reach the base of the mountain will be declared the victor. What say you? Agreed, Ironhide replied eagerly. During the race, although Ironhide sprinted with all his might, he traversed the winding road which, though spacious, was fraught with many turns. In contrast, Dawn alternated between the road and narrow pathways. Despite the abundance of trees, Dawn's petite form posed little obstruction. Consequently, by the time Ironhide completed 3/4 of the course, Dawn had already arrived at the mountain's base. Upon finally reaching the base, Ironhide exclaimed in disbelief, I refuse to accept this. At dawn, Fu Xiao spoke with evident disdain. At your age, shouldn't you exhibit a bit more maturity? The competition events, venue, and finish line were determined by you. I merely clarified the rules, which you also consented to. What is there to contest? Hung Pao retorted, I simply refuse to accept it. Fu Xiao replied, to put it bluntly, you cannot bear to lose. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We should focus on our training. Consequently, everyone obediently dispersed, as they had prisoners to apprehend. Instead of indulging Hung Pao's antics, it was far more prudent to prepare for capturing the fugitives. Fu Xiao accompanied each member in their training, offering guidance on their shortcomings, while Xing Xiao sought out Hai Mianshan for comprehensive information on the prisoners. Bumblebee, Fu Xiao remarked, your abilities are commendable, yet you lack confidence. Some matters need not be overthought. Simply proceed according to the required processes. Bumblebee questioned, is it really that simple? Fu Xiao reassured him, certain things are indeed that straightforward. It is you who complicate matters unnecessarily. Remember, you're not yet a formal leader, merely the captain of a small team. Take your time and observe how Xing Xiao operates. Iron Arm, he continued, what do you think? Am I doing well? Fu Xiao replied, your performance is quite standard, yet at times it appears overly rigid, making it easier for opponents to exploit your weaknesses. Iron Arm sighed, I followed the manual. Fu Xiao advised, bear in mind that the manual merely offers suggestions. It will never predict tomorrow's events or dictate how to handle every situation. Your cognitive modules are not mere adornments. You must learn to think independently and adapt, rather than living strictly by the manual. Iron Arm responded, is that so? Fu Xiao concluded, well, your personality is not entirely a flaw. It largely depends on the circumstances. Steel Cable, Fu Xiao noted, you exhibit excessive impatience. Observe how carnivorous creatures on Earth hunt. This will greatly benefit you. In Chapter 226, Xing Xiao approached Hai Mianshan, requesting, I need your assistance in retrieving all prisoner profiles, along with potential locations where they might appear based on their characteristics and Earth's conditions. Hai Mianshan replied, certainly, May. Hai Mianshan promptly gathered all relevant prisoner information for Xing Xiao, meticulously filtering potential locations based on the prisoner's personalities, muttering under his breath. Xing Xiao noticed Bumblebee standing nearby, but he paid him no mind, continuing to peruse the documents in hand. After a while, Bumblebee inquired, Xing Xiao, could we have a word privately? Xing Xiao responded, Hai Mianshan, please continue your work. I shall return shortly. Once they had distanced themselves, Bumblebee said, Fu Xiao sent me to observe your methods, but I truly cannot discern anything. Xing Xiao asked, tell me, how did Optimus Prime handle confrontations with the Decepticons in the past? Do not speak of it. Let it remain understood within. Are there any further inquiries? Bumblebee, do you not think that the words of the dark-faced deity are somewhat excessive? Starfall, the prison aboard the Aegis of Ether is inhabited by convicts and miniature titans akin to the dark-faced deity. Naturally, upon encountering other Transformers, they may become rather boisterous. Let us endure this for a few more days, and then we shall discuss it further. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Starfall, very well. Meanwhile, Ironclad was observing the training with a hint of skepticism. Can this truly lead to strength? Approaching Dawn, he awkwardly inquired, hey Dawn, can this really make you stronger? Dawn, those convicts are quite cunning. In the short term, they may enhance their advantages, yet not significantly. It is far more beneficial to amend your detrimental habits, as this can prove more advantageous, especially for you novices. Though being labeled as a novice irritated Ironclad, he felt compelled to ask, what about me? Since Ironclad had sought advice, it indicated his willingness to undergo training. Dawn, not wishing to put him in a difficult position, replied, I have no control over how you conduct yourself outside of missions, but I hope you exercise caution during assignments. Ironclad, no problem. With that, he dashed away. Upon locating the convicts, Bumblebee called out, Dawn, Starfall, will you not join us? Dawn, No, it is not convenient for us to intervene. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, remember to report immediately. Starfall, given the lack of trust between Ironclad and Iron Fist, it would be prudent to pair them together. Iron Fist and Ironclad, why? Hey, do not mimic my speech. Starfall, if you wish to join any teams in the future, you will undoubtedly face teammates you do not favor. It is unfeasible to simply withdraw from collaboration based on personal discontent, as this could severely jeopardize your missions. Starfall, moreover, such circumstances will reveal the true caliber of your warrior spirit. Consider Thunderclap and Jack, two Transformers with completely opposing personalities who may even disdain one another. Yet they are still members of the Thunder Rescue Team and exhibit commendable synergy. Ironclad, is that true? Dawn, you may inquire with Bumblebee. Iron Fist and Ironclad turned to Bumblebee, who replied, "Let us discuss this once the mission is completed." After their departure, Dawn and Starfall prepared to follow suit. Russell, a human if you were so concerned about them, why did you agree to accompany them initially? Dawn, the majority of Cybertronians possess considerable strength. Had we acquiesced from the onset, they would lack motivation to capture the convicts and might develop a reliance on us, which would be quite detrimental. In the realm of Bumblebee and Cable, despite Cable's impulsive nature, he successfully apprehended the fugitive. Meanwhile, Iron Will and Cannon were embroiled in yet another argument, which led to their separation. Upon discovering the Decepticons' stasis pod, Iron will encounter Claw. Seizing the moment when Iron will let his guard down, Claw rendered him unconscious. Upon Cannon's return, Russell informed him that Iron will had not yet returned, and moments prior, he had attempted to make a call, which was abruptly disconnected. The Shadowed One, unable to locate Iron Will, queried whether they should contact Bumblebee. Aware that this was his responsibility, Cannon resolved to handle it himself, with Russell offering to assist in the search. As they ventured further, Dawn remarked, "Cannon seems to possess a sense of responsibility." The Shadowed One responded, "Wow. When did you arrive?" Dawn replied, "Just now." Chapter 227. Although Iron Will and Cannon ultimately failed to recapture Claw, thankfully, the Transformers remained unharmed. Moreover, Bumblebee and his companions had heightened their awareness of the threat posed by Claw. Dawn inquired, "Starwave, may I see Claw's dossier?" Starwave complied. The document revealed that Claw had previously been imprisoned for inciting rebellion, yet it failed to elaborate on his motivations. Fortunately, it did mention Claw's proficiency in utilizing subsonic sound fields. Starwave conjectured, if Claw's intentions are nefarious, we should eliminate him without hesitation, correct? Dawn handed the dossier back to Starwave, affirming, indeed, there exists another method, known as the cerebral module surgery, colloquially referred to as shadow puppetry. However, Dawn harbored reservations about this procedure. Each Transformer's personality is predetermined at birth, and forcibly altering it later would imply that the very existence of that Transformer was a mistake. While voluntary consent would be acceptable, any coercion would leave Dawn feeling deeply unsettled. Noticing Dawn's troubled expression, Starwave gently patted her head, offering comfort. "Do not overthink it. You have done enough already. Do not impose additional pressure on yourself." Leaning into Starwave's embrace, Dawn expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Starwave." Danny remarked, "What a loving couple you are. However, I have a question." Anticipating Danny's query, Dawn succinctly explained, "It pertains to our gender, does it not?" In truth, Cybertron initially had no concept of gender. Female Cybertronians emerged during our ancestors' rebellion against the Quintessence, where civilian robots evolved into a more petite and agile form. Influenced by cultures from other planets, they came to be referred to as female Cybertronians. Fundamentally, our internal structures are not dissimilar. Danny replied, "I see, but during our first encounter, it was entirely indistinguishable that you were a couple." Starwave added, "That is because there was no need to overtly declare our marital status. Otherwise, it would feel contrived." In the time that followed, Bumblebee and his companions embarked on various missions. Starwave and Dawn would often express their reluctance to participate, yet they would quietly follow along. Despite having been on Earth for quite a while, Bumblebee still felt inadequate. After a dispute arose between Hound and Ironhide, Bumblebee sought Dawn's counsel for emotional support. Dawn inquired, "Bumblebee, may I ask, what was your attitude towards Optimus Prime 5 years ago? How did you perceive him?" Bumblebee replied, "At that time, we held Optimus in profound respect." Dawn continued, "And what about Ironhide, Hound, and the others' views on you?" Bumblebee responded, "I am uncertain." Dawn advised, "Then you should inquire. If their opinions are not negative, It suggests that things are fairly well. In essence, be yourself. Embody your own style as Bumblebee, for Optimus does the same. Bumblebee acknowledged. Understood. Dawn added, remember to ask if you're ever confused. Bumblebee felt a sense of relief from Dawn's words. Moreover, the others preferred to engage in activities with the authentic Bumblebee rather than a version that merely imitated Optimus Prime. The fact that they expressed their disagreements in front of Bumblebee stemmed from their comfort with him, which allowed him to relax completely. Chapter 228. Upon encountering Jazz, Dawn felt quite pleased, as they both shared a passion for music. Starwave, however, was indifferent to music, and Dawn was careful about maintaining a respectful distance when making friends, alleviating concerns about anyone attempting to take advantage of her. Nonetheless, Starwave felt a twinge of discomfort seeing an old friend temporarily set aside, though he knew he must conceal this sentiment to avoid upsetting Dawn. Dawn remarked, Bumblebee and his comrades are over there watching human films. Would you like to join them? Jazz replied, certainly. I will first speak with Bumblebee regarding the matter of the Ark's prison. If time allows, we can enjoy some music together afterward. Dawn responded, that sounds perfect. Before Jazz could approach, he was intercepted by Hound, who mistakenly thought he was a prisoner and initiated a confrontation. However, Hound was no match for Jazz, who swiftly subdued him, earning Hound's admiration and drew the attention of other Transformers and humans. Bumblebee was delighted to see Jazz again, but felt it necessary to discuss the situation regarding the Ark's prison. It wasn't until dawn broke that Bumblebee fully explained the unfolding events. Jazz remarked, they'll be pleased to hear this on Cybertron. The entire council is quite displeased with your forced construction of the space bridge. Do not worry. Once I ensure your safe return, this matter will be addressed. Ironhide interjected, Commander, we are grateful, but we cannot leave, for the Decepticons still wreak havoc on this planet. Bumblebee affirmed, she is correct. We have yet to complete our mission, and I cannot disappoint Optimus. The optical scope of the horizontal cannon gleamed brighter than usual. You will linger here for a while, won't you? Could you impart some knowledge to me? Or perhaps demonstrate a few moves? Jazz replied, I would be delighted, but I truly must depart. Before he could finish, the ground convulsed violently, revealing a gaping pit. A notorious inmate known as Little Soil emerged, his gaze fixated on the energy crystal, instantaneously devising a plan to seize it. As the horizontal cannon charged towards him, he swiftly struck it with his chin, rendering it temporarily incapacitated. While everyone's attention was diverted to the horizontal cannon, Little Soil retreated into the pit. Before anyone could react, he dug another hole behind Russell, causing him to fall. Amid the chaos surrounding Russell, Little Soil stealthily attempted to abscond with the energy crystal. Yet, as he poked his head out, something landed atop him. With a shout of got you, followed by a whirl of disorientation and a dull ache, darkness enveloped him. Bumblebee and his companions watched Little Soil flee and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Dawn and Starhowl. Dawn replied, no need for thanks. Starhowl added, however, given the force he displayed earlier, he will undoubtedly return after dusk. Dawn inquired, do you have a plan? Bumblebee stated, while his target is the energy crystal, I would like to investigate this pit first. Bumblebee, Jazz, the horizontal cannon, and Iron Arm descended to assess the situation, while Dawn, Starhowl, Steel Cable, Danny, and Russell pondered how to confine Little Soil back into the stasis chamber. However, Dawn and Starhowl exhibited no signs of worry. Steel Cable remarked, have you two conjured up a brilliant idea? Dawn and Starhowl replied, not at all. Danny questioned, then why are you both so relaxed? Dawn explained, as aerial units, we can soar into the skies. Little Soil poses no threat to us there. Starhowl added, moreover, we both possess long-range area attacks, so we need not fear missing him. Russell interjected, you two are certainly advantageous. To which Dawn and Starhowl replied, we are not cheating. Meanwhile, Bumblebee and his team unearthed machinery for producing energy crystals and several crystals themselves, transporting them back to the scrapyard, thus alleviating their concerns about Little Soil's return. That night, while Bumblebee, Dawn, Starhowl, Jazz, Iron Arm, the horizontal cannon, and Steel Cable hid in a corner, the ground beneath them began to collapse. Dawn and Starhowl swiftly ascended, while the others, lacking flight capabilities, plummeted. Little Soil gazed at the airborne Dawn and Starhowl, declaring, do not presume that you two cowards are safe up there. Should you dare descend, I shall ensure you experience hardship. Dawn and Starhowl exchanged glances. Either one could easily overpower Little Soil, yet they chose to confront him together. Consequently, Little Soil began to doubt his existence, expressing a desire to enter the stasis chamber and never emerge again. Jazz remarked, "Indeed, as long as you two take action, there is nothing to fear." Don responded, "Thank you for the compliment." Jazz concluded, "My spacecraft is merely a few kilometers from here. Once I return to Cybertron, I will clarify the misunderstanding regarding Bumblebee to the Council, I assure you." Don, "No, Jazz, you cannot ensure that." Jazz appeared somewhat perplexed. "Why?" Don, "Because the majority of the inhabitants on Cybertron exhibit signs of being brainwashed." Bumblebee, "Don, this is no trivial matter." Jazz, "Calm down, Bumblebee." Don merely stated that there are indications of brainwashing. Don, "What is your basis for this assertion?" Don, "After Starfire and I emerged from the Well of All Sparks, we did not proceed directly to Earth, but instead concealed ourselves on Cybertron, where we discovered that most residents were intentionally targeting the Autobots. The positions held by the Autobots are predominantly menial. For instance, Bumblebee's role on Cybertron is merely that of a patrol officer. Moreover, those who returned to the Well of All Sparks following incidents on Cybertron were largely Autobots, with only a scant few belonging to my faction. Upon our return, I also investigated the situation of the Autobots outside, and most of them have ended up on bounty lists, which raises my concerns about the Council. Jazz, "You believe they are involved?" Don nodded. Jazz, "Very well. I shall remain vigilant upon our return." Chapter 229. Just as Starfire were investigating information concerning bounty hunters, a commotion arose from Bumblebee's vicinity. Turning around, they beheld Bumblebee frolicking like a larval creature, uttering peculiar phrases. Dawn and Starfire exchanged glances. Are these two TFs under so much pressure that they have lost their minds? Fortunately, the situation was not as dire. Bumblebee had merely fallen victim to an attack by prisoners, and this state was only temporary. However, in his larval state, Bumblebee truly embodied the essence of a mischievous child, full of energy and exuberance. In a matter of moments, Steel Cable was covered in oil, and Iron Fist was similarly besmirched, his body coated in foam from fire extinguishers. Horizontal Cannon had been knocked into a pile of car tires due to Bumblebee's metallic assaults. Thankfully, Dawn had provided Bumblebee with an array of engaging intellectual toys to temporarily pacify him. Dawn, Russell, please prepare some entertaining films for him. Once Bumblebee grows weary of playing, he can watch those. Blackface, it seems you are quite adept at caring for Bumblebee during this phase. Dawn, when you have cared for a multitude of larval monstrous beings and feral wolves, you learn precisely how to manage such situations. Blackface, that sounds quite challenging indeed. Starfire, since Firewing's philosophy in life is to break all rules, embracing an anarchistic libertarianism, I believe I know where he will head. Iron Fist, really? Starfire, because I too espouse a libertarianism that defies all constraints. Iron Fist, very well then, let us hasten our departure. Iron Fist, Steel Cable, and Starfire ventured forth to search for Firewing, leaving Dawn, Blackface, and Russell to tend to Bumblebee. You may wonder where the other human has gone. He has long departed to scavenge. Horizontal Cannon quietly inquired. Dawn, how did you come to be with Starfire? Could it be that you are also? Dawn, you are mistaken. Although our factions share some similarities, I am one who adheres to my own standards of righteousness, unconcerned with rules or utilitarianism. Horizontal Cannon, I don't quite understand. Russell, neither do I. Could you elaborate further? Dawn, very well. To put it simply, I tend to follow my heart, often disregarding laws, rules, and societal traditions, consumed by my own reckless desires, harboring whimsical ideals. However, in matters of belief and philosophy, freedom always takes precedence. Notions of good and evil, right and wrong, and moral concepts are secondary to my liberty. I belong to the more chaotic faction of a neutral party, alongside Xingxiao and Huoyu. Russell, and what about you? Dawn, I find myself in the more tumultuous side of the benevolent faction, a blend of goodwill and free spirit. Those in this camp act according to their own will, seldom considering societal norms or expectations. While I enjoy acting on my own terms, I possess a kind heart, a personal moral compass, and a belief in kindness and justice. However, I deem laws and regulations largely ineffective, harboring disdain for those who coerce and command others. I adhere to my moral principles, which, while benevolent, may not align with societal standards. Regardless, both Xingxiao and I dislike the sensation of being controlled or constrained. It truly is quite uncomfortable. Russell, I understand. In the dead of night, as Dawn took Bumblebee out to expend energy, Xing Xiao returned, dragging Huiyu, who was afflicted by his own mental toxin, followed closely by Iron Fist and Steel Cable. Blackface God, you brought back Huiyu, I see. Iron Fist, it wasn't us, it was Xing Xiao. Blackface God, what exactly happened? Steel Cable, you would never guess. When we couldn't find Huiyu, Xing Xiao shouted into the air, challenging Huiyu to a duel between anarchists for their respective ideals. Huiyu emerged and engaged Xing Xiao in combat. The outcome being, just as you see it. Blackface God, that is truly remarkable. Chapter 230 Xing Xiao. The bounty on Bumblebee is rather substantial. Dawn, whether due to this incident or Bumblebee's previous identity, it certainly warrants such a high bounty. Xing Xiao, what are your thoughts on the fall of the grave of AI prison to Earth? Xing Xiao, it doesn't appear to be the handiwork of the Council. But from the photos received, they seem rather indifferent. The last time they sent the night over might have merely been for show, possibly even considering pinning a conviction on the night. Dawn, so, bounty hunters may well come during this time. Xing Xiao, in any case, it doesn't concern us. Upon Bumblebee's return, he also brought back a TF and too many Autobots. Xing Xiao, a bounty hunter has arrived. Drift, who are you? Dawn, who we are is of little importance. What matters is that we know you, Drift. We have heard from the censors about you, mentioning that you are a good child. Drift, so you are friends of the Master. I apologize for my rudeness. Dawn, the fault lies not with you. I can surmise your intentions relate to Bumblebee. Drift, indeed. Dawn, then we shall not intrude. Dawn and Starry Night proceeded to the other side to deliberate on the reasons behind the descent of the Azamugu prison to Earth. Bumblebee, do you know each other? Drift, we are not acquainted, but we share a common understanding of the Perceiver. The Master only mentions me in the presence of his closest friends. Yet I fail to comprehend why he has never spoken of them to me. Bumblebee, you could directly inquire with them. If it is not an unpleasant question, they will patiently provide answers. Drift, from what you say, their temperaments mirror that of the Master. Horizontal canon. It's just that sometimes it's difficult to keep pace with their train of thought. One misstep and you may find yourself utterly confounded, so be cautious. Drift, as a fledgling officer, a wayward youth, an awkward dinosaur machine, a damaged minicon, and a pet earthling, against the cunning bone breaker, you ragtag group stands no chance. Iron Fist, Horizontal Cannon, and Steel Cable exchanged glances, about to bicker when Bumblebee intervened to assist Drift in establishing a temporary shelter. Russell also took the minicon and departed. Drift sought out Dawn and Starry Night. Starry Night, so you suspect he is the culprit. Dawn, it can only be said that the possibility is quite high. Drift, pardon my intrusion. Starry Night, no matter. Is there something you need? Drift, it pertains to Bumblebee and the others. Dawn, please come forth. Drift, thank you. May I ask if you're their instructors? Starry Night, one might consider us to be half instructors. Our primary purpose is to investigate the reasons for the Azamugu prison's fall to Earth. Drift, have any findings emerged? Dawn, it can only be confirmed that it was a deliberate act, executed by an outsider. Drift, I see. You previously mentioned being half instructors to Bumblebee and the others. Yet why do you not teach them combat and tactics? Dawn, the specific command lies with Bumblebee. We merely offer guidance and direction as necessary. As the saying goes, assisting others is a kindness. Failing to assist is merely one's duty. Overmanaging can lead to complaints, and if one attracts the attention of a troublesome individual, it can become a hassle. Good things are attributed to you, while the bad is laid squarely at your feet. Drift, what if we encounter Bonebreaker? Dawn, is it not you who stands with us? Her tone was imbued with trust in Drift, and she handed him a small device. Upon inspection, Drift realized it was Bonebreaker's health camera. Dawn, I need not elaborate. You should know what to do. Drift understood. Although Bonebreaker has escaped, the items aboard his damaged ship could still be useful to Bumblebee and the others. Chapter 231. That evening, as Dawn and Starry Night captured Night Attack returning to the scrapyard, they called out, "Blackface God, we have apprehended a prisoner. Lend a hand." Before they could finish their plea, Steel Cable leaped from the other side, colliding with Dawn and Starry Night, causing the hard-won prisoner to seize the opportunity and flee. Watching Night Attack vanish into the distance, Dawn turned to Steel Cable, exasperated. Steel Cable. Cable felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize." The dark face god approached with a stasis pod, peering inside and inquiring, "Where's the prisoner?" Starfall replied, "I inadvertently allowed him to escape." The dark-faced god sighed. "What a pity. What is the name of that prisoner?" Starfall answered, "His name is Night Raid. His scream waves can trigger the fear emotion center in the cerebral modules of Cybertronians, compelling his enemies to experience their greatest fears, rendering them paralyzed. During this time, Night Raid siphons energy crystals from them." Heavy Cannon remarked, "That is indeed terrifying. You all were quite careless." Iron Fist interjected, "Heavy Cannon." Just then, Bumblebee approached and asked, "What is the matter?" Cable responded, "I'm sorry. It was my sudden appearance that caused us to collide, allowing the prisoner to escape." Dawn reassured, "It's not entirely your fault. We should have dodged in time. If you truly feel remorseful, go apprehend that fellow." The dark-faced god cautioned, however, "He will be difficult to recapture." Starfall countered, "Difficult, yes, but not impossible. We were just recaptured once," indicating there's a possibility for a second attempt. The dark-faced god conceded, "Fair point." Dawn added, "However, considering his scream wave can stimulate the fear emotion center in Cybertronians, you all will likely fall victim to it. I am quite curious about what frightens you most, and whether you can conquer that fear." Cable declared, "Of course, it's not an issue." Dawn replied, "Then let us wait and see." Meanwhile, Night Raid concealed himself in a cave, emitting the agonized cries of Bumblebee and the others. The dark-faced god, lurking outside, was also ensnared by Night Raid. An hour later, it was Russell who, alongside Dawn and Starfall, managed to capture Night Raid and confine him within the stasis pod. Danny, not being a Cybertronian, quickly regained consciousness, but the other Transformers showed no signs of awakening. Observing their pained expressions, Dawn suddenly conceived a mischievous idea and conferred with Starfall, Danny, and Russell. By the time they awakened, it was already midday the following day. Heavy Cannon exclaimed, "Dawn, why didn't you wake us up? Even if it was just a nightmare, it was terrifying." This sentiment, however, was one he would never voice. It would be too embarrassing. Dawn responded, "Consider it an exercise in confronting fear. Besides, you all are quite weak. You've only just awakened." We adjusted Starfall's sound waves to match Night Raid's capabilities. Russell added, "Even stronger. It was a series of nightmares." Danny inquired, "As for how many nightmares in sequence, we're not entirely sure. Perhaps you should try it." His face was alight with excitement, but they were all too late to avoid the ordeal. They had already fallen victim to it. Looking at the now offline Bumblebee, Russell pondered, "How long will they sleep like this?" Dawn, "If they can adjust their core state to confront their fears, the process may take merely an afternoon. Otherwise, it could prove futile for 10 days or even half a month." Russell, "What if one cannot distinguish between dreams and reality?" Dawn, "I can only advise them to discern for themselves." Danny, "You will awaken them, won't you?" Starfall, "Rest assured, we shall rouse them come morning." Chapter 232. An unexpected event transpired at the scrapyard, one that astonished both the majority of TFs and humans alike. One of the two mini-transformers drifting nearby, Skyfall, stealthily slipped away to seek mentorship from the human, Russell. In response to this development, neither Dawn nor Starfall exhibited any reaction. Bumblebee, "Why are you so unresponsive?" Dawn, "Remaining calm is a form of response." Starfall, "Do not worry. This little one is merely experiencing a fleeting whim. Once he regains his composure, it will be easily resolved." Skyfall, "I am not acting on a mere whim. I am serious." Starfall, "Very well, then enlighten me. Why Russell? Is it because he is more amiable than Drift? Or perhaps because he is simply more intriguing? Likely both, and perhaps a third reason, your disdain for Drift and Slingshot. Russell is merely your excuse." Skyfall, "No, I do not harbor disdain for them." Starfall, "Then tell me why you wish to depart from Drift." Skyfall, "It is all my fault. I mistakenly polished the adult's sword clockwise when it should have been counterclockwise." Bumblebee and the others, "What should they say? And how should they articulate it?" Dawn, "I can comprehend Drift's attachment to his weapons. I am quite similar. However, does Drift know of this incident?" Skyfall shook his head. Dawn, "Skyfall, everyone makes mistakes. I believe Drift has erred in the past as well. Mistakes are not to be feared. What matters is whether you are willing to use your core. If you're willing to engage, we can assist in discussing this with Drift. What say you all?" Everyone concurred. As they approached the command platform, they found Drift standing there, which saved them considerable time. Upon seeing Skyfall, Drift reprimanded him in anger. Dawn, "It appears Drift cares for you deeply." Drift, "I must share something with you. but please do not become angry, nor hastily chastise Skyfall. Drift. Very well, please proceed. Dawn. Skyfall left because he polished your sword clockwise. He feared your anger would drive him away. Drift. I would not become angry over such a trivial matter. What truly vexes me is his abrupt departure. Dawn. It seems there is a lack of communication between you two. Drift. A lack of communication? Dawn, otherwise. Such misunderstandings would not arise, would they? Drift. Perhaps you're right. Dawn. It is not a matter of perhaps. Drift. The answer is affirmative. Of course. Both parties share the blame in this communication. Are you willing to heed this counsel? Drift. Certainly. Dawn. Drift. It appears that you have been excessively stern with them, which has led to their reluctance to speak up, resulting in such self-punishments. Perhaps you might consider adopting a more relaxed or gentle approach, listening to their thoughts. And you, Thunderbolt, you must trust that your elder Drift will not transform into a tyrant over a minor mistake. All right? Thunderbolt, an elder is certainly not a tyrant. Nevertheless, I shall remember this. I apologize, dear elder. Please forgive my error. Drift glanced at Dawn, who wore an expression that seemed to say, don't look at me. It's your turn to express your stance. Drift, I accept your apology, Thunderbolt, but I hope such occurrences do not repeat themselves, as they cause me great concern. Thunderbolt, I assure you, dear elder, there shall not be a second instance. And thank you, Dawn. Dawn, you're most welcome, Thunderbolt. Drift, I wonder if you all would mind if I joined your company? Everyone welcomed the notion. Chapter 233. Dawn had long wished to assist the black-faced deity in mending the frequent minor malfunctions it encountered, while also checking for any other underlying issues. However, the black-faced deity was reluctant to undergo inspection, perhaps fearing that Dawn would declare it on the brink of obsolescence and in need of retirement. Consequently, it evaded Dawn until it malfunctioned and fled from the scrapyard, prompting a frantic search. In truth, the black-faced deity had made its way to the prison beside the tomb of AI, incessantly exclaiming, "Run, run, run." Both Dawn and Starhowl recorded the entire ordeal. Dawn kicked it in frustration, exclaiming, "Enough noise. Can't you spare the other TFs some peace?" Though Starhowl longed to remind Dawn that they too had once been a source of distress, he wisely held his tongue and simply patted Dawn on the head, saying, "As long as we found it, let us head back." The black-faced deity temporarily returned to normal due to the kick. Yet it had no recollection of the events that transpired during its malfunction. It inquired of Dawn and Starowl. Starowl, Dawn, what brings you here? Starowl, that is a question we should pose to you. Why abandon the perfectly good scrap yard to run around, shouting about escape? Where were you intending to flee? Black-faced deity, what a delightful riddle. Dawn, delightful? Shall we show you the video of you running while shouting about escape? Would you still find it amusing? Despite Starhowl's words, the black-faced deity continued to deceive itself, insisting that this was merely a jest and that its minor malfunctions had not escalated. However, Dawn's remarks shattered its self-deception. Black-faced deity, I'm sorry. I just don't want to be told that I am failing. Dawn, if you neglect proper maintenance and inspection, then that will indeed become your reality. Upon returning to the scrapyard, Bumblebee asked, Dawn, Starhowl, where did you find the black-faced deity? Dawn replied, that is no longer of importance, Bumblebee. I must attend to repairs and inspections for the black-faced deity now. It will be swift, merely an hour. Bumblebee, very well. An hour later, black-faced deity, is what you say truly the case? I shall not be rendered obsolete. Indeed, the armament I possess is sufficient to rival that of the entire squad. Dawn, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Black-faced God, I cannot. Hence this is indeed the truth. Dawn, you may attempt to engage with Bumblebee and the others. Consider it a training exercise for them. Black-faced God promptly dashed outside to test this with Bumblebee, and soon the air was filled with their screams. Starhowl, the firepower one possesses is indeed capable of matching that of the entire squad. It is no wonder they were chosen to guard the prison of the Aiju tomb. Dawn, indeed, however, I too must commence my training. For some reason, since reaching level 90, I have been unable to progress further. What about you and the other TFs? Starhowl, I've been unable to break through level 80. The others, apart from a few newcomers, are mostly between levels 60 and 70. Dawn, then we must strive harder. As their leader, I cannot afford to lag behind. Outside, the sound of Cannon gritting his teeth echoed. Dawn, I despise you. And Drift's consolation followed. Cannon, this is also a form of good training, is it not? Dawn, before identifying the cause of this stagnation in strength It is prudent to prevent Black-Face God from going too far. Star Howl. If something goes awry, it could spell trouble. Chapter 234 Dawn. Star Howl. While training, both Dawn and Star Howl paused at the sound of a voice. Star Howl. Windblade? What brings you to Earth? Windblade. I was sent by the primordial celestial master. It has been a millennium. The primordial celestial master firmly believes that one day, Earth will be targeted by a dreadful evil force, threatening all life in the galaxy. I was sealed after upgrading the tracking system and only recently awakened. What about you? Did you not return to the source of fire? Dawn. Indeed, we have returned to the source of fire, but our reason for coming out is akin to yours. Thus we have been investigating. Windblade. Have you discovered anything? Dawn. Merely conjectures. Windblade. Do share. Even if it's not conclusive, it is better to be prepared. Star Howl. It concerns an apostle of the Cosmic Emperor. We did not encounter him during our last visit. Windblade. The five-faced monster? No, he was eliminated long ago. Could it be? Dawn swiftly covered Windblade's mouth and said, "Let us keep this matter between us." Windblade. Can you defeat him? Dawn. With the combined strength of Star Howl and myself, we might at best reach a stalemate. However, if we all engage together, we could indeed obliterate his core. Windblade. I do not quite understand. Your powers are evidently formidable, yet you cannot prevail? Dawn. His original strength was on par with the first leader, the Awakened One. Even after aligning with the Cosmic Emperor, his power continues to grow, and we remain unaware of what else he may possess. Dawn had once inquired of the Cosmic Emperor, yet the Cosmic Emperor remained inscrutable. What would Dawn do? Dawn, Star Howl, and Windblade bantered as they approached the command platform. Bumblebee. Do you know each other? Dawn. I met Windblade through the formidable Meng de Shuai. Starfall, Tianju City. While searching for the next prisoner under the guidance of the Black-Face God, Windblade sensed another prisoner hidden within this pixel. Iron Arm expressed skepticism, and the Black-Face God confirmed that he had searched this area thoroughly and found nothing. Dawn. During our time on Cybertron, Windblade became quite the expert in locating individuals. Black-Face God, I implore you to search once more with greater diligence. Black-Face God. Very well. Upon conducting a more thorough search, he indeed detected a signal from a prisoner, which garnered respect for Windblade from the others, save for Iron Arm, who appeared less than fond of her. Upon locating the prisoner, she utilized her toxins to control numerous humans, warning them in a shrill tone that should they dare approach, she would not hesitate to inflict suffering upon them. Windblade remarked that these humans held no value whatsoever. Dawn. No, Windblade, you are mistaken. Every life possesses its own inherent worth, apart from those beings that do not regard life as precious. Suddenly, 3 beams of light struck the shrill creature, 2 hitting its hands and 1 its chest, compelling it to relinquish its weapons and the humans, causing it to stagger backward. Dawn unleashed a barrage of frost shots, totaling 9 freezing projectiles. While 2 might have sufficed, 9 rendered the creature utterly rigid, shivering from the cold. Iron Arm seized the opportunity to cuff the creature's hands. While the resolution of the toxins would have to be left to the passage of time, and subsequently, they would erase its relevant memories. However, Windblade declared that it was time for her to depart. Crossfire. Hey, you can't leave. Bumblebee. Tell Windblade she must stay. Windblade. Waiting idly is not my style, and besides, Dawn informed me that a malevolent force may target a certain faction to assist its arrival on Earth, which compels me to take proactive measures. Bumblebee. Then contact us if anything arises. Windblade. Certainly. Chapter 235. To showcase the beauty and excitement of Earth, Bumblebee planned to take everyone on a leisurely tour. Starfall. Bumblebee. We have traversed most parts of Earth. There is no need for further exploration. Crossfire. Such as? Starfall. The frigid Arctic and Antarctic, the searing volcanoes, the towering Mount Everest, desolate islands and deserts, the primal forests inhabited by wild men, and the diverse flora and fauna of tropical rainforests, ancient relics narrating the story of human evolution, quaint cities rich in local culture, and the cutting-edge technological cities at the forefront of global development. In short, we have visited them all. Dawn, therefore, we shall refrain from joining. I wish you all a delightful time. Bumblebee. Very well. Contact us if you change your mind. Dawn agreed. After their departure, Dawn and Starfall exchanged no words, proceeding directly to apprehend Steelclaw and his cohorts. They needed to detain them before Steelclaw could lead them to Earth. Bumblebee and his companions were of comparable strength to the prisoners, perhaps even weaker. Although the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain, time was of the essence. They discovered Steelclaw in a factory. Starfall inquired, "Who is the mastermind behind your arrival on Earth?" Steelclaw retorted, "Do we have any obligation to answer you?" No sooner had he spoken than Starfall unleashed a sonic assault, sending them crashing into several walls before they finally came to a halt. With a menacing expression, Starfall pressed his foot against Steelclaw's chest plate and reiterated, "Who is the mastermind behind your arrival on Earth? Do not make me ask for a third time." Steelclaw coughed. "Don't you think someone among us is missing?" Starfall scoffed. "If he has gone to trouble Dawn, he is as good as dead. His prowess is among the finest on Cybertron." Steelclaw dismissed him. Just then, Dawn approached with two objects in hand, asserting, "Indeed, I am not here to intimidate the Transformers, for I am a being of my word." He tossed the items before them, the severed hands of Steelclaw's subordinates, the remains of the sword-wielding warrior and the Great Phoenix. Their sparks had ceased to flicker. Dawn nonchalantly remarked, "Truth be told, had it not been for the interference of the High Council and the leader, I would have long desired to extract and crush your sparks." Steelclaw countered, "You are afraid, aren't you?" Dawn replied, "To be precise, it is that you are not worthy at the time. Now, I am eager to uncover the identity of the mastermind. What if I refuse to speak?" Steelclaw challenged. "Then you shall be taken back," Dawn declared. "Please no, I do not wish to return to the stasis pod," pleaded the Grand Punisher. Dawn chuckled. "You may avoid the stasis pod, but you will return to the Well of Sparks." "Please no, I would rather go back to the stasis pod. I would rather go back to the stasis pod. Do not make me return to the Well of Sparks. Please, please, please." Dawn sighed, "You are quite noisy." Starfall stepped forward and compelled the Grand Punisher to return to the Well of Sparks, stating, "Let us go. We will interrogate him further upon our return." Once back, Dawn and Starfall intensified their interrogation, even resorting to torture, yet they gleaned no information. Steelclaw scoffed, "Is this how the Autobots treat their prisoners?" Dawn replied, "Did I ever claim to be an Autobot? Though I suspect I know who the mastermind is, I have myriad ways to ascertain further details." For a fleeting moment, Steelclaw's expression betrayed him, yet Dawn and Starfall were quick to notice. Chapter 236. Shortly after learning that Windblade had departed, they captured her and bound her. Yet she refused to disclose her location. With no other recourse, Dawn and Starfall resolved to seek Windblade. Dreadnought, upon their return, have them contact us, claiming we possess leads on the prison ship Aegis, having fallen to Earth. Though Dawn possesses a remarkable aptitude for locating Transformers or items, his true expertise lies in the procurement of intelligence and its sources. In contrast, Windblade excels in the search for Transformers or items. Yet it is the uncertainty surrounding Windblade's confinement that truly troubles them. Regardless of her location, her condition is undoubtedly dire. Soon, Dawn and Starfall discern an unusual energy fluctuation by the seaside. Upon their arrival, they discover a space bridge in the process of activation, with Windblade bound beneath an adjacent statue. Dawn, Starfall, do not concern yourselves with me. The Decepticons have surely constructed this space bridge for nefarious purposes. We must destroy it. Windblade urges. Dawn contemplates the destruction of the space bridge, yet the Transformers inside have already emerged, launching an attack that nearly catches Dawn off guard. He momentarily halts, while Starfall rushes to Windblade's side, seeking a method to liberate her. "Megatron, it is a pleasure to see you again, though your presence on Earth raises my suspicions," Dawn states courteously as befitting old friends. Megatron replies, "I trust you have deduced my intentions, to bring about the mutual annihilation of Earth and Cybertron." Dawn counters, "You must understand, Megatron, that I show no mercy to any being that threatens Cybertron, regardless of their allegiance." The two Transformers engage in battle. Megatron has surpassed the 100-level threshold, while Dawn remains ensnared at 90, a seemingly minor difference, yet one of considerable magnitude. Within 100 exchanges, Dawn can guarantee his resilience. But as the skirmish extends beyond that, he begins to falter. The suddenness of the encounter leaves him no opportunity to consider the hapless humans drawn to the fray. Yet he perceives them as reckless fools, devoid of any sympathy. Fortunately, reinforcements arrive in the form of Optimus Prime, Starscream, Bumblebee, and others. Although the presence of Megatron instills fear in the gathered Transformers, there is no time for hesitation. They must unite in their efforts. After they join the fray, Dawn finally manages to catch his breath but just as he does, they are all swiftly overpowered. Megatron remarks, "Indeed, they're even less competent than you. At least you could withstand 100 exchanges, while they falter after but 10. As they seized the weapons that had been forcefully cast aside, they extracted the primordial energy of the Cosmic Emperor, instigating a collision between two planets. Despite multiple attempts by Optimus Prime and Megatron to intervene, they were ruthlessly thrown aside. Just as success seemed imminent, Starfall dashed towards Megatron at breakneck speed, yet his true target was not Megatron himself, but rather the energy fusion device in Megatron's grasp. The device was cleaved in two, causing the energies belonging to the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial sovereign to return to their rightful places. Megatron, glaring at the severed fusion device in his hand, exhibited a furious demeanor, unleashing a barrage of fire, though his primary focus remained on Dawn. After seizing Dawn by the neck, he was once again thwarted by Starfall. Optimus Prime and his allies devised a method to restrain Megatron's movements with a statue, subsequently consolidating the energy of the Predacon Hunter to vanquish him. Just as they reveled in their triumph over Megatron, Dawn quietly murmured to the air, "Let us have a private discussion, shall we, Megatron?" Chapter 237. While the others celebrated their victory over Megatron, Dawn retreated alone into the woods. In his virtual state, Megatron inquired, "Illusory spirit, how did you discern that I was merely toying with them?" Dawn replied, "What kind of power do you possess? As your former comrade, am I not well acquainted with your capabilities?" Indeed, whether it was the falling statue or the assault from the Predacon Hunter, there was no way Megatron could evade it unless it was intentional, absolutely deliberate. Megatron conceded, "All right, I admit it was intentional, but don't you find it amusing?" What would their expressions be when they realized that their perceived victory was merely a performance orchestrated by the enemy? Dawn remarked, "Your penchant for mischief remains unchanged. However, you would never divulge this to them, for Megatron is the offspring of you and Starscream, and you would never extinguish the opportunity for him to return to Cybertron." Megatron scoffed, "I needn't guess, it's obvious that Starscream spilled the beans, what a blabbermouth." Dawn countered, "Do not speak so harshly. I was genuinely surprised at first, but upon reflection, I realized he does possess a semblance of your temperament." When Dawn first heard Starscream reveal the truth, he was not merely surprised, but utterly taken aback. Taking an hour to regain his composure, Starscream expressed his ire that this child would accept the dark energy crystal of the Cosmic Emperor, stating that even if he were to perish again, he would never acknowledge this child. However, Dawn understood this was merely Starscream's frustration speaking. Megatron added, "Initially, I had not anticipated that Starscream was carrying a new life. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to that plan. That lad sacrificed himself to aid Cybertron. Truly a commendable effort on his part." In truth, the formidable Titan, known as Shockwave, harbors a rather composed demeanor beneath his surface. Yet he is compelled to adopt a rather radical persona in the presence of his closest companions: Maximo, Starfire, Microstar, and Ruin. For instance, Maximo has long covertly sought greater power beneath the vigilant gaze of the Seeker. Shockwave's feigned extremism has successfully lured Maximo into the open. Although he has yet to capture him, it has mitigated several unnecessary losses and complications. Alas, Starfire's essence must eternally manifest as the source of the fire wells to safeguard Cybertron. Despite the multitude of events that transpired under Shockwave's leadership, the resultant damage has been relatively lesser than before. Shockwave inquires, "I am somewhat acquainted with the affairs of Cybertron. Is there any assistance I can offer?" A dawn of hope replies, "At present, there is nothing, but should the need arise, I shall reach out to you. Until then, I hope you could take some time to rest." Shockwave responds, "Very well, your companion is approaching, so I shall not intrude upon your affectionate moments." Starhowl arrives. "Dawn, indeed. You are here." Dawn, "Yes. Do you also find them somewhat boisterous?" Starhowl, "Indeed. Though I resent their raucousness, I find myself unwittingly patient when tending to the younglings. It's truly a contradiction." Dawn, "Perhaps that is love, the paternal instinct that emerges involuntarily in the face of younglings. It seems you are prepared to embrace fatherhood." Starhowl, "It appears so. When we venture to the next universe, let us prepare to welcome a child." Dawn, "I have awaited your words." Chapter 238. Following the resolution of affairs concerning Shockwave, Dawn swiftly located the approximate whereabouts of all the prisoners within a mere hour, including those absent from the Blackface God's prisoner list. The black-faced god, pointing at the prisoner's records, inquires, "Why do my records lack information on these prisoners?" Dawn, black-faced god, have you forgotten? You are not the sole warden within the confines of the grave of a black-faced god. Ah, indeed. Optimus Prime interjects, "Dawn, are you not joining everyone in action?" Dawn, although the Transformers born during the golden age of Cybertron may not recognize me, those from before that era are well aware of my reputation. Thus, I shall refrain from taking action, just to be prudent. Indeed, during the era of slavery preceding that fateful October, Dawn single-handedly vanquished numerous formidable robotic sentinels conjured by the Quintessence, thus enabling his kin to expel these interlopers from Cybertron. When the Quintessence once again harbored nefarious intentions toward Cybertron, Dawn valiantly led a majority of the military Cybertronians, alongside a select few civilian counterparts, to infiltrate the Quintessence stronghold, ultimately obliterating them. He earned the illustrious title of the God of War. However, shortly thereafter, Dawn withdrew from the battlefield, merging into the scientific community to pursue his research. Many Transformers expressed their bewilderment at his decision, for a being of such unparalleled combat prowess and strategic acumen would choose to delve into academia. Initially, some Transformers urged him to return to the fray, asserting that was where he truly belonged. Yet, Dawn was resolute in his refusal. He had witnessed far too many lives extinguished before him, vanishing into oblivion, and he believed that life should not be squandered in such a manner. This, he felt, was a profound disrespect to existence. Life, he contended, was meant for creation. This was but one of the reasons for his retreat. Another was his apprehension that the High Council would eventually cast their gaze upon him. In a favorable scenario, he might return to the matrix of leadership. In a dire one, he could become their puppet, inflicting harm upon those he held dear. Upon witnessing Dawn's burgeoning success in his scholarly pursuits, his peers ceased their entreaties, and he earnestly wished they would no longer invoke his past glories as he sought to commence a new, tranquil existence as an ordinary individual. His companions respected his wishes and refrained from mentioning his illustrious past. Yet, it seemed that Dawn possessed an uncanny aptitude for virtually anything, and he soon regained prominence due to several successful research projects. Once again, however, he fled into obscurity, ultimately assuming the role of an unremarkable librarian. His friends often mused about the extent of his aversion to fame. Following this episode, they united in their resolve to refrain from urging or discussing his past, focusing instead on mundane matters of daily life. As time passed, those who knew of Dawn's former status as a god of war and a preeminent researcher gradually departed, leaving behind only a handful who might resent him for his unwillingness to intervene and bring an end to the protracted civil war that had lasted for 8 million years. Reflecting on this, Dawn couldn't help but smile wryly, as an unexpected sorrow appeared upon his otherwise noble visage. Optimus Prime began, "Then let us," only to be interrupted by Star Saber, who interjected, "Neither Megatron nor I can assist. Our reputations have been firmly established since the golden age of Cybertron, and we dare not emerge from the shadows. Those who are unafraid may very well seek their own demise, particularly Megatron. One of our targets is indeed Starscream, and if Megatron reemerges, Starscream is unlikely to show himself." Bumblebee added, "Yet we desperately require your assistance." Dawn replied, "Is there not the space bridge? Should you encounter an adversary you cannot overcome, let us know. We will come to your aid. Furthermore, Optimus, there resides within you a power that does not belong to you. It will eventually be reclaimed, so take heed." Optimus Prime assured him, "Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant." After they departed, Megatron said, "Dawn, shall we engage in a battle?" Dawn responded, "Why?" Megatron insisted, "Just tell me whether you will fight or not." Dawn retorted, "Is it because of Starfall that you wish to challenge me?" Let me make it clear, Megatron, absolutely not. In Chapter 239, Megatron persistently sought to confront Dawn, yet she had no desire to engage in combat. Several factors contributed to her reluctance: the venue, their long-standing friendship, and a considerable disparity in their levels, 30 levels apart. Consequently, Dawn either ignored him or teased him with the space bridge, inciting Megatron's ire and brazenly harassing Starfall. After several weeks of unbearable provocation, Dawn finally unleashed a punch that sent Megatron flying. Starfall inquired, "Is there any way to make Megatron settle down?" Dawn replied, "Unless we are no longer present. Megatron's tenacity will likely continue." Optimus Prime asked, "When can we expect Megatron's return? After all, We cannot predict how the other prisoners will react upon seeing him. Dawn reassured. Do not worry. I did not use my full strength, and he cannot fly far. I estimate he will be back within half an hour. Coincidentally, Micron appeared before them at that moment, and Dawn raised an eyebrow, noting that Micron had deliberately chosen this time to avoid encountering Megatron. This transformer, bearing half of Megatron's genes, might have already eliminated Megatron had he not also inherited the genes of Starfall. After reclaiming the power of the Supreme Leader that he had lent to Optimus Prime, Micron departed. Following the retrieval of this power, Optimus appeared particularly weakened, causing concern among the others, except for Dawn and Starfall. Dawn commented, "This should merely be a temporary reaction after the power was taken back. He'll be back to his usual self in a few days at most." Bumblebee added, "Let's hope so." Optimus reassured them, "Do not fret, I am fine. We must continue our mission to capture the prisoners." Ironhide cautioned, "But your condition." Bumblebee, being one of Optimus's former subordinates, understood his temperament well. Knowing that Optimus would not heed any objections about executing the mission, he agreed to let him proceed, while ensuring that the other Transformers would take care of Optimus during the task. Dawn suggested, "To prevent Megatron from bothering us again upon his return, let us remain outside for a while." After Dawn, Starfall, Optimus, Windblade, Hound, and Drift departed, the space bridge suddenly exploded, resulting in a small fire. In the ensuing chaos, after extinguishing the flames, Blackface inspected the space bridge, suspecting that residual energy from Optimus during the reclamation of his strength might have caused the incident. He also contacted Optimus and the others to confirm their safety. Blackface remarked, "However, do not be overly concerned. Although this space bridge in the base is unusable, we still have another mobile space bridge, do we not?" As the team was engaged in the repair of the space bridge, a being known as Overload tracked down Optimus Prime's signal, seeking trouble. The trio of Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Ratchet, left behind at the base, found themselves unable to contend with Overload. As the three Transformers became entangled with Overload, time ticked away, and precisely 30 minutes later, Megatron returned. Upon witnessing the commotion among the Transformers, he swiftly dismissed them. Bumblebee exclaimed, "Megatron, that is the prisoner we need to apprehend." Megatron retorted, "Capturing prisoners is not within my purview. If you lack the strength to subdue him, it is of no concern to me. By the way, where is Dawn?" The Transformer in question was engaged in conversation with Starscream amidst the woods. Dawn remarked, "This universe appears to be more peaceful compared to the previous two." Starscream replied, "I wonder if the next universe will mirror this one, or perhaps be even better." Dawn expressed hope. "I share that wish. But we must also prepare for less favorable outcomes." Chapter 240 unfolds as Dawn and Starscream were nurturing their bond when a Transformer plummeted from the sky, followed by two Minicon allies. Dawn quipped, "Care to guess who sent that our way?" Starscream responded, "It must be Megatron. We should deal with him when we return." Dawn agreed. Overload, wobbling unsteadily to his feet, was soon rendered unconscious by Starscream's sonic attack. The two Minicons approached Starscream, assessing him. Starscream challenged, "Do you wish to follow me in a battle?" The Minicons eagerly consented. After securing Overload in a stasis pod, Megatron proposed, "Dawn, let us engage in combat." With fists clenched, Dawn and Starscream simultaneously struck Megatron's faceplate, toppling him to the ground. They continued to pummel him while the Minicons provided additional support. Russell observed, "It seems Megatron has truly provoked them this time." Danny added, "I'm beginning to doubt his former status as a Decepticon leader." Fortunately, Dawn and Starscream exercised restraint, refraining from inflicting fatal harm, merely incapacitating Megatron before they ceased their assault. As the escaped Minicons fled, Dawn inquired Blackface, "Which prisoners have managed to escape due to Overload's interference?" Blackface replied, "Let me see, we have Steeljaw, Thunderhoof, Bruticus, Devastator, and Firewing." These were the adversaries Dawn and Starscream had previously captured. They still harbored thoughts of delivering another beating to Megatron or dragging Overload from the stasis pod for a further thrashing. However, reason prevailed, reminding them that they had already lost their tempers unnecessarily. The following night, a Decepticon named Scourge sought to confront Starscream, prompting Dawn to hastily conceal Megatron before Scourge could spot him. Scourge remarked, "Starscream, with your strength and character, you could become an exceptional pirate captain and formidable opponent." Starscream countered, "You are not me, and you lack both the capability and the authority to dictate my future." Scourge replied, "Do not be so harsh. I merely wish to express my regret regarding that. Starfall, there's no need for that. Bumblebee, don't waste words with this Decepticon. Let's all attack together. Ironhide and Steeljaw seldom collaborate, resulting in a lack of synergy, which makes it easy for Cliffjumper to exploit their weaknesses and bring them down. Although Bumblebee possesses some swordsmanship skills, allowing him to exchange blows with Cliffjumper, upon closer inspection, it is evident that Bumblebee is being thoroughly dominated. While Cliffjumper appears relatively at ease, Starfall steps forward, unsheathing his sword. Cliffjumper, oh? Starfall, are you so concerned that this little brat might lose to me that you've decided to enter the fray yourself? Starfall, any discerning Transformer can perceive that your recent attacks, while low in aggression, are steeped in insult. He does not comprehend that no matter how long you prolong this, it is futile, or perhaps you're merely stalling for time. Cliffjumper, oh dear, you've seen through me. No wonder you Starfall. But what of it? Starfall, it matters little. From the face of absolute power, all technique is rendered useless. No sooner had he spoken than Starfall launched his attack. Compared to Cliffjumper's elegant swordplay, Starfall's strikes were more straightforward, direct, and forceful, affirming his assertion that in the presence of overwhelming strength, skill holds no value. After few exchanges, Cliffjumper realized he could not match Starfall's prowess. Having achieved his objective, he made a hasty retreat, and Starfall chose not to pursue. Chapter 241, Bumblebee. I wonder what his intentions are. Dawn, I've been tracking his movements over the past few days and discovered he lingered at 2 locations for an extended period. Let us split up and investigate what he is up to. If fortune favors us, we might even capture him. Megatron, at this pace. Soundwave would have uncovered everything by now. Dawn, indeed, but it's not my fault I've been interrupted repeatedly. At this speed, it's merely casual play. Megatron, if you mean to imply that I am hindering your research, you could just say so. What else with a roundabout disdain? Dawn, I wouldn't dare. Who are you after all? You are the Decepticon leader. What Decepticon would not flee at the sight of you? Should you insult me, I shall respond with equal measure. Starfall, one of the locations is a foundry, which would hinder your movements. I will proceed to the foundry, while you investigate the other site. Dawn, no problem. In the ironworks, where Dawn operations are rather inconvenient, Megatron misinterpreted this statement, believing that Dawn was unable to exert her full strength in cramped quarters. He silently noted this fact. However, Megatron was only partially correct. Indeed, Dawn could not unleash her full potential in confined spaces. But this was contingent upon the presence of her companions. She feared inadvertently harming them. In the absence of her allies, Dawn could adopt a reckless approach, even willing to risk mutual destruction, unleashing her full ferocity upon her foes without concern for collateral damage. Following investigations from both sides, it became evident that the Decepticons were gathering materials specifically for the construction of spacecraft, and their haul was substantial, suggesting they had accomplices. Dawn declared, I shall continue to pursue the Decepticons and uncover their lair. Bumblebee replied, that would be much appreciated. Days later, Dawn detected signals from the Decepticons converging toward a small island and resolved to investigate. I have traced the Decepticons to an island, and I intend to explore it, she announced. Starfire interjected, be cautious, Dawn. If it proves inconvenient, we can come to assist you. Bumblebee added, hold on. How do you plan to approach them? I mean, once you get close, won't your identity be exposed? Dawn's mech slightly transformed, adopting a predominantly black exterior with pink accents. With a raised eyebrow, she appeared markedly different from before. Disguise transformation is my forte, she proclaimed. Her voice, now imbued with a magnetic quality, also hinted at a playful flamboyance. How else could I infiltrate the island? She continued. Starfire suggested, Cable, should we have Dawn temporarily alter your form into a vehicle? Cable responded, vehicle form? Starfire reasoned, your dinosaur form is not conducive to stealth, and should you be discovered, it would necessitate a myriad of excuses. Moreover, during the pursuit of the prisoners, your speed could hinder our progress. Ironclad remarked, Cable, as much as I dislike saying it, Starfire has a point. Bumblebee expressed curiosity, but I'm intrigued. Can you not only change your appearance but also assist others in transforming? Indeed, Dawn confirmed. However, if I transform into vehicle mode, Cable would need to temporarily relinquish his dinosaur form. Cable exclaimed, what? Give up my dinosaur form? Starfire reassured him, it's only temporary, Cable. Once Dawn returns, she can revert you back. Cable conceded, all right then. Dawn placed her hand on Cable, who immediately transformed into a crane. Awesome, he exclaimed, but upon attempting to revert to his robotic dinosaur form, he found it impossible. Dawn concluded, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." As Dawn approached the lakeside, it became evident that no island was visible. It seemed to have become invisible. Gradually, he ventured towards the center of the lake, only to discover that the so-called island was, in fact, the main section of the prison known as the Tomb of AI. Emerging from it were two soldiers, their appearance reminiscent of the common foot soldiers from the previous testament, the only distinction being their differing colors, who escorted him before their superior. Crimson Flame inquired, "Who is he?" The soldier replied, "Unknown, he was found outside, lingering at the entrance." With a watchful gaze, Crimson Flame turned to the newcomer, who introduced himself. "I am Twilight, a medic from Cybertron. As for the reason for my presence here, I prefer not to elaborate." "Take him to the infirmary," commanded Crimson Flame. "Yes, sir." After they had distanced themselves, Crimson Flame added, "Have a TF investigate his background." Upon reaching the infirmary, Twilight encountered his first patient. To be precise, the individual was not there for treatment. "Why are you here?" questioned Soundwave. "And you?" Twilight retorted. The two TFs remained silent. Soundwave, possessing the ability to read minds, received Twilight's internal response. Once they were dealt with, he would lead them to Megatron. Without uttering a word, Soundwave departed. Meanwhile, Crimson Flame had discovered the fabricated documents Twilight had prepared, finding no discrepancies, and thus ceased further inquiry. During this time, Twilight discreetly released a minicon to inform Bumblebee and the others. Days later, the green-faced god located Bumblebee and his companions in the scrapyard, relaying the situation to them. "It seems Twilight has successfully infiltrated. We must act immediately," declared Optimus Prime. "Twilight, is it? No wonder I feel such a sense of familiarity," the green-faced god remarked. "Familiar? I do not perceive it that way," replied the horizontal cannon. "Did I not mention? Twilight possesses a calming and healing effect on minicons. Merely being in his presence soothes even the most agitated among them," the black-faced god noted. "That defies logic," exclaimed Iron Arm. "Indeed, this phenomenon remains without a rational explanation. Yet is it not a wonderful occurrence?" The green-faced god responded. "Enough idle chatter. Let us hasten to rescue the other trapped minicons," Bumblebee urged. Having been a Decepticon, Steel Cable was the most suitable choice to lure the adversary into opening the door. After hours of preparation and searching, they finally located the Tomb of AI. The first action of the green-faced god upon returning to the prison was to seek out Twilight. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Twilight provided them with a map of the Tomb of AI along with all necessary codes. "Please, Twilight, go save everyone," the green-faced god implored. "Of course," Twilight replied. Arriving at the work site of the minicons, a soldier questioned, "Hey, why are you here instead of the infirmary?" Rather than responding, Twilight swiftly incapacitated them with a shadowy strike. Once he resumed his true form, he snapped his fingers, releasing the suppressors on the minicons. Producing some energy cubes, he instructed, "Eat these first. Soon, you must decide whether to leave the Tomb of AI immediately or seek vengeance against those prisoners. Jinzhao, allow me to make the selection for them. That means continuing to work here, just like you, my dear." As Dawn unsheathed her dual-edged spear and executed the empty Fong technique, Jinzhao initially aimed to evade gracefully. However, the distinctive feature of the empty Fong is its remarkable adhesive strength. If one fails to retreat beyond 5 meters in a timely manner, the consequence is to be cleaved in twain. Thus, Jinzhao met his fate. The mini Autobot approached Dawn and declared, "We wish to accompany you. Wherever you go, we shall follow." Dawn responded, "Previously, it was those wild factions that bullied you. Now, it is our turn to assert dominance over them." An hour later, all the prisoners from the wild faction succumbed to slumber. Once the repairs to the ether prison ship were completed, these mini Autobots would escort the prisoners away. Although they felt a deep reluctance to part from Dawn, their duties compelled them to leave. Chapter 243 Dawn. "Are you implying that I have a soothing and healing effect on you?" The green-faced deity. "I understand this may sound absurd, but it is indeed the truth. I previously inquired among everyone, and they all share this sentiment towards you." Dawn. "How utterly strange. According to the Cosmic Emperor's modifications, this effect should be limited to the mini Autobots and the fear beasts he created. Yet, why does it extend to them as well? Could he have overlooked something?" Suddenly, It dawned on Dawn that the primordial celestial master and the cosmic emperor are essentially one and the same, and such influence is inevitable. However, why does the micro-celestial star remain unaffected and frequently seek out Dawn? It is utterly perplexing. The green-faced deity. Well then, we shall take our leave. Black-faced deity. Take care. Black-faced deity, you as well. Soundwave had persistently followed Megatron, refusing to depart. Dawn approached Starhowl and proposed, Starhowl, perhaps I can leverage my unique constitution to draw those modified mini Autobots closer. Starhowl, it may be worth a try, but safety must remain our utmost priority. Ever since the first modified mini Autobot emerged, Dawn began researching the data on the Wild faction, remaining ever vigilant to track the reappearance of the mini Autobots. After 2 weeks, Dawn uncovered information about the Wild faction, identifying them as a group of scavengers with a well-concealed base. However, the elusive Red Spider remained absent, leaving only the option to wait for his inevitable appearance. Dawn also attempted to greet the mini Autobots discreetly, yet they would flee in panic upon sighting her. It was not until Flash came before Dawn that she pointed to a nearby boulder and expressed, I hope to engage in dialogue with you at an equal level. Flash, thank you for your respect. I have several questions. Might I ask this esteemed gentleman for clarification? Dawn, you may call me Dawn. Flash, I am Flash. May I inquire as to why you seek US? Dawn, because I too have undergone modifications. Does that suffice as a reason? Flash, we are currently in a state of confusion, uncertain of whom to trust. Dawn, time shall reveal the answers you seek. Fadian, are you not in a hurry to take us away? Fu Xiao, that depends on your own decision. Fadian, I will provide you with an answer as soon as possible. Fu Xiao, very well. Fadian departed, as if fleeing, for the sense of reliance that Fu Xiao instilled in him was overwhelming, evoking a fear that remaining even a moment longer would lead to absolute dependency. After another fortnight, the scavengers, in search of new weapons, became unbearable to Minicon, who ultimately fled from them just in time. For the next moment, Red Spider appeared before them. In a scrapyard, when these Minicons found Fu Xiao, Megatron was also present. As they prepared to escape, Fadian gestured for them to wait and witnessed yet another scene of Megatron teasing Fu Xiao, only to be sent flying by Fu Xiao's punch. The conversation with Xing Xiao ensued. Fu Xiao, how many times has this been? Doesn't he ever tire of it? Truth be told, if it weren't for Optimus and the others, I would genuinely wish to send him back to the Allspark. Xing Xiao, unless he is certain you have vanished from my side. But that is impossible. Otherwise, shall we leave? If he comes after us then. Fu Xiao, we shall simply send him back to the Allspark. Fadian, then please take us along. Chapter 244 Fu Xiao and Xing Xiao. Fu Xiao stepped forward, extending his hand, indicating for Fadian to leap into his grasp, and inquired, when did you arrive? Fadian jumped into Fu Xiao's hands, responding, we just arrived. Triceradon, hurry, hurry. We must leave before Megatron and the other Transformers arrive. Fu Xiao, no problem. Fu Xiao cradled 3 Minicons, placing one atop his head and holding the other 2 close, while Xing Xiao settled 2 on his shoulders and embraced the remaining 2. Then they began to sprint. Upon reaching the base previously established by Fu Xiao and Xing Xiao, they were taken aback, not merely by its vastness, but also by its labyrinthine structure, with multiple entrances and exits scattered across various locations. Triceradon. This reminds me of the oil rabbits of Cybertron. The oil rabbits of Cybertron exhibit behaviors akin to those of their terrestrial counterparts. Xing Xiao. There's a saying on Earth, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, implying that a clever rabbit prepares multiple hiding places. It metaphorically refers to the multitude of concealed locales or methods, pointing directly to Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao, at the time, it was merely a precaution, something I thought I wouldn't need to utilize. Yet here we are. Xing Xiao, you have escaped. Those scavengers will surely search for you everywhere. We should venture out and see. Fadian, wait a moment. After a brief hesitation, if needed, we can assist as well. Fu Xiao sat before Fadian, gently stroking his head, saying, here, you need not force yourselves to do what you do not wish. If you do not desire to engage in battle, we shall not compel you. We only hope that when danger approaches, you can protect yourselves. Fadian, I do not know what to say. In any case, thank you, Fu Xiao. At dawn, both Dawn and Starcry returned to the junkyard to assess the situation, for it was the very location where the Minicon had previously manifested. The scavengers would undoubtedly flock there in search of traces of the Minicon. Along the way, they detected a signal from the Red Spider. Yet their intent was not to pursue it at that moment, but rather to investigate the junkyard first. Upon their arrival, they found no sign of Black-Face God, Slide, or Sky Fury. "Hey, where have you two been?" inquired Horizontal Cannon. "We just intercepted a signal from the Red Spider, but fearing we might alert it. We decided to return," replied Dawn. "Where's the Minicon?" asked Bumblebee. "It was taken by an unidentified transformer. However, based on the information you provided, it seems this matter is likely connected to the Red Spider," he explained. Megatron prepared himself for a confrontation. "Where is the Red Spider now?" "I shall lead you to him," Dawn responded. Upon encountering Megatron, the Red Spider felt an indescribable exhilaration, his expression bordering on madness. "At last, I can exact my revenge upon you, Megatron. Why did you abandon us? Abandon the noble cause of the Decepticons?" "It was not my intention to forsake the noble cause of the Decepticons," Megatron countered, "but rather I realized the folly of my beliefs, a folly quite absurd." "Excuse? That is merely your excuse for abandoning us, for abandoning the great cause of the Decepticons," the Red Spider retorted. Dawn could no longer hold back. "Red Spider, what do you perceive as the noble cause of the Decepticons? Is it merely to inflict suffering upon others? Do you not comprehend the anguish brought to countless lives and planets due to the civil war between the Autobots and Decepticons? Ultimately, it has turned Cybertron into a pariah, despised and pursued by all. Is that truly what you desire? Or were we created for? I hope you give that some thought." No. I'm not wrong. The Red Spider insisted vehemently. "What about the Minicons? I crave their powers. With their abilities, I can defeat you. Yes, I will vanquish you, Megatron." With that, he charged at Megatron. Chapter 245. Although the Red Spider had enhanced his body, significantly increasing his strength compared to before, allowing him to easily defeat Bumblebee, Sky Fury, Slide, and all members of the Decepticon Sweeper organization, he still fell short of Megatron's prowess. Moreover, the Red Spider's current madness led to his inevitable downfall after several clashes with Megatron. "Why, despite my relentless efforts to grow stronger, do I still fall short against you? What purpose does my strength serve?" lamented the Red Spider. Megatron turned to Dawn and Soundwave, acknowledging his own ignorance in this regard and seeking their counsel. Soundwave had no comforting words to offer, while Dawn shot a disapproving glance at Megatron, her expression suggesting he possessed the strength to cause trouble but lacked the ability to resolve it. Feeling awkward, Megatron averted his gaze. Dawn, exasperated, asked the Red Spider, "Is it not worthwhile to live for yourself just once? Living for oneself, you say? That's easier said than done," the Red Spider replied. "Dawn, if you haven't experienced it, refrain from uttering any despondent words. Ah, Starhowl, let us depart. Pay no heed to them." Upon stepping outside, Dawn and Starhowl opened the messages sent by Lita. They had established contact with Optimus Prime, who was assisting in the investigation concerning the Cybertron Council. Optimus should currently be en route to Earth. Quite fortuitously, he appeared behind them. Starhowl instinctively launched an attack, but despite having undergone special training from the leaders, Optimus had only 5 years of experience and was easily subdued by Starhowl. Once recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Starhowl released Optimus. Dawn remarked, "Optimus, could you refrain from appearing behind other Transformers so casually? It poses a significant risk." Thankfully, Starhowl did not hold back too much. "Starhowl, next time Optimus does this, simply send him back to the Allspark." Starhowl replied, "No problem, but whether or not to leave him intact will depend on my mood." "Optimus, if I startled you, I apologize. However, I am currently investigating matters regarding the Cybertron Council." "Dawn, I understand. I have already communicated with my Transformers and will assist you if necessary." "Optimus, thus, I wish to express my gratitude, Dawn." "Dawn, is there anything else?" "Optimus, to be on the safe side, the stronger our reinforcements, the better. I hope you can further train Bumblebee and the others." "Dawn, their abilities have already been maximized. Any further enhancement may be beyond their capacity." "Optimus, is there no alternative?" "Starhowl, body modifications or transforming into a combinational warrior. The first option is simple and quick, yet the power remains limited. The second option is challenging and slow, but the strength it yields is not something an ordinary Transformer can achieve." "Optimus, will you combine?" "Dawn, no. But we have collaborated with several combinational warriors and gained some understanding. Let us give it a try. If we don't attempt, we will certainly fail. But trying may yield success. Optimus, then I entrust this to you. Bumblebee, Optimus. Due to time constraints, Optimus could not elaborate extensively, merely outlining the situation on Cybertron and indicating that he would reach out to those present if needed. Megatron required assistance, and Optimus consented. After their departure, Ironhide rushed to Dawn's side. Dawn, Starhowl, what did Optimus discuss with you? Can you reveal even a fragment? Dawn, Optimus mentioned that we must train you both more rigorously. Ironhide, what? Chapter 246, Speeding Electric. Is what you say true? Red Spider has been defeated. He was taken away by Optimus alongside Megatron. Dawn, indeed. So during your time on Earth, you need not worry about Megatron and Red Spider. Speeding Electric. Does that mean we will still be harassed by Megatron and Red Spider upon our return to Cybertron? Starstorm. The current situation on Cybertron is rather dire. The Cybertron Council is now dominated by the Decepticons, who relentlessly slander the Autobots and exclude them, undoubtedly favoring their own faction. Thus, it is imperative to dismantle the influence of the Cybertron Council first. Blitzwing, should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Dawn, thank you. Blitzwing, no. We should be the ones expressing gratitude. Moreover, is it acceptable for you not to return to the Autobots? Dawn, fear not. I have created 2 duplicates of myself using afterimages. Aside from their inferior defensive capabilities, they are otherwise competent. In the scrapyard, Dawn, duplicate to save time and simultaneously assess your teamwork. I urge you all to engage together. Ironhide. Hey Dawn, no matter how formidable you are, isn't it a bit arrogant to assume we can take you on together? Dawn, duplicate, merely smiled and replied. Ironhide, arrogance requires a foundation. Or perhaps you're simply hesitant. Huffer, what nonsense. With that, he lunged forward, but Dawn, duplicate, merely sidestepped, grasping Huffer's arm. Utilizing his momentum, she spun around and flung him aside, continuing to smile. Please, do not hold back. Let's all join forces. Drift, students, let us unite. Thunderstorm and Slipstream. Yes, my lord. As they approached, Dawn, duplicate, lowered her center of gravity, executing a sweeping kick. Drift, Thunderstorm, and Slipstream leapt into the air, yet as they ascended, Dawn, duplicate, unleashed a rapid succession of strikes, sending them flying. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Cable. Let us charge together. They surged towards Dawn, duplicate, with Ironhide firing a barrage of energy lasers, yet none found their mark. Dawn, duplicate, darted in front of Ironhide, delivering a devastating punch to his abdominal armor, propelling him across the scrapyard. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Cable, Bumblebee, Little Chip. Before Bumblebee could react, he was struck down by Cable, who had been hurled by Dawn, duplicate. As Huffer rose and charged again, he too was sent flying by a flurry of kicks from Dawn, duplicate. Cable, upon rising, addressed the downed Bumblebee. I know you cannot hear me right now, but I must apologize, Bumblebee. He then rushed towards Dawn, duplicate, who swiftly advanced, landing a powerful punch on Cable's enormous jaw. When Dawn and Starstorm returned, her duplicate still stood there, while the other Transformers lay strewn across the ground. Cable, am I dazed, or are there truly 2 Dawns? Bumblebee, no, Cable. You're not dazed. There genuinely are 2 Dawns. As another avatar of Dawn leaped forth from the shadows, Hot Rod exclaimed, no, now, there are 3 Dawns. Yet, with a light chuckle, Dawn made the 2 avatars dissolve into motes of light in the next instant. Bumblebee asked, what on earth is happening? Dawn explained, those 2 were mere projections created through my special abilities. Their combat prowess is at most 2/3 of my own, yet their defensive capabilities are even weaker. A single blow would disperse them. The revelation left the assembled Transformers in awe, pondering whether the avatars truly possessed only 2/3 of Dawn's strength. However, if even Dawn's projections were insurmountable, one could only imagine the prowess of the original. Starfall interjected, we have come merely to inform you that we will not be staying here overnight. Thunderstorm queried, why is that, Mr. Starfall? Bumblebee surmised, it must be due to the Minicons being pursued by Red Spider. After all that has transpired, they surely cannot easily trust other Transformers. Dawn affirmed, indeed, to reassure them. Please extend your understanding. Bumblebee replied, of course, and we appreciate your willingness to inform us. Dawn continued, next, we will devise a method to enhance your capabilities. Bumblebee responded, we will be in your debt. Chapter 247 later that evening. Russell and Danny urgently contacted Dawn regarding the conflict instigated by Bumblebee and his companions over the moon of Delatus. Dawn remarked, Starfall. It seems Bumblebee has located the moon of Delatus. I must retrieve it before they destroy it. Starfall urged, Hurry, I will look after the minicons. On the highway, as the moon of Delatus soared into the air amidst the contention of Bumblebee and his allies, Dawn appeared, seizing the moon and encasing it within his chest plate, thereby nullifying its influence over Bumblebee and the others, allowing them to regain their senses. Danny and Russell soon arrived on the scene. Bumblebee inquired, What just happened? Danny replied, Bumblebee, have you forgotten? You were fighting over the moon of Delatus until just now. Russell added, Indeed, had it not been for Dawn's timely arrival, you would still be at it. Bumblebee expressed gratitude. Thank you, Dawn. But why do we end up fighting? Dawn elucidated. It was the frequency emitted by the moon of Delatus that ignited the Transformers' desires. Any issues can be addressed back at the scrapyard. At the scrapyard, Bumblebee asked Dawn, Why were we all affected by the moon of Delatus, yet you were not? Furthermore, after you secured the moon, I ceased to feel its influence. Dawn replied, First and foremost, the moon of Delatus is real. The others gasped in surprise. Dawn, I assert that Delatus truly exists, and I am its guardian. This explains why the moon of Delatus does not affect me, and can even impede its influence upon you. Cable, but you're not currently in Delatus, are you? Dawn, Cable, have you forgotten my ability to create doppelgangers? Cable, all right. Ironarm, wait a moment, I have a question. Is the legend of the moon of Delatus genuine? Dawn, I regret to inform you, Ironarm, that in order to protect Delatus, there are certain inquiries I cannot address. Only those Transformers who have truly passed the assessment may enter Delatus and uncover its secrets. Ironarm, I see. Loquacious. Let us attempt once more, this time. We shall succeed. Dawn, rather than squander time in Delatus, we should contemplate how to merge into a combinational giant, which would enable us to assist more effectively. Horizontal cannon. It is easier said than done. Merging into a combinational giant is no simple feat, Dawn. Did you not succeed when you fainted earlier? That indicates you can indeed merge into a combinational giant. With further training and by capturing that sensation, it can be accomplished. There is still some time. Hurry and rest. At dawn, we shall commence training. Drift. Dawn, may I inquire how you intend to handle the moon of Delatus? Dawn, once the matters of Cybertron are resolved, I shall provide you with an opportunity to attempt it. Afterward, I will randomly cast the moon of Delatus into any corner of Cybertron. Bumblebee, why toss the moon of Delatus randomly into Cybertron instead of storing it properly? Dawn, this is a trial of Delatus. Only Transformers who have passed the assessment qualify to enter. Remember, in this world, nothing can be obtained without a price. Chapter 248, under Dawn's training, merging in pairs is manageable. Yet merging 5 together poses a challenge for those Transformers not inherently designed for such integration. Horizontal cannon. Hey, isn't that a good omen? Dawn, the ability to merge into a combinational giant is one thing. Effective coordination is another. If the coordination falters, even a mini giant could defeat you. Bumblebee, Dawn, I wish to know how those combinational giants coordinate so well. Dawn, it is simple. Designate a leader to guide the process. The leader dictates the actions, or they must unify their intentions prior to merging. Otherwise, they will disband in less than 3 seconds. Black Face God. Perhaps I could create a machine to assist Bumblebee and the others in their merging. Dawn, that is feasible, but for external missions. Reliance on oneself is essential. Black Face God, not an issue. By a twist of fate, while Bumblebee and his companions were embroiled in a robbery chase through the marsh, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As they prepared to capture the culprits, the robbers suddenly ignited their engines, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion in the swamp. In the aftermath, the robbers, without a glance at Bumblebee and his team, seized a nearby gravity regulator and fled. Upon regaining consciousness, the team felt disoriented. They had transformed into a combined form of colossal robot. Except for Bumblebee, who maintained clarity, the others could see nothing and had to rely solely on their instincts. When Bumblebee informed them of their current combined state, panic ensued. This chaos manifested in a comical scene where a gigantic Transformer lay playfully in the swamp, with Drift transformed into a sword, being cast aside in the process. It was only when Bumblebee shouted for calm that his comrades settled down, awaiting his next command. Bumblebee assessed their configuration. He was the torso and head, Ironhide the right arm, Bulkhead the left arm, Ratchet the legs, and Drift the sword. Following Bumblebee meticulous instructions. They managed to rise, only for Bulkhead to impulsively reach for drift, resulting in a tumble that inadvertently separated them once more. With a sense of resignation, Bumblebee remarked, "Now I understand why Dawn mentioned that merging into a combined form is one thing, but coordinating effectively is quite another." Not only was battling the Decepticons challenging, but even the simplest of everyday movements had become cumbersome. However, a more perplexing dilemma arose. Bulkhead had inexplicably split into two. Upon returning to the junkyard, Bumblebee sought out Dawn and Starsaber to inquire about the situation with the duplicate Bulkhead. Starsaber explained, aside from the naturally formed combiners, those trained later can encounter various issues post-combination due to a lack of synergy. Bumblebee pressed, "But what must we do to revert the two Bulkheads back to one?" Dawn replied, "We must await the results of our examination. If we're not careful, we might end up with 4 Bulkheads, or worse, none at all." As they sought a solution to remerge the two Bulkheads, they found themselves without them, as Bumblebee, Ironhide, Drift, and Ratchet had presumably gone off to complete a task. Dawn inquired of the Dark Face God, "How is the combination machine you mentioned earlier coming along?" The Dark Face God replied, "It's nearly complete. We just need to wait for their return to test it." Dawn responded with relief, "That's good to hear." That evening, upon returning from their mission, Bulkhead was successfully reconfigured into one under Dawn's adjustments, though he experienced a slight headache. Nevertheless, the team rejoiced at the return of their unified Bulkhead. Chapter 249, the following day, everyone was tasked with experimenting with a machine crafted by the enigmatic Black Face God to create a combined transformer. A palpable sense of trepidation lingered among them, not solely due to the uncertainty of the experiment's outcome, but more significantly, because this peculiar contraption was devised by the unpredictable Black Face God. The greatest concern was whether they could return to their original forms post-experiment. As the experiment commenced, their consciousnesses transitioned into another transformer: Bumblebee, Steel Cable, Drift, Crosshairs, Ironhide, and Bumblebee again. Their initial reaction was one of shock, followed by a mix of elation and anxiety. The joy stemmed from the novelty of the experience, while the worry arose from the potential for Decepticons to disrupt their proceedings. Dawn remarked, "Let's proceed then." "Steel Cable, Bumblebee," retorted Dawn, "this is hardly a time for jest. It is not amusing in the slightest." Dawn countered, "Bumblebee, do you not care to comprehend your teammates' perspectives? Do you not appreciate that your comrades might seek to understand others from their viewpoints?" Steel Cable replied, "But we are already familiar with one another." Dawn asserted, "From an outsider's perspective, that may suffice. However, from the standpoint of those directly involved, claiming to understand without having undergone similar experiences can often seem rather absurd." Starstrike noted that Bumblebee's words had struck a nerve with Dawn, yet he refrained from interjecting, opting instead to pat Dawn on the shoulder, signaling that training could commence. Dawn stated, "Once you acclimate, we will switch again. There will be a total of 4 shifts before you can revert." Crosshairs, Drift, replied, "I have no objections." Drift, Steel Cable, added, "This seems quite intriguing." Ironhide and Bumblebee, Crosshairs, and Drift both declared, "I refuse." Starstrike, with a commanding voice, asserted, "Resistance is futile." Weeks later, they finally returned to their own bodies. Truth be told, they felt somewhat disoriented, yet they had gained a deeper understanding of their comrades. Nonetheless, none wished to repeat the experience. It had been quite uncomfortable. Crosshairs inquired, "Must we really practice combining transformers?" Dawn replied, "You may opt not to train, but should you encounter a combined transformer in the future, do not seek my assistance." Bumblebee asked Dawn, "Starstrike, what are the odds we will encounter a combined transformer?" Starstrike replied, "It's hard to say. Who knows?" Dawn interjected, "Did you not previously encounter one composed of many transformers?" Ironhide remarked, "We had indeed forgotten that." Drift queried, "What shall we train on next?" Dawn responded, "You have grasped the fundamentals. You are ready to combine into a combined transformer at any moment." Steel Cable exclaimed, "Really? But how do we accomplish that?" Dawn explained, "Combining is quite similar to your usual transformations. The only difference is that 5 transformers must converge into one, primarily testing the harmony of the team." Bumblebee replied, "All right, let's give it a try." However, after several attempts, they faced repeated failures. Crosshairs lamented, "This is exceedingly difficult." Dawn, "If it were that simple, everyone could assemble into a combinational titan." Black Face God, "Why not employ machines to assist?" Dawn, "Bringing machines into every battle. Do you think that's feasible? Moreover, the disassembly time of a machine-assembled combinational titan is uncertain. If it takes too long, it doesn't matter, but if it's short, it may disintegrate before the fight even begins. Would you consider that worthwhile? Blackface God, you were right. That was my oversight. Chapter 250. Dawn and Starhowl observed that Bumblebee and the others had nearly completed their training for the combinational Titan, yet something vital was still missing: core comfort. Starhowl, it seems we must resort to desperate measures. Dawn, for now, that is our only option. While Dawn had to step away for a brief moment, Starhowl suddenly displayed signs of great distress, collapsing onto the ground, his body emitting purple smoke and subtle electric currents. Havoc cautiously inquired, "Hey buddy, what's wrong?" Bumblebee, could it be that everyone needs the small core? Prepare for battle. Iron Fist, Lieutenant, what is happening here? Bumblebee, I may not know the details, but I am aware that Starhowl was once controlled by the Cosmic Emperor. I hope I am mistaken. Starhowl rose, his demeanor entirely transformed. The once aloof and proud Starhowl now exuded a bloodthirsty aura akin to that of a demon. Before anyone could react, he had pinned Steel Cable beneath his foot, brandishing a sword aimed at Steel Cable's neck. The others rushed to attack Starhowl to rescue Steel Cable, but their efforts, including those from the Transformers and their assaults, were effortlessly repelled by Starhowl's sword energy. Even the formidable weaponry conjured by Blackface God was reduced to fragments in an instant. Steel Cable attempted to rise multiple times, but was relentlessly held down by Starhowl. Finally, Drift, utilizing sleeping gas from the sidelines, managed to force Starhowl to retreat a few steps, collapsing onto the ground. Bumblebee, the only way to defeat Starhowl now is to combine into the combinational Titan. Hurry! Everyone hastily gathered around the apparatus for assembly. Although they succeeded in combining, none had anticipated that Dawn stood behind the machine, holding the plug. Starhowl, being a flying unit, possessed a rapid filtration speed for gases, allowing him to recover swiftly and prepare to confront the newly formed Bumblebee. However, their lack of synergy was evident, and they were quickly overpowered by Starhowl, leading to their disassembly. Dawn stepped forward as Starhowl sheathed his sword. Starhowl, although the combination was successful, the lack of coordination is alarming, especially when you foolishly use verbal commands. This is the most inept group of Transformers I have ever encountered. Bumblebee, wait? You weren't under control. What was that just now? Dawn, take a look at the apparatus S plug. As they inspected, they discovered that the plug had been disconnected at some point. Bumblebee, Dawn, did you unplug this? Why did you do it and when? Everyone remained still, with only the suggestion of the opportunity to observe the Transformers. Dawn, before your combination. Crossfire, so, is not due to the instruments that we have transformed. Drift, it is through our own efforts. Dawn, correct. Iron Arm, but how do we achieve this? Steel Cable, I only know that I am quite furious at the moment. Dawn, that raises the question of what you were contemplating before your combination. However, it is true that, as Starburst pointed out, issuing commands through mere speech is indeed rather foolish. Crossfire, in what way is that foolish? Dawn, are you certain that the enemy's audio receivers are mere decorations, incapable of hearing? Crossfire was suddenly at a loss for words, and Bumblebee quickly adjusted the situation. Bumblebee, Dawn, what should we do then? Dawn retorted, do you not have a built-in communication channel? Well, it seems they have forgotten, as Dawn did not inquire further. Chapter 251. Bumblebee and the others attempted several more combinations, almost achieving success each time. Dawn and Starburst recognized that their mission was complete and refrained from further interference. Bumblebee, are you leaving? Dawn, we have discovered the reason for the Ark's descent to Earth, and we have already defeated him. The Red Spider has also been captured, and those minicons, like myself, are safe. To address the chaos on Cybertron, we have enhanced your capabilities as much as possible. Now that the mission is complete, we should prepare to return to confront the Cybertronian Council, while you still have some prisoners to capture. Bumblebee, you are correct. We will expedite our tasks on Earth and return to assist. Dawn, then, best of luck. I hope you can make it in time for the battle on Cybertron. Upon returning to their base, there were several more minicons in the cave. Dawn crouched down. Hello, I am Dawn. Starburst. After some conversation, they learned that the leader of the 4 minicons was Amidst, who had been genetically modified and programmed by the High Council to assist in confronting Bumblebee and his companions. They were aware of the Council's ulterior motives and were unwilling to comply with their directives. Starburst, you should understand the consequences of defying the Council. So, what do you intend to do? Starburst's meaning was clear. As long as the Transformers held positions within the Council, peace would remain elusive. Amidst, we must overthrow those Council members. Blur, please allow us to join, as a gesture of gratitude. Dawn, then let us set off. Leading everyone to Optimus Prime's ship, they encountered Optimus Prime alongside Megatron. The Minicons instinctively hid behind Dawn and Starburst. Starburst, if Megatron dares to bully you, I will ensure he returns to the Allspark. Megatron, Starburst. Starfall, what's the matter? Do you have an opinion? If it weren't for a certain Transformer-S influence, I would have already reduced you to a mere pile of scrap. Optimus Prime, Starfall, your ranks have once again swelled. Starfall, no need for pleasantries. I've trained Bumblebee thoroughly. What news do you bring from your end? Optimus Prime, Starfall, how much do you truly know? Starfall, the High Council is under the influence of the Decepticons. They have employed some mechanism to manipulate the thoughts of most Transformers. Optimus Prime, their ultimate aim is the conquest of Earth. Starfall, that should be their first step. Jazz, Starfall, what leads you to believe that? Starfall, the Decepticon members are all military Cybertronians, and I am one of them as well. Starfall, Windblade, how are my people faring? Windblade, a few have been captured, and some have already returned to the Allspark. Starfall, who are they? Windblade, Bumblebee, and Elita. A smile slowly crept upon Starfall's face, a twisted grin that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. The High Council in the distance felt an ominous foreboding. Blitzwing, Starfall, what is wrong with him? Starfall, he is furious. Dinobot, yet he smiles. Starfall, this is what is known as a smile born from rage. Once Starfall finishes smiling, a tempest of fury will rain down upon the High Council. Shockwave, could you elaborate? Starfall, I can only say that the angrier Starfall becomes, the calmer he remains, and his strikes grow more vicious. Just then, Starfall, where are those Transformers from the High Council? Chapter 252. Just as Barricade, Swindle, Hijack, Riot Gear, and Treadshock were deliberating their next move, a Transformer barged in. Starfall, smiling, may I join you all? Barricade, who are you? Starfall, smiling, does it truly matter who I am? Barricade, Hijack, eliminate him. We cannot allow him to disrupt our plans. Hijack lunged at Starfall, but Starfall's beam emitter was no mere toy. With a single shot, he brought Hijack crashing to the ground. Barricade and the others grew increasingly wary, but behind them, a space bridge manifested, revealing a throng of Minicons. Among them, 4 transformed and programmed prisoners, enhanced with genetic agents to assist on Earth. Barricade, you traitors. Starfall, that hat of yours is quite oversized. They never agreed to aid you from the very beginning. So how can you call them traitors? Barricade, silence. I will make you aware of the great trouble you've found yourself in. Starfall, though I am not one to seek trouble, I do not fear it when it comes knocking. If you dare to bully my Transformers, you will soon learn that you have encountered a formidable opponent. Barricade, such audacity. Let us take him down together. The leading Night Raid team paid no heed to them, instead proceeding to the control console to disable the mind control device and activate the cameras. Meanwhile, the other mini Autobots stood guard to protect the Night Raid team from any interference. The High Council launched an attack at dawn, yet only the Decepticon, known as Distortion, remained inactive. The beam emitters of Dawn were unleashed, but their target was the enchanting light emanating from the Decepticons. Subsequently repelled by airstrike, Dawn did not exert full force, as he intended to reveal the transgressions of these Transformers to the world. With the enchanting light extinguished, the true nature of the High Council was laid bare before the cameras, and the Transformers, devoid of mind control, saw the High Council for who they truly were, the Decepticons. In a fit of rage, the Decepticon, known as Rampage, merged into a combiner form, attacking while soliloquizing his plans. Their actions were all for the purpose of reinstating Megatron on Cybertron, deploying 4 genetically modified mini-Decepticons to create chaos, and releasing prisoners like Steeljaw to divert the attention of Bumblebee and others. They sought to ally with Soundwave, but found him elusive, leading them to establish the so-called High Council, which took control of Cybertron and initiated a manhunt for the Autobots, blaming them for Megatron's departure. Their goal was to eliminate all Autobots and seize Earth, ensuring Megatron's return to lead them in conquering the entire universe. Not only the Transformers on Cybertron, but also Optimus Prime and Bumblebee overheard this. The Transformers on Cybertron grew increasingly resentful of Megatron, while Optimus and Bumblebee perceived the situation as entirely instigated by him. Yet, Megatron lamented his unwarranted involvement. Dawn merely remarked, "Lord Megatron, this is not my concern. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with you and your followers." With a deft evasion, Dawn continued, "In essence, your ambition to dominate the universe merely uses Megatron as a convenient scapegoat." He then delivered a powerful blow, sending the combiner form Decepticons reeling. With the many Decepticons already departed, Dawn prepared to unleash a charged ability. Indeed, he preferred this method over direct confrontation, as his ultimate move was a trump card not to be revealed. Dawn gathered his strength, plunging his weapon into the ground, intensifying the gravitational pull of the area. After a brief moment of charging, he yanked the weapon free, unleashing a formidable electromagnetic wave that forcibly separated the combiner, leaving them gravely injured. Before losing consciousness, Distortion uttered a final thought. There must be a better way for us to coexist than through mutual slaughter. Ultimately, Optimus Prime took the initiative to convene a temporary council until a new leader could emerge. Iron Fist, Crosshairs, and Steeljaw expressed their desire to remain on Earth, while Dawn and Starstrike indicated their intention to explore other universes in the coming days. Before departing, Dawn sought out Distortion, who expressed remorse. "Dawn, I regret my past actions." "Dawn, Distortion, I hope you can exhibit greater resolve and diminish your indecisiveness." Simultaneously, I urge you to refrain from offering apologies too readily. For no matter how many times you apologize, the harm has already been inflicted. It is impossible to erase the scars of injury merely with a few words of contrition. Chapter 253. Introduction to the film Transformers in Pursuit of the Allspark. Megatron descends upon Earth. In the Arctic, he encounters severe magnetic interference and is inadvertently frozen beneath the ice. Through the unfortunate scientists who plummet into the icy abyss, Megatron scans information regarding the Allspark into the scientist's glasses. He is subsequently covertly relocated by the American military to a secret base beneath Hoover Dam, a secret known only to a select group of 7 military officials, comprised of former secretaries of defense. The Decepticon Vanguard, Barricade, and Scorponok launches an assault on the U.S. military base in Qatar. The reappearance of the Transformers raises the alarm for the current Secretary of Defense, who assembles a team of young computer prodigies to track the Decepticons' movements. Meanwhile, Barricade aids his partner Frenzy in infiltrating the President's aircraft, Air Force One, where they ascertain that to locate Megatron, they must find the glasses belonging to the Witwicky family, now in the possession of Sam Witwicky, who subsequently becomes a target for the Decepticons. Sam is a high school student whose life is far from ideal. No one at school believes his accounts of the glasses' history. In his disappointment, he attempts to auction the glasses online, yet they garner no interest. During this time, his father gives him a dilapidated car, which happens to be the Autobot Bumblebee in disguise. With Bumblebee's assistance, Sam wins the affections of the lovely Michaela Baines. But their bliss is short-lived as they soon find themselves under attack by the Decepticons. Optimus Prime arrives with other Autobots, marking the beginning of an epic battle between robots. Optimus informs Sam that the malevolent Megatron seeks to harness the Allspark's energy to transform all beings on Earth into Decepticons, thus vanquishing the Autobots and ultimately ruling the universe. The only way to destroy the Allspark is to insert it into Optimus's heart. As the leader of the Autobots, who staunchly defends universal peace, Optimus is prepared to sacrifice himself. The cunning Frenzy transforms into Sam's girlfriend's mobile phone, gaining access to the secret base beneath Hoover Dam and simultaneously relaying this information back to Decepticon headquarters. Starscream, along with other Decepticons, creates chaos, prompting Barricade, Barrage, and Blitzwing to rush to Hoover Dam to rendezvous with Megatron. In a critical moment, Bumblebee sends a distress signal to Optimus, while Jazz, Ironhide, and Ratchet, under Optimus's command, prepare for a fierce confrontation with the Decepticons. With the support of human forces, Sam, in a moment of dire urgency, inserts the Allspark into Megatron's heart. Yet tragically, Jazz falls in battle, and Sam's steadfast companion Bumblebee sustains severe damage. The mechanical body of Megatron has been submerged beneath the ocean, and the damaged energy core has returned to the hands of Optimus Prime. Yet, the tale does not conclude here. The retreating Starscream has flown back to Cybertron, where he will regroup with other Decepticons biding his time to strike back at Earth and engage in another battle against the Autobots. Chapter 254. Transformers 2 movie synopsis. The narrative continues from the previous installment, introducing a plethora of Transformers and expanding its settings to various countries, including France, Egypt, and China. It recounts the story of Sam Witwicky, who successfully thwarted the confrontation between the Decepticons and Autobots, saving the world 2 years prior. Although hailed as a hero, he remains a teenager, beset by anxiety over his impending college journey, particularly regarding his impending separation from his girlfriend, Michaela, and his first departure from his parents. He must also convey to Bumblebee, the Transformer who has remained to protect him, that he does not wish for him to accompany him to college, as Sam yearns for an ordinary collegiate experience. However, this intention necessitates abandoning his fate, just as Sam attempts to erase the memories of being embroiled in the Transformers War. The aftermath of the battle brings about significant changes. Sector 7 has been disbanded by the government, and the loyal Simmons has been dismissed. A new entity known as Nest has replaced Sector 7, collaborating with the Autobots, utilizing the experiences of Colonel Lennox and Agent Epps, who have previously confronted the Decepticons, to prevent their resurgence on Earth. Unfortunately, the short-sighted National Security Advisor of the U.S. government seeks to control all defense units and their powers, deeming Nest irrelevant since the Decepticons no longer pose a threat and plans to disband it. He believes humanity should not be entangled in the conflicts between Autobots and Decepticons. When Sam finally manages to escape his nagging parents and arrives at his dormitory, he discovers that his roommate Leo is not only a computer enthusiast, but also relentlessly pursuing the campus beauty, Alice. At this moment, Sam's mind is suddenly struck like a bolt of lightning, as flashes of images cascade before him. He fears he is succumbing to madness like his grandfather, initially resisting the urge to divulge the secret. Eventually, he realizes that the symbols appearing in his mind are of utmost significance. Thus, his plan for an ordinary life is thwarted, as Sam is once again drawn into the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons, a struggle that will affect the fate of the entire universe. Unbeknownst to him, the key to this battle of good versus evil lies within his grasp. However, with the support of his friends, allies at Nest, and even his parents, Sam ultimately accepts the inherent responsibilities of the Witwicky lineage, ceasing to evade his obligations, and truly learns that victory cannot be achieved without sacrifice. Chapter 255. Transformers 3 movie synopsis. In 1961, humanity detected signs of extraterrestrial presence on the moon, prompting President John F. Kennedy to decree that at all costs, the United States must land on the moon before the Soviets. In 1969, President Nixon ordered a covert surveillance of extraterrestrial activities during the Apollo lunar landing, leading to the discovery of the Ark, the Autobot spacecraft that had attempted to escape during the final battle on Cybertron, as well as the colossal robot Unicron. After graduating from Sam Witwicky University, Sam resided in Washington with his new girlfriend Carly. Having saved the world twice, he struggled to adapt to the mundane life of an ordinary citizen, yet he sought employment to establish a semblance of normalcy. Carly, unaware of Sam's inner turmoil, worked for an art and car collector named Dylan Gould. According to Soviet intelligence, Earthlings encountered the Decepticon shockwave at the site of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Optimus Prime repelled Shockwave, but was astonished to discover remnants of the Ark's core engine left behind. Enraged by humanity's concealment of the truth, he learned that years prior, American astronauts had found the wreckage of the Autobot Ark on the moon, but had kept it hidden from both the public and the Autobots. Optimus insisted on a lunar expedition, where he and his team encountered Unicron, the former leader of the Autobots and Optimus's mentor. They brought Unicron and 5 columnar objects back to Earth, only to fall into a trap. Sam was recognized by company personnel as a friend of the Transformers, and one attempted to inform him of the Decepticon conspiracy, only to be subsequently killed by a laser bird. After returning with Unicron and the 5 columnar objects, Optimus revived Unicron using the Allspark, reintegrating him into his own being. As the mystery unfolded, Sam realized that the Decepticons had been aware of the space bridge all along. Indeed, Unicron betrayed them, killing Ironhide and the twin Autobots. Witnessing the treachery of Unicron, once a member of the Autobots, humanity despaired and directed their ire towards the Autobots. Sam sought out Optimus and the Autobots to inquire about their plans, to which Optimus replied that they had none, choosing only to depart quietly. They left, but the ship was struck down by Starscream mid-flight, seemingly resulting in the annihilation of the Autobots. In desperation, Sam turned to former military officer Robert Epps, now working at a base, pleading for his assistance in tracking down Dylan and rescuing Carly from captivity. After a series of investigations, they discovered Dylan in Chicago, prompting Sam, Epps, and Epps's military comrades to venture there. The Decepticons and Unicron commenced their plan to transform Chicago into a base for transporting to Cybertron, dismantling nearly half of the city. Just when humanity felt helpless, the Autobots unexpectedly returned. Optimus and Unicron engaged in a fierce duel. Yet Optimus's sword and axe failed to breach Unicron's defenses, resulting in the shattering of his right arm. In a moment of dire urgency, Carly confronted the rust-ridden Megatron, sowing discord between him and Unicron, inciting Megatron's fury as he recklessly charged at Unicron, successfully landing a blow. He then smugly declared to Optimus that without him, Optimus's existence would be rendered meaningless. With a grave expression, Optimus retorted, "We'll see," and with a single strike of his remaining arm, he dispatched the long-exhausted Megatron. The ailing Nemesis Prime expressed that his actions were solely for the sake of his homeland, and he did not wish to see the Autobots become slaves to humanity. He hoped Optimus Prime could understand that he was in pursuit of freedom and implored Optimus to forgive his betrayal. In response, Optimus stated, "You have not betrayed me. You have merely betrayed yourself." With 2 gunshots, Nemesis Prime's life came to an end. Chapter 256, Transformers, the last night movie synopsis in the brutal Chicago battle. Although the Autobots successfully repelled the Decepticon invasion, they lost the trust and respect of humanity. The Cemetery Wind, a task force formed by the CIA, indiscriminately hunted all Transformers, causing both Autobots and Decepticons to vanish from the Earth. One day, Cade Yeager, a down-on-his-luck mechanical inventor residing in Texas, purchased a dilapidated truck cab, unknowingly awakening the dormant Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. Sensing the imminent threat, Cemetery Wind descended upon them. But the awakened Optimus saved Cade and his family, and subsequently reconnected with scattered Autobots. Meanwhile, a deranged human scientist uncovered the secrets of Transformer transformation from their remnants and sought to create artificial Transformers, with a new creation, Megatron's offspring, Galvatron, as their prideful yet deadly masterpiece. A new wave of crisis loomed, ushering in greater calamity for Earth. Cade aided the Autobots, safeguarding a group of surviving Transformers in a junkyard. Concurrently, Optimus returned to his home planet of Cybertron, only to find his once familiar homeland irrevocably altered. The goddess Quintessa, who created Optimus, instructed him that only by harnessing Earth power could Cybertron hope to survive. Corrupted, Optimus returned to Earth, vowing to oppose it and annihilate the planet. The responsibility of saving the world fell upon an extraordinary team led by Cade, including Bumblebee, a British lord, and a professor from Oxford, as an epic catastrophe transformed Earth into a battlefield. Chapter 257, Transformers, the last night movie synopsis. Optimus departed Earth in search of his creator, leaving a power vacuum in chaos. An increasing number of Autobots and Decepticons arrived on Earth, plunging it into a crisis of destruction. Simultaneously, Transformers were deemed illegal, prompting the establishment of a new paramilitary force. Former Navy SEAL William Lennox became part of the TRF, formed by the government to eradicate all Autobots, regardless of their nature. Chapter 258. Upon entering the real universe, Dawn did not intend to work at the archives, but chose to remain at the medical station to treat injured Transformers. Starwave continued his training of new recruits at Cybertron Military Academy. Both Dawn and Starwave were busy. Either Dawn was pulling night shifts or managing the temperamental sick Transformers during the day, while Starwave sometimes had to cover for a mentor or deal with provocative Transformers by bringing them to the medical station. One day, Starwave delivered a provocateur, who was nearly returned to the Allspark after being beaten, to the medical station. Dawn, Starwave, who is this guy? How did you manage to beat him to such a state? Starwave, Megatron. Dawn, if he has not returned to the Allspark, I suppose you were rather gentle. It must be said that Megatron is indeed quite tenacious. After half an hour of repairs, he was revitalized. Dawn remarked, "Well, since everything is in order, you may be discharged this afternoon. Should any issues arise later, feel free to seek my assistance. However, there are many other competent doctors you may consult as well." Just as Megatron was about to respond, a nurse outside announced, "Dr. Dawn, a friend of the patient has come to visit him." Dawn replied, in that case, I shall not intrude any further. No sooner had Dawn departed than Soundwave entered. Lord Megatron, he began, after your duel with Starstorm, what are your thoughts on this Autobot? Megatron replied, I must concede that he is quite formidable, but I require further insight. I would appreciate your assistance in gathering information regarding Starstorm. Understood, Soundwave affirmed. With the medical station devoid of patients in need, Dawn retreated to the library. Starstorm was also present, and they engaged in covert communication. Starstorm speculated, out of the blue, Megatron sought me out for a sparring match. There must be an ulterior motive. What do you think it could be? Dawn suggested. It is quite possible he wishes to recruit you. Starstorm cautioned, then they will certainly investigate my background, so you must be vigilant. Dawn replied, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Nevertheless, I shall remain cautious, and I am curious as to what they might uncover. The following day, Soundwave presented his findings on Starstorm to Megatron. The information was succinct yet somewhat peculiar. Starstorm was a combat instructor at Cybertron Military Academy, known for producing exceptionally skilled students. However, there seemed to be a tendency among them to withhold certain skills during training. The reasons for his role as an instructor were not solely attributed to his prowess, but also to his experience on the battlefield against the Quintessence, where he had served as a vanguard. This was particularly odd, given that these events transpired nearly 1,000,000 years ago. Yet Starstorm bore no visible signs of the passage of time. His circle of friends was uncomplicated, consisting of several acquaintances, though they appeared to be merely superficial connections. His partnership status indicated a remarriage to Dawn, an ordinary doctor whose name rang familiar yet elusive. Dismissing the thought, he pondered that recent observations had revealed no particularly close Transformers in Starstorm's vicinity. Thus, Dawn was overlooked, who in turn attributed her busyness to work. Indeed, Megatron sought to recruit Starstorm, making frequent visits. Yet Starstorm initially responded with mere civility, later adopting a more indifferent demeanor. During this period, Dawn endeavored to keep her distance from Megatron. Hey, Starstorm, Megatron called. Are you free today? Let us visit the McAdams' old oil house for a drink. I do not favor noisy establishments, Starstorm replied. Megatron continued, there's a new shop nearby. Let's take a look. Starstorm countered, that is merely a parts shop. I am aware. Megatron persisted. How about we go watch a movie or play together? Xing Xiao glanced at the array of dramatic and comedic films and promptly declined, stating, in contrast to these, I prefer horror films or those that require logical thinking, as well as tragedies. This inclination was primarily influenced by Dawn, who had a penchant for horror films and intellectually stimulating dramas. Megatron proposed, Xing Xiao, shall we engage in a duel? Xing Xiao responded, certainly. But do be mindful that I might end up back at the medical station, so do not trouble me afterward. The outcome was predictable. Once again, he found himself at the medical station, where he encountered Dawn anew. Chapter 259. Displaying affection, Megatron had not anticipated that the medium-sized Transformer before him was, in fact, Xing Xiao's companion. Aside from those optical lenses, he discerned nothing particularly remarkable about Dawn. Dawn inquired, what is it? Are you so astonished by my presence? Megatron replied candidly. To put it bluntly, I did not expect that Xing Xiao's companion would be you. You appear somewhat more attractive than the average Transformer. Yet you do not seem to differ in any significant way. Dawn retorted, one should not judge a book by its cover, you know, sir. Megatron responded, by your logic, you must possess some talent. Dawn replied, without a modicum of skill, how could I possibly be Xing Xiao's companion? Megatron queried, then why do you only serve as an ordinary doctor? Dawn explained, to you a doctor may seem mundane. To me, it is anything but. You shall be discharged this afternoon. Megatron asked, will you not stay a while longer to converse with me? Dawn replied, I have other patients to attend to. Megatron pressed, what if I were to compel you to remain under another pretext? Dawn stated firmly, regardless of your status outside, here I recognize you solely as a patient. If this displeases you, I have no objection. You are entirely free to seek another doctor, and I trust you possess the means to do so. Dawn's demeanor, devoid of the obsequiousness typical of other Transformers, piqued Megatron's interest, prompting him to seek further interactions with Dawn. After attending to other patients, Dawn concluded his shift and prepared to leave. Xing Xiao, finally able to leave work on time, arrived to pick up Dawn, only to find Megatron poised to invite him to depart together. Dawn stated, I apologize, sir, but my companion has come to escort me. I must take my leave. Xing Xiao remarked, you've attracted Megatron's attention. Dawn replied, Indeed, Xing Xiao, what are your thoughts on Megatron from this universe? Having traversed numerous universes over the years, Xing Xiao had matured, no longer exhibiting the impulsiveness of his earlier days. In confronting an unsatisfactory version of himself and Megatron from another universe, he felt no animosity. The once fervent desire to obliterate had dissipated. Perhaps it was Dawn's presence that allowed him to identify the Transformer he wished to protect. Although he recognized his own limitations compared to Dawn, Xing Xiao was confident in his ability to shield Dawn from most hazards. Noticing that Xing Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon him, seemingly lost in thought, Dawn called out, Xing Xiao, it is time to return to reality. What occupies your mind to such an extent? Starry Night gently caressed the mask of Dawn, reflecting on the joy of their encounter. Had I not met you, I cannot fathom what I might have become, he mused. Dawn, slightly flustered, retorted, we're already like an old married couple. If you truly feel gratitude, perhaps we should consider having a child. As her voice trailed off, she suddenly exclaimed, covering her face, yet the crimson hue of her mask could not conceal her embarrassment, with her head seemingly steaming. The surrounding Transformers initially regarded her outburst with bewilderment, but soon grasped that the two were merely flirting. However, some onlookers felt a tinge of jealousy, lamenting their own singlehood while being subjected to the couple's affectionate display. Noticing the attention they attracted, Starry Night and Dawn, both somewhat bashful, decided to excuse themselves from the scene. Starry Night, you haven't yet answered my question. What are your thoughts on the mighty Megatron of this universe? Dawn inquired. Starry Night replied, though he possesses a certain cunning, it is primarily a means of self-preservation in the realm of politics. Overall, he is rather straightforward, albeit a bit impish. Then let us be friends, she proposed. Agreed, he responded. Chapter 260. A refusal to choose sides. During this period, Megatron sought out Dawn through Soundwave, intent on discussing matters of intelligence, as those in this field were adept at discerning the nuances of their kind. The more Transformers who understood Dawn, the better. Though the ambulance consistently interrupted their exchanges, urging Dawn to remain cautious around Soundwave and his cohorts, it did not deter Soundwave from visiting her whenever the ambulance's attention waned. Tell me, Dawn, what is your opinion of our leader? Would you consider joining us? Soundwave asked. Dawn, Megatron is indeed an exceptional Transformer. Ascending to the rank of Cybertron's protector and the supreme commander of the Cybertronian Defense Forces is no small feat, and maintaining such a position must be arduous, she replied. Our leader is no ordinary Transformer. Furthermore, Dawn, are you truly just an ordinary physician? Soundwave probed. How should I put it? She responded. You believe it is challenging for Megatron to secure his position, which I understand. Yet, why do you think it is difficult to maintain it? Soundwave continued. Primarily, the position of Supreme Commander holds immense power, allowing one to command a significant portion of Cybertron's military. Hence, many Transformers covet this authority. And to prevent it from falling into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, Megatron must undoubtedly exert considerable effort, she elucidated. How well versed are you in the intricacies of politics? Soundwave inquired. I have only heard snippets from others, so I possess a modest understanding, she admitted. Dawn, would you consider joining us? He pressed. Dawn firmly declined, stating, friendship is welcome, but I must respectfully refuse to take sides. Rest assured, I shall not align with any faction. If that day were to come, I would inform you. At dawn, Fu Xiao perceived that the sound waves from this universe were more vivacious than those from other realms. He found joy in conversing with them, though he remained steadfast on certain principles without any intention to compromise. Through the course of their discussions over the past few days, the sound waves gained a modicum of understanding about Fu Xiao, recognizing him as a TF who is indifferent to fame and fortune, navigating life with a carefree spirit. He bore no prejudice against any TF, embodying a gentle and benevolent demeanor. The sound waves surmised that Fu Xiao refrained from aligning himself with any faction, perhaps due to his overly amiable nature, which might cause complications for other TFs. However, the sound waves only grasped half of the truth. Fu Xiao's reluctance to take sides stemmed from his personality, not because he was overly kind-hearted, but because when provoked, his wrath could rival natural disasters. Generally, TFs would not seek trouble with an ordinary doctor unless they were intentionally looking for conflict, as it would mean forfeiting their access to medical care. While political elites often have their own designated physicians, these doctors sometimes exploit their positions to either oust or protect individuals. Fu Xiao, as closest ally among the best doctors of Cybertron, was the ambulance, who, despite being somewhat sharp-tongued, was fundamentally a decent TF. Crucially, the ambulance shared a disdain for the elite, which alleviated Fu Xiao's concerns about other TFs stirring up trouble. However, the dynamics changed within political circles. Those lofty TFs, regardless of who one might be, would not hesitate to harm others if they perceived a threat to their interests or identified someone as a convenient scapegoat. Fu Xiao and Xing Xiao were both fiercely protective of their own, particularly Fu Xiao, whose aggression was unmatched among TFs. He stood at the pinnacle of strength. Should anyone foolishly intrude upon his territory, be they elder council members or leaders, they would receive a swift and decisive response. If anyone attempted to mediate or soften the situation, they would find themselves met with equal force. In Chapter 261, Alien, the ambulance rushed to Fu Xiao's location. Wielding a wrench, Fu Xiao, did Soundwave come looking for trouble again while I was away? Upon inspecting the area and finding no sign of Soundwave, the ambulance set down the wrench and turned to Fu Xiao, who was smiling brightly. Did he just slip away? The ambulance inquired. Fu Xiao nodded. I told you to keep your distance from Megatron and his TFs. They are nothing but trouble, the ambulance cautioned. Ambulance, I understand your concerns, but they have their own agency. They can choose where to go and whom to seek out, and I have made my stance abundantly clear to them, Fu Xiao replied. With a sigh, the ambulance added, I know you are advocating for the rightful treatment of abilities like heat waves, but alas, I can only remind you that they will usher in trouble, perhaps even fatal consequences. Fu Xiao scoffed coldly. Fatal consequences? Such matters are merely a price to pay. A cost for the sake of equality. Not merely the TF endowed with extraordinary abilities, but just last night, the ineffectual and those with psychological afflictions sought him out. For their mentor, Young, had met his demise at the hands of the Council of Elders and the formidable leader, Unicron. This tragic fate befell him solely due to their conjectures that Young was orchestrating a rebellion against them. Little did they realize that these TF, marginalized due to anomalies in their bodies or cores, merely yearned for warmth amidst this frigid world. Consequently, not only were some of their ranks covertly eliminated or subjected to forced alterations of memory and identity, but even Young could not escape their sinister clutches. Although the paramedic had no intention of allowing Dawn to meet Orion just yet, as Orion remained blissfully unaware of his entrapment in the ominous pit known as Megatron, he nonetheless said, Dawn, I shall introduce you to a TF. Even if he cannot assist you, I hope you will find a confidant. Dawn replied, Paramedic, I will meet him, but I shall not easily confide in him, even if you endorse him. Their initial encounter transpired at the entrance of the academy, where Orion made a lasting impression as a humble and courteous individual, embodying the image of a congenial backbone. In contrast, Dawn, despite her personal decorum preventing her from appearing sullen, wore an expression devoid of emotion, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Orion, however, felt no discomfort from Dawn's demeanor, for the paramedic had previously informed him that, barring work necessities, Dawn typically maintained a cool disposition towards unfamiliar TF and new acquaintances. After a brief self-introduction, Orion said, Hello, I am Orion. You must be Dawn, as mentioned by the paramedic. Dawn nodded, sensing that he might be a more amiable TF. The paramedic interjected to lighten the atmosphere. It's nearly noon. Let us replenish our energy at a nearby venue. In a quaint restaurant, they each ordered their preferred energy crystals. Optimus Prime opted for high-concentration energy bars and blocks, while the paramedic chose a nutritious mixed energy platter. Dawn selected a bittersweet energy liquid and a small portion of energy snacks. The conversation commenced with a gentle back and forth. Yet Dawn remained reluctant to broach the subject of those with extraordinary abilities. The paramedic contemplated encouraging her to speak up, but reconsidered, knowing her personality might bristle at such an overture. Instead, he shifted the focus to Orion's recent research. Optimus Prime inquired, What are you currently investigating, Orion? Orion replied, I am delving into the matrix of leadership on Cybertron. Dawn expressed her curiosity. In which direction are you headed? Orion responded, I have yet to determine that, as I have only just begun. Dawn, what do you know about it? Dawn elucidated. The matrix is the source and resting place of all Transformer sparks, providing energy for their sustenance, enabling any electronic device to transform into a sentient being. Optimus Prime asked, How did you come to know this, Dawn? She replied, I am among the second batch of TF born on Cybertron. It is only natural for me to be informed. Optimus Prime continued. Do you know why the Matrix remains dormant to this day? Dawn. It is unclear. After all, there are numerous reasons. My conjecture is that exhaustion plays a part. Chapter 262, Orion. Exhaustion? Dawn. Currently, Cybertron has already produced several batches of Transformers using the Allspark. The specifics of these Transformers escape my memory. Although the Allspark is a sacred relic, it too has its limits. Medic, do you have any solutions? Dawn, this is not the ideal place for such discussions. Indeed, we are in a restaurant, where the chatter of many can be quite distracting, while there may not be much worth safeguarding. A single slip could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, which would be unfortunate. Upon arriving at Orion's laboratory, Orion, there are no outsiders here. Speak freely. What is your proposal? Dawn, firstly, is there an issue with the scarcity of energy crystals? Orion suddenly grew wary. How do you know this? Dawn, quite simply, is the primary reason for the Allspark's dormancy. The Allspark relies on energy crystals to rearrange the sparks returning to it, which are then infused into new bodies. Orion relaxed. So, if we resolve the issue of energy crystal scarcity, that would suffice? Dawn, this is merely a hypothesis on my part. The specifics elude me. However, regarding the energy crystal issue, I might have a solution. We could manufacture synthetic energy crystals ourselves. Medic, Dawn, that seems an impossible feat. Dawn, it will be impossible if we do not attempt it. If we try, there's a chance we may succeed. Orion, then I entrust this task to you. Do you require our assistance in any capacity? Dawn, I need a laboratory, and I shall also request an extended leave from the medical station. Medic, not a problem. The following day, Megatron dragged a severely battered Transformer, whom he had thoroughly defeated, into the medical station. The surrounding Transformers were taken aback. The battered Transformer had been subjected to the Council's 5 punishments and Soundwave Shockwave, yet many Transformers speculated that Shockwave would inevitably clash with Megatron, given his current logical reasoning. Thus, they were not surprised to see Shockwave in such a deplorable state, but rather astonished that Megatron bore numerous wounds himself. They thought, goodness, Shockwave's combat prowess is surprisingly formidable. We must tread carefully in the future. As for why Megatron and Shockwave had engaged in battle, the reason was that Soundwave had been captured by Shockwave the previous night for the purpose of studying Soundwave's unique ability to read sparks. The laser bird, having narrowly escaped, sought refuge from Megatron, Dawn, and Starfall. The earlier arrivals, Dawn and Starfall, engaged in a logical discourse with Shockwave to buy time until Megatron's arrival. As Megatron arrived, he wasted no words and launched an attack. Shockwave, not being an ordinary Transformer, immediately retaliated. Following the fierce exchange between the two Transformers, Dawn and Starfall seized the opportunity to escort Soundwave away. Unimpeded by any Transformers, their confrontation continued until the break of dawn. Megatron inquired of several doctors regarding Dawn's whereabouts, only to discover that Dawn had taken a 10-year sabbatical to conduct research at the Academy of Sciences, the specifics of which remained unknown to any Transformers. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron proceeded to the Academy, though some Transformers wished to remind him, Lord Megatron, your injuries remain untreated. Yet, no doctor dared voice this except for the ambulance, which was currently occupied with routine checks for the Council. All pondered, ambulance, please return swiftly. Upon arriving at the Academy, Megatron inquired about Dawn's laboratory. The receptionist, visibly intimidated, divulged its location. Without knocking, Megatron entered the laboratory, calling out loudly, only to be met with a resounding crash. Chapter 263. Dawn observed the constantly apologetic Megatron and the disarray of the laboratory, pondering for a moment before deciding to assist in tending to Megatron's wounds. Half-jokingly, she remarked, Sir, if you truly feel remorseful, how about procuring a few Transformers for me to use as test subjects? Without hesitation, Megatron replied, Of course, no problem. Dawn responded, You are indeed decisive. However, you did not come to the Academy merely for treatment, did you? Megatron acknowledged. My primary curiosity lies in why you chose to join the Academy. Dawn explained, It pertains to the scarcity of energy crystals, but I cannot divulge further details. A staff member interjected, Mr. Dawn, the new laboratory is ready. Observing that Megatron had nearly been restored, Dawn warned, Sir, should you disrupt my work again with such clumsiness, I will not hesitate to place you on my blacklist. Megatron exclaimed. As long as it does not hinder your work, that is acceptable. Dawn affirmed, indeed. With that, she departed. Back at his post, Megatron sought out Soundwave once more, inquiring, Soundwave, what are your thoughts on Dawn as a Transformer? Soundwave replied, upon first encountering him, he exuded an aura that naturally deterred others, not contrived in the least. As I got to know him, I discovered his foresight is remarkable, often playing the role of a wise mentor among friends. Megatron then asked, and what is Starfall? Soundwave responded, my initial impression was of a formidable character, radiating an aura of danger that compelled others to keep their distance. I find it quite perplexing how Starfall managed to marry such a gentle Transformer. Megatron concluded, on this matter, we need not delve too deeply. Our immediate objective is to devise a strategy to ally with Dawn and Starfall. Soundwave understood why Megatron was so eager to ally with Dawn and Starstorm. It was not merely due to their exceptional abilities that Starstorm could ascend to the role of an instructor at the Cybertron Military Academy, and Dawn could be assigned to the Academy of Sciences for research. Rather, it was the genuine camaraderie and respectful demeanor with which Dawn and Starstorm treated Lord Megatron that brought him comfort and delight. Months later, Dawn showcased several Terracons, which she had modified to everyone present. Starstorm, Orion, Ratchet, Jax, Megatron, and Soundwave were all in attendance. Orion inquired, Dawn, what are these? Dawn replied, they are called Terracons, creatures I created to harness the energy of minerals floating in the air and soil. As she spoke, an energy crystal formed on the back of one Terracon, leaving everyone except Starstorm in astonishment. What on earth? Exclaimed Jax. It appears there truly is energy in the air, Dawn explained. It simply involves decomposing, transforming, and then condensing the components of the air. Ratchet, intrigued, remarked, but I am curious why you summoned us. Why did they come as well? He referred to Megatron and Soundwave. Dawn responded, because I need to test whether the Terracons can function effectively on the battlefield beyond just acquiring energy crystals. Suddenly, a commotion arose as Jax was knocked to the ground by an electric shock from the energy crystal on a Terracon's back, convulsing. Dawn quickly added, my apologies. I forgot to mention that unless a Terracon willingly offers it to you, the crystals on their backs are unrefined and will provoke a repulsive reaction upon contact. Chapter 264. Optimus Prime remarked, the protective measures are quite effective. If this passes, it could resolve Cybertron's energy crystal shortage. I believe the esteemed leader of the 13, Unicron, would surely be pleased and may even grant you some of your requests. Is there anything you desire? Dawn pondered thoughtfully. As for what I want, it is still too early to discuss. Let us first wait until this project is fully implemented. While everyone's attention was fixated on the fear beast, only Star Howl and Soundwave noticed that something was amiss with Dawn. The clenched fist of Dawn's left hand trembled slightly, and an overwhelming fury surged toward Soundwave, instilling a profound fear within him. This was the first time Soundwave experienced such a terrifying sense of dread. Simultaneously, he pondered what their leader, Megatron, had done to provoke such wrath from the typically amiable Dawn. If Dawn were aware of Soundwave's thoughts, it would surely incite laughter. For Dawn was acutely aware of his own volatile temperament, which was prone to darkening. However, rather than instigating trouble, Dawn preferred to resolve conflicts with those who caused them. In private, Soundwave had discussed Dawn's psychological state with Megatron, who was equally curious about what had offended Dawn. Nonetheless, he was somewhat relieved, believing that Dawn would not align himself with the Decepticons. To be cautious, Megatron instructed Soundwave to investigate how the Decepticons had provoked Dawn. In truth, the modification of the Fear Beast was not solely aimed at enhancing its capabilities, but was also intended to attract attention within the political realm, facilitating a better strategy to undermine their governance. Such a solution could address the scarcity of energy crystals. Since then, Dawn had been engrossed in contemplation within a laboratory, deliberating on what steps to take next. Jack and the Perceptor would often visit to engage in conversation and explore any new ideas. Occasionally, Soundwave would join them, and the ominous anxiety that once enveloped Dawn had dissipated. Soundwave also discovered the reason behind Dawn's fury whenever the Decepticons were mentioned. Several of Dawn's friends and mentors, being either psychics or deemed useless, were frequently ostracized. Dawn's mentor, a psychologist, was also classified as useless. Due to these identities, many who were regarded as useless and some psychics sought solace from him. Yet the elders and leaders perceive this as an attempt to rally all the useless against their dominion, leading to dire consequences. Soundwave yearned to inform Dawn that their faction could assist, but suddenly hesitated, not out of fear of inciting Dawn's anger, but rather from the dread of alienating him. Consequently, he had been brooding for several days, which nearly affected his work. Megatron, unable to bear it any longer, inquired, "Soundwave, what troubles you? This is not like you." Soundwave confided in Megatron about Dawn's plight, yet he struggled to find a way to approach Dawn with the offer of help, fearing it might drive him away. Understanding that Soundwave had come to regard Dawn as a friend, Megatron encouraged him. Regardless of the approach, be it direct or tentative, it's essential to inquire. That is the nature of our faction. Understood, Lord Megatron, Soundwave affirmed. He then proceeded to Dawn's laboratory, where Dawn sat with a gentle smile, resembling a languid turbo fox in repose. "Tell me, Dawn, what significance do friends hold in your heart?" Soundwave asked. "My circle of friends is small, yet I cherish each one sincerely and will never betray their trust," Dawn replied. Soundwave, "If you find yourself in trouble, would you refuse help from that friend?" Dawn, "It seems you're already aware of my teacher situation." Soundwave's body involuntarily trembled. Chapter 265, New Experiment. Dawn, "It appears you are already aware of my teacher situation." Soundwave's body involuntarily trembled, and he nodded. Dawn, "Soundwave, I'd appreciate your kindness, but I do not wish for any more TFs to succumb to the delusions of persecution by the Nemesis and the Elders, returning to the source of fire." Soundwave, "What do you intend to do?" Dawn wore a harmless smile. "Since they are constantly burdened with the fear that TFs might harm or rebel against them, let us make that concern a reality." Soundwave, "And what follows?" Dawn, "Subsequently, we shall hold a leadership election, allowing the populace to elect a new leader, rather than relying on the so-called bloodline of the Primes." Soundwave, "Understood." After Soundwave departed, Dawn suddenly contemplated the possibility of bearing a child with Starstorm upon arriving in the next universe. In this universe of Cybertron, the concept of offspring does not exist. I wonder if it is feasible. Moreover, even if it were, it is not an opportune time for a sparkling to emerge. Yet, Dawn tentatively inquired of Jack the Wrecker. "And the Censor, Jack, Censor, I have observed on other planets that their beings create new life forms." Censor, "Indeed, it is quite fascinating. If we could do the same, it might resolve Cybertron's population issues." Jack, "I have seen that too, but they are carbon-based life forms, while we are silicon-based. Their methods of procreation may not succeed with us." Wrecker, Dawn, "It is merely a matter of uncertainty. Although our structures differ, we are all life forms. Thus there remains a possibility of success." Jack, "It seems you have formulated ideas." Dawn, "Most carbon-based beings I have encountered reproduce through the fusion of two individual cells, resulting in a new life after a period of merging. We could adopt a similar approach." Wrecker, "However, such a process would consume considerable energy crystals and time, which seems illogical. The TFs above would not agree." Dawn, "While this process may indeed waste time and energy crystals, if the fusion is successful, it could inherit the advantages of both TFs. Of course, there is also the chance of inheriting only disadvantages. Furthermore, during this nurturing process, it would test the responsibility of both TFs, enhancing their work capabilities. Additionally, if we ensure that the newborns achieve unified development, and then send them to different academies for training, how would that turn out? Their foundation would differ significantly from that of the current TFs." At dawn, the advantages and disadvantages of this process were analyzed, along with the aspects of the Jack, the Censor, and the Shockwave, which all appeared quite promising. Censor, "However, Dawn, what prompted this sudden idea?" Dawn, "I previously mentioned that on other planets, I observed beings creating new life forms. Witnessing the nurturing and companionship involved in the birth of these life crystals was incredibly heartwarming. I had this thought, but work made me forget it. Yet, seeing the warm scene of Soundwave and his minicon together reminded me. Shockwave, but what medium will be used, and who will conduct this experiment? This indeed poses a question. Who would be willing and suitable for such an endeavor? Dawn, let it be Starscream and me." Chapter 266. Dawn, "How about it? Starscream, and I will take on this first attempt?" Jack, "You too?" Dawn, "It was my suggestion to begin with, so it is only fitting that I lead. As for Starscream, I will discuss it with him upon my return." Shockwave, "Why consult him?" Dawn, "The process of creating new life will likely require a spark, and each transformer has their own responsibilities. This experiment must not interfere with their duties. Censor. Then it's settled. Once he agrees, we shall conduct a physical examination to determine if your data is suitable for this experiment. Dawn, no problem. But let us keep it from too many Transformers, just in case. Jack. However, with only the two of you, it seems unlikely that you would yield substantial reliable data. Dawn. I shall inquire with others nearby, who may share similar aspirations. Upon returning to the garage with Starscream, Dawn shared the matter, and after much contemplation, Starscream acknowledged that the Cybertronians in this universe lacked the concept of procreation. Yet, if they desired to attain a love child of their own, a Transformer must take the first step. Clearly, it must be themselves, but this also meant their child would attract the attention of many other Transformers. Thus, they would have to protect and train their child as best as possible in their daily lives. Starscream. All right, I agree. Dawn. That's wonderful. In fact, Starscream, I had the same thought. I was also considering that if you had declined, we could choose not to proceed. Starscream gently stroked Dawn's head crest and said, let this be one of our rare acts of defiance. However, it may bring difficulties for our child in the future. Subsequently, Dawn reached out to other Transformers, all of whom expressed their willingness to participate. Meanwhile, Jack and Censor, adhering to their professional integrity, merely informed Orion that Dawn was planning to address the issue of declining Cybertronian population, though the specifics had to remain confidential for the time being, yet assuring that it was entirely lawful. Shockwave, contemplating the logical implications, eventually divulged the details to Megatron, who was momentarily taken aback by the notion of children. He had heard from Soundwave that it was a term used by carbon-based life forms to describe the crystallization of their love, which should be quite normal. Yet, he found himself feeling an unusual sense of unease regarding his spark, accompanied by an unsettling irritability and an inexplicable desire to feast. Why was this so? The following day, at dawn, he brought Starwave to the Academy of Sciences for a physical examination. The results revealed an astonishing compatibility rate of 99.9%, which delighted everyone. Subsequently, the second, third, and fourth groups, comprising the giant, mini, beast, and ordinary Transformers, also exhibited compatibility rates exceeding 90% across a total of 20 groups. Frost, what do you plan to do next? Inquired Tianjin. Frost replied, the spark is the source of life and soul for the Transformers. Each spark embodies a fragment of Cybertron's essence. Thus, we must utilize the sparks for fusion to give birth to new sparks. Upon hearing this, the censors were taken aback. The spark was the very essence of life for all Cybertronians, and it could not be taken lightly. Just as they contemplated dissuading him, a participant in the experiment interjected. We understand, so let us commence. In truth, we have known how to create new life even before arriving in this universe, especially Songlong, who has long been a parent to dozens of children and even a grandparent. After the fusion of their sparks and pairs, they shone even brighter than before. However, aside from Songlong, everyone else furrowed their brows. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes later, the sparks separated, revealing a noticeable disparity. One spark had evidently grown larger, while the other had diminished slightly, resulting in a clear distinction. Subsequently, they summoned an ambulance to assist in checking their physical conditions. Upon learning of Frost's experimental endeavors, the ambulance driver exclaimed, "Are you jesting with your own bodies? And you, Frost, are you truly being reckless? How infuriating! Were it not for the uncertainty of what would ensue from a wrenching intervention, I would have already given each of you a good whack with a wrench." Frost reassured, "Ambulance, it's all right. I admit I can be quite reckless at times, but the results have been promising, haven't they?" The ambulance driver sighed, "Fine. Let me examine your bodies." After the examination, it appeared that, aside from some mild weakness, everyone was relatively all right. They simply needed to remain in Frost's laboratory for observation. In the 1 to 2 weeks following conception, their body temperatures rose slightly, yet thankfully remained within normal limits. The soft metal on their chests began to swell. Their appetites waned, and especially for Gao-chun, there were inexplicable fluctuations in emotions. Starting from the 5th and 6th weeks, everyone gradually experiences morning sickness, particularly feeling nauseous during the early morning and late evening, with vomiting occurring without any apparent reason, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. After the first trimester, these symptoms slightly improve, while during the second trimester, fatigue becomes more pronounced, and maintaining a single posture for an extended period proved challenging. As the spark of life transitions from the ignition chamber to the nurturing chamber, a noticeable bulge appears in the abdomen, but little else changes. In the third trimester, we enter the final phase of nurturing new life, where the prominence of our abdomens becomes increasingly apparent, necessitating greater attention. Dawn must begin to create a primordial body for these new lives. Ambulance. It seems that not only you, but even the tiny sparks within you are thriving. Dawn. During this time, we have all been particularly mindful and have come to understand the preciousness of life. If everyone were to experience this, perhaps they would develop a deeper respect for existence, don't you think? Ambulance. One can only hope. However, there are always a few extremists. Furthermore, Megatron and Orion are currently at an impasse. Have you heard about this? Dawn. No. TF has not mentioned it to me. I shall find a moment to converse with them. Dawn first seeks out Megatron for discussion. Dawn. Sir, you appear rather glum. Has someone upset you? Megatron ignores Dawn, turning his head aside, reminiscent of a petulant child. Dawn. Sir, you must understand that I have not disclosed the specifics of this experiment to Orion. I merely conveyed it through shock waves. Implicitly, I trusted you enough to share this, while my trust in Orion is lacking. Megatron, being astute, recognizes the underlying message. Nevertheless, Megatron responds, Dawn, you continually refer to me as Sir, yet with the other TFs you. Dawn. Then, Megatron, could you enlighten me as to why you are discontent? Although both Orion and Megatron are pupils of the primal enemy, and Megatron is Orion Sr., Megatron's capabilities and character surpass those of Orion. Yet, the primal enemy seems to favor Orion. Megatron initially believed that the primal enemy sought to motivate him through Orion, pushing him to showcase his abilities more vigorously. However, everything changed when Megatron inadvertently discovered that the blood flowing through Orion's circuitry was that of the Primes, the heir to the hidden lineage of the primal bloodline, concealed among the populace to protect against the fallen. Upon learning this, rather than feeling anger, Megatron was engulfed by despair. It became evident that the primal enemy had never intended for him to ascend as a leader. The promises made were mere jest, leading him to question the purpose of his years of endeavor. Ironically, Orion had previously professed disinterest in leadership, yet upon hearing the revelation of his royal heritage, he remained silent. Dawn scoffs. Humph, what nonsense about the blood of the Primes. It is merely a self-deceptive excuse. Megatron. Dawn bestowed upon Megatron a tome chronicling the early history of Cybertron. Since the inception of the creator deity Primus, Cybertron has faced a myriad of external threats. To confront these dangers and safeguard both itself and the original inhabitants of the planet, Primus harnessed the power of the Allspark to create the 13 Primes. Initially, they were merely 13 in number, but their lineage subsequently expanded. Together, the Primes established the illustrious Primal Dynasty, a lineage endowed with remarkable abilities, including the power of time and space traversal. Their kind and its denizens were collectively known as the Primal Race, and under their guidance, Cybertronian civilization began to flourish. Once, the society of Cybertron thrived in prosperity, with its populace enjoying peace and fulfilling livelihoods, reflecting a harmonious existence akin to any other civilization in the universe. Energy served as the cornerstone, sustaining and maintaining the normal functioning of society. However, one day, the Primes were met with shocking news. The reserves of the Allspark were on the verge of depletion. To replenish it, they would need to harness energy from celestial bodies, such as stars. Despite their extraordinary skills, the Primes found themselves disheartened, realizing that their limited numbers were insufficient to locate and retrieve the energy needed to sustain the Allspark. In their moment of desperation, the dwindling Allspark answered their pleas, giving rise to a new generation of Cybertronians, the Transformers. Unlike the Primes and their original kin, these newcomers possessed unique abilities. With a mere flicker of thought, they could metamorphose their forms into various shapes, be it aircraft, vehicles, vessels, everyday objects, or even flora and fauna, exhibiting a breathtaking array of transformations that transcended the visual realm. These capabilities enabled them to venture into realms inaccessible to ordinary beings, accomplishing tasks that seemed nearly impossible for their forebears. Equipped with similar temporal and spatial traversal abilities, the hunting members of this new generation could traverse time and space at will, analyzing, searching for, and pinpointing usable stars. Megatron exclaimed. So, we share the same bloodline? Furthermore, the aforementioned primal race possesses extraordinary abilities. Could it be that? Dawn nodded and replied, it is highly likely that they are also part of the primal race, though they remain oblivious to this fact. Megatron queried, then what did the Fallen mean by that statement? Dawn responded, firstly, the Fallen is unable to relinquish the mantle of leadership. Inevitably, he must step down, which compels him to seek a controllable puppet to secretly maintain his position. Given your nature, you are evidently an unsuitable candidate for such a role. In comparison, Orion would make a far more suitable puppet. Secondly, the Fallen holds the belief that the blood of the primal royalty is the most noble in existence, leading him to disdain the later emergence of the Transformers. Such Transformers exist in abundance on many less advanced planets. At dawn, the final words uttered by Optimus Prime elicited a hearty laugh from Megatron, who audaciously likened the Primes to primitive beings. It seemed that another Transformer like him could scarcely be found on Cybertron. However, before long, Megatron was unceremoniously ejected from the room by Optimus, who exclaimed, enough noise, and promptly shut the door. Outside, Megatron, apologizing, stated, I must inform you, Optimus, that I shall be leading my troops against the invaders tomorrow. To which Optimus replied, do your utmost to ensure they do not breach our defenses. Chapter 269, A Conversation, Part 2. Once Megatron departed, Optimus summoned Orion. Upon his arrival, Orion's gaze inadvertently fell upon Optimus's noticeably disjointed abdomen. Optimus reassured him. It is merely a side effect of the experiment, Mr. Orion. It shall gradually return to normal once the experiment concludes. I have heard that you and Megatron have been at odds lately. Might you share the details with me? Orion replied, it is because the Prime wishes for me to assume the role of the next leader, a position I have no interest in, hence my refusal. However, upon seeing my reluctance, the Prime revealed to me that I possess the blood of the primal lineage, hidden among the populace by the primal guardians to protect me from the Fallen. Optimus inquired, what are your thoughts on this? Orion admitted, while I am indeed astonished to learn of my lineage, I find myself at a loss regarding what choice to make. With a hint of exasperation, Optimus remarked, Orion, should I label you as foolish or merely naive? Faced with the perplexing mindset of his fellow Transformer, Optimus often found himself making such remarks. Yet Orion, oblivious to the implications, retorted, I am neither foolish nor an ignorant, single-celled organism. Optimus raised an eyebrow, contemplating, I deeply question how you ascended to the position of administrator in the Academy of Sciences, given your low emotional intelligence and mediocre intellect. Upon hearing this, even the most temperate of Transformers would feel irked. Yet before Orion could express his annoyance, Optimus continued, when others discover their true heritage, they endeavor to understand the circumstances and history surrounding it. You, on the other hand, ponder whether to accept the role of leader. It is no wonder Megatron is incensed. Orion reflected and acknowledged that he had indeed erred in his approach, yet countered, the Prime has already informed me. There seems to be no need for further inquiry. Optimus countered, that is precisely why you are misguided. Why would the Prime choose to disclose this information to you, just as Megatron was preparing to confront the enemy? Let me ask, when the Prime spoke to you, did he make an effort to avoid others? Orion replied, the Prime did not deliberately avoid others at that time. Optimus pressed on, so he did not avoid others. Why do you think that is? Have you considered it? Orion shook his head. Optimus sighed. It is astonishing that you have managed to navigate to such political heights while maintaining such innocence. It appears you have been excessively sheltered by your fellow Transformers. At dawn, Dawn handed over the historical records previously shown to Megatron to Orion. Upon reading it, Orion displayed an expression of astonishment. Dawn remarked, whether it is the earlier emerging primes or the later transforming ones, they're all creations of the Primal Primus, the deity of Cybertron. Now, even the primes can transform, and within the Transformers, there are those with extraordinary abilities. It can be said that the distinction between primes and Transformers has largely dissolved. Aside from those antiquated thinkers among the Transformers, most have ceased to concern themselves with such matters. Orion responded, what relevance does this hold in relation to Master Unicron? Are you suggesting that he is merely an antiquated relic? Dawn replied, your intellect has finally come to the forefront, but that is merely an excuse. Consider how Master Unicron treats Megatron in contrast to you, and what Megatron's aspirations entail. Orion reflected carefully. He realized that he had become a student of Master Unicron much later than Megatron, Yet he had garnered the Master's favor more swiftly. He had observed that Master Unicron often displayed a dismissive attitude towards Megatron, occasionally complicating matters for him. Out of curiosity, Orion had once inquired about this, to which Master Unicron merely stated that it was a special training regimen for Megatron. Orion, believing this explanation, had not pressed further. Megatron had also confided in him that he aspired to become a leader, dismissing these challenges as trivial. Was this circumstance merely another justification to target Megatron, solely because he was not a Prime? Why then did Master Unicron initially accept him as a student? Dawn concluded, I shall pose one final question to you. Do you prefer an obedient army or a disobedient one? And for those who disobey, yet commit no wrongdoing, how would you eliminate them without tarnishing your own hands? Ponder this carefully upon your return. Orion came to understand that Master Unicron intended to utilize him to confront Megatron, the most effective approach being to treat himself and Megatron differently. Chapter 270. Chaos. Upon discovering the machinations of the heavenly adversary, the ineptly disguised Aurelian was inevitably unmasked. Particularly in relation to the recent interactions with Dawn, it remained a mystery who had divulged this information to the heavenly adversary and the upper echelons of politics, distorting the truth to suggest that Dawn and his associates were clandestinely developing a secret weapon against the Council's elite. This revelation heightened the vigilance of the political hierarchy. The heavenly adversary could not suppress a sardonic chuckle at the timely arrival of this intelligence and resolved to deal with Dawn. The heavenly adversary attempted several covert operations, including assassination and the fabrication of baseless accusations, all of which were effortlessly thwarted by Dawn and his companion, Xing Xiao. Occasionally, Aurelian would also intervene, tarnishing his own reputation in the process. The heavenly adversary was seething with resentment and decided to target the TF associate closely linked to Dawn. However, unexpectedly, although the TF appeared to have connections with Dawn, they were ultimately captured by the Night Watch, who possessed incriminating evidence against them. The TF, with genuine ties to Dawn, proved formidable. Not only did the heavenly adversary fail to achieve his objective, but they were also apprehended. Night Watch, Dawn, what are your next steps? Will you seize the opportunity to expose this matter? Despite the inquiry, Night Watch spoke with certainty. Dawn, now is the time to gamble. Night Watch, I admire a TF like you who is unafraid of the pressures from above. Soon, Night Watch disseminated all the sordid dealings, audio recordings, and visuals of the assassins, the political elite, and even the heavenly adversary's transgressions. The public was incensed to learn that the political hierarchy sometimes dispatched assassins to eliminate ordinary citizens merely for their displeasure. This ignited the fury of the populace, demanding accountability from the political leaders and the heavenly adversary. The heavenly adversary and his cohorts were taken aback by Dawn's ability to extract such information from these notoriously tight-lipped assassins. They rushed to Dawn's laboratory, intent on apprehending him and quelling the citizens' outrage. However, upon arrival, they found no trace of Dawn. Instead, the walls bore the message, I await you in the Supreme Council chamber. You may choose to confront the wrath of the citizens instead. Their masks twisted in rage. One council member growled, How dare this lowly peasant be so audacious? Once we capture him, he shall not only face the 5 punishments, but also endure public humiliation. In their fury, none of the TFs noticed the hidden, mobile cameras lurking in the shadows, capturing their expressions and utterances, which were broadcasted on every screen. The citizens, witnessing and hearing this, gasped in horror, concerned for the safety of their brave scientist. Aurelian, witnessing this from his office, shared the anxiety for Dawn's predicament, especially since Dawn had become quite frail due to his experiments, rendering him incapable of facing his oppressors. It was truly perplexing. Why did Dawn not consult him about this significant matter? Where had he vanished to, and why could he not be reached? As Alian endeavored to venture outside, he discovered that the door was locked. A foreign voice resonated from beyond. Mr. Alian, Dawn has expressed a desire to keep you uninvolved in this matter. He will endeavor to resolve it through legitimate means. Do you even know where he is? Have you contemplated your course of action? Alian replied, regardless of the circumstances. I must prevent him from proceeding. Open the door and allow me to seek him out. The voice outside responded, We are not your subordinates and shall not heed your commands. Moreover, Dawn's actions are for your own benefit. Realizing they would not permit his exit, Alian resolved to devise an alternative strategy, first determining Dawn's whereabouts. Chapter 271. Departure. The Sky opponents made their way to the Grand Council chamber, discreetly followed by invisible mobile cameras. Upon their arrival, Dawn occupied the central seat, gazing upward at the Sky opponents. The Sky opponent remarked, "The Grand Council seat is not one you are entitled to occupy." Dawn responded, "Given my current standing, I indeed lack such privilege. However, illusory Celestial possesses it." With that, he transformed into illusory Celestial, embodying the likeness chronicled in history. His form and weaponry, the scythe, were in a constant state of flux, shifting shapes and altering states, transitioning from liquid to solid and back again, endlessly morphing, a unique characteristic inherent only to illusory Celestial, one that other transformations could not replicate. This identity evoked a sense of reverence among the citizens. The Sky opponent quickly regained composure, suppressing a sardonic smile, and retorted, "Do not presume that by transforming into a primordial warrior, you can intimidate us. Impersonating a primordial warrior is a capital offense." Dawn countered, "Who are you? You are the leader. You declare who is guilty, and thus they are. To you, we are not but insignificant beings, are we not? You may slay us at will. Alter us as you please, and cast your accusations upon us." Dawn's words incited a heightened animosity among the citizens towards the Sky opponents. Indeed, merely based on their conjectures and self-serving interests, they would demand compliance, allowing themselves to be slaughtered, transformed, and defamed. One member of the council declared, "Why waste words on him? Simply kill him and eliminate the relevant transformations. Then no one will know the truth of these matters." As Dawn approached, the group rushed towards it, having anticipated such frenzied behavior. However, they were oblivious to the fact that their own power had reached the 96th level. In this vast universe, most beings were no match for Dawn, let alone themselves. Yet, Dawn had no intention of simply returning them to the source of fire, for that would be too lenient. Thus, Dawn merely forced them offline. Optimus Prime, utilizing the materials left in the office, crafted a weapon that severely injured the TF sent by Dawn to hold him back. He then made his way to the ruins of the Primus dynasty, navigating through the labyrinthine corridors until he located the leadership module and affixed it to his chest plate. At that moment, Aurelian's body underwent a transformation, allowing him to charge forward with reckless abandon towards the Supreme Council chamber, where Dawn had already engaged in battle with the celestial adversary. Aurelian sought to intervene, but was suddenly halted by the blade of Starhowl pressed against his throat. Cold sweat trickled down Aurelian's brow, and in his anxiety over the celestial adversary, he failed to perceive that Starhowl meant him no harm. In a fit of desperation, Aurelian struck at Starhowl with unrefined fury, his attacks lacking coherence. Yet, Starhowl refrained from retaliation, merely defending himself. As the council members fell one by one, only the celestial adversary remained. In a moment of panic, Aurelian forcibly removed the leadership module from his chest plate, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. In a bid to protect Dawn, Starhowl rushed to shield him, wrapping him in his embrace. The overwhelming energy obliterated the Supreme Council chamber, sending the TFs within hurtling through the air. Both Dawn and Starhowl, lacking robust defenses, found themselves momentarily disoriented. In that state of confusion, Starhowl was pierced by a sword from behind, the blade descending from above, penetrating both Starhowl's and Dawn's source of fire. Aurelian gazed at the sword that had pierced them, and then at his own hands, murmuring, "No, I never intended to kill you. I only saw you slay the Council's TF and sought to save my teacher. Yes, I merely wished to save my teacher." Unbeknownst to him, the celestial adversary had long since vanished amid the chaos. Aurelian looked to Dawn, who met his gaze with an expression devoid of emotion. Such a gaze struck fear into the hearts of TFs. Dawn spoke slowly. "Indeed, a teacher reflects their student. Aurelian Pax, you measure a gentleman's heart with that of a knave. In this regard, your family bears a striking resemblance." Aurelian, no I. Aurelian found himself at a loss for words, his mind a blank slate. "Dawn, not only are you a member of the Prime's tribe, but so too is Megatron. The Fallen merely divulged this information to you because he perceives you as easily manipulable. Once he entrusts the leadership to you, he will continue to exert control over you, indirectly maintaining his dominion over Cybertron." Dawn observed Aurelian, who seemed utterly dazed, and after a light chuckle, she shouted. The spark, energy, emanating from her body shot forth. aimed precisely at the direction of the Allspark. Moments later, a blue beam of energy erupted from the Allspark, appearing above Dawn and Starfall, enveloping them in a warm glow before vanishing from sight. Thus, the Allspark, along with Dawn and Starfall, disappeared, leaving no Transformer aware of their whereabouts, nor where to seek them. Yet, they understood that at least one of Dawn and Starfall must still be alive, on a planet in a certain solar system. Wang Xiaojun awoke from his slumber, perplexed as to why his hands were wet with tears, his heart aching as if being twisted mercilessly. It was the second day since his arrival in the United States as an international student, set to report to university in a week. Wang attributed his unsettling dreams to the emotional turmoil of being so far from home, without familiar faces, dismissing it as trivial. After a hasty morning routine, he felt no appetite for breakfast and stepped outside while pondering the hazy remnants of his dream, which suggested he was not of this earth, and that he had a lover. But he soon decided to let it go, dismissing it as mere dreams unworthy of deep contemplation. Wang Xiaojun possessed an undeniable charm. With a fair, oval face, striking brows, captivating phoenix eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, and alluring lips, exuding an aura of striking elegance. However, every country has its share of unruly youths, and Wang, with his striking looks and foreign demeanor, soon caught their attention. Wang felt a surge of anger. Rather than fearing trouble, he found it more apt to say he loathed it, for trouble often came in waves. He had no intention of initiating conflict, but when their actions escalated from mere harassment to shoving accompanied by derogatory language, he decided to retaliate. With a swift kick, he struck the ringleader in the waist, then seized his shoulder, delivering a knee to his midsection. On the second impact, he leaped, sending the aggressor flying. Two of the ruffians charged in, seeking vengeance for their leader. Yet Wang seized the first to approach by the neck and hurled him backward, then turned to the second, dispatching him in similar fashion. Shortly thereafter, American police arrived on the scene. Chapter 273. Though the incident was instigated by the others, Wang Xiaojun found himself accompanying the officers to the police station. Fortunately, he had shown restraint. The injuries inflicted were merely superficial, allowing him to evade severe repercussions. A female officer approached Wang and said, "While we are aware they are known delinquents in the area and were not seriously harmed, I would still like to hear your account of the events." Wang Xiaojun: "I was peacefully walking down the street when they approached me to create trouble. At first, I endured it, but then they became increasingly unrestrained, prompting me to retaliate." Female officer: "I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. I will contact your friend to pick you up." Wang Xiaojun: "I hope you act with fairness." Lu Sui, who also came to study in the United States, approached. "Hey, brother, how did you end up in the police station? I remember you never caused any trouble." Wang Xiaojun: "I truly did not cause any trouble, but trouble found me." Lu Sui: "Wang Xiaojun, can you share what happened? I'm quite curious about who dared to provoke our little combat champion." Wang Xiaojun: "First, take me to eat. I haven't even had breakfast." Once they arrived at a Chinese restaurant and had nearly finished their meal, Wang Xiaojun finally recounted the events of that morning. Lu Sui: "Now I understand why you say that those who enjoy creating trouble are either exceptionally strong or rather foolish. They simply assumed you were easy to bully because of your lean appearance." Wang Xiaojun: "It is indeed amusing, but what concerns me more is the outcome of this incident." Lu Sui: "The reputation in the United States regarding this matter is not favorable, and it is possible that those three delinquents will recruit more followers to corner you once they are released. You must exercise caution, my brother." Wang Xiaojun: "Naturally, you should be careful as well." Wang Xiaojun initially believed he would navigate his life this way until the conclusion of his studies abroad. However, several months later, the phone he purchased transformed into a miniature robot. Startled, Wang Xiaojun felt his arm morph into a robotic limb. After a moment of shock, he quickly reverted it back, gazing at his arm, which now resembled that of an ordinary person. Panic began to rise within him. Was his current existence merely an illusion? In a state of confusion, he recognized those arms as belonging to Dawn and exclaimed, "Dawn, is that you? You are truly Dawn. You did not perish. This is unacceptable. I must inform Soundwave immediately." In the midst of reality and illusion, Wang Xiaojun found it difficult to discern the truth. The sudden outburst from Dawn further bewildered him. He needed time to process this revelation. Wang Xiaojun: "So who am I really?" Dawn, astonished, looked at Wang Xiaojun and countered, "Who do you believe you are?" Wang Xiaojun shook his head and replied, "I wish to know that as well." Dawn: I will relay this matter to Soundwave and Megatron. The specifics depend on their arrangements. You have been absent for nearly 8 million years. Your friends miss you dearly. Dawn, 8 million years, such a long time. Can you grant me some time to digest this? I have lived as a human on Earth for so long, and now to be told I am not human. This revelation about 8 million years is quite overwhelming. Dawn, no problem. Wang Xiaojun left a perplexing TF in the living room and retreated to the bedroom, contemplating the notion of his identity as an extraterrestrial or perhaps even a robot. As he observed his hands transforming into mechanical appendages, he discerned that the little robot had not been deceitful. Yet, how had he transitioned from a machine to a human? In a haze, he succumbed to slumber, and this dream was more vivid than any he had previously experienced. In Chapter 274, within the dream, there lay his father, the primordial celestial sovereign, ensconced in eternal slumber, alongside numerous capable and principled companions, as well as a beloved whose soul resonated with his own. However, the dream culminated in tragedy. A single strike from a TF not only claimed the lives of both himself and his beloved, but also condemned their unborn child to a similar fate. From the afternoon until midnight, Wang Xiaojun remained in the bedroom, until all memories flooded back to him. He descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, only to find that the perplexing TF had reverted to a dormant state. The house now exuded an eerie silence. Had he not once acclimated to such an environment? When had his surroundings begun to bustle, eventually leading him to be with Xing Xiao? Raising his hand, after much deliberation, he contacted a number he was reluctant to believe. The response was merely the chilling sound of a disconnected line, leaving him in a torrent of heart-wrenching tears. He was painfully aware that Xing Xiao was no longer present. He had witnessed the flicker of life extinguish from him. Yet, why did he still yearn to make one more attempt? After calming his emotions, Wang Xiaojun reached out to other TFs. Upon receiving his video call request, the TFs on Cybertron were astounded. Dawn, their leader, their hero, was alive. The first words spoken by Dawn were, "Is everyone well?" The long-awaited inquiry from Dawn warmed the hearts of all, who responded that they were fine. Dawn then inquired about the status of the experiments concerning progeny. What had become of them? The matter at hand incites frustration among all. For aside from Dawn and the 4 Transformers grievously injured by Orion, the small sparks nurtured by everyone have thrived safely. Their average performance exceeds that of typical Transformers, leading to a collective conclusion that this plan is indeed viable, provided that they do not sustain severe injuries during the process, which would otherwise adversely affect the small sparks. The unfortunate circumstances resulting from Orion's actions have led to the premature return of the other 5 groups' offspring to their source, or their inability to endure shortly after emergence. Moreover, Orion's public act of slaying a revered hero while sparing the adversary has left his reputation in tatters. Upon learning that the council member felled by Dawn was merely forced offline and faced no life-threatening peril, Orion succumbed to guilt, isolating himself in his office. This retreat provoked scorn from his peers, who derided his cowardice, until Megatron, upon discovering these events, stormed in and forcibly ejected Orion from his sanctum with a single blow. Orion, upon being thrust to the ground, displayed no reaction, merely lying supine and gazing at the heavens. Witnessing Orion's near-lifeless state only fueled Megatron's ire, compelling him to strike Orion's visage with increasing ferocity while exclaiming, "What did Dawn and Starfall strive for? Why did you hinder them? Why did you not exercise caution towards them? Yet how did you treat them?" The onlookers showed no inclination to intervene. Some found Megatron's actions cathartic, while others realized they could not dissuade him. Thus, they allowed Megatron to continue, perhaps only to contact Orion's friends for assistance. Orion remained motionless, enduring the blows, believing he deserved this punishment, until Megatron, bored with the exercise, ceased his assault. After all, if Orion were to perish, Dawn and Starfall would never return. Once Megatron distanced himself, an ambulance hastily arrived, its crew dismayed by Orion's state, akin to a living corpse. Subsequently, Megatron established the Decepticon armed forces and instigated the final, most brutal Cybertronian civil war. In Chapter 275, following Megatron's initiation of the Civil War, numerous Transformers perished. Reluctantly, the consensus emerged that only Orion could confront Megatron. Acknowledging that he had instigated this turmoil, Orion accepted the Cybertronian crown, uniting the Autobots to resolutely resist Decepticon rule. adopting the name Optimus Prime. Yet, presently, both factions grapple with a critical shortage of energy crystals. Is there once again a scarcity of energy crystals on Cybertron? Has the Fear Beast encountered difficulties? Wang Xiaojun inquired. No, Xiao replied. They have merely been engaged in prolonged conflict evenly matched. While they may withstand the ongoing battle, Cybertron cannot endure indefinitely. Hence we shall prevent the Fear Beast from supplying them with energy crystals. As time passed, they could hardly endure the situation. Both factions harbored intentions to confront the fearsome beasts. Naturally, they faced the peril of being devoured by a horde of these creatures or falling victim to the devastating force of their self-detonation. Upon learning of this, one could only imagine the exquisite expressions on the faces of Orion and Megatron at that moment. However, what surprised us was that amidst their skirmishes, they inadvertently ventured to other planets, ultimately arriving on Earth. One could only remark on their stubbornness. Awakening, what do you intend to do? Asked Xiao. We must allow them to fight outside, for it would be a disgrace to Cybertron. Our priority should be to devise a means to bring them back to Cybertron before addressing the issue, replied Wang Xiaojun. Should we send 1,000 armies and Dawn to assist? Inquired Li. Wang Xiaojun hesitated. Awakening, are you concerned about something? He closed his eyes and nodded, stating, I fear the resurgence of the Star Howl incident. Having already lost his most cherished Transformers, he was loath to lose any more. The Howlers fell silent, as they too harbored fears, particularly of Optimus Prime, striking from behind, especially against Awakening. Perhaps we should all go and deal with Optimus Prime first. Anyone who dares to impede us shall face our wrath, proposed Wei. Wang Xiaojun chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Thank you, Wei, but Cybertron requires your presence. Therefore, dispatch Thunderquake, Haikong, and all the formidable warriors, along with the aerial defense team from the Minicon, capable of forming Starsword, the racing team that can form the Thunder Shield, and the space team that can unite as the Soul Cannon, as well as Extreme Lightning and Aurora. Is this number sufficient? If not, we still have our Decepticons, exclaimed Li. At that moment, the Chaotic One awakened, and rather than expressing anger, Wang Xiaojun smiled nonchalantly. Then I shall entrust this to you. The sound wave is already waiting outside, stated the Chaotic One. Efficiency, as always, is commendable, replied Wang Xiaojun. He entered the car, transformed by Soundwave, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then inquired, do you know where the adversary fled after escaping? Soundwave responded, we have yet to ascertain that, but once we do, we will ensure he is thoroughly obliterated. You may torment him as you wish, but I implore you to prevent his immediate return to the Allspark, Wang Xiaojun added. Why? Have you softened your heart? That seems unlike you, questioned Soundwave. Indeed, the grievances against the adversary are not limited to you. Many on Cybertron share the sentiment. Moreover, we have no knowledge of whether he still possesses allies on Cybertron. If he does, we must ensnare them all, Wang Xiaojun elucidated. Awakening, you truly possess remarkable insight. Praise Soundwave. I appreciate the compliment. Yet it is preferable to address me as Wang Xiaojun while on Earth, he concluded. Chapter 276, as the spark source was hurled toward Sam Witwicky, a shadow swept by, and the spark source was lost. Panic ensued as everyone frantically searched for its shadow. Not far away, an orange, medium-sized transformer held the spark source, which radiated a faint blue glow in its grasp. Instinctively, humans opened fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets and missiles. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity, so swift that neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots could intervene. However, before the bullets and missiles could reach the orange transformer, it merely extended its hand, as if an invisible barrier repelled all projectiles back to their origin. The returning bullets and missiles claimed the lives of many soldiers, leaving the few survivors gravely injured, instilling a deep-seated fear of this transformer, and indeed all transformers, within humanity. Optimus Prime exclaimed, Dawn, why do you harm them? Dawn regarded Optimus with a cold gaze and retorted with a calm, yet mocking tone. Harm? It seems you only perceive my actions against humanity. Are you blind to the suffering your kind inflicts upon our brethren on Cybertron, allowing them to hurt us with impunity? Are you? Orion Pax, you truly are a commendable leader, much like your mentor, Megatron, who never regarded the lives of our Cybertronian kin with any worth. Optimus responded, I do not. Dawn countered, yet you let Bumblebee suffer among humans, only to neglect defending him afterward. What a fine leader you are. Any sentient being would feel chilled by such indifference. Optimus turned his gaze to Bumblebee, who seemed to emit a soft sound, as if to comfort him. Megatron interjected, Dawn, let's depart. Optimus insisted, Dawn, you cannot accompany him. Dawn replied, shall I follow you, the one who has slain me, my beloved, and my unborn child? A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Even the humans recoiled at the notion of standing with a murderer, especially one who bore such personal grievances. In that moment, Optimus found himself at a loss for words. As other Transformers, unaware of the past events, contemplated defending their leader, Dawn preemptively spoke, Optimus, let us all return to Cybertron. The Decepticons have agreed to resolve this matter peacefully. Optimus replied, but Earth has become my second home. His words were understood by both factions, as none were fools. Dawn queried, so you intend to remain on Earth? What the other Transformers? Ratchet proposed, Dawn, let us deliberate and provide you with a response shortly. Dawn responded, delaying will benefit no one, Orion. I have long wished to know what truly resides within your core. Optimus answered, all of us. Dawn inquired, who do you mean by all? Your kin? Humans? Or other beings? Optimus replied, all living beings. Dawn, Orion, unlike you, I am not a saint. My core is not vast enough to encompass everything. It can only contain Cybertron and my kin. Indeed, if one were to draw metaphors, Optimus Prime embodies a knightly amalgamation of honor, compassion, and a hint of false sanctity, while Megatron represents a ruler who scorns authority, yet upholds tradition, loyalty, and discipline. In contrast, Dawn symbolizes a rebel whose spirit is infused with kindness and a yearning for freedom, detesting those who coerce and command others. Although my moral compass may not align entirely with the general populace, it undeniably articulates the innermost thoughts of the common folk. Chapter 277. After Dawn departed with the Decepticons, humanity was beset with questions for the Autobots, particularly regarding why Optimus Prime annihilated the opposing family. Naturally, the Autobots held inquiries for Dawn as well, pondering how he was resurrected, or whether he had never truly perished, and whether Starsaber and their unborn progeny might also still be alive. Yet, none dared to voice these questions, for no Transformer was aware that the fearsome visage had transmitted the preceding events to Cybertron, where the citizens developed a newfound affinity for the Decepticons and an aversion towards Optimus Prime. What does it mean that Earth has become my second home, while Cybertron remains unresolved? Do you not comprehend the consequences of your own actions? Do you truly expect us to ostracize you? If you were to undertake deeds that could earn public forgiveness, would we still shun you? At worst, there would merely remain some residual tension. You claim to harbor the sentiments of all, yet why did you depart from us? When you learned of your subordinates being oppressed by other beings, what was your response? In the Decepticon base, Megatron queried, Dawn, many Transformers witnessed you and Starsaber being engulfed by the Allspark, after which you both vanished. What transpired thereafter? And how did you arrive on Earth? Dawn replied, Megatron, I too yearn to unravel this mystery. I possess no recollection of the events in between, but one certainty remains. This affair is undoubtedly entwined with the Allspark. A hint of anxiety flickered across Megatron's features as he pressed further. What are your final words on Cybertron? Dawn responded, are you referring to my assertion of you being a member of the Primes? If so, Megatron, I can assure you, I have no need nor desire to deceive others regarding this matter. Megatron bowed his head, embodying the essence of a wronged giant dog. Dawn gently placed her hand upon his head. Please do not wear such a countenance, as if I were the one tormenting you. Megatron inquired, will you accept me, Dawn? Dawn lowered her hand. I can only express my apologies, Megatron. Let us remain friends. Megatron replied, very well, but I shall not yield. Dawn encouraged, then continue your efforts. Fallen Prime interjected, have you two concluded your idle chatter? Megatron cradled Dawn in his arms, bristling with indignation, and exclaimed, Fallen, what do you intend to do? Dawn smiled softly. Hello, Lord Megatron, it has been a long time. Fallen responded vehemently. I am not addressed as Lord Megatron. I'm Fallen, Dawn retorted. Fallen is but another name for Lord Megatron. You shall always remain my second brother in my memories. Fallen ceased to speak, enveloped in an unexpected silence for a considerable time. As he turned to depart, Dawn gently inquired, Brother, will you return? Fallen shouted defiantly, What concern is it of yours? And dashed away. Hearing Dawn's affectionate call, Megatron felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, that was Dawn's brother, after all. What could he do but endure the discomfort? Dawn still needed to temporarily return to the human faction under the guise of Wang Xiaojun to gather vital intelligence. For instance, is this the Allspark of Cybertron? What if it were the Allspark of the Cosmic Emperor? After all, in one universe, the Cosmic Emperor was none other than Earth itself. Dawn instructed those on Cybertron to investigate whether the Allspark lay hidden in some corner of their world. As for whether to inquire of the Cosmic Emperor, he would be fortunate if the Emperor deigned to respond, let alone provide answers. Megatron discreetly dispatched several Transformers to patrol the vicinity of Dawn's residence, ensuring her safety. In Chapter 278, the inhabitants of Cybertron indeed stumbled upon an Allspark, leaving them bewildered. If this were the Allspark of Cybertron, then whose was the one on Earth? Such thoughts bred a sense of existential dread. How many Allsparks could exist in this world? We must promptly report this to Dawn, they decided. Dawn replied, I am aware. You need not worry excessively. I have examined the Allspark here, and it originates from the same entity responsible for the one on Cybertron. As for the number, I believe there are only these two. Xiao asked, Dawn, why are you so certain? Dawn explained, history has revealed this to me. The entity known as the Creator, hailing from an alternate dimension, forged two heralds to explore the nascent universe, the first being the Cosmic Emperor, and the second, the primordial heavenly sovereign. Xiao questioned, if that is true, why are you so confident there is no third? Dawn replied, once again, history. I have traversed the cosmos, and indeed, there is no third. What intrigues me is why the Allspark of the Cosmic Emperor resides on Earth. Li pondered aloud, could it be that, like the previous universe, it has transformed into Earth? The group turned to Li, falling into contemplation. Dawn declared, I shall investigate further. Hua inquired, will the Cosmic Emperor not reveal this to you? Dawn responded, in the previous universe, the Cosmic Emperor did not divulge such information to me. After extensive reconnaissance, it became evident that Earth was indeed the Cosmic Emperor. Dawn proclaimed, I finally understand why I have come to Earth. It was the Cosmic Emperor who brought me here. Hua confessed, I do not quite comprehend. Dawn explained, to elucidate, the Allsparks of the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial heavenly sovereign are interconnected. The specifics of this connection elude me. Years later, on a bustling commercial street, a sleek sports car came to a halt beside Dawn. Recognizing it as Soundwave, she naturally approached it. Upon arriving in the outskirts, Soundwave declared, we have located the enemy, the one who opposes us. Dawn inquired, what do you intend to do? Soundwave replied, first, we shall feign cooperation. Then let him experience the sensation of being stabbed in the back. Dawn asked, is there anything you require me to do? Soundwave responded, you merely need to observe the torment etched on the face of one of the perpetrators who has caused you pain. Dawn acquiesced. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Soundwave affirmed, this is our plan. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime had returned to Earth with the Fallen and his 5 accompanying obelisks. Using the Allspark, Optimus revived the Fallen and reintegrated him within himself. Unbeknownst to them, the Fallen had awakened some time ago, merely feigning a shutdown for the sake of their scheme. He sought to reclaim his power on Cybertron and locate Dawn's corpse, feeling humiliated by her presence before the many Transformers. He was determined to exact a long overdue humiliation upon her for thousands, if not millions, of years. However, Megatron had previously remarked that the beings known as humans were ideally suited for servitude. Given Megatron's demeanor, he likely remained unaware of Dawn's significance. Thus, the Fallen contemplated using these humans as a stepping stone for his return to Cybertron, ideally relocating Earth entirely or perhaps bringing Cybertron to Earth. As Optimus reveled in the Fallen's return, he remained oblivious to the sinister thoughts brewing within the Fallen's core. Senior Transformers like Ratchet, Jolt, and Perceptor advised against bringing the Fallen back, but Optimus, resolute in his decision, insisted on retaining him to shield against the menace of the Decepticons and Dawn. Observing Optimus's stubbornness, the others refrained from voicing dissent, subtly cautioning one another about the Fallen. Due to Dawn's past remarks, humanity held a degree of resentment towards Optimus. And the more amiable he appeared, the more unexpected his past actions seemed. Chapter 279. Those Transformers familiar with the Fallen understood that he was anything but a benevolent leader. Rather, he was a dictator, issuing commands with a cold, indifferent demeanor, exhibiting a ruthless, disdainful, and arrogant nature. His reputation was far from favorable. Yet, a handful of Transformers believed that after such a long time, the Fallen might have changed. Although his attitude towards humans was less than cordial, They speculated it was merely reserved for outsiders, thus they did not approach him with excessive caution. However, seizing the moment when Ironhide and the twins were distracted, the Fallen unleashed a corrosive acid weapon, melting Ironhide and the twins, and intended to attack Bumblebee. Fortunately, Bumblebee evaded the assault by taking cover. Consequently, the Fallen breached their defenses and fled with the energy column. Witnessing the betrayal of the once noble Fallen, humanity relinquished hope, directing their resentment squarely at the Autobots. Sam sought out Optimus Prime and the Autobots, inquiring about their intentions. Optimus replied that they had no plans and would merely depart quietly. Meanwhile, Megatron learned from Dawn that the Cosmic Emperor and the Primordial Celestial Sovereign were originally one entity. He harbored hopes of reuniting them, yet he questioned the feasibility of this endeavor, given their long-standing enmity. Dawn acknowledged the peril involved, stating that a single misstep could spell the end of their home. However, she emphasized that progress requires sacrifice. Megatron offered his assistance, declaring that he would help without hesitation. Dawn expressed her gratitude, assuring him she would indeed take him up on his offer. The column-like structures were part of the space bridge, numbering in the hundreds. Upon arriving above Sinfar, the Ark of Unyielding Destiny was ambushed by the Decepticon guerrilla commander, Starscream. The Ark suffered a catastrophic explosion, and the resulting shockwave was transmitted through the space bridge, transporting it into a different dimension. The Ark inadvertently traversed countless parallel universes, accompanied by a series of random spatial jumps, ultimately entering the solar system. The whereabouts of those column-like objects remain unknown. The only 5 columns remaining with Unyielding Destiny were 4 energy pillars and 1 control pillar. Upon learning that Unyielding Destiny had activated the space bridge to bring Cybertron closer, Optimus and his companions, along with the humans, sought to thwart Unyielding Destiny's reckless actions. However, the Decepticons consistently obstructed their efforts, and Dawn covertly sabotaged their actions. By the time Optimus and his allies reached Unyielding Destiny, the space bridge had been successfully activated, and faint shadows of Cybertron could be seen within it. Unyielding Destiny erupted in laughter. Optimus attempted to seize the control pillar from Unyielding Destiny, but the latter's strength far surpassed his own. After a brief skirmish, Unyielding Destiny severed one of Optimus's arms. Just as Unyielding Destiny reveled in his triumph, the figure of Shockwave emerged from the shadows of Megatron, wielding a sword and plunging it into Unyielding Destiny's Spark from behind. Unyielding Destiny gazed in disbelief at Megatron and Shockwave. Megatron taunted, asking how it felt to be stabbed in the back, a favorite tactic of his and Optimus. Optimus retorted that regardless of Unyielding Destiny's transgressions, he should face the justice of Cybertron's laws upon returning. Megatron challenged this, questioning whether Unyielding Destiny would truly be held accountable under Cybertron's laws, given that Optimus himself had escaped punishment after the massacre of Dawn and her allies. He demanded to know what right Optimus had to make such a claim. As Optimus struggled to respond, Megatron's fury intensified, and he charged at him. Meanwhile outside, the battle raged fiercely. Dawn utilized the space bridge to transport herself to the core of the Earth, leaving the formidable Grimlock outside to assist Megatron. Standing before the spark of the Cosmic Emperor, Dawn held the source of the Cosmic Emperor's spark and inquired, "Are you two fathers ready?" Cosmic Emperor, "Of course. We've been waiting for an eternity. Primordial Celestial Being, your efforts are truly commendable, my child." Cosmic Emperor, Primordial Celestial Being, this is the final attempt. Whether we succeed hinges upon this moment. Dawn stepped into the core of the Cosmic Emperor's spark, activating the source of his essence. The initially modest ember of energy suddenly flared into a vigorous blaze. Meanwhile, in the core of Primordial Celestial Being's spark, the twilight of the mirrored world Dawn also arrived, igniting the source of his essence. Outside, both Cybertron and the surface of Earth began to shift. The Cosmic Emperor created several avatars of himself as a precaution. Optimus Prime, taken aback by the presence of the Cosmic Emperor, exclaimed, "Cosmic Emperor, why are you still here?" "Cosmic Emperor, this is my true form. It is time for me to awaken." Optimus Prime assumed a battle stance. "Your awakening will only lead to the cessation of evolution for the species known as humanity, driving them towards extinction. To safeguard them, I shall prevent your resurgence." "Cosmic Emperor, how noble of you to speak so. And what of Cybertron? What of your subordinates? What of your kin? Moreover, Humanity is merely a parasitic entity that has crawled upon me during my slumber. How heartless you are. Indeed, you could turn against even your closest allies. With that, he delivered a powerful blow that sent Optimus Prime flying. After a brief flight, he crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Struggling, Optimus Prime managed to rise, yet nearly fell once more. Cosmic Emperor, TSK, how feeble. Every blow I deliver, including this one, is aimed at the treasures of myself and primordial celestial being. Prepare to face my wrath. Despite his efforts to thwart the Cosmic Emperor, Optimus Prime charged at him again, only to be struck down once more. Each time he approached, he was met with the same fate. Amid this confrontation, humanity launched several nuclear weapons in the direction of Optimus Prime and his allies. The Cosmic Emperor mocked, "Behold, this is humanity, the very beings you seek to protect. They have never regarded outsiders as kin, nor will they ever." Optimus Prime, is this not your doing? Cosmic Emperor, what concern is that of mine? My only desire is to reunite with primordial celestial being and return to the side of the Supreme Lord. The Cosmic Emperor found Optimus Prime's actions perplexing. Optimus Prime, are they not your creations? How long will you feign ignorance? As their creator, is it not your duty to protect them? The Cosmic Emperor effortlessly deflected the nuclear weapons. Boom! The Cosmic Emperor gazed at Optimus Prime with an impassive expression. Though Optimus Prime could not decipher the meaning behind this gaze, it left him feeling uneasy. Then, the Cosmic Emperor, with a hint of derision, uttered a bewildering statement. When did I ever claim that humanity was my creation? I, alongside the primordial celestial master, have emerged from the hands of the same creator. Thus, my very essence ought to bear resemblance to that of the primordial celestial master. Hence, do we consider humanity as intruders? Chapter 281. This statement astonished nearly everyone present. They were reluctant to accept its veracity, convinced that the Cosmic Emperor must refuse to acknowledge humanity as his creation. Surely it must be so. Naturally, apart from Dawn, who understood that both the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial master originated from the same creator. It was reasonable to conclude that the structural essence of the Cosmic Emperor should indeed parallel that of the primordial celestial master. However, humans and the inhabitants of Cybertron are fundamentally distinct in their physical composition. Observations and experiments have been conducted, revealing that while they possess certain advantages compared to many creatures here, they also face significant disadvantages. Regardless of the efforts made to thwart the Cosmic Emperor, such endeavors prove futile. Each time one is vanquished, another manifestation of the Cosmic Emperor emerges from beneath the earth. Attempting to seize the central pillar results in being suddenly pierced by unexpected spikes, flung away, or subjected to intensified gravitational forces. The consequences range from severe injuries to fatality. Bidding farewell to existence itself. When the Cosmic Emperor emerges completely with the primordial celestial sovereign, humanity, the Autobots, and those Transformers at odds with the Dawn have sustained grievous losses. The remaining Transformers are already aware of Dawn's plans and have concealed themselves as instructed. Only after a prolonged silence do they cautiously emerge from their refuge, uncertain whether to refer to him as the primordial celestial sovereign or the Cosmic Emperor. His presence evokes a peculiar blend of fear and reverence among all Transformers, a contradiction that feels instinctively right. Dawn emerges from the spark chamber of the primordial celestial sovereign, Cosmic Emperor, and the majority of Transformers cheer in his honor. Dawn has undergone considerable transformation. His height has surged from 4 meters to 6.5 meters, with a gradient coloration transitioning from black at the top of his head to orange at the tips. His body features a similar black to orange gradient, resembling a mech adorned with a cloak and long boots. His eyes, resembling those of a phoenix with a yellow-blue hue, exude warmth and kindness, their corners tinged with orange. And his lips curve slightly upward, reminiscent of a crescent moon. A faint orange halo encircles the back of his head, while a red beam emitter reorganizes into a pair of wings that unfurl behind him, akin to a great archangel. The sight leaves all Transformers in awe, while the surviving humans sit despondently on the ground, their eyes filled with despair. The Earth is lost, their homes vanished, and beloved family and friends are nearly all gone. This revelation is far more devastating than the realization of their status as non-indigenous inhabitants of Earth under the Cosmic Emperor's dominion. Yet, Dawn's mission remains unfulfilled. The consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial sovereign requires additional time to merge. Dawn must buy them that time and, if possible, provide refuge for humanity. If necessary, he shall assist in finding them a new home. Should humanity seek vengeance, he is open to engaging in battle alongside them. If Optimus Prime wishes to aid humanity, he has no objections, although the outcome for Optimus may not be favorable. After calculating the time required for the merging of the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial sovereign's consciousness, Dawn activates the public screen and addresses the citizens. Cybertron will gradually return to its former state in approximately 1 hour. I kindly ask for your patience. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask, and I will share everything I know. Furthermore, I must apologize for not informing humanity of this matter in advance. That was my oversight. If you wish to remain on Cybertron, you are welcome to do so. If you prefer to leave, I will assist you in finding a new home. If you seek revenge, I respect your choice. Additionally, if any citizens wish to aid humanity, I welcome your support. But I urge you to carefully consider the potential consequences of pursuing vengeance. I have said my piece, and I hope you will reflect on it wisely. Chapter 282. Dawn provided a lifeline for humanity, yet the warnings embedded within his words were unmistakably clear. It was up to them to discern the gravity of the situation. As Optimus Prime sought to convey further thoughts or take action on behalf of mankind, he was intercepted by the ambulance, who whispered, "Enough, Optimus, cease your obstinacy." Taken aback, Optimus realized that his actions were perceived as mere stubbornness by his friends and comrades. Why? Had he truly erred in judgment? Some humans, blinded by hatred, were eager to exact vengeance for their loved ones, only to be silenced by a devastating artillery strike. Witnessing this, others who harbored vengeful intentions hesitated, some merely wishing to survive, while others resolved to endure, contemplating retaliation at a later time, or perhaps entrusting the task to future generations. With varying motivations, humanity deliberated whether to remain or depart, seeking new planets with the assistance of the Cybertronians, intending to establish lives anew. When Cybertron was restored to its spherical form, Dawn was unanimously chosen as their leader. This time, Dawn did not shy away from the responsibility. He embraced it and became the latest leader of Cybertron. Megatron continued to serve as his protector, while Optimus retained his role as the chief of the Cybertron Academy. Each member occupied their rightful place. Dawn endeavored to elucidate the existence of both the gifted and the ineffectual on Cybertron, urging everyone to relinquish their prejudices and disdain. In the leader's office, Megatron remarked, "Dawn, I comprehend your rationale in explaining the presence of the gifted and the ineffectual on Cybertron and your desire to diminish prejudice. However, why extend assistance to those carbon-based life forms? Would it not be more prudent to eliminate them outright?" Dawn replied, "For there are 3 reasons. No necessity, no justification, and certainly no benefit. Only detriment arises from such actions. Consider how the world currently perceives our relationship with humanity." Megatron acknowledged, "I understand. The time is not yet ripe." Dawn nodded, stating, "If they can set aside their grievances, it would be ideal. If they were to truly turn against us, we would not fear, for righteousness stands with us." Megatron remarked, "Thus, you wish for the Academy's history teacher to accurately recount the events of the past." The primordial celestial monarch journeyed with his subjects, exploring various realms, often visiting the primordial celestial monarch to witness his stable condition, which brought him joy. He commended Dawn, saying, "Well done, illusionary spirit. Without you, those two might still be embroiled in conflict. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to approach me. Unlike before, when you hesitated for an eternity before posing but a few inquiries." Dawn replied, "I shall, and I have a question at present." The primordial celestial monarch responded, "Is it concerning Star Howl?" Dawn nodded. The primordial celestial monarch continued, "I had anticipated that your numerous reincarnations would dilute your longing and affection for Star Howl. Yet it seems to have had the opposite effect. Dawn, in the gentle flow of time, both Star Howl and I have grown accustomed to and reliant upon each other's presence. He is the finest transformer I have ever encountered. Supreme General, though the path is fraught with difficulties, we shall strive to resurrect him. In this life, you may not see him, but in the next, and the one after that, you will undoubtedly meet again, I assure you." Dawn, "Thank you, Grandfather, and I must also express my gratitude to Father." Supreme General, "Enough now. You have lingered too long. As a leader, there are countless responsibilities awaiting your attention, so hasten back. Dawn. Yes, grandfather. Chapter 283. In the blink of a cosmic eye, tens of millions of years have elapsed. While humanity has experienced minor insurrections that reached the cosmic court, the judge, aware of the peril the cosmic emperor posed, and with Dawn promptly addressing the issues concerning human settlements, the matter was resolved in less than a century. Over the span of tens of millions of years, humanity's very essence began to mechanize, evolving into a hybrid of human and machine, and many began to perceive themselves as Cybertronians. Until this day, Megatron declared, "You shall retire." Dawn, smiling indeed, "I have been a leader for several million years. It is time for a new Transformer to take the helm. I hope this illustrious duty falls to you, Megatron, but I believe you can continue in this role." Dawn, smiling Megatron, "You must realize my age is already measured in billions. I know you cherish our current rapport, yet the truth remains, I must depart. Just grant me this final respite. If you will, Megatron, I shall swiftly find a suitable Transformer to take your place." Dawn, "I appreciate your assistance, Megatron. For millions of years, Megatron has held a deep affection for Dawn, who has clearly expressed her view of him merely as a friend and colleague. Thus, Megatron proposed to not only serve as the protector of the nation, but also as the captain of Dawn's personal guard. Unable to resist Megatron's stubbornness, which resembled that of a petulant child, and faced with numerous complaints from citizens, Dawn reluctantly acquiesced. However, she remained unaware of Optimus Prime's circumstances, so she reached out to the ambulance to inquire about his condition. Perhaps due to the assassination attempts on Dawn and the others in years past, Optimus devoted nearly all his time and energy to work. Concerned for his well-being, many urged him to take care of himself, but Optimus insisted that if Dawn did not rest, neither would he. A crossroads appeared before Dawn. "Ambulance, please convey this message to Optimus. My workload is already substantial. Do not persist in straining yourself further and adding to my burdens." Ambulance, "Dawn, your heart is far too soft." Dawn, "Yet I believe my core to be quite resilient." Ambulance, "Surely, you would not inquire about Optimus Prime's well-being. It is evident you fear that asking him directly might cause him distress, which is why you come to me. Don't think I am unaware." Dawn, "Regardless, he was once a friend. Moreover, I would like to request your assistance. The Transformer that Megatron has summoned is Hot Rod." Both Dawn and Hot Rod were elated upon seeing one another. In Hot Rod's moment of confusion and need, it was Dawn who extended a helping hand. After ascending to leadership, he assisted all those with abilities in shedding the stigma of being an outcast. Dawn has also come to understand Hot Rod, who embodies courage and a sense of justice, believing that experience is the foundation of sound judgment. Thus, appointing him as a leader seems indeed a wise choice. However, Dawn glances at Megatron, who merely smiles. He has long since assumed the mantle of leadership, having become the leader of the Decepticons, the very embodiment of aspiration and loyalty for all Decepticons. Furthermore, his initial desire to lead was merely to prove the antiquated notions of the old guard wrong. Now, that need has dissipated, leaving him disinterested. Dawn addresses Hot Rod. "Hot Rod, I wish to cultivate you as my successor, to become my pupil. Would you accept?" Hot Rod, "Leader, am I truly capable of such a role?" Dawn, "You should not question me. Rather, you must inquire within yourself. This matter cannot be rushed. Take your time to ponder, but do not dwell for too long." Hot Rod, "Yes." Chapter 284. 3 days later, Hot Rod agrees to become Dawn's student, aspiring to leadership while learning at Dawn's side. Hot Rod, "Leader, why have you chosen me as the next leader? Surely, there are many Transformers more capable than I." Dawn, "Indeed, there are many Transformers who surpass you in ability. However, Hot Rod, remember this. Even if opportunities present themselves out of the blue, you must reach out and seize them swiftly. I have instructed Megatron to place opportunities before you, and you were the first to grasp them with decisiveness." Hot Rod, "I hope you too will become an exceptional leader." A century later, Hot Rod rises to become the new leader and adopts the name Optimus Prime. In the initial years, Dawn remains by his side, offering occasional guidance, before ultimately relinquishing control and embarking on his retirement. Observing the flourishing Cybertron, Dawn reveals a smile that is both content and tinged with sorrow. Starscream, "How wonderful it would be if you could witness this, on a night several centuries hence." Deep within the recesses of Cybertron, Dawn lies as if offline, serene, yet his spark has departed. Within the core of Sparks, Starscream takes Dawn's hand, leading him forward to embrace their rebirth. Chapter 285, Epilogue 3. At dawn, after successfully giving birth to a pair of children with Xing Xiao and merging with Memory Metal, both TFs were overjoyed. The newborns had yet to develop their features, making it difficult to discern their appearances. As they grew, their looks gradually revealed themselves. They both possessed wings, turbojet engines, and weaponry akin to Xing Xiao's. One was named Li Ming and the other Li Chuan. In their early years, Li Ming and Li Chuan were particularly mischievous, constantly climbing here and there, touching everything in sight, and occasionally breaking things or putting objects in their mouths. While these antics were manageable, what truly exasperated Fu Xiao, Xing Xiao, and the surrounding TFs were their cries. Li Ming and Li Chuan had fully inherited Xing Xiao's sonic attack, and their wails rivaled his own. Had they not cried out infrequently and held a certain reputation as prominent figures, they might have been reported and expelled by the other TFs. As they matured, with the aid of Fu Xiao and Xing Xiao, they finally learned to avoid indiscriminately harming other TFs. However, the grown-up Li Ming and Li Chuan exhibited personalities and combat styles reminiscent of Fu Xiao rather than Xing Xiao, showcasing a strong sense of responsibility while fiercely protecting their own. One was devoted to his brother, and the other to his sister. Both generally amiable, but merciless when their boundaries were crossed. On one occasion, a child not only struck others with toys, but also bit Li Chuan. In a fit of protective rage, Li Ming retaliated, sending the offending child flying, and shielded Li Chuan behind him, exclaiming, "If you're sick, go to the medical station. What are you biting for here? Even a wild beast wouldn't act like you." Although Fu Xiao and Xing Xiao were summoned by Ji Duo Xing for a reprimand, who claimed that the child had family troubles and that they should exercise mutual understanding, Li Ming retorted, "Why should we? Just because his family is having issues doesn't give him the right to vent on the other kids. We are all new to being TFs. Why should we accommodate him? If he has a problem, let him approach his parents." Rather than being angered, Fu Xiao and Xing Xiao expressed their approval, saying, "Well said. Our child." Ji Duo Xing exclaimed, "You too." Fu Xiao responded, "Ji Duo Xing, while our TF may not seek trouble, it does not mean we are afraid of it. Why should we allow that child to bully ours? Just because he faces difficulties at home doesn't grant him the liberty to torment others in class. If we are unhappy, can we not take it out on you?" As she prepared to confront Ji Duo Xing, he immediately relented, realizing the formidable strength of the two. A single punch from them could be devastating, even if he did not return to the core of the flame source. Ji Duo Xing, frightened, retreated while exclaiming, "Both of you, I was wrong. Please spare me." "Oh, great ones," Xing Xiao interjected. "Your apology should be directed not at us, but at our children." On the way home, Dawn inquired Mom and Dad, "Why does the clever one appear so arrogant in daily life, yet loses that demeanor upon encountering you?" Dusk responded, "In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, strength dictates reason. The weak must brace themselves against the oppression of others." Xing Xiao added, "We are acutely aware of this truth, which is why we strive to grow stronger. Only then can we shield ourselves from the predations of others. Whether in the academy or in society, you will always be considered a vulnerable group, making you prime targets for bullying, much like the clever one." Li Chuan declared, "My brother and I will undoubtedly endeavor to become stronger." Dusk affirmed, "Indeed. But remember that there is no absolute pinnacle of strength, only ever greater power. Do not hastily reveal your full capabilities, for before you can transcend the laws of nature, they will extinguish you." Dawn and Li Chuan replied, "We shall remember this."